transported into a deserted island survival game. While others struggled for food and water, I held in my hands the million doubler system and an all-powerful crafting manual. With just a magic fishing rod, I fished out treasure chests from within a 50-kilometer radius and lived comfortably with no worries about clothing or food, ultimately rising to become the king of the island. Chapter 1, Vast Ocean. My goal is to survive. Lin Xiao had woken up, and upon seeing the scene before him, his eyes filled with shock and despair. He had simply pulled an all-nighter playing a survival game on a deserted island. So how did he end up actually transported into the game? An endless ocean stretching as far as the eye could see. Strange creatures lurking in the sea, eyeing him hungrily, whose names he couldn't even guess. A small island no larger than 10 square meters. One coconut tree. One bottle of water. A bag of bread. And a book. Fuck. In the game, if the character dies, you just restart. But if he dies here, he's really dead. And they only gave him one bottle of water and a bag of bread. Once he drinks the water and eats the bread, is he just going to sit here and wait to die? Ding. The life-saving multiplier system has been activated. Today is day 1 since activation. Would you like to check in? What the hell? A system? I knew it. As someone who's been transmigrated, how could I have absolutely no benefits? Hearing the sudden voice of the system echoing in his mind, Lin Xiao felt a flicker of hope amidst his despair and outrage. Without a second thought, and with no other choice, he muttered 2 words under his breath. Check in. Ding. Day 1 check-in completed. Hundredfold multiplier activated. Please select one item within your line of sight to multiply. Within my line of sight. That means the coconut tree, the water, the bread, or the book. The book was definitely not an option. It's not edible or drinkable. Reading it would only give this underachiever a headache. At best, it could be used as toilet paper. As for the coconut tree, it provides wood, coconut water to drink, and coconut meat to eat. Seems like the best option for multiplying. But this tree isn't bearing coconuts yet. Even if multiplied, 100 coconut trees wouldn't help on this island. Before they grow coconuts I can eat, I'd already starve to death and become fertilizer for them. Therefore, I need to use this multiplier to solve my immediate crisis. That leaves the water and the bread. Just as these thoughts passed through his mind, in the next second, Lin Xiao spoke directly to the system. Multiply the bottle of water. Ding. Command received. Now doubling the bottle of water. The system voice had barely ended when the water before Lin Xiao's eyes began multiplying like a magic trick, doubling, quadrupling, in exponential growth. In the blink of an eye, 100 bottles of water lined up neatly across the island, coming into view before Lin Xiao and bringing him great relief. Like this. Even if he drinks 3 bottles a day, there's at least a month's worth of fresh water. And the reason Lin Xiao chose not to multiply the bread was simple. Out here in the ocean, fresh water is much more scarce than food. If the bread runs out, he could eat just about anything to fill his stomach, even bark, if necessary. But once the fresh water runs out, the only option left is seawater. Yes, he was an underachiever, but he still had common sense. Seawater has high salt content. Drinking it would cause dehydration, making him even thirstier and speeding up his death. Lin Xiao doesn't want to die. He wants to live, no matter how dire the situation. Still, come to think of it, what kind of reward will the system give him when he checks in again tomorrow? Just as this thought popped into his mind, the system seemed to have read his thoughts and echoed a new prompt. Ding. Doubling of bottled water completed. Next check-in time, 5 days later. Check-in reward, thousandfold multiplier. Please remember to check in, host. No makeup check-ins allowed. Goodbye. Hundredfold, then thousandfold. Following this pattern, next would be 10,000, then 100,000-fold multiplier. At that point, even the tiniest useful item could multiply into a massive amount. He could easily live like he did in the survival game, upgrading the island with resources and transforming it into Lin Xiao's own paradise. Thinking about it, he actually started to look forward to what's coming next. Yet, even with this excitement, the sounds of waves crashing and the sea wind blowing around him served as constant reminders. That's all in the future. Right now, he remains stranded on this deserted island in the middle of the ocean. Even though water is temporarily abundant, the current situation is far from promising. He must take action and find a way to do something. But what exactly can he do? He only has 100 bottles of water, a bag of bread, and a book. A book? Suddenly struck by an idea. If they gave me a book, surely it's not just for entertainment. This book must contain something important, like a survival guide or a mission manual. With this thought in mind, Lin Xiao quickly strode to the coconut tree, sat leaning against it, picked up the book, and began flipping through it. Sure enough, just as Lin Xiao had guessed, this book was indeed no ordinary item. Just like in the game, the moment Lin Xiao opened the book, a large virtual panel popped up in front of him. And even though he couldn't find any battery compartments or speakers on the book, it still read out the introduction displayed on the panel in a clear and ethereal voice, vividly narrating every word. Hello, welcome to Island M7021. We have provided 1 bottle of water and a bag of bread as your rations. And this book will help you survive on the island as much as possible. Now I will introduce to you the specific functions of this book. 1. Omnipotent crafting. As long as you can find the corresponding materials, you can place them in the book to craft corresponding items. 2. Material storage, and used materials can be stored inside the book. 3. Map recording. Any place you've visited will be recorded automatically, making it easier for you to return and avoid getting lost. 4. Treasure chest detection. works together with the map recording function to make developing your island more convenient. 5. Weather forecast accurately predicts the weather for the following day. 6. Cross-world chat. Various chat rooms are available, allowing you to communicate with all kinds of castaways. Therefore, this book is truly important, so don't ever lose it. And finally, best of luck to you. After listening to the book's introduction, Lin Chao now understood the rules of the island. Although he still hadn't found a way to escape, complaining would get him nowhere. His main priority was to figure out how to survive first. So then, since the book mentioned there are chat rooms, that meant there were other people trapped on their own islands too. So, first, he should find out what others were doing. With this thought in mind, Lin Chao turned to the corresponding section of the book and flipped to the page containing the chat room. Immediately afterward, the virtual panel interface displayed by the book changed. At the top of the interface were categories like global chat, regional chat, private chat, and more. At the bottom were strings of continuously refreshing messages from the chat room. But they were mostly just nonsense. Chapter 2, Identification. A fishing rod with magic. Where am I? How did I end up on this small island? Help! Help! Is there anyone who can rescue me? Just take me home, and I'll give you anything you want. My family is super rich. Somebody save me first. There's a tentacle monster beside me that I've never seen before. It already ate my water and bread. Next, it's going to eat me. Please, save me first. I don't want to die. Seeing this, Lin Chao chose to close the chat room and flip the book back to the table of contents. Because unlike these people, he knew well that instead of crying for help desperately inside, it was better to rely on himself and fight for a chance of survival. Therefore, Lin Chao flipped through the book in his hand again, returning to the first page, Omnipotent Manufacturing. There was no prompt on this page. Only a table listing various manufacturing recipes. Island Upgrade Package 1 to 2, wood 0/1000, soil 0/1000. Wooden axe, wood 0/2. Raft, wood 0/5. Initially, Lin Chao felt rather bored, because all he saw were just some common hand tools. But as Lin Chao continued scrolling down the interface, he realized it was he who had been too shallow-minded. This omnipotent manufacturing is truly not an exaggeration. Automatic fishing machine, full protection electric wall, anti-invasion laser cannon, and freaking nuclear bombs, hydrogen bombs. Looking at these rows of manufacturing recipes that made Lin Chao's blood surge with excitement. Undoubtedly, this once again completed his dream of developing the island. However, although dreams were plump, they couldn't stand the reality being harsh. Looking at the zero in front of each material's required quantity versus the thousands needed. Forget about manufacturing hydrogen or nuclear bombs. Even making the simplest wooden axe, Lin Chao didn't know where he could get those 2 pieces of wood from. Helplessly, Lin Chao could only place his hopes back on the book, trying to use the treasure chest perception ability to find some useful materials inside a chest. Thus, Lin Chao flipped to the 4th page of the book. The previously displayed manufacturing interface also changed accordingly, turning into a map drawn with different colors. This was simple for Lin Chao. With just one glance, Lin Chao understood what each color on the interface represented. Blue meant sea, white was land, black was unexplored area. The green dot represented himself, while the red indicated a treasure chest. Moreover, heaven never seals off all paths. Looking at the map, there was a flashing red dot exactly 30 meters north of the green one in a black area. Which meant, there was a treasure chest 30 meters north of his location. 30 meters. 60 meters round trip. That distance wasn't far at all. Even without water transportation, swimming would suffice. The trouble, however, was those monsters in the sea. Immediately, Lin Chao cleverly divided his only bread into 2 parts, keeping one for emergency rations, and tearing the other into pieces and throwing it slightly to the southern sea. Sure enough, as Lin Chao expected, the creatures that had been circling the island and eyeing him hungrily were now attracted southward by the scattered breadcrumbs. Taking this opportunity, Lin Chao dove into the sea head first and swam with all his might to the chest, then dragged it back, safely back on shore. Phew, Lin Chao panted heavily. Although exhausted, he was even more eager to know whether there were any useful materials inside the chest. Therefore, despite his fatigue, he opened the hard-earned treasure chest with excitement similar to winning a lottery. Obtained, wood times 10. Obtained, iron ingot times 5. Obtained, old fishing rod times 1. All items have been automatically stored in the book. Well, it wasn't quite as bountiful as expected, but still quite good. At least there was hope to develop further. Currently, he could use the wood and iron ingots to produce an iron axe. Then use the iron axe to chop coconut trees to obtain more wood for building a raft. With the raft, he could then travel to farther sea areas to search for more treasure chests and bring them back to obtain more materials. Thus, Lin Chao followed the plan, first using the wood and iron ingots to manufacture an iron axe, intending to cut down coconut trees. However, the moment his hand touched the axe handle, before even swinging at the coconut tree, his stomach betrayed him with loud, gurgling sounds. Weakness also came over his arms and legs, forcing Lin Chao to put down the axe and slump back onto the ground on the island. Thinking about it, it had already been half a day since he was transported here. During this time, the physical activities and high mental stress, both were especially energy-consuming. Yet his stomach hadn't received any supply. No wonder he was experiencing hypoglycemic symptoms. He should eat something first. Therefore, Lin Xiao grabbed the remaining half piece of bread and swallowed it hastily. But the result was, is this half loaf even real? Why am I getting hungrier the more I eat? I should have kept more bread for myself instead of throwing some away to distract those sea monsters. While sighing in frustration, Lin Xiao suddenly felt like he had just realized something and began murmuring to himself. The sea monsters. Just now, I found a fishing rod inside the treasure chest. I wonder if their meat is edible. Why not try fishing one up and taste it? At this thought, motivated by hunger, Lin Xiao quickly flipped the book to the second page and opened his storage space. As he was about to take out the old fishing rod, he suddenly noticed a line of description below the fishing rod's item slot. It read, "A dirty and broken fishing rod, unclear true status. Recommended to identify before usage." Well, if it says to identify, then I'll identify. Therefore, Lin Xiao raised his hand and gently pressed the identify button on the panel. Instantly, the ethereal voice from within the book echoed once again. Old fishing rod identification complete. True form, magic fishing rod. Magic fishing rod. This rod is enchanted with ancient magic, allowing the user to fish up anything within a 50-kilometer radius that they desire. What the hell? Within 50 kilometers, I can fish up anything? Doesn't that mean all the treasure chests within 50 kilometers can be reeled back here without me even leaving the island? Realizing this, Lin Xiao hurriedly flipped to the fourth page of the book and activated the treasure chest perception ability, immediately scanning for the number of treasure chests located within a 50-kilometer radius centered on himself. 1, 2, 3, 71, 72, 73, 75. I'm rich. Rich. With these 75 treasure chests, plus the check-in system doubling the haul, combined with the magic fishing rod, I'll never have to worry about food or clothing again. GULUB. Right as Lin Xiao was celebrating joyously, his stomach issued another protest, snapping him back to reality. Ugh. Better fish up something edible first. Chapter 3 Island Expansion. This sentence was merely Lin Xiao's self-muttering, but the magical fishing rod in his hands treated it as a command. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Xiao didn't even need to cast his rod. The hook at the front of the fishing rod seemed to have GPS navigation, pulling the line and galloping across the sea. Lin Xiao clicked his tongue in amazement. However, this was not all. After 30 to 50 seconds, the hook actually returned dragging a string of objects. Obtained strawberry jam, can times 1. Horned boarfish times 1. Kombu times 1. Seeing this, Lin Xiao couldn't be happier. Immediately, he bent down to pick up the nearby book, flipped to the first page, opened the universal crafting feature, and started searching. Campfire. Campfire. Found it. Common campfire. Add 3 woods. Add 1 iron ingot. Choose placement location. Craft. Once the words landed, a sudden whoosh echoed from nowhere on the small island. The next second, a wooden campfire and a pair of metal pieces appeared before Lin Xiao's eyes. At the same time, the book displayed a prompt to him. Please use the metal pieces to strike fire and light the fire. Also, please note, the common campfire disappears once it burns out. If you wish for the fire to continue burning, add combustible materials before it extinguishes. Remembering the instructions, Lin Xiao followed them and picked up the metal pieces, striking them together. Snap, snap, 2 times. Only 2 strikes. And sparks created by friction landed on the campfire, igniting warm flames. Seeing this, Lin Xiao quickly slaughtered the horned boarfish and threw it beside the fire. After roasting the fish, an extremely hungry Lin Xiao devoured it in 3 bites, then comfortably lay on the ground, gazing at the evening clouds. He began planning what he wanted to do tomorrow in his mind. Thinking about it, he unintentionally fell asleep. Early the next morning, Lin Xiao got up and followed his thoughts from last night, grabbed the magical fishing rod, walked to the seaside, and whispered a sentence. Fishing for treasure chests. No sooner had he spoken than, just like yesterday, the hook swiftly cast out. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. One after another, chests around the area got hooked. In less than just 1 hour, 75 chests had gathered on Lin Xiao's small island. Seeing them, Lin Xiao couldn't stop rubbing his hands with excitement. This was incomparably more exciting than seeing a table full of mystery boxes in the real world. Who knew how many more ancient magical items like the magical fishing rod might be found among these 75 chests? Obtained, wood times 5. Obtained, fully automatic mechanical gear times 1. Wow. This fully automatic mechanical gear is an important material for crafting technology and machinery items. Obtained, gold ingot times 1. Obtained, amethyst times 1. This amethyst crystal doesn't seem familiar in the universal crafting feature. Again and again, surprise and curiosity lasted from morning until noon. Then, standing there, staring at the 71 open chests, Lin Xiao spoke somewhat reluctantly. That's all already? Oh well, need to wait and let them replenish, then open more. After speaking, Lin Xiao placed the 71 empty chests into the book, decomposed them into wood, and checked the current resources he possessed. Wood times 1278. Soil times 1164. Dry grass times 943. Stone times 781. Iron ingot times 355. Gold ingot times 23. Besides these basic resources, there were many other unidentified items, and some things Lin Xiao temporarily didn't know how to use. For example, magic pan flute, cracked cobblestone. However, there would be plenty of time in the future to study them gradually. At present, He already had more than 1,000 each of wood and soil. So he could try to craft the Island Upgrade Package 1 to 2. This item, most likely, was used to expand the island's area. It was annoying to live in this 10 square meter space where even separating bathroom and dining areas wasn't possible, killing one's appetite. Therefore, Lin Xiao flipped the book to the first page, opened the Universal Crafting Interface, and lightly touched to select the crafting formula for the Island Upgrade Package 1 to 2. Put in 1,000 wood. Put in 1,000 soil. Craft. Immediately, the amounts of wood and soil in storage rapidly decreased. In their place, a weakly glowing golden gift-like icon appeared at the very end of the inventory. After clicking the icon, a line of related information popped up. Island Upgrade Package 1 to 2. Upon use, the current island will be upgraded from level 1 to level 2. The area will expand from 10 square meters to 100 square meters. New Island Upgrade Package 2 to 3 will also be updated in your Universal Crafting section. Please remember to check. This was exactly as Lin Xiao had anticipated. Without hesitation, Lin Xiao directly clicked on Use. In an instant, the entire island began to shake violently. A series of deafening, earth-rumbling sounds followed. Even the surrounding sea level became unstable. The monsters lurking nearby were so frightened they fled in all directions. Then, the area around the island began expanding outward as if land reclamation was happening. The island's size grew larger and larger. A wooden wall automatically formed around the perimeter, enclosing the inner area for protection. This process lasted about 5 minutes. When the shaking stopped and the sounds disappeared, the island expansion ceased. Everything returned to calm. Lin Xiao stood rooted in place, gazing across the entire island. Although still visible at a glance, the change from 10 square meters to 100 square meters made living significantly less cramped, and his heart felt much more at ease. This also made Lin Xiao even more eager to upgrade the island from level 2 to level 3. Therefore, Lin Xiao flipped the book open to the first page, activated the Universal Crafting feature, and began checking the crafting formula for the Island Upgrade Package 2 to 3. Island Upgrade Package 2 to 3, with 278/10,000, soil 164/10,000, iron ingot 781/3,000, gold ingot 23/1,000. WTF. This much material required. Facing this long list, Lin Xiao was genuinely surprised. Yet, he didn't feel fear or hesitation. After all, the more materials required, the more magnificent and enriched the island would become after the upgrade. However, the chests around him had just been fished in, and it would take some time for them to replenish. Plus, even if he could check in after 4 days and get 1,000 times multiplier, he could only choose to multiply one type of material, not all 3 others. Therefore, it was impossible to upgrade within the short term. Still, he couldn't place all his hopes on fishing chests and multipliers. There must be some materials he could collect by himself, right? For example, wood. He could just go cut trees by hand and get it. Why wait for chests to refresh or for multipliers? With that thought, Lin Xiao flipped the book to the second page and opened the material storage space. Chapter 4 Weather Forecast. An elemental spirit will arrive tomorrow. I remember I obtained a few items from the treasure chest earlier. Found them. High quality sapling times 17. Soon after, Lin Xiao gently touched the icon and opened its description. High quality sapling. A sapling that can be irrigated with seawater. It has an extremely short growth cycle. Irrigate for 3 consecutive days, and it will mature and bear fruit. After cutting it down, you will obtain 20 pieces of wood, 3 tree fruits, and at least 1 sapling. This is practically made for sustainable wood production. Even so, despite his admiration, Lin Xiao didn't immediately plant the saplings. Instead, he flipped the book back to the first page and opened the Universal Crafting interface. Because, while browsing the crafting recipes in Universal Crafting yesterday, Lin Xiao had seen something under the Technology and Machinery section. Automatic Farming Machine, with 278/100, iron ingot 781/30, hay 943/200, automatic mechanical gear 15 halves. Automatic Farming Machine. Simply place seeds or saplings inside, and the machine will handle tilling, planting, irrigation, and harvesting for the 24 surrounding crops. How convenient. This way, there would be no need to remember to water them or to expend effort cutting trees. The saved time and energy could be spent leisurely fishing instead. Wouldn't that be great? Therefore, Lin Xiao added all kinds of materials. Then, he selected the area around the coconut tree already on the island as the planting zone. He placed the automatic farming machine there and inserted the 17 high-quality saplings into it. In the next second, the machine automatically activated. It neatly divided the surrounding area into 24 sections. Soon after, it tilled the soil in each section, transforming it into a cultivable state. The 17 high-quality saplings were then planted neatly within them. They began to be irrigated by the seawater sprayed from the sprinkler. Watching this scene unfold, Lin Xiao calculated in his mind. Like this. Excluding the coconut tree, after the first 3 days, Lin Xiao would obtain 340 pieces of wood. Every 3 days after that, he would harvest 460 pieces of wood. At this rate, within a month, he would have enough wood to craft the Island Upgrade Package 2 to 3. A major concern was finally resolved. However, since the planting area had already been designated, he might as well properly divide up the remaining parts of the island. Therefore, Lin Xiao further partitioned the expanded island into a residential area and a dining area. Then, using various materials, he crafted essentials such as beds, tables, chairs, and stoves via the universal crafting interface. Once everything was arranged, when Lin Xiao looked around his small island again, it no longer appeared desolate and barren. This 100-square-meter island now looked exactly like a seaside apartment with 3 bedrooms and 2 living rooms, complete with a garden. Therefore, in such a wonderful new home, how could he not cook up a delicious feast to celebrate? So, Lin Xiao flipped the book to the second page, opened the material storage space, and prepared to retrieve his magic fishing rod to catch a few more delicacies for a hearty meal. However, Lin Xiao suddenly noticed that the grid containing the magic fishing rod in his inventory was outlined in red. This was something he had never seen before. Could it be that the magic fishing rod has a problem? Holding this thought, Lin Xiao gently touched the grid to bring up its description window. Sure enough, in the description window, below the normal description of the magic fishing rod, there was a line of small red text. Durability critically low. Will break soon. Seeing this, Lin Xiao dared not use it recklessly anymore. Instead, he tapped the analysis panel at the bottom left corner of the description window. The reason was simple. When Lin Xiao browsed the crafting recipes in Universal Crafting, he noticed that even if he used the search function and entered the 4 characters of magic fishing rod, he could not find the corresponding recipe. The same situation applied to the magic pan flute. Therefore, Lin Xiao confirmed one thing. Universal Crafting cannot craft ancient magical items. And to obtain the crafting recipes for these items, there was only one method. That was to disassemble and analyze the item through the Universal Crafting function. Moreover, there was only a certain probability of successfully analyzing it. If the analysis of this magic fishing rod failed and the crafting recipe wasn't obtained, then, if Lin Xiao wanted to obtain such an item again, he would have to open another treasure chest. As for the success rate, it all depended on luck, good or bad. Therefore, during the analysis of the magic fishing rod, Lin Xiao kept clenching his fists tightly. Magic fishing rod analysis complete. Analysis result. Success. Magic fishing rod crafting recipe acquired. Magic fishing rod. Ordinary fishing rod 0 to 1. Amethyst 3 to 1. Who? Seeing this, Lin Xiao exhaled deeply. Truly, heaven never lets down those who put in effort. Luckily, the analysis was successful. This round could be considered a huge profit. Not only did he learn the crafting recipe for the magic fishing rod, but he also discovered that amethyst was actually so important. It was a raw material used to create ancient magical items. However, the drop rate of amethyst wasn't high either. Out of 75 treasure chests, only 3 had dropped. Looks like the magic fishing rod couldn't be used recklessly like yesterday anymore. He should also find ways to obtain more gems and stockpile them. Better safe than sorry. With this realization, when Lin Xiao went fishing, he no longer used the newly crafted magic fishing rod, only the ordinary one. After all, he wasn't starving like yesterday, weak to the point of powerlessness. Therefore, there was no need to catch fish so urgently. He could take his time. Thus, during this leisurely fishing session, Lin Xiao suddenly noticed the sky wasn't as clear as yesterday. Several dark clouds were rolling toward him. They gave him the feeling that it might rain tomorrow. So, Lin Xiao held the fishing rod with one hand and flipped the book to page 5 with the other, entering the weather forecast function. Thinking to himself, if it really rained tomorrow, he needed to prepare for waterproofing and moisture protection today. Otherwise, getting soaked and falling ill on this isolated island would leave no hospital to treat him. Fever and infection could cost his life. Therefore, in the next second, he heard the book's voice broadcasting the weather forecast. Weather forecast for Island M7021. Tomorrow will be light rain turning into heavy rain, then thunderstorms. Elemental spirits, thunder spirit and water spirit, are expected to appear in the afternoon. Please prepare for rain and defense. Originally, Lin Xiao just wanted to know if it would rain tomorrow, but he ended up with an unexpected surprise. Thunder elemental spirit. Water elemental spirit. What the heck were these things? Would they tear his house apart? He had just renovated the place. No way. He must find a way to learn more about these two beings and prepare accordingly. With this thought, Lin Xiao no longer had the mood to continue fishing. His eyebrows furrowed tightly, his eyes fixed on the dark clouds slowly approaching the horizon. Chapter 5. Everything is ready, waiting for you. The thunderstorm clouds are coming from that direction. If so, the people over there should have already encountered attacks from the water and lightning elements. Maybe I should check the chat room to get some information. There might be survivors who can explain what's going on. Thinking of this, Lin Xiao quickly flipped the pages of the book in his hand to page 6, opened the chat room, and sent his first message there. I saw on the weather forecast that tomorrow afternoon, a water elemental spirit and a lightning elemental spirit will arrive at my island. Has anyone encountered them before? Right after saying this, someone soon replied with their own experience. It turned out Lin Xiao's guess was correct. Run away now. Take your supplies and escape as far as possible. Those two elementals are absolutely not something you can provoke. After reading this, Lin Xiao continued typing and asking, what will happen when they arrive? Could you tell me? So I can prepare myself. There's really no good way to prepare. Listen to me. If you have enough wood, build a raft now and escape. Don't end up like me, surrounded by electrified waters from the lightning elemental spirit, the island submerged by the water elemental until barely a foot of land remains. Neither escape nor survival is possible. After understanding the general situation, Even though Lin Chao felt sympathy for that person's plight, there was little he could do. He could only send a message of thanks as a token of good wishes. Okay, thanks, brother. Hope you get lucky. After that, Lin Chao closed the book and exited the chat room. Then he turned around and looked carefully around his island and fell into deep thought. According to what that person said, these two elements truly meant no good and would even destroy homes. But running was definitely not an option. After all, unlike that person, he had no materials at all. Moreover, this island had just been upgraded, filled with his efforts and dedication. No matter what, he must defend it. There was still half a day left. He surely could find a way to deal with them. With that thought, Lin Chao no longer cared about fishing. He dropped his fishing rod and began immersed in browsing the alchemy production menu. Since that person said the water elemental spirit would flood the island. Therefore, to avoid such a situation, he should first build a drainage system. This should work. Add 40 units of soil. Add 40 iron ingots. Add 12 plastic bottles. Choose the placement direction. 1 in each direction: east, south, west, north. Produce. As soon as he spoke, sounds of construction rang out from all directions. Although to Lin Chao's eyes, drainage pipes were placed at the 4 corners: east, south, west, and north, extending into the sea. In reality, however, deep underground, a powerful drainage system was gradually forming. About 10 minutes later, the chaotic sounds of construction ceased. The book in Lin Chao's hand gave a prompt. The basic drainage system for the island has been completed. Current rainfall resistance level, 500 millimeters. The drainage system can be upgraded or connected to a sewage system. If needed, please upgrade or improve within the alchemy production menu. Upgrading was unnecessary for now. In the original world, a rainfall of 250 millimeters was already considered an extremely heavy rainstorm. Now the island's basic drainage system could withstand rainfall of 500 millimeters. For an island of this size, no matter how much water the water elemental poured in, it would easily drain away. Flooding would absolutely not happen. Therefore, it was time to tackle the problem of the lightning elemental spirit. Since it was lightning, something like this should work. Add 5 gold bars. Add 1 fully automatic mechanical gear. Add 50 iron ingots. Choose the placement location. Manufacture. The moment Lin Chao spoke, a golden lightning rod shot up from the ground. The book sounded again with another prompt. Lightning rod with power storage completed. Can protect all buildings within a 500 square meter radius from lightning strikes, and also stores electric energy. 500 square meters. As long as the lightning elemental doesn't produce anything else unexpected, even if the surrounding sea is electrified, the rod will absorb it all. With this, the island's protection was already the best Lin Chao could do with his current capabilities. What remained was to protect himself, a mere mortal, through tomorrow afternoon's storm. So, Lin Chao lightly touched the following section of the alchemy production interface. Top-grade cottage, 112/100 wood, 74/50th soil, 108/50 iron ingot, 690/30 hay, 5/5 red coral, 7/5 yellow coral, 6/5 green coral. Top-grade cottage, 1 story, 1 room and 1 hall, 20 square meters large, made of reinforced concrete. The strongest small house. Non-upgradable, but can be demolished. Half of the materials will be returned upon demolition. Just based on that description, the strongest small house. Even though it was only 20 square meters, Lin Chao still resolutely added the final materials. Add 100 units of wood. Add 50 units of soil. Add 50 iron ingots. Choose the placement location. Manufacture. He finished speaking. The bed, table, chairs, and stove that Lin Chao had previously built were all cleared and returned to the material storage space. Meanwhile, the iron ingots he had placed as raw materials were now transformed into thick steel bars. Within the designated area he had selected, these bars connected with each other, forming the skeleton of a house. Just by looking at this sturdy frame, a sense of safety welled up naturally. Not to mention pouring thick concrete into it afterwards. It was practically a small fortress. As for the rest, he used pigments made from red, yellow, and green corals to paint both the inside and outside of the cottage, giving the sturdy house an additional touch of homely warmth. The entire process took less than 10 minutes. A cottage as cozy as a fairy tale was completed. Living inside, not only was it safe, but it didn't feel stifling either. This greatly exceeded Lin Chao's expectations. As for the remaining time, Lin Chao fished up 4 horned pigfish as food supplies for tonight and tomorrow. Now everything was ready. All that was left was to wait for the arrival of the water elemental spirit and the lightning elemental spirit. Now that he had a house, he slept very well through the night. The next morning, Lin Chao pushed open the door and stepped outside. Without even lifting his head, he could sense the sky was heavily overcast. This afternoon's storm was definitely coming. Thus, during this entire morning, Lin Chao inspected the island's basic drainage system and the power storage lightning rod to ensure they were functioning properly. He also reinforced the surrounding fence and the fully automatic farm machine. After ensuring everything was completely perfect, he returned to the cottage, locked all the doors and windows tightly, and quietly waited for the rain to come. Sure enough, the weather forecast had not been exaggerating. Just past noon, outside began to drizzle, wetting the windows until they became blurry. Lin Chao glanced out the window at the sky, still judging by the natural laws of his previous world, believing the thunderstorm would arrive after a while. But the result was Chapter 6, Trading colorful gems for timber, what a huge profit. No sooner had this thought appeared than 5 seconds hadn't even passed. The light rain immediately escalated into a thunderstorm, furiously pounding against the windows in front of Lin Xiao. This was rainfall unlike anything Lin Xiao had ever seen in his original world. It wasn't merely pouring like water being splashed from a pitcher. It seemed as though the sky itself was scooping water down with ladles. Not only that, in his original world, getting struck by lightning was a matter of probability. But here, Lin Xiao, safely inside his house, could clearly hear one lightning bolt after another screaming through the air, striking the lightning rod on the island, producing ear-splitting explosions. It was like a warning directed toward Lin Xiao. Looks like he must cultivate the habit of checking the weather forecast daily. Otherwise, unprepared for a storm, a single rainstorm could cost one their life. Just then, through the fogged-up window glass battered by the rain, Lin Xiao spotted 2 moving creatures. Their upper bodies were exactly the same as a human's. Broad chest, narrow head, swinging arms. However, their entire bodies were surrounded by aquamarine water and reddish-yellow lightning. Their lower halves floated in midair. Like ghostly shadows, they soared over the fence, entering the island, and began their rampages. The water elemental spirit caused torrents of flooding wherever it went. The lightning elemental spirit stood in the center of the island, raising both arms high, drawing lightning and commanding thunder. From a visual standpoint, it was truly terrifying. But fortunately, Lin Xiao had the foresight to research them beforehand, having specifically installed a basic drainage system for the island and electricity storage lightning rod in advance. With the setup, no matter how much flooding the water elemental produced, it was all drained away. All the electricity summoned by the lightning elemental was absorbed by the lightning rods. After a while, perhaps they felt that after so much effort, they achieved nothing. They no longer lingered on Lin Xiao's island, slowly floating away instead. And after the 2 departed, the storm clouds gradually dispersed, revealing a starry night sky. Then the rain just stopped. Lin Xiao's island returned to its peaceful state. Thus, the first round of disaster had passed. Later, Lin Xiao pushed open the door, planning to inspect the island's facilities and repair anything damaged as soon as possible. But just as his foot stepped outside, his gaze was immediately caught by glowing crystals on the ground. The crystals had the same colors as the water and lightning elementals that had just passed through. Some blue, some yellow, and upon closer inspection, you could see clear, sparkling water and crackling electricity inside. They were certainly the byproducts of the water and lightning elemental spirits. Therefore, with this thought in mind, Lin Xiao collected them into his material storage space. Acquired water elemental crystal times 14. Acquired lightning elemental crystal times 19. Water elemental crystal / lightning elemental crystal, byproducts of elemental spirits. Looks like another raw material he couldn't use temporarily. He could only store them safely, waiting for a future opportunity to analyze them. Afterward, Lin Xiao stopped dwelling on the 2 elemental crystals, grabbed a book, patrolled around the island, and repaired the damaged items. Repaired wooden fence, 20% damage consumed 12/10 wood. Repaired fully automatic farming machine, 35% damage consumed 58/5 iron ingots. Repaired basic drainage system, 10% damage consumed 53/2 iron ingots. As for the electricity storage lightning rod, not only did it show no damage, it displayed electricity storage lightning rod, stored electricity 100,000 Ah. Such an electricity storage capacity, it would be sufficient to supply power for an entire residential community. Looks like tomorrow he could start figuring out how to utilize this stored energy. With this thought, filled with anticipation, Lin Xiao returned to his cottage. Not long after, he fell into a deep sleep. The next day, Lin Xiao didn't wake up naturally from sleep, but was instead woken up by noisy voices outside the house. Didn't the thunderstorm just pass here yesterday? How come this island hasn't flooded, but has become even bigger and better? Look over there, there's a forest. With that timber, we won't need to build rafts anymore. We can build real boats. Isn't that a bit wrong? Maybe this island already has an owner. Where's the owner? How come I don't see anyone? Cough, cough. I'm the owner here. Lin Xiao pushed the door open and coughed lightly, in a low voice, proclaiming his ownership. At the same time, his sharp gaze swept across the people who had stepped onto his island. 3 men and 1 woman. Their clothes were soaked and torn. The men had greedy eyes. You could easily tell what they were thinking without guessing. If it weren't for Lin Xiao holding the crossbow, which posed a threat to them, they might have rushed him, killed him, and taken over this place without hesitation. The woman, however, looked cautious. After Lin Xiao spoke, she quickly apologized and began explaining. Sorry, because we saw in the chat room that it was raining, and people said to escape during rainy days. So a few of us who lived near each other took some timber we had gathered and built a raft to flee. But in the end, our raft broke down near your island, and we ran out of wood. So we came ashore to grab some timber. But we really didn't know this island had an owner. Sorry. It's fine. After all, everyone's going through tough times. Although Lin Xiao's words were sympathetic, his tone remained low and distant. Thus, he simply listened as the woman continued. Thank you. Also, I have another request, if you don't mind. Can I trade some of the materials I have for some timber? That way, we can make proper seaworthy tools and leave faster, so as not to disturb you. Okay. 1. Because the girl was polite and pitiful. 2. Because he wanted them to leave the island quickly. Lin Xiao immediately agreed, then asked in return, "What materials do you have? Bring them out so I can see." These are all I have." The girl rummaged through her inventory, emptied her material storage space, and placed just a few items before Lin Xiao. Iron ingot ×1. Half a roasted fish ×1. Wood axe ×1. But among them was something that made Lin Xiao's eyes light up. 7-color gemstone ×1. 7-color gemstone, a colorful rock. According to the description, they definitely didn't know what this was for. But Lin Xiao, who had analyzed the magic fishing rod, understood clearly. This must be, like the purple gemstone, a raw material used to create ancient magical artifacts. Even though he wasn't yet sure of the 7-color gemstone's exact use, Lin Xiao was certain that it would have broader and more powerful applications than single-colored gemstones. After all, it combined 7 different colors in one. Without hesitation, Lin Xiao pointed his finger directly at the 7-color gemstone and said, "This one, how much timber do you want in exchange?" In the girl's eyes, timber was more valuable than gemstones. So she meekly and humbly began discussing the deal with Lin Xiao. Chapter 7. Discovering treasures in the garbage heap. Would 40 pieces of wood be okay? I know, I might be asking for a lot, but 40 pieces of wood are just enough to build a small boat, so we won't have to use a raft again, which breaks down after barely traveling any distance. Lin Xiao didn't respond immediately. Instead, he walked over to the fully automatic farming machine. Perfect. The high-quality saplings had completed their 3-day growth cycle and were ready for harvest. Lin Xiao took out everything inside. You obtained wood ×340. You obtained tree fruit ×51. You obtained high-quality saplings ×27. He took part of the resources and threw them onto the ground. Facing the 3 men and 1 woman, he said, "Here are 40 pieces of wood, 20 tree fruits, and 7 saplings. Consider them in exchange for the rainbow gem. The wood is more than enough for building a boat. The fruits should be enough for the 3 of you to eat for a day. Plant these saplings somewhere, water them with seawater. After 3 days they'll fully grow and you'll be able to harvest more fruits and wood." Seeing these resources, and the potential for sustainable development, the woman immediately showed an expression of both surprise and joy. "Can we really take this much? Won't you lose too much this way?" "No loss. It's an equal exchange." Though he said that, Lin Xiao was perfectly clear in his mind. The rainbow gem, as a non-replenishing material, could be exchanged for any amount of replenishing materials like wood. He was always the one profiting. Afterward, while the girl kept thanking him repeatedly, she stored the exchanged items into her material storage space. Lin Xiao then gave them a polite dismissal. "Well, the trade is done. You may leave now. I wish you luck in finding a habitable small island." "All right, thank you so much." Thus, the woman went to the seaside, swiftly used the 40 pieces of wood to build a small boat, and stepped onto it in one motion. As for the men, however, they hesitated, glancing back and forth at Lin Xiao continuously. Only after a while did they finally board the small boat together with the woman and depart, watching them grow more and more distant. Lin Xiao's sense of caution remained. The woman might be good-natured, but those men had definitely developed ulterior motives. Plus, since they had already come here, their map would record this location. Who knew when they might return by following the map? One must never be too careful with strangers. It was time he set up defensive measures around the island. Therefore, after returning home, Lin Xiao opened the first page of the book, pulled up the all-purpose crafting panel, entered the word defense, pressed search, and waited. Instantly, an array of various weapons appeared before Lin Xiao's eyes. Fixed laser cannon, tower defense Gatling gun, counter air cannon, ultra-high-frequency sonar attack device. However, after upgrading the island and defending against the water and lightning elemental spirits, he had already consumed massive amounts of resources. At present, wood ×300, soil ×24, hay ×660, stone ×781, iron ingot ×51, gold block ×17. Fully automatic mechanical gear ×12. It wasn't just those high-tech defensive weapons, even some basic ones. Lin Xiao's materials were insufficient for full coverage power grid, level 2 island consumption iron ingot 51/200. Full coverage power grid, fence upgrade component. After upgrading, a barbed electric fence will be placed on the fence. Once connected to a power source, it will conduct electricity and enhance the fence's defensive capabilities. Should he just wait until tomorrow, the 5th day, the second check-in date, to multiply the iron ingot by 10,000 times? No, that would be too great a loss. Iron ingot wasn't even a rare material. Using the multiplier on it would be overkill. Therefore, Lin Xiao could only change his strategy. He deleted the word defense from the search bar and changed the search to a conditional one, currently craftable, to check what options he had available given his current materials. Afterward, Lin Xiao sat on his bed, looking at the virtual panel displayed from the book, carefully reading each crafting formula one by one. Finally, after half an hour, he found something usable. Simplified sea mining device, wood 300/150, iron ingot 51/50ths, stone 781/500, hay 660/500, fully automatic mechanical gear 12/3. Simplified sea mining device, upgradable, needs to be placed in the near island waters, where it will automatically mine mineral resources from depths of up to 100 meters. Distribution of seabed mineral resources. Within 100 m, marine garbage, stone, iron ingot. 100, 500 m, stone, iron ingot, gold block. Above 500 m, stone, iron ingot, gold block, diamond, various gemstones. Though it was only a simplified version. According to the description, mining at a depth of 100 meters would already be enough to solve his current urgent needs. Moreover, this device could be upgraded. There would still be time to upgrade it once more materials became available. Afterward, Lin Xiao walked out of the room and arrived at the southern edge of the island. He murmured softly, and then added all the required materials one by one. Finally, he selected a spot in the nearby sea area, and confirmed. Manufacture. As the words fell, a wooden hollow disc floated on the water surface. The stone materials on it began stacking layer by layer, quickly forming the shape of a drilling tower. Hay was twisted into ropes to connect the iron drill bit. Thus, the simplified sea mining device was completed, driven by the fully automatic mechanical gear on top of it. The device began operating smoothly. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao's material storage space inside the book started receiving continuous notifications of item count updates. You obtained stone times 1. You obtained iron ingot times 1. You obtained ocean garbage bag times 1. You obtained stone times 1. You obtained stone times 1. Unexpectedly, this simplified sea mining device worked quite well. Just 1 minute had passed, yet it had already brought up 5 iron ingots and more than 20 pieces of stone. But this material storage space wasn't very intelligent. What was the purpose of storing the ocean garbage bags that were being collected? They were useless and just took up space. Thus, Lin Xiao lightly touched the icon of the ocean garbage bag, intending to throw all of them out from his material storage space. However, after touching it, a line of description appeared beneath the icon, causing Lin Xiao to draw his hand back. Ocean garbage bag can be opened. Most content is garbage, but occasionally discarded treasures can also be found inside. This thing had a chance to yield treasures? Wasn't that like a small treasure chest then? Since the quantity of iron ingots was still insufficient for crafting the full coverage power grid. He had nothing better to do anyway. He might as well open them up and see what's inside. With this thought in mind, Lin Xiao impulsively opened all over 50 ocean garbage bags at once. You obtained fish bone times 1. You obtained broken shoe times 1. You obtained empty can times 1. You obtained water source altar blueprint times 1. Holy crap, a blueprint and an altar blueprint. So actually, I did find treasures while digging through trash. Excited, Lin Xiao quickly searched within his material storage space and found the icon for the water source altar blueprint. Chapter 8. A giant black pot falls from the sky. Lin Xiao reached out and lightly touched the icon, opening the info box to read the description. Water source altar blueprint can be learned. After learning, the recipe for crafting the water source altar will be added to universal crafting. Learn. Without hesitation, Lin Xiao clicked the learn button. The icon for the water source altar blueprint then vanished from his inventory as if by magic. However, when he opened the book to its first page and accessed the universal crafting feature, there at the top of the crafting recipes was none other than the water source altar. New, water source altar, 14 tints water element crystals, 301/50 stones. Water source altar, an elemental magic item. Once crafted and placed, holy water that never runs dry will flow continuously from the altar. Holy water not only relieves thirst, but long-term consumption can also enhance physical fitness. This, Lin Xiao had originally planned, before finishing the 100 bottles of water, to gather the materials quickly, find activated carbon, and craft a top-tier seawater purifier to ensure a steady supply of fresh water in the future. But now, that step could be skipped. With this altar continuously producing holy water, and drinking it improves physical condition too. Who would want to drink regular filtered seawater anymore? Therefore, in the next second, Lin Xiao decisively announced, add 10 water element crystals. Add 50 stones. Select placement location. Craft. After speaking, a strange and wondrous reaction unfolded before Lin Xiao. The water element crystals fused together, forming a spherical orb like a sapphire jewel. Then, the orb made a crisp pop sound, as though a bubble had burst out of thin air. Water poured out from the orb, revealing the true form of the altar glowing with brilliant blue light. Afterward, Lin Xiao stepped forward. At the altar's center, spring-like holy water continuously gushed out, and the overflowing holy water fell to the ground as if nothing had happened. No splash, no dampening of the surface. It was simply amazing. Such a sight made the present Lin Xiao extremely eager to drink a sip and taste the flavor for himself. So, Lin Xiao cupped his hands like a bowl, submerged them into the altar, and scooped up a handful, bringing it to his mouth. He tilted his head back and swallowed in one gulp. Clear. Sweet. Both sensations immediately spread across Lin Xiao's chest. Furthermore, the fatigue accumulated over the past 4 days on the deserted island vanished instantly. Feeling refreshed, Lin Xiao noticed that his arms and legs felt noticeably stronger. Evidently, even without long-term consumption. Drinking it for another 4 or 5 days would already significantly improve his physical condition. By then, concerns about a common cold or fever escalating into a serious infectious illness would no longer exist, because such ailments simply wouldn't happen to Lin Xiao anymore. Later, Lin Xiao stayed beside the basic sea resource collector. As soon as it retrieved a marine debris, he would immediately open it. However, 3 hours passed, and Lin Xiao didn't find another valuable item like the water source altar blueprint. After all, being lucky enough to obtain one was already quite fortunate. Good fortune doesn't always last. One cannot rely on luck all the time. One must remain grounded. Therefore, Lin Xiao gave up the gambling mindset, turned the book to page 2, and opened the material storage space. After 3 continuous hours of extraction by the basic sea resource collector, the number of iron ingots in the space had already far exceeded the amount required to craft the expansive power grid. Iron ingot X 732. So, Lin Xiao flipped the book back to the first page, opened the universal crafting interface, and issued the command. Add 200 iron ingots. Craft. As the words left his mouth, iron barbed wire wrapped around the wooden fence surrounding the island. Moreover, underground where Lin Xiao couldn't see, a wire was neatly laid and connected to the power storage box of the power-storing lightning rod. The power grid was instantly electrified. With that, the small island was now surrounded by electrically charged wooden fences. The basic defense had now been established. Even if others had malicious intentions, they couldn't enter this territory as easily as they did this morning. Lin Xiao believed he could now sleep peacefully. Yet by nightfall, he realized he had been too optimistic. Crack. A thunderous sound followed by a scream immediately jolted Lin Xiao from his sleep. There was no need to overthink. It must be those people from the day with ill intentions trying to sneak onto the island again, only to get electrocuted by the fence. Thus, Lin Xiao adjusted his pillow and closed his eyes again, planning to ignore them completely. After all, with the power grid in place, they wouldn't be able to come ashore anyway. But who could have known? The next morning, just as the sky began to lighten, Lin Xiao was once again awakened by a chorus of angry condemnations. Come out. You think you're so great just because you developed faster. Do you think the world has no justice, no laws? Quickly come out and give us an explanation. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao immediately understood roughly what was going on. So he reached out and flipped the book beside his bed to page 6, opened the chat room, and verified. Sure enough, he had guessed correctly. Those damn bastards. Trying to steal chickens and losing the rice pot instead. Now they were even slandering him and shifting the blame onto him. The owner of Island M7021. We were avoiding the thunderstorm. Exhausted and with nowhere else to go, we drifted near his island. Seeing that he had developed quite well, we wanted to trade, exchange some usable resources. But in the end, he took our rainbow gem and gave us nothing in return. Worse still, he used his advantage in development to kill one of our people as a threat, forcing us to leave. How unjust is this world? I don't care whether I'll face his retaliation or not today. Anyway, I must expose this villain and fight for justice. As for the replies below, Lin Xiao gave a glance and didn't bother reading further. Classic herd mentality, envy of the successful. So easily swayed and manipulated. Flocking to condemn, shouting about justice. In such a situation, Lin Xiao knew full well that even if he stepped forward to explain the truth, no one would believe him. Instead, they would only grow worse, continuing to stir up trouble even more recklessly. Then in that case, only respond with force. System, check-in for day 5. Ding. Day 5 check-in completed. Thousandfold doubling activated. Please choose one item within your visible range to double. Upon hearing this prompt, Lin Xiao flipped the book back to page 2, opened the material storage space, and took out a fully automatic mechanical gear, placing it before his eyes. At the same time, he issued the order to the system. Double this fully automatic mechanical gear. Chapter 9, Seasonal Boss. Global Disaster Strikes. Ding. Received instructions. Doubling Dong mechanical gears Dong. This time was different from the last, because Lin Xiao had already opened the material storage space within the book. So instead of scattering everywhere like bottled water, the double Dong mechanical gears Dong entered the space one by one. In the blink of an eye, the quantity of automatic mechanical gears reached 1009. The system, as before, began to issue its closing message. Ding. Doubling of automatic mechanical gears completed. Next check-in time, 5 days later. Check-in reward, millionfold multiplication. Please remember to check in, master. No makeups allowed. Goodbye. With that, Lin Xiao flipped the book back to the first page, opened the universal fabrication function, and started crafting using these automatic mechanical gears. Add 100 automatic mechanical gears. Add 20 iron ingots. Fabricate. Add 50 iron ingots. Fabricate. 2 confirmations later, Lin Xiao held the freshly manufactured, fully loaded Gatling gun and quickly strode out of the room, immediately opening fire on the surrounding waters without hesitation. Blue flames. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat. This kind of heavy weaponry, against people still in the Stone Age, using stone axes and iron swords as weapons, was essentially a form of dimension-shattering dominance. They became so frightened they forgot all about attacking. Each and every one of them fled on their ragged wooden rafts, scrambling away like scared rats. Lin Xiao's ears were finally relieved from the noise. Therefore, he retracted the Gatling gun, returned to his room again. He took a nap and slept until he naturally woke up before stepping outside again. He resumed his island's routine tasks, inspecting and repairing various facilities, using the magic fishing rod to fish for treasure chests that appeared around. Obtained wood times 10. Obtained iron ingot times 5. Obtained high-quality fruit tree sapling times 10. Fruit tree. Does it produce fruits? As soon as he thought of the word fruit, Unconsciously, Lin Xiao's mouth began recalling the taste of various fruits from his previous world. It made him drool. After all, it had already been 5 days here. The coconuts had not yet ripened. He had only eaten the fruits from the trees he cut down for lumber. But those weren't fruits, they were nuts like chestnuts. Although occasionally, he could fish up canned fruits to eat. How could canned fruits compare to fresh ones? Thus, filled with anticipation, Lin Xiao flipped the book open, entered the material storage space, and eagerly wanted to inspect the high-quality fruit tree sapling to find out what type of fruit it would produce. The result. This world always gave Lin Xiao surprises and delightful shocks. Looking at the description popped up in the item bar for the high-quality fruit tree sapling. High-quality fruit tree sapling, saltwater irrigatable sapling, extremely short growth period, matures and bears fruit 5 days after the first irrigation, can be harvested every 3 days afterward. The types of fruits obtained are completely random. Includes but not limited to apples, bananas, peaches, dragon fruits, watermelons. Planting the obtained seeds has a 30% chance of sprouting successfully. Other features could be ignored. Watermelon. Even watermelons can grow on trees. Awesome. Truly amazing. Excitedly, Lin Xiao successively added materials again into the universal fabrication function, crafting one automatic orchard machine, placing it beside the logging grove, then planting the high-quality fruit tree saplings, thus forming a brand new orchard. Next, all that remained was to wait for harvest, to see what random fruits would eventually grow. Just then, the book in Lin Xiao's hands suddenly beeped. Beep. You have received a private message. Moreover, that was not the only one. 3 seconds later, the book's notifications became more and more frequent. Beep. You have received a private message. Beep. You have received a private message. Eventually, before the previous notification could finish, the next one overlapped it. Who is it? Lin Xiao muttered in annoyance, then flipped open the book to check. What appeared was, these private messages did not come from a single person. Rather, countless individuals had tracked Lin Xiao down through various means and were now personally attacking him verbally. Just because you developed well, do you think you can do whatever you want? We are planning to team up and eliminate you, you bully. There is no need for oppression in this world anymore. Trash. Do you even feel guilty about what you've done? Die already. Stop living. Even the world channel and regional channels were the same. Among these, however, there was one person's message that particularly captured Lin Xiao's attention. Owner of Island M7001. It's not like that. It's that person. They wanted to land on Island M7021 to seize its resources, but one of them got electrocuted to death by the electric fence, and the rest couldn't climb over due to the electricity. They were so frustrated and angry they came here to spread lies and slander, trying to ruin the owner of Island M7021. Moreover, the owner of Island M7021 is actually really nice. I offered my rainbow gemstone just to exchange for 40 pieces of wood, but he even gave me fruits and saplings extra. Please, everyone, stop being misled. So, the owner of M7001 must be that girl from that day. Even if no one believes what she said. But I, Lin Xiao, have noted this person down. As for the rest, Lin Xiao opened the chatroom settings and directly checked 3 options. Block private messages from strangers. Reject friend requests. Do not disturb mode. Then he went on to do whatever he needed to do. By the 6th day, Lin Xiao stepped outside and his first feeling was that the wind today was fiercer than usual. So, learning from previous experiences in thunderstorms, he instinctively flipped the book to page 5 to check the weather forecast. Island M7021, tomorrow typhoon incoming. At the same time, the seasonal boss wind demon will spawn in the morning. Please kill the wind demon as soon as possible. Otherwise, as time passes, the wind demon will become increasingly powerful and difficult to handle. The winds will also grow stronger and stronger, eventually leaving no one in the world able to survive. The spawn location of the wind demon has been marked on the map. Feel free to check. Seasonal boss. By comparison, the regional thunderstorm triggered by the previous water and lightning elementals wasn't even considered a real disaster anymore. After all, with preparation, you could just hide indoors. Even for those without shelter, abandoning the island and running away could get you through it. But this seasonal boss wind demon is causing a global catastrophe. Therefore, there's nowhere to escape, no place to hide. Eventually, even houses would be blown away. If you want to survive, you must kill this wind demon. In such a task, you certainly can't rely on those fools. It has to be done by myself. Thinking to this point, Lin Xiao calmed his mood, quietly made a brief plan in his heart. Then according to step 1 of his plan. Chapter 10. Using wind to fight wind. Since the weather forecast had mentioned it, the birthplace of the boss Fengma had already been marked on the map. Might as well go check whether it was formed on land or at sea. That would also make it easier to determine the tactics. Holding this thought, Lin Xiao flipped to page 3 of the book in his hand and opened the map. What appeared before him was a map mostly covered in black, unknown areas. That was because in these past 6 days, except for that one risky swim to grab a treasure chest, Lin Xiao hadn't left the island at all. However, Lin Xiao quickly noticed that the area around the appearance of the boss Fengma had been illuminated within the sea of darkness. It was a patch of beautiful blue. Clearly, Fengma had formed at sea. That meant the battle had to be fought at sea. He would need a ship. Thinking thus, Lin Xiao flipped the book open again, accessing the universal crafting interface. Using the search and filter functions, he entered the word ship and checked the box for currently craftable. The next second, A list of various ship-related crafting recipes appeared before Lin Chao. However, Lin Chao didn't go through them one by one. Instead, he immediately scrolled all the way to the bottom of the list, because he knew what was coming next was a powerful seasonal boss. Those ordinary small wooden boats and iron vessels above. They'd fall apart before he even got close, and the ship might break before he died. So, only the highest quality ship could support his battle against Fengmao. Thus, Lin Chao fixed his gaze upon small battle cruiser, iron ingot 5420/1000, fully automatic mechanical gear 909/300. Small battle cruiser, high quality, strong stability, medium travel speed, suitable for solo naval combat. Weapons must be crafted and added according to personal needs. Propulsion systems can also be replaced with other power components. Not upgradable, but can be disassembled. Half of materials will be returned after disassembly. This is the one. With a decisive voice, Lin Chao quickly walked to the seashore. After adding the corresponding materials, another command came from Lin Chao's mouth. The next second, a small iron warship, roughly the size of Lin Chao's house, appeared on the surface of the sea. Its entire body was made of steel, gleaming brilliantly under the sunlight. Like a general fully armored and ready. Just waiting for the right weapon to become unstoppable. Therefore, Lin Chao followed along with his next plan. Once again, he opened the book and pulled up the universal crafting interface. While keeping the currently craftable filter, he didn't search weapon components. Instead, he typed 5 characters. Strong blower. Immediately, the screen refreshed. The crafting recipe for strong blower appeared before Lin Chao. Strong blower. Iron ingot 4420/200, fully automatic mechanical gear 609/50. The reason Lin Chao chose the strong blower as his weapon was because based on his prior experience, when thunderstorms occurred, water element spirits and lightning element spirits appeared. So this seasonal boss Fengmao, formed under a violent storm, should also be an elemental creature. Inside the weapon components were nothing but guns or cannons, conventional metallic weapons. Who has ever seen bullets harming wind, fire, or lightning? To defeat Fengmao, he must use external wind to blow away the wind in his body. Therefore, Lin Chao added the materials required for the strong blower. He selected the weapon mounting area on the small battle cruiser. With the word craft, a blower appeared at the bow of the small battle cruiser. With this, Lin Chao's most important preparation against the boss Fengmao was complete. What remained was simply doing what he could think of in preparation. For example, afraid that being too close to Fengmao might result in blinding winds that impaired vision, Lin Chao crafted a simple windproof goggles. Another example, in case the battle with Fengmao dragged on too long and exhausted him physically, Lin Chao used plastic empty bottles to collect 20 bottles of holy water at the holy spring altar. In short, this back-and-forth preparation continued until late into the night. When Lin Chao saw that it was getting late, and the wind had grown significantly stronger than in the morning, he returned to his room, whispered a hope for victory tomorrow, and closed his eyes to sleep. Day 7. After Lin Chao stepped outside, the sea was already violently turbulent. Even the clouds in the sky had been blown into chaos. The wind power now was already incomparable to that of the previous day. And this was merely the worldwide effect brought by Fengmao's appearance. Looks like it was truly necessary to deal with Fengmao today. Otherwise, the situation mentioned in the weather forecast, where no one could survive worldwide, would arrive in just a few days. Therefore, holding this firm belief, Lin Chao boarded the small battle cruiser he had built the previous day, and following the map's guidance, sailed straight toward Fengmao's birthplace. When he finally reached the vicinity of Fengmao, Lin Chao realized something. Just like him, quite a few others had also realized the crisis and wanted to eliminate Fengmao as soon as possible. Some even arrived in large groups, rallying together with flags and chants, making a grand display of force. However, it was all just a bluff. Each and every one of them had come in small wooden boats. With just a single wave created by Fengmao, those little boats were flipped over, causing the people aboard to splash into the water one after another like dumplings boiling in a pot. They completely lost their earlier momentum, looking utterly pitiful and defeated. But they weren't entirely useless. At least, during their struggle with Fengmao, Lin Chao, observing from the side, noticed a few key details about Fengmao. That guy, although a powerful boss, wasn't always on the offensive. After each wave of sea surge created by the wind, Fengmao had to pause for several seconds to recharge before launching the next wave. So, as long as the recharging moment was accurately seized, Fengmao would become easy to deal with. After figuring out the pattern, Lin Chao set off once again. As for those who had fallen into the water, they could only float helplessly in the sea, watching that small battle cruiser charge straight into the storm vortex, not knowing that the one aboard was none other than Lin Chao, the very person they had cursed at yesterday. Look at that person. He actually has a warship. He must be able to defeat Fengmao, the boss. Great. We're saved. We won't die. On Lin Chao's side, steering the small battle cruiser straight into the storm, the wind intensity around him instantly increased several times over. It blew so violently that Lin Chao's skin stung, and his eyes were almost impossible to keep open. Thankfully, he had come prepared. Lin Chao took out the simple windproof goggles from his material storage space and put them on. Though it couldn't relieve the pain on his skin, at least it allowed Lin Chao to clearly see the legendary seasonal boss, Fengmao, just as Lin Chao had expected. Chapter 11, Fengmao or Fengming. This Fengma is indeed an elemental creature as well. It was composed entirely of whirlwinds from head to toe. Even its two fists were made up of swirling vortices. Thankfully, the weapon he brought was the powerful blower. If he had brought the Gatling gun instead, it wouldn't have harmed the creature at all. As Lin Xiao was feeling relieved, suddenly, two slits opened on Fengma's body, resembling eyes, and fixed a death stare at Lin Xiao. Then, a high-pitched screeching sound, like wind passing through a narrow space, pierced Lin Xiao's ears. SSS. Lin Xiao instinctively covered his ears. But at that moment, Fengma attacked with lightning speed faster than the sound of thunder. Under such circumstances, no matter how nimble the small warship was, there was no way to dodge now. Thus, at this critical moment, Lin Xiao, ignoring the piercing noise, quickly took out the magic panpipes from his material storage space, placed it at his lips, and blew hard. Whether or not Lin Xiao had any technique didn't matter. What mattered was that a pleasant sound arose from the magic panpipes, rising above the howling wind, floating straight toward Fengma. Instantly, the screeching sound stopped. The Fengma, so fierce just a second ago, suddenly knelt down on the ocean surface and began dozing off. The reason? Magic panpipes, enchanted panpipes infused with ancient magic. When blown, they produce a magical sound capable of inducing sleep. Except for the user, any creature that hears the tune will fall into a brief slumber. With this, the immediate danger to Lin Xiao's life was temporarily eliminated. However, Fengma wasn't dead. He still couldn't let his guard down. So, taking advantage of Fengma's nap, Lin Xiao stuffed a few strands of dried grass into his ears to protect himself from the piercing noise once Fengma awoke. Then he piloted the small warship and created some distance from Fengma. This distance was precisely within Lin Xiao's reaction range, enough time to dodge Fengma's attacks while still allowing the powerful blower to hit it. Once everything was ready, Lin Xiao switched the powerful blower on and then off again, shooting an invisible blast of air directly toward Fengma. The powerful gust struck Fengma awake, and the piercing sound returned. SSS. However, after this last air blast, Lin Xiao clearly saw and felt that Fengma's size had decreased. The surrounding winds had also weakened. This proved that his strategy was working. Therefore, for the entire next day, whenever Fengma attacked, Lin Xiao dodged using the small warship. Whenever Fengma charged up, Lin Xiao activated the powerful blower to attack. This cycle continued. Fengma's swirling body gradually dissipated into weaker breezes. Eventually, after the final blast, not a single whirlwind remained on Fengma's body. Then, something fuzzy and grayish fell onto the water's surface, along with a few objects. At the same time, the book by his side emitted a notification. Owner of Island M7021 has successfully defeated the seasonal boss Fengma. The world crisis has been resolved. All rejoice. To celebrate, the 7th page of this book shall be unlocked. New function, auction trading. It is hoped this new function will help everyone better survive in this world. However, Lin Xiao hardly heard a word of what was said. Right now, he had only one thing on his mind. He wanted to know what kind of rare materials would drop from defeating such a mighty seasonal boss. Thus, after drinking the last bottle of holy water to restore his energy, Lin Xiao immediately rowed the small warship straight toward the dropped items. Obtained Wind Element Crystal X50. Obtained Wind Source Propeller X1. Obtained Wind Source Propeller Blueprint X1. Besides these, there was one other item that could not be picked up. Jummy. A teary-eyed, cute creature floated on the water surface, making soft whimpering sounds. Though Lin Xiao knew deep down that this creature was actually Fengma's true form, his mind struggled to connect the vicious monster with this adorable little being. As Lin Xiao hesitated on how to deal with it, the book once again sent out a notification. Feng Otter. The true form of Fengma. Unlike Fengma, it will no longer cause worldwide disasters after losing the whirlwind shell of wind elemental energy. Moreover, it will develop admiration for the creature that defeats it, submitting 100% loyalty and recognizing it as its master. Once its master is threatened, it will use wind magic to protect or counterattack. You can say it's an excellent pet. Normally, you just need to feed it marine life, and it will periodically excrete wind element crystals. After hearing this, Lin Xiao had no hesitation left. It was actually perfect. Having it around could add some fun to his otherwise boring island life. So, he simply walked up to the Feng Otter and said, "Little guy, come on up. From now on, you're mine." As the words left his mouth, a whirlwind suddenly formed beneath the Feng Otter, lifting it directly from the ocean surface and onto the deck of Lin Xiao's warship. The otter released its signature cute cry. "Jummy, you're quite the charmer." Lin Xiao smirked slightly, then bent down, petting the Feng Otter's fluffy body as he said, "However, Feng Otter, your name is a bit too long. How about I just call you Feng from now on?" And the little otter seemed very pleased with this name. Under Lin Xiao's hand, it shook its head joyfully and let out even more cheerful sounds. "Jummy, Jummy. All right. You'll have plenty of chances to be cute later. Let's go home first." After saying that, Lin Xiao stood up, just as he was about to open the map and return the way he came. He noticed several groups of people paddling toward him in small boats. At first, Lin Xiao thought they were still holding on to that false accusation. So, he didn't bother showing any kindness and directly warned them, "If you don't fear dying at sea, then feel free to provoke me as much as you want." However, as soon as the words left his mouth, those people immediately began explaining frantically. No. We came to apologize and thank you for defeating Feng Ma and saving this world. But Lin Xiao had no intention of accepting their gratitude. After saying, "Don't bother me again," he piloted the small warship back to his island. By then, it was already getting late. Lin Xiao first gave Feng Feng something to eat, then returned to his room, sat on the bed, and opened the book. He wanted to check what exactly the drops from the boss Feng Ma could be used for before going to sleep. Chapter 12 System Rewards Again, Ultimate Choice. Wind Element Crystal, product of an elemental spirit body. Wind Source Propeller Blueprint, can be learned. After learning, the crafting recipe for the Wind Source Propeller will be unlocked in Omni Manufacture. Wind Source Propeller, elemental magic item. Under the influence of wind element magic, it can rotate at high speed indefinitely. As a component, it provides an excellent power source for boats and aircraft. Excellent power source. And can be used as a component for airplanes? Looks really impressive. If that's the case, I'll learn the blueprint tonight first. Tomorrow morning, I'll replace the original propeller on the small combat ship and install this one instead to see what difference it makes. With that said, Lin Xiao reached out and gently tapped the Learn button within the introduction window of the Wind Source Propeller blueprint. The next second, the crafting recipe for the Wind Source Propeller appeared at the top of the Omni Manufacture interface. New, Wind Source Propeller, Wind Element Crystal 50/25, Fully Automatic Mechanical Gear 559/5, Iron Ingot 5660. Not bad. Not too many rare material requirements. Consumption of other basic materials is also minimal. Now just wait to see how it performs tomorrow. Time to sleep. Ding. Early the next morning. Warm sunlight had just streamed through the window and landed on Lin Xiao's face. Lin Xiao was still groggy awake when a system prompt tone echoed in his mind. Congratulations. As you have defeated the world's boss for the first time, you have proven that you are no longer barely surviving in this world, but have now become capable and adaptable. Now, while retaining the original check-in system, a new check-in system, daily check-in, has been triggered. Please make an ultimate choice between the following two types of daily check-in reward. 1. Daily reward of 1 rare material. 2. Daily reward of 1 magic item blueprint. At this, Lin Xiao's sleepiness instantly vanished. His brain also started operating rapidly. Although both blueprints and materials were important, manufacturing magic items required both, so neither could be missing. But there was always a difference in cost-effectiveness. He was already on the 8th day of survival in this world. Rare materials he gathered were not particularly abundant, but also not too scarce, including amethysts, rubies, sapphires, water element crystals, lightning element crystals, and wind element crystals. As for blueprints, he had only obtained 3. So, judging from this calculation, blueprints were harder to obtain. Thus, after this precise deliberation, Lin Xiao firmly replied to the system. I choose option 2, daily reward of 1 magic item blueprint. Choice received. Ding. Ultimate choice completed. Daily check-in system has been triggered. Current day, 8. Current status, not checked in. Would you like to check in now? Check-in. Ding. Check-in successful. Releasing check-in reward. While this system prompt echoed in Lin Xiao's mind, he noticed a phantom image of a blueprint appearing from intangible to tangible in front of his eyes, finally landing firmly on his blanket. Reward successfully issued. Looking forward to seeing you tomorrow again. The moment the system's voice disappeared, Lin Xiao immediately picked up the blueprint without hesitation, placed it into his book, and began to examine it. Shadow Casket Blueprint can be learned. After learning, the crafting recipe for Shadow Casket will be unlocked in Omni Manufacture. Shadow Casket, a box enchanted with ancient magic. It contains a large amount of shadows. The released shadows can serve as assistants to help you fight, work, or even play card games like Do Di Zhu or Mahjong. Once the shadows inside the casket are consumed, shadow souls can be added to replenish them. Wow. This was highly practical. During regular times, the shadows could repair things or go fishing. In battle, they could draw enemy attention and absorb damage. After all, they're just shadows. They wouldn't get tired or die. If they disappear, then so what? Just summon another batch. Great. Really great. I hope the required materials for the crafting recipe are all things I already have once I finish learning the blueprint. Then I can craft the shadow casket right away, release the shadows, and let them help me fish. With such thoughts in mind, Lin Xiao used the blueprint to begin learning. Then immediately flipped the book to the first page, activated the Omni Manufacture function, and checked the Shadow Casket recipe. Shadow Casket, wood 1252/6, amethyst 2/5, shadow soul 0 out of 1. As soon as he saw the materials required in the recipe, there was one item Lin Xiao did not currently possess, which meant it was time to head out and look for it. And at the same time, he might as well install the wind source propeller onto this small combat ship, take the boat out for a spin, to see exactly how fast the ship could go with the wind source propeller. Lin Xiao said to Feng Feng, "Come, let's go out for some fresh air." After hearing that, Feng Feng immediately started chirping joyfully, "Jummy Jummy." Then it followed Lin Xiao out of the house and came to this small combat ship. Dismantle the original propulsion component. Obtain mechanical propeller ×1. Install the wind source propeller onto this small combat ship. Lost wind source propeller ×1. After the modification was completed, Lin Xiao carried Feng Feng and boarded the small combat ship. At first, Lin Xiao didn't have much expectation. Without any preparation, he started this small combat ship. Unexpectedly, the speed of this small combat ship after installing the wind source propeller, was on a completely different level. With a vroom sound, the rear of the ship created a huge wave, pushing the entire vessel forward nearly 100 meters. Lin Xiao was instantly stunned. Holding the rail with his hand, his heart was still racing. This was too fast. It was already as fast as a speedboat. Feng Feng, however, seemed to be really enjoying this speed, blinking its eyes at Lin Xiao. Its little hands kept gesturing excitedly in front of its chest. Seeing this, Lin Xiao couldn't help but ask cautiously, "What? You want to continue?" Jummy. Fine then, let's keep going." With that, Lin Xiao activated the small combat ship again. However, this time, he was mentally prepared. Faced with the ship's lightning speed, he not only felt no fear like before, but actually started feeling thrilled. Amazing, so refreshing. If it could go even faster, that'd be even better. After hearing that, Feng Feng glanced at Lin Xiao. "Fa Chu Ji de Jiaosheng." Jimmy. Lin Xiao understood immediately and looked back at Feng Feng, also questioning. "Wait, are you saying you can make this ship even faster?" Jimmy. Facing his skepticism, Feng Feng didn't talk much, just action. Suddenly, it exerted strength, and an air current formed around it instantly, making its fluffy fur stand straight up. Then, Lin Xiao could clearly feel it. The engine sound from the wind source propeller at the ship's rear became higher in frequency. Chapter 13 Super Cheap Rare Materials. The speed of the small warship was also gradually increasing. Later on, this small warship, which used to be as stiff as an iron general, was now almost gliding across the water like it had mastered martial arts lightness techniques. Looks like he had been deceived by Feng Feng's appearance and underestimated it. After all, no matter how much it evolved, it was once a seasonal boss who once dominated this world. Therefore, Lin Xiao looked at Feng Feng and sincerely praised. "Not bad, Feng Feng, you've got some skills. I'll bring you along for every future voyage. You're the new captain of my fleet." Kayomi. They continued to sail at high speed across the sea for a while longer. Lin Xiao didn't want Feng Feng to get too tired. Besides, there was still one task left today, to find the material, Shadow Soul, which was needed for crafting the shadow box. Coincidentally, when Lin Xiao spotted a small island nearby, he spoke to Feng Feng. "Feng Feng, let's go there and stop for a bit. We'll take a break on land." Kayomi. Upon receiving the order, Feng Feng used wind magic to pilot the small warship, quickly bringing Lin Xiao to the island. They disembarked and went ashore. Tired, Lin Xiao looked down affectionately and asked, "Drink some water and then take a short rest." Kayomi. After giving Feng Feng some holy water to drink, Feng Feng snuggled up affectionately at Lin Xiao's feet. It remained quietly watching Lin Xiao use the magic fishing rod to reel up one treasure chest after another around the area. Obtained wood times 5. Obtained automatic mechanical gear times 20. Obtained iron ingot times 10. Obtained candle times 3. Obtained lantern times 1. Obtained wood times 5. Obtained sapphire times 5. 10 minutes later, Lin Xiao had fished up and opened 14 treasure chests. Although there was a fair amount of loot, and the rarity wasn't too bad either. Unfortunately, not a single shadow soul. After saying that, Lin Xiao flipped the book to the 4th page and opened the map interface for treasure chest detection. On the map, centered around this small island, with the maximum fishing distance of the magic fishing rod, a 50 kilometers radius, there were no red dots remaining. In other words, he had fished up all the chests within the area. No choice. They would have to relocate and continue scavenging elsewhere. With this thought in mind, just as Lin Xiao was about to ask Feng Feng if it had rested enough, a somewhat familiar voice suddenly reached his ears from behind. The island lord of M7021. Hearing the voice, Lin Xiao turned his head. The face that came into view belonged to that girl who had accidentally intruded onto his island the other day, and had also defended him in the chat room. She was also looking at Lin Xiao with surprise, adding, "I heard sounds coming from this direction earlier. When I came over and saw your back, I thought it was you, so I called out, and it really was you." After speaking, she quickly walked closer and said sincerely, "Thank you for defeating the seasonal boss Feng Mo, allowing us to survive. And also, I've wanted to find an opportunity to apologize. If it wasn't for me leading them into your island that day, none of the subsequent events would have happened. There's no need to apologize." After hearing that, Lin Xiao shrugged. "It wasn't your fault. You even spoke up for me in the chat room. Moreover, I never took those events seriously in the first place." Upon hearing Lin Xiao say this, the girl's facial expression slightly relaxed. While nodding continuously, she also kept saying, "That's good. But, what brings you out of your island today?" At this point, a sudden idea sprang into Lin Xiao's mind. "I might not have obtained a shadow soul before, but that doesn't mean others haven't. Just like the rainbow crystals. Maybe she had one." With such thoughts, Lin Xiao directly asked the girl, "I'm looking for a material called shadow soul. Do you have one? If so, name what resources you want, I can trade with you." However, the girl shook her head and said, "I don't have it," which caused Lin Xiao to feel somewhat disappointed. "Okay then, I'll go look elsewhere." But as soon as those words left his mouth, the girl asked in return, "Why are you looking for it yourself? Don't you know? Since you defeated the boss Feng Mo, the book has added a trading function. There are people selling materials like shadow soul on it. Besides, since nobody really knows what it's for, even selling it for just one iron ingot won't get a buyer." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao instantly had an epiphany. Back then, he had been too focused on checking the boss Feng Mo's loot and had barely paid attention to the book's notifications. If not for this girl's reminder today, he had almost forgotten about the trading system. Immediately, Lin Xiao took out the book, flipped to page 7 according to the table of contents, and opened the auction and trading interface. This interface looked very similar to the universal crafting interface. There was a search bar at the top. Below it were rows listing traded items and desired items. Traded item, ruby times 1 desired item, iron ingot times 5. Traded item, water element crystal times 10 desired item, wood times 100. Traded item, mandrake tuber times 3 desired item, wood times 30. Traded item, lightning element crystal times 10 desired item, iron ingot times 10. Moreover, from top to bottom, the desired items were mostly iron ingots and wood. These two materials had practically become the currency of this world. In contrast, the traded items were all rare materials that Lin Xiao had only dreamed of obtaining, and each was only being sold for a few pieces of wood or iron ingots. However, this was understandable. To them, survival was the priority in this world, and iron ingots and wood were essential for survival. But for Lin Xiao, he was developing in this world, and iron ingots and wood were merely basic, abundant resources to him. Then, Lin Xiao typed Shadow Soul into the search bar and tapped the search button. The next second, there were indeed 25 Shadow Souls listed for sale. As the girl had said, each Shadow Soul was priced at just 1 iron ingot. What was there to hesitate about? 25 iron ingots? That wasn't even as much as this simple sea mining device could mine in just 1 hour. Just buy them all. Obtain Shadow Soul times 1. Lost iron ingot times 1. Obtain Shadow Soul times 1. Lost iron ingot times 1. In an instant, the number of Shadow Souls in Lin Xiao's storage space increased to 25. With this, not only did he now have enough for the shadow box, but also reserves for the future. Furthermore, as long as the auction system's pricing remained this way, any consumable magical items, such as the magic fishing rod, magic pan flute, and even the shadow box, could be used without any hesitation or restraint. Thinking about this, Lin Xiao felt incredibly relaxed and pleased. He was already planning to head back immediately to craft the shadow box and try it out. Chapter 14. The astonishing efficiency of the shadow box. Thus, Lin Xiao turned his head, expressing gratitude to the girl and saying goodbye. Thank you. I've bought enough shadow souls. I'm going back now. Hopefully, we meet again someday. I'm looking forward to our next meeting. After saying that, the girl finished speaking. Lin Xiao then picked up Feng, preparing to leave by boat. However, just at that moment, the girl suddenly spoke again, calling out to stop Lin Xiao. Please wait a moment. Is there anything else? Lin Xiao turned around again to ask, only to see the girl, as if gathering her courage, said to him, I still don't know your name. I can't possibly refer to you as owner of Island M7021 next time we meet, right? That feels too impersonal. That's true. Nodding in agreement, Lin Xiao thought to himself that the girl was of good character, definitely a friend worth making in this world. He then directly gave out his name. My name is Lin Xiao. What about you? I'm Xiao Lin. Okay, I got it. If you encounter any issues in the future, feel free to find me on my island. I'm off now. Have a safe journey. After speaking, Lin Xiao, carrying Feng, boarded the small warship and rode the waves back to his island. The very first thing he did after returning to his island was to flip the book to the first page, opening the universal crafting panel and beginning to craft the shadow box. Add 6 pieces of wood. Add 5 amethysts. Add 1 shadow soul. Craft. As soon as he spoke, a dark shadow, like a black cloud, rapidly condensed and gathered before Lin Xiao's eyes, gradually transforming into a 4-sided, profoundly black box, as if a black hole had just been created out of thin air in this world. Finally, the surging shadows gradually stabilized. It seemed the crafting had completed. Following that, Lin Xiao bent down and picked it up, placing it on the palm of his left hand. However, he didn't expect that. When holding this box, he felt absolutely nothing in his hand. It felt as if there were literally nothing there, just a shadow resting on his palm. So miraculously strange. It made Lin Xiao even more curious to see what even more incredible effects the shadow box would have after use. Thus, Lin Xiao stretched out his left hand, as if performing a pantomime, lifting the lid of the completely intangible shadow box. The next second, 4 shadows gushed out from within. After landing in front of Lin Xiao, they began to materialize gradually. Seeing them, Lin Xiao couldn't help but exclaim, wow, because these shadows had become exact 1:1 replicas of Lin Xiao, even causing Lin Xiao for a moment to feel as if he were looking at himself in a mirror in the dark. However, the illusion disappeared the next second. Lin Xiao hadn't issued any verbal commands yet. Merely thinking, within his mind, about having them fish and maintain the island facilities, they immediately took out fishing rods and small hammers made of shadows, grouping into pairs to begin their work. Moreover, just as Lin Xiao had anticipated, because they were shadows, without independent consciousness or fatigue, the occasional slacking off Lin Xiao himself did during his usual work was entirely absent in them. The 2 shadow figures responsible for maintenance efficiently finished repairing all the island's facilities. Then they transformed back into balls of darkness, diving into the shadow box. As for the other 2 responsible for fishing, within merely 5 minutes each had already caught a fish. And they continued. The fish-loving Feng watched, delighted beyond measure, clapping and cheering excitedly. Jummy, Jummy, Jummy. Look how happy you are. Lin Xiao looked at Feng, his words mocking, yet mixed with indulgence. If you want to watch them fish, you can stay here and help me keep an eye on them. When those 2 disappear, let me know. But just one thing. No stealing any fish to eat. Jummy Jummy. Feng Feng nodded in agreement. Lin Chao then returned to his room with the book, intending to stock up as quickly as possible while various rare and precious items were as cheap as cabbage in the trading hall. Therefore, he immersed himself in the rhythm of buying, and buying. Like this. Before he knew it, it had become completely dark outside, seeing that the entire trading hall was nearly emptied by him. Plus, outside Feng Feng had started calling him again. Jummy Jummy. Most likely, the two shadow fishermen had disappeared. So, Lin Chao put down the book, stood up, and walked out, intending to check on the efficiency of those two shadows during the afternoon. Result? As soon as he walked out, the first thing that caught Lin Chao's eye was a mountain of fish stacked high. Meanwhile, Feng Feng beside the fish mountain clapped her hands excitedly. Jummy Jummy. Witnessing this scene, Lin Chao understood immediately. Tonight, there would be plenty to do. Then, Lin Chao then opened his mouth and said to Feng Feng, "These fish, eat as much as you want. Eat until you're full, until you can't eat anymore." Upon hearing that, Feng Feng, who had been drooling already, naturally didn't hold back. So, after letting out a single cry, it dove straight into the mountain of fish and began feasting voraciously. As for Lin Chao himself, he walked to the seashore, flipped the book open to the first page, activated the universal crafting panel, and searched for sea salt extractor. Sea salt extractor. Iron ingot 10489/100. Dry grass 160/50. Fully automatic mechanical gear 600/10. Sea salt extractor. Placed near the ocean, it automatically extracts salt from seawater and produces salt blocks. Seeing that he had enough materials, Lin Chao began adding them in one by one. Then, following the plan, he selected a coastal area as the placement location. Finally, he softly murmured, "Craft." Then, the iron ingots formed two barrels, one for collecting seawater, the other for collecting salt blocks. The dry grass was woven into an ultra-fine filtration net, placed together with the fully automatic mechanical gears between the two round iron barrels, serving as both filter and power source. Thus, the sea salt extractor was completed and began to operate. Watch. The first barrel continuously sucked in seawater. The filtered salt went into the second barrel. The remaining water was simply drained back into the ocean. Like that, the sea salt extractor operated for a while. Feng Feng ate for a while. Lin Chao turned his head to look. He saw it lying there, belly bloated and legs pointing skyward. If it weren't for the hiccuping, Lin Chao would have mistaken it for a stuffed toy. Burp. Full already? Burp. Jummy. Burp. Then I'll be taking these fish away now. Burp. Afterward, Lin Chao took all the salt blocks from the sea salt extractor. Received salt block times 200. Not bad. Just right. After saying that, Lin Chao opened the universal crafting interface again and entered salt cellar. Salt cellar. Iron ingot 10463/500. Stone block 11280/500. Salt block 200. Salt cellar. A salt-filled cellar. Food placed inside will be automatically salted, thus extending the time before it spoils. Chapter 15. The Capitalist's Secret. Add materials. Select placement location. Manufacture. As soon as he spoke, Lin Chao's small island trembled slightly, as if an earthquake had occurred, but it did not last long. And as the shaking stopped, a small structure similar to a storage shed had appeared next to Lin Chao's house. He walked over, pushed open the door, and found a stone staircase extending downward. It was easy to imagine. This was the entrance to the salt cellar. The rest was simple. Just put all these fish inside, and there would be no worry about them spoiling. Then, when he wanted to eat them later, he could just take them out and have salted fish to enjoy. Therefore, Lin Chao took the shadow box out of his material storage space, summoned 4 shadow clones, and directed them with his consciousness to carry the fish into the salt cellar. Very quickly, an entire mountain of fish was moved away. The island returned to its usual tidiness. However, things were accumulating now. This 100 square meter island no longer had the sense of spaciousness it had when it was first expanded. Moreover, he had noticed earlier while constructing the sea salt extractor and salt cellar, thanks to the non-stop work of the simple offshore or miner, the number of iron ingots had already reached 10,000, while the island upgrade pack 2 to 3 required only 3,000 iron ingots. So, he could attempt to craft this upgrade pack. However, it was already getting late. Wait until tomorrow or the day after. When he had gathered all the materials ready, he could expand the island again. Thus, Lin Chao picked up Feng Feng, who had eaten until she was round and plump, and returned to the house to rest. Current day, 9. Current status, not checked in. Would you like to check in? The prompt from the check-in system rang precisely and punctually in Lin Chao's mind as soon as he woke up the next morning. Lin Chao naturally responded with 2 words. Check-in. Ding. Check-in successful. Releasing check-in reward. Reward successfully released. Looking forward to seeing you again tomorrow. Same as yesterday. The blueprints received as a reward slowly appeared on Lin Chao's blanket. Then, he picked it up and placed it into the material storage space, checking to see what purpose this blueprint served. Star Magic Staff Blueprint can be learned. After learning, the recipe for the Star Magic Staff will be unlocked in Universal Manufacturing. Star Magic Staff, Elemental Magical Item. When this staff is used, a star will be summoned at the usage location. The star will last for 6 hours and provide the user with constant light and warmth during this period. Not bad either. Having such a staff as a backup would save the need to strike flint to start a fire at night in the wild. Besides, the light from the star could last 6 hours straight. That would be sufficient to get from nighttime to dawn. No longer would one need to stay by the campfire constantly, continuously adding fuel to maintain light and warmth. He didn't know yet how many materials this item required. Thus, with this thought in mind, Lin Xiao lightly tapped the Learn button in the description box. The manufacturing recipe for the Star Magic Staff then appeared in the Universal Manufacturing Interface. New Star Magic Staff with 1352/1 Lightning Element Crystal 89/1. Wow, only one wood and one lightning element crystal needed. Was this even more resource efficient than building a campfire? Excited, Lin Xiao added both materials and created one Star Magic Staff, placing it into the material storage space for future needs. Then, after having a simple breakfast, Lin Xiao tidied up and went outside, looking around his small island, preparing to start the planned tasks from yesterday. Upgrade the island. So, before that, he decided to check the materials first. Island Upgrade Pack 2 to 3, with 1351/10,000, Dirt 2890/10,000, Iron Ingot 11237/3000, Gold Block 570/1000. The iron ingots were sufficient. As for the remaining materials, he should first obtain those with a smaller deficit that were easier to acquire. That was the gold blocks. Because Lin Xiao recalled that when he crafted the simple offshore or miner, the description had mentioned that as long as he upgraded the simple offshore or miner to have a mining depth exceeding 100 meters, he could obtain gold blocks. Thus, Lin Xiao opened the universal manufacturing function and searched for the words offshore or miner. Soon, his eyes locked onto offshore or miner upgrade pack, basic to intermediate with 1351/150, iron ingot 11237/50, stone block 15294/500, hay 1570/500, fully automatic mechanical gear 590/3. All the required materials were present. Manufactured directly. Used directly. Upgrade. Immediately. Layer by layer, stone blocks were added, making the drilling tower sturdier than before. Iron ingots were attached to the original drill head, making it heavier and larger than before. Hay intertwined with the original rope, allowing the drill head to reach depths over 100 meters into the sea. As a result, just half a minute after the upgrade was completed, a notification came through the book in Lin Xiao's hands. Obtained gold block X1. Obtained iron ingot X1. Obtained gold block X1. At this rate, by tomorrow morning at the latest, the number of gold blocks would reach 1,000. The problem with gold blocks would then be solved. Next were wood and dirt. Regarding wood, Lin Xiao had already planted high-quality saplings on the island. After 3 days, he had gained 460 units of wood. At first, Lin Xiao thought the number looked quite impressive. But later, he realized, wood was an even more fundamental material than iron ingots. Almost every construction required it, and required a large amount. So in reality, the supply was far from sufficient. Additionally, although wood was a basic material, it could only be obtained through cutting trees or fishing treasure chests. There were no other ways. Could it be that he should manufacture more shadow boxes, summon more shadow clones, to help cut trees? Help cut trees? Help me. At the thought of these two words, Lin Xiao suddenly had an epiphany. This world didn't only have shadows he could utilize. There were also people. Right now, they were in a stage where they were transitioning from wood to iron ingots, so they must certainly need iron ingots. And he had more than 7,000 iron ingots extra aside from what was needed for the island upgrade pack 2 to 3. At the current exchange rate on the trading market, 1 iron ingot equaled 10 pieces of wood. Even if he offered a 50% discount, each iron ingot for 5 pieces of wood, just sitting at home, exchanging 7,000 iron ingots would bring him 35,000 wood. At the same time, the intermediate offshore or miner would continuously mine for more iron ingots, so his supply of iron ingots wouldn't diminish. Oh my god, it felt like he had just discovered the secret of a capitalist. Thinking this, Lin Xiao couldn't wait to flip the book to page 7 and open the auction trading function. Let's start with testing the market with 1,000 iron ingots as the traded item. For the desired goods, 5,000 pieces of wood. Upload. Chapter 16, The Mystery of the Seafloor. Transaction successful. Gained 25 wood. Transaction successful. Gained 50 wood. Transaction successful. Gained 15 wood. No sooner than 5 seconds had passed after 1,000 iron ingots were listed on the auction house. The book in Lin Xiao's hand started emitting prompts one after another. Moreover, each transaction might only involve 1 or 2 purchases, but quantity piled up thanks to the massive number of buyers and high demand. In just 5 minutes, the entire 1,000 iron ingots were sold out, far beyond Lin Xiao's expectations. Then, to continue gathering public opinions and determine how much to upload next time, Lin Xiao flipped the book to page 6 and entered the chat room. There, people were frantically discussing this event. Did you manage to buy some? I bought 5 iron ingots. I got some too, but I just used up most of my wood making wooden fences around my small island. Only bought 3 in the end. Huh? What are you guys talking about? You don't know? The owner of Island M7021 just uploaded 1,000 iron ingots. Each one sells for only 5 wood. What? So cheap? 1 iron ingot for 5 wood? Where? On the auction house. I'll go buy some now. No need. It's already sold out. All that's left are ones selling 1 iron ingot for 10 wood. Already sold out? No way. I really need iron ingots right now. M7021 Island owner, are you in this chat room? Please, continue your kindness. Upload more cheap iron ingots. Yeah, please. We beg you. As for what followed in the chat room, was nothing but a chorus of pleas for Lin Xiao to sell more iron ingots. Well then, I'll truly carry this kindness to the end. With this thought, Lin Xiao once again listed iron ingots at 5 wood apiece. but this time, double the previous amount. 2,000. The result? These 2,000 iron ingots sold even faster than the previous 1,000, snatched up in just 1 minute, making the number of woods in Lin Chao's material storage space skyrocket to 15,000. Looking back at the chat room, every message was expressing gratitude towards Lin Chao. This person really has a good heart. Even though we slandered him before, he didn't hold a grudge. He not only helped us defeat the seasonal boss, but now he's selling iron ingots to us at such a low price. Not only that, all those useless materials I uploaded before were bought by him. He really helped me out during a tough time. Nothing more to say. Thank you, big brother. Thank you, big brother. If you're seeing this, please just come say something. Lin Chao quietly exited the chat room. Then he opened the universal manufacturing interface. The required materials for the island upgrade package 2 to 3 were nearly complete, only missing earth and gold ore. The mid-grade C mining instrument was already mining gold ore. As for earth, this material wasn't quite like wood. It had limited uses. So far, only the island upgrade package required a large amount of it for land reclamation. Other than that, there was almost no other place that used it. Therefore, even on the auction house, few people would have it in stock even if trading iron ingots for it. Also, if he actually tried to exchange iron ingots for earth, a material that was as easily obtainable as scooping up bags of it, that'd truly be doing charity work. So he decided not to waste resources building a specialized earth mining machine. Instead, he took out his shadow box and released 4 shadows, sending them to dig for silt in the deep sea. However, by the evening, only 3 of the 4 shadows returned, bringing earth and then vanishing. Another shadow just disappeared without a trace. Although even without the earth from that missing shadow, he already had enough. Still, Lin Chao felt suspicious about the shadow's disappearance. Logically, those 4 shadows were created together. None should disappear earlier than the others due to duration. Could there be a boss-level creature lurking in the sea nearby, attacking that shadow? If that was the case, then a serious investigation was necessary. Otherwise, if that monster surfaced one day, it would mean instant annihilation of the island. Thinking about this, Lin Chao consumed 1 shadow soul as a supplement into the shadow box. Then he opened the shadow box again, releasing 4 new shadows and ordering them to dive into the seabed to investigate what happened to the missing shadow. Thus, several hours passed in a flash. It was now a night with a bright moon and high stars. Yet when the 4 shadows returned, they brought nothing back, gave no reports, and simply dove straight back into the shadow box, leaving Lin Chao completely puzzled. Looks like relying on them won't do it anymore. After the island expansion is completed tomorrow, he'll have to figure out a way to dive into the deep sea himself to investigate. Later, Lin Chao returned to his room to rest. Current day, 10. Current status, not checked in. Would you like to check in? As always, the check-in reminder rang precisely in Lin Chao's mind, waking him up drowsily from his dream. He instinctively murmured his response. Check-in. Ding. Check-in successful. Distributing check-in rewards. First reward, 10,000-fold doubling has been triggered. Please choose an item within your line of sight to double. Hearing this, Lin Chao's grogginess slowly faded away. At the same time, his mind caught up. Alright, today was already the 10th day, time for the 10,000-fold doubling. But, as for food, he had a whole salt cellar filled with pickled fish. As for drinks, he had the holy water source altar. Also, all the basic materials for island expansion had already been collected. Raw materials for various magical items had already been purchased in the auction house. Now, in this kind of neither here nor there situation, suddenly he was told to perform a 10,000-fold doubling. Truly hard to decide what to double. But, he couldn't possibly throw away this reward, could he? Just as these thoughts passed through his mind, a thought popped into Lin Chao's head. Then, he cautiously voiced this thought to the system. I haven't decided what to double yet. Can I delay it? Do you mean you'd like to postpone claiming this reward? He hadn't expected the system actually had such a service. Thus, upon hearing such a reply, Lin Chao quickly and eagerly confirmed. Exactly. I want to postpone claiming the reward. Understood. Processing reward postponement now. Reward postponement successfully processed. Please claim the current 10,000-fold doubling reward before the next 100,000-fold doubling reward is issued, or the system will consider this reward forfeited. Alright, I understand. Now beginning distribution of the second daily check-in blueprint reward. Ding. Distributing check-in rewards. Rewards have been successfully distributed. See you again tomorrow. As the voice finished speaking, the blueprint also appeared before Lin Chao's eyes. Following routine, Lin Chao picked it up into his material storage space and started to examine it. Chapter 17, a 1,000 square meter island. Blueprint of the ancient enchantment table can be learned. After learning, the crafting recipe for the ancient enchantment table will be unlocked in general crafting. Ancient enchantment table, an ancient magical artifact. It enables those who don't understand ancient magic to enchant ordinary items with ancient magical attributes. The enchantment attributes vary depending on the enchantment materials used. After reading the description, Lin Chao did a backflip and sat up on the bed. If that's the case, with this ancient enchantment table, won't I be able to craft ancient magical artifacts myself? Afterwards, Lin Chao learned the blueprint. Seeing that all the required crafting materials were available in the recipe. New ancient enchantment table, stone 19753/10, ruby 121-1, sapphire 184-1, amethyst 93-1, rainbow gem 1 of 1. He simply added the needed materials and crafted it directly, placing it beside the water source altar. Looking at this ancient enchantment table, Its base was a statue resembling a Wushun carved from stone. The Wushun had a pair of goat horns and a fierce appearance with glaring eyes and sharp fangs. Its slender but elongated arms were raised high, supporting a triangular table. Each corner of the table was embedded with the ruby, sapphire, and amethyst that were used as materials. As for the rainbow gem, it was located precisely at the center, floating and rotating due to some unknown force. It was also shining hundreds of times more brilliantly than when it existed alone. In terms of appearance, it looked amazing and was not overshadowed even beside the water source altar. But Lin Xiao had no idea how effective it would be in actual use. Therefore, Lin Xiao took out an axe he had crafted on his first day on the island but had never used, from the material storage space, and intended to test the enchantment table with it. Just as he placed the axe on the ancient enchantment table, the rainbow gem started spinning even more vigorously. Moreover, the light emanating from it formed a translucent panel in front of Lin Xiao's eyes. Enchanted item, ordinary axe. Enchantment materials, none. Enchantment recipes. Sapphire grants the ability to cut water after enchantment. Ruby adds fire attack effects after enchantment. Amethyst has a chance to harvest mutated living wood after enchantment. Shadow Soul adds mental attack effects after enchantment. Due to incomplete ancient magic materials, remaining enchantment recipes cannot be displayed. So this is how it works. Then, let's pick something interesting first. Start with enchanting with the ruby. Thus, Lin Xiao took out a ruby from the material storage space and added it to the ancient enchantment table. The next second, the ruby transformed into a streak of red light and infused into the axe, causing the axe's color to turn fiery red. Merely looking at it made it seem hot to the touch. Afterwards, Lin Xiao reached out cautiously and picked it up. Unexpectedly, the axe truly felt warm and hot in his hand. Therefore, carried by this feeling, Lin Xiao instinctively swung it. Instantly, a flicker of crimson flame appeared where the axe passed. Even the nearby wind was startled. It let out a Jumi cry. Its fur stood upright, and it looked ready to cast a wind elemental magic attack on the axe. Seeing this, Lin Xiao hurried to soothe Wind. Good, no need to be afraid. I'll put it away immediately. Don't be scared. After saying this, Lin Xiao put the axe back into the material storage space. Enchanted axe ×1 obtained. Wind finally calmed down. Jumi. However, Lin Xiao was still excited, thinking in his mind. If I could find more ancient magical materials, there would be more enchantment possibilities. But that was something for later. Enough playing. Time to upgrade the island now. Afterwards, I still need to explore underwater. With this thought, Lin Xiao returned to the main task. He walked over to the intermediate marine mining instrument, retrieving the stored mined resources. Stone ×2851 obtained. Iron ingot ×1139 obtained. Gold ingot ×504 obtained. Good. The gold ingots were just about 500 in number, adding the previous remaining 570 gold ingots. In this way, he could start crafting the island upgrade pack 2 to 3. Afterwards, Lin Xiao stood in place, spoke out powerfully and clearly. Add 10,000 woods. Add 10,000 dirt. Add 3,000 iron ingots. Add 1,000 gold ingots. Craft. As soon as the words fell, the countless materials converged from the storage space into one spot, forming the Island Upgrade Pack 2 to 3. Island Upgrade Pack 2 to 3. After use, your island will be upgraded from level 2 to level 3. The area will expand from 100 square meters to 1,000 square meters. After use, the new Island Upgrade Pack 3 to 4 will also become available in your general crafting menu. Don't forget to check. From 100 to 1,000 square meters. Numerically, a tenfold difference. What kind of visual effect would that bring? Filled with such curiosity and anticipation, Lin Xiao will be year to Dengjilag, Dalyer, Sungji Ball, 2 to 3, Jia Xiaolan Zhongdid, Shiyong. Xia Yimao, Zhengge Xiao Dao Ban Zhili de Zhendong La Qilat, Er Fug Feng Yinwei Shi Di Zu Yer Dao Zhezhong Qingquang, Xia De Li Ke Zhu Tao Dao La Lin Chao De Huai Zhong. Don't be afraid. I'm here, no need to be afraid. Lin Xiao comforted Wind while observing the changes on the island. The wooden fence at the outermost edge of the island first vanished into thin air. Then, large amounts of soil began accumulating from the surrounding sea, expanding the island's area. This caused the surrounding sea surface to become turbulent, even generating small-scale tsunamis reaching 2 or 3 meters high, spreading outward. This situation lasted for about 20 minutes. Then, the island stopped shaking. The expansion was complete, but the changes on the small island didn't end. Next, row by row of alloy walls forged from iron ingots and gold bars rose from the ground. The electric wire fence previously constructed was evenly reinstalled on top. It was practically building the most reliable protection for this island. Looking around the entire island, the field of view instantly became much wider. It felt like even planting a few trees and digging a fish pond wouldn't feel crowded. Therefore, it was also time to build a bigger house and free up this small 10 square meter room to become a magic workshop. Move the water source altar and the ancient enchantment table inside. Other related items in the future can also be placed there, avoiding scattered placement all over the island, looking too cluttered. Thus, Lin Xiao, full of yearning, opened the general crafting function. He typed the word house and set the filter to currently craftable, then began carefully browsing through the interface, looking for any house design that particularly appealed to him. Chapter 18 Underwater Exploration. Very soon, Lin Xiao locked onto a small 2-story villa of about 100 square meters. Its footprint was only about 50 or 60 square meters. It was the perfect size to be built next to the original small house. Thus, Lin Xiao constructed it and directed his shadow clones to move and decorate the items from the original house into the new one. As for this period of time, Lin Xiao himself took a book and came to the seaside to begin preparing for his underwater plans. Add 2,000 iron ingots. Add 500 fully automatic mechanical gears. Manufacture. The voice had barely faded when a small reconnaissance submarine appeared beside the small combat ship. However, Lin Xiao did not immediately board it for underwater travel. Instead, he checked the relevant information about the small reconnaissance submarine, planning to make some modifications. Small reconnaissance submarine, constructed with sturdy materials, strong pressure resistance, capable of diving into the deep seabed. It possesses the advantage of strong mobility, a characteristic of reconnaissance submarines. Heavy weapons cannot be equipped, only 2 light torpedoes. The submarine propulsion device can be replaced with other components. Non-upgradable, but can be dismantled. Half of the materials used will be returned upon dismantling. Except for the limitation on weapons, all other requirements are completely identical to the small combat ship. If that's the case, then let's start right away. First, the weaponry. At this thought, Lin Xiao opened the universal crafting interface, and according to the description of the small reconnaissance submarine, searched for light torpedo. The next second, a crafting recipe appeared before Lin Xiao's eyes. Light torpedo, iron ingot 18749/30, fully automatic mechanical gear 90/1, charcoal 0/5, cobblestone 25423/10. Potassium nitrate and sulfur can be directly extracted through the universal crafting function from cobblestone. As for the 3 charcoals, it wasn't an issue. After all, burning wood turns it into charcoal. Thus, Lin Xiao took 10 pieces of wood from his material storage space, burned them into charcoal, added the other required materials, and crafted 2 light torpedoes. However, just as he was about to install these 2 light torpedoes into the weapon compartment of the small reconnaissance submarine, a sudden thought popped into his mind. What would happen if the light torpedo was enchanted? Thus, filled with curiosity, Lin Xiao went back to the original small house. By now, his shadow clone had already moved the ancient enchantment table and the holy water altar indoors. So naturally, Lin Xiao retrieved the light torpedo from the material storage space and placed it on the ancient enchantment table. Instantly, gems began to rotate. Radiant light illuminated the room. An enchantment interface appeared before Lin Xiao. Enchantment item, light torpedo. Enchantment material, none. Enchantment recipes. Sapphire upon enchantment. Torpedo explosion will produce a freezing effect. Ruby upon enchantment. Torpedo explosion will inflict burning and corrosion on the injured target. Purple gem upon enchantment. Torpedo explosion will create an interdimensional void. Shadow soul upon enchantment. Torpedo explosion will produce shadow effects. Due to incomplete ancient magical materials, remaining enchantment recipes cannot be displayed. All enchantment effects were quite impressive. However, the small reconnaissance submarine is unsuitable for combat. This dive wasn't meant for provoking fights. If he truly angered an underwater boss and the 2 torpedoes couldn't eliminate it, he would be in real trouble. Therefore, he needed to choose an enchantment effect that could allow him to quickly escape danger. In that case, then I'll choose Shadow Soul. Immediately, Lin Xiao took out the Shadow Soul from the material storage space and placed it in the empty enchantment material slot. In an instant, a swirl of black mist drifted from the multicolored gems, accurately attaching itself to the 2 torpedoes. The 2 torpedoes seemed to eagerly absorb the black mist, continuously until the mist was completely absorbed. The torpedoes, once shining in silver light, had now turned pitch black. At this point, Lin Xiao retracted the 2 torpedoes. The prompt that came out from the book changed. Obtain ×2 enchanted light torpedoes. Clearly, the enchantment was successful. Thus, Lin Xiao placed these 2 enchanted light torpedoes into the weapon compartment of the small reconnaissance submarine. Then he began preparing for another component. Wind source propeller. Add 25 wind element crystals. Add 5 fully automatic mechanical gears. Add 60 iron ingots. Manufacture. Replace. Obtain mechanical propeller ×1. Lost wind source propeller ×1. With this, the small reconnaissance submarine was completely modified. Lin Xiao then turned around and called out to Feng Feng. Feng Feng, I'm going on an underwater reconnaissance trip in this submarine. Do you want to come? Feng Feng, who had been playing alone by herself over there, instantly bounced over upon hearing Lin Xiao's call, leaping straight into his arms and snuggling affectionately. Chiumi Chiumi. All right. That tickles, haha. Chiumi. Amidst the laughter, Lin Xiao gently reminded Feng Feng in a slightly more serious tone. However, unlike the last time we went out to sea, this isn't a trip. We're not going to play. We might run into danger. Don't be scared, okay? Chiumi. Feng Feng crossed her tiny arms across her chest, looking like a brave little man. She almost seemed ready to declare to Lin Xiao, no fear, even in danger, I can protect master. About this, Lin Xiao shook his head with a wry smile. Even though she was clearly a coward at heart, she still tried to act tough. Still, bringing her along wasn't a bad idea. After all, her wind magic could enhance the wind source propeller, increasing the small reconnaissance submarine's mobility, allowing for a faster escape when danger arose. Thus, Lin Xiao boarded the small reconnaissance submarine, holding Feng Feng in his arms. Inside, the space wasn't large at all, even somewhat cramped, but its solid, heavy feel gave Lin Xiao a certain sense of security. At the same time, the control interface was very simple. A steering wheel, a monitor, and 4 buttons labeled water intake, water discharge, acceleration, and deceleration. Nothing else. There were no various levers or dazzling displays as seen on submarines in his previous world. So naturally, Lin Xiao didn't have to worry about not knowing how to drive. Then, Lin Xiao reached out and pressed the water intake button. The monitor displayed how the submarine's rear hatch opened and water began pouring in steadily, gradually causing the submarine to sink downward. Eventually, it submerged completely, officially entering the underwater world. Since the shadow clone disappeared while digging through the silt, I should move slowly along the seabed, checking inch by inch. Therefore, Lin Xiao began his underwater reconnaissance as planned, piloting the small reconnaissance submarine along the seafloor. However, Lin Xiao had been exploring for quite some time now. Chapter 19, Ancient Ruins. Although he hadn't encountered any fierce underwater creatures, Lin Xiao also hadn't located the missing shadow clone. This situation left Lin Xiao increasingly anxious about the mysterious and profound depths of the ocean. Yet, the more uneasy he felt, the more determined he became to unravel this mystery. Thus, Lin Xiao gritted his teeth and decided to submerge the mini-exploration submarine a little further down until most of the vessel was buried in deep-sea silt. He planned to continue searching in this state for 1 more hour. If he still found nothing, he'd head back. However, only 10 minutes after burying the submarine in the silt, Lin Xiao suddenly realized the steering wheel had become unresponsive. No matter how hard he twisted it, the submarine showed no reaction. Moreover, the biggest problem, an invisible force was now dragging the submarine downward. Instantly, Lin Xiao's heart sank with a heavy thud. Had he encountered a deep-sea boss? Damn it, why now? At this moment, the hatch was blocked. If he went out, it would be into the silt. He wouldn't be able to swim upward. In addition, the weapon bay was also buried in silt. Even if he launched light torpedoes, they would only explode around himself. There was no other way. When all else failed, Lin Xiao could only turn his gaze toward Feng Feng, placing his hope entirely on it. Feng Feng, I'll count 3, 2, 1. I will start the engine on my side. You use your wind magic to power the wind source propeller. Understood. Chiumi. Seeing Feng Feng nod, Lin Xiao began the countdown decisively. 3, 2, 1, start. As soon as the words dropped, Lin Xiao slammed his hand onto the accelerate button with all his might, pushing it all the way down. Meanwhile, Feng Feng also exerted its utmost strength. Every single strand of its fur stood straight up as it poured all of its energy into spinning the wind source propeller. And the whole submarine began to roar loudly. Wong wong. Yet, despite all that, the mini-exploration submarine continued to descend. Watching this, Lin Xiao was filled with anxious thoughts. What should I do? Am I going to die? No, there must be another way out. But just as Lin Xiao was thinking about survival methods, the mini-exploration submarine suddenly broke free from the mud, but immediately got sucked into midair. The next second, it began a dizzying, spinning freefall. Lin Xiao instinctively pulled Feng Feng next to him, shielding it in his arms. Finally, the submarine hit the ground with a loud and resonant clang. The impact left Lin Xiao momentarily stunned. Ugh, we're actually still alive. Chiumi. But where exactly is this? Chiumi. Lin Xiao turned his head, trying to look outside through the window. However, the window had been completely sealed with dark mud. With no other choice, Lin Xiao said to Feng Feng, Feng Feng, stay here for now. I'll go out and check. Chiumi. With that, Lin Xiao painfully forced open the hatch, sticking his head out from the mini-exploration submarine, intending to see what was going on. Unexpectedly, the very first thing entering Lin Xiao's vision was the previously missing shadow clone. Upon seeing its master, the shadow clone transformed into a wisp of black mist and slipped into the shadow box within the storage space. Now, all mysteries were solved. There was no boss-level creature in the deep sea. The shadow clone had simply been sucked into this place and couldn't get out. However, a new mystery arose. Where exactly was this place? Clutching this question, Lin Xiao flipped his book open to the map page, only to find not only no record of this location, but even the original records had disappeared. Looks like the map was useless here. Without a map, there was no path. How could he leave then? No. Don't panic. Stay calm. There must be clues around. Immediately, Lin Xiao surveyed the surroundings. However, the visible range was only what was lit by the mini-exploration submarine. Everything else was pitch black. Luckily, Lin Xiao had crafted a starlight staff yesterday from the blueprints he received as a reward, which could be used for lighting. Thinking this through, Lin Xiao retrieved the starlight staff from the storage space and summoned a bright star with it. Instantly, the darkness was replaced by daylight. Lin Xiao's field of vision expanded hundreds of times over. Now scanning the surroundings again, he could see clearly many broken walls like ruins, engraved with ancient totems and patterns. Therefore, determined to uncover the mystery and find a way out, Lin Xiao checked the nearby area and saw no dangerous creatures. He used his arms to support his body and jumped out of the submarine's hatch, landing beside the broken walls, where he began a careful investigation. He noticed that many shattered gemstones were inlaid on the ruins, and when he touched it with his hand, the texture of the ruins was unlike anything Lin Xiao had ever felt before. It felt both metallic and stony at the same time. Lin Xiao was certain this was a brand new material he had never seen before. So, without hesitation, Lin Xiao opened his book, pulled up the universal crafting panel, and following the crafting recipe, began adding materials one by one. Add 1 wood. Add 1 gold ingot. Craft. The moment the words left his mouth, A gold-tipped archaeology hammer materialized out of thin air. Without delay, Lin Xiao picked it up and began lightly tapping at the fragile edges of the ruined walls. Before long, with a crisp ding sound, a piece the size of an egg fell off the corner of the ruins and was picked up by Lin Xiao into his material storage space. Obtained, Magadrill ×1. Magadrill? Indeed, it was a material he'd never seen before, and the name perfectly fit the mixed metallic and stony sensation. Still, he had no idea what this mysterious material could be used for. Immediately, Lin Xiao flipped his book open to the second page, located this brand new icon in the item list of the material storage space, and lightly tapped to open the information window. Magadrill, the most fundamental building material of the ancient era. The ancient era? Seeing these 4 words, Lin Xiao suddenly remembered. The description of these gemstones embedded in the ruins mentioned they were raw materials for ancient magical items, also related to the ancient era. He glanced around again. The architecture here bore a noticeable resemblance to the recently built ancient enchantment table, and he had been submerged deep underwater, then sucked into this place. So, could it be a reasonable guess that this place resembled Atlantis, a long-lost ancient empire now silent beneath the sea? If that was the case, he was sure to find here many ancient magical materials that were either extremely rare or completely non-existent on the surface. Then, enchantments would gain more effects, and the daily rewarded blueprints wouldn't be a concern due to material shortages anymore. At this thought, Lin Xiao's previous sense of depression was gradually replaced by excitement and exhilaration. Chapter 20. The Attack of the Shadow Mummy. Immediately after, he stood up and walked back to the mini reconnaissance submarine. Facing Feng Feng inside, he said, "Feng Feng, come out. It's temporarily safe here." As his words fell, a whirlwind carried Feng Feng flying out from the hatch, landing steadily by Lin Xiao's feet. Lin Xiao then stored the mini reconnaissance submarine into the material storage space. Next, he held this star wand in his hand and manipulated tiny stars to follow him for illumination. Then he began searching for an exit while also looking for new ancient materials. Initially, Lin Xiao thought this ancient ruin was devoid of life. But after walking for a while, he realized things weren't as he had assumed. From time to time, low growls from distant places faintly reached his ears. Lin Xiao himself wasn't particularly affected, but Feng Feng became inexplicably alert and frightened. And even though it was timid, its fur shouldn't have remained raised like that. Helpless, Lin Xiao could only bend down and pick Feng Feng up for reassurance. Yet, just at this moment, the stars created by this star wand suddenly vanished. The surrounding area instantly plunged into a chilling darkness. Lin Xiao clearly knew the time limit for the stars to fade was still far away. So, something else was definitely interfering. And whatever that thing was, it must be the source of Feng Feng's fear. Therefore, in this crucial moment, Lin Xiao did not resummon another star using this star wand. Instead, he immediately gave an order to Feng Feng. "Feng Feng, use wind magic to protect both of us." As soon as the words were spoken, Feng Feng began loudly chirping, "Chimichimi." Lin Xiao could clearly feel a large amount of wind magic emanating from it, enveloping both of them. The very next moment, a tearing sound came from a very close distance, entering Lin Xiao's ears. Even in the current darkness where nothing could be seen, Lin Xiao could imagine it clearly. It must be some creature attacking, only to have its limbs sliced off by Feng Feng's wind magic. Therefore, seeing the first danger momentarily subside, only then did Lin Xiao wave the star wand in his hand again, summoning another shining star as a source of light, so he could clearly see the current situation. What appeared before him was, beside Lin Xiao's feet, lay a charred mummy-like monster, its body cut in half. Moreover, since its nerves hadn't completely died yet, each of its fingers, about 40 centimeters long, was still twitching convulsively, still attempting to grab Lin Xiao. Looking at the surroundings, there stood a group of identical creatures that had appeared out of nowhere, staring intensely at Lin Xiao. However, since the light had returned, they didn't recklessly charge like the one that had been cut by the wind magic in the dark. Even so, Lin Xiao remained vigilant toward them. Thus, Lin Xiao stared intently at them while slowly and cautiously retreating to increase the distance between them. However, at this moment, the Feng Feng in Lin Xiao's arms suddenly released wind magic again. But its target wasn't those mummy creatures. Instead, it transformed the wind magic into wind blades aimed directly at the air above. Initially, Lin Xiao thought Feng Feng might have been too frightened, losing control over its magic. But as his eyes followed the path of the wind blade, he was unexpectedly shocked. What appeared before his eyes was a disembodied arm, suddenly appearing from thin air, reaching to grab the glowing star. Moreover, that arm was exactly like the shadow clones Lin Xiao created using the shadow box. It was made of pure darkness. Even though Feng Feng attacked it with wind blades, it was completely unaffected. Not the slightest harm or obstruction was caused. Seeing that it was about to extinguish the light source, Lin Xiao clearly knew, once the light source was put out again, it wouldn't be just a single mummy creature that would attack this time, but the hundreds, perhaps thousands, that were present here. At that time, whether Feng Feng's wind shield could hold up was another matter entirely. In this dire situation, Lin Xiao's mind only had one thought: run. Run while holding onto the light source. Under no circumstances could he allow the star to be extinguished. Immediately after, his left arm holding Feng Feng tightly, his right hand swinging the star wand. Without caring about the path ahead, he just started running recklessly ahead with all his might. However, Lin Xiao was ultimately an ordinary human being, with a physical body like any other. As he continued running, a sense of fatigue surged up from his ankles. Looking back at that shadowy arm, even though he knew the light source would soon be in its grasp and extinguished, he should push himself to run faster. Unfortunately, his heart was willing, but his body failed him. His stamina had already reached its limit. Still, Lin Xiao refused to give in. Instead of running further, he abruptly stopped. He turned his head slightly and muttered with gritted teeth. Mada. The next second, he took out the shadow box from the material storage space, planning to release a large number of shadow clones, even if it came down to a fight to the bitter end. But when Lin Xiao opened the lid of the shadow box, not a single shadow clone emerged. This genuinely startled Lin Xiao. Mada, at a critical moment like this shadow soul is gone? Is this trying to get me killed? But right after, Lin Xiao noticed something else. The reason the shadow box couldn't release shadow clones didn't seem to be his fault. That pursuing shadow arm that had chased him all the way was now merely less than 5 centimeters away from the shining star. But it looked as if something had blocked it, stuck there, unable to move any closer. In other words, have I accidentally stumbled into a shadow forbidden zone? Who knows whether this is a blessing or a curse? But regardless, one thing was certain. At least I can stay alive a little longer. Therefore, Lin Xiao ignored the shadow arm, used the star's glow to keep the mummy-like monsters at bay, and continued forward alongside Feng Feng. After roughly 3 to 5 minutes of walking, Lin Xiao noticed the distant growls from before had now become much closer. Moreover, the surroundings looked slightly different than before, although it was all still broken ruins. This place, clearly, was more magnificent. In fact, after passing through a narrow corridor, a throne standing on a high platform entered Lin Xiao's vision. Judging by its appearance, this should be the seat of some ancient emperor. How majestic. Well, since I'm already here, and who knows whether I'll be able to leave or not, I might as well sit on it and feel majestic too. That way, even if I die here, I can at least die in grand fashion. With this thought in mind, Lin Xiao climbed up the side stairs all the way to the platform, reaching the throne. And looking down from this height, it was completely different compared to when he had looked up at it from below. A feeling of overlooking everything surged up instantly from the depths of Lin Xiao's heart. So much so that Lin Xiao actually felt as if he had become the king himself. He proudly and firmly sat his butt down on the throne. But the moment he touched the throne, a strange, distant voice suddenly echoed inside Lin Xiao's mind. Chapter 21. The Ancient Portal. Back to M7021. Mo la chi ku ma la si district was su ma li wali la. Si wali ku la sa shia sa. It made Lin Xiao believe for a moment that he had imagined it due to his strong desire to escape. But the next second, the book in his arms emitted this very sound, causing Lin Xiao to suddenly understand. Ding. Ancient Portal. Manufacturing recipe has been understood. Please check the omnipotent manufacturing function. Ancient Portal? It sounds like something that can help me get out. Thinking thus, Lin Xiao followed the instructions and hurriedly flipped the book to the first page, opening the omnipotent manufacturing function. There, the manufacturing recipe for the Ancient Portal was glowing at the top of the list. New Ancient Portal. Magnetic Drill 1/9999. Shadow Soul 19 Nights. Ancient Portal. Ancient magical item. A magic door for entering and exiting ancient ruins. As for the entry and exit locations, they are entirely determined by the traveler's thoughts. Therefore, during the teleportation process, absolutely no distractions must occur. Otherwise, teleportation might fail, scattering your physical body to the ends of the earth. Each teleportation consumes 9 shadow souls. Whoa, misfortune may turn out to be a blessing. So it really is something that can get me out. And, looking at this description, not only can I get out, but after preparing sufficiently in the future, I can return to continue searching for materials. Such luck. Heaven won't let Lin Xiao perish. Faced with sudden salvation from a desperate situation, Lin Xiao, without hesitation, opened his mouth and said to the system, "Claim the delay reward." Ding. Delay reward is being reissued. Delay reward issued successfully. Multiplier of 10,000 times activated. Please select an item within your visible range to double. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao took out the only magnetic drill from the material storage space. Then, he responded to the system. Double the magnetic drill. Ding. Instruction received. Doubling magnetic drill now. Ding. Doubling of magnetic drill completed. Next check-in time. 5 days later. Check-in reward. 100,000 times multiplier. Please don't forget to check in host. No late entries. Goodbye. As the voice faded. Looking back at the Ancient Portal manufacturing recipe on the omnipotent manufacturing interface, all materials were now complete. Lin Xiao therefore didn't hesitate further. He simply murmured, "Add 9,999 magnetic drills. Add 9 shadow souls. Select placement location. Manufacture." As soon as he said that, tens of thousands of magnetic drills swarmed out, beginning to fit together in order. And, when they stacked together, they looked like liquid, instantly fusing into one solid piece without even a trace of a seam. The sturdiness of this structure could be unmatched by any material on Earth. In this way, not long after, a magnetic drill frame over 2 meters high and thick was formed before Lin Xiao. Then, the shadow souls emerged, landing in the hollow part of the magnetic drill frame, adding a thin layer of black film. This film was so black that it seemed infinitely deep. It also resembled water's surface, slightly rippling, creating delicate waves. Judging by this appearance, the ancient portal should now be fully manufactured. Therefore, Lin Xiao took a deep breath. Then, following what the description said, he tried his best to rid his mind of distractions, leaving just one single thought: to go home. Back to the M7021 island. Like this. Lin Xiao hugged Feng Feng tightly, closed his eyes tightly. Without hesitation, he stepped across the ancient portal. The next second, wave sounds emerged beside his ears. Sea wind brushed against his body. When he felt these sensations, Lin Xiao opened his eyes full of expectations. What came into view was indeed. Though the night was dark and the wind high, the M7021 island he was so familiar with. I'm back. Feng Feng, we're back. Jumi, Jumi, Jumi. Yet, while Lin Xiao was rejoicing, in the ancient ruins, a massive dark shadow appeared on the other side of the ancient portal. Soft murmurs arose, and this voice was exactly the same low growl that Lin Xiao had continuously heard in his ears. Are you hungry? After Lin Xiao stored the ancient portal back into his material storage space, he asked Feng Feng. Feng Feng, hearing that, immediately began nodding rapidly and cried out, Jumi, Jumi. Seeing this, Lin Xiao smiled slightly. Then I'll go prepare something to eat for you right away. Jumi. Having said that, Lin Xiao took out 2 salted fish from the salt storehouse, intending to cook them in the newly built villa. Thus, he walked over and pushed open the door. Immediately, several shadow clones turned into black mist, returning into the shadow box. Looking around inside the villa, it had already been almost fully renovated by the shadow clones. Everything seemed neat and in order. Yet because the house had expanded in size, it still felt somewhat hollow and empty. Looks like tomorrow he'd have to craft some furniture and improve the decoration further. In any case, first things first, eat a meal. Afterward, Lin Xiao carried those 2 salted fish into the kitchen, preparing a dish each for himself and Feng Feng. And given they had just survived such a life-threatening situation, Lin Xiao and Feng Feng both had unusually strong appetites. Cooking the 2 fish had taken more than 20 minutes, but eating them took less than 2 minutes. Then they threw the fish bones aside, didn't even bother to clean up, and directly headed to the small room upstairs, collapsing comfortably onto the bed. Ah, so refreshing. Jumi. Today was simply like living inside a dream. Jumi. But if the timing becomes suitable, I definitely will go back and explore more thoroughly. This time I entered without any preparation, and ended up getting nothing besides the magnetic drills. When Feng Feng heard Lin Xiao say he wanted to go back again, it immediately shook its head violently, waving its hands in panic. Jumi, Jumi, Jumi. Lin Xiao glanced sideways at Feng Feng, then with a smile, retorted playfully. What? You scared? As the words settled. This time, Feng Feng didn't stubbornly save face. Instead, following its heart without hesitation, it nodded earnestly in response. Jumi, 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 which basically meant the place was too dangerous and terrifying. It would never go again, not even if killed. Looking at Feng Feng's expression, so cute and adorable, Lin Xiao instantly smiled affectionately. Alright, we definitely won't go anytime soon. Once I'm sure it's absolutely safe in the future, we'll go back together. How about that? After saying that, Feng Feng blinked its big little eyes at Lin Xiao, thinking hard for a moment. Finally, loyalty toward its owner overcame its inner fear. Slowly, it timidly nodded its head, agreeing to Lin Xiao's words. Jumi. Alright then, let's go to sleep now. Jumi. After that, Lin Xiao rolled over and pulled the covers over himself. Drained by a day filled with tension and exhaustion, he quickly drifted into a deep slumber. The next morning, early and bright, still half asleep and groggy, Lin Xiao heard the system's check-in reminder sound echoing inside his mind. Current day, 11. Current status, not checked in. Chapter 22 Shadow Tree. Would you like to check in? Check in. Oh, ding. Check-in successful. Issuing check-in reward. Reward distributed successfully. Looking forward to seeing you tomorrow. What blueprint did I get today? Lin Xiao yawned. Picked up the blueprint from the blanket. Obtain Shadow Tree Sapling Blueprint ×1. Shadow Tree Sapling Blueprint can be learned. After learning, you will gain the crafting recipe for the Shadow Tree Sapling in general crafting. Shadow Tree Sapling. Ancient magical item, transformed from a regular sapling after being corrupted by ancient shadow magic. Once planted, the tree will immediately mature and bear 5 shadow fruits. After harvesting, no watering is required and the fruits can be collected once daily. Chopping the tree will yield mutated live wood. Shadow fruits. Are they for eating? Or are they crafting materials? Oh well, thinking about it won't give me answers. Anyway, planting the tree will cause it to mature immediately. I'll just learn the blueprint and check if I have enough materials to craft it. If I can craft it, I'll plant one and try it out. So, Lin Xiao followed his thought process. First, in the inventory interface where materials were stored, he clicked the Learn button inside the blueprint information box, consuming the blueprint. Then, he turned to the first page of the book and opened the general crafting interface to check the crafting recipe for the Shadow Tree Sapling. New Shadow Tree Sapling. High quality sapling 126:1. Shadow Soul 1:1. Amethyst 92:1. Wow, just enough Shadow Soul left for one craft. So might as well use it. Add 1 high quality sapling. Add 1 Shadow Soul. Add 1 Amethyst. Craft. Obtain Shadow Tree Sapling ×1. After that, Lin Xiao threw off his blanket, got up, took the sapling, and went to the previously planned planting area to plant it. Unexpectedly, the sapling looked no different from a high-quality sapling, except its entire body was black. But once he covered the roots with soil, the differences became apparent. Almost instantly, the sapling's trunk grew into shape, and, on the trunk area, 3 small holes and 1 large hole mysteriously appeared, arranged like 2 eyes, 1 nose, and a mouth, combined to form a human face. It looked extremely creepy. immediately reminding Lin Xiao of those mummified corpses he had encountered in the ancient ruins. Feng nearby made a pained expression too. Ugh. Out of resistance, Lin Xiao gradually shifted his gaze upward, away from the terrifying trunk. At the top, there were no flowers or leaves, only 5 separate branches, and at the end of each branch, a black fruit was attached. That must be the shadow fruits. Therefore, Lin Xiao walked over, reached up on tiptoes, and picked all the shadow fruits, placing them into his material storage space. He planned to check their description to find out exactly what they were. Obtain shadow fruit times 5. Shadow fruit. Fruit born from a matured shadow tree. Contains ancient shadow magic. When consumed by shadow mages, it can enhance their power. However, normal people eating it will be affected by the shadow magic. Minor symptoms include madness. Severe symptoms lead to death. Alternatively, the shadow fruit can be dried under the sun, peeled after drying, to obtain a shadow soul. At this point, eating them is out of the question. Just so happens my shadow souls ran out completely. I'll just use them as a steady supply source for shadow souls. That way I can avoid going to the trading hall and spending materials to buy them. With that, Lin Xiao lined up the 5 shadow fruits on the ground, allowing them to be exposed to sunlight. At that moment, a strange voice suddenly came from the sea nearby, reaching Lin Xiao's ears. Lord of Island M7021. Are you there? Upon hearing that, Lin Xiao's first thought was, what nonsense are these idiots up to now? Therefore, with that thought in mind, he opened the island's gate and responded somewhat rudely. What is it? Didn't I warn you before not to come and bother me again? However, as soon as he finished speaking, the other side still replied with a polite tone, even carrying a bit of pleading. I know, truly sorry to disturb you like this, but I really have no other options. I am a doctor, based on my own diagnosis. I haven't consumed any food containing vitamin C for a long time, and now I am showing symptoms of scurvy. Not only me, many people trapped in this world are gradually developing symptoms such as bleeding gums and nosebleeds. I saw fruit trees on your island, so, please, would you be willing to sell us some fruits? Fruits. Scurvy. After hearing what the doctor said, Lin Xiao instinctively turned his head, glancing toward the fruit trees in the planting area. It was already day 11. The fruit trees he planted earlier should now be bearing fruit. Plus, thanks to the holy water from the water source altar, he would definitely not suffer from scurvy due to a lack of vitamin C. The fruits were simply for satisfying his taste buds now, so giving away a portion of them in exchange for something else was acceptable. However, what could he get in return from them? While Lin Xiao was pondering this question, the doctor assumed that fruits were extremely scarce and valuable in this world, and that Lin Xiao was reluctant to give them up easily. So, he shouted from a distance. Then how about I go back and gather some wood and iron ingots from them? We'll keep just enough to survive, and give you the rest. Wood and iron ingots? What would I do with those? They're practically endless to gather. What I desperately need are magical materials I've never seen before. Realizing this, Lin Xiao suddenly had a clever idea. Then, he replied to the doctor. Alright then, go back and tell them. If they have any unusual materials, upload them to the trading hall. I'll buy them as soon as I see them. But gems, crystals, shadow souls, and such aren't considered unusual anymore. I want things other than those. Got it. Okay, I understand. The doctor nodded blankly. Then he curiously asked one extra question. But those things can't build ships, make tools, or be eaten. What would you even use them for? In their world, they hadn't touched magic yet. So of course they didn't think such items were useful. As for Lin Xiao, naturally he didn't want to reveal too much to him. So he kept it short and to the point. Collecting. To his surprise, the doctor actually believed him. And not only did he believe him, he even gave Lin Xiao a high-sounding motive. I get it now. You don't want us to give up useful materials. You're also afraid that giving fruits freely might make us feel indebted. So you want to exchange for some useless materials instead, giving us fruits in return. Chapter 23 The Sudden Disobedience of Feng. You truly have profound wisdom and a chivalrous heart. We admire you. Sincerely admire you. I'll go back and inform everyone right away. Let's see what materials they can upload to the trading hall. After saying that, the doctor rowed his boat and left, leaving behind a completely confused Lin Xiao. How did I suddenly become so wise and chivalrous? Forget it. I'll just ignore them from now on, as long as I can obtain those rare materials. Thus, Lin Xiao took away the fruits harvested from the fully automatic farming machine, then returned indoors to create a few pieces of furniture to fill the empty space. After busying himself for a while, he figured the doctor must have already delivered the message. Lin Xiao then opened the book to page 7 and accessed the trading hall. What he saw was, indeed, someone had uploaded materials in exchange for fruits. Trading item, swamp fish skin times 5 requested item, fruit times 1. Swamp monster skin, skin from creatures hidden in the swamp area, extremely waterproof, can be made into clothing. Doesn't seem very useful. Besides, if someday I really need it, I can just go to the swamp area myself and skin a swamp monster. That way, I can not only get the skin but also the meat. Next, trading item, broken compass times 1 requested item, fruit times 1. Broken compass, currently undecipherable. Repair with 3 fully automatic mechanical gears and 5 iron ingots to regain its function. This is similar to appraising the old fishing rod earlier. It's a bit like gambling. There's no guarantee this item will even be useful after repair. Therefore, those people wouldn't want to waste their extremely precious fully automatic mechanical gears and iron ingots. However, it just suits Lin Xiao's taste for mystery boxes. I'll buy it. Lost fruit times 1. Acquired broken compass times 1. Immediately afterward, Lin Xiao entered his material storage space, located the broken compass in his item inventory, and clicked the repair button with his hand. Starting to repair the broken compass. Lost fully automatic mechanical gear times 3. Lost iron ingot times 5. Repair of the broken compass, complete. Acquired ancient compass times 1. Ancient compass, a magical compass used in ancient times. Contains a map of the entire ancient empire. Wow, this is taking off. Last time, when I accidentally entered the ancient ruins, I got lost because the maps in the book were not applicable there. If not for accidentally obtaining the ancient portal blueprint, I might still be trapped there now. But now with this, it's like possessing a map of the ancient ruins. Next time when I go back, whether searching for materials or avoiding monsters, in any case, exploring ancient ruins will become much more convenient. Storing it carefully. After securely placing the ancient compass inside his storage space, Lin Xiao flipped the book back to page 7 again, continuing to browse the trading hall to see what other new things they had uploaded. Very soon, Lin Xiao was drawn to an item. Trading item. Lead box times 1 requested item. Fruit times 1. Lead box. Contains powerful radioactive materials. Use with caution. Holy crap. Isn't this the raw material required for making nuclear items? After that, Lin Xiao hurriedly opened the book to the first page and activated the all-purpose crafting function. Just as he had thought, he hadn't misremembered. Nuclear bomb. Iron ingot 17538/10,000. Fully automatic mechanical gear 80/500. Lead box 0/100. Laser cannon. Iron ingot 17538/5000. Fully automatic mechanical gear 80/200. Lead box 0/50. Nuclear power unit. Iron ingot 17538/10. Fully automatic mechanical gear 85. Lead box 0/1. So, without further thought, Lin Xiao immediately bought the lead box. Lost fruit times 1. Acquired lead box times 1. Now with the lead box, combined with the double reward bonus, I can finally start developing nuclear technologies. At that point, not only could I produce nuclear weapons with explosive damage, the energy supply wouldn't have to rely solely on the electricity storage lightning rod anymore. However, amid his excitement, a rational thought suddenly crossed Lin Xiao's mind. Nuclear energy. Even if the process is as precise and safe as possible, there would still be radiation issues. I definitely can't build these things on my own island. Therefore, I need to look for a small, uninhabited island somewhere far away. As soon as that thought passed through his mind, Lin Xiao immediately set out and walked outside. He turned to Feng Feng and said, "Feng Feng, come on. We're going out to sea." Normally, Feng Feng would have been overjoyed hearing this. But today he simply tilted his small neck sideways and turned his head toward Lin Xiao, emitting a wary and questioning sound. Chiumi. Apparently, Feng Feng was still traumatized from falling into the ancient ruins during their last sea trip, like someone bitten by a snake once and fearing ropes for 10 years. Therefore, Lin Xiao smiled and said to Feng Feng, "Don't worry, this time we're just going out for a quick round, and there won't be any danger at all." As soon as those words were spoken, Feng Feng finally lowered his guard. He followed beside Lin Xiao, and together they boarded the small combat warship, beginning their search for a suitable island to build nuclear-related structures. However, as they sailed along, they hadn't found any suitable small islands. Lin Xiao opened the book to check the map, only to discover that, without realizing it, they had arrived near Xia Lin's island instead. Since we're already here anyway, let's go ashore and pay her a visit. With that thought, Lin Xiao immediately turned the ship around, steering straight toward Xia Lin's island. From a distance, Xia Lin's island had clearly changed significantly compared to the last time. The island was lush and green, with most of the area planted with high-quality logging trees. The other half held a small wooden house, not strong enough to resist disasters, but certainly adequate for sheltering from wind and rain. In addition, wooden fences had been erected around the island's perimeter. Clearly, the place had developed into a somewhat established settlement. Not bad at all. After saying this with satisfaction, Lin Xiao increased the boat's speed, planning to personally praise Xia Lin once they met. Yet, after arriving on the island, Lin Xiao repeatedly called out, but received no reply from Xia Lin. "Xia Lin, are you here? Xia Lin? Did she go out? Oh well, looks like our timing is off. Let's visit next time we pass by. Come on, Feng Feng." After speaking, Lin Xiao intended to leave with Feng Feng and return to the boat to continue searching for a suitable island for building nuclear-related structures. But Feng Feng just stood there motionless, ignoring Lin Xiao. Instead, he kept sniffling the air, constantly smelling around. Seeing this, Lin Xiao thought Feng Feng must have smelled something edible, causing him to refuse to move. Thus, he reprimanded Feng Feng seriously. "Glutton, didn't we have so many fish back home for you to eat? Are you now eyeing someone else's food? Quickly follow me." As soon as the words landed, Feng Feng not only didn't follow Lin Xiao, but ran in the opposite direction. He summoned the wind element magic ring to hover beneath himself, then flew directly towards Xia Lin's small wooden cabin. And no matter how loudly Lin Xiao shouted, nothing worked. "Feng Feng, that's rude. Feng Feng." Helplessly, Lin Xiao had no choice but to quickly chase after Feng Feng, following him closely. Chapter 24. Unrelenting High Fever. After catching up, Lin Xiao saw Feng Feng guarding the door of the small wooden hut. After sniffing twice again, Feng Feng turned toward Lin Xiao and cried out anxiously, "Jimmy, Jimmy, Jimmy." This immediately reminded Lin Xiao of when they were at the ancient ruins. Feng Feng had shown similar signs of abnormal agitation before. And, shortly afterward, the mummies and shadow arms had attacked. This showed Feng Feng's perception was extremely sharp. Therefore, what happened now wasn't just Feng Feng acting out of hunger, but rather something ominous was occurring. Realizing this, Lin Chao raised his arm and knocked heavily on Xiaolin's door. Knock knock knock. Xiaolin, Xiaolin. Yet still hearing no response from inside the house, Lin Chao, without hesitation, kicked the door open forcefully. Then, the scene that came into view was none other than Xiaolin lying motionless on the ground. Xiaolin. Lin Chao was startled. He hurried forward and picked her up in his arms. Thankfully, what Lin Chao felt was her scorching hot body, not a cold one. Therefore, he immediately entered his storage space, pulled out a bottle of holy water prepared earlier, unscrewed the lid, and attempted to feed it to her. However, Xiaolin, still unconscious, had completely lost awareness. Even though the water was poured into her mouth, she made no effort to swallow. With no choice left, Lin Chao only had one method left. Then, he simply said one word to Xiaolin, sorry, before taking a sip of the holy water into his mouth, then leaning down and pressing his lips against Xiaolin's. With pressure from his mouth, he forced the water from his own mouth into hers, helping her drink. Like this. Again and again, 1 sip, 2 sips, 3 sips. More and more holy water flowed into Xiaolin's body and began taking effect. Gradually, Xiaolin began to regain consciousness. After hearing this soft murmur emerging from her throat, Lin Chao moved his lips away from hers, then lowered his gaze and asked her, how do you feel? I feel much better. Thank you. After she said that, Xiaolin felt very shy about what had just happened. Instinctively, she wanted to sit up from Lin Chao's lap. But again, due to her high fever and lack of strength throughout her body barely lifted a little before collapsing back down. Seeing this, Lin Chao, somewhat disappointed yet caring, spoke out. This isn't better at all. You're not okay like this. I can't let you keep living here by yourself. Otherwise, you'll certainly die. How about this? You'll come with me for a while. Once you recover, you can come back. After Lin Chao finished saying all that, Xiaolin shook her head and politely declined. Thank you, Lin Chao. But, no need. It's just a fever. I'll be fine in a couple of days. There's no need to bother you over something so minor. What? After hearing that, Lin Chao grew furious. Completely disregarding Xiaolin's current condition, he immediately raised his voice and questioned her. Just a fever? If it was only a fever, would you have fainted in your room? Do you know? If Feng Feng hadn't sensed you were still on the island, you could have died and rotted away in this room with nobody knowing. And besides, didn't I tell you the last time we met to reach out to me immediately whenever something happens? Why didn't you tell me you were sick? Facing Lin Chao's questioning, Xiaolin, filled with guilt, lowered her head. In a weak voice, she expressed her apologies to Lin Chao. Sorry, making you worry about me. Once the words fell silent, Lin Chao suddenly realized Xiaolin was still burning with fever. He had spoken too harshly, his tone and words a bit too excessive just now. Therefore, before speaking again, he instantly changed his manner. My peace of mind is nothing compared to your life. Just be a good girl and come with me. At least there will be someone to take care of you. After finishing the sentence, Lin Chao took action on his own decision. He bent down and picked Xiaolin onto his back, riding on the mini battle warship and continuously accelerated by Feng Feng's wind magic. Using wind spiral propeller to power forward, they returned to island M7021. Here, drink some water. Drink more water and you'll recover. Since Xiaolin had come to Lin Chao's island, he had made her drink 4 or 5 bottles of holy water. In this amount, no matter how weak her constitution was, the fever should have broken. But, by the next morning, current day, day 12, current status, not checked in. Would you like to check in? Check in. Ding. Successfully checked in. Delivering check-in reward. Reward delivered. Looking forward to seeing you tomorrow. After checking in, Lin Chao immediately sent the blueprint, which had appeared out of nowhere, into his material storage space. Obtained red crystal forged ×1. He didn't study it, didn't even read the description. Then he stood up and went directly to the second floor. There, Xiaolin was still lying in bed asleep, but her eyebrows were slightly furrowed, looking as if she was in discomfort. Thus, Lin Chao stepped forward quietly and gently touched Xiaolin's forehead. The result was still a mild fever. This couldn't help but make Lin Chao think deeply. TSK. Could it be that Xiaolin's sickness wasn't simply due to weak immunity? After all, the holy water from the water source altar could only enhance physical condition, but couldn't cure illnesses. Thinking about this, Lin Chao, after a brief pause, opened the chat room inside the book and typed a message on the public screen. Doctor who came to my island yesterday for fruit. Are you here? Say something if you are. Quickly, a message popped up in the chat box. Owner of M3185 Island. Here. Great savior. Seeing this, Lin Chao exhaled a long breath of relief. Then he continued to leave a message on the public screen. M3185, are you still on that small island now? No, I've already moved. That island got flooded by a water spirit when it rained. Then message me privately and tell me which island you're on now. I'll pick you up. I have a fever patient here who needs your diagnosis. Okay, I'll message you privately right away. Immediately, Lin Chao lifted the private chat restriction and switched the interface to private messages. He saw the doctor had already sent him the code of the island where he was currently located and asked about Xiaolin's condition. M2951. Also, great savior. Can you describe the patient's condition? So I can prepare in advance. Okay, this is the case. She told me she started running a fever since the night of the 9th day. I discovered her unconscious in the house on the afternoon of the 11th day and gave her something to reduce the fever to bring her back to consciousness. However, even after a whole night, Her fever hasn't fully broken yet. She still has a mild fever. After saying this, the doctor quickly followed up with a repetition and a question. Chapter 25. A favors must be repaid with great gratitude. Fever to the point of collapsing and still running a low fever even after taking medicine? The question mark at the end of that sentence made Lin Xiao on this side feel the doctor's frustration. So, Lin Xiao simply followed up with another question. Is it not looking good? In response, the doctor did not give a clear answer. Instead, he replied, let me take a look once I arrive. All right, then I'll come pick you up right away. After saying that, Lin Xiao closed the book in his hands and lowered his eyes to look at Feng beside his feet, instructing him, I'm going out for a moment. I'll be right back. During this time, Xiaolin will be under your care. Remember to give her plenty of water. Feng, who usually relied on being cute to get by, understood the gravity of the situation, so he solemnly nodded his head and replied, Jimmy, then I'm off. And just like that, Lin Xiao boarded the small combat ship alone. Following the map instructions, he went to the M2951 island where the doctor was located. It appeared that M2951 island had undergone one upgrade, and in the nearby area, some smaller islands were connected by rafts. Combined, these islands totaled about 500 square meters of land area. But it wasn't only the doctor who lived here. There were around 20 or 30 small wooden huts built of various sizes, resembling a small tribal village. No wonder the doctor knew the situations of others and had come to ask me for fruits. Just then, a voice reached Lin Xiao's ears. Savior, I'm here. Lin Xiao turned in the direction of the voice and saw the doctor waving frantically on a small island to the left. So, Lin Xiao steered the ship over and picked him up. Greetings, great savior. No, I really can't accept such a title. How can you not accept it? If it wasn't for you defeating the boss Feng Mo, our entire village would have perished. So you truly are our great savior. Do as you wish. After saying that, Lin Xiao turned the ship around and began heading back. On the way, out of curiosity, he asked the doctor, when was your village built? About on the 3rd and 4th days. The doctor answered honestly. The islands we originally lived on weren't far from each other. When we first entered this world, we got to know each other through the regional chat. Later we heard about a coming storm and invasions by water and lightning elementals. Then one of us suggested that we all swim to the island in the center, pool our materials together, build a larger boat, and escape to one island to live together and face the disasters as one. And that's how the village was formed. Oh, I see. After responding, Lin Xiao suddenly had a bright idea. He asked excitedly, so, that means there's no one living near your original island M3185 anymore, right? Probably. The doctor answered. None of us went back, but I don't know whether others have moved there. But, those islands nearby, although they have returned to their previous size after the floodwaters receded, they're completely empty. Who in their right mind would move to such a terrible place? Good. Lin Xiao responded outwardly, while calculating internally. Now, there's the perfect place to construct nuclear facilities. Then, Lin Xiao asked the doctor a bit more about the village, learning that the village not only had a village chief, but also laws, taxation, and the like. It intrigued Lin Xiao so much that he decided, after curing Xiaolin, he definitely wanted to meet this village chief in person, to see exactly what kind of remarkable person he was. Thus, Lin Xiao brought the doctor back to his small island and headed up to the 2nd floor of the villa. At this point, Xiaolin had already awakened. When she saw Lin Xiao return, she gave a very weak smile. Her voice was soft and weak. You're back. Who is this? He's a doctor. I brought him here to check on you. Doctor, she's in your care. Okay. The doctor's response was barely perceptibly hesitant. Meanwhile, as he observed Xiaolin's condition, the relaxed expression he'd worn during their earlier conversation on the boat was gone. What replaced it was something heavy. Then, the doctor stood beside Xiaolin's bed and softly asked, before your fever started, before you came to this world, did you feel any unusual symptoms? Like, frequently feeling tired, occasional dizziness? Yes. Do you also often have bleeding gums, and during your period, does it come very heavily? Yes. Please open your mouth so I can take a look. Oh, alright, you've got some inflammation in your throat, and you're a bit anemic. Let's go find some anti-inflammatory herbs. You'll get better after drinking them for a few days. And in the future, make sure to rest more and avoid overexertion. Thank you, doctor. I told you so. I said it was just a common cold, but he wouldn't believe it. That was the doctor's explanation. Xiaolin seemed to believe it, but Lin Xiao didn't. Because all these issues were ultimately caused by weak physical condition, something the holy water could easily resolve. Yet currently, Xiaolin had consumed so much holy water, and still hadn't shown any signs of recovery. Clearly, the doctor was lying. As Lin Xiao was pondering this matter, the doctor, using the excuse of collecting herbs, pulled Lin Xiao downstairs, left the villa, and walked a fair distance away. After confirming that Xiaolin inside the house couldn't hear them anymore, Lin Xiao took the initiative and spoke first. Her condition isn't as simple as what you described earlier, right? Yes. The doctor nodded firmly, then elaborated further. It's not a simple case of a common cold and fever. She looks pale, frail, and weak. She not only shows signs of sepsis, but also gum overgrowth and bluish rashes. Based on my clinical experience, I suspect it's acute leukemia. Of course, without routine medical tests, such as blood tests, imaging scans, or contrast imaging, we cannot make a definitive diagnosis. Perhaps it's just sepsis after all. By the time he finished that last sentence, even the doctor's own voice lacked conviction. After all, based on his understanding of this world, There was no way to perform blood tests or any X-ray imaging. Moreover, even if they did confirm the leukemia diagnosis, there was no chemotherapy available for treatment. For him, diagnosing Xiaolin was equivalent to sentencing her to death. But Lin Xiao was different. As long as there was a sliver of hope, Lin Xiao would not let Xiaolin die. The reason was simple. Earlier, when everyone else was ostracizing him, she stood up in the chat group and defended his honor. For just that one act alone, he would repay even the smallest favor with 1,000-fold gratitude. Thus, Lin Xiao pressed the doctor with another question. What kind of instruments do you need to make a definitive diagnosis? The doctor looked at Lin Xiao with some surprise after hearing that, then gently Dao. Benefactor. Chapter 26 Miniature Nuclear Reactor. I know you have a kind heart, but this girl really hasn't. The doctor hadn't finished speaking when Lin Xiao directly interrupted. You don't need to worry about these things. You just need to open the book, access the universal manufacturing page, and point out the machines you need to use. The rest is all on me. Seeing how resolute Lin Xiao was, the doctor said no more. Immediately, he pulled the book from his chest and flipped it open to the first page. The next second, the universal manufacturing interface appeared flat in midair before Lin Xiao and the doctor's eyes. Given the current situation, I at least need this and this. While the doctor softly spoke, he pointed with his hand toward 2 rows on the manufacturing list. Blood analyzer. Iron ingots 0/50. Gold ingots 0/50. Plastic 0/30. Fully automatic mechanical gears 0/10. Crystalline silicon 0/5. Universal medical staining liquid 0/5. Glass 0/3. Blood analyzer. Medical item. Used when powered. Analyzes blood component ratios through universal medical staining liquids. X-ray imaging device. Iron ingots 0/100. Gold ingots 0/100. Plastic 0/50. Fully automatic mechanical gears 0/20. Crystalline silicon 0/10. Glass 0/5. Lead boxes 0/2. X-ray imaging device. Medical item. Used when powered. Obtains imaging through radioactive X-ray exposure, thus understanding body conditions. After carefully reading through these 2 entries, Lin Xiao fell into brief contemplation, until after a short while, he finally spoke again to the doctor. I'll go back first by boat with you. When I collect enough materials to manufacture these 2 instruments, I'll come get you to examine her. As soon as the words landed, the doctor without hesitation agreed. Good. As long as the benefactor calls me, I'll come immediately. Thank you so much. Thus, Lin Xiao drove this small warship to send the doctor back to Island M2951. Then, he didn't return directly. This was because, currently, Lin Xiao only had 1 lead box. Yet the X-ray imaging device required 2. Not wanting to delay Xiaolin's condition, he couldn't wait until the 15th day for it to multiply. He must advance the nuclear energy plan and use the current lead box to manufacture 2 more. Therefore, he followed the information obtained earlier from his conversation with the doctor and headed near Island M3185. As expected, the several small islands here were spaced about 100 meters apart, with a considerable combined area. But the island had been ravaged by water and lightning element sprites, leaving no resources whatsoever, and not a single soul was here. Absolutely the ideal spot for constructing nuclear-related facilities. Thus, Lin Xiao didn't hesitate any further, and directly started construction on the spot. Add 3,000 iron ingots. Select placement, around the island. Manufacture. Once the words landed, rows of thick iron walls over 3 meters tall began rising from the ground around the island, turning the area into a virtual fortress. With this, nuclear radiation would find it difficult to leak out, and no outsiders could get in either. Safety was guaranteed tenfold. After that, Lin Xiao opened the book in his hand again, searching for items related to nuclear. Very quickly, he found what he was going to build next. Miniature nuclear reactor. Stones 30841/3000. Iron ingots 23947/1000. Fully automatic mechanical gears 79/30. Lead box 1/1. However, after reading the description of the miniature nuclear reactor, Lin Xiao was slightly shocked. Miniature nuclear reactor, nuclear item. Through nuclear reactions, produces small batches of lead boxes containing radioactive substances. Of course, there is also a probability of failed reaction and the reactor exploding. What the hell? It can fail. It might even explode. This was somewhat terrifying. But, thinking again, aside from this, the other reactors couldn't be manufactured because there weren't enough lead boxes, and Xiaolin was waiting for her diagnosis and treatment. In the end, Lin Xiao still decided to go all in, and added all the required materials. Select placement location. Manufacture. Upon speaking, all materials transformed into their needed forms, beginning to be constructed. It could be seen that the miniature nuclear reactor didn't require many materials, but its scale was nothing ordinary. Iron ingots and stones fused together, forming a large reinforced concrete tank, serving as the nuclear reaction zone. The remaining stones formed an open-air pool, acting as a cooling pond. In the blink of an eye, as these large components were pieced together, the small island where Lin Xiao stood was nearly filled completely. Following this, Lin Xiao approached the control panel of the miniature nuclear reactor. On the control panel were installed a lever, a square opening that could be opened, and a timer. The square opening was where lead boxes were both placed in and produced. The time displayed on the timer indicated how long was needed to produce a lead box. Pushing the lever upward started the reaction, while pulling it down stopped the process. The next second, without hesitation, Lin Xiao grabbed the lever and pushed it all the way up. The entire miniature nuclear reactor began to operate. A loud roaring sound came from inside the reactor tank. Lin Xiao then looked down at the timer. 2 hours 59 minutes and 58 seconds. It seemed like it would take some time before a lead box was produced. He might as well return first, just in time to check on Xiaolin's condition. And during this period, he could find ways to obtain crystalline silicon and universal medical staining liquid. Thus, Lin Xiao boarded the small warship and left the area. Once back at his own island, before even entering the house, he heard laughter coming from the second floor. Haha, you're so cute. Chummy. Soon after, Lin Xiao, filled with curiosity, walked up the stairs and pushed the door open. Xiaolin was sitting on the bed, leaning against the headboard. Though her complexion was still pale and weak, she was smiling as she watched Feng Feng performing tricks using wind magic. It seemed like Feng Feng had indeed fulfilled the task assigned by Lin Xiao to take good care of Xiaolin. So Lin Xiao praised with satisfaction. Feng Feng, you did well. I'll give you an extra fish tonight as a reward. Just as his words landed, Xiaolin and Feng Feng noticed Lin Xiao's arrival. Feng Feng was the first to rush into Lin Xiao's arms to show affection. Chummy chummy. Xiaolin smiled gently at Lin Xiao. You're back. Lin Xiao nodded and asked in return. How do you feel now? Feng Feng has been with me, so I feel much better. That's good. Then, he handed Xiaolin a cup of holy water to drink. However, Xiaolin had already consumed too much holy water. At the end, she almost felt like vomiting. Ugh. But there was no choice. Lin Xiao couldn't show weakness. After all, before he could treat her illness, holy water remained the only way to sustain her life. Rest for a while. After taking the cup from Xiaolin, Lin Xiao softly asked. Xiaolin nodded. Now that you mention it, I really do feel a bit sleepy. After she said that, Lin Xiao covered her with a blanket. Only after he had seen her fall asleep with his own eyes did he. Chapter 27. Entering the ancient ruins again. He then turned and walked downstairs, sitting on the sofa in the living room. After some thought, Lin Xiao flipped the book in his hand open to page 7. He was preparing to check the auction trading function to see if anyone was trading crystalline silicon or universal medical dye solution. The result? Lin Xiao browsed from beginning to end. But he didn't see these items. However, that didn't mean anything. Just because these materials weren't available in the trading hall, didn't mean they didn't exist at all. Maybe they weren't basic materials, but rather advanced ones? Holding on to this thought, Lin Xiao flipped the book back to page 1. He expanded the universal crafting interface and typed crystalline silicon into the search bar. The next second, a crafting recipe appeared before Lin Xiao's eyes. However, this crafting recipe couldn't be completed with universal crafting alone. Crystalline silicon, stone 31, 324/1, forging. Crystalline silicon, subject stone to high-temperature forging to obtain silicon crystals, used as raw material for high-density instruments. Forging. The blueprint I received this morning, wasn't it related to forging? Suddenly realizing this, Lin Xiao quickly flipped the book to page 2, opened the material storage space, and found the blueprint he had randomly stuffed in this morning. Red Crystal Forge Blueprint. Can be learned. After learning, you will obtain the Red Crystal Forging crafting recipe in Universal Crafting. Red Crystal Forge, an ancient magical item. Using the ancient magic stored in rubies as energy, it can generate incomparable heat inside the furnace. Anything placed inside will be instantly forged. Instant forging? Seeing these 4 words, Lin Xiao clicked the Learn button inside the blueprint description box. Then, he hurried back to the Universal Crafting interface, checking out the crafting recipe for this, Red Crystal Forge. Red Crystal Forge, magnetic drill, 2/50, ruby 89 out of 10. It actually uses magnetic drills, instead of ordinary stones or iron ingots. TSK, though it's a bit challenging, it makes sense. After all, the Red Crystal Forge can reach such high temperatures. If it was made from ordinary materials like stones or iron blocks, the furnace would probably melt itself before even beginning any forging. Therefore, he had to motion venture back into the ancient ruins again. Having made this decision, Lin Xiao opened the material storage space. He intended to prepare the essential items required for entering the ancient ruins in advance. Among these, the first one was definitely the Stellar Wand. Because there was absolutely no light inside the ancient ruins, he would need the Stellar Wand to provide illumination. The current Stellar Wand stored in the space. After the last trip into the ruins, its durability was nearly depleted. So he might as well craft a new one, and leave the old one on the island to be used as a street lamp. With these thoughts, Lin Xiao quietly said, add 1 wood, add 1 lightning element crystal. Craft, obtain Stellar Wand X1. After finishing the Stellar Wand, next was the Shadow Soul, which acted as the ticket to cross through the ancient portal. Currently, the number of Shadow Souls in the material storage space was in single digits, although barely enough for going there and returning. The ancient portal had inaccuracies. Therefore, he needed to prepare extra. Thus, Lin Xiao didn't even wait for the shadow fruits to ripen and dry from the shadow trees. He simply swept through the trading hall again, purchasing more than 60 Shadow Souls. With this, only one last item remained. The Golden Pick archaeological hammer, used for mining magnetic drills. Because he needed to ensure safety, he definitely couldn't linger where the shadow arm was present. Yet within the shadow-free ancient palace, the shadow casket couldn't release shadow clones either. Therefore, these 48 magnetic drills had to be personally pried off the buildings of the ancient palace by himself. As the saying goes, work must be well done, tools must be sharpened first. Although the Golden Pick archaeological hammer, stored in his material space, still had good durability, he should still head to the ancient enchantment altar to see whether there were suitable enchantments available for this golden pick archaeological hammer. With this in mind, Lin Xiao left the villa, walked into the nearby small house, and placed the golden pick archaeological hammer on the ancient enchantment altar. The next second, a light screen interface unfolded before Lin Xiao's eyes. Enchanted item, golden pick archaeological hammer. Enchantment materials, none. Enchantment recipes. Sapphire after enchantment. Items knocked down will be refrigerated and preserved, suitable for archaeology of perishable items. Ruby after enchantment. Items knocked down will be heated and dried, suitable for specimen archaeology. Purple gem after enchantment. Items knocked down will be protected by special energy, suitable for archaeology of precious items. Shadow soul after enchantment. If the item being struck is a product of shadow magic, it will briefly activate. Magnetic drill after enchantment. Durability increases, sharpness increases. Makes it easier to obtain materials from hard objects. Due to incomplete ancient magical materials, remaining enchantment recipes cannot be displayed. The purpose of this enchantment was simply to speed up the mining of magnetic drills and reduce the amount of time spent within the ancient ruins. Therefore, using an enchantment on a magnetic drill to mine more magnetic drills was the most suitable choice. Thus, Lin Xiao took a magnetic drill from his material storage space and placed it onto the ancient enchantment altar. Instantly, the magnetic drill melted into liquid form, flowing by itself onto the golden pick archaeological hammer, coating its surface. This caused the texture of the golden pick archaeological hammer to feel exactly the same as the magnetic drill. However, its weight hadn't changed significantly. This made Lin Xiao feel that even after using it to strike objects for a long time, he wouldn't get tired easily. With that done, everything required for preparing before entering the ancient ruins was now complete. Therefore, Lin Xiao stepped out of the small house and walked onto the island's open field, retrieving the ancient portal from his material storage space. Instantly, that mysterious black membrane in the center of the ancient portal appeared before Lin Xiao's eyes, making him unintentionally recall everything that had happened the last time he was inside the ancient ruins. However, this time, he was only here to collect magnetic drills. Once he gathered enough, he would return immediately. It should be safe enough, right? Clap, clap. Lin Xiao slapped his own face. No more daydreaming. Focus, focus. I must go to the ancient palace. I must go to the ancient palace. Holding on to this thought, Lin Xiao resolutely took a step forward, crossing through the ancient portal. The next second, that familiar low hum from inside the ancient ruins echoed once again in Lin Xiao's ears, causing him to immediately realize that he had already arrived within the ancient ruins. Therefore, he quickly pulled out the stellar wand and generated a small shining star in front of him. Using its light, he began to look around. The worn-out red carpet, the rows of columns on both sides adorned with carvings, and the crumbling walls covered in ancient glyphs. Chapter 28. Magical Simultaneous Interpretation. Echoing ear. That iconic structure, the high platform throne, is visible. Lin Xiao didn't suffer any deviation upon teleportation. He arrived directly at his destination, the ancient palace. Since that's the case, then let's settle this quickly. Start digging right away. Immediately, Lin Xiao retrieved the enchanted golden archaeological hammer from his material storage space and began searching nearby for badly damaged broken walls to strike. Clang clang clang. Obtain magnetic drill ×1. Clang clang clang. Obtain magnetic drill ×1. Indeed, the golden archaeological hammer, enchanted with magnetic drill, works much better. In some loose spots, one hit could easily drop a magnetic drill. Like this. Before long, in Lin Xiao's material storage space, the number of magnetic drills reached 50. It's already enough to manufacture the Crimson Crystal Forge. Therefore, Lin Xiao put away the enchanted golden archaeological hammer and took out the ancient portal to return. He planned to quickly manufacture all the equipment required for Xia Lin's diagnosis. But the result, after the ancient portal stood in front of Lin Xiao, a strange thing happened. Looking at the ancient portal, there was only an empty magnetic drill slot. The black membrane that originally surged in the hollow part had completely vanished without a trace. No matter how Lin Xiao tried to step through, he only ended up jumping sideways, completely meaningless. Now Lin Xiao was baffled. What's going on? Didn't I buy plenty of shadow souls as backup before coming down to the ancient ruins? Could it be those shadow souls didn't arrive? Doubting himself, Lin Xiao flipped open the book and expanded the item list in his material storage space. What appeared was Shadow Soul times 69. The trading house showed they had arrived normally. So, did the magnetic drill slot break? Deciding to check, Lin Xiao stepped forward again, almost pressing his face against the magnetic drill slot, carefully inspecting it, fearing he might miss even the smallest crack. But just at this moment, Spalaxavarukada, a suppressed low growl suddenly appeared out of nowhere behind Lin Xiao, making Lin Xiao, who was fully focused on inspecting the magnetic drill slot, instantly turn his head toward the sound. What met his eyes was nothing but the ruined palace. There was nothing else around that could produce such a sound. But precisely because of this, Lin Xiao immediately realized the truth. Someone is putting on a show. There's no need to inspect the ancient portal anymore. It must be the culprit behind that voice. Therefore, Lin Xiao calmed his breath and shouted toward the surroundings. If you have something to say, speak up. If you need to vent, then do it. Don't hide in the shadows. I know your goal isn't my life. Otherwise, when I was inspecting the ancient portal just now, you would have already killed me. As his words fell, in the next second, a shadow rose gracefully from the ground. Then it began to take shape gradually. Finally, a humanoid shadow quite similar to the shadow clone seen in the shadow box appeared before Lin Xiao's eyes. He had a robust build, at least 2 meters tall, combined with the shadow cloak on his back. He looked like a dark knight. However, compared to appearance, what Lin Xiao cared about more was, why could this shadow being exist here? While the shadow arms outside and the shadow clone in the shadow box couldn't even step into this place. Therefore, with these questions, Lin Xiao spoke up again, questioning, "Who are you? Why are you stopping me from passing through the ancient portal?" After speaking, then came a low murmur from the shadow figure's mouth, similar to what Lin Xiao heard last time when he sat on the throne. Barakilika Maji. In the next second, the same reaction occurred on the book in Lin Xiao's hand as when he obtained the ancient portal last time. Ding. Echoing ear. Crafting recipe understood. Please check in the universal crafting function. Echoing ear. So that means, last time, the ancient portal was also given to me through a crafting recipe by him, allowing me to leave this place. However, why won't he let me leave this time? What exactly is his purpose? Too many questions gathered in Lin Xiao's mind, waiting to be resolved. No choice. Lin Xiao had no choice but to first craft this echoing ear before solving the issues one by one. Thinking of this, Lin Xiao flipped open the book and expanded the universal crafting interface. What appeared before him was new echoing ear, echoing stone 0 to 1, echoing shell 0 to 1. The two required materials in the crafting recipe. Not only did Lin Xiao not have either, but he had never even seen or heard of them before. Therefore, even if he wanted to look for them right now, he wouldn't have the slightest clue. But just at this moment, the shadow figure suddenly raised both hands. Like a magician revealing a trick, placed two materials directly in front of Lin Xiao's eyes. One was a spiral-shaped stone emitting silver light. The other was a seashell with a pearly sheen. Without much thought, it was obvious these two items were the materials needed to craft the echoing ear. So, Lin Xiao simply reached out and accepted them. Obtained echoing stone times 1. Obtained echoing shell times 1. Then he softly spoke. Add 1 echoing stone. Add 1 echoing shell. Craft. After saying that, a piece of jewelry shaped like an ear but glowing with a pearly silver light appeared in Lin Xiao's hand. Then, Lin Xiao raised his hand and placed it onto his ear. From now on, no matter how twisted and obscure the murmurs from the shadow figure became, through the echoing ear, they all became simple and understandable Mandarin to Lin Xiao's ears. Let's go sit over there and talk. Sitting to talk? Hearing this, Lin Xiao frowned in displeasure. You're not just bored from being inside the ancient ruins and want someone to chat with, right? As his voice fell, that shadow didn't even deny it. Instead, it straightforwardly replied, "You could say that, but I also have something serious to talk with you." After speaking, that shadow didn't even wait for Lin Xiao's agreement. It simply walked toward a nearby low platform, sat down, and fixed its gaze on Lin Xiao. As for Lin Xiao, he knew he was under someone else's roof and had to bow his head. Right now, if he didn't follow the shadow figure's wishes, he wouldn't be able to return through the ancient portal anyway. Helpless, he then walked over and sat beside it. "Hurry up and say whatever you have to say. I'm in a rush to go save someone." "All right." The shadow figure nodded in agreement. Yet, its following words showed no intention of being brief. "Let me first tell you who I am." "Fine." Lin Xiao's face turned dark as he prepared himself to listen. "It began with me, being the last emperor of this place. My people called me Emperor Nisi. I was the one who brought prosperity to everything here. And I was the one who destroyed it all. Because I foolishly believed in that person's words and combined shadow and magic together." At first, Lin Xiao had already mentally prepared himself to hear a long and boring monologue from a lonely old man. But as the words shadow and magic from the final sentence reached his ears, Lin Xiao began to grow interested. Chapter 29, The History of the Ancient Empire. Shadow magic? Do you mean something like the ancient portal? As the words fell, NC Emperor nodded in confirmation after correcting the name. You mean the shadow portal? Exactly. It's indeed a product created using shadow magic. Then, Lin Xiao, curious, continued to press. Who was the person you mentioned earlier? That person. As he spoke, NC Emperor seemed to recall some painful memories. After a brief pause, he finally answered Lin Xiao. You've probably already met him. Met him. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao was taken aback. When? How come I don't remember? Since I arrived at this ancient ruin, I've only seen you and a bunch of mummies. After finishing, NC Emperor glanced sideways at Lin Xiao and asked in return. When you came in, didn't you encounter a shadow arm trying to extinguish your light source? Yes. Lin Xiao answered affirmatively, then suddenly realized with a start. Could that arm be? Exactly. NC Emperor nodded. When he was alive, he was the strongest shadow mage in the entire empire. After death, he became a shadow himself and his control over shadows grew even stronger. He can spread his shadow body into anywhere. But his shadow form, especially containing the heart of shadow, cannot enter places filled with light. Therefore, before killing you, he must first pull you into darkness. Kill me. Lin Xiao frowned slightly. Why would he want to kill me? We have no grudge. Is it just because I trespassed on his territory? No. NC Emperor shook his head. It's because he wants to possess your body or prevent me from contacting you. Huh. Puzzled, Lin Xiao was about to ask why, but he soon realized how complicated this ancient matter was. It would take forever to understand just by asking why. So he gave up. Forget it. I won't ask why anymore. Just tell me everything at once. After Lin Xiao's indifferent remark, NC Emperor nodded and resumed telling Lin Xiao the story. Back then, the empire was stuck in a bottleneck. While I was struggling to find a way forward, Luke appeared. He claimed to be a mage who had mastered the power of shadows and wanted to use it to help revive the Empire. At first, I didn't believe him, thinking he was no different from those self-proclaimed wandering sorcerers. But when he showed me the items he created using shadow magic, my desire to strengthen the Empire shook. I firmly believed he was different, that he could truly help me expand the Empire. So I began encouraging the entire country, even myself, to learn shadow magic under him. With the collision between shadows and magic, the Empire truly flourished. Thus, Luke became my most trusted confidant. Any major state or personal matter, I would consult with him. But I had no idea that this very person I trusted so much had already begun plotting against me the moment he approached me. He recommended and promoted his shadow magic not to revive my empire, but to transform it into a shadow empire once it was fully immersed in shadow magic, making himself its king. He calculated everything, except for one thing, my royal blood, which carried innate magical power. When he activated his shadow magic to usurp the throne, I fought back by exhausting my royal blood. Finally, the empire fell. His physical body vanished, becoming a shadow. Yet his ambition remained. He still desired resurrection and sought to drown the entire world in shadow, proclaiming himself ruler. As for me, after my death, I became a shadow sealed here, suppressing my royal blood to ensure he can never revive and that shadow magic cannot penetrate this place. So for thousands of years, we've been locked in a stalemate. He wants to kill me to break free from the seal, but cannot get in. I want to kill him to stop his plot, but cannot get out. Until you showed up. You broke this delicate balance. He only needs to kill you to use your body to escape and reach the surface world to complete his plan. As for me, seeing you for the first time here, having narrowly escaped his grasp, I simply wanted you to use the shadow portal to leave and never return, cutting off his chance at resurrection. But after I saw you off with my own eyes, my intuition told me again that you would definitely return, and not just once. Exactly. Now you're here again. This proves my intuition was right. So, I have no choice but to tell you all this, so you have some idea and can avoid being possessed by Luke. After finishing his words, Lin Xiao began to sort out the whole story in his mind. At the same time, all the doubts he had kept in his heart were instantly resolved. Then, he nodded slightly and responded to Emperor Nci. Okay, I understand. So basically, I just have to avoid meeting him, right? If that's the case, I'll just stay within your area from now on and never go out again. However, as soon as the words left his mouth, Emperor Nci questioned with a tone of doubt. The reason you came here was to search for magic raw materials that only existed in our era, wasn't it? In this palace area, there's very little of those materials. Most of them are still outside. Are you sure you can really stay in this area without going out? Lin Xiao hesitated. After all, the reason he risked coming to this ancient ruin was to search for materials. If he didn't go out to look for them, would he just stay here and listen to this old man's stories? At the same time, Emperor Nci also noticed Lin Xiao's hesitation, so he seized the opportunity and continued. Also, there was something else I didn't finish saying just now. At first, when I told you the incantation to create the shadow portal, I really just wanted you to leave and never return. But now that you're back, I have a selfish request to ask you to do something for me. And this request will also benefit you. Would you agree? Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao instantly saw through Emperor Nci's thoughts. He asked bluntly, "You want me to help you eliminate Luke completely, don't you?" As the words settled, Emperor Nci didn't beat around the bush. He simply nodded and answered directly. Precisely. As long as you eliminate Luke, you will have fulfilled one of my deepest wishes and removed a major threat to the world. And also, Chapter 30 Healing with Magic. And from now on, there will no longer be any danger in the outer areas. You can freely mine the resources. At the same time, I am also willing to teach you some related magic spells in exchange for the resources you mine. All of this sounded incredibly tempting, but Lin Xiao didn't let the temptation cloud his judgment. Instead, he remained calm and asked Emperor Nci in return. You yourself said that after Luke transformed into a shadow being, he became even stronger through his control over shadow magic. If even you can't defeat him, what makes you think I can? After he finished speaking, Emperor Nci quietly responded, "Don't worry, I know that much. Defeating Luke is not something that can be accomplished overnight. In the future, I'll slowly tell you how to do it and teach you some magic. But for now, all I need is your promise. Will you help me with this?" As soon as the words were spoken, before Lin Xiao could even think, a system notification sound rang inside his mind. Ding. Triggered. Hidden task. The Darkborn's choice. Please make a divine level choice between the following two options. 1. Choose to help Emperor Nci kill Luke. Reward. Luke's Heart of Shadow. Additionally, the system will let you fuse with the Heart of Shadow effortlessly, becoming the strongest shadow mage. 2. Choose to help Luke kill Emperor Nci. Reward. Luke's gratitude. After Luke revives and returns to the world, he will appoint you as his guardian and rule the shadow world together with you. I agree. As soon as the system's voice ended, Lin Xiao replied without hesitation. This had nothing to do with righteousness. It was simply because, for Lin Xiao, becoming the strongest shadow mage by obtaining Luke's power was far more appealing than ruling over others from a subordinate position. Instantly, Emperor Nci nodded satisfactorily and said to Lin Xiao, "Good, now that I have your word, I can be at ease. As for the matter of Luke, we can discuss it further in the future. I remember you said you needed to save someone? You should go back first." After speaking, Emperor Nci waved his right hand. Immediately, the empty magnetic frame of the ancient portal was once again filled with surging black membranes. But Lin Chao didn't step forward to cross through it. Instead, he looked at Emperor N's and suddenly had a thought. Let me ask you a question. How did you treat cancer patients in your time? Cancer. Seeing Emperor N's puzzled expression, he clearly didn't understand what cancer meant in this modern term. So, Lin Chao used the knowledge in his mind to do his best to explain to Emperor N's. Cancer is a disease where a certain part of the body undergoes mutations, begins to proliferate infinitely, and invades other parts. After saying that, Emperor N suddenly understood. Oh, I get it now. We called it accumulated illness back then. It was very easy to treat. So you're going back to save people who have this illness? Hearing this, Lin Chao's eyes lit up. He was right to ask an extra question. There was indeed hope. Therefore, he continued to ask without hesitation. If you say it's easy to treat, can you tell me how you treated it back then? Of course. Emperor N's nodded in agreement. Just memorize this spell I'm going to tell you. Chok Silderu Ahai. As the spell was spoken, the book in Lin Chao's hand also reacted. Ding. Ancient radioactive magic box. Production formula has been learned. Please check it yourself in the universal crafting function. The next moment, without further thought, Lin Chao immediately opened the book to the first page and accessed the universal crafting panel. There it was. New ancient radioactive magic box. Stone 24805/100, amethyst 76 fifths, lead casket 0/5. Ancient radioactive magic box, an ancient magical item. Using ancient magic to control radioactive rays with precision, it can highly accurately destroy mutated cells without harming the rest. This was impressive. Using magic to control radioactive rays, solving the most difficult targeting problem in modern radiotherapy and chemotherapy directly. With this, even if Xia Lin were diagnosed with leukemia, it wouldn't be anything to fear. Thinking of this, Lin Chao left one last sentence for Emperor N's. I'm going back first. I'll come back after I'm done. Okay. Saying that, Lin Chao couldn't wait any longer, stepped through the ancient portal, and arrived at the small house on M7021 Island. Add 50 magnetic cores. Add 10 rubies. Select placement location. Craft. Under the moonlight. A quiet murmur escaped from Lin Chao's lips. The magnetic drills began stacking inside the cabin, quickly merging into a furnace. Then, those 10 rubies came forth one after another, forming a circle and embedding themselves around the furnace. Thus, the ruby forging furnace was completed. However, it was somewhat different from what Lin Chao had initially envisioned. Lin Chao had assumed that the all-powerful ruby forging furnace would reach an extremely high temperature, emitting a great deal of heat. But in reality, outside the furnace, there was no sensation of internal heat at all. Its high temperature was strictly confined within. When Lin Chao placed the stone inside, almost instantly, crystalline silicon was forged. Obtained crystalline silicon X1. Obtained crystalline silicon X1. Obtained crystalline silicon X1. With this, the crystalline silicon required to produce the blood analyzer and the X-ray imager was now secured. As for the lead casket, it only needed to wait until tomorrow when the mini-nuclear reactor would produce it. The remaining requirement was the universal medical staining liquid, necessary for producing the blood analyzer. Thinking this through, Lin Chao expanded the universal crafting interface from the book. Then, he searched for universal medical staining liquid within the search box. The next second, a crafting recipe appeared before his eyes. Universal medical staining liquid, chameleon bone snake pigment sac 0/1. Universal medical staining liquid. Made from an intact and undamaged chameleon bone snake pigment sac, it can stain different components in blood to determine their content. The chameleon bone snake is a deep-sea creature, fierce, color-shifting, and nearly invisible to the naked eye. It usually camouflages with its surroundings and hunts prey by ambushing, making it a ruthless predator of the deep sea. Hard to spot with the naked eye? If that's the case, then he would prepare tomorrow and go diving afterward to look for it. With a simple plan in place, Lin Chao turned around and left the cabin, returning to the villa. Upon seeing the peaceful scene of Xia Lin and Feng Feng leaning on each other and sleeping soundly, he returned to the sofa downstairs. Under the gentle moonlight, he, too, drifted into a dreamful sleep. Current day, 13. Current status, not checked in. Would you like to check in now? Check in. Chapter 31 Capture. Chameleon Bone Snake. Ding. Sign in successful. Issuing sign-in reward. Reward has been issued successfully. Looking forward to seeing you again tomorrow. The voice in his ear ended. Lin Chao picked up the blueprints that had fallen on him. Obtained giant lay fish spear blueprint ×1. Fish spear. It just so happened that today was the day he had planned to go deep into the sea to capture the chameleon bone snake. Perhaps it would come in handy. Thus, with this thought, Lin Chao flipped the book to the second page, found the giant lay fish spear blueprint inside the material storage space, and gently touched it to open the information window. Giant lay fish spear blueprint can be learned. After learning, the crafting recipe for the giant lay fish spear will be available in general crafting. Giant lay fish spear, elemental magic item. Releases lightning fish spears through lay element crystals to strike marine creatures. Different effects such as stunning or killing can be achieved by adjusting the output of the lightning. After reading the introduction, a look of satisfaction appeared on Lin Chao's face. Because, just yesterday, he had been wondering, what method could ensure that the chameleon bone snake's color sac would be obtained completely intact? Who would have thought? This issue was resolved today. Electric shock. No method is better than an electric shock for keeping prey completely intact. Thus, without hesitation, Lin Chao flipped the book back to the first page, opened the general crafting interface, and started crafting the giant lay fish spear, according to the crafting recipe displayed. Add 5 iron ingots. Add 3 late element crystals. Add 1 fully automatic mechanical gear. Craft. The words barely left his mouth. A 15-centimeter long hollow iron tube appeared in Lin Xiao's hand out of nowhere. The tube was yellow throughout, and irregularly dotted with several lightning symbols across its surface. Also, there was a slightly raised button near where Lin Xiao's thumb could reach. Most likely, that was the button to fire the lightning. But at home, it was better not to test it for now. Then, Lin Xiao stored the giant lei fish spear into the material storage space. And rising from the sofa, he walked upstairs to check on Xiaolin. Right now, because of a slight fever, Xiaolin had been very uncomfortable, with a furrowed brow, yet still asleep. Feng Feng, on the other hand, was already awake. Upon seeing Lin Xiao approach, Feng Feng joyfully ran over. Chew me. Shoo. Lin Xiao wrapped one arm around Feng Feng and placed a finger to his lips with the other, indicating Feng Feng should stay quiet so as not to wake Xiaolin. Feng Feng was very obedient, immediately understanding, covered her mouth with 2 little paws, looking absolutely adorable. Good girl. After praising Feng Feng, Lin Xiao softly reminded her, I'll be going out for a while. Once again, I'm leaving Xiaolin in your care. Make sure to give her water when she wakes up, understand? Chew me. Seeing Feng Feng nod in agreement, Lin Xiao then placed her down from his arm, leaving behind one sentence. Well then, I'm off. Everything is in your hands. He then turned and left the villa, boarding the small combat warship, heading all the way toward Island M3185, where the small nuclear reactor was located. At this moment, it had been 15 hours since Lin Xiao last left Island M3185. Therefore, when Lin Xiao landed and harvested the small nuclear reactor's lead boxes, he gathered 5 of them, like this. 2 could be used to craft the X-ray imaging apparatus, 1 to remain for the small nuclear reactor's ongoing nuclear reaction, and the remaining 2 he placed into his material storage space, bringing them back to Island M7021, intending to use them as extra components for the small exploration submarine. Deep Sea Ray Detection Lens. Iron Ingot 18759/50, Stone 29751/30, Glass 21 halves, Lead Box 4 halves. Then, Lin Xiao followed the crafting recipe displayed in the general crafting interface, adding materials one by one. Then he spoke. Select placement location. Add to submarine viewport. Craft. With the command given, a filter appeared on the viewport of the submarine. Then, as Lin Xiao re-entered the submarine, he noticed a new button on the control panel. Activate radiation lens. Naturally, curious, Lin Xiao pressed this button experimentally. Instantly, the scene on the display changed. Trees, houses, the ocean. A series of inanimate objects turned gray. Only the marine creatures, and Xiaolin and Feng Feng in the small villa were clearly visible on screen. This way, even if the chameleon bone snake blended perfectly with its surroundings through color-changing abilities, there would be no need to worry about failing to spot it with the naked eye. Thus, with everything fully prepared, Lin Xiao piloted the small exploration submarine into the deep sea, beginning his search for the chameleon bone snake. Not this one. Not this one either. This one. It seems like it. Roughly 10 minutes later, Lin Xiao finally spotted a deep-sea creature that looked similar to the chameleon bone snake. So, to confirm it accurately, Lin Xiao switched off the radiation lens filter, allowing the screen to return to normal underwater scenery. As a result, what appeared was, just moments ago under the filter, a snake-like marine creature had been lying in wait there motionless. But without the filter on, it was completely invisible. This perfectly matched the characteristics of the chameleon bone snake, which proved this really was a chameleon bone snake. Therefore, in the next second, without hesitation, Lin Xiao opened the shadow box and retrieved the giant lei fish spear, then silently thinking to himself, use the giant lei fish spear to stun the chameleon bone snake, then drag the entire body into the storage compartment. Then, as Lin Xiao had thought, the shadow clones immediately followed his plan, bursting out from the small exploration submarine, rushing toward the chameleon bone snake. The chameleon bone snake also sensed something abnormal. However, it didn't realize they were only shadows. Instead, it mistook them as prey. Therefore, its curved body suddenly straightened, lightning quick, snapping directly at one of the shadow clones. Precise and fierce, it perfectly embodied the term merciless hunter of the deep sea. But, sadly, it was just a shadow. By the time it realized its strike was empty, it was already too late. Another shadow clone had already aimed the giant lei fish spear at it and pressed the firing button. In an instant, a golden ray shot forth, flashing by in a blink. It struck directly onto the chameleon bone snake, instantly stunning it, then dragged back by the shadow clones. Good, first one captured. And with the experience now, the rest would be much easier. Afterwards, Lin Xiao continued sailing in the deep sea using the same method. Less than an hour later, the 5 chameleon bone snakes required for the blood analyzer were all gathered. Chapter 32, Medical Instruments Produced. On Island M7021, the long body of the chameleon bone snake was stiff, twisted, and coiled in a pool of blood. Lin Xiao held the chromatophore sacs taken from their bodies and softly said, add 5 chameleon bone snake chromatophore sacs. Manufacture. As the words fell, those blood-soaked sacs immediately transformed into bottled reagents. Obtain Universal Medical Staining Solution X5. With this, whether it be crystal silicon, Universal Medical Staining Solution, or lead boxes, everything was now complete. Following this, Lin Xiao then began following the manufacturing recipes for the blood analyzer and the X-ray imaging device, adding the materials one by one. Select placement location. Manufacture. Select placement location. Manufacture. After 2 spoken commands, the necessary materials for each of the 2 machines flew out one by one and began assembling on either side of the energy storage lightning rod selected by Lin Xiao. Throughout this entire phase, Lin Xiao remained on site, observing and roughly calculating in his mind. In merely 3 short minutes, the instruments were already taking shape. Then, 2 power cables extended from each machine, plugging into the storage battery box of the energy storage lightning rod, completing the electrical connection. Thus, the blood analyzer and X-ray imaging device were completely finished. Seeing this, Lin Xiao immediately grabbed a book, flipped to page 6, opened the chat interface, and sent a private message to the doctor. The instruments you requested are ready. Anything else you need? If not, go ahead and pack up. I'll come get you now. Huh. The doctor was momentarily taken aback, because in his mind, he had never believed that such medical equipment could actually be built in this world. After a short pause, he finally regained his senses and added, "No need for anything else. I'll just wait here for you. Come on over." Okay. After saying this, Lin Xiao closed the book, boarded the small combat ship, and went to retrieve the doctor from Island M2951. Upon stepping onto the island, the doctor did not immediately go to see Xiaolin, but instead headed straight to the blood analyzer and the X-ray imaging device. As a doctor, it was as if he had met old friends again, his voice trembling with excitement. "That's right. These are the ones. Exactly these. You're amazing. Actually manufacturing these things in this world. And in just a single day, how did you get crystal silicon? And the medical staining solution too? Let's talk about that later." Lin Xiao forcibly redirected the drifting conversation. "You first go examine Xiaolin." "All right, right." After speaking, the belatedly realizing doctor followed Lin Xiao upstairs to the villa's 2nd floor. Coincidentally, Xiaolin had just woken up not long ago. Seeing Lin Xiao and the doctor, she forcefully managed a faint smile as she said, "Lin Xiao, doctor, sorry for troubling you both again." "Not at all. It's the great benefactor here who's done the hard work." As the doctor spoke, he quickly walked to Xiaolin's bedside, knelt down beside her, then pulled out a pre-made syringe from his pocket and drew a vial of blood from her arm. "Benefactor." After drawing the blood, the doctor stood up, holding the blood vial, and said to Lin Xiao, "I'll start the blood test for her first. Then I'll need you to help her downstairs for the X-ray examination." "Okay." Lin Xiao nodded in response. "You go first." After that, the doctor went downstairs. Lin Xiao then approached to help Xiaolin off the bed. However, during the conversation between Lin Xiao and the doctor, Xiaolin had sensed something was off. So, while heading downstairs, she cautiously asked Lin Xiao, "The doctor said last time that I only had a common cold and a little anemia, didn't he? Why is he here again now? And even talking about doing an X-ray? Do I have some other illness?" Hearing this, Lin Xiao thought to himself, Xiaolin is a mature adult. By now, telling her more lies wouldn't be believable anymore, and might even raise more suspicions. He took a moment to choose his words carefully, and then confessed openly to Xiaolin. "Based on your symptoms, the doctor preliminarily suspects leukemia. That's why I searched everywhere for materials and made the blood analyzer and X-ray machine to conduct a further diagnosis for you." As he finished speaking, Lin Xiao immediately felt the weight of Xiaolin's body slump heavily downward as she struggled to accept this news. Thus, Lin Xiao quickly followed up with the latter half in a very firm tone of voice. "But you can't Fangxin. I've already taken into account the possibility of your diagnosis. So, I've also prepared instruments that can cure your illness. I promise you won't die, and you'll be just like before, healthy and energetic, able to do whatever you want." These words, delivered in a sincere tone, instantly pulled Xiaolin back a little from the brink of despair. "Really?" Xiaolin asked in return. Lin Xiao answered firmly, "Absolutely true. Let's go downstairs quickly. The doctor is waiting for us." "Okay." With that, Lin Xiao supported Xiaolin as they went downstairs, swiftly completing all the required examinations. As for the results, they came out very soon. "It's leukemia," the doctor announced in a heavy tone. "If we want to treat it, chemotherapy will be necessary." At this, the doctor glanced sideways at Lin Xiao. The message conveyed through his eyes was clear. The advanced high-tech equipment needed for chemotherapy must be impossible to create, right? Yet Lin Xiao responded effortlessly with just one sentence. "I understand. I'll go prepare the things needed for chemotherapy right away. In the meantime, Xiaolin will be in your care, doctor." "What?" The doctor was stunned again after hearing this, revealing all his shock. "The equipment for chemotherapy is hundreds of times more complex and precise than the blood analyzer and X-ray imaging device. Can you actually make it?" "Of course I can." A simple, concise 3-word reply. Without waiting for the doctor to ask more questions, Lin Xiao immediately boarded the small combat ship and headed straight for Island M3185. There, he collected all the lead boxes produced by this small nuclear reactor. Obtained lead box X6. The timing was perfect. 6 lead boxes. 1 was left to continue the nuclear reaction. The remaining 5. Add 5 lead boxes. Add 100 stones. Add 5 amethyst gems. Select placement location. Manufacture. As the command rang out, the ancient magic contained within the amethyst gems activated. Suddenly, a burst of purple light flashed before Lin Xiao's eyes, forcing him to instinctively shut his eyes tightly. And when he opened them again, Chapter 33, A Medical Miracle. Everything appeared as if by magic. In Lin Xiao's vision, an oval-shaped altar emerged out of nowhere, carved from stone with a purple membrane covering it. And rather than calling it a chemotherapy machine, it would be more believable to label it as an artwork, because its appearance was completely different from the chemotherapy machine one would imagine. However, its appearance didn't really matter. As long as it could cure Xiaolin's illness, that was all that counted. Thinking this, Lin Xiao immediately stored it into his material storage space, obtained ancient radioactive curing box ×1. Then he boarded the small combat ship and returned to the M7021 island. At this moment, the doctor and Xiaolin, who had seen the small combat ship returning from afar, were already waiting for him on the island. Then, as soon as Lin Xiao set foot on the island, the first words the doctor said to him were, "Did you make it?" "Yeah, everything is ready." Lin Xiao nodded and replied. Then he released the ancient radioactive curing box from his storage space. "This is it." This is the chemotherapy machine? I've been in this field for at least 10 years, and I've never seen a chemotherapy machine like this." Just like when Lin Xiao first saw the ancient radioactive curing box, the doctor couldn't connect this art piece with the idea of a chemotherapy machine. His face clearly showed his surprise. However, whether he believed it or not didn't matter. What mattered was whether Xiaolin believed this device could cure her illness. Then, Lin Xiao turned his gaze towards Xiaolin and smiled while saying, "Come on, rest here for a while, and your illness will be cured." "Okay," Xiaolin answered hesitantly. Obviously, doubts about this so-called chemotherapy machine were swirling in her mind. But, compared to her own doubts, she ultimately chose to trust Lin Xiao, who had given her a sense of security. Therefore, with Lin Xiao's assistance, she passed through the seemingly insubstantial purple membrane and lay on top of the ancient radioactive curing box. But as soon as she lay down, from an outsider's perspective, it appeared as though nothing had happened. She was simply lying there. In reality, however, within that purple membrane, countless radioactive rays, guided by magic, were precisely targeting and destroying the cancer cells inside Xiaolin's body. Only Xiaolin herself could feel her body temperature gradually returning to normal, and the feeling of fatigue slowly disappearing. Thus, 10 minutes passed. Suddenly, the purple membrane on the ancient radioactive curing box vanished. Lin Xiao knew that this was the sign that the chemotherapy had ended. So, he looked at Xiaolin with eager expectation and gently asked, "How do you feel?" "I feel completely cured," Xiaolin replied with an incredulous tone, and simultaneously demonstrated with her actions to prove it to both Lin Xiao and the doctor. Xiaolin, who had barely been able to walk without assistance before entering the ancient radioactive curing box, now quickly got up and walked off the box by herself. She's already healed? The doctor was also incredibly shocked. After nearly a decade of experience in the field, he had never witnessed such an unbelievable medical miracle. So, he rushed forward and grabbed Xiaolin, saying, "Let me run another examination on you. Let me see if it's truly a full recovery." Xiaolin herself couldn't believe it either, so she simply agreed, and allowed the doctor to take another blood sample and conduct another X-ray. Eventually, after receiving the test results, the doctor stared at the report with a look of shock on his face. His mouth hung wide open, yet no words came out for a long time. His silence made Xiaolin anxious too, so she nervously asked, "What does it say on the report?" As soon as the words left her mouth, the doctor finally responded, "All indicators are normal." After hearing that, Lin Xiao smiled and looked at Xiaolin, saying, "See, I told you so. Congratulations, you're fully recovered." Xiaolin had completely revived from the depths of despair of imminent death, and with tears of joy, she looked at Lin Xiao and said, "Thank you so much. Really, thank you so much." Then, she spontaneously opened her arms and gave Lin Xiao a big hug. However, amid this warm and emotional scene, a dissonant voice kept repeating, This. How is this possible?" The doctor still found it hard to believe Xiaolin's recovery. He even began to suspect whether the blood analyzer or the X-ray machine had malfunctioned. Then, after muttering, "Did the machines break?" he was about to use a syringe to draw blood from himself for testing. Lin Xiao, seeing this, immediately stepped forward and stopped him. "The machines are not broken. Xiaolin has indeed been cured. You can't keep thinking about this world in your fixed way anymore. Just accept it calmly. Also, consider it as a thank you for helping me save Xiaolin. I'm thinking about opening a hospital in this world. I'd like to invite you to come work as a doctor. You just need to focus on treating patients. As for everything else, your food, clothes, housing, I'll take care of it all. What do you think?" The doctor was still in a state of shock, struggling to process what he was hearing. Plus, he still had to negotiate with a small tribe on his end. Lin Xiao wasn't in a hurry either, so he simply said, "It's fine. I'll send you back first. You can think it over. When you've made your decision, just send me a private message." Okay. And so, Lin Xiao sent the doctor back. Then when he returned again, he discovered that several dishes were already on the table in the villa's living room. Xiaolin and Feng Feng were waiting by the table for him. "You're back." Xiaolin stood up and smiled at Lin Xiao. "Come, sit down and eat." In an instant, Lin Xiao felt as though this place was no longer a lonely island, but rather felt just like home. These people had become his own family, and so, moved by this feeling, his appetite suddenly increased greatly. Everything he ate tasted incredibly delicious. Soon enough, the entire table of dishes was finished. Then, feeling very satisfied, Lin Xiao leaned back in his chair, thanking Xiaolin. "Thank you so much, Xiaolin. You're really good at cooking." "Where's that?" "Actually, it should be me thanking you. If it weren't for your help, I might have died long ago. In any case, I still want to properly express this to you. Thank you." It's nothing." Faced with this sudden display of emotion, Lin Xiao momentarily didn't know how to respond. Luckily, just at this moment, a notification sound simultaneously came from both Lin Chao and Xiaolin's system interfaces, easing the awkwardness. Weather forecast. A meteor shower is expected to appear over island M7021 in 10 seconds. Remember to go outside and make a wish. There's a chance it might come true. The notification ended. Lin Chao was the first to speak to Xiaolin. Then, shall we go outside and take a look? And so, after Xiaolin silently nodded with a smile. Chapter 34 Mysterious Luminous Object. The two arrived at the open area of the island one after the other. Before them was a boundless, deep night sky, filled with dazzling stars. Occasionally a falling star streaked across with a tail, interweaving with the others to form a breathtaking night view. How beautiful. It's been a long time since I last saw such a stunning night sky. Xiaolin expressed his admiration. Lin Chao nodded in agreement. Yeah. Also, wasn't the weather forecast saying that if you make a wish while watching a meteor shower, there's a chance your wish will come true? Let's not just enjoy the view. We should try making a wish. Who knows, it might actually work. Finished speaking. The two sat side by side on the open ground, gazing at the sky. Just as they saw a meteor slide across the night canvas, they immediately lowered their heads, closed their eyes, and silently made their wishes in their hearts. But it was exactly this sudden silence that made the surrounding atmosphere start to become subtle. After a short while, Lin Chao and Xiaolin opened their eyes simultaneously and instinctively looked at each other. Under the glow of the star staff, their cheeks were identically flushed pink, and their expressions were equally tender. At this moment, the two instantly understood each other's feelings, and their physical beings embraced instinctively, following their primal inner desires. Amidst this universe of sparkling stars, they started to let go completely. Current day, 14. Current status, not checked in. Would you like to check in now? Check in. Ding. Check-in successful. Releasing check-in rewards. Rewards have been fully released. See you tomorrow. The system voice ended, only to hear a soft murmuring sound coming from Xiaolin beside him. UNN. Looks like the word check-in just said had awakened Xiaolin from her dream. Therefore, Lin Chao didn't even look at what the check-in reward was. He directly stored the blueprint into his material storage space. Then he quietly asked Xiaolin with a soft voice. You're awake. Did you sleep comfortably last night? While saying this, there was not even a hint of indecent thoughts in Lin Chao's heart. However, Xiaolin subconsciously associated the words last night and comfortably together. Instantly, her mind flashed back to the process of trying forbidden fruits last night. In an instant, her face turned red. Then, blushing, she lowered her head, hesitatingly responding to Lin Chao. Last night was pretty comfortable. Upon seeing Xiaolin like this, as a veteran, Lin Chao immediately understood what was going on in her mind. Therefore, a single impure thought was generated in his mind. He raised his eyebrows playfully and said with a teasing tone, if you were comfortable, then great. Why don't you just stay here from now on? I promise every day you'll sleep comfortably. As soon as the words were spoken, Xiaolin lowered her head even further. Looking at her face now, it was just like a red-hot kettle, about to start steaming from the top. Seeing this scene, Lin Chao smiled knowingly. He lowered his tone and, with a deep voice, asked sarcastically, isn't that right? After the sentence, Xiaolin's embarrassment reached its peak. She could only hum and haw awkwardly, though she responded, but not a single sentence came out complete. Yeah, you're right. Meanwhile, her mind was in a mess. She felt both as though she had misinterpreted things and committed a slight sin, yet vaguely remembered the happiness from last night and felt lingering pleasure. This state of innocent affection in a girl was simply adorable. Thus, Lin Chao lay on the ground, watching Xiaolin with interest, unwilling to move his eyes from her for even a moment. But as for Xiaolin herself, she was too shy. She dared not make eye contact with Lin Chao, and didn't know what she should do. Luckily, just at this time, Feng came running out from the small villa, continuously chirping, Jiomi Jiomi. Upon seeing this, Xiaolin immediately seized this opportunity to rise from the ground. Her cheeks still flushed, head still lowered, back turned to Lin Chao as she spoke. I'm going to prepare breakfast for Feng and you. Okay. Finished speaking, Lin Chao, wearing a gentle smile, watched Xiaolin quickly slip into the small villa. Then he stood up and stretched lazily. Next, he picked up Feng beside him, speaking affectionately yet slightly reproachfully. All your fault. You ruined something good for me. Though Feng was a spiritual pet beast, it didn't understand human love affairs. After Lin Chao finished speaking, it only looked confused, tilting its little head sideways, making a questioning upward tone from its mouth. Jiomi, don't understand. Jiomi. Feng nodded. Lin Chao hooked his index finger and gently flicked it on Feng's nose tip. Then, he smiled meaningfully and said, you'll understand later. So on. He was just about to pick up Feng and return to the small villa to check on Xiaolin's cooking. But, right at this moment, Feng, in his arms, suddenly stretched out its little hand and pointed toward the nearby sea, shouting excitedly, Jiomi. Lin Chao followed its direction with his gaze. Just there, about 300 to 500 meters from M7021 Island above the sea, was a luminous object that emitted a golden glow. What is that? Lin Chao's expression turned surprised as he asked Feng. But Feng didn't know either. It could only shake its head helplessly and act cute toward Lin Chao. Fine then. Saying that, Lin Chao cast his gaze back at the glowing object, trying to see if he could get a closer look from afar. However, the object's glow was extremely dazzling, combined with the shimmering sea reflecting the light. All he saw was a blinding golden brilliance. Its true form remained unseen. and instead made Lin Chao even more curious. Is it a boss? Or perhaps an enemy, a monster? Or maybe just supplies or materials? Forget it. Thinking won't give the answer. Better to go check it out in person. With this thought, Lin Chao first returned to the small villa. Meanwhile, Xiaolin was still shy inside. Her face remained flushed red, her head lowered, her eyes shyly flickering toward Lin Chao now and then. She was cooking in a well-organized manner, but in a somewhat nervous voice, she stammered softly. Are you hungry? It'll take a moment. The food isn't ready yet. Why don't you sit down and rest for a while? Seeing Xiaolin with such a gentle, homely demeanor, Lin Chao smiled and shook his head. I'm not hungry yet. No rush. I saw something strange out at sea earlier. I'm going to go take a look. Upon hearing this, Xiaolin finally lifted her head, looking directly at Lin Chao. Her embarrassment instantly vanished, replaced entirely with concern. Just be careful. Don't approach it recklessly. If you encounter danger, leave immediately. Promise me. I promise. All right, I'll go then. Saying that, Lin Chao left with a satisfied smile. He walked out of the villa and headed toward the shore. He began making preparations in case he needed to escape from a monster attack. He transferred the Shadow Soul enchanted torpedoes installed on the mini recon submarine to the mini battleship. Then, he took Feng Feng with him and boarded the mini battleship and started heading toward the source of the glowing object. Chapter 35 Home Celestial Body. This stretch of the route was at most 500 meters, even without Feng Feng using wind magic. With the small combat ship moving at full speed, the round trip would have taken only a few seconds. But 3 minutes had passed. Lin Chao, piloting the small combat ship, had barely covered half the distance. Because, in this world, crisis and opportunity coexist. Greed may propel you to the skies, but also kill you in the next second. Therefore, Lin Chao didn't know exactly what that glowing object was, and dared not approach rashly. He could only move forward carefully, bit by bit, as Xiaolin had instructed, leaving room for retreat should something unexpected happen. However, this time Lin Chao had worried unnecessarily. 5 minutes later, Lin Chao arrived beside the glowing object. What floated on the water's surface was a shining star. Judging by the look of it, it probably fell into nearby waters during last night's meteor shower and drifted here this morning with the tide. But, star, meteor, whether as raw material or as a finished product, wasn't reflected at all in the omnipotent crafting function. Moreover, it didn't fall into the category of magical items either. So, what could he possibly use it for? Jiran do lilat, zongbuneng kongsho huichirba. Thought of this, Feng Feng, who was beside Lin Chao, suddenly spoke. Feng Feng, use wind magic to lift that thing over. Kayomi, after a cheerful reply, Feng Feng channeled her magical energy and cast a wind spell on the shining star. The next second, a whirlwind spiraled up from beneath the star, churning the sea surface, and steadily lifting the star directly in front of Lin Chao. It allowed Lin Chao to easily reach out and store it into his raw material storage space. The book, as usual, popped up a notification. Obtain star fragment ×1. But, after this message, the book didn't return to silence like it usually did. Instead, it continued showing notifications. Ding! Congratulations! You have successfully made contact with the celestial body. The celestial body crafting recipe has now been added to your omnipotent crafting function. Please check it yourself. Whoa, what an unexpected success. I picked up a single material, yet it triggered a brand new function in the book. Celestial body crafting? Am I making stars and moons? Or what exactly? Full of curiosity, Lin Chao, without hesitation, flipped open the first page of the book. He saw, New Home Celestial Body, Stone 36491/1000000, Hay 398/1000000, Star Fragment 1/10000, Celestial Core 0/1. Home Celestial Body. When your island reaches level 3, you may craft a Home Celestial Body as a new residence. However, the Home Celestial Body is a barren planet with no materials. The host must travel between this planet and their island through an attached dimensional rift during construction to develop the Home Celestial Body. Additional note, living on the Home Celestial Body doesn't mean you're free from this world's influence. If bad weather or a boss attack causes your island's destruction, the Home Celestial Body will also perish. Everything residing on the Home Celestial Body will vanish as well. Therefore, always stay aware of events happening in this world. According to the description, another way to put it is to directly expand the island into a whole planet for your residence. Then, such a vast planet, with such an enormous area, whatever construction or planning you wish to do, you can do it your way. No more cramped living space. It already sounded exciting just thinking about it. Excitedly, Lin Chao raised his eyes and focused again on the Home Celestial Body crafting recipe displayed in the omnipotent crafting interface. 10 million stones, 10 million hay, 1 million star fragments. The numbers alone seemed overwhelming. But for Lin Chao, as long as there was one of a material, whether it's hundreds of millions or even billions, they could all be multiplied using the duplication system. So, the key to crafting the Home Celestial Body was the one and only Celestial Core. But this was a material never seen or heard of before. Searching for it aimlessly was out of the question. Then, perhaps better to plan another visit to the ancient palace. Ask the Inn's emperor about solutions to Luke. And asked where to get this celestial core. After thinking this through, Lin Chao naturally closed his book, then boarded the small combat ship with Feng Feng, returning to Island M7021. You're back. Just as he pushed the door open, Lin Chao heard Xiaolin's relieved tone. Apparently, from the moment he left until now, Xiao Lin had been anxious and worried about his safety. Therefore, to ease Xiao Lin's worries, Lin Xiao voluntarily gave a brief account of what had happened earlier. There were no monsters, just a rare material I collected. That's good to hear. As expected by Lin Xiao, Xiao Lin's voice sounded much more relieved. However, I didn't expect you back so soon. The meal isn't even ready yet. Why don't you rest for a bit longer? All right. Lin Xiao smiled gently. No problem. You just do your thing. I'll go upstairs and lie down for a while. With that said, Lin Xiao strolled up to the second floor of the small villa. As he lay down on the bed, he flipped the book in his hands, opened to page 2. He opened the material storage space and quickly located the icon of the blueprint he had received as a check-in reward this morning. Then he gently touched it, expanding the information window. Blueprint, elemental power unit, can be learned. Upon learning, the recipe for the elemental power unit will be added to your omnipotent crafting function. Elemental power unit, an elemental magical item. It uses concentrated magical power from various elements as a power source. Possessing tremendous power, it can serve as the power core for massive items such as giant ships or rockets. Power core for giant ships and rockets. It felt somewhat similar to the wind source propeller. It was definitely useful, but giant ships and rockets were not needed for now, so it could also wait. In any case, might as well learn it now. Let it join the list of omnipotent crafting for easier access later. With this thought in mind, Lin Xiao extended his hand again, gently tapping the Learn button inside the information window. The next second, the icon of the blueprint, elemental power unit, transformed into a beam of light and vanished instantly. When he checked the omnipotent crafting function again, there was now a brand new crafting recipe displayed. Elemental power unit blueprint, fire element crystal 0/50, thunder element crystal 62/50ths, fully automatic mechanical gear 164/100, gold bar 3851/300, iron ingot 32841/500. Not bad. The required materials were neither numerous nor difficult to obtain. Better store them for now. Then, Lin Xiao closed the book. Just at that moment, Xiao Lin's voice came up from downstairs. Chapter 36, The Royal Blood Cage of the Ancients. Time for breakfast. Coming. After responding, Lin Xiao rolled off his bed and made his way downstairs from the second floor. At the dining table in the living room, the ingredients for the meal were the same as last night, salted fish again. But the preparation was completely different. It had less of the greasiness of dinner and more of the lightness of breakfast. Lin Xiao, who hadn't felt hungry at first, couldn't help his stomach growling. Thus, after taking his seat, Lin Xiao couldn't wait to grab a piece of fish and put it in his mouth. Instantly, a surge of freshness spread in his mouth. So delicious. Lin Xiao sincerely praised Xiao Lin. Xiao Lin, in turn, felt genuinely happy. Glad you like it. Saying that, Xiao Lin also picked up her bowl and chopsticks, beginning to eat with Lin Xiao. As they ate, Lin Xiao noticed Xiao Lin hadn't mentioned that matter yet. So, he took the initiative to bring it up himself. After we finish eating, come out to sea with me. We're going to your small island. Bring anything you think is important. It'll save trouble later. The hidden meaning in Lin Xiao's words was for Xiao Lin to stay here permanently. Xiao Lin understood the implication clearly. Her cheeks flushed red again accordingly. Then she lowered her head, shyly giving a one-word reply. Okay. And just like that, after breakfast, Lin Xiao took Xiao Lin on a trip to her previous island using the light battle cruiser, retrieving everything she needed. As a result, Lin Xiao's originally quite spacious home became suddenly filled and lively. Then, seeing the materials and items scattered all over the floor, Lin Xiao smiled at Xiao Lin and said, "You can start organizing everything with Feng first. I need to go out again." "Okay." Xiao Lin replied shyly, scratching her head slightly. "Sorry, I brought too much stuff. But, these are things I made repeatedly using extra materials. I couldn't bear to throw them away." Haha. Lin Xiao couldn't help but smile at Xiao Lin's cuteness. Then, shaking his head lightly, he said, "No worries, this place was empty anyway. It lacked the feeling of home. Arrange everything however you like. Alright, be careful on your way out." "I will." Saying that, Lin Xiao left the small villa and walked to the open space on the island, planning to go to the ancient ruins as he had intended. He was going to look for Emperor Ents. Then, looking sideways through the window, he noticed Xiao Lin wasn't looking in his direction. So, he seized the opportunity and released the ancient portal from the material storage space, then quickly stepped through it. The next second, as the sea breeze turned into a cold gust of wind, a familiar voice came into his ears via the echoing ear. Lin Xiao knew he had successfully arrived inside the ancient palace. Finished handling things above. Done. Lin Xiao softly responded to Emperor Ents. "The spell you gave me was really effective." "Good." Emperor Ents nodded. "Now, let's start preparing for dealing with Luke." "Alright." After saying that, Emperor Ents walked toward a broken section of wall, then sat down on it. Knowing Emperor Ents well, Lin Xiao naturally walked over as well and sat beside him, mentally preparing himself for a long monologue from this lonely old man. Then, Emperor Ents began to reveal his plan in full. Since Luke is currently in his unpredictable shadow form, as soon as he senses a deadly threat, he'll definitely try to escape using shadow magic. Therefore, I've prepared a spell to block his escape route. Listen carefully. At this, Emperor Ents changed his tone, reciting the low chanting spell. Killalai Linshifin Fulahuaxiu. Immediately after, the book in Lin Xiao's hand reacted. Ding. Royal Prison. Recipe understood. Please check in the omnipotent crafting function. The Royal Prison. Exactly. Emperor Ents replied. It's a magical artifact passed down in our royal lineage. Forged using royal blood and flesh, this cage can imprison anything, tangible or intangible. Once trapped inside, no being can ever escape without the caster's permission. That powerful. Then, you must need a lot of materials for it. At this point, Lin Xiao flipped the book open to its first page and accessed the omnipotent crafting interface. Sure enough, his words proved prophetic. At the very top of the list under the omnipotent crafting function was the crafting recipe for the royal prison. Inside, there isn't a single material I already own or have seen. Neo-royal prison, royal blood 0 out of 1, royal bone fragment 0/5, soul sealing herb 0/20, spirit subduing stone 0/50, crimson gemstone 0 out of 100, azure gemstone 0 out of 100, violet gemstone 0 out of 500. This. Feeling troubled, Lin Xiao turned his gaze toward Emperor Ents. Trying to place hope on him, he opened his mouth to ask, "Do you have any of these materials on hand?" "I only have royal blood." Well then, hearing this response, Lin Xiao felt helpless, yet simultaneously became aware of an issue. So he continued speaking, voicing this question directly. "Then where exactly should I go to find the remaining materials? Do I have to leave the palace grounds?" Precisely. Facing Emperor Ents' confirmation, Lin Xiao instinctively furrowed his brows. Then, he raised his doubts toward the emperor. "But, as soon as I step outside this palace, it's already Luke's territory. And right now, I don't have the capability to oppose Luke. If I go out recklessly and happen to encounter Luke, and he takes over my body, won't our plan be ruined?" As his words fell, Emperor Ents replied with a calm tone, "Don't worry about that. I've already considered it." After saying that, he stretched out his hand, offering a glass vial the size of a thumb to Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao focused closely. Even though they were in darkness, he could still faintly see a faint crimson glow emanating from within the container. This is full of questions. Lin Xiao accepted the vial from Emperor Ents. The next second, both Emperor Ents and the book simultaneously gave Lin Xiao an answer. Obtained royal blood ×1. This is my blood, which is the royal blood. Yet after understanding that, the astonishment on Lin Xiao's face only intensified. Royal blood? Isn't that the substance you used to seal the palace and suppress Luke? You gave it to me. Then how will the palace be secured? Don't worry about that. Emperor Ents comforted Lin Xiao as he spoke. This is merely a small portion I extracted from the royal blood used for the original sealing. It won't have much impact on maintaining the seal. But for you, this effect will be entirely different. Chapter 37 The Guard of Royal Blood. Wearing this on your body means that you are under the protection of the royal bloodline. In that case, even if Luke has ill intentions toward you, he won't dare touch you. Oh, upon hearing this, Lin Xiao's pupils suddenly lit up. Does that mean, as long as I wear it, I can freely access any area of the ancient ruins from now on? No. The enthusiasm that had just ignited in Lin Xiao was immediately extinguished by those two words from Emperor Ents. Ah, so according to you, it can only protect me for a short time at the outer edge of the ancient ruins, right? Yes. Emperor Ents confirmed. The true power of the royal blood does not lie in the blood itself, but rather in the royal force within it. And this force can only be sustained when the royal soul or royal body is nearby. Otherwise, it will gradually deplete over time. Therefore, once you take this royal blood outside, you must return here before its royal force runs out, so I may replenish it for you. Otherwise, once the royal force completely dissipates, the royal blood will be no different from the blood of an ordinary mortal and naturally will no longer protect you. After hearing this explanation, Lin Xiao fully understood the underlying reasoning, so he nodded slightly and responded, "I understand." Then he asked Emperor Ents, "So, how long can the royal force within the royal blood in this container protect me?" 1 hour. Hearing this answer, Lin Xiao lowered his gaze and thought, "Just 1 hour? Is that really such a short time? Doesn't that mean I can only search for one material each time, maybe even failing to collect a single one completely?" "That's correct." Emperor Ents nodded in agreement, then immediately comforted Lin Xiao. "But that's okay. Just like we said earlier, dealing with Luke doesn't have to be now. As long as there's progress, time won't be an issue." Lin Xiao murmured softly, then turned his gaze toward Emperor Ents and asked, "So, which materials should I focus my search on this time?" "Soul-sealing grass and spirit-quelling stone." Emperor Ents answered gently. These two materials originally were ordinary crabgrass and pebbles. However, because they grew near the palace and absorbed royal force over long periods of time, they transformed into grass and stones that have calming and sealing properties. Therefore, even though the royal family has perished and only my bloodline remains with royal force, the number of soul-sealing grass and spirit-quelling stones around the palace will not be small. This makes it convenient for you to search. This time, you can also use the opportunity to become familiar with the searching process in preparation for future attempts. Alright, I understand. As Lin Xiao spoke, he slightly nodded his chin. Now tell me again what the soul-sealing grass and spirit-quelling stone look like. I'll memorize them and go find them immediately. Upon finishing, Emperor Ents waved his arm. 2 clusters of glowing golden powder resembling fireflies shaped themselves into soul-sealing grass and spirit-quelling stone before Lin Xiao's eyes. Got it, got it. As the words fell, the golden light also vanished. Then, Lin Xiao carefully stored the container of royal blood and said to Emperor Ents, "I'm off." He then walked out along the corridor of the palace. However, before reaching the outer edge of the palace, Lin Xiao didn't proceed outside directly. He stopped, standing there for a moment, then pulled out the starlight staff from the space storing materials. Release. At his command, The starlight staff, in his hand, released a glowing morning star shining with starlight. Instantly, the darkness around was dispelled, illuminated as brightly as daylight. At this moment, as he looked around, he could see the mummified corpses guarding the palace's outer edge, their eyes glowing with greedy light. Encircling within the darkness, Luke's shadowy arms. However, this time was different from the last. The shadow arms did not closely cling to the boundary of the ancient palace, nor did they lunge wildly to smother the morning star's light. Instead, they maintained quite a distance away. Evidently, the bottle of royal blood he wore truly was effective. After confirming this, Lin Xiao finally stepped beyond the ancient palace's boundaries. At this moment, the royal force within the bottle no longer had Emperor N's replenishment. It officially began a 1-hour countdown. Lin Xiao thus wasted no time in hurrying to search for the soul-sealing grass and spirit-quelling stone. Obtain soul-sealing grass times 1. Obtain spirit-quelling stone times 1. Obtain spirit-quelling stone times 1. Obtain soul-sealing grass times 1. As expected, just as Emperor N's had said, the two materials, soul-sealing grass and spirit-quelling stone, were not exactly everywhere around the palace, but their numbers were definitely not small. In roughly 40 minutes, the 20 soul-sealing grass required for royal prison were all collected, and nearly half the required spirit-quelling stones were already in hand. His harvest was quite bountiful. As for the remaining 20 minutes, he could use them to return along the way. Then, on his way back, he could check whether there were any missed items from earlier. Thinking thus, Lin Xiao turned around and returned by the same path. And when he finally returned to the ancient palace, the royal force within the royal blood had just completely depleted. Therefore, Lin Xiao returned the glass container to Emperor N's and said to him, "I've collected all the soul-sealing grass. Just a few spirit-quelling stones are still missing. Please inject a new batch of royal blood into it. I'll head out once more, and I'll be able to collect all the spirit-quelling stones." However, as his words fell, Emperor N's replied, "Let's stop for today, because the royal blood I gave you was the maximum amount I could spare. If I inject additional royal blood, the seal here will no longer be maintainable. Therefore, this blood must remain near me to be refilled with royal force before it can be used for your outings again." Lin Xiao pursed his lips slightly. "Then how long will it take for it to refill with royal force?" "At minimum 3 to 5 days, at maximum 7 to 8 days. Hearing this answer, Lin Xiao's face twitched. He couldn't help but mutter, why so long? They say some people get 2 minutes of charging and 2 hours of talk time. But yours is the opposite. 2 hours of charging, 2 minutes of talk time. There's no way around it." Emperor N's shook his head helplessly. "At present, I am the last remaining bloodline of the royal family. And even I am only in the form of a shadow soul. It's already difficult enough using royal force just to maintain the seal, not to mention also using it to protect you." Chapter 38, A Rare Stellar Core. Lin Xiao accepted this fact and no longer insisted. Then, Emperor N's said to Lin Xiao, "Then you're going back? Hold on first." Lin Xiao shook his head. After all, the second task of coming to the ancient ruins had not yet been completed. Then, Lin Xiao spoke up. "There's something I want to ask you. Do you know what a stellar core is?" "I do." Emperor N's answered affirmatively. "It's the core of an extraterrestrial body, possessing extremely strong gravitational pull. We once used it to make magical weapons." Hearing this, Lin Xiao's heart lifted with joy. It seemed he had indeed come to the right place by asking Emperor N's about this. Therefore, Lin Xiao couldn't help but eagerly continue asking, "Then how did you obtain the stellar cores back then?" "Through stargazing magic." Emperor N softly replied. "As I mentioned earlier, a stellar core is the center of an extraterrestrial body. Normally, such celestial bodies float far up in the sky, and we cannot reach them. So, the only time we can obtain one is when such a body falls down. And back then, we had a group of stargazing mages. They specialized in using stargazing magic to predict the time and location of falling celestial bodies. But, even so, we weren't able to acquire stellar cores every time. In fact, it's very rare, because the celestial body disintegrates under intense pressure during descent, and the stellar core itself is very fragile. During this process, they almost always get destroyed, and only in very rare cases can a core land intact." Then, after listening to Emperor N's, Lin Xiao tentatively asked, "The extremely low probability you mentioned, how long would one have to wait before encountering one?" "Under favorable conditions, maybe 1 per year." "Favorable conditions? So, even 1 year?" Well then, although unwilling, Lin Xiao still accepted this fact. 1 year or not. In this world, there's nothing more abundant than time. Who knows, maybe someday he would just stumble upon a complete stellar core. So then, with that thought in mind, Lin Xiao heard himself say to Emperor N's, "Okay then, just tell me the incantation of stargazing magic. Regardless of whether I can obtain a stellar core, at least I can have a prediction beforehand. Otherwise, guessing randomly, even if there's 1 per year, I wouldn't be able to find it." "That's fine." Then, as requested by Lin Xiao, Emperor N softly muttered out the incantation of stargazing magic. "Fanny Peu Buziaxi Xianxia." The next moment, a prompt came from the book in Lin Xiao's hand. "Ding. Stargazing platform spell formula. Blueprint learned. Please check for yourself in the omnipotent crafting function." Immediately, Lin Xiao opened his book and entered the omnipotent crafting interface. On the top of the list, he saw new stargazing platform spell, star fragment 1/50th, colorful gem 0/1, stone 37581/100. Stargazing platform spell, ancient magical artifact. Place it outdoors, and it will autonomously stargaze. Once it detects any falling meteor bodies, it will predict the landing time and location 1 day in advance. Seeing that these materials could be obtained on the ground, Lin Xiao no longer had reason to stay here. So, he plainly said to Emperor Ens, I have no further matters. I'll take my leave now. I'll come back when the royal power within the royal blood vial has been restored. Alright. With that, Lin Xiao took out the ancient portal from his storage space. And under the watchful eyes of Emperor Ens, he stepped through the black membrane within the magnetic frame. The next second, Lin Xiao returned to Island M7021. The refreshing sea breeze and warm sunlight returned with him. Coincidentally, at this very moment, Xiaolin walked out from the small villa, facing Lin Xiao directly. Upon seeing him, she immediately broke into a smile. You're back. Yeah, just arrived on the island. And you? I just finished tidying the house and was about to check the island's facilities to see what needs repairing. Then let's do it together? After Lin Xiao extended the invitation, Xiaolin immediately responded happily. Okay. Thus, the two of them started touring and repairing around the 1,000-square-meter island. However, during all this, Lin Xiao's mind was still occupied with thoughts about the stellar cores. He was so preoccupied that he didn't immediately respond when Xiaolin spoke to him. This place needs some iron ingots for repair. I don't have any. Can you give me some? Lin Xiao. Huh? What did you say? I said this place needs some iron ingots for repair, but I don't have any. Oh right. Sure. After saying that, Lin Xiao quickly took out several iron ingots from his material storage space and handed them to Xiaolin. As Xiaolin started the repairs, she asked him curiously, what are you thinking about? Do you have something on your mind? If you want to talk about it, I can help share the burden with you. Oh, it's not really something troubling me. Lin Xiao smiled and shook his head. Then, thinking that having Xiaolin share the burden might actually be a good thing, he simply decided to rephrase and tell her about the stellar cores in a different way. I was just thinking, how could we possibly get our hands on the meteorite that fell yesterday, entirely intact? Xiaolin was startled. Then she sighed with a bitter smile. You're thinking about something this absurd. Well, it's not entirely absurd. Lin Xiao replied with a small smile. After all, in this world, nothing follows logic anymore. True, if even an incurable cancer in the real world could suddenly be cured overnight, then there's probably nothing that can't be done. After that, Xiaolin stood up, tilted her head upward, and gazed into the sky. Her voice soft with contemplation. To get a complete star, you'd have to reach the heavens before the meteorite disintegrates under atmospheric pressure. So, somehow we need a rocket. Then again, the storage space inside the book also has size limitations for items. There's no way we could store something as big as an entire celestial body. So we'd also need to figure out how to get an enormous fishing net, big enough to wrap around it and bring it back. But even if the idea sounds good, where exactly are we supposed to get these things? Her voice faded out at this point. She turned her gaze back and looked straight into Lin Xiao's eyes, shaking her head with a helpless smile. No, I don't really have a good idea. I can't help you with this. But, right after she spoke, Lin Xiao, with a faint smile on his face, replied to Xiaolin. Who says you didn't help? You've helped me more than you know. Chapter 39, The Real Twist. I've got a rough idea already. Really? Xiaolin responded with delight. Lin Xiao nodded sincerely. Yes. Then the rest is up to you. I'll go upstairs and think carefully about how to put the plan into action. Alright, you go ahead. I'll take care of things here. Okay. After saying that, Lin Xiao left sufficient raw materials for Xiaolin to repair with. Then he returned alone to the villa. While thinking carefully, he opened the book in his hand and activated the omnipotent manufacturing interface. Since the blueprint reward this morning was Elemental Power Unit. Therefore, as long as he obtains a fire elemental crystal, the problem of a large amount of fuel and a powerful power source would no longer be a concern. Now all that was left to do was to check which rocket could carry an entire meteor. Conveniently, Lin Xiao typed the word rocket into the search bar. Instantly, various manufacturing recipes for rockets appeared before Lin Xiao's eyes. However, even though his materials were abundant at the moment, and many types of rockets could be manufactured, after scanning through them from top to bottom, not one of them could carry a complete meteor. None met Lin Xiao's exact expectations. Therefore, if he couldn't even bring it back, there was no need to talk about covering it with a big net. Sigh. Looks like struggling with this would be pointless. He had no choice but to patiently wait until tomorrow when the bonus would double. Once he duplicated the celestial fragment, he could then produce the enchanted observatory to ensure that no falling meteor was missed. As for the rest, it all depended on luck, whether he'd be fortunate enough to encounter an undamaged celestial core within a year. Thus, Lin Xiao completely shelved the matter and stopped worrying. Then he went about his usual business, living through the day just like any other. Early the next morning, the system's check-in prompt sound rang as scheduled inside Lin Xiao's mind, gently waking him up from his sleep. Current day, 15. Current status, not checked in. Would you like to check in? Hearing this, Lin Xiao gradually woke up from his drowsiness. At the same time, his conscious mind reminded him clearly. Alright, today was the 15th day. He could activate the double reward check-in. Therefore, in order not to disturb Xiaolin's peaceful slumber beside him, Lin Xiao quietly went downstairs. While retrieving the glowing, celestial fragment from the material storage space, he softly responded to the system. Check-in. The moment he spoke, just as Lin Xiao expected, the double reward was activated. Ding. Check-in successful. Releasing check-in rewards. First reward, 100,000x multiplier activated. Please select one item within your field of vision to multiply. Immediately afterward, Lin Xiao's eyes settled on the celestial fragment he had previously prepared. Then he responded to the system. Multiply the celestial fragments. The next second, the system, having received the command, responded with a crisp sound. Ding. Command received. Duplicating celestial fragments. In an instant, the quantity of celestial fragment within the material storage space began to rise. And since this was a 100,000x multiplier, it was incomparable to the previous 100x or 1000x multipliers. Therefore, the number at the lower left corner of the celestial fragment icon began to increase many times faster than before. In almost half a second, it reached the level of 100,000. Hence the system reminded Lin Chao. Ding. Duplication of celestial fragments completed. Next check-in, 5 days later. Check-in reward, 1,000,000x multiplier. Please remember to check in on time. Missed rewards will not be made up. Now proceeding with today's second check-in reward, blueprint. Ding. Releasing check-in rewards. Upon hearing this, a blueprint gradually became visible on Lin Chao's lap. When the blueprint fully materialized, the system provided a reminder. Rewards distributed successfully. Looking forward to tomorrow. Right after that, Lin Chao reached out and picked up the blueprint, storing it into the material space. Then heard the book Fa Chu the following prompt. Obtain Dark Knight or Blueprint X1. He then stood up, went outside, and headed to the open space on the small island, preparing to place down the enchanted observatory. First, he opened the book to page 7, activated the auction interface, and purchased a rainbow gem. Then, while standing on the open field, he murmured softly, add 50 celestial fragments. Add 1 rainbow gem. Add 100 stones. Choose placement location. Manufacture. As soon as he finished speaking, all the materials were poured out. At the same time, the celestial fragments and the rainbow gem began to emit dazzling light. The red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, violet, and golden lights complemented each other beautifully, shining in harmony. Not the slightest bit discordant. In fact, it was hundreds of times more beautiful than any naturally formed rainbow. Unfortunately, this spectacular sight did not last very long. About 10 seconds later, the light gradually faded away, revealing the body of the enchanted observatory. A golden orb-like sphere, enclosing a continuously rotating rainbow gem. Clearly, the enchanted observatory had already started functioning. Therefore, there was no need to pay further attention. Just wait until it detected a falling celestial body. So then, go back and catch some more sleep. But after all this commotion, he was no longer tired. How about checking what today's rewarded blueprint is? Thinking thus, Lin Chao flipped the book back to page 2, and in the expanded inventory, found the icon of the blueprint. Then he lightly tapped to open its description. The very next second, the content shown in the popped-up introduction window made Lin Chao's heart leap with excitement, and even more surprised to full alertness. Dark Knight or Blueprint can be learned. After learning, the crafting recipe for the Dark Knight Orb will become available in omnipotent manufacturing. Dark Knight Orb, ancient shadow magic artifact. Activated using shadow magic, this orb can contain anything in the world within. To take something out, simply activate again with shadow magic. However, only one item can be stored at a time. Isn't this exactly the big net Xia Lin described, that could cover an entire falling meteor? Better yet, an advanced version. With this, there's no need to worry about a rocket's carrying capacity anymore. Even if he made the smallest rocket possible, as long as it could fly into space, it could bring the meteor back. However, amid his excitement, Lin Chao rationally realized one thing. What if he had the recipe, but not the required materials? That would still lead to failure. This thought was not because Lin Chao was pessimistic by nature, but rather, he had been continuously disappointed too many times these past 2 days, which made Lin Chao deeply aware. It was always better to prepare for a backup plan in advance, rather than just ending up with empty excitement. Chapter 40. The season of disaster arrives. Immediately, Lin Chao flipped the book forward 1 page. He closed the item bar and opened the universal crafting interface. What appeared was new Dark Knight Orb, Shadow Soul 142 out of 500, Crimson Amethyst 0 out of 100. Although Lin Chao did not yet possess any Crimson Amethysts. However, that item was also one of the required materials for crafting the royal prison. Emperor Ens must know where to obtain it. Therefore, this time, there was no false joy. It was a real twist of fortune. The previously shelved planet core plan could now be brought back onto the schedule. Moreover, once the planet core was obtained, the day of stepping onto the homeland planet would also come that much sooner. Thinking about how soon he would escape this isolated island and live on a vast planet was just so damn exciting. Haha. Then, with this cheerful mood, Lin Chao happily stepped out of the cabin. But, after stepping outside, his good mood was suddenly interrupted by a disturbing realization. He looked up at the sky. While frowning deeply, he calculated in his mind. The weather forecast yesterday had mentioned that temperatures would rise this morning. But when he woke up and checked in this morning, it was still dim, and he hadn't paid attention to how intense the sun had already become. How come, right after sunrise, the sun suddenly became so big and fierce? Furthermore, the feeling was even more intense than the sun at noon yesterday. He had only stood under the sun for a few minutes, but already, sweat had unconsciously formed on his forehead. Even with rising temperatures, this was too extreme. This was abnormal. Something definitely was about to happen. Thus, filled with such vigilance, Lin Chao quickly opened the book in his hand to page 5. He activated the weather forecast interface. The result was, every single word in the weather forecast perfectly proved that Lin Chao wasn't just imagining things. Island M7021, Weather will continue warming up tomorrow. Early the day after tomorrow, the entire world will officially enter summer. During this season, the global average temperature will remain at 50 degrees Celsius, and the midday peak temperature may reach 60 degrees Celsius. Please prepare for the heat in advance. Additionally, a new season boss will also spawn when summer begins. Eliminate it as soon as possible. Otherwise, like the wind demon, this season boss will grow stronger over time, eventually causing worldwide destruction. After reading this, although shocked, Lin Chao did not lose his composure. Then, he was seen returning to the small villa with urgent, yet steady steps, intending to wake up Xiaolin, who was still asleep. When he reached the second floor, he found that Xiaolin had already woken up due to the high temperature. She was sitting there, her face flushed red. Seeing Lin Chao, she greeted him. "Morning, Lin Chao." As she spoke, several droplets of sweat streamed down her cheeks. Wiping her sweat with one hand, she said to Lin Chao, "It feels a bit hot today." "Yes, because this world is entering summer." Saying this, Lin Chao unfolded the weather forecast interface again, letting Xiaolin reread the same content he had seen. Immediately afterward, Xiaolin's expression gradually stiffened over time. One could easily guess. She was terrified. This. Xiaolin looked up at Lin Chao. Lin Chao then comforted her. "Don't worry. We won't die. I'll handle the season boss. Later, I'll also make an air conditioner to keep the indoor temperature livable. As for why I'm telling you this, it's just to let you stay indoors as much as possible starting today. Just watch the house safely with foam. Okay." Xiaolin nodded anxiously. Then she suddenly realized something else. "What about you? After the day after tomorrow, stepping outside will basically be instant death. How can you fight the season boss under such weather?" Upon hearing this, Lin Chao pursed his lips slightly, because the issue Xiaolin worried about was exactly what had troubled Lin Chao since seeing the weather forecast. After all, Lin Chao hadn't yet come up with a proper solution to protect himself from the extreme heat outdoors. But to ease Xiaolin's concerns, despite his own anxiety, Lin Chao still replied in a relaxed tone. "There will always be a way, and you can rest assured, I won't recklessly confront the season boss without full preparation. You must not break this promise." "Of course I won't break it," Lin Chao replied with a smile. He couldn't resist teasing Xiaolin a bit to ease the heavy atmosphere. How could I possibly let my little heart suffer as a young widow? As soon as the words left his mouth, Xiaolin's face instantly turned red with embarrassment. Then, lowering her head, she responded in a slightly resentful tone. "If you say that again, you won't be trusted anymore." "Why would you say it like that?" "Huh?" Lin Chao, seeing Xiaolin's blushing appearance, felt an even stronger urge to tease her. So, intentionally, he continued playing along with a provocative tone. "Could it be, you're not my little heart?" Unexpectedly, Xiaolin actually took it seriously. Without hesitation, she immediately responded. "Of course I am. What I meant was, it's bad luck to say things like me becoming a widow." "Oh." Lin Chao made a playful exclamation sound afterward. Then, laughing, he said to Xiaolin, "So that's what you meant. Then I understand now, my little heart." After saying that, Xiaolin quickly realized that she had been tricked by Lin Chao, and she was about to angrily erupt. "You." But Lin Chao didn't give her the chance. He turned around, proudly leaving behind the words, "I'm going to make the air conditioner." Then he walked downstairs, leaving Xiaolin behind, blushing and frustrated. As for Lin Chao, even though he had been joking around, right now, summer was just 2 days away. He had to get serious and make use of every second. Thus, after sitting on the sofa, Lin Chao immediately flipped the book open to the first page, opened the universal crafting interface, and typed air conditioner into the search bar. The next second, various air conditioner crafting options appeared before Lin Chao's eyes, but he didn't even glance at them. Instead, he directly scrolled to the bottom of the list. After all, if he was going to build one, it needed to be powerful enough to lower the temperature by 60 degrees Celsius. Otherwise, it'd be pointless. In the end, the crafting recipe for the nuclear-powered air conditioner caught Lin Chao's eyes. Nuclear-powered air conditioner, crystal silicon 0/30, iron ingot 39481/50, gold block 10482/30, lead block 0/1. Nuclear-powered air conditioner, use after power connection. It's an ultra-powerful air conditioner powered by both nuclear energy and electric energy. Regardless of the outside temperature, indoor temperature can be freely adjusted and completely unaffected. Chapter 41, Nuclear-Powered Air Conditioner. Crystalline Silicon. Lead box. After memorizing the crafting recipe for the nuclear-powered air conditioner, Lin Chao left the villa and entered the nearby small house, placing all the stones into the red crystal forge to begin forging crystalline silicon. During this forging process, Lin Chao didn't simply wait idly. Instead, he boarded the small combat ship, heading straight for Island M3185, where he retrieved a lead box from the small nuclear reactor and then hurried back without delay. When he returned to Island M7021, the timing was perfect. The red crystal forge had just finished forging. 30 pieces of crystalline silicon were obtained. Thus, Lin Chao returned to the small villa and began issuing quiet commands. Add 30 crystalline silicon. Add 50 iron ingots. Add 30 gold bars. Add 1 lead box. Select placement location. Craft. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiaolin heard the command and came downstairs, witnessing the entire air conditioner crafting process alongside Lin Chao. At a corner of the villa's first floor, countless materials appeared out of thin air, assembling precisely, as if being manipulated by an invisible, experienced engineer. This sight left Xiaolin, seeing such a high-tech crafting process for the first time, quite astonished. Meanwhile, A wire silently extended underground to the outside, connecting into the power storage unit of the lightning rod with power storage. In this manner, a towering air conditioner soon appeared before Lin Xiao and Xiaolin, taller than a person. Wah! Xiaolin exclaimed with awe. That's it. It's done already. Can we use it now? Yeah. Lin Xiao replied softly, then walked up to the air conditioner and turned it on. Immediately, a refreshing cool breeze filled the entire indoor space of the small villa, completely sweeping away any lingering heat and stuffiness. Both Lin Xiao and Xiaolin felt extremely comfortable and refreshed. Looking at Xiaolin now, her expression displayed astonishment, curiosity, and fascination, just like a little child. So amazing. This is the first time I've ever seen such a precise crafting process. Hearing this, Lin Xiao smiled indulgently and said, Don't worry. If you didn't get enough to watch this time, you can watch next time. There will be plenty of chances in the future. Hey, we still need to build rockets, fly into space, and pick stars, right? You'll get to see rocket crafting then. Yeah. After eagerly nodding, Xiaolin redirected her attention back to the nuclear-powered air conditioner. Seeing this, Lin Xiao had originally thought she might ask some curious questions, but instead, her face turned somewhat serious as she spoke to Lin Xiao. We've solved the indoor temperature issue, but shouldn't we also consider the facilities on the island? Facilities on the island? Lin Xiao hadn't quite grasped Xiaolin's meaning, so he asked directly. What do you mean? Then, he heard Xiaolin respond. I'm worried that with the extremely high outdoor temperatures, the facilities and crops on the island could self-ignite. In such heat, once spontaneous combustion occurs, the fire will quickly spiral out of control. And even if we hide indoors, we won't be safe either. Xiaolin's words rang like an alarm bell in Lin Xiao's ears. Suddenly, everything became clear. These were things Lin Xiao had never even considered. Indeed, the maximum temperature can reach 60 degrees Celsius. The ground temperature would be even higher. Spontaneous combustion is definitely possible. And once it occurs, in such extreme heat, the fire spread speed will be immeasurable. If we wait until then to think of countermeasures, we might not come up with anything before losing our lives. So, Lin Xiao looked at Xiaolin seriously and said, You're absolutely right. We need to find a way to put out fires outdoors. Should we craft fire extinguishers? Xiaolin suggested softly after listening. I saw fire extinguishers in the universal crafting list. They don't require many materials, just iron ingots and fine sand obtained by crushing stones. However, as soon as she finished speaking, Lin Xiao shook his head, rejecting Xiaolin's idea. Fire extinguishers won't work. With such high temperatures, once the fire starts, the flames will be far beyond what a fire extinguisher can handle. That's true. Xiaolin nodded thoughtfully, then furrowed her brows and asked Lin Xiao in response. Then what should we do? We must find a way to prevent the fire before it starts. After answering, Lin Xiao slightly pursed his lips, his rosy lips gradually turning pale. This clearly indicated that although he had some vague ideas forming in his mind, there were no concrete plans yet. So, then he opened the book in his hand and said to Xiaolin, Anyway, let's first look together at what's inside the universal crafting list. Let's find something that can extinguish fires in advance. Okay, after saying that, the two of them sat side by side on the sofa on the first floor, beginning to examine the crafting recipes within the universal crafting interface. About half an hour later, Xiaolin stared at a line of crafting recipe on the interface, muttering to herself. This smoke detector. It seems like it can detect smoke before a fire breaks out. But, this is meant for indoor use. If we place it outdoors, smoke might not necessarily blow in. It's useless then. After a sigh, Xiaolin was about to give up on the smoke detector and continue scrolling down the crafting recipes. But her action was interrupted by Lin Xiao's words. No, this is useful. Hearing this, Xiaolin immediately felt hope flicker in her heart, lifting her from her disappointment. She quickly turned to Lin Xiao and asked, Did you think of something? Yes. After answering affirmatively, Lin Xiao explained his thoughts to Xiaolin, word by word. One smoke detector may not sense the smoke. But if we attach a smoke detector to every piece of equipment and every crop on the island, we can definitely sense the smoke. Then, we use this. As he spoke, Lin Xiao flipped through the universal crafting list with his hand, stopping on a crafting recipe called Grid Irrigation Device. We'll deploy this throughout the entire island where there are facilities and crops. Then, we link the smoke detectors with these grid irrigation devices. Once smoke is detected, the grid irrigation will spray water to put out the fire and cool things down. That way, we won't need to monitor it ourselves, and we won't have to worry about fires either. After hearing Lin Xiao's detailed explanation, Xiaolin immediately understood his meaning, and deeply agreed. That's right. There's no better solution right now. Seeing that Xiaolin agreed, Lin Xiao responded, Then let's get started while it's still daylight. This feels like a pretty big project. Chapter 42, Enchantment Stone. Yes. After saying that, Lin Xiao took charge of the planning, assigning tasks and materials properly. The two of them then stood up from the sofa and left the villa. In doing so, they had essentially exited the protection of the nuclear-powered air conditioner and begun enduring direct exposure to sunlight. Moreover, although the sun was now already casting its last glow across the horizon, it still retained its scorching intensity, making the temperature unbearably hot. Almost instantly, sweat climbed up their backs and soaked through their clothes. However, this was not necessarily a bad thing, because only by experiencing today's oppressive heat could they clearly foresee just how much more unbearable the temperature would be 2 days from now, and how vital it was to install the irrigation system across the entire island before then. Because of that, their hands moved even more quickly. Thus, from evening until late at night. With the help of shadow clones, Lin Xiao and Xia Lin finally covered the entire island with the grid irrigation system and smoke sensors, connecting them together. Then, Xia Lin wiped the sweat from his forehead and said to Lin Xiao, "Phew, finally finished. Can we go back to rest now?" "Not yet, there's still one last step to complete." After saying this, Lin Xiao walked over and crouched beside a high-quality tree. Then he took out 2 flint stones from his material storage space. Seeing this, Xia Lin couldn't help but ask in surprise, "Wait, are you about to test whether this system works as expected?" As the words left his mouth, Lin Xiao held the 2 flint stones in hand and struck them together, creating sparks that ignited the high-quality tree. The very next second, the heat quickly caused smoke to rise from the burnt spot on the high-quality tree. At the exact same moment, the smoke sensor detected the smoke, immediately triggering the grid irrigation system to draw seawater and spray it out through the nozzles. Almost in an instant, the budding flames were completely extinguished. Seeing this, Lin Xiao finally felt at ease. He stood up and turned around, saying to Xia Lin, "Now it's all set. We can go back, take a shower, and sleep in peace." After saying that, the two returned together to the villa. After showering and washing away the sticky, salty sweat and heat, they embraced each other on the bed and both fell into a deep sleep. Current day, 16. Current status, not checked in. Would you like to check in now? After the check-in system's prompt echoed in Lin Xiao's mind, he, just like the past 2 days, gently sat up from the bed and went downstairs to the first floor before softly replying to his internal system. Check-in. Ding. Distributing check-in reward. Reward successfully distributed. Looking forward to tomorrow. The voice inside quieted down, and the blueprint before his eyes fully materialized. Then, Lin Xiao casually picked it up and placed it into his material storage space. The book then gave out a notification. Obtain ×1 enchantment stone blueprint. Enchantment stone. Upon hearing the name, Lin Xiao thought to himself, now that I already have the ancient enchantment table, what use could this enchantment stone possibly have? Thus, with such thoughts in mind, Lin Xiao picked up the book, flipped to the second page, displayed the item interface of the material storage space in virtual form, and opened the description for the enchantment stone blueprint. It read, Enchantment stone blueprint can be learned. After learning, the crafting recipe for enchantment stones will become available in OmniCraft. Enchantment stone, an ancient magical item, used together with the ancient enchantment table to bind enchantment effects onto the enchantment stone. In this way, even without the presence of an enchantment table nearby, you may enchant objects using the enchantment stone. Is that how it works? Lin Xiao hadn't even considered that the enchantment stone would have such an effect, and let out a surprised, slightly incredulous exclamation. And, after his surprise, he began to wonder exactly how this enchantment stone functioned. So, filled with curiosity, he eagerly clicked the Learn button in the description window, learning the crafting recipe for the enchantment stone. New. Enchantment stone. Stone times 46193/1. Enchantment. Then, he walked out of the villa and immediately entered the nearby small shed, throwing himself before the ancient enchantment table to begin experimenting. Stone. Muttering to himself, Lin Xiao took out a single stone from his material storage space and placed it on the ancient enchantment table. The very next second, the colorful gems atop the ancient enchantment table emitted brilliant lights, interweaving together to form a screen of light before Lin Xiao's eyes. The contents of the light screen were a pair of options. 1. Enchant the stone. 2. Create enchantment stone using existing enchantments. Without thinking much, Lin Xiao immediately chose the second option. Instantly, the content on the light screen changed. Consume ×1 ruby. Create axe enchantment stone. Consume ×1 shadow soul. Create lightweight torpedo enchantment stone. Consume ×1 magnetite diamond. Create golden-headed archaeology hammer enchantment stone. Seeing this, Lin Xiao suddenly understood. So this is how you bind previously created enchantments via the ancient enchantment table onto enchantment stones. Now I get it. That's actually pretty interesting. Back then when we went to the ancient ruins to mine magnetite diamond, the golden-headed archaeology hammer took quite a bit of damage. Why not make a golden-headed archaeology hammer enchantment stone as a test? It can also serve as a backup. With this in mind, Lin Xiao placed his only piece of magnetite diamond onto the ancient enchantment table and gently touched the last option on the light screen. The next second, the ancient enchantment table began to operate. The ancient magical power within the various gems melted the magnetite diamond into liquid form, which then adhered onto the stone. In the blink of an eye, the stone had become a golden-headed archaeology hammer enchantment stone embedded with an enchantment totem. Not bad. After a satisfied smile, Lin Xiao reached out and picked it up. Obtained golden-headed archaeology hammer enchantment stone ×1. Then, he turned around and left the shed, returning to the cool embrace of the nuclear-powered air conditioner. Yet right at this moment, both Lin Xiao's and Xia Lin's books simultaneously emitted a notification. There's only 1 day left. Tomorrow officially marks the beginning of summer. Prolonged high temperatures will begin. Please make sure to prepare for the heat and plan to defeat the seasonal boss. As the voice message ended, Xia Lin walked downstairs from the second floor. Her just-awakened gaze held a touch of grogginess, yet also a hint of seriousness. She then asked Lin Xiao, only 1 day left. Should we prepare anything else for the upcoming high temperatures? Lin Xiao pursed his lips. There's not much else to prepare for inside the island. The remaining preparation should focus on our outdoor activities. After all, we don't know exactly how long this summer will last. Chapter 43, the grass cloth becomes a treasure. Even if we have stored grain, if the food runs out someday, we can't just stay here and wait to die. We'll have to go out and look for more food. Also, now that the season boss has appeared, I have to go after it too. Lin Xiao finished speaking. Though Xia Lin was unwilling to accept this truth at first, he eventually gave a heavy nod in agreement. That's true. Hiding on this island forever isn't a solution. Eventually, we must go out. As he said this, Xia Lin glanced sideways at Lin Xiao and carefully asked, "Then, do you have any plans yet?" "No specific plan," Lin Xiao answered with a slight shake of his head. "But I have a rough direction in mind. I'm thinking that when it's cold, you wear thick clothes. So when it's hot, we should look in the omnipotent crafting function for clothing that can cool you down outdoors." After hearing Lin Xiao's idea, Xia Lin's eyes lit up and he immediately nodded in agreement. "This is indeed a good approach. Then I'll stay here and help you search, just like yesterday." "Okay." With that, the two of them, just like the day before, sat side by side on the sofa and began carefully reviewing each crafting recipe line by line in the omnipotent crafting interface. But unlike yesterday, today's search wasn't going smoothly. They had already gone through millions upon millions of crafting recipes. Both Lin Xiao and Xia Lin had stared until their eyes hurt, but they still hadn't found any crafting recipes that matched their expectations. Therefore, Xia Lin couldn't help but frown. "What should we do? We've almost checked every single crafting recipe by now, and I can guarantee it. I examined every single one carefully, without missing a single entry. But still nothing. It's not your fault." Seeing this, Lin Xiao gently put an arm around Xia Lin's shoulder and whispered comforting words. "I believe you looked at every single one carefully. But maybe, we're just heading in the wrong direction. Still, we still have time. Listen, we haven't eaten anything since morning. My stomach's been growling for ages. You go ahead and cook while I think things through during that time. We'll decide what to do in the afternoon together. After we eat, we'll forget everything else and try again together." These comforting and encouraging words from Lin Xiao indeed worked on Xia Lin. His previously disappointed expression gradually faded away. Then, with sudden determination, he shot up from the sofa and said, "All right, I'll start cooking right away." The moment the words were spoken, she turned and disappeared into the kitchen. As for Lin Xiao, he refocused his thoughts and began reorganizing his ideas. Finding clothing that can reduce the temperature. This idea definitely wasn't wrong. After all, going out in extreme heat is for working. If one uses handheld devices or carries something to cool down, it would affect work efficiency, making the purpose counterproductive. Therefore, the mistake lay in focusing too much on the omnipotent crafting. Although what the omnipotent crafting offered was comprehensive, without additional blueprints, it was filled with nothing more than realistic technological products. And to lower the temperature by 50 to 60 degrees through clothing, that was clearly beyond the ordinary. To deal with something that defied the ordinary, one must turn to magic. Magic, guided by this new thought. Lin Xiao instinctively flipped the page of the book in his hand and opened the item list in the material storage space. Then, he began shifting his gaze over the magical materials one by one. Wind element crystal, water element crystal. These two might help in lowering temperature. However, without blueprints, I don't even know how to use elemental magic. Put those on hold for now and check the next item. Sapphire. When Lin Xiao saw the icon of the sapphire, a flood of all his knowledge about sapphires came rushing back into his mind. Instantly, in the next second, he suddenly felt as if he had just received divine inspiration, his pupils sharply widening. Sapphire. How did I not think of this before? At this thought, without hesitation, Lin Xiao rushed straight out of the small villa, once again heading to the adjacent small house and standing before the ancient enchanting platform. Then, he stood there, clearly proclaiming with full energy, "Add 5 straws. Craft." As his voice dropped, an ordinary grass cloth formed in Lin Xiao's hands, which he placed onto the ancient enchanting platform. Immediately, just like it usually did, the ancient enchanting platform began operating. The 7 colored gemstones emitted a beam of light, forming an interface displayed before Lin Xiao's eyes. Quickly, Lin Xiao scanned the interface and quickly found the information he was seeking. Then, a faint smirk appeared unconsciously on his lips. He happily said aloud, "Huh, just as I thought. It's this one, right there." The panel displayed many different enchantments. Enchanted item, grass cloth. Enchanting material, none. Enchantment recipes. Ruby produces continuous heat after enchantment. Amethyst grants partial immunity to magical attacks after enchantment. Sapphire produces continuous cooling effect after enchantment. Shadow Soul enhances the wearer's shadow magic power after enchantment. Magnetite increases defense and resists partial physical attacks after enchantment. Soul Sealing Herb grants immunity to 1 soul sealing spell after enchantment. Spirit Calming Stone grants immunity to 1 spirit calming spell after enchantment. Dream of magic materials incomplete. Enchantment recipes not displayable. Yet Lin Xiao's eyes stayed fixed only on the line with Sapphire. Because from previous enchantment experiences, Lin Xiao had already developed a rough understanding of the effects. The enchantment from a sapphire would either grant water control abilities or produce freezing effects. Therefore, he boldly speculated, if the sapphire was enchanted onto clothing, would it grant a cooling enchantment effect to the fabric itself? Unexpectedly, this sudden spark of inspiration hit the bullseye. Immediately afterward, Lin Xiao decisively extended his hand and placed the sapphire he had retrieved from the material storage space onto the ancient enchanting platform. The ancient enchanting platform then consumed the sapphire, transforming it into a beam of blue light that fell upon the grass cloth. and began enchanting the grass cloth. Approximately 3 to 5 seconds later, the blue light vanished. The grass cloth had completed its enchantment. Lin Xiao picked it up eagerly. But the moment his fingertips touched the sapphire-enchanted grass cloth, a comfortable coolness instantly surged through Lin Xiao's entire body. This caused him to put the clothing on even more eagerly. Yet after wearing it, he experienced an entirely different sensation than from merely touching it. The kind of coldness from the inside out made Lin Xiao subconsciously let out a long sigh. This is impressive. It seems like I can't just casually wear this when the temperature isn't that high. Chapter 44, Summer Arrives. Finished speaking, Lin Xiao then removed the sapphire-enchanted straw cloak that had chilled him to the core, and he noticed this originally crude garment, woven from dried grass, now appeared noble under the blue coating of the sapphire and the added snowflake rune. Thus, even wearing it outside wouldn't feel shameful anymore. So, Lin Xiao seized the opportunity. He made another one for Xiaoling, then returned to the villa. Coincidentally at this moment, Xiaoling had just finished cooking. Seeing Lin Xiao's return, she, holding a tray of food, anxiously said to him, I didn't prepare much, just a light meal to start with. Then we'll continue this afternoon. We must find some cooling clothes before tomorrow no matter what. But as soon as her words fell, Lin Xiao's attitude was completely opposite to hers. He replied in a relaxed manner, I haven't eaten for most of the day. You can cook a bit more. When Xiaoling saw this and heard this, she found it rather unbelievable, so she opened her mouth to question. But, however, before she could even get out 2 more words, Lin Xiao interrupted her with the truth. I've already made a cooling garment. Upon hearing this, at first, Xiaoling found it hard to believe. She asked in disbelief, Really? Really? Then, after Lin Xiao nodded and retrieved the sapphire-enchanted straw cloak from his material storage space, handing it to her, her expression immediately shifted, amazement written clearly across her face. It feels so icy to the touch. And it's not just surface cold, it feels cool from the inside out. This is amazing. Wearing it outside tomorrow definitely won't be a problem. So, looking at Xiaoling's expression, Lin Xiao smiled even more genuinely as he spoke. To celebrate solving such a big problem, go make more food. Think of it as cleaning out the salt cellar a bit. After that, once we finish eating, while today's temperature hasn't gotten unbearable yet, we'll go fishing and hunting this afternoon and stock up on all the ingredients we'll need for the entire summer. Finished speaking, Xiaoling nodded immediately in agreement. Okay, then I'll start cooking a little more right now. Thanks. So, Xiaoling went back to the kitchen and prepared a few more dishes. The two of them then enjoyed their meal heartily. Following that, they proceeded according to their original plan, going outside to gather plenty of ingredients. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao also installed a nuclear-powered air conditioner on the small nuclear reactor located on the M3185 islet to prevent it from overheating and causing an accident. Then, the two of them returned to the island. They then had the shadow clone created by the shadow box stuff all the ingredients into this salt cellar. Thus, everything that the two of them had planned was now completely finished. By then, the sky had already turned dark. Lin Xiao looked up at the night sky, muttering, seemingly talking to himself, but also as if speaking to Xiaoling. It's only a few hours until summer begins. As she answered with a nod, Xiaoling also raised her head to look at the sky. Should be within 3 or 4 hours. Yeah. When he reached that, Lin Xiao shifted his gaze back, focusing on Xiaoling's innocent, clean face. Xiaoling also turned her eyes, meeting Lin Xiao's gaze. Let's live through this together. Lin Xiao softly said, instinctively wrapping an arm around Xiaoling's waist. Xiaoling leaned into his embrace, softly humming. Current day, 17. Current status, not checked in. Would you like to check in now? Awakened by the check-in prompt early in the morning, Lin Xiao instinctively opened his eyes. However, the moment he opened them, a blinding beam of light shone directly into his pupils. Even though he quickly shut them again, he could still feel a sharp, stinging pain in his eyes, which temporarily left him blinded. This feeling lasted for a moment before disappearing, allowing Lin Xiao's eyes to finally adjust to the harsh light, barely opening again. The intense light was streaming in through the window, and its source was the sun, hanging high in the sky. Yet compared to the sun at noon yesterday, this one was twice as large, and this was just morning. At the time of sunrise, what would noon look like? Thinking of this, Lin Xiao couldn't help but worry about the grid irrigation system, the smoke detector, and the nuclear air conditioner. Would they still work under such extreme heat? Therefore, he went downstairs. After briefly responding to the system with a check-in, he began inspecting the nuclear-powered air conditioner. Looking at its display panel, it read as follows. Outdoor temperature, 47 degrees C. Indoor temperature, 25 degrees C. Nuclear energy consumption, 0.4%. Current operation status, light load. Light load. Tisk. Lin Xiao frowned and clicked his tongue. Just as I thought. Looks like I wasn't overthinking. After all, this is a temperature drop of 22 degrees. A regular air conditioner would have already been overloaded or even broken down. But this is only the first day of summer, and it's the morning of the first day. If even now it's already under light load and consuming energy too quickly, what would happen later? Therefore, it needs to be sustained over a long period. With that thought, Lin Xiao simply reached forward and adjusted the nuclear-powered air conditioner, raising the indoor cooling temperature slightly. With that done, not long after, the display panel of the nuclear air conditioner changed accordingly. Outdoor temperature, 48 degrees C. Indoor temperature, 30 degrees C. Nuclear energy consumption, 0.4%. Current operation status, normal. That should work. The load is now normal. and this indoor temperature is also acceptable. The remaining tasks are to check the grid irrigation system and the smoke detector. Also, at 48 degrees, stepping outside for a quick look and coming back. I probably shouldn't need to wear the sapphire enchanted straw cloak, right? With that in mind, Lin Xiao pushed the door open and stepped out. But then, in an instant, he was ruthlessly slapped in the face by an overwhelming wave of heat. Then within just a few seconds, Lin Xiao's clothes were completely soaked by the intense sweat pouring out from his body. In addition, he also felt his breathing become difficult. His temples started to throb. If he had stayed under the scorching sun for another minute or so, he might have suffered heat stroke. Then, knowing when to yield, Lin Xiao pulled out the sapphire enchanted straw cloak from his material storage space and put it on. After that, his heat stroke-like symptoms of headache and dizziness finally eased. Letting out a long sigh as he spoke. Phew, this weather is definitely no joke. Hurry up and finish the inspection. Hurry back to the little villa. After saying that, he made his way to the location where the grid irrigation system and the smoke detector were installed, beginning his checks. Chapter 45, The Stricken Village. After a round of inspection, fortunately, the grid irrigation device and smoke detector had not been affected by the high temperatures and remained fully functional. Lin Xiao thus relaxed and returned to his small villa. Then he took off the sapphire enchanted grass cloth, placing it into the material storage space. But the next moment, Lin Xiao suddenly noticed a problem. There was a number displayed in the bottom left corner of the sapphire enchanted grass cloth icon in the material storage item slot. Regarding this number, Lin Xiao was no stranger, because it had appeared on the icons of the magic fishing rod, golden archaeology hammer, and star mist staff. It represented the item's durability. However, what shocked Lin Xiao was that the current number displayed was 90, and he had only worn the sapphire enchanted grass cloth for 5 minutes. In other words, under 48-degree heat, this clothing could only protect its wearer for about 50 minutes. And the concept of 50 minutes was the round-trip travel time from his current M7021 island to Doctor's M2951 island aboard this small combat vessel. By the time he later ventured out in search of resources, before even beginning to mine, just the travel alone would consume an entire sapphire enchanted grass cloth. TSK, looks like, even if he had plenty of sapphires, he should avoid unnecessary travel unless it was absolutely required. However, as the saying goes, some things were beyond one's control. Sure enough, Lin Xiao had just sat down on the first-floor sofa, opened his book, and intended to check what the blueprint reward of the day was. But then, the book displayed a notification. You have received a private message. A private message? Who could be sending it to me? While pondering, Lin Xiao flipped the pages of the book, skipping from the 2nd to the 6th page, the chat room, and touched the private message channel. The next moment, he saw who the sender was. None other than the doctor he had just been thinking about. Benefactor, regarding what you previously said about wanting to open a hospital and asking me to be the doctor, I've made my decision. But I cannot leave now. Could you come here in person? He had to decide now of all times, not earlier, not later. Then, Lin Xiao, somewhat displeased, began typing a refusal message in the chat window. But, halfway through, he suddenly had a thought, and his mind changed. The doctor contacting him at this moment. Could it be that the villagers were suffering from the heat and urgently needed medical assistance? If that was the case, there was no need to even go find patients. A large group would be ready at hand. Wouldn't that align perfectly with his idea of opening a hospital for profit? Thinking thus, Lin Xiao quickly deleted the message he had typed. Then he re-entered a new message and sent it. All right, I'll prepare and head over immediately. Immediately after, the doctor responded with great excitement. Thank you so much, benefactor. You are truly our savior. This response only further confirmed Lin Xiao's guess. Their village must have been hit by a disaster. Thus, Lin Xiao closed the chat interface, then flipped the book back to the first page, opened the all-in-one manufacturing interface, and began softly giving commands. Add 5 straw. Craft. Add 5 straw. Craft. In an instant, 20 straw were consumed. 4 grass clothes were created. Next, he went to the nearby shed and enchanted the 4 grass clothes into sapphire enchanted grass clothes, ensuring that he wouldn't suffer from heat stroke while traveling. He boarded the small combat vessel and headed toward the M2951 archipelago where the doctor was located. Upon arrival, from a distance, he saw that their island indeed had measures in place to prevent fire and heat. However, compared to Lin Xiao's grid irrigation system, paired with smoke detectors, theirs appeared extremely crude. Indeed, they had built a man-made fountain at the island's center. For 24 hours a day, it continuously drew seawater and persistently sprayed it across the island. Certainly, this method did have a cooling and fire-resistant effect. But the downside was huge, because their island lacked a well-developed drainage system. The vast amount of water being sprayed couldn't be drained away quickly, resulting in water accumulating on the island. Eventually, this standing water would cause the island's soil to loosen and the edges to erode. Then they used sandbags to fill the gaps, only to create even more water retention. Overall, the sight could only be described as miserable beyond words. But Lin Xiao hadn't expected that this was not yet the worst part. The worst part was the scene he saw after entering the newly built house on the main island. Looking around, the 50-square-meter house was packed with countless people. Although 2 air conditioners were hanging indoors, emitting loud noise while working at maximum capacity. The room was still extremely hot. It even felt hotter than outside. Everyone inside was listless, their faces flushed purple. It was clear they were all on the verge of heat stroke. When Lin Xiao saw this, he immediately knew he was about to make a fortune. Without hesitation, he started searching for the doctor within the crowd. Just then, a weak and familiar voice came from the left side of the room. Benefactor. Lin Xiao turned his gaze in that direction. It was indeed the doctor he had been looking for. Thus, Lin Xiao searched for a place to step, squeezing his way through the crowd with great difficulty until he reached the doctor's side. Looking at the doctor now, he was no different from the others. His face was soaked in sweat, flushed with a reddish-purple hue. When he saw Lin Xiao, he opened and closed his mouth, trying to say something, but apparently due to severe heat stroke, he was having trouble speaking. Thus, Lin Xiao took out a bottle of holy water from the material storage space and gave some to the doctor to drink. Under the effect of the holy water, the doctor barely managed to speak in full sentences. Benefactor. All villagers have suffered heat stroke. Please, save us. We will surely repay you. We will offer you all the rare materials you desire. Okay. Lin Xiao Songlong de Da Ying Le Xiaolat. You first tell me, what do you need me to do? Physiological saline. There is a machine in the all-in-one manufacturing function that can prepare physiological saline from seawater. It's called the Physiological Saline Preparer. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao flipped through the pages of his book, searching for the Physiological Saline Preparer within the all-in-one manufacturing interface. The next moment, its crafting blueprint appeared before Lin Xiao's eyes. Physiological Saline Preparer. Iron ingot 41942/100. Stone 54134/500. Hay 5713/30. Fully automatic mechanical gear 294/10. Physiological Saline Preparer, medical technology item. By drawing seawater and filtering out all impurities, it produces intravenous physiological saline. Chapter 46. The hospital is built, admitting the first batch of heatstroke patients. Okay, I can manufacture this device. I'll get started right away. Upon hearing this response, although a glimmer of hope flashed in the doctor's eyes, he still summoned his last ounce of strength to speak out one final instruction. Benefactor, we must act quickly. Otherwise, everyone in the village. I understand. Without further words, Lin Xiao stood up and left. The doctor, overwhelmed by weakness, fell back onto the ground, barely conscious. After leaving M2185 Island, Lin Xiao did not travel far. Instead, he headed to another island named M2212 that he had noticed on his way here. Surprisingly, this island was completely empty, clearly having been raided previously by the water and lightning elemental spirits. Yet, despite the barren landscape, Lin Xiao stood there with visible interest, surveying the surroundings while murmuring to himself. This place is indeed quite good. After saying that, he took out his book and unfolded the virtual interface of Omni Fabricator. Then, with determination, he issued a powerful command to the Island Upgrade Kit 1-2, displayed on the screen. Add 1,000 units of wood. Add 1,000 units of dirt. Fabricate. As soon as the words were spoken, just like every time he used the Island Upgrade Kit, the entire island began to tremble violently. At the same time, the outer edges of the island started expanding the land area. Within the span of just a minute or two, a 10-square-meter barren islet had expanded to 100 square meters. But Lin Xiao wasn't finished with this island yet. Right after that, he turned to the floating Omni Fabricator interface and continued giving instructions. Add 3,000 iron ingots. Add 500 gold ingots. Add 5,000 stone blocks. Add 1,000 units of dirt. Add 1,000 units of wood. Select placement location. Fabricate. The moment he finished, the materials he had just mentioned began to appear one after another, neatly stacking together like Lego blocks. In the blink of an eye, a 3-story building rose from the ground, each floor spanning 80 square meters. Seeing this, Lin Xiao couldn't help but nod with satisfaction. Good. After saying that, he stepped forward and entered the building. He began issuing fabrication commands according to the formula for the physiological saline preparation apparatus that the doctor had told him. Add 100 iron ingots. Add 500 stone blocks. Add 30 bundles of hay. Add 10 fully automatic mechanical gears. Select placement location. Fabricate. Hardly had the echo of Lin Xiao's voice faded through the empty building, when various materials began assembling themselves automatically. The iron ingots formed into water storage tanks. The hay transformed into a filtration net. The fully automatic mechanical gears powered the stone water channel that pumped seawater upward. Within a few seconds, a physiological saline preparation apparatus appeared in a corner of the first floor. Moreover, as the fully automatic mechanical gear hummed softly with operation, the machine officially began producing large quantities of physiological saline. Thus, Lin Xiao had completed the doctor's request. However, he didn't go back to fetch the doctor just yet. Instead, he retrieved the previously fabricated X-ray imaging apparatus, blood analyzer, and ancient radiant magic chest from the material storage space and placed them accordingly. In addition, he used fully automatic mechanical gears, iron ingots, and similar materials to fabricate a power generator to supply electricity for the medical devices and air conditioning here. As the final touches, he crafted a few sturdy and simple tables and chairs using wood and iron ingots. Once this interior decoration was done, Lin Xiao smiled slightly. This is nice. It really has the feel of a hospital. It turned out that Lin Xiao had planned all along to turn this place into the hospital he had dreamed of building. As for why he chose this particular location, firstly, it was very close to M2185 Island, making it convenient to transfer the doctor and the villagers suffering from heat stroke. Secondly, it lay in the central area of the mapped territory he had explored, and building here would make it convenient for others to access medical care in the future. Thus, after completing all preparations, Lin Chao left the hospital and returned to M2185 Island aboard his small battle cruiser, meeting the doctor once again. Benefactor, you're back. MMM. Lin Chao nodded slightly. I've built a hospital nearby, and everything's ready. I'll take everyone there right now. That's wonderful. As the doctor spoke, a flicker of hope appeared in his weak eyes. Then, Lin Chao helped him up from the ground and turned to address everyone in the room. Everyone, those of you who are able to move, please help others who cannot get to the boats at the seaside, then follow me. I've built a hospital nearby. As long as everyone can make it there alive, I promise you'll survive. Upon hearing the 4 words, you can survive, everyone present instantly ignited their will to live. Even those on the brink of death managed to summon their final bit of strength, supporting each other as they slowly walked out from here. Thus, before long, M2185 Island was completely emptied, while M2212 Island became extremely crowded. However, luckily Lin Chao had the foresight to build the hospital large enough. And the air conditioning was also sufficiently powerful. As a result, even with so many people gathered inside, the indoor temperature remained stable and not unbearably hot. This environment alone already brought some relief to those suffering from mild heat stroke. For example, the doctor who had drunk the sacred water. Right now, he was able to speak complete sentences to Lin Chao. Benefactor, where's the physiological saline preparation apparatus you made? Right here. While answering, Lin Chao helped the doctor walk over to the physiological saline preparation apparatus. This is it. It's already produced some physiological saline. Great. After saying that, the doctor sighed with emotion and took out a needle and intravenous drip apparatus from his material storage space. Then he began intravenously injecting himself with the saline solution. Soon, under the combined effect of the physiological saline and the sacred water, the doctor's condition improved somewhat. He stood up and spoke to Lin Chao. Thank you again, benefactor, for saving my life once more. Don't talk about that yet. Lin Chao shook his head. You seem stable now. Hurry up and start treating others. All right. After hearing this, the doctor looked at Lin Chao with admiration. Benefactor, you truly have a noble heart. You think about others at every moment. But Lin Chao showed a bit of embarrassment on his face and responded verbally. You flatter me. Yet secretly muttered in his mind. These people came all the way here. If they die for nothing, who will pay me for the medical fees? Then, the doctor started treating the patients in order from the most severe to the least severe, using the physiological saline and 4 drip. By roughly the evening time, most of the villagers in the doctor's village had largely recovered. Chapter 47. Someone with ulterior motives. They began to gather around Lin Chao, expressing their gratitude with heartfelt words. Thank you, Savior. You are truly our Messiah. If it weren't for you, we'd all be dead by now. We don't know how we could ever repay you. Upon hearing this, before Lin Chao could even mention anything about payment for medical treatment, the doctor spoke on his behalf. Our Savior has a fondness for unusual and eye-catching materials, even if they're not very useful. If you have any such materials in your possession that you can't use, they're of no use to you. Why not give them to the Savior as a token of gratitude? Everyone was momentarily stunned by this and turned to look at Lin Chao, asking in confusion. This is a life-saving favor. Is repaying it really that simple? Lin Chao nodded without hesitation to affirm it. Everyone then resumed expressing admiration toward Lin Chao. Our Savior is truly a rare gem, a once-in-a-lifetime good person. He saved our lives and didn't demand valuable resources because he doesn't want us to struggle in the future. I'm so moved I could cry. Well then, everyone, don't wait around. Hurry up and give the rare materials to our Savior. Yes. No problem. So saying, those present enthusiastically began taking out various magical materials from their inventory, materials they couldn't use, and handed them over to Lin Chao. Obtained, colorful gem X1. Obtained, sapphire X1. Obtained, purple gem X1. In no time at all, Lin Chao's item inventory level had risen yet another tier. He was now truly overflowing with wealth. This single action had practically earned back the cost of expanding the island and building the hospital. Not bad. Very nice. Afterward, the surrounding crowd gradually dispersed. Seeing that he had already gathered quite a bit of precious materials, Lin Chao strolled toward the doctor. Seeing this, the doctor quickly stepped forward and greeted him with a question. Savior, did you come to see me about something? Not anything major. Lin Chao replied lightly, shaking his head. Just a few things I want to tell you. All right, please speak. I'm listening. So saying, the doctor stood there with an attentive look. Lin Chao then proceeded to relay the words he had already prepared. As discussed before, this hospital now belongs to you. You can live here permanently. And if anything is lacking or missing from the hospital, just private message me about it. Also, in the future, any patients who come to the hospital for treatment will pay in rare and precious materials. And as for the rest, well, that's all. Do whatever makes you happy. After finishing his speech, he saw the doctor nodding firmly twice. All right, I understand. Don't worry, Savior. I will surely manage this hospital well and live up to your expectations. Lin Chao nodded along and then added, if there's nothing else, I think I'll go back first. All right, I won't see you off. Take your time, Savior. So saying, Lin Chao turned to leave. But just at that moment, a strange voice entered Lin Chao's ears. Great Savior, please wait a moment. Then, Lin Chao turned his head to look toward the sound. The person's face was unfamiliar. So, Lin Chao looked sideways at the doctor and asked, who is this? As the words dropped, the doctor suddenly looked like he had just remembered something. He then slapped his head in self-reproach. That's my mistake. All the commotion made me forget to introduce him. This is our village chief I told you about earlier. Ah. Upon learning the person's identity, Lin Chao suddenly understood, and his original idea of returning home was interrupted. After all, anyone who could establish a social system in the post-apocalyptic world and earn others' willing loyalty intrigued Lin Chao with curiosity over what kind of charisma he possessed. Moreover, it seemed this village chief also had some curiosity toward Lin Chao, only to hear him address Lin Chao directly with a respectful tone. Savior. Good. Thus, Lin Chao and the village chief went upstairs to the third floor of the hospital one after the other. They found an empty seat and sat side by side, and so began their conversation. The village chief took the initiative first, bowing and respectfully speaking. Before we talk about anything else, please allow me to express my gratitude for saving our entire village. You're too kind, you're too kind. Lin Chao shook his head modestly, exchanging courteous greetings while inwardly giving the village chief a favorable evaluation in his heart. He felt that this person was someone with principles in his heart and knew how to be grateful. No wonder he earned the respect and admiration of others and became the leader of a village. But then, the village chief's next words completely overturned Lin Chao's earlier impression of him. Additionally, you truly have a fondness for these rare and precious materials, Savior. Upon hearing this, Lin Chao began to grow cautious inside. He realized this man was trying to trick him into revealing information in order to discover the purpose of these materials. However, Lin Chao's expression and tone remained unchanged. He used the same excuse he'd always relied on and replied to the village chief. That's right. In my original world, I also like collecting various odd and unusual items. I see. That's truly a unique hobby. Although the village chief said this with words, in his tone, Lin Chao could sense not even a trace of belief. Quite the opposite. He could clearly feel overwhelming doubt. Clearly, the village chief did not buy Lin Chao's explanation. Therefore, in the moments that followed, he heard the village chief subtly probing him with further questions. Savior, you've said that we have survived now thanks to your help. But, in the future, we will still have to face these scorching summers. So, do you have any advice for me, so that I may help my villagers endure this hardship? The advice is to stay indoors and upgrade your air conditioning systems to cover larger spaces. Lin Chao said this in one breath. Then, he was ready to leave, unwilling to continue speaking with this man who had ulterior motives. Yet, the village chief had no intention of letting Lin Chao go so easily. Before Lin Chao could even rise to his feet, the village chief hastily continued his questioning. Stay indoors, you say? But when food supplies are scarce, how can we avoid going outside altogether? Moreover, Savior, I've noticed that you move about freely even under these extreme temperatures without any apparent suffering. How do you manage that? Is it perhaps related to those rare materials you've been collecting? At this moment, Lin Chao's impression of the village chief had dropped to absolute dislike. At the same time, he sneered coldly inside. Humph. So this was your real intent all along. Fine. Since you're so eager to uncover the truth, I'll be happy to tell you. Chapter 48, The Dictator of the Apocalypse. I'd like to see what other tricks you've got up your sleeve. Thinking along those lines, Lin Chao's mind raced. He came up with a plan, and then spoke to the village chief. That's right. My ability to go outside without being affected by the temperature indeed has something to do with a rare material. As expected, the village chief, driven by his own greed, had fallen directly into the trap prepared for him. A glimmer of greed flashed in his eyes as he asked in return, what kind of material is it? Sapphire, Lin Chao replied. Recently, I obtained a blueprint for a cooling garment enchantment stone. After using sapphires to produce the enchantment according to the blueprint, I found out that the resulting clothing could lower my body temperature. This is amazing. After hearing Lin Chao's explanation, surprise first appeared in the village chief's eyes, and he praised the enchantment stone in his words. But wait. However, soon after, that sense of astonishment was quickly replaced by unabashed greed. The very next second, he rolled up his sleeves and said to Lin Chao enthusiastically, Benefactor, there's one thing I'd like to ask you. I wonder whether you'd be willing to cooperate with me. Upon hearing this, Lin Chao inwardly sneered. Oh, so the fox is finally showing its tail? Not pretending anymore, huh? Fine. I'll play along too. Let's get this over with. Let's rip off your fake mask quickly. I can go home early and rest. At that thought, Lin Chao cast a sidelong glance at the village chief, intentionally playing along with his little scheme. What is it? Tell me about it. If it's a win-win, we might indeed be able to cooperate. As his words fell, the village chief's face lit up instantly. Eagerly, he answered in a rapid-fire manner. It will definitely be win-win. Win-win for sure. Okay, Lin Chao slightly nodded. His eyes flickered as he looked at the village chief and said, Then let's hear it. Right. After receiving Lin Chao's approval, the village chief couldn't wait to spill his greedy plan. You know I'm managing a medium-sized village, and my village has been attracting new members, growing steadily stronger. But unfortunately, I'm not satisfied with the rate of growth. So, I sincerely invite you to join us. Then we can mass-produce your cooling garment enchantment stone and publicly announce that as long as people join us, they can survive the summer. With that, he continued with confidence. By the end of this summer, I'm confident we can recruit most of the world's survivors under my banner. Once that happens, we'll be the rulers of this world, controlling all resources. And those people will obey us whenever we call and disperse when we wave them off. What do you think? After finishing his speech, the village chief gazed at Lin Chao full of expectation. Lin Chao, however, looked at him with disdain. I thought so. How could someone possibly be so benevolent in building a society in such an apocalyptic world? Now that I've tested you, I see you're indeed a dictator. What do you mean? The village chief, only now realizing the implication, asked in return. Are you saying everything I just said was just to play with me? Exactly, Lin Xiao replied without any disguise. I just wanted to see how disgusting a person like you could be, daring to treat others' trust in you as a tool to gain power. You? The village chief was so angry that his chest heaved violently. Then, he completely abandoned pretense with Lin Xiao. You think you're some kind of good person? Talk about collecting rare materials. And what about you? Aren't you also just a hypocrite? No. Lin Xiao stared at the village chief with a murderous gaze. Don't you dare put me in the same category as you. At the very least, whenever I obtain materials from people, it was always through mutual exchange. But you're just a dog who tramples on others' trust. Having said that, Lin Xiao no longer spared him a single word. He got up from his seat and left the hospital. After returning to Island M7021 and meeting Xiaolin, he saw Xiaolin looking at him with concern. You went out today? What? Why is someone cursing you in the chat room? He says you've been swindling people's materials and wants you to return them. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao sneered slightly. Humph. I thought he had great ambitions and abilities. Turns out he's just a barking dog. Huh. Xiaolin looked confused, clearly not understanding the meaning of Lin Xiao's words. But out of concern, she still added one more sentence to him. I think you should come forward and explain yourself a bit. Otherwise, we might end up misunderstanding each other again, just like before. After hearing this, Lin Xiao reached out and ran his fingers gently through Xiaolin's hair, soothing her softly. All right, I'll handle this matter well. You don't need to worry. Okay. After nodding thoughtfully, Xiaolin finally couldn't help but speak out her mind. But if you ever need me to clear things up for you or do anything, you must tell me. All right. Actually, there's something I need your help with. What is it? I haven't eaten all day. My stomach's a bit hungry. Would you go make me something to eat? All right. I'll go right away. Without another word, Xiaolin quickly stepped into the kitchen under Lin Xiao's gaze. Meanwhile, after a short moment of contemplation, Lin Xiao stepped out and went into the adjacent small room. He then took out over 1,000 stone blocks from his material storage space, placing them onto the ancient enchantment table. The next second, a glowing screen interface appeared before Lin Xiao, waiting for him to make a choice. Consume Ruby X1000. Create Axe Enchantment Stone. Consume Shadow Soul X1000. Create Lightweight Torpedo Enchantment Stone. Consume Magnetic Diamond X1000. Create Golden Archaeology Pick Enchantment Stone. Consume Sapphire X1000. Create Grass Robe Enchantment Stone. Without hesitation, Lin Xiao took out 1,000 sapphires from the storage space and placed them on the table, selecting the fourth option. Instantly, the 1,000 sapphires were completely consumed, and the 1,000 stone blocks were transformed into 1,000 Grass Robe Enchantment Stones. Then, Lin Xiao uploaded all these Grass Robe Enchantment Stones to the auction house. Set the requested item as 2 sapphires. Soon enough, the book in Lin Xiao's hand started to vibrate. Obtain Sapphire X2. Obtain Sapphire X2. At this moment, flipping the book back to the chatroom page, he saw one message after another praising Lin Xiao and cursing the village chief. You despicable person? Did you see that? If you can't even help us survive, then shut your mouth. Shame on us for trusting you and treating you as our village chief before. Who would have thought you're this petty, unable to stand others succeeding, spreading such rumors here? Why don't you just die? Chapter 49, Elemental Ring. The Calamity of Flames. Witnessing this scene, the corner of Lin Xiao's mouth curled into a perfect arc. You want to double-cross me after failing to use me? Do you even have the capability for that? However, thank you for helping me find a good buyer for the enchanted stones. Once again, you've let me earn a huge fortune in sapphires. After his moment of self-satisfaction, Lin Xiao left the cabin and returned to the villa. At that time, Xiaolin was still preparing dinner, so Lin Xiao didn't disturb her and headed directly upstairs. Thinking that he hadn't yet checked the blueprint he obtained in the morning, he simply unfolded the virtual panel of his material storage space and located the blueprint in his inventory. Elemental Ring, Water, can be learned. Upon learning, the crafting recipe for Elemental Ring, Water will be unlocked in versatile crafting. Elemental Ring, Water, an elemental magic item forged from the power of water elemental crystals. When worn, the wearer gains the ability to control water elements to a certain extent. Originally, Lin Xiao was just inspecting it routinely, but unexpectedly, what seemed like a casual glance turned into a breathtaking revelation. He had discovered something incredibly powerful: to control the water element. In other words, wasn't that to control the ocean itself? How perfectly this fits the attributes of this world. Amazing. Amazing. Without hesitation, Lin Xiao clicked the Learn button inside the description box. Then he rushed to the versatile crafting interface to check the crafting recipe for Elemental Ring, Water. Unexpectedly, the crafting recipe gave Lin Xiao another major surprise. He instinctively exclaimed in astonishment. Holy shit, 3 gold ingots, 1 water elemental crystal, and you can craft a ring that controls the ocean. What the heck? This is way too generous. Without delay, Lin Xiao quickly added the 2 required materials one by one. Then, with a craft command, the gold ingots and water elemental crystal erupted and began fusing together. In almost the blink of an eye, a delicate, azure ring with golden shimmering threads appeared out of thin air atop Lin Xiao's thumb, and simultaneously, a variety of techniques for controlling water elements appeared in Lin Xiao's mind. Stay calm. Focus. Perceive. The next second, in the middle of the room, a translucent, fist-sized water sphere suddenly appeared. Lin Xiao was both surprised and delighted. Did I create this? Can I really control the water vapor in the air? Wow, I'm invincible. Just as Lin Xiao was excited, Xiaolin's voice came from downstairs. Lin Xiao, dinner is ready. Okay, I'm coming right down. So on. Zhujian Lin Xiao, so xin yu wok. Bang Jiang Nao Murray, Yong Sui Zheng Qi, Zhu Zao de Soi Qiao Xiao San. Ran Ho Ma Jik Xiao Sui Bu, Yi Lu Chu Dao Lo Xia. Kai Shi Tri Chi Le Xiaolin, Gei Ta Zuo de Fan. Dan Shi, Ji Ban Zai Tri Fan. Lin Xiao de Nao Zhong Yi Jiu Zai Shang Jug, E Yun Su Zhi Jit, Fa de Chuqing. Mei Shang Dao, Zhiga Yun Su Zhi Jit, Jingran, Zhima Li Hai. Archie, Ruguo Wa Cai de Mei Cuo de Hua, Yo Yun Su Zhi Jit, Soi. Jiu Kending Huyo Yun Su, Zhi Jit. Feng, Lei, Hua. Yao Shi Deng Suyo Yun Su Zhi Jit, Do Shou Ji Chenlut. Wuqi Bu, Neng Cao Kong, Sui Feng Huolei. Chong Wei Zhang Wo Zuran Zhi Li de Da Fa Shila. Dala Nasher Hope. Bia Soa Shi Ji Jia Baslut. Xingshi Lu Ke Janla Wa Do De Rao Luba. Su Shir Zhi Lin Chao Bujin Fa Chu Qing Qing de Xiaosheng. Rong Tong Zhuo de Xiaolin Bu Zhuo Daolet. Yusru. Zhijian Xiaolin Atsuma Wang Shang Lin Chao Wen Dao. Shi Gangcai de Shi Jie Drelama. San Shirba. Lin Chao Xiao Jug Thiangwan. Xiaolin Ye Gunjug Lin Chao Lu Chu Le Xiaorong. Na Jiu Hof. Zhu Zhiyao. Zai Yi Pang He Xie de Fun Wei Zhong Tri Wan Fan Hoke. Lin Chao He Xiaolin Arvin Ban Tongchang Gongzhen de Shang Yong Manlet. Taman Bun Yi Wei. Zai Zhizhong Hao Xinqing Xia. Jingtian Nung Soi Ge Hao Jiao. Zoa Ge Hao Mong. Ke Jieguo. Zhi Yi Jiao. Taman Soi de Bing Buan Wan. Sun Ye Shifun. Lin Chao Yin Ye Tingjian. Yiger Tsur Sung. Chong Tan Ban. Yi Dan Dan de Jiajin. Rong Soi Mong Zhong de Ta. Ganjue Heng Shi Buan. Jin Jiezhe. Ta Ban Yong Du Gan Yi Shu Gao Sug Zuji. Hao Shang Yo Bu Hao de Shiqing. Yao Fa Shenglet. Yao Gan Kai Xinggolat. Sli Ho. Ta Ban Changxing. Zhang Zuji. Chong Chen Soi. Tri Zhong Jiaoxing. Bing Zheng Kai Yanjing. Kan Shang Le Chong White. Jieguo. Zhijian. Montan de Yanjiang Shi. Su Hua de Zhanfeng. Yiyang. Sa Shang Gerchu. Yunfang de Yixie Difang. Shenzhi Yinwei Yijing Zhao Dao Yanjiang Shi de Shiji. Hai He Tan. Do Bancheng Le Hong Sura. Jira. Kewuk. Tan Chi Baoli. Ye Mai Gaosug. Huyo Zhiyang de Tan Chi Ya. Lin Chao de Yi Zhen Maonak. Zhang Xiaolin Yichong Suimeng Zhizhong Huanxing. And noticed the situation outside the window. Immediately, the drowsiness in her eyes vanished completely. The very word, terror, was perfectly reflected on her face. Oh my god, how could this happen? I don't know either. Lin Xiao replied with a tight frown, shaking his head. There was no warning in the weather forecast. So I'm guessing this must be the work of the seasonal boss. Seasonal boss? Xiaolin first murmured softly while looking down, then suddenly raised her head, staring at Lin Xiao, and continued. But the location of the seasonal boss hasn't even been marked yet. Could it have already formed? I don't know that either. Lin Xiao answered bitterly with another shake of his head. Just then, a whistling sound passed by their ears. Then, a deafening boom shook the air. A molten rock had fallen into the sea just a short distance ahead of the island. The splash it created actually splattered onto the window in front of them. It was as if a warning struck directly at Lin Xiao and Xiaolin. If you don't do something now, the next strike will be right on you. Thus, out of sheer panic, Xiaolin trembled as she shouted to Lin Xiao. Let's both look through the versatile crafting list. There must be something there that can protect us. As she spoke, her hands began to frantically grope around everywhere. During the chaos, her hands brushed against Lin Xiao's, brushing against the elemental ring, water, in Lin Xiao's hand. That momentary, frantic touch immediately brought sudden clarity to Lin Xiao's mind. Then, he tightly grabbed Xiaolin's hands and gazed into her eyes with firm determination. You stay inside, no matter what happens, do not come out. Understand? What about you? I will protect you. With that, Lin Xiao put on the sapphire-enchanted grass cloak and stepped out of the small villa. Outside, a rain of molten rocks had already arrived directly above Lin Xiao. It seemed that disaster was about to strike the island M7021. Yet at this very moment, Lin Xiao gently closed his eyes, recalling in his mind the water-controlling techniques granted by the elemental ring water, and followed them exactly as instructed. The next second, a hissing sound erupted above his head as water and fire elements clashed. When he opened his eyes and looked up, he saw. Chapter 50, The Storm Demon Reemerges. Watch. The sea surrounding the island spiraled upward, upheld by Lin Xiao's manipulation. It resembled a deep blue dome, firmly on top. No matter how violently the magma stones raged, they couldn't damage the island even slightly. Who finally made it in time. For now, they'd survived this disaster. But, TSK, after a clicking sound of frustration, Lin Xiao instinctively looked through the dome at the relentless onslaught of magma stones. Then, his brows furrowed again, his heart also becoming uneasy. Judging from this situation, this disaster doesn't seem like it will end quickly. Then, previously, when he used the elemental ring, water, to control water elements in a small scale, he didn't realize it would consume his physical stamina. But now, manipulating on such a massive scale, he didn't expect that. Just a few minutes later, he had already started to feel tired. He didn't know whether the remaining strength could withstand the constant exertion of large-scale water manipulation. Until the end. TSK. Enough of that. One step at a time. At this thought, Lin Xiao resolutely discarded all worries, fully focusing on maintaining the dome. Yet, discarding worries. doesn't prevent them from occurring. Gradually, as time passed minute by minute, the feared situation finally arrived. Boom! As he watched another magma stone plummet, Lin Xiao poured all his strength into defense. But still, his stamina had run out, his control over the dome drastically decreasing. After that magma stone struck, not only did the dome violently tremble, but it also showed signs of collapse. Even Lin Xiao's heart shuddered from the impact. Ugh! After a moment of stifled groaning, he felt a metallic, rusty taste in his throat, and reflexively spat. Then, on the ground appeared a puddle of horrifying blood red. Yet Lin Xiao had no time to deal with it. Instead, he raised his head toward the crimson sky, which mirrored the blood he had spat. Look, the magma stones continued falling, but the dome had become cracked and damaged, beyond repair and with no strength left to mend it. This caused Lin Xiao's heart to suddenly tighten. Oh no, at this rate, another couple of magma stones, and the dome would shatter completely. By then, never mind whether the island would survive. I, Xiaolin, and Feng Feng would all be heading to the Yama King. What should I do? Should I abandon the island and use the ancient portal to escape to King In's? But this island was painstakingly built by me after more than half a month. Chow, it's really hard to bear, but it seems like that's the only choice. Better not to end up losing everything. Thus, having made his decision, Lin Xiao took the ancient portal from his material storage space, then shouted loudly toward the direction of the small villa. Xiaolin, Feng Feng, hurry out. Just as his voice fell, the small villa's door burst open. Then, Xiaolin ran out, carrying Feng Feng with hurried, panicked steps, arriving beside Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao promptly pointed at the ancient portal and told them, pass through. We'll hide elsewhere for now. What? Go elsewhere? Xiaolin was first surprised, then looked confusedly at the many structures on the island. She questioned Lin Xiao doubtfully. What about this place? Should we just abandon it? Abandon it? Aren't you leaving it? From Xiaolin's shocked and hesitant tone, it was evident she too was reluctant to let all this effort go to waste. But, at this critical moment, Lin Xiao really couldn't think of a better solution. Plus, watching helplessly as the dome continued to crumble more and more, time was running out for them. So, Lin Xiao firmly and urgently told Xiaolin, no time left. Quick, pass through. Remember, when you step through, don't have any other thoughts. Just keep thinking 4 words. Ancient palace. Got it. Seeing Lin Xiao's determined expression, Xiaolin knew there was no room for negotiation. Thus, with a sigh of defeat muttering, got it, she was about to step into the ancient portal. But just then, Feng Feng suddenly leapt forward, breaking free from Xiaolin's arms. Seeing this, both Lin Xiao and Xiaolin were startled, and together, they shouted, Feng Feng, come back quickly. There's no time. If we delay any further, we'll all die here. However, after all that was said, Feng Feng acted as if he hadn't heard a thing. Still standing in the center of the island, head raised toward the sky, Lin Xiao thought. He was just scared. And that was why he refused to enter the ancient ruins. So he decided. He changed his tone, trying to comfort Feng Feng. Feng Feng, don't worry. The place we're going to is absolutely safe. Come back quickly. Okay. This time, after the words fell, Feng Feng finally responded. It tilted its little head slightly, blinking at Lin Xiao, then let out a soft, cute sound. Jummy. Seeing this, Lin Xiao thought. His soothing words had finally worked. So, he seized the moment, and stretched out his arms. Dasan zai sodanshima, rong fug godilat. But before he could speak, Feng Feng's small body suddenly erupted in dazzling white light, so bright that even the fiery sky above the island was dimmed. When Xiaolin saw this, her eyes widened in shock. She stared at Lin Xiao and asked, what's happening to Feng Feng? I'm not sure either. Lin Xiao replied with a slight shake of his head, his gaze fixed on Feng Feng bathed in light. Then he murmured thoughtfully, but I feel like it's trying to save us. Save this entire island. After all, its true form is. Before he could finish, look, Feng Feng's glowing form suddenly began expanding. The small creature that once resembled a little otter had transformed back into the storm demon. It wasn't as massive as the fully grown storm demon, but it was already tall and powerful enough to stand firmly on the island, using its cyclonic body to support the collapsing dome. Moreover, the radiant light around it started to spread outward, and under its control, the light wove together, forming networks of wind elementals, mending every crack and rupture in the dome, restoring perfect protection over the entire island once more. Amazing job, Feng Feng. Overcome with relief and joy, Lin Xiao shouted praise toward Feng Feng, and even though it had turned into a massive storm demon, Feng Feng still responded cutely. Jummy. But this time, this soft little sound brought realization to Xiaolin. It really is Feng Feng. Heavens, and what you were about to say just now, its true form is. You already know. Lin Xiao replied with a meaningful look. Xiaolin, finally understanding, gasped in shock. You mean, could it really be? Chapter 51 Countermeasures. It's that seasoned boss from before? Feng Mo. After he spoke, everyone saw Lin Xiao nodding slightly. That's right. Instantly, Xiaolin raised his gaze. He looked at the magnificent Feng Feng in front of him with an expression of shock. Heavens, no wonder it's so powerful. I used to think of it as just a pet. It seems like. I need to treat it with more respect from now on. So, Feng Feng stood firm as the main pillar of M7021 Island. Lin Xiao and Xiaolin stayed beside it. Gradually, the dark sky turned pale white. The endless raining lava rocks finally stopped. Then, Xiaolin exhaled all his tension from the night, saying, Phew, thanks to Feng Feng and you, we finally made it through. Yeah, Lin Xiao agreed, then looked up at Feng Imo, transformed Feng Feng. Feng, it's over. You can revert back now. The moment his words landed, Feng looked like a deflated balloon. Its whirlwind cloak gradually dissipated around it. In the blink of an eye, it returned to its original small otter form and began to fall freely from midair. Seeing this, Lin Xiao hurried to close the distance in just a few steps and caught Feng in his arms. He saw Feng lying on his arm, usually so energetic. Yet now it displayed a kind of weakness Lin Xiao had never seen before, especially its eyelids, trying hard to open to look at Lin Xiao, desiring affirmation and praise from its master. But an instinct kept making them droop again and again. Seeing this, Lin Xiao couldn't help but feel both amused and pained. Therefore, Lin Xiao stretched out his hand, gently patting Feng's head. With a tone full of tenderness, he said, Feng, thank you. You've worked so hard. Just close your eyes and take a nap. Good boy. After hearing these words, Feng finally relaxed fully and shut its eyelids tight, drifting off to sleep in Lin Xiao's arms. Before long, soft snores began to steadily emanate. Xiaolin heard it. He turned his head to look at Lin Xiao and asked, Is Feng asleep? Then let's return it to its room, and then we can take a nap too. After all, we haven't slept all night. However, right after speaking, Lin Xiao's voice came in negation. No, we can't sleep yet. This caused Xiaolin to instinctively be startled, and he couldn't help asking back. Why? Because I believe this disaster may not be over yet. Lin Xiao replied solemnly while staring at the horizon. Think about it. This disaster had no weather warning beforehand. That definitely means it wasn't a natural one, but man-made. If it's man-made, and on such a large global scale, even if it isn't the season boss this time, it must be another boss-level creature. Otherwise, nobody in this world could be capable of something to this extent. Therefore, as long as this boss remains, the lava rain will come again. In other words, we must prepare an effective countermeasure before the next attack comes. Otherwise, if the disaster strikes again, but Feng hasn't recovered yet, we'll have no support to rely on, and we'll still end up dying the same way. Upon hearing this, Xiaolin also realized the severity. The drowsiness in his eyes faded, and he forced himself to stay alert, agreeing with Lin Xiao's words. Okay, let's send Feng back to sleep first. Then let's work together to figure something out. So, the two returned to the little villa together. First, placing Feng on the bed upstairs so it could rest. Then, they sat on the sofa downstairs and started brainstorming. When you were browsing the universal manufacturing list last time, did you see any island defense equipment? Lin Xiao glanced sideways at Xiaolin, who fell into brief contemplation. Until after a while, he replied, I remember seeing an anti-aircraft missile. I don't know if it'll work or not. Alright, let me search. After speaking, Lin Xiao quickly typed the words anti-aircraft missile into the universal manufacturing interface's search bar. The next second, a crafting recipe appeared before Lin Xiao and Xiaolin. Air defense missile, stone 48641/1000, iron ingot 35391/500, gold block 14274/300, fully automatic gear 1543/50, lead casing 10/5. As they looked, the air defense missile requires quite a lot of materials. Fortunately, Lin Xiao already possessed all of them, so it was possible to manufacture. But whether it was worth manufacturing or not depended on reading its detailed description. Thus, Lin Xiao extended his hand and lightly touched it, expanding the introduction window for the air defense missile. Air defense missile, military technology item. A set consists of 5 units. Once built around the island, it will automatically use radiation beams to monitor incoming extraterrestrial threats and initiate air defense strikes. Oh, after reading the description, Lin Xiao spoke with an expression of joy. This looks good. We should install one. Immediately afterward, he began quietly issuing commands to the book. Add 1,000 stone blocks. Add 500 iron ingots. Add 300 gold blocks. Add 50 fully automatic gear units. Add 5 lead casings. Manufacture. Temporarily store it in the materials storage space. Obtained air defense missile ×1. Upon hearing this, Xiaolin turned to look at Lin Xiao and asked, Aren't you going to install it outside now? Not yet. Lin Xiao shook his head in response. I feel like just this air defense missile won't be enough. If too many lava rocks fall, the missile defense might not cover everything, and some could slip through and strike the island. That would be troublesome. It would be better if there was a device capable of creating a dome like the one generated by the Ring of Elements before. Only then can I feel at ease leaving you and Feng at home, while I go alone to find that boss. Xiaolin nodded in understanding. Then, speaking in a gentle tone of reassurance. Don't worry. We can keep searching together, just like we did when we dealt with the summer. We'll always find a way. That's right. Then let's continue. Full of fighting spirit, he finished speaking. Lin Xiao and Xiaolin resumed their brainstorming session. This continued for about 10 minutes or so, until Lin Xiao suddenly spoke. Hey, what about this one? I think it might work. Which one? As Xiaolin responded, he quickly followed Lin Xiao's pointing finger with his eyes. Then, he saw a crafting recipe. High-strength laser net. Lead casing 5/100. Iron ingot 34841/500. Gold block 14,000/300. High-strength laser net. Nuclear energy technology item. A set consists of 5 units. Once installed, depending on where they're placed, different shapes of laser nets will be generated. Chapter 52. A lead box puzzles the hero. Laser net. If we can spread it over the island, it would indeed act as a dome. But the lead box required in the production formula. Where can we find it in such a short time? After Xiao Lin finished speaking, he saw Lin Xiao slightly frowning. He appeared deep in thought, murmuring softly as he spoke. I built a small nuclear reactor on an abandoned island while treating you earlier. That reactor produces lead boxes regularly. But I don't know whether the reactor survived yesterday's disaster. As he said this, both Lin Xiao and Xiao Lin fell silent. After all, the severity of last night's disaster was clear to them both. Therefore, deep in their hearts, they understood. The small nuclear reactor being completely undamaged was simply impossible. However, this was, after all, the hard-earned solution they had finally thought of. Perhaps the last few straws of survival. Therefore, after much hesitation, Lin Xiao suddenly raised his head, gazing at Xiao Lin with firm eyes. We'll do this. No matter what, I will go and check it out first. As for the air defense missiles, I entrust them to you. And please don't forget to keep an eye on Feng Feng's condition. As soon as his voice fell, Xiao Lin immediately replied without hesitation. No problem. Just leave things here to me. Be careful on your way. All right. And so, just after this exchange of words, Lin Xiao handed over the air defense missile to Xiao Lin. Then, wearing the sapphire enchanted grass robe, he boarded the small combat ship and immediately set off for island M3185. Meanwhile, while on his way, as he drew closer to M3185, with the early dawn light from the horizon, Lin Xiao vaguely noticed something unusual. He realized, around here, the frequency of magma stone attacks seemed a bit weaker among the nearby islands. Some had been completely devastated by impacts from the magma stones, while a few fortunate ones had remained completely untouched by the disaster. Realizing this, a flicker of hope suddenly arose in Lin Xiao's heart. I hope my island M3185 is also intact, that I can retrieve the lead box from the nuclear reactor. Spurred by this hope, Lin Xiao pushed the control lever all the way forward, activating full power on the small combat ship. In this way, soon enough, he arrived near M3185 Island, and the shadow of M3185 Island gradually came into view. Looking at it, the island was still largely intact. Moreover, the small nuclear reactor was clearly visible on top of it. At once, Lin Xiao couldn't help but exclaim with heartfelt relief. Great! Without delay, he landed on the island in a rush, then took out the book from his chest, and started inspecting the small nuclear reactor. Status, paused. Failure indication. Cooling system suffered severe damage. Reactor casing severely deformed from impact. There is an explosion risk if continued. Reactor has paused operation automatically. Repair suggestion, disassemble and rebuild. Looking at the interface displayed by the book before him, Lin Xiao now had a general understanding of the reactor's condition. The critical components were not damaged. That meant the lead boxes previously produced should still be here. Realizing this, Lin Xiao hurriedly opened the lead box storage compartment of the small nuclear reactor. The result, just as he expected, countless individual lead boxes lined up neatly inside. A wave of relief swept over Lin Xiao's heart instantly. Saved. The next second, he began taking out each lead box one by one, placing them into his material storage space. Obtained lead box X1. Obtained lead box X2. Obtained lead box X3. Initially, Lin Xiao was filled with delight while collecting these lead boxes. But gradually, as the number of lead boxes in the storage chamber dwindled, Lin Xiao started sensing something was off. His expression unavoidably grew heavier, especially when placing the very last lead box into his material storage space. Obtained lead box X94. 94. A sudden pause in Lin Xiao's mind. No way. Is there just one lead box short? What the hell? Am I being messed with here? Damn it. Where am I supposed to get that one missing lead box? Realizing this frustration, Lin Xiao's mind momentarily cleared on something. He mumbled just one lead box to himself, then shifted his gaze toward the small nuclear reactor that had stopped operating. Then, he began thinking deeply. I remember, when you dismantle an item you've crafted, you get back half the materials used in its creation, right? Back when I built this small nuclear reactor, it originally consumed one lead box. If that's the case, since this small nuclear reactor is beyond use anyway, the repair suggestion is also to dismantle and rebuild. Then why not just dismantle it? Just in case there's some rounding up. What if they gave me back one extra lead box? That would make enough lead boxes to produce the high-intensity laser net. Immediately, holding on to this thought, Lin Xiao, filled with determination, loudly commanded the book in his hand. Dismantle the small nuclear reactor. As soon as he finished speaking, instantly, the small nuclear reactor in front of him disassembled into its component materials, all flowing into his material storage space. Obtained stone X1. Obtained iron ingot X1. Obtained fully automatic mechanical gear X1. In the blink of an eye, Lin Xiao's inventory had gained a huge amount of materials. However, my lead box. Why didn't you return it to me? Lin Xiao asked the book in surprise. The book immediately provided an explanation the next second. The small nuclear reactor was severely damaged. The dismantled materials returned are reduced to 40%, and consumed materials are not reimbursed. Others might say a single penny could bring a hero to a standstill. But for me, it's just one damn lead box bringing a hero to a standstill. Fine. Lin Xiao, who had been busy the entire night and morning, now felt completely exhausted. After shaking his head helplessly, he planned to return and discuss other options with Xiao Lin. So, he stepped aboard the small combat ship with heavy steps, preparing to return. However, just as Lin Xiao set foot on the combat ship, a system prompt suddenly appeared in his mind, causing him to instinctively stop moving. Current day, 18. Current status, not checked in. Would you like to check in now? So it's already time to check in. I was wondering what it was. After grumbling, Lin Xiao carelessly replied with one sentence. Check in. Ding. Issuing check-in reward. Reward issued successfully. See you tomorrow. At that moment, as the check-in message concluded, a blueprint suddenly appeared on the deck of the small combat ship. Right away, Lin Xiao casually picked it up and placed it into his material storage space, planning to go home first before anything else. However, shortly after, the prompt from the book about this blueprint made Lin Xiao immediately discard his idea of heading home first. Chapter 53 Thunderstorm Skynet. Obtain Thunderstorm Skynet Blueprint ×1. Thunderstorm Skynet. 5 simple characters. Straightforward yet violently vivid, instantly bringing visions to Lin Xiao's mind. Afterwards, to confirm whether his imagined scenario was correct, Lin Xiao retracted his forward step and flipped open the book in his hands. Inside the item slot of the material storage space, he found the icon of the Thunderstorm Skynet blueprint, tapped it lightly, and opened it. Like this. Its related description appeared before Lin Xiao's eyes. Thunderstorm Skynet blueprint can be learned. After learning, the crafting recipe for Thunderstorm Skynet will be obtained in OmniMaker. Thunderstorm Skynet, an elemental magic item. Crafted by absorbing the power of lightning element crystals, this Skynet will form an extremely strong defensive barrier wherever placed. Any object attempting to breach it from outside will be vaporized into endless ash by high-voltage lightning. After reading this, Lin Xiao instantly felt the faint, elusive hope returning to his chest. Then, he muttered, "Holy crap," while nervously flipping the book back one page, intending to check the crafting recipe for Thunderstorm Skynet on the OmniMaker panel, to avoid another false joy caused by missing materials. But this time, the heavens didn't play a joke on him again. The crafting recipe for Thunderstorm Skynet required only 2 materials. One was the lightning element crystal, 300 units required, and Lin Xiao had over 400. The other was the starlight staff, 1 required, and coincidentally, he had exactly 1. Like this. Even if the lead box was missing and he couldn't craft the high-intensity laser net, it didn't matter anymore. I can create something even more powerful than that. So, heaven must not wish to see the end of me, Lin Xiao? Overjoyed, Lin Xiao, without hesitation, immediately followed the crafting recipe for Thunderstorm Skynet and gave commands to the book. Add 300 lightning element crystals. Add 1 starlight staff. Manufacture. As soon as his voice landed, both the lightning element crystal and the starlight staff suddenly appeared from the material storage space. Then, those 300 lightning element crystals began to orbit around the starlight staff, which served as the center. As for the starlight staff, since it itself was an elemental magic item also crafted from lightning element crystals, it naturally reacted with the 300 crystals. Gradually, the two started complementing each other during the entwining process. Before long, all 300 lightning element crystals had completely fused into the starlight staff. As a result, the starlight staff became the emitter of the Thunderstorm Skynet. Its appearance naturally underwent a transformation as well. What used to be the lightning runes on the starlight staff now appeared more advanced and intricate, and even radiated brilliant electric sparks. When Lin Xiao reached out and gripped it tightly in his hand, a tingling sensation instantly spread throughout his entire body. Clearly, how powerful the lightning element energy contained within was. If I placed this around M7021 Island, I wouldn't have to worry no matter what crashes down from above. As this thought crossed his mind, Lin Xiao returned it to the material storage space, then stepped onto the small combat ship, and triumphantly returned to his own M7021 Island. At this time, Xiao Lin was on the island setting up anti-aircraft missiles. Upon seeing Lin Xiao returning by boat, he eagerly went forward, shouting across the water, "Did you find a lead box? Can you now produce the high-intensity laser net?" However, in response, the eagerly anticipating Xiao Lin received nothing but a 2-character reply from Lin Xiao, "No." This left her a little upset. But then, Xiao Lin thought to herself, Lin Xiao must feel even more uncomfortable having gone out pointlessly. He was the one who deserved more comfort. Therefore, holding on to this thought, as soon as Lin Xiao moored the small combat ship to one side and stepped onto the island, she forcefully suppressed her disappointment and said to him in a comforting tone, "It's okay if you didn't find it. We can think of other ways." But unexpectedly again, the situation turned out contrary to her expectations. Lin Xiao, beaming, replied, "What other ways? No need to think," making her expression freeze momentarily. Then she opened her mouth and asked in return, "Why?" "Because I found something even better." After saying that, Lin Xiao retrieved from the material storage space the emitter of Thunderstorm Skynet, which had been modified from the starlight staff. "This is it. With this, there's no need to even mention that high-intensity laser net." Really?" From Xiao Lin's expression, it was clear. Obviously, she was skeptical. Well then, there was no need to explain further. Just prove it with actions. Immediately, Lin Xiao took the emitter in hand, stood it upright on the ground, and pointed its head toward the sky. Then, he focused his power from his heart and began activating it. Next second, a dazzling burst of lightning shot forth, flying into the sky. Then, at a certain height, it suddenly spread outward, then dispersed into a net-like shape, descending all around. In an instant, a new dome formed above the island. Looking back at Xiao Lin now, she was once again stunned speechless by the unfamiliar process of creation before her eyes. "Whoa. This looks so powerful. What's it called?" "Thunderstorm Skynet." Lin Xiao replied confidently. This outer layer is an unimaginably high-voltage lightning barrier. Whatever falls upon it will be charred to ash. And also, the most important thing is, it doesn't consume any physical energy from anyone. With its protection, you and Feng Feng can safely remain on the island, completely undisturbed. And me? At this point, Lin Chao's eyes gleamed with intensity. It's time for me to find the boss. I can't allow that guy to keep wreaking havoc anymore. But what? Xiaolin looked at Lin Chao nervously. She had thought Lin Chao looked serious and was about to say something important. But instead, the next moment, Lin Chao completely broke the mood. As he yawned widely and said, "But before that, I need to catch some sleep. Otherwise, I'm just too tired." Suddenly thrown into lightheartedness, Xiaolin also relaxed from the tense mood. She quickly replied, nodding along. "Yeah, now that everything is safe, we can finally sleep in peace. And come to think of it, listening to your speech has made me sleepy too." Really? Upon hearing this, Lin Chao raised his eyebrows. "So then, let's sleep together." As soon as the words left his mouth, Lin Chao swiftly leaned forward and stole a surprise, picking up Xiaolin in a princess carry. He then strode quickly back into the small villa. After a passionate encounter, they both indulged in a blissful slumber. Chapter 54, Escaping with Supplies. Lin Chao had a nap. It was comfortable and refreshing. When he woke up again, the sun had already set from its noon position. It's already afternoon. Lin Chao rubbed his sleepy eyes and tousled hair. Then, pulling his gaze from the window, he instinctively grabbed the book beside him. Yet, as the book unfolded to reveal its virtual interface, "You have 57 unread private messages." Seeing this, Lin Chao immediately lost all traces of sleepiness. Instinctively, he speculated inwardly. 57 private messages. Could it be that something happened to the doctor because of last night's disaster? With such thoughts, without hesitation, he flipped the book to page 6 and checked. He discovered those 57 unread messages were indeed all from the doctor. Benefactor, part of the hospital was destroyed. A lot of patients injured by magma rocks have been admitted. I need some burn medicine. Benefactor, did something happen to you? Benefactor, if you are still alive, please let me know. After quickly scrolling through these 57 messages, Lin Chao realized how anxious the doctor must have been. So, he hurriedly typed a message in the chat box to reassure the doctor. "I'm not dead. I'm still alive. I was also caught off guard by what happened last night, so I'm only replying now. How is the hospital doing? Do you still need me to come over?" "Very soon," the doctor replied. "I'm so glad you're okay. I really thought something had happened to you. And, yes, I still need you to come over to the hospital. If possible, it would be great if you could bring Xiaolin along too, because I can't manage everything on my own." "Alright, I'll bring Xiaolin right away." After replying with that, Lin Chao closed the book. Then, he reached out and gently patted Xiaolin beside him, softly calling out, "Xiaolin, wake up." Xiaolin sleepily opened her eyes, murmuring in reply, "What's wrong?" "We're going out for a bit," Lin Chao answered. "The doctor encountered some trouble, and we need to go help." "The doctor?" She repeated the name thoughtfully for a moment. The next second, Xiaolin was fully awake, realizing he was referring to the person who had saved her life. Thus, driven by gratitude, she simply told Lin Chao, "I'll go wash my face, and then we can leave," then got up from the bed and went downstairs to the first floor of the villa. In this way, within less than 3 minutes, Lin Chao, Xiaolin, and Feng Feng were all gathered aboard the small combat ship. Feng Feng cast a spell, Lin Chao took control, and they sped off with full power toward the hospital. Soon, they reached the outer edge of the hospital. The 3-story hospital Lin Chao had recently built was now slightly damaged due to the attack of the magma rocks. But the extent of damage wasn't serious. Just a hole was smashed on the 3rd floor, and some cracks had appeared on the exterior walls. Given the strength of the village, getting materials to fix this should be an easy task. But why hadn't they repaired it until now? Pondering this question, Lin Chao, Xiaolin, and Feng Feng entered the hospital. Just then, they had barely crossed the hospital gates when they saw many people with blistered bodies scattered all over the ground. Some writhing in pain, alive but in agony, while others lay motionless, impossible to tell if they were alive or dead. At this sight, Xiaolin couldn't help but let out a startled exclamation. "My God, these people, they were all burned by the magma rocks." Lin Chao answered. Xiaolin's pupils shrank in shock. "Can they even survive?" "I don't know. That's what we're here to ask the doctor." Saying that, Lin Chao led Xiaolin forward, stepping over the many bodies lying on the floor, trudging through the pus and blood spilling from them, searching the place until they finally found the doctor on the 2nd floor. At the same time, the doctor had also noticed the arrival of Lin Chao and others. He immediately stopped configuring the medication in his hands. With teary eyes, he spoke to Lin Chao. "Benefactor, you finally came. If you hadn't come today, I truly wouldn't have been able to go on." "What exactly happened?" Lin Chao asked the question that had been on his mind. "Why haven't the hospital damages been repaired even long after the magma rocks attack?" "Because I have no materials," the doctor replied bitterly. "No materials? How is that possible? Didn't your village install the ocean mining device? Surely, you can spare at least 500 stone blocks. Also, where is your village chief? Don't mention him anymore." As the words fell, the doctor's expression abruptly shifted from despair to fury. That guy was accused of falsely framing you, and was then questioned over whether he was still qualified to be the village chief. Later that same night, we started discussing whether we should remove him from his position, but no conclusion was reached, so we simply postponed the meeting to continue the next day. But who would have thought? Before the next day even arrived, this kind of disaster struck. And that guy, As soon as the disaster started, he fled with all the village's supplies just to save himself, leaving us completely defenseless against the magma rocks. In the end, the hospital became like this. The village was destroyed, and the people. By the time he finished speaking, the doctor's voice began to choke up. After all, being betrayed by someone you trusted, and watching helplessly as people you once ate and lived with struggle for breath, unable to do anything. This double burden of despair is something outsiders can never truly understand. Thus, Lin Xiao placed a hand on the doctor's back and spoke up. All right, there's no use thinking about that bastard anymore now. Listen, I'll go fix the hospital first. We can't let the hot outside air keep blowing in, or the air conditioning won't last much longer either. Then, Xiaolin will help you. You two should treat whoever can still be treated for now. As for those who can't, you understand what I mean, right? We understand. Both the doctor and Xiaolin nodded solemnly, their eyes cast downward. Then, the three immediately sprang into action. Xiaolin helped the doctor continue preparing the medicine. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao quickly moved upstairs to the third floor. He pulled out his book and checked the building's condition. Damage level, 20%. Repair materials required. Stone blocks times 300, iron ingots times 100. Confirm repair? Repair. Lin Xiao shouted with full force. The stone blocks and iron ingots fused together into reinforced stone blocks and began mending the damaged parts of the building. While the repair was underway, Lin Xiao's thoughts drifted back to what the doctor had said earlier. Unconsciously, he let out a mocking laugh. Humph. Chapter 55 Clues of the Boss. Before I could expose that guy, he ended up exposing himself. TSK. With people like that, dare to dream of ruling the world? Absolutely ridiculous. After shaking his head and slightly smirking, Lin Xiao instinctively looked upward. There, the big hole on the ceiling caused by the falling magma rocks had already been patched. So without further thinking, the exterior wall cracks must have also been repaired. Thus, Lin Xiao simply closed the book and quickly returned to the second floor. Facing the doctor, he asked, "The building structure has been repaired by me already. Is there anything I can assist you with here?" "Yes." But, as he was speaking, the doctor hesitated, appearing to have some requests that were difficult to express. Still, no matter how challenging the request might be, the patients had already arrived at the hospital. We couldn't just let them all die here, ruining the hospital's reputation. After all, it's a business, and we'll rely on patients in the future to provide rare materials. Therefore, Lin Xiao straightforwardly said, "Just say it directly. No need to hesitate." Okay then. Saying that, the doctor put down the potion in his hand, then opened his book, and typed the words, "Burn Medicine," into the universal crafting interface. Instantly, the crafting recipe and description appeared before them. Burn Medicine, Flame Herb 0 of 1. Burn Medicine, Medical Item. A potion crafted from flame herb. When applied to burnt areas, it absorbs pus, eliminates inflammation, and repairs damaged skin. After reading this, Lin Xiao immediately understood the doctor's intention. He simply asked, "You want me to look for flame herb, right?" "Yes." The doctor nodded, then flipped through the pages of his book, switching the universal crafting interface to the map interface. He then pointed at a small island on the map and said, "I once collected some flame herb on this island before. The leaves of that herb are red, with a flame-like shape, easily distinguishable by sight. Also, when held in the hand, it feels different from other plants, warm and hot. Furthermore, when I collected it back then, I left some young seedlings behind. So, if that island hasn't been destroyed, there must still be flame herb there. Okay, I understand. But the place you mentioned, I've never been there before. Let me first mark the location on the map, then I'll set off." Saying that, Lin Xiao also opened his book, navigated to the map interface, and started comparing the small island's location the doctor indicated, marking a rough direction within the dark areas of his map. That should be roughly it. Lin Xiao closed the book, then turned to the doctor and Xiaolin and said, "Then I'll set off now, and I will set up an electric net barrier around the hospital to protect you. Remember, no matter what sounds you hear, do not leave. All right, then take care on your way." "Yeah." After responding to Xiaolin's reminder, Lin Xiao brought Feng and headed to the outskirts of the hospital. He pulled out the storm net staff from the material storage space and started setting up the storm barrier around the hospital. Soon enough, the hospital was now protected under a dome of crackling electricity. With everything prepared, Lin Xiao boarded the light combat ship again. Propelled by Feng's wind magic, he headed directly toward the location the doctor marked. However, after about 20 minutes passed, they were still somewhat away from their destination. But Lin Xiao started noticing something unusual, so he lowered his gaze to Feng and asked, Feng, do you feel like it's getting a bit hotter?" "Chummy." Feng nodded while turning her head back in response, her little tongue sticking out like a panting puppy. Seeing this, Lin Xiao knew he wasn't imagining things. The temperature was indeed rising as they drew closer to their destination. Moreover, when observing the surroundings more carefully, the islands here were destroyed to a much worse degree than any other place he had visited before. So, high temperature combined with frequent magma rock falls. Therefore, could one hypothesize that, if they continued forward along this direction, they might find the source of the magma rock eruptions, which would be the boss's location. If that's the case, then he might as well take down that boss too. It would save trouble later. As this thought passed through his mind, Lin Xiao couldn't help but feel a surge of fighting spirit. Ignoring the continuously rising heat, he continued charging forward toward his destination. Thus, about 10 more minutes passed. Lin Xiao was already very close to the destination the doctor mentioned. But just then, the ground suddenly began to shake violently. The sea surface also flipped violently. Then, Lin Xiao looked up, only to see, just like this morning, the sky had turned completely red. Countless magma rocks erupted from a nearby location. But what was different from this morning? Those magma rocks didn't scatter all over the world. Instead, they all targeted Lin Xiao. Without any warning, they rained down. Seeing this, Lin Xiao hurriedly pulled out the StormNet staff and manipulated it to deploy the StormNet barrier around the light combat ship. With that in place, no matter how heavily the magma rocks fell, none could touch Lin Xiao. On the contrary, it made him even more excited. This must be the boss throwing magma rocks to stop me. So, I must be right on target. The boss must be right ahead. After he finished speaking, Lin Xiao continued moving toward his destination under the cover of the StormNet barrier. Like this, another 10 minutes passed. Lin Xiao finally arrived at the destination the doctor had indicated, and the island had not been destroyed by the magma rocks. But, man, this place is way too hot, Lin Xiao muttered, then suddenly realized something. Then, he wiped the sweat on his forehead and checked the durability of the sapphire enchanted grass cloak he was wearing. To his horror, under this temperature, the durability numbers were dropping like a countdown. With each blink of his eyes, it decreased by 1. What the hell? At this rate, forget about fighting any boss. Before he even found the boss, the sapphire enchanted grass cloak would be completely used up, and he'd be cooked alive here. This was so close. Tisk. Lin Xiao clicked his tongue in frustration. Looks like, today, he could only retrieve the flame herb and return, then find other more effective ways to cool down. Otherwise, even if he used all the sapphires to craft sapphire enchanted grass cloaks, it wouldn't be enough to fight with the boss for long. Thus, with this decision made, Lin Xiao no longer advanced deeper into the island. Instead, he took out the shadow box, released 4 shadow clones, and controlled them with his consciousness, searching for the flame herb based on the doctor's description. Chapter 56, a win-win deal. Quickly, more than 300 flame grasses entered the material storage space. Lin Xiao glanced at them briefly, and thought inwardly, this quantity should be enough. Besides, the number of my sapphire enchanted grass cloaks is no longer sufficient for me to stay here any longer. I should return first. With that thought, Lin Xiao and Feng Feng stepped onto the light combat warship once again. They returned to the hospital and handed the flame grass to the doctor. These are 300 flame grasses. Is this enough? More than enough. More than enough. The doctor said joyfully upon seeing the quantity. 300 flame grasses can make 1,500 doses of burn medicine. And this burn medicine is extremely effective. Just half a dose is more than enough to cure ordinary burns. Good. Lin Xiao nodded slightly. In that case, then, let's start immediately. I and Xia Lin will assist you. Okay. Thus, the 3 of them began treating the patients burned by the magma stones. However, tragically, even though Lin Xiao promptly brought back the burn medicine, many still died during that period. Corpses were carried out in batches, piling up on the empty ground behind the hospital, like a small mountain. Seeing this, some of the village survivors couldn't help but grit their teeth in rage and said, "Curse, it's all that bastard's fault. If he hadn't taken all our supplies, so many comrades wouldn't have died. We trusted his self-recommendation too much and chose him as our manager. If we ever see him again, we'll definitely tear him apart." See him? How is that possible? The world is so vast, and with so many supplies, he must have gone into hiding somewhere, living it up. I say this is still the council's fault. Our fault. Yes. If we had just made the decision last night to remove him from his position and take back the supplies, we wouldn't be here now. What? What are you saying? Didn't you agree to the provisional resolution? If so, you all share responsibility for this as well. As their conversation gradually devolved, Lin Xiao felt no ripple of emotion in his heart, only a slight urge to laugh. At a time like this, instead of thinking about how to revive the village again, they are all scrambling to find a scapegoat to take the blame for their losses. It's easy to change one's territory, but impossible to change the nature of the ignorant. With such thoughts in mind, Lin Xiao was no longer willing to listen to their useless nonsense, so he decided to simply return to the hospital and inspect whether all the facilities were working properly. But at that moment, the doctor suddenly spoke up. "Benefactor, how about becoming our village chief?" As soon as those words were spoken, every gaze immediately focused onto Lin Xiao. Then, in the next moment, some began echoing the suggestion. Yes. With the benefactor's abilities and character, being our village chief will definitely be more than satisfactory. Please accept our request. Whether we can survive or not depends entirely on you. Please. As he spoke, one person suddenly went puffed and knelt down before Lin Xiao. Then, others began kneeling down one by one, pleading to Lin Xiao. Please. Without your help, I truly won't survive. Be our village chief. Despite this, Lin Xiao did not accept their request. He refused outright. I will not be your village chief. As the words were spoken, immediately, everyone's eyes suddenly widened, looking at Lin Xiao with eyes filled with desperation. But, we no longer have any resources in our hands. If you don't help us, leaving from here still means death. Upon hearing this, a thought crossed Lin Xiao's mind. He spoke as a result. I said I won't be your village chief. But that doesn't mean I won't help you. After speaking, Lin Xiao immediately took out 10,000 units of timber, 10,000 stone blocks, 10,000 iron ingots, and 1,000 gold blocks from his material storage space, and transferred them to the doctor. Then, he asked them, will these materials be enough for you to rebuild your village? When the crowd saw this, they were first stunned, until after a brief pause did they realize, their faces lighting up as they replied, more than enough. Thank you, benefactor. Thank you. Don't be too hasty to express your thanks. Lin Xiao interrupted. These supplies are not freely given to you. There are conditions. Will we have to wait until we gather enough materials before returning them to you? No. Lin Xiao first shook his head in denial. Then he voiced his thoughts. I still want the rare materials in your possession. Is that acceptable? As his words ended. This time, unlike before, no one hastily agreed. Instead, they exchanged uncertain glances. After all, the previous village chief's words had left some impression on them. They had also gradually realized that the rare materials were not useless at all, but merely that they didn't know how to use them. Moreover, they understood well that in the short term, they would still not know how to use the rare materials. Therefore, thinking with this in mind, the person who had stepped forward once again spoke to Lin Xiao. We can supply you with the rare materials, but you must promise us one thing. If a disaster like this ever occurs again, you must use the abilities you've developed from the rare materials to protect us. Agreed. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao's mind raced. From their perspective, regularly handing over the rare materials is a simple task. What is difficult is obtaining survival protection. Making such an exchange now means solving a difficult matter with an easy one. They, naturally, profit. As for me, securing a stable supply source of rare materials has always been a persistent problem. The purpose of me aiding them is exactly this. As for protecting them, just like the thunderstorm defense net, I can create it for my own protection. Therefore, creating a portion for them is merely a simple gesture. In this way, I also resolve a difficult issue with an easy solution. I also profit. Therefore, since this is a win-win decision, I have no reason not to accept. Thinking this through, Lin Xiao resolutely answered. Fine, that's settled then. If no one else objects, then our deal is finalized. After he spoke, the others shook their heads in agreement. No objections. Proceed as discussed. Anyway, we kept the rare materials for survival. Now that someone is willing to protect us, the rare materials are no longer useful to us anyway. Chapter 57, A Sincere Promise. Just like that, once everything was decided, those slightly injured among the people present spoke. Benefactor, Doctor, is there anything else we can do for you? If not, we will return with the materials and begin repairing the village. I don't have anything else. The doctor shook his head and replied. He glanced sideways at Lin Xiao, who had already opened his book and was checking the durability of the Thunderstorm Skynet launcher. 25%. In other words, using it once more would completely break the device. No chance to dismantle it for the Thunderstorm Skynet blueprint. Perfect. Thinking of this, Lin Xiao took out the Thunderstorm Skynet launcher from the material storage space. Then, facing everyone, he said, you can take this back. It can release an electric grid that covers the entire hospital to protect your village from future lava rock attacks. You can consider this the beginning of me fulfilling my promise to you. Thank you. The person who had led the earlier discussion extended his hand and accepted the Thunderstorm Skynet launcher while thanking them. Then he added, once we open treasure chests or find rare materials while traveling, we will also fulfill our part of the promise. Good. With that said, they boarded their small boat and began the return journey to their island M3185. Lin Xiao and the doctor then turned their gaze to the small hill formed from piles of corpses before them. At this moment, because of the extremely hot weather, the already blood-smeared hill of corpses had now developed an increasingly foul stench. Therefore, Lin Xiao turned to the doctor and said, we need to deal with these bodies. It won't work to leave them here any longer. The doctor lowered his gaze with a gloomy expression, his voice barely audible. Clearly, he still struggled to accept the death of those who had endured the apocalyptic disaster alongside him. But, as a doctor, he understood, even better, that leaving the corpses in this extreme heat would lead to unimaginable consequences. So, after taking a deep breath, he added, there is an energy incinerator in the universal manufacturing. Use that. This way, their death can be transformed into energy that helps us, the living. All right. Without delay, Lin Xiao began ordering according to the formula in universal manufacturing. Add 200 woods. Receive charcoal times 200. Add 505 iron ingots. Add 300 stone blocks. Add 200 charcoals. Add 5 fully automatic mechanical gears. Choose a placement location. Manufacture. At the words falling into place, materials instantly spread out. Stones formed into pedestals and settled at the bottom. Iron ingots and the automatic mechanical gears combined to form an incinerator and energy collector placed on top. Finally, an electric wire stretched out, connecting from the energy collector to the hospital's main power valve. Thus, the energy incinerator was completed. Lin Xiao then took out the shadow box and summoned shadow clones to send the pile of corpses one by one into the incinerator. In the blink of an eye, the corpses and foul stench vanished. What replaced them was the flame within the incinerator and the smell of smoke escaping. The doctor, seeing and smelling all this, remained motionless for a moment. Then suddenly, he softly whispered to Lin Xiao with an extremely faint voice. Benefactor, may I ask something from you personally? Go ahead. After Lin Xiao responded, the doctor slowly turned his head. Within his red-rimmed eyes shone a look filled with hatred. And in that state, he continued, I beg you to find that person. Then bring him back alive. I want him to kneel before these companions of ours. Make him atone painfully. Then let him die in the same agony. All right. Lin Xiao firmly agreed. I will definitely make this happen. You can rest assured. Yes. Thank you, benefactor. After saying that, the doctor, with tears shimmering in his eyes, walked back into the hospital. Lin Xiao followed closely behind. He found Xia Lin and Feng Feng, and said to them, let's go. It's time we returned. All right. After hearing that, Xia Lin thought for a moment, then looked at the doctor, and quietly asked Lin Xiao in a lowered voice, Don't we need to comfort him a little? He seems a bit. No need. Lin Chao gently refused. I already talked to him earlier outside. Besides, in this world, people must gradually learn to adapt to losing things. As the last words fell, Feng Feng also looked down, her eyes gradually dimming. Then she lowered her head with a pensive expression. It seemed like, after digesting Lin Chao's words, she felt a bit sad. Therefore, Lin Chao added gently, however, you don't have to adapt to this. Neither do I. Upon hearing this, Feng Feng suddenly lifted her head. She asked in confusion, why? Shortly after, Lin Chao answered, because I promised, you won't die, and I won't die either. We will survive in this world for a very long time. After he finished, a trace of deep emotion emerged in Feng Feng's eyes. She nodded slightly with a blush spreading across her cheeks. Then let's go back. Just like that. The two of them returned together with Xia Lin on the light battle cruiser to the island M7021. And by then, it had already become early morning of the next day. Lin Chao and Feng Feng had just tidied up and were about to go to bed, when they suddenly heard the same sharp whistling sound as yesterday at dawn. Instantly, their sleepiness vanished completely. They looked toward the horizon through the window. They saw the sky once again turned fiery red. Countless lava rocks erupted from the sky, crashing down. However, luckily enough, with the protection of the thunderstorm skynet now, no matter how many lava rocks fell, they were all carbonized into ashes by the electric net, not causing even a bit of damage to the island. Even so, Feng Feng expressed her concern. I wonder when this kind of days will end. It should be soon, Lin Chao replied. Today when I went out with the doctor searching for flame grass, I discovered the origin of the lava rock's eruption. If I'm not mistaken, that origin is definitely a boss. Once we take care of it, the disaster will stop. Really? Feng Feng's face brightened for a moment. But right after, she realized, if Lin Chao were to fight that boss, he would be putting himself in danger. Therefore, her expression gradually became serious. Then she said to Lin Chao, when you fight the boss, don't forget the promise you made to me. Because I will never adapt to that kind of thing. Chapter 58, The Magical Loom. Current day, 19. Current status, not checked in. Would you like to check in? Morning. Lin Chao was woken up by the routine check-in notification sound. At this time, Xia Lin beside him was still asleep. So, Lin Chao got up quietly, went downstairs from the second floor of the small villa, and then responded to the system with check-in. The next moment, the blueprint's hologram appeared together with the system notification confirming a successful check-in. And as the notification sound ended, the blueprint had already materialized completely. Ding. Delivering check-in reward. Reward delivered successfully. Looking forward to seeing you again tomorrow. Then, Lin Chao picked up the blueprint and placed it into his material storage space. He began to examine it. Obtain blueprint of the Mimic Skin Loom ×1. Mimic Skin Loom blueprint can be learned. After learning, the universal crafting system will gain the crafting recipe for the Mimic Skin Loom. Mimic Skin Loom, an ancient magical artifact. It takes the fur or skin of a living creature and, using the power of ancient magic, weaves it into clothing. Wearing this clothing grants the wearer the characteristics of that creature. After reading the description, Lin Chao couldn't help but think in his mind. So does this mean that, if I take some bird feathers and weave them into clothes, I can just fly wearing them? If I take fish skin and weave it into clothing, I can dive underwater wearing it? It feels a bit unrealistic. But still, I might as well make one and try it out. Thinking this, Lin Chao clicked the Learn button on the description panel, adding the crafting recipe for the Mimic Skin Loom into the universal crafting list. Then he went to the nearby small workshop and started crafting the Mimic Skin Loom according to the recipe. Add 1 rainbow gemstone. Add 30 pieces of wood. Add 50 bundles of dry grass. Add 3 iron ingots. Add 3 gold bars. Choose a placement location. Craft. As soon as he spoke, the wood was precisely cut and assembled into the frame of the loom. The iron ingots and gold bars reinforced the critical joints. Finally, the dry grass was twisted into ropes, and the rainbow gemstone was polished into a needle. So, threading the needle and weaving the loom together, the Mimic Skin Loom was ready. Now all that was left was to obtain some animal fur or skin. Since that was the case, why not just catch a fish and test it out? It would be more convenient. With that thought, Lin Chao retrieved the magic fishing rod from his material space. Then he left the workshop and headed to the seashore, while muttering arrow mackerel to himself. He swung the magic fishing rod with force. The next second, the hook flew along the line and dove into the ocean below. Not long after, an arrow mackerel leapt from the water surface and landed heavily beside Lin Chao's feet. Without hesitation, Lin Chao immediately took out his pocket knife, peeled off the fish's skin completely, and brought it to the Mimic Skin Loom, placing it carefully on top. Then, the rainbow gemstone needle on the Mimic Skin Loom began to move skillfully across the skin of the arrow mackerel. Within moments, a arrow mackerel skin diving suit was completed. When Lin Chao put it on, it fit perfectly, not too tight, not too loose, like it had been custom-made just for him. Everything had gone smoothly in this process, and Lin Chao was fully satisfied. Now all that remained was personal experimentation, to see whether the actual effect matched his expectations. Thus, Lin Chao once again made his way to the seaside, leaped into the sea, and dived deep into the ocean wearing the arrow mackerel skin diving suit. It was then that the miraculous happened. At first, Lin Chao was still instinctively holding his breath. But gradually, he realized he no longer needed to hold his breath. Even underwater, he could still breathe as freely as on land, as if a new organ called gills had suddenly appeared on his body. Moreover, that wasn't even the most amazing part. The most amazing part was, the suit perfectly replicated the arrow mackerel's natural ability of extremely fast swimming, allowing Lin Chao to effortlessly swim faster than a small combat warship, reaching speeds equal to the other arrow mackerels around him. This stunned the surrounding arrow mackerels, making them completely unable to distinguish whether Lin Chao was a human or one of their own. Each one was left stunned in place, surrounding Lin Chao in a strong crowd of curious onlookers. As for Lin Chao, surrounded by the group of arrow mackerels, he looked at his suit with wide-eyed amazement, and after a short while, he couldn't help but exclaim, "This mimic skin loom is absolutely amazing." The reason for this claim was that Lin Chao's experiment of crafting the arrow mackerel skin diving suit had succeeded. He knew the mimic skin loom could indeed perfectly replicate the characteristics of living creatures. So, in that case, this meant the mimic skin loom could utilize the fur or skin of different creatures, thus creating endless possibilities. Flying to the heavens, diving into the earth, entering the sea. These were just the basic functions. There were still countless unknown and clever uses waiting for Lin Chao to discover. For example, in this world, was there a creature with extremely strong heat resistance? If he took the skin of such a creature, made it into clothing, and enchanted it with a sapphire, then the problem that had previously troubled him, the issue of replacing the sapphire-enchanted grass clothing, would be easily solved, right? With this new line of thought, Lin Chao instantly felt enlightened. Then, without even thinking twice, he left the group of staring arrow mackerels and quickly returned to his island. At this time, Xiaolin had also woken up. When she saw Lin Chao return, she asked, "Are you preparing to go fight a boss?" "No." Lin Chao slightly frowned and replied thoughtfully after a pause. Immediately after, he turned to ask Xiaolin in return, "Let me ask you something. Do you know if there's any creature in this world with extremely strong heat resistance?" Xiaolin was first taken aback. She didn't understand what Lin Chao was talking about at first, but seeing Lin Chao's anxious expression, she realized he wasn't joking. Therefore, she began to think seriously, and then answered, "Sorry, I haven't encountered any heat-resistant creatures before, so I'm not really sure." "It's okay." Lin Chao shook his head thoughtfully, then suddenly lit up with inspiration. "I can just ask in the chat room again. There are more people there. I'm sure someone must have encountered such a creature." "Yeah, that's true. That sounds like a good idea." After nodding in agreement, Xiaolin continued, "Then you go ahead and ask. I'll go prepare breakfast for you." "All right, thanks." After that, Xiaolin turned and went to prepare breakfast for Lin Chao, while Lin Chao opened his book, accessed the chat room interface, and started typing the same question he had asked Xiaolin earlier into the input box. Then he sent it out. Chapter 59, Encounter with the Volcanic Island. M7021 Island Owner. Has anyone in this world ever seen a creature with exceptional heat resistance? If you have, please tell me on the public chat or privately message me. As soon as this message appeared, because Lin Chao was recognized by most people in this world as the savior, his call was met with immediate support. However, although many responded, none really addressed the point. M5412 Island Owner. Great benefactor. Are you planning to do something? M3454 Island Owner. I think our savior is trying to research something that will save all of us. M0741 Island Owner. If that's the case, everyone, speak up. Does anyone know anything? Don't hold back now. M8874 Island Owner. No. Oh. Seeing these replies, Lin Chao couldn't help but sigh. He inwardly cursed himself. Why had he been so foolish as to ask for their help? Asking them was worse than asking his own heels. Just then, Xiaolin walked over carrying breakfast. Seeing that Lin Chao's expression was poor, she cautiously asked, "Still nobody knows?" "No." Lin Chao shook his head, then took a deep breath, briefly adjusted his mood, and took the breakfast tray from Xiaolin, saying, "Never mind, let's eat first. We can deal with it after." "Okay." With that, the two sat down at the dining table and began eating their breakfast. But, though seated across from each other, they ate silently, without exchanging a word. From time to time, Xiaolin wanted to share her own thoughts, but was afraid of disturbing Lin Chao's focus. So, she refrained from speaking up rashly, and instead looked up, studying Lin Chao's expression. She saw his eyebrows slightly furrowed, his gaze vacant. Although a spoon was in his hand, he was eating absent-mindedly, bite by bite. Clearly, his mind was elsewhere. So, it seemed he still hadn't found a good idea and was still troubled by the matter. Thus, hoping to help Lin Chao ease his worries, Xiaolin gathered her courage, and in a tentative tone, spoke up again. "When I was cooking just now, I thought of a solution. I'm not sure if it's feasible though." Upon hearing this, Lin Chao's previously unfocused eyes instantly locked on Xiaolin's face. He quickly responded, "It doesn't matter whether it's feasible or not. More ideas mean more options. Tell me quickly." "Okay." After nodding slightly, Xiaolin began slowly revealing her idea. "It's like this. I was thinking, in our original world, polar animals like penguins and polar bears, because they live in cold environments for long periods, have developed strong cold resistance, right? So, by the same token then, if you're looking for heat-resistant creatures, you should go to hot places. I believe you can definitely find them there. After all, the natural law that the environment shapes the characteristics of living beings probably doesn't change from world to world." At the same time, as Xiaolin continued speaking, Lin Chao's previously tense expression gradually eased. By the time Xiaolin finished speaking, Lin Chao suddenly seemed to have an epiphany. Right. The environment shapes the characteristics of living beings. If I haven't seen any heat-resistant creatures, I should just go look in hot places. Xiaolin, You're brilliant. As he spoke, Lin Xiao put down his spoon, no longer caring about his unfinished breakfast, and immediately stood up, preparing to leave. Xiaolin, seeing this, couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. You haven't finished eating yet. But she only heard Lin Xiao reply, no time to eat. Better to get things done first. Then, without giving Xiaolin a chance to say another word, he hurried out of the house. He went straight into the nearby room, used the ancient enchantment platform to create a large number of sapphire-enchanted grass armor, storing them in his material storage space, then boarded his small combat warship and headed straight toward the area where flame grass was found. Thus, after traveling for a while, he suddenly encountered flying lava rocks. This indicated that he had once again arrived at the territory of that boss. The temperature rapidly rose, causing the durability of his sapphire-enchanted grass armor to drop sharply. However, despite this, Lin Xiao didn't stop searching for creatures. Instead, he changed into a new, sapphire-enchanted grass armor and reinforced himself with another layer of thunderstorm heaven net, then continued deeper into the hotter, more extreme regions. For only by finding the most heat-resistant creatures would he be able to succeed. Only by weaving their fur into clothing could he be completely worry-free during the battle against the boss. Thus, just like that, as the journey continued, the temperature kept rising. At this very moment, the sea surrounding Lin Xiao had already begun to bubble with boiling water. The land had turned into scorched earth. Not even flame grass, a heat-resistant plant, could be found anymore. As for Lin Xiao himself, his sapphire-enchanted grass armor had become practically a disposable item. He had to change into a new one every dozen seconds or so. If not for the ample preparations Lin Xiao had made before coming here, he might have already turned into a dried corpse from the heat. However, all of this was completely worth it, for within Lin Xiao's line of sight, he finally saw the source of the heat, a volcanic island. Perfect, Lin Xiao exclaimed in relief. Clothing made from the skins of the creatures here. No matter how hot it gets, it will surely withstand it. After saying that, Lin Xiao fixed his gaze on the surroundings of the volcanic island. There, various sized magma pools were scattered densely, blocking Lin Xiao from landing on the island, and also preventing his shadow clones from entering. However, such a seemingly flawless defensive barrier was nothing to Lin Xiao at all. Without delay, Lin Xiao raised his right hand and began to activate the elemental ring, water, using his body's energy, driving it to control the water elements from the surrounding sea to surge forth and pour onto the scattered magma pools around the volcanic island. In this way, upon contact with the water, the magma pools hardened into obsidian. Lin Xiao then stepped onto this path of obsidian, which paved the way to the island, and disembarked from his small combat warship onto the volcanic island. He officially began searching for heat-resistant creatures. But this journey was destined to be a difficult one. Sure enough, dozens of minutes passed by. Lin Xiao had already changed his sapphire-enchanted grass armor over 30 times. Yet not even a single trace of life could be seen. Lin Xiao even began to doubt himself. Could it be, because it's too hot here, that there isn't even a trace of life left? If that's the case, this would be utterly ridiculous. After speaking, Lin Xiao opened his material storage space to check the remaining supplies. Chapter 60 Heat-Resistant Red Beetle. Lin Xiao checked the remaining quantity of sapphire-enchanted grass cape. Then, he began mentally calculating. The stock is still sufficient. Enough has also been reserved for the return journey. Since that's the case, Jiran Yijing come this far, why not take a greater risk? Thinking this, Lin Xiao lifted his gaze, looking toward the volcano on the island. Streams of lava flowed chaotically down its slopes, making it impossible to determine a safe path. A route that appeared safe one second could be covered in lava the next. Moreover, the volcano was certainly where the boss resided. No one could predict when it might suddenly appear midway and launch a surprise attack. Therefore, choosing to climb upward meant gambling with his life. However, nothing ventured, nothing gained. There might well be the heat-resistant creature he was searching for up there. As this thought formed, the more he stared at the perilous volcano, the stronger his sixth sense became that life existed up there. Thus, with this all-or-nothing mindset, Lin Xiao resolutely decided to move up the slopes. But, no sooner had he started climbing, than he quickly realized he had underestimated the situation. The temperature here on the volcano was in an entirely different category from that at the base. Here, the previously sufficient, sapphire-enchanted grass cape suddenly became scarce. Also, when he turned back to look, the intricate network of lava flows had already blocked off the path he had taken. That meant, the higher he climbed, the more time he would waste retracing his steps later searching for a new route. By then, there might not be enough sapphire-enchanted grass cape to keep him safe. TCH. Faced with this precarious, hard-to-retreat situation, Lin Xiao hesitated repeatedly. Finally, for the sake of survival, he regretfully decided to give up once again. He prepared to turn back and come up with a more thorough plan before returning here. However, just as Lin Xiao made his decision and began to descend the mountain, a sudden violent tremor erupted from the ground beneath him. This sudden change startled him greatly. Instinctively, he thought, has the boss appeared? Immediately after, his eyes darted around, scanning the surroundings. Then, his pupils narrowed and his eyes turned slightly red. He couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. F***K. Because, what appeared before his eyes was a fiery red crater. Massive quantities of volcanic rocks and lava were spewing out with a sky-obscuring intensity. In such a situation, there was no way Lin Xiao could continue climbing upward anymore. Thus, without hesitation, he wrapped his body in thunderstorm heavenly net ensuring protection from falling debris, while he would have to rely on sharp reflexes and constant vigilance to avoid the lava, while continuously rushing downward. He desperately searched for any possible route forward. However, gradually, as more and more lava erupted, the available places for Lin Xiao to step on became fewer and fewer. Eventually, because of a momentary miscalculation, he ended up trapped in a dead end, with lava completely sealing all sides. No way to escape. Faced with this, Lin Xiao cursed, "Damn it," then turned to look behind. Streaming lava was rapidly advancing toward him. In this emergency, Lin Xiao wasted no time thinking, and turned to the elemental ring, water, again, attempting to use water to extinguish the newly formed lava flow on the left, hoping to create a temporary escape route. However, things did not go as he had hoped, even though he concentrated all his effort into manipulating the elemental ring, water, in his hand. Not a single droplet formed in the air. At this sight, he suddenly realized with a jolt, "What a fool I am. This place is filled with high-temperature lava. All moisture and water elements in the air have long been evaporated. How could water possibly form here?" TCH. Just as this thought passed through his mind, he suddenly felt a surge of intense heat from behind. Turning his head again, he saw the scorching lava already right before his eyes. If he didn't move now, he would surely be buried in the molten heat. Thus, Lin Xiao turned his body to the left, letting out a loud shout of awe, and summoning every ounce of strength to leap forward. Unexpectedly, just when he was cornered with nowhere else to go, he experienced a surge of explosive power, and actually managed to jump across the lava flow on the left, escaping the danger. Phew, escaped death again. There must be blessings in store. After saying this, Lin Xiao intended to continue on his way to leave the volcano. But, before he could even take a step, in the next instant, the ground beneath his feet suddenly cracked open. With no support, Lin Xiao plummeted downward rapidly, and the feeling of weightlessness intensely jolted his heart, making him feel as if even breathing had become difficult. His mind also became briefly stifled. Then, an unconscious thought spread out. Am I going to die? Pong. Immediately following, a dull sound rang out. Lin Xiao landed on a soft, spongy surface. He was unharmed. There was no pain in his body, only his senses briefly thrown out of balance due to inertia. Therefore, after a brief adjustment, Lin Xiao simply examined his surroundings. It was pitch black, so dark that he couldn't even see his own fingers. Additionally, the places his hands could reach were all soft and springy, with a slight warmth. Yet the temperature around was much lower than on the mountain. This sparked curiosity in Lin Xiao's mind. What place is this? Soon afterward, Lin Xiao took out the star staff from his material storage space. After channeling some energy, a point of starlight was formed in midair, illuminating the entire area. Because of that, Lin Xiao was finally able to clearly see what this place truly was. And that caused Lin Xiao to dare not even take a breath carelessly, because what came into view was the ground covered with a silk-like webbing. And, on the opposite side from Lin Xiao, thousands upon thousands of human-sized red beetles were crawling or resting. Just looking at them caused his scalp to tingle. However, luckily, they were all asleep. Lin Xiao also felt relieved. Earlier, when he fell, the noise he made was small, and hadn't woken them up. Otherwise, even with the protection of the thunderstorm heavenly net, he couldn't be certain it would withstand the attack of so many monstrous insects. After letting out a long breath, Lin Xiao instinctively wanted to turn and leave. But the next moment, as he gradually calmed down, he suddenly realized something was wrong. Didn't I come here to search for heat-resistant creatures? And aren't these red beetles exactly what I'm looking for? TCH. Blame it on the continuous crises. They've left me completely disoriented. Thinking this, Lin Xiao turned back to gaze at the slumbering swarm of red beetles, then continued pondering in his mind. Good timing. Since they are asleep now, I can quietly kill a few of them quietly, then bring them back and use the imitation skin loom to make clothes. That way, I won't have to fear high temperatures when confronting the boss anymore. Thus, holding on to this thought, Lin Xiao flipped open his book and accessed the omnipotent crafting interface. Chapter 61 Flame Beetle Carapace. Add an iron ingot. Add a gold block. Manufacture. Alloy dagger ×1 obtained. Just like that, Lin Xiao, carrying the alloy dagger, tiptoed his way toward the cluster of red beetles. He selected one of them, then aimed at its weak point. Without hesitation, he swung the dagger down. Instantly, the red beetle didn't even have time to make a sound before its head was severed and its soul sent west. But Lin Xiao wasn't in much better condition either. At the moment the alloy dagger pierced the red beetle's body, it was as though stabbing into a pool of magma. The searing heat, traveling from the blade tip to the handle, burned a large, pus-filled blister onto the hand gripping it. Even so, Lin Xiao knew clearly. To survive, he couldn't afford to awaken the rest of the red beetles. Thus, he bit his lip, enduring the excruciating pain, and took out a vial of holy water from his material storage space, pouring it over his hand. Ugh! Hiss! As the holy water passed over the blister, the pus dispersed, and the surrounding redness diminished. Looking at his palm, Lin Xiao was mostly certain his hand wouldn't rot away from infection. However, another issue quickly arose. The shell from just one red beetle certainly wouldn't be enough to make a piece of clothing. So then, how exactly should he kill the remaining bugs? Use shadow boxes? TSK. Lin Xiao bitterly shook his head. Back when he was searching for life outside the volcanic island, he had considered using shadow clones for help. But, as soon as the shadow clones were released, they would dissipate from the extreme heat. Therefore, he didn't know whether the same would happen inside the volcano's core. Afterwards, Baojig Shrishakan de Xinkai, with a try-and-see mindset. He took the shadow box out from his material storage space and attempted to release a shadow clone. The result? Exactly the same as outside. The shadow clone had barely materialized. Before Lin Xiao could even hand it an alloy dagger. The high-temperature environment made it dissipate completely. Witnessing this, Lin Xiao realized. It seemed he'd have to do it himself after all. But, with the previous incident in mind, going in barehanded like this again was out of the question. He needed to take some protective measures. Yet, given the extreme heat conducted through the dagger handle, any ordinary material used to wrap around his hands would ignite upon contact, failing to offer protection, and possibly setting him on fire instead. Ugh. Therefore, although unwilling, Lin Xiao ultimately took out a severely scarce, sapphire-enchanted grass armor from his material storage space and wrapped it around his hand. Then, gripping the alloy dagger, once more, aimed at the weak point, and struck down the second red beetle. As expected, as the red beetle's body was severed from its head, the alloy dagger, just as before, quickly flared with a streak of red heat from the blade upward. But this time, different from before. The moment the fiery red heat reached the handle and touched the sapphire-enchanted grass armor, the temperature plummeted, returning the entire dagger back to its normal color. However, this sapphire-enchanted grass armor was now rendered useless. Seeing this, Lin Xiao's heart ached slightly. Yet deep down he understood, given how far he had come, to give up now would mean losing all previous efforts. No matter what, he must gather enough beetle shells in this trip. Therefore, he again took out sapphire-enchanted grass armor and wrapped it around his hand, resuming the slaughter of the red beetles. This continued. 3, 4, 5. One more should be enough. Just as Lin Xiao raised his hand to kill the last red beetle, a molten rock suddenly flew through the air, smashing a large hole into the cave wall. The loud impact instantly awakened all the red beetles. F***ck. Lin Xiao looked around. The awakened beetles were shaking their mouthparts, blinking their horrifying compound eyes, fixing their gaze directly on him, viewing him as their next meal. In the next second, the red beetle he was about to kill unfurled its armored back, its underdeveloped wings vibrating, leapt forward and charged straight at Lin Xiao's face. Seeing this, Lin Xiao, without hesitation, swung his dagger in one motion, killed the bug, collected its carapace. Then without delay, he turned around and sprinted with all his strength toward the opening created by the crashing rock. During his escape, he instinctively glanced back, only to see, besides a large number chasing him, dozens of others were already surrounding the corpses of their dead kin, not hesitating in the slightest as they began devouring them. The sound of their mandibles chewing echoed through the cave. A chill ran down Lin Xiao's spine in waves, making his steps even faster. He feared greatly that he'd become the bug's next meal. Yet, the ground here was littered with webs. The insects moved across them skillfully and swiftly, but every step Lin Xiao took felt soft and unstable, offering no traction at all. Just like that, the beetles were drawing nearer. The crisis was upon him. Lin Xiao had no choice but to pull out the launcher for the storm sky net again, expanding the area of the storm sky net around him several times. Immediately, most of the approaching beetles were struck down to ashes by the storm sky net. Even if a few had slipped through, they were still quite far from Lin Xiao, and had been rendered limbless by the storm sky net, unable to give chase at full speed. Finally, Lin Xiao smoothly exited through the big hole and ran safely out of the red beetle cave. To his surprise, his small combat vessel was actually just not far from the hole. Lin Xiao could board it and leave right away. Therefore, he happily thought to himself, I knew it. How could a person be unlucky forever? After a streak of bad luck, luck must turn good. After that, he boarded the small combat vessel, started the engine, and sailed away from the volcanic island. As for those red beetles, they still saw Lin Xiao as food and chased relentlessly. After exiting the cave, they splashed into the sea, but they weren't aquatic creatures. Nor could they swim. After flailing toward the small combat vessel a couple times in the water, they gave up and returned to their cave. Seeing this, Lin Xiao knew all danger had finally passed. He sighed in relief, then slumped down onto the deck of the small combat vessel. After resting for a moment, he took out his book, flipped to the second page, and opened the item list of his material storage space. There, the numerous sapphire-enchanted grass armor he had made before leaving now remained only as 4 pieces, just enough to return to aisle M7021. Still, this was sufficient. After all, with the new clothing, he wouldn't need these anymore. Thinking this, Lin Xiao smiled faintly, then his pupils slightly shifted, fixing his gaze onto the item frame labeled Flame Beetle Carapace. Chapter 62 Feng Feng and the Ganying of Wind Source Propeller. Burning Beetle Shell. The shell of the burning beetle, extremely hard in texture. Burning beetle, the larval form of the seasonal boss, magmalith moth. It grows inside volcanoes and possesses incredible heat resistance. Even swimming in lava won't affect it at all. Looking at this description, Lin Xiao's smile widened. Truly, he who does not venture into the tiger's den will not obtain the tiger's cub. Didn't expect that my guess was spot on. The culprit really was the summer boss, and these things are actually its offspring. If that's the case, using their shells to make clothing must definitely work. After saying that, he happily closed the book, then pushed the joystick of the small battle cruiser all the way forward, rushing back at full speed. Even so, when he was still half a kilometer away from M7021 Island, Lin Xiao checked the durability of his final, sapphire-enchanted grass garment. 2%, 1%, TSK, no good. It's about to break. Please hold on just a little longer. I'm almost there. But of course, when had things ever gone as Lin Xiao wished? The next second, Lin Xiao helplessly watched as his sapphire-enchanted grass garment disintegrated instantly upon reaching zero durability. In that instant, he lost its protection and was immediately overwhelmed by unbearable heat. Plus, today had been filled with strenuous activities: climbing the mountain, controlling the ring of elements, water, avoiding lava flows, escaping the pursuit of the burning beetles. Each one alone was extremely exhausting. His physical condition was already way beyond its limit. Thus, under the combined effects of these factors, within just a few seconds, a wave of dizziness began invading his brain, eroding Lin Xiao's consciousness, prompting him to unconsciously murmur Xia Lin before collapsing onto the deck with a sudden blackout. However, Lin Xiao's real sensation felt completely opposite to reality. He felt his body become weightless, as if floating in soft cotton, incredibly comfortable. So Lin Xiao began to accept this sensation and indulge in it. Like this, he didn't know how long had passed, until suddenly, a continuous whistling noise came through, breaking Lin Xiao's peaceful state. Xia Lin, the savior's eyes moved. Xia Lin, who had been absent-mindedly cooking, instantly snapped back to focus upon hearing the doctor's words. Then, upon shouting, "Is that true?" she dropped the pots and pans in her hands and ran upstairs with quick footsteps, arriving beside Lin Xiao's bed. Looking at it, the Lin Xiao lying on the bed was indeed as the doctor had said. His pupils were shaking slightly from side to side, causing the eyelids covering them to flutter subtly as well. Upon seeing this, Xia Lin could no longer hold back, not caring about anything else. She opened her mouth straight away. "Lin Xiao, can you hear me? If you can, wake up." As her voice fell, Lin Xiao externally showed no reaction, but internally he already responded. "Noisy. But this voice sounds a bit familiar. Is it?" Xia Lin. As soon as he thought that, his eyes shot wide open. He saw the doctor, Feng, and Xia Lin, whose eyes had tears welling up. Seeing that Lin Xiao had fully awoken, the welling tears instantly overflowed. Her emotions surged like a broken dam. Finally bursting out, she threw herself onto Lin Xiao and sobbed. "You finally woke up, HNNGH. Didn't you promise me that you'd be okay? Don't you know that if Feng hadn't suddenly rushed out and spotted your boat near the island, you might have already." All right. Lin Xiao comforted her by stroking her back, then glanced sideways at Feng and nodded slightly. From the look of it, it must have been the Ganying between the wind source propeller and Feng that saved him. Some things really are full of unexpected twists and turns. But that's all history now. What needs to be done next is to use the leather weaving machine to turn the burning beetle shells into clothing. Then before the summer boss becomes even stronger, eliminate it to end this disaster. Thinking about this, Lin Xiao gently pushed Xia Lin away, then sat up from the bed, saying to the doctor, "Thank you. You're too kind. Doing this much for the savior is my duty. But there is something I don't understand. How exactly did the savior suffer heat stroke outdoors? Was it because you ran out of sapphires? If you need more, I can go back to the village and ask around if anyone has recently acquired any, so we can supply them to you ahead of time." "I won't need that for now." Lin Xiao shook his head. "The summer isn't over yet," he said. "You'd better keep your sapphires for now and exchange them for enchanted stones at the trading post. I have other ways for myself." After hearing that, the doctor once again felt a surge of admiration for Lin Xiao. He then spoke sincerely. "Truly, you have a noble heart. But," he continued, "don't always put others before yourself to the point of neglecting your own well-being. After all, you are the pillar that supports all of us." Lin Xiao gave a half-hearted response. After that, the doctor proactively said, "Then, if there's nothing else with Xianxia, I will take my leave first. Also, you've just recovered from heat stroke. Rest well, please." "All right, I got it." And just like that, Lin Xiao and Xia Lin watched the doctor leave. After the doctor was gone, Lin Xiao turned to Xia Lin and asked, "Do you still have any sapphire-enchanted grass garments on you? Give me one." Upon hearing this, Xia Lin immediately assumed Lin Xiao was going out again. Without thinking, she responded firmly, "I won't give you one. The doctor just told you to rest properly, yet you're already planning to go out again." Hearing this, Lin Xiao found himself both amused and exasperated by her reaction. So he decided to tell her his plan directly, to ease her worries. "I asked you about heat-resistant creatures because I wanted to make clothing from their hides and fur, one that has slow durability consumption and can resist even higher temperatures. Now I've found the right material, so I'm going to test making the new garment in the small workshop nearby." "Ah, is that all?" Realizing the misunderstanding, Xia Lin felt a bit embarrassed about her previous behavior. Blushing slightly, she lowered her head, murmured an apology, and then handed Lin Xiao a sapphire-enchanted grass garment. Lin Xiao smiled affectionately, reached out, gently ruffled Xia Lin's hair, and whispered softly, "What are you apologizing for? Isn't that just because you care for me? I feel blessed beyond measure." Instantly, Xia Lin's face turned even redder, and she lowered her head even further. In a voice as soft as a mosquito's hum, she said, "Then go quickly and come back quickly. I'll finish making dinner." "Okay." With that, Lin Xiao put on the sapphire-enchanted grass garment, given by Xia Lin, stepped out of the villa, and entered the small building nearby. Chapter 63, Sapphire-Enchanted Flame Beetle Armor. Lost Flame Beetle Shells times 6. Accompanied by the notification sound from the book, Lin Xiao took out 6 flame beetle shells, and personally placed them on the pseudo-skin weaving machine. The next second, the pseudo-skin weaving machine began to operate. Needles made from multicolored gems precisely pierced through each shell, stitching them together. Before long, the 6 shells were combined into a full armor set displayed in front of Lin Xiao. Even with the bright moonlight, without the sun's radiant glow as embellishment, the armor still shimmered with flames, its patterns exquisitely crafted. It could only be described with one word: cool. However, Lin Xiao didn't immediately wear it on himself. Instead, he turned and went to the ancient enchantment altar, placing the armor on it. The next second, an option interface spread out midair, giving Lin Xiao choices. Enchanted item, flame beetle armor. Enchantment material, none. Enchantment recipes. Ruby enchants to continuously generate heat. Amethyst enchants to grant partial magic immunity. Sapphire enchants to continuously cool. Shadow Soul enhances the wearer's shadow magic abilities. Magnetized diamond boosts defense, resisting partial physical attacks. Soul Sealing herb grants immunity to 1 soul sealing spell. Spirit Binding Stone grants immunity to 1 spirit binding spell. Multicolored gem randomly applies 1 enchantment effect. Due to incomplete ancient magical materials, remaining enchantment recipes are unavailable. Even though grass clothes and flame beetle armor were items of vastly different ranks, they were still both categorized as clothing. Therefore, their enchantment recipes were mostly similar. Thus, Lin Xiao didn't hesitate much. He directly took out the only sapphire he had reserved in advance, placing it on the ancient enchantment altar, letting it enchant the flame beetle armor. Just like previous enchantments, the sapphire, as the enchantment material, melted into a streak of blue light, flowing into the flame beetle armor. Under the enchantment of the sapphire, the red glow radiating from the flame beetle armor gradually faded, replaced by a rising blue glow. The overall aura shifted from passionate fire to icy calmness. Just by looking at it, Lin Xiao couldn't help but feel a chill. Thus, he was even more eager to take off the sapphire-enchanted grass clothes, to experience what kind of effects the sapphire-enchanted flame beetle armor might bring. Thusly, after putting on the sapphire-enchanted flame beetle armor, Lin Xiao looked down, finding his entire body from head to toe fully covered in armor. Then he carefully felt its sensation. Unlike the sapphire-enchanted grass clothes, the sapphire-enchanted flame beetle armor didn't merely lower temperature upon existing high heat. Instead, it insulated from external temperature fluctuations and provided a refreshing internal coolness. This advantage meant, from the moment it was worn, there was none of the stiffness felt in the sapphire-enchanted grass clothes. No need to adapt at all. Moreover, it wouldn't undercool due to changing external temperatures. This way, old man won't fear battling that volcano boss for 3 days and nights. Haha, summer boss, just wait your turn. You've been arrogant these past days. It's time I clipped your sharp edges. After that, Lin Xiao took off the sapphire-enchanted flame beetle armor, storing it into his material storage space. Then he returned to the villa. At that time, Xiaolin had just finished cooking. Seeing Lin Xiao returning, she immediately invited him to sit and have dinner. During the meal, she hesitantly asked, "Did you finish the clothing? Is it effective?" "It's done." Lin Xiao nodded while eating. "Tomorrow, I'll wear it to kill that boss." "Tomorrow?" Hearing this, Xiaolin was somewhat surprised, and also a little worried. After all, Lin Xiao had nearly died today, so she asked tentatively, "Must it be tomorrow? Can't we plan a bit more? Or maybe leave it for another day?" But Lin Xiao answered firmly, "It can't wait another day. Tomorrow will be the 3rd day since summer began. According to the weather forecast, the seasonal boss grows stronger over time. We must finish it while we still can. Otherwise, if we delay until the time we're helpless, then we'll only be able to wait for death passively." After listening to Lin Xiao's words, Xiaolin found them reasonable, and thought her own hesitation too selfish. Finally, under rational judgment, "Okay, so you'll go tomorrow, but you have to promise me. Report your safety to me constantly. Otherwise, if I don't receive your report within 12 hours, I'll take Feng and go find you." Hearing this, Lin Xiao smiled gently. Then he reached out, patted Xiaolin's head, and agreed. "All right, I promise you. Then shall we go to sleep?" "Okay." After saying that, Lin Xiao and Xiaolin went upstairs. Both climbed into bed. Moreover, perhaps because Xiaolin was still worried about Lin Xiao, the entire night, even after falling asleep, her hands tightly wrapped around Lin Xiao's waist, without letting go even for a moment. Not until the next morning, when the system's daily check-in sound rang into Lin Xiao's mind, did Lin Xiao carefully loosen Xiaolin's hands, placed a light kiss on her forehead, and then quietly walked downstairs. Current day, 19. Current status, not checked in. Would you like to check in? Check in. Ding. Issuing check-in reward. Reward has been successfully issued. See you tomorrow. After the system message ended, Lin Xiao picked up the nearby blueprints, placed them into his material storage space. Then, just as expected, the item acquisition announcement rang out from the book, confirming Lin Xiao's previous suspicion. Obtained elemental ring, fire ×1. Therefore, without surprise, this elemental ring, fire, should probably share a nearly identical crafting recipe with elemental ring water, most likely crafted using fire elemental crystal. So, with this guess in mind, Lin Xiao flipped through the book, learning the elemental ring fire's blueprint. Then he went to the universal crafting interface, checking out its crafting formula. Sure enough, once again, Lin Xiao guessed correctly. The recipe and its description displayed before his eyes could not be exactly identical to elemental ring water's, but they were practically twins. 3 gold ingots, 1 fire elemental crystal, elemental ring, fire, elemental magical item, a ring forged with the power of a fire elemental crystal. Once equipped, the wearer gains partial control over fire elements. Chapter 64, the thoughtful summer boss. It's just that this fire elemental crystal is temporarily unavailable. Moreover, this fire elemental crystal is not only needed for crafting the elemental ring fire, it's also needed to create the elemental power unit, which serves as the rocket's power source. You could say it's in very tight supply. However, regarding this matter, Lin Xiao wasn't worried at all. In fact, he seemed quite confident, because when he defeated the previous seasonal boss, the wind demon, several wind elemental crystals had dropped. Therefore, by analogy, he could deduce, after defeating this seasonal boss, the magma moth, he would definitely obtain the fire elemental crystal. Truly a case of killing two birds with one stone. Thinking of this, Lin Xiao closed the book in his hand, then returned to the small villa, and softly called out to Xiaolin. Xiaolin, wake up. I need to talk to you about something. As the words fell, Xiaolin first opened her drowsy eyes, slightly disoriented as she murmured, what is it? Immediately after, when Lin Xiao said, I'm going to prepare to defeat the summer boss. Xiaolin instantly woke up. She widened her eyes and retorted to Lin Xiao, this soon? But, you haven't eaten breakfast yet. Let me cook breakfast for you first. Why don't you leave after you eat? Having said that, Xiaolin began to rise to prepare breakfast for Lin Xiao. But the next second, Lin Xiao stopped her using both hands, pushing her back gently. I'll skip breakfast. I don't even know if I'll return tonight if I leave now. If I waste more time cooking and eating, I might end up fighting the boss even longer. Therefore, I came here to tell you I'm leaving. Upon hearing this, Xiaolin displayed a slightly guilty expression. Then she spoke. Okay. It's my fault for not managing time earlier to prepare breakfast for you. I'm just a burden, unable to help at all. But, before Xiaolin could finish, Lin Xiao stretched out his right hand and gave her a moderate flick on the forehead. Xiaolin felt the pain, instinctively covered her forehead with her hand, and let out a light cry. Then, Lin Xiao's voice, slightly tinged with anger, could be heard. I won't allow you to speak like this again. Do you understand? Upon hearing this, Xiaolin lifted her eyes to look at Lin Xiao. She saw that his expression was completely opposite to his earlier tone. Not anger, but tenderness. Thus, Xiaolin understood Lin Xiao's thoughts. She knew Lin Xiao wasn't mad, but rather, he hoped she wouldn't belittle herself so easily. Because of this, it would hurt him. Therefore, in the next moment, Xiaolin got up from the bed, took a small step forward, and tightly embraced Lin Xiao. Then she leaned on his chest and softly said, I understand. Do your best. And be careful. Okay. I understand too. Lin Xiao responded warmly to Xiaolin. Then Xiaolin moved away from Lin Xiao's chest. Then I'm off. Have a safe trip. Like this, Xiaolin watched Lin Xiao walk out the door. Watched Lin Xiao board the small warship, until Lin Xiao disappeared at the edge of the vast ocean. Only then did she withdraw her gaze, lower her head, bring her hands together in front of her mouth, and whisper a prayer. Wind, wind. Let's pray together. Pray for Lin Xiao to be safe and sound. Chummy. Dozens of minutes later, Lin Xiao, wearing the sapphire enchanted flame beetle armor and riding the small warship, finally arrived near the volcanic island once again. He glanced around at the scorched land, then looked down at his sapphire enchanted flame beetle armor. He couldn't help but think in his mind, this sapphire enchanted flame beetle armor really is qualitatively different from the sapphire enchanted grass robe. Normally, when wearing the sapphire enchanted grass robe and coming here, the heat had already been unbearable, and he needed to replace it every now and then with a new one. But now, he still felt cool and comfortable, and the durability of the sapphire enchanted flame beetle armor barely changed at all. In this case, even if the summer boss, the magma moth, can create hellish temperatures, they can do nothing to me. Thoughts ended here. Lin Xiao then increased the speed a little more, directly heading towards the visible volcanic island. After arriving near the volcanic island, just like last time, Lin Xiao activated the elemental ring, water, letting it manipulate the water elements in the sea to extinguish the lava pools surrounding the island, thus creating a path for himself to land on the island. As for after landing on the volcanic island, because of his previous reconnaissance experience, Lin Xiao climbed the volcano with practiced ease. As he ascended, he calculated in his mind that this time, the opponent surely wouldn't let him reach the summit unchallenged. Just as he thought that, what Lin Xiao had anticipated indeed happened. Suddenly, the volcano beneath his feet began to tremble violently, and within moments, countless molten rocks erupted and crashed down. Endless streams of lava flowed down as well. Seeing this, Lin Xiao couldn't help but smile bitterly. Summer boss, after all these rounds of struggle between us, I've practically become the Fichong inside your gut. Therefore, it's time we met face to face and settled this once and for all. With that thought, Lin Xiao immediately activated the storm heaven net, surrounding himself with its protective field. Then he precisely calculated every possible route. Ignoring the hardships and dangers, he charged straight toward the crater. But then, the summer boss, the magma moth, still had some tricks Lin Xiao had never seen before. Just as Lin Xiao was nearly reaching the crater, several strange, molten rocks fell from the sky, crashing down right in front of him. Lin Xiao originally thought it was another method the magma moth used to stop him, so he intended to detour and continue forward. However, the next second, those molten rocks that had hit the ground suddenly expanded from their spherical shape, instantly surrounding Lin Xiao from all sides. Because of this, Lin Xiao could finally see their true forms. He saw these expanded molten rocks were entirely composed of flames, each one standing on a single leg, seemed more like it was floating than grounded. Their movements were ghostly and unpredictable. This posture instantly linked in Lin Xiao's mind to two creatures he had encountered before. The water elemental sprite, the thunder elemental sprite. Therefore, these creatures must definitely be the fire elemental sprites that dropped the fire elemental crystal. In that case, once I defeat them, I can craft the elemental ring, fire before even facing the magma moth. Wouldn't that be just like receiving divine aid? Haha, magma moth. Could it be that you've become the Fichong inside my gut as well? Knowing exactly which materials I'm missing and willingly delivering them to me. You really are so thoughtful. Well then, in that case, I won't be polite. I'll gladly take them all. Following that, Lin Xiao once again summoned the Storm Heaven Net launcher from his item storage space. Chapter 65 True Sensed. Thunderstorm Net. Expand. As the words fell, the net of electricity around Lin Xiao instantly expanded outward like a balloon being inflated. Within moments, the net passed through the fire elementals, easily dispersing them all. Seeing this, a slight smile appeared at the corner of Lin Xiao's mouth. Then he moved to collect the fire elemental crystals dropped by the fire elementals. However, the next second, the fire elemental crystals did not appear. Instead, the fire elementals within Lin Xiao's thunderstorm net were reignited one by one. Immediately, the smile on Lin Xiao's face froze. He hurriedly manipulated the controller again, recalling the thunderstorm net back to himself while sending it through the fire elementals once more. But the result was the same. The fire elementals disappeared the moment the thunderstorm net passed through them. Yet in the blink of an eye, they all reignited, standing in a circle once again. This sight made Lin Xiao begin to doubt himself. Has the thunderstorm net become ineffective? Just as he finished speaking, a lump of magma fell straight down, already before his eyes. Reacting late, Lin Xiao instinctively tried to dodge. However, before he even lifted his foot, the thunderstorm net had already turned the magma rock into ashes, which startled Lin Xiao once again. He began to think deeply. The thunderstorm net is still working, but why is it ineffective against these fire elementals? Element. His thoughts paused here. In an instant, Lin Xiao suddenly realized. I understand. The thunderstorm net is an elemental magical item. Fire elementals are elemental spirits. Elements have relationships of mutual generation and mutual inhibition. And coincidentally, fire and thunder elements are of the same elemental category. There's no mutual inhibition, so naturally, no damage is inflicted on each other. Thus, this problem was solved. But then, what could he use now to defeat these fire elementals? His thoughts had not yet finished. The group of fire elementals gave Lin Xiao no more time to think. One after another, they began to form fireballs in their hands and launch them. Moreover, they surrounded Lin Xiao from all directions. Therefore, Lin Xiao had absolutely no way to dodge the incoming fireballs. He could only watch helplessly as they passed through the thunderstorm net and directly struck his body. Crash, crash, crash. After being hit by several fireballs, Lin Xiao felt only a little impact pain, but no sensation of burning heat. Regarding this, he was first slightly curious, but immediately, he realized again. It was due to the protection provided by the sapphire-enchanted flame worm armor. Because the flame worm was born in volcanoes, with the characteristic of extreme heat resistance. If it's unafraid of lava, how could it fear mere flames? Therefore, Lin Xiao could not feel any sensation of being attacked by flames. However, even so, Lin Xiao could not just stand idly by, because in his eyes, the durability of this sapphire-enchanted flame worm armor was visibly decreasing with each attack from the fire elementals. If this continued, once the sapphire-enchanted flame worm armor was destroyed, he would fall into a deadly trap once again. Therefore, what should he do? The best way to fight fire is with water. But this place was the volcano guarded by the summer boss, Magma Moth. Here, the element ring, water, couldn't summon any water element at all. Forget about defeating the fire elementals. He couldn't even put out a small flame. Could it be that he must turn back again? Wait until he finds a solution before coming back. At this thought, Lin Xiao couldn't help turning around, looking at the long path leading downhill. Right after, he turned his head back, facing the volcano just within reach. The next second, his eyes suddenly became resolute. Then, in his heart, he decisively said, I've already come this far. I absolutely will not retreat. Let me think carefully. There must be a way to defeat these fire elementals. As his thoughts paused here, Lin Xiao began pondering the 6 elements, wind, fire, thunder, water, wood, and earth, in his mind. Thunder and water were temporarily not considered, because one had no effect on fire, and the other couldn't be summoned in this place. As for wood, it would only fuel the fire. Moreover, there was not a trace of plant life here that he could use. Therefore, only earth and wind remained. Earth, if buried in sufficient quantity, the fire could indeed be smothered. However, he did not have anything that could control the earth element. As for wind, although it also fuels fire, intense wind could extinguish flames by suffocating them. But, to create a wind strong enough to extinguish fire elementals, probably only Feng could do it. Why didn't I think to bring Feng along earlier? Jimmy. At the same time, Feng, who had been bowing and praying with Xiaolin, suddenly raised her head. Then, hopping repeatedly, she came to the window, looking toward the direction of the volcanic island. Seeing this, Xiaolin thought that Feng had sensed Lin Xiao returning again. So she also followed to the window, carefully observing the surrounding sea area. But the result was, on the vast ocean before her eyes, not even a trace of a ship could be seen. Helpless, Xiaolin could only ask Feng in confusion. Did you see something or sense something? But after the words fell, Feng unusually gave no response at all, still gazing absent-mindedly into the distance, as if spiritually connecting with something. Jimmy, here, on the volcanic island, just as Lin Xiao was thinking about Feng's voice suddenly appeared in his ears, startling Lin Xiao, who immediately began to look around frantically. Feng, but thinking again, something didn't add up. Feng was clearly left at home by me. How could she possibly be here? I must be hallucinating. Thus, holding such a thought, Lin Xiao no longer paid attention to Feng's voice that had just echoed in his mind. Instead, he decided to continue thinking about how to use a large amount of earth or wind to eliminate these fire elementals. But just then, Feng's voice once again entered Lin Xiao's mind, and this time, it spoke in actual human language. Master, it's me, Feng Jimmy. After hearing this, Lin Xiao was shocked. He immediately asked in return, Feng, aren't you supposed to be at home? I am at home, that's right. Feng replied softly, but I suddenly felt you calling for me, needing me, Jimmy. Huh. Stunned, yet gradually regaining calm, Lin Xiao began recalling the words Xiaolin had said yesterday. She said, Feng suddenly ran out and discovered this small battle cruiser, parked not far away. So I assumed that it was Feng sensing the wind source propeller. But now it seems, the one truly connected with Feng appears to not be the wind source propeller, but me. Just at this moment, Feng's voice once again echoed in Lin Xiao's mind. She asked him, Master, are you wanting to generate a large amount of wind? Jimmy. Chapter 66. The Magical Infusion of Ling Pet Feng. Hearing this, Lin Xiao finally confirmed his own suspicions. Feng, as his spirit companion, had indeed developed a psychic connection after spending these days closely with him. Thus, he answered Feng without hesitation. Correct. I'm in a bit of trouble now. I need a massive amount of wind to counter it. So, do you have any good suggestions for me? I don't have any suggestions. Chummy. Feng's words sent Lin Xiao's heart plummeting halfway. Well then, just as Lin Xiao felt utterly hopeless and was about to seek other options, unexpectedly, Feng, who had just spoken in human language, took a big breath, only then continuing with the second half of her sentence. But, I can help my master generate a large amount of wind. Chummy, help me, Lin Xiao asked in surprise. But you're on the M7021 island. You don't mean you're coming over here, are you? No need to go through all that trouble. Chummy, you just need to follow my instructions. Chummy, after Feng replied, she immediately started issuing commands to Lin Xiao. Master, first form a diamond shape using your thumbs and index fingers of both hands. Chummy, okay. Lin Xiao responded and, following Feng's instructions, extended his arms forward, bringing his hands close together. Then, as the thumbs touched thumbs and the index fingers met, a sudden gust of wind blew through the diamond-shaped hole in the middle, putting out a fireball launched by the fire element sprite. Witnessing this, Lin Xiao couldn't help but be astonished. He immediately asked Feng in his mind, was that you? Exactly, Chummy. Don't worry, master. My magic has already entered your body through incantation, Chummy. Now, you can open your hands to let more vortexes emerge, Chummy. After Feng finished speaking, Lin Xiao responded immediately. Okay. Then, he followed Feng's instruction, separating his hands. As a result, just as expected, as the space between his hands expanded, the number of vortexes emerging from the hollow center also increased. Finally, when Lin Xiao completely stretched his arms to both sides of his body and looked around, everywhere he looked was filled with howling winds. The gales swept across the terrain, shifting magma flows as they passed. As for those fire element sprites, they were now in a dire state, flickering in and out of existence in the vacuum created by the extreme wind speeds. Seeing this, Lin Xiao immediately conveyed to Feng in his mind. Feng, push a little harder. If we put in a little more effort, we will win. As soon as his voice ended, an ear-piercing scream rang in his mind. Chummy. Then, the next second, Lin Xiao felt the surrounding wind strengthen even further, creating completely vacuumed zones where the wind swept past. This effectively cut off the oxygen supply to the fire sprites. One after another, they left behind fire element crystals before perishing. Witnessing this scene, Lin Xiao joyfully communicated to Feng in his mind. That's enough, Feng. Yet after the storm ceased, Feng's reply sounded rather weak. All right, master. I'm a little tired. I'll rest for a while first, Chummy. Hearing this, Lin Xiao couldn't help but feel worried. In a hurry, he urgently asked again in his mind. Feng, what's wrong with you? Did you use up too much wind-type magic power? Feng. Unfortunately, Feng seemed to have already disconnected from Lin Xiao. No matter what Lin Xiao said, there was absolutely no response from Feng. This left Lin Xiao extremely anxious, restlessly stomping his foot. TSK, what should I do now? All right, Feng is at home with Xiaolin. I can ask Xiaolin. As these thoughts arose, Lin Xiao immediately flipped through the book in his hands, opened the chat room, and privately messaged Xiaolin. Xiaolin, how is Feng doing? A few minutes earlier, Xiaolin, who was praying while staying in the same room as Feng, suddenly felt a few gentle breezes passing by. Her immediate reaction was that maybe the window wasn't closed properly, so she lifted her head and looked toward the window. As a result, the window was fine, yet the real issue was Feng standing in front of it. Its fur stood completely on end, with vortexes swirling all around its body. It looked very much like how it had looked before when entering wind demon mode, right before the lava rain had occurred. Startled into thinking something terrible was about to happen again, Xiaolin rose up and hurried toward it, planning to call Feng's name. However, Before Xiaolin could even open her mouth, those gentle breezes suddenly intensified, not only scattering the indoor decorations all over the floor, but also blowing so hard that Xiaolin couldn't even keep her eyes open. She could only curl up and crouch in place. That was it. Roughly a dozen seconds later, Xiaolin felt the Feng gradually weakening. Only then did she rise and look around. The room was now in complete disarray. Yet Feng, acting as if nothing had happened, lay on the bed fast asleep, leaving Xiaolin utterly puzzled. Her lips trembling slightly, she murmured, "This." Just then, one of the scattered books on the floor emitted a notification sound. "You have received a private message." A private message. Still dazed from the wind, Xiaolin froze for a moment. Only in the next second did she finally react. "It's Lin Chao." Without hesitation, the now somewhat recovered Xiaolin completely ignored the mess in the room and Feng, and rushed in a few quick steps to the book. She opened the private chat window in the chat room and saw the private message Lin Chao had sent. "Xiaolin, how is Feng doing?" Well then, Xiaolin decided to truthfully inform Lin Chao of everything that had just occurred. Feng, it suddenly released a massive amount of wind for no apparent reason, blowing everything in the house into chaos. And now, it's sleeping on the bed, snoring peacefully. Nothing seems wrong. But, now that I think about it, why did you suddenly send me a private message right after Feng showed signs of abnormality? Did something dangerous happen on your side? Upon hearing Feng was alright, Lin Chao immediately felt relieved. Then, in the chat window, he first reassured Xiaolin by typing, "I'm not in any danger," before proceeding to describe to her what had just happened to him. "Just now, Feng connected with me spiritually and sent its wind-type magic to me, helping me defeat several fire element sprites. So the sudden wind it released at home was likely to assist me." "Oh, I see. So that's what happened. Then how are you now? Have you encountered the boss yet?" "I'm perfectly fine, and I'm about to meet the boss soon. Unless something unexpected happens, I should be home tonight. So, I'll be counting on you to look after Feng during this time. Don't worry, I'll make sure to take care of Feng. You, on the other hand, must be careful." "Got it. I'll stop talking for now." "Alright." With that, Lin Chao shifted his gaze to the area around him. Chapter 67, Magma-Armored Moth Appears. Summer Boss Showdown. Collect all the fire element crystals dropped by the fire elemental sprites. Obtain fire element crystal X21. 21. Hearing this number, a faint smile formed on the corner of Lin Chao's lips. He thought to himself with joy, "This is more than enough. Magma-Armored Moth. Just you wait." With this thought, Lin Chao flipped the book back to the first page and opened the omnipotent manufacturing interface. Then, following the crafting recipe for the Ring of Elements, Fire, he gave the command, "Add 3 gold ingots. Add 1 fire element crystal. Craft." As the words left his mouth, a burst of crimson flame suddenly appeared in the palm of Lin Chao's hand. However, whether it was due to the sapphire enchanted flame worm armor, or some inherent characteristic of the Ring of Elements, Fire itself, Lin Chao didn't feel even the slightest heat on his skin. Instead, a warm, energizing sensation ignited within his heart. Then, that red flame started to condense bit by bit, all the essence merging into one, finally, forming into a red ring marked with a flaming emblem. And now, looking at Lin Chao's expression, one could clearly see joy glowing in his eyes, his lips curling upward even further as he said, "This is the Ring of Elements, Fire. I've finally got it." Finishing his words, he reached out and placed the Ring of Elements, Fire, right beside the Ring of Elements, Water. And at this very moment, the warm, energizing sensation within his heart flared up even stronger. His mind also received the activation method of the Ring of Elements, Fire, resolute, passionate, decisive. Without delay, Lin Chao began attempting to activate the Ring of Elements, Fire, following that method. Then, without warning, flames from the magma flow and magma stones within a 10-meter radius around Lin Chao were all drawn out and gathered into a massive fireball floating before him. However, even though the fireball was of a scale that could end any creature's life instantly upon impact, Lin Chao was not overly surprised, because he rationally understood this was a volcano, surrounded entirely by ready-to-use fire elements. This was the home ground of the Ring of Elements, Fire. But once the surrounding area no longer had any available fire elements to use, such as underwater, then the Ring of Elements, Fire, would be just like the current Ring of Elements, Water. Therefore, to become truly invincible in the world, he had to collect all 6 elemental rings. However, that was something for the future. Right now, the top priority was to defeat the summer boss, the magma-armored moth. With this thought, Lin Chao dispersed the large fireball. Then lifting his eyes to gaze toward the crater at the mountain summit, he marched forward determinedly. Not long after, Lin Chao arrived at the volcano's crater. But the summer boss, the magma-armored moth, was nowhere to be seen. Therefore, he lowered his gaze to look down into the crater. What came into view was an endless sea of magma hundreds of feet below. At the very center of the magma pool, a pair of enormous, flame-colored wings were folded together. No need to overthink. That must be the summer boss, the magma-armored moth. Fine. If you're unwilling to fight me head-on, then I'll have to be the one to strike first. Thinking this, without a word, Lin Chao activated the Ring of Elements, Fire, beginning to manipulate the surrounding fire elements. In the blink of an eye, a fireball even twice as large as the previous one suddenly appeared above the crater. Seeing this, a satisfied smile surfaced on Lin Chao's face. He seemed to speak as he said, "Considering our relationship, this is quite the nice gift. You'd better accept it properly." As his words fell, Lin Xiao's left hand suddenly slammed down. Then, almost at the same moment, the massive fireball plunged downward into the crater with a sky-destroying force. However, though the fireball's momentum was fierce, it had only descended halfway when it was pushed back by a mysterious force, crashing directly back toward Lin Xiao. In response, Lin Xiao showed not the slightest surprise. He simply snapped his fingers to dispel the fireball, then stood still, observing what would come next. Because Lin Xiao knew who he was now facing wasn't some ordinary opponent, but the seasonal boss that had been troubling the world for some time now. If a single fireball could actually defeat it, that would truly be boring. Just as he thought this, the volcano beneath his feet shook violently again. Countless magma flows and magma stones erupted once more. Like scattered fireworks, they rained down across the land. But Lin Xiao, already familiar with this routine, remained unmoved. He simply stood quietly in place. Even in his heart, he began to sarcastically mutter, "Summer boss, you must really be out of tricks, huh? Show me something new already." Like this, after about a dozen seconds of dawn, perhaps the magma-armored moth really had no more tricks up its sleeve. It finally emerged from the crater along with a burst of magma, coming into Lin Xiao's sight. Xiao, looking up, the magma-armored moth, flying midair, began shedding the fiery magma on its body, finally revealing its true form. Exactly as its name suggested, magma-armored moth. The key word here was armored. Its pair of wings resembled obsidian, pitch black, solid, and massive. Though its body was crimson red, it remained entirely covered by larval stage armor plating. Only its pair of antennae remained exposed. Drip, drip, continuously secreting magma. And not just any ordinary magma. As it landed on the ground, it actually burned holes straight through indestructible obsidian and emitted a pungent odor. Clearly, other than magma, it must have contained some corrosive venom secreted by the magma-armored moth itself. Therefore, let's roughly analyze. To fight this creature, pay attention to two main points. First, break its armor first. For this, try using the Thunderstorm Skynet. Test whether the Thunderstorm Skynet can char away its exoskeleton. Second, watch out for the magma. That part relied on dodging skills. As for the rest, we'll formulate tactics while fighting. Thinking this, Lin Xiao summoned the Thunderstorm Skynet launcher in one hand. In the other, the Ring of Elements, fire, remained on standby. Then, just as Lin Xiao intended to activate the launcher and expand the Thunderstorm Skynet coverage area, the magma-armored moth acted first. Suddenly, after an ear-piercing high-pitched shriek, its pair of antennae abruptly swelled up. Then aiming directly at Lin Xiao, it sprayed two streams of venomous magma. Witnessing this scene, Lin Xiao knew escape was impossible. He had no choice but to activate the Ring of Elements, fire, also firing two streams of magma in resistance. However, the Ring of Elements, fire, could only expel ordinary magma, which could not rival the venomous magma of the magma-armored moth. And if this turned into a stamina-draining battle of endurance, Lin Xiao knew he'd definitely be no match for the summer boss, the magma-armored moth. Chapter 68 Magma-shelled moth, you're done for. After all, no matter how powerful he was still human. And the magma-shelled moth, no matter how weak it seemed, was still a boss. To defeat it, a direct physical confrontation would be foolish and costly. Cunning tactics and strategy must be the main approach. Having decided this, Lin Xiao immediately began the first phase of his plan. He raised the controller of the thunderstorm net and started manipulating it. In the next second, the spherical thunderstorm net rapidly expanded under Lin Xiao's control. In a blink, it reached right in front of the magma-shelled moth, mere inches away. Seeing this, Lin Xiao had already predicted the outcome accurately. He believed the magma-shelled moth wouldn't be stupid enough to discard the valuable protective shell at such a moment. Sure enough, in the next second, the magma-shelled moth stopped spewing its molten lava. Instead, it flapped its massive wings powerfully, lifting its entire body upwards and flying away, thereby evading the thunderstorm net. However, since Lin Xiao had already predicted its move, how could he not counter accordingly? Thus, seeing the magma-shelled moth's action, a slight smirk rose on the corner of Lin Xiao's mouth. Then he immediately raised the hand wearing the elemental ring, fire, and unleashed several pre-prepared fireballs in rapid succession. Immediately, bang, 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 as the thunderous explosions echoed in his ears, the magma-shelled moth, struck by the intense impact, was forced to abruptly change its upward trajectory and plummet downward. Now, witnessing this, Lin Xiao did not hesitate for a second. He instantly seized this opportunity, without delay activating the thunderstorm net again, causing the net to expand once more. So it was the magma-shelled moth rapidly diving down, the thunderstorm net rising at high speed. The speed of their movements was extremely fast, leaving the magma-shelled moth with no chance to dodge. It was directly pierced through by the thunderstorm net. Instantly, crackling and sizzling sounds echoed across the entire volcanic island. The outer shell of the magma-shelled moth peeled off like old paint from a wall, crumbling and falling away. In fact, toward the end, Lin Xiao sniffed the air, then frowned and muttered, "What smell is this? Not only strange, but also oddly familiar. It's like the scent of cicadas roasted in the countryside back when I was a kid." At this thought, his stomach, having skipped breakfast, gave a loud gurgle. He actually felt hunger rising. His eyes momentarily glazed over with absent-mindedness, but it only lasted for a moment, because, when he looked up again, he saw that the magma-shelled moth had successfully passed through the thunderstorm net into its inner layers. Only having one layer of its outer shell stripped away, its true body remained completely unharmed. The bright red abdomen, the pitch-black wings, were still hovering midair, flapping and waiting for the right opportunity. It was preparing to find the perfect moment to deliver a one-hit kill to Lin Xiao. As for Lin Xiao, he couldn't help but marvel inwardly. If it were any ordinary creature, it would have turned to ash and vanished without a trace. Yet this magma-shelled moth had endured the complete scorching of the thunderstorm net, capable of charring everything, and still remained so intact. Indeed, it was a boss-level creature, not to be underestimated. However, no matter how fearsome it was, its outer armor had already been stripped by him. Now you're a bare body. I wonder if you can withstand another strike of the thunderstorm net? The moment this thought settled, Lin Xiao maneuvered the thunderstorm net to shift from expansion to contraction, planning to use this to pierce the magma-shelled moth once more, and finally finish it off. But unexpectedly, this time his plan failed. Damn it! A startled exclamation escaped from his mouth. What he saw with his own eyes was the magma-shelled moth diving straight down toward him, and now that it had discarded its shell, its speed became surprisingly fast. So fast that the contracting thunderstorm net couldn't even keep up. If this continued, before the thunderstorm net could strike the magma-shelled moth, he himself would be crushed to death by its body. Damn it! He must think of another method. In this critical moment, Lin Xiao exerted every bit of his brain power. Soon, a flash of inspiration hit him. Then he blurted out a word. I got it. Right after, he immediately changed tactics, acting on the plan that came to mind. First, he snapped his fingers to cancel the contracting thunderstorm net. Then, he manipulated the controller again, rapidly generating a brand new thunderstorm net circling around himself. In this way, the magma-shelled moth would certainly lack the courage to continue attacking. After all, without its armor, touching the thunderstorm net meant certain death. Thinking of this, Lin Xiao looked confidently at the magma-shelled moth. However, in the next second, his confident expression began to freeze, even starting to shift toward shock. How is this possible? Is that guy trying to kill himself? What he saw was the magma-shelled moth diving straight down toward him, facing Lin Xiao's newly formed thunderstorm net. Rather than slowing down or turning away, it accelerated even more fiercely. This made Lin Xiao feel not only shocked, but also something was clearly off. Thus, a new round of intense thinking began. Why? Why was it no longer afraid of the thunderstorm net? Could it possibly not understand the power of the thunderstorm net? That was impossible. It had definitely felt its strength when its outer shell was stripped away, and it clearly knew that without protection, touching the thunderstorm net would lead to certain death. So, was it determined to take him down with itself? That also seemed unlikely. After all, in its own eyes, it was a boss, a god soon to control this entire world. While he was just an ordinary human, even if it wasn't particularly intelligent, it wouldn't be foolish enough to exchange its own life for his. Then, with all this considered, the last possible explanation remaining was, it still had some way to resist the thunderstorm net's attack. It wanted to pass through the net and instantly kill Lin Xiao. Though this guess seemed absurd, Lin Xiao still focused all his attention on observing the magma-shelled moth's body. And as it turned out, the absurd guess was exactly the truth. Look, the magma-shelled moth, now without its outer shell, had another transparent inner armor tightly adhering to its body. Unless Lin Xiao had observed carefully, he wouldn't have noticed it at all. So that meant, the immediate priority was to break through this inner armor. With this thought, Lin Xiao used up the very last bit of durability remaining on the controller of the thunderstorm net in his hand, forming one final layer on the outermost part. Then he expanded it rapidly toward the magma-shelled moth. This way, after the outermost layer broke through the inner armor, the exposed magma-shelled moth would be trapped between two layers of the thunderstorm net. No matter how it tried to move, whether to escape or continue attacking, the result would only be death. Therefore, no matter what it tried, magma-shelled moth, you're done for. Chapter 69, The Marvelous Inner Armor. With these thoughts in mind, Lin Xiao exerted himself even more. He increased the expansion speed of the outermost storm heaven net by another fold. In this way, he hoped the magma moth would collide with it sooner. Indeed, the situation went as expected, but the result was a major disappointment. As they watched, the magma moth passed through the storm heaven net. As if it were nothing at all, not only did it suffer no damage to its body, but not even the slightest harm came to its inner armor. This sight left Lin Xiao speechless. Inside, he speculated. Could it be that the durability of the controller for the storm heaven net has dropped to zero? That would explain the significant decrease in the net's power. No, that cannot be. Then, with this thought in mind, Lin Xiao risked everything and expanded the layer of storm heaven net guarding around his body. The result? When the magma moth passed through this layer, everything happened exactly the same. The magma moth's inner armor remained completely unscathed, and more importantly, the magma moth was now right before Lin Xiao's eyes. Lin Xiao had no time to consider why the storm heaven net had failed. The immediate priority now was to find a way to evade the magma moth's attack. However, tisk, Lin Xiao clicked his tongue bitterly before looking up. Before his eyes, the now extremely close magma moth resembled a vast, Jitimura bird. Such a huge body. In such a short amount of time, where could he possibly escape to? Would he actually have to dive into the ground? With this thought, Lin Xiao suddenly remembered. The middle part of this volcano was hollow. It was the nest of the magma moth's young. If he could get there, the magma moth certainly wouldn't follow in and cause chaos. After all, even a tiger won't eat its own cub. Would the magma moth truly dare to endanger its own offspring? Besides, those Xianxia wouldn't be easy to deal with either, but they should still be easier than facing the magma moth directly. If that's the case, then that's decided. Once the decision was made, Lin Xiao immediately activated the elemental ring, fire. He started manipulating the fire element and controlled a fiery magma stone beside him, smashing it heavily into the ground. Pung! A loud sound rang out. The mountain body showed a noticeable indentation, but no hole appeared. Seeing this, Lin Xiao cursed loudly with damn. Then, he raised his hand again and controlled the magma stone to smash downward a second time. Another pung resounded. However, the result was only a slightly deeper indentation at the impact point. Still no hole formed. Witnessing this, Lin Xiao could not help but sweat and looked up. The magma moth was now less than a second away from smashing down. This was the last chance for a strike. If it failed this time, there would be no hope of survival. Without delay, Lin Xiao committed everything he had and commanded the magma stone to strike downward for the third time. This time, luck was on Lin Xiao's side. With a loud pang, a hole leading to the Yancheng burrow suddenly appeared before his eyes. Thus, without hesitation, Lin Xiao leapt downward just a second before the magma moth's charge, plummeting into the Yancheng burrow. The magma moth's reaction was exactly as Lin Xiao had predicted. After witnessing Lin Xiao diving into the hole, it didn't force its way in recklessly through the opening. Instead, it flapped its wings and flew off somewhere else. Thus, the immediate danger from the magma moth was temporarily averted. Now, only these Yancheng remained. Thinking this, Lin Xiao turned his gaze around. The Yancheng, due to the earlier noise caused by the battle between himself and the magma moth above, were not sleeping. However, they did not attack him as they did last time. Instead, they raised their antennae and stared at Lin Xiao curiously with their eyes. Initially, Lin Xiao felt confused. He thought, the first time we met, these creatures weren't this polite. They jumped at me immediately, without question, trying to eat me. Why are they acting polite now during this second encounter? Could it be they're still afraid from the last time I taught them a lesson? But then, one Yancheng boldly began to probe the sapphire enchanted armor on Lin Xiao's body with its antennae. Lin Xiao then suddenly realized, it wasn't that these creatures had become polite to him. It was because he was wearing armor made from the shells of their siblings and relatives. They thought he was one of them. This was quite a case of mistaken identity. But, he couldn't afford to relax just because of this. After all, he still clearly remembered how they devoured their own kind last time. If they ever considered him an outsider, or worse, an easy target, there's no telling when they might turn around and eat him in an instant. So, before that could happen, he had to find a way to establish authority and set an example. Lin Xiao lowered his gaze toward the Yancheng that was still examining him with its antennae. Since that's the case, then you'll be the first for the sake of making an example. Just now, I'll also test why my Storm Heaven Net was ineffective. Thus, Lin Xiao grabbed the controller of the Storm Heaven Net, whose durability was nearly depleted. Then he opened a book. Using the power of the book, he consumed a lightning element crystal, restoring just a bit of its durability. After that, he used this small amount of restored durability to imitate the previous effect of the Storm Heaven Net, and struck the Yancheng beside him with it. The result? The instant the edge of the Storm Heaven Net touched the Yancheng, it was charred into a pile of ashes. Not even a shadow remained. With this, not only did it serve as a warning to the other Yancheng, making them realize this, brother, Lin Xiao wasn't someone easy to provoke, but it also clarified to Lin Xiao himself that the Storm Heaven Net, even with zero durability, hadn't become useless. The reason it had no effect on the magma moth must be due to some other factor. But, what exactly was that reason? Annoying. Why is this boss so much harder than the wind demon? Damn it. After complaining inwardly, Lin Xiao irritably sat down on the spot. At the same time, the small gust created by his sitting motion scattered the ashes of the Yancheng that had just been incinerated by the Storm Heaven Net, only leaving behind a transparent object, vaguely reflecting the light and shadow of the Storm Heaven Net around Lin Xiao, which then caught Lin Xiao's attention. What is this thing? After speaking, Lin Xiao picked up the object and began to examine it in his hands. Looking closely, this item was transparent. When pressed with his fingers, it felt surprisingly hard. Moreover, upon further observation, he could even see some faint patterns. It seemed as if it were a part of the Yancheng's body. But, if it was a part of the Yancheng's body, why wasn't it also turned to ash along with the rest during the lightning strike? I think I understand now. Suddenly realizing the truth, Lin Xiao's eyes widened as he stared at the transparent substance. This thing must be the immature inner armor from the magma moth's larval stage. Therefore, Chapter 70, did Father just get exposed? So, if I can thoroughly study this thing and find a way to destroy it, then I can get rid of that summer boss, the magma-armored moth. Thinking this, Lin Xiao decided to act immediately. He turned around and found a corner inside the flameworm cave to start his research. Currently, the Ring of Elements, Fire and Thunderstorm Net are definitely useless against it. And I can't even control the Ring of Elements, Water yet. Therefore, until I gain control of other elements, I have no choice but to try using ordinary technological or military tech items to penetrate its defense. Since that's the case, although I'm a bit reluctant, I guess I should use that thing after all. Thinking this, Lin Xiao opened his book, immediately immersing himself in examining it closely. Zhuo Mai Guo Dojo, Yi Sung Shi Yer de Jiao Dao Le Go Ho, Ban Yo Ting Ta, Doijik Suban Sha Dao Le Tru Zao Drilling. Add 3 fully automatic mechanical gears. Add 5 iron ingots. Add 5 gold blocks. Add 1 diamond. Select placement location. Manufacture. Hua Yin Luo Di. Zhijianxia Ding He Jin Cod, Bitsu Rong He Chung He Jin. San Mai Chenzu Dong Ji Shir Shirlun, Dot Wanhuan Shan Ko Ho, ban, chanru qi zhong. 最后，在有稀有的钻石被打磨成钻头的无样复高气上。如此组装过后，一个钻石钻头的钻子便出现在了林超的眼前。苏本也是一只产出了相应的系统提示音 ，received sharp diamond drill times 1。最后，林超是过这锋利钻石钻，一般在心中想着，钻石在人世界中是最坚硬的物体，应该能破干将着的那家吧。一边扎起锋利钻石钻的合金把手，将钻石钻头那一小看那家上，并启动了开关。结果下一秒，只见在前组动机械数轮带动下，而高速旋转的钻石钻头疯狂的钻着那一小看那家，甚至在一时间，因有超强摩擦力而产生的热量，都使得钻头那里电光火石，飞行速射，石头非同寻常。看得林超觉得希望满满，心中更是想到，这钻什么不给钻穿了？眼睛家的那家肯定不在话下了。哈哈，想到这里，林超握着合金把手的手并不禁又加了几层力。就这样，大概3分钟后，只听苏蹦传出了一句提示 ：Sharp diamond drill's drill bit durability has reached 0. It will soon be buffet. Please stop using it, or there could be danger. So, Lin Chao complied and turned off the drill as instructed. Then excitedly, he leaned down to inspect that small patch of inner armor. But then, WTF? Lin Chao's face suddenly shifted from joy to shock. This is the diamond drill I wasted a rare diamond to make. I don't even expect a complete hole, but at least some scratch marks should appear. Not even the slightest mark? What the hell is this? Faced with everything being reverted to its original state, Lin Chao couldn't help but curse in frustration. This is really pissing me off. However, although frustrated, Lin Chao knew well in his heart that in the end, he still had to find a way to break through the magma-armored moth's inner armor. Thus, the very next second, he inhaled deeply to help adjust his mindset, then intended to sit back down on the ground to continue searching for a solution. But just then, a sudden commotion erupted not far behind him. He instinctively assumed that it was the flame worms fighting over some weak sibling again. But when he turned to look, what entered his sight was the magma-armored moth itself. Seeing that, Lin Chao was first startled, letting out a soft WTF, but immediately afterwards, he calmly reasoned in his mind. Wait, it's okay, stay calm. Even if it found its way here, so what? I'm wearing the flame worm armor, and there are so many of its offspring here providing cover. It might not even be able to distinguish me. Plus, even in the worst-case scenario, even if it could tell, would it dare to fight me here? If it fought with me, its offspring would certainly die for sure. Therefore, keep concentrating on finding a way to break through its armor. Once I find it, I can kill this damn thing. Thus, after some self-comforting, Lin Chao gradually calmed his heart and began following his original plan, intending to blend into the flame worm group. But just as he was about to do so, the magma-armored moth suddenly let out a cry. Chow! This startled Lin Chao's heart again. He stared with wide eyes, murmuring softly, "This? Don't tell me it's giving commands to its offspring." Lin Chao truly was the magma-armored moth's innermost worm. No sooner had he finished speaking, than these flame worms began spitting out white silk from their mouths. One thread stuck to the magma-armored moth's body, pulling itself toward it. The remaining silk was used to wrap themselves up entirely, transforming from larvae into cocoons. Just like that, in the blink of an eye, countless flame worms climbed onto the magma-armored moth's body. But Lin Chao could neither spit silk nor form a cocoon, which meant, in this vast flame worm cave, soon only Lin Chao and the magma-armored moth remained. Lin Chao's heart sank immediately. This is bad, because, with this, everything he had planned before was now overturned. Lin Chao had lost his cover, and the magma-armored moth was no longer restrained. Therefore, in the next second, the magma-armored moth stopped staring blankly at Lin Chao, and suddenly flapped its wings and took off. Its pair of antennae swelled up, preparing to wildly spew toxic magma. Seeing this scene, Lin Chao didn't even think twice. He immediately started running with both legs. And while running, he muttered to himself, F*******. I'm about to die, right? F*******. Didn't expect this thing had another trick up its sleeve. TSK. Thinking this, Lin Chao raised his head to look. He saw the magma shots fired by the magma-armored moth getting increasingly accurate. Several had already landed beside him. If it kept adjusting its aim, within another 5 shots, he'd be directly hit in the head. So no, can't keep going like this. If he continued running under its gaze, he'd surely die. He must find a way to make it unable to see him. At least that way, the hit rate would drop. But, make it unable to see me. Unable to see me. But I don't even have invisibility. How can I make it not see me? Right. Didn't I just make a drill earlier? If I drill underground, it won't be able to see me anymore, right? Coming up with this sudden inspiration in this critical moment, Lin Chao didn't have time to verify whether this method would actually work. He could only go all in and give it a try. Therefore, just like that, Lin Chao kept running, while flipping open his book, making the book consume another diamond to restore the durability of the sharp diamond drill. But, just at this moment, Chapter 71, The Reuse of the Powerful Blower. It was because of flipping through the book. The small piece of inner shell in Lin Chao's hand suddenly slipped and fell. Oh no. Thus, after a startled exclamation, Lin Chao didn't hesitate and immediately turned around to pick it up. After all, that was Lin Xiao's only lead to figuring out how to destroy the magma moth's inner shell. He absolutely couldn't afford to lose it like this. Yet, a second before Lin Xiao's fingers touched that small piece of inner shell, it was beaten to it by the toxic magma released by the magma moth. Damn it, Lin Xiao couldn't help but curse angrily. However, right after that, the furious expression on Lin Xiao's face gradually froze. Because, what he saw? That inner shell, which could not be destroyed by lightning, unaffected by fire, nor scratched by diamond drills, actually melted away instantly in the toxic magma released by the magma moth, just like ice cubes dropped into boiling water. So, in other words, to destroy the magma moth's inner shell, its own toxic magma could do the job. But, how could he make the magma moth's own toxic magma harm itself? Just as he was thinking, a sudden slap sound came into Lin Xiao's ears. He glanced sideways, only to see a puddle of toxic magma landed less than 10 centimeters from his feet. At this sight, he snapped back to reality immediately. No, this wasn't the time to think about that. He must get underground quickly and avoid the toxic magma. Thinking that, Lin Xiao immediately grabbed the repaired, sharp diamond drill. Without hesitation, he started drilling into the ground right there. Moreover, because of the high speed and sharpness of his sharp diamond drill, Lin Xiao became like a hyperactive mole. Within mere seconds, he was already several meters underground, completely out of the magma moth's sight. However, that magma moth was not stupid. It knew, where there was a hole, that was where Lin Xiao had hidden. So, without any hesitation, it began spraying toxic magma directly into the pit. Seeing this, Lin Xiao, however, breathed a sigh of relief. Good thing my skill was one up. Guess what it would do? That's why I dug 2 branching paths while digging the hole. One going upward, one going downward. This way, since magma flows downward, unless it fills up this path completely with toxic magma, it couldn't hurt me hiding in the upper branch. No matter how much magma it sprays, it will only go down the lower branch. Thus, Lin Xiao, gaining a moment of safety, resumed flipping through his book again, planning to see if he could find a way to reflect the toxic magma back onto the magma moth. And he kept reading like this for about 10 minutes. Moreover, within this time, the lower branch tunnel had almost been completely filled with toxic magma. When Lin Xiao saw this, he couldn't help but complain inwardly. This thing, its physical strength being good is one thing, but this kind of perseverance is truly amazing. 10 minutes already, still stationed at the entrance spraying toxic magma. Really, just as he was complaining inwardly, Lin Xiao abruptly stopped, because a thought suddenly popped into his mind. Since this thing is so persistent, injecting magma into the hole without moving, then what if I generate a powerful vortex on this side, increase the air pressure inside the tunnel, thus pushing back the toxic magma through the entrance it injected it from? Wouldn't that hit the magma moth right in the chest? Since this wasn't an urgent matter of seconds, and this involved a one-hit kill against the summer boss, the magma moth. Therefore, after having this idea, Lin Xiao didn't rush into it recklessly. Instead, he simulated the process several times inside his mind. Considering the shape of this branching tunnel and the current volume of toxic magma being poured in, if I generate a vortex on this side, it's certain that the toxic magma will be ejected from the injection entrance. But if it needs to overcome the pressure from the magma moth's magma injection, and after overcoming that pressure, still retain enough power to shoot the toxic magma up to a certain height so that it can land on the magma moth, that would require me to generate a vortex of extremely high pressure, which once again requires Feng Feng's help. But he didn't know whether Feng Feng had regained his strength, whether it was possible for it to transfer wind magic again. TSK, let me ask first. After thinking this, Lin Xiao flipped his book again to the page with the chat room, and once again sent a private message to Xiaolin. Xiaolin, is Feng Feng awake yet? Not long after, Xiaolin replied with a message. Not yet, still asleep. What, do you need Feng Feng again? Should I wake it up for you? Seeing these words, out of care for Feng Feng and not wanting it to be overly exhausted, Lin Xiao immediately replied. No need, let it keep sleeping. I can handle it on my own. If you say so, but if you really can't, don't push yourself. Alright, I know. Having said that, Lin Xiao flipped the book forward a few pages. He opened the material storage space and pulled out the powerful blower. He remembered, the last time he used this powerful blower was during the battle against the seasonal boss, the wind demon. It was the wind from the powerful blower that scattered the wind around the wind demon's body, allowing Lin Xiao to defeat it. Never thought that Feng Feng's strength hadn't recovered yet. But once again, it had to come down to you. You must deliver for me. Thinking that, Lin Xiao gritted his teeth and reached his hand toward the switch of the powerful blower. But he hesitated, unable to press it, because he knew the wind demon boss and the magma moth boss were not on the same level of strength. The powerful blower might work against the wind demon, but it might not be enough to handle the magma moth. Even if there was the slightest flaw in this move, if the air pressure wasn't enough to push the toxic magma back onto the magma moth, then the magma moth would realize what was happening, and it would no longer stay in one place as a sitting target for him to hit. By then, coming up with a new plan would be like trying to climb to the heavens, and he would be stuck here forever. But, just as Lin Xiao was hesitating, his mind suddenly heard Feng Feng's voice again. Master, do you still remember the incantation seal I taught you? Jiu Mi. After hearing that, Lin Xiao couldn't help but be startled. He immediately questioned in his mind. Feng Feng, did Xiaolin wake you up? No, Jiu Mi. Feng Feng replied. I'm still sleeping. I just heard your call again and became conscious. Jiu Mi. You're worried the wind power of this powerful blower isn't strong enough, right? Me. Then let me help a little. Me. But as the words landed, Lin Xiao firmly and seriously rejected. No, your strength hasn't fully recovered yet. I can't let you waste your energy again. You'll die like this. I can figure something out on my own. You continue sleeping. After saying that, Feng Feng shot him a question, which left Lin Xiao speechless. What method do you have, then, Me? If you tell me something I think is feasible, I'll go back to sleep right away. Chapter 72. The wind pressure plan is a tremendous success. Fine. Lin Xiao shrugged. Helplessly, he came clean to Feng Feng in his mind. I don't have a way. But right after, he added another sentence. However, even if there's no way, I don't want you to waste your energy anymore. If sacrificing you solves the problem of the magma-armored moth, I won't allow it. As his words fell, Feng Feng immediately responded sincerely. Master, you're overthinking. Me. I won't die because of this matter, Me. After all, I still have to accompany my master forever and ever, Me. Not die. After hearing this, Lin Xiao said with a tone of doubt. I don't believe it. Releasing magic of that magnitude twice in a row. Even if you don't die, you'd suffer permanent damage. You can't fool me. I know I can't fool Master, but truly, I'm not lying to Master either, Me. After personally explaining, Feng Feng answered Lin Xiao's doubts. If I supply Master with magic of that intensity again right now, I really would die, Me. But I don't need to go that far now, Me. Doesn't Master have that super blower? Me. I just need to provide a little wind magic to supplement the blower's airflow. That's enough, Me. And besides, Me, as someone who has been hurt by that powerful blower before, I know exactly how strong it is, so it's easier for me to control it, Me. Do you agree, Master? Me. After listening to Feng Feng's explanation thoroughly, Lin Xiao found his argument quite reasonable. He nodded thoughtfully and softly agreed. That's right. You're a wind attribute familiar spirit and have already been hit by the blower's wind. So, under the premise of not getting hurt, no matter how you look at it, you can control it better than me. Exactly, Me. Seeing that Lin Xiao was convinced, Feng Feng continued speaking with obvious delight in its tone. Don't worry, Master, I won't get hurt. At worst, I'll just need a little more sleep. Me. Moreover, Xiaolin and I both hope Master can come back and be with us soon. Me. You don't know. Ever since you left, Xiaolin has been kneeling on the ground praying non-stop and hasn't stood up yet. Me. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao's heart wavered instantly. That's right. There were still so many people caring about him. Wouldn't it be selfish to keep others worrying like this, even out of selflessness? With that thought, Lin Xiao finally made up his mind. He said to Feng Feng in his mind, all right, if that's the case, then I'll listen to you. You tell me what I should do now. After hearing that, Feng Feng happily replied, wonderful, Master. Me. Then, it immediately began issuing instructions to Lin Xiao. Master, do you still remember the spell seal I taught you earlier? Me. I remember. After Lin Xiao confirmed, he continued listening to Feng Feng say, great. Then please form the spell seal and aim it at the super blower. Me. All right. After replying, Lin Xiao formed the magical seal Feng Feng had taught him earlier, which connected him with Feng Feng's magic, and aimed it at the powerful blower. A second later, Lin Xiao felt several gentle breezes emerge from between his hands. Looking at this super blower again, he saw that swirling air currents had wrapped around several of its fan blades. And just at this moment, Feng Feng's voice quietly echoed in his mind. Master, I've already attached wind magic to the super blower's blades through you. Me. Now all you need to do is turn on the super blower and a sufficient air current will burst out. Me. And then, I'm getting sleepy again, Kaiomi. So I'll keep sleeping, Kaiomi. As the words fell, Feng Feng's voice completely disappeared from Lin Xiao's mind. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao turned his gaze back toward the powerful blower enhanced with Feng Feng's wind magic. Then in his mind, he thought, since it's wind magic personally added by Feng Feng, there must be no problem. This is our moment of success or failure. Time to go for it. After finalizing his thoughts, Lin Xiao gritted his teeth firmly and decisively pressed the switch of the super blower. Instantly, a powerful vortex of air gushed out. In an instant, it filled the entire passage. As a result, Lin Xiao was forcefully blown backward by the wind pressure and slammed heavily into the wall behind him. Winds whistled violently through all his open passages, ears, nostrils, and other orifices. In an instant, Lin Xiao felt like his soul was about to be blown clean out of his body. Fortunately though, this feeling didn't last long. In the next second, the surrounding air pressure was released. The pressure Lin Xiao felt vanished instantly. Then, from his gradually recovering hearing, he heard the screeching cries of the magma-armored moth coming from outside the cave entrance. Xiao! Instantly, he concluded at lightning speed. His plan must have succeeded. The toxic magma had been blasted from the cave entrance by the wind pressure, landing on the magma-armored moth, successfully melting away the moth's inner armor. Therefore, to verify his hypothesis, Lin Xiao once again pulled out this sharp drill bit from his storage space. He drilled straight upward until he surfaced. Then, what appeared before his eyes exactly matched his expectations. The magma-armored moth's inner shell had been completely melted away by its own toxic magma, causing the remaining magma to furiously corrode its flesh. The agonizing, bone-piercing pain left it in a complete panic, flying wildly and crashing around. However, Lin Xiao didn't stop here, because he knew only the one who caused the bell to ring could unring it. Although the magma-armored moth's toxic magma was powerful, ultimately, it had been secreted by itself. Once the corrosion ended, It might be able to neutralize the toxin on its own. There was no guarantee it would die on the spot, and there was no telling if it might rise again, repeating the cycle. Therefore, to completely eliminate this disaster, he needed to deliver the final blow. Thus, with such thoughts in mind, Lin Xiao pulled out the controller for Thunderstorm Skynet. Then, he manipulated it, guiding a layer of Thunderstorm Skynet precisely through the magma-armored moth's completely unprotected body. Instantly, lightning flashed, flames shot skyward. The crackling sounds of electric shocks rang out continuously. In this way, not long after, the once sky-covering, earth-shaking magma-armored moth completely vanished from this world, reduced to a pile of ashes, landing on the open ground before Lin Xiao. At the same time, the once raging, heat-releasing volcano gradually quieted down, even with the protection of this sapphire-enchanted fireworm armor. Lin Xiao could clearly sense the temperature around him dropping sharply, returning to the normal heat level of summer. Therefore, Lin Xiao's tired lips curved upward slightly. He exhaled in relief, uttering with gratitude, It's finally over. Chapter 73, the taskbar system activates. Surely, the drop from the magma-armored moth should be in those ashes. Let's go check it out. With this thought, Lin Xiao began walking toward the pile of ashes, dragging his slightly fatigued body. But just then, the book suddenly emitted a prompt sound, stopping Lin Xiao in his tracks. Owner of Island M7021 has successfully defeated the seasonal boss, the magma-armored moth. The world's crisis has been averted. Long live the celebration. And as a celebration, this book shall now add its 8th page. The taskbar function. As the voice ended, the book in his hands suddenly emitted a bright glow. Then, Lin Xiao noticed that an additional page had appeared at the back of the book. Curious, he mumbled softly. Taskbar. Who posts the tasks, and who accepts them? Surely this world didn't magically generate a bunch of NPCs. With that, Lin Xiao, driven by curiosity, temporarily set aside thoughts of the magma-armored moth's loot, and flipped through the book to the 8th page. Then, the previously mentioned prompt transformed into a virtual panel displayed right before Lin Xiao's eyes. Taskbar. Anyone in this world may upload or accept tasks on this taskbar. Uploading tasks instructions. 1. Tasks uploaded must have clear descriptions, defined completion conditions, and designated rewards. 2. Uploaded tasks must not include crimes such as theft, murder, or other malicious actions. If discovered, such tasks will be immediately removed without conditions, and the task uploader will permanently lose access to the taskbar. 3. Upon task completion, the task giver must award the stated reward within 3 days. Otherwise, the book will directly take an appropriate amount of items from the material storage space and give them to the person who completed the task. Accepting tasks instructions. 1. Task receivers should reasonably choose tasks according to their own abilities. 2. Once a task is accepted, the taker can cancel it without conditions within 30 minutes of acceptance. After that time limit, cancellation is no longer allowed and the accepted task must be completed. 3. If a successfully accepted task is not completed within the time limit, the book will extract an appropriate amount of items from the material storage space and give them to the original task poster as compensation. Additional note, all above conditions apply only to operations conducted through the taskbar. Any private dealings outside this system, and any disputes arising from them, are not subject to mediation by the taskbar. After reading this lengthy explanation, Lin Xiao suddenly understood and thought to himself, so it isn't the world generating NPCs to assign us tasks. It's actually us uploading and accepting them ourselves. That means, this will certainly widen the gap between people. Those with resources can post tasks, while those without must accept them. However, fortunately, the village chief, whose hypocrisy has now been exposed, is currently missing. Otherwise, with his crafty mind, he would surely exploit this function extensively, speeding up his pursuit of power and wealth. Thinking of this, Lin Xiao clicked his tongue, tisk, then closed the book, continued walking forward, and finally reached the pile of ashes, ready to examine what the magma-armored moth had dropped. Unexpectedly, as Lin Xiao was about to squat down, a few ashes suddenly scattered before him due to a nearby gunshot. Then, the next second, a familiar and detestable voice rang in his ears. Damn it, what a lousy gun. I clearly aimed at him. Following the sound, Lin Xiao raised his eyes and looked. Surprisingly, talk about whom speaks. It was actually the village chief, the very man he had just thought of, standing not far away, holding a pistol aimed directly at him. How did you get here? Lin Xiao asked with a frown. The village chief replied with a mad laugh. Why not me? It has to be me who exposes your mask. Otherwise, everyone would still think you're a hero and continue treating you like a savior while you pocket all the rewards secretly. As the village chief ranted, although Lin Xiao could kill him with one blow. To hear just how far this man could twist the truth, and also because of the agreement he had made with the doctor, he decided not to retaliate yet, and instead retorted, private rewards? Tell me, which reward have I kept secretly? As he finished speaking, the village chief extended the other hand and pointed one finger toward the pile of ashes in front of Lin Xiao. Then he said, it's those. What's buried inside must be the summer boss's drop after its death. You still dare say you didn't take anything? Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao couldn't help but burst into laughter. Seeing this, the village chief grew furious at Lin Xiao's arrogance. Pointing the gun at Lin Xiao, he took a step forward and shouted, what are you laughing at? I'm laughing because you're so ridiculous. Lin Xiao continued laughing. This boss was killed by me, so of course the drop belongs to me. If you had the ability to kill the boss, wouldn't the drop be yours as well? So why call it stealing? Bro, Your skill of calling white black and black white, even after disappearing for so long, hasn't improved one bit. The village chief, humiliated by Lin Xiao's mockery, became so angry he lost control. Without thinking further, he raised the gun, aimed at Lin Xiao's forehead, and shouted, "You, damn it, you dare laugh at me even at the moment of death? I'll kill you right here today." Yet in this situation, Lin Xiao remained completely calm, because he had already prepared to protect himself with the thunderstorm Skynet. Still, he couldn't resist taunting one more time. "Come on, shoot then. Fine, you asked for it." The words barely finished, and just as the village chief was about to pull the trigger, Lin Xiao preparing to activate the thunderstorm Skynet, a sudden spark of fire flew out from the ashes and landed on the village chief. Instantly, the village chief turned into a human torch, running around frantically. He screamed loudly, "Ah, help me, help me." This unexpected scene startled Lin Xiao as well. He instinctively stepped back a few steps while thinking rapidly in his mind. What the hell? Could it be the magma-armored moth wasn't completely killed, and it came back to life again? But that couldn't be. The book had already announced the victory. The magma-armored moth must have been completely dead. But then, what's going on now? Thinking this, Lin Xiao focused his gaze on the burning village chief, scanning him up and down carefully. Then, he noticed something. On the village chief's chest, a butterfly had somehow appeared and stuck itself there. Seeing this scene, and recalling the precedent with Feng Feng earlier, Lin Xiao couldn't help but speculate. Could it be? This butterfly is a spirit companion formed after the magma-armored moth was defeated by me, now that it has fully submitted to me, and sensing the village chief poses a threat to my life. Chapter 74, Cyan Flame Butterfly. You are my little Dai from now on. Therefore, he took the initiative to attack the village chief. Thinking about this, Lin Xiao decided to try issuing a command to the butterfly. "Stop, that's enough." The words fell into the air. Right away, the flames surrounding the village chief vanished. His entire body collapsed, like a candle after the wax had burned away. With no support, he slumped to the ground, his body emanating a burnt, smoky odor. Motionless, no one knew if he was alive or dead. At that moment, the butterfly on his body suddenly floated out, slowly flying in Lin Xiao's direction. Before this, Lin Xiao had merely speculated that it might be a spirit pet that had submitted to him and would obey his commands. But the truth had yet to be confirmed. So, to avoid suffering the same fate as the village chief, Lin Xiao warily took 2 steps back, increasing the distance between himself and the butterfly. Then, he began to open the book in his hands, hoping to hear a corresponding system notification. He intended to use that as confirmation. Soon enough, he did, in fact, hear the system's voice notification. Cyan Flame Butterfly, the original form of the magma-armored moth. However, unlike the magma-armored moth, this version in spirit pet state has lost its demonic nature and will not deliberately cause global disasters. Moreover, it holds a sense of admiration for the creature that defeated it, submitting 100% and recognizing that being as its master. When its master is in danger, it will use wind-type magic to protect or retaliate. One could say it's a truly outstanding pet. Ordinarily, there is no need to feed it. It feeds by absorbing oxygen from the air and periodically excretes fire element crystals. Also, since the Cyan Flame Butterfly feeds on oxygen, it will die if kept in an oxygen-free environment for more than 5 minutes. Please bear this in mind when keeping it. It seems my guess was correct. It really is my spirit pet. After hearing the system's message, Lin Xiao murmured to himself. Plus, don't be fooled by its tiny butterfly form. It's got way more courage than Feng Feng. If the situation earlier had happened with Feng Feng would have clung to my leg and wouldn't even dare to move. As he spoke, the Cyan Flame Butterfly seemed to understand it was being praised. It fluttered its wings and danced around Lin Xiao, occasionally letting out a delicate, ethereal sound. Susu. It made Lin Xiao feel genuinely and sincerely delighted. Even the sound it makes is pretty pleasant. Susu. Then from now on, you'll be my pet. By tradition, I should give you a nickname. Susu. After that, Lin Xiao lowered his gaze and thought for a moment. Then came up with 2 suitable names and said, Do you prefer the name Xiaoqing or Xiao Dai? But after hearing this, the Cyan Flame Butterfly simply flapped its wings and flew to hover in front of Lin Xiao, making the Susu sound again. There was no concrete response. So, Lin Xiao took a moment to carefully observe the appearance of the Cyan Flame Butterfly. Then softly said, Look at the red patterns on your wings. You're also quite small in size. And your voice is so nice. Although you do have quite the bold personality. But I suppose you're probably a girl. If that's the case, the name Xiao Dai feels more gentle, more like a girl's name. How about Xiao Dai? Does that sound okay? As his voice faded, the Cyan Flame Butterfly fluttered in a figure-8 path. And the sounds it made were much more lively and cheerful than before. Clearly, it was satisfied with this name. Lin Xiao smiled slightly as he spoke. Then that's settled. Xiao Dai, thank you for protecting me just now. And from now on, I hope we get along well. Susu. With a cheerful response, Xiao Dai gracefully landed on Lin Xiao's shoulder, looking absolutely adorable. This sight made Lin Xiao once again marvel aloud. Looks like the name Xiao Dai truly fits you well. Ha ha. After speaking, he reached out to gently stroke Xiao Dai's wings. Then he crouched down again, took a soft breath, and blew the ashes on the ground aside, revealing the drop from the magma-armored moth. Acquired fire elemental crystals times 50. Acquired magma heater times 1. Acquired magma heater blueprints times 1. After storing all these items into the material storage space, Lin Xiao did not immediately inspect the magma heater or its crafting recipe. Instead, he closed the book and paced over to the ragged, severely burned village chief. He could see the man's chest was still visibly rising. Seemed like his injuries weren't fatal. So, Lin Chao lifted his foot and aimed a kick straight at the man's hip area. Then he heard the village chief let out a pained scream from deep within his throat due to the sudden agony. Ugh. Hey. Lin Chao lowered his gaze and said, looking at him, you can still speak. You're still alive. You. The village chief endured the excruciating pain and anger, clenching his teeth as he growled at Lin Chao. Do whatever you want of me. Just kill me quickly. Quick death. At this, Lin Chao suddenly narrowed his eyes. Hatred filled his pupils as he spoke. Do you deserve it? Do you even know? How many people suffered burns just like yours and barely clung to life until death? Because you took all your village's resources for yourself? And you, the one responsible for all this, now have the nerve to ask me for mercy? I'll tell you this. No way. All the pain they endured. I will make you pay for every bit of it. As these words settled into the air, the village chief still showed no fear. He raised his voice and challenged Lin Chao. Now that it's come to this, what else can you do besides killing me, or leaving me here to die on my own? Lin Chao, you're really nothing special. Ha ha ha. Seeing the village chief's powerless laughter, Lin Chao responded coldly with sharpened eyes. That's true. I really can't do much more to you now. But you should still remember, your village had a doctor, right? I suppose someone as skilled as him would find a way to keep you alive, while ensuring you feel the hatred of the entire village directed at you. As he spoke, the village chief, through Lin Chao's vivid words, couldn't help but imagine the scene unfolding in his mind. And then, his previous fearless attitude began to slowly crumble, replaced gradually by visible fear in his eyes. And no, the doctor was one of my strongest supporters. He wouldn't do that to me. Really, you've misunderstood. Lin Chao softly said, his tone as light as silk threads. It was the doctor himself who told me, bring you back alive, because he wants to take revenge for everyone. If you still don't believe me, I'll bring you over there, and you can find out yourself. After speaking, Lin Chao flipped open the book in his hands. Chapter 75, Evil Men Eventually Face Evil Karma. Lin Chao began issuing quiet orders according to the crafting recipe. Add 44 pieces of wood. Choose placement location. Craft. The moment the words fell, 44 pieces of wood flew out in unison, beginning to piece together midair. This scene frightened the village chief lying on the ground, who began panicking. Lin Chao, what are you doing? What are you doing? Shut your mouth. As Lin Chao finished speaking, a coffin assembled itself midair. Then in the next second, the coffin flipped upside down, spun rapidly downward, and tightly sealed the village chief inside without a gap. With this, no matter how much he screamed and yelled, not a sound could escape, preventing Lin Chao from getting annoyed. Following this, Lin Chao flipped open the book in his hand to the chatroom page. As expected, due to the global announcement earlier from defeating the seasonal boss, Xianxia had already sent a private message asking, Lin Chao, are you hurt? Should wind and I come to pick you up? Conveniently, Lin Chao decided to reply to this message directly. I'm not injured, I'm fine. However, I met that village chief who ran off with all the supplies before. I promised the doctor I would capture the chief alive and deliver him. So, I might go see the doctor first, then return home later. You and Wind don't need to worry. Xianxia was also aware of the village chief's matter. Therefore, after seeing the message, she quickly replied with a series of messages, which, from the tone and content, overflowed with indignation. Great. Finally caught that traitor. Moreover, he appeared right after you defeated the boss, obviously hoping to reap benefits amid the chaos. Deservedly so. Evil men eventually face evil karma. Now the doctor's entire village can finally breathe in relief. Reading her messages, Lin Chao couldn't help but imagine Xianxia speaking those words. Then slightly smiled, and typed a reply. Okay, then I'll head there first. Alright, go quickly. Wind and I are fine, you don't need to worry. Okay. Once everything was settled, Lin Chao retrieved the magic fishing rod from his material storage space, then swung it once, hooking the line onto the coffin. Thus, he dragged it all the way off the volcanic island, onto the small warship, heading toward the hospital. Additionally, on the way, Lin Chao also informed the doctor about this matter. Hence, when arriving near the hospital, because of the notification from the doctor, almost all the villagers had arrived. Some stood beside the hospital, others were on small boats floating around the island. When they saw Lin Chao, they shouted loudly, Lin Chao, savior! Lin Chao, savior! Yet, Lin Chao felt no emotion inside. As usual, he met the doctor immediately after stepping onto the island. I've completed what I promised you. Lin Chao pointed to the coffin and told the doctor, what to do with him is up to you now. Alright, the doctor said, filled with hatred and excitement. Then, taking heavy steps toward the coffin, he personally opened it himself. Thus, the village chief and the doctor came face to face. Looking at the scene, the village chief's face had turned ghostly pale. Still, he didn't abandon trying to say something, hoping to bargain for a chance to survive. Doctor, do you still remember when we first arrived in this world? You were almost starving to death, and I shared my food with you, giving you a chance to live. And afterward, you said to me, you owe me a life, and someday you will find a way to repay me. You must remember all this, right? So, for this reason alone, I beg you, spare my life. Just spare me this one life, and I'll return everything I took back to you. All of it, please. Hearing these words, the doctor's eyes darkened. Then after a brief pause, he nodded slowly and said, okay, I'll spare your life. Now hand over all the materials you stole from the village. At his words, the villagers' expressions immediately changed, wanting to step forward to protest. But just then, Lin Xiao suddenly raised his hand, gesturing for them to stop. Then he quietly said, "This matter is entirely up to the doctor to handle. We mustn't interfere." With Lin Xiao's authority established, since he had spoken, no matter how upset the crowd was, they naturally said nothing. And the village chief also deeply understood this point, thus instantly seeing a glimmer of hope. With shining eyes, he said eagerly, "Great. Thank you, doctor. Thank you so much. My book is right here in my arms. Help me open it to the material storage page. I'll transfer all the materials to you right away." "Okay." The doctor responded gloomily. Then, following the village chief's instructions, he took out the chief's book and flipped to page 2. In an instant, the village chief's material storage space appeared before everyone in the form of a virtual panel. The crowd couldn't hold back any longer and began shouting, "Those iron ingots were all mined by us. And the gold bars too. All the tools he made using our materials must be confiscated." Hearing this, the village chief, under pressure and desperate to survive, naturally agreed obediently. "Fine, I'll return everything, all of it to everyone." Having said that, he emptied all the materials from his inventory and distributed them to the village's current managers. Then, he turned his gaze toward the doctor with a fawning expression and asked, "Well then, I've returned all the materials to you. Can you let me go now?" But the doctor simply replied, "No." Hearing this, the village chief's expression changed drastically. He glared at the doctor and shouted angrily, "You're tricking me? Cheating me?" But the doctor replied coldly, "I didn't trick you, nor did I cheat you. In the past, I owed you my life. Now I spared your life. We are even. But you took materials from the village and caused so many villagers to die. That debt, you still have to pay." Hearing this, everything unfolded exactly as Lin Xiao had anticipated. He had guessed from the start that the doctor's words earlier were meant to force this old fox of a village chief to spit out all the stolen materials. That's why he had stopped the crowd earlier. Now, all that needed to be spit out had already come out, so Lin Xiao no longer had any reason to hold them back. Then, the doctor lifted his head to face the crowd and continued, "Now everyone may proceed. First, help me tear his clothes off." The people, holding back their fury for so long, were finally able to release it. Naturally, they wouldn't hold back. As soon as the last word left the doctor's mouth, the group rushed in like. Chapter 76. Let him suffer the punishment he deserves. Those people looked at the village chief like zombies seeing a living person. In unison, they stretched their hands toward him, ripping off his clothes wildly. To ordinary people, this might not seem like much, but to the village chief, it was an excruciating torment. Because of the burns caused by Xiao Dai and his own recklessness, his body was covered with ulcers and abscesses. Plus, the journey from the volcanic island had taken so long that his tattered skin had fused completely with his ragged clothes. Therefore, removing his clothes was like peeling his skin off. Every part of his body ached unbearably, causing him to scream like a howling ghost. Yeah, but no matter how pitiful his cries sounded, his vile deeds had already been clearly laid out. Lin Xiao and everyone present thought he deserved not the slightest sympathy. Rather, their hatred grew, and their hands became even more ruthless. Occasionally, a torn piece of clothing came away with a whole chunk of bloody flesh. Then, like a piece of stinking meat bought from a supermarket, it would slap onto the ground beside their feet before they resumed their work. Thus, before long, the village chief passed out from pain. His screams fell silent. Seeing this, Lin Xiao worried the chief might die too soon and get off too easily. So he called out to the crowd, "Everyone, stop for now." Upon hearing his words, the people stopped at once, then scattered aside, clearing a path for Lin Xiao to walk through. Lin Xiao then strolled down the path. After glancing at the village chief, he turned to the doctor and asked, "Help me check if he's dead or alive, just pretending to faint or truly passed out." "Okay." With a brief reply, the doctor walked over. First, he checked the village chief's pulse with his hand, then casually took out a needle without an IV tube attached, and jabbed it into the chief's lumbar spine. Seeing no reaction from the chief, the doctor replied to Lin Xiao, "He's alive, his pulse is still there. Besides, I jabbed a sensitive pain point in the human body. If he was faking unconsciousness, he'd have screamed from the pain by now. So he really has fainted." Lin Xiao nodded and simply said, "Good. As long as he's alive and not pretending, you can take care of him." With that, he added, "Don't worry about him." While he was speaking, the doctor turned his gaze to the village chief lying in the coffin. A hint of hatred flickered in his eyes. He continued, "The suffering he deserves doesn't end here. Before he endures every ounce of punishment he's due, I won't let someone like him die easily." Saying that, the doctor waved his hand and signaled 2 assistants he had personally chosen. "Send him to the ward I've specially prepared for him, and do a basic disinfection for his wounds. Remember, don't be too gentle, and don't waste much medicine on him. Someone like him doesn't deserve it. Just ensure he doesn't die." "All right, we understand." With that, the 2 assistants carried the coffin with the village chief inside and headed to the hospital. Seeing this, Lin Xiao then spoke up, "Okay then, since you already have a plan, I'll leave him to you. Xiaolin is waiting for me at home. I'll go back first." The doctor nodded. The hatred in his eyes gradually softened. Finally, with a hint of tearfulness, he said, "Thank you. On behalf of my entire village, and those who have perished, thank you. You don't need to thank me." Lin Xiao slightly shook his head. "This man also wronged me personally. I'm just seeking justice too. Rather than killing him with one stroke of my knife, I prefer handing him over to you so he can receive the punishment he truly deserves." The doctor nodded gently. Lin Xiao continued, "All right then. If there's nothing else, I'll be heading back." "All right. Have a safe journey, benefactor." Have a safe journey, benefactor. Thus, under the watching eyes filled with gratitude from everyone, Lin Chao boarded his light combat ship and left the hospital, returning to aisle M7021. There he met Xiaolin. Upon seeing Lin Chao, Xiaolin immediately rushed toward him, full of concern and anxious questions. How is it? Were you hurt during the battle with the summer boss? How are you feeling now? When you went to the doctor, did he give you a full body check? Upon hearing these words, Lin Chao couldn't help but smile warmly, because he knew, if Xiaolin hadn't been so worried about him, he wouldn't have gone to such lengths. So he simply reached out, gently patted Xiaolin's head twice, and smiled as he said, "All right, I'm really fine. It's just that I haven't eaten anything the entire day. I've been surviving solely on nutrient injections and sheer willpower. My legs are just a bit weak now." Ah. Upon hearing that, Xiaolin immediately, without thinking twice, pulled Lin Chao's arm over her shoulder. With her small frame, she struggled to support his heavy arm. Then she said, "I'll take you back inside now. I've already prepared dinner in the house. You can eat whenever you want." After she finished speaking, Xiaolin started walking toward the house, supporting Lin Chao like that. As for Lin Chao, even though he still had enough strength to walk on his own, to enjoy this warm moment, he pretended to lean on her slightly, letting Xiaolin support him all the way back into the small villa. Then, he indulged in a hearty meal, emitting waves of satisfied sounds. Pooh, how amazing. Nothing beats the taste of food after a tiring day. As his words settled, Feng Feng bounced down the stairs from the second floor one jump at a time. Seems like it had fully recovered from its earlier exhaustion, and just finished a good nap. Thus, Lin Chao stretched his arms wide, intending to give Feng Feng a warm hug as gratitude for its help through the crisis. But, Feng Feng simply stood in place motionless. Under normal circumstances, the moment Feng Feng saw Lin Chao like this, it would have already dashed over and snuggled into his arms. So, Xiaolin also found this behavior quite strange. She turned to Feng Feng and asked, "Feng Feng, what's wrong with you?" "He's Lin Chao. Did you sleep so long that you've gone stupid?" "Exactly." Lin Chao also followed up immediately. "I'm your owner. Have you really gone stupid from sleeping?" After he said that, Lin Chao leaned forward, intending to give Feng Feng a hug himself. But then, just as he leaned down, he noticed the issue. He saw Feng Feng's cute big eyes follow his movement. But, the target of its gaze was not Lin Chao. Chapter 77. The first child becomes jealous after the second is born. But it was Lin Chao's shoulder. This time, Lin Chao finally understood completely. Then he slapped his own forehead and said, "No wonder, all of you are spirit companions. There's a natural connection between spirit companions." As his words fell, Xiaolin, who was in the same room, remained in a state of confusion. After hearing Lin Chao's words, she became even more puzzled. Thus, she took the initiative and spoke up to ask Lin Chao, "Lin Chao, what did you just mean?" "You know exactly this meaning." While answering, Lin Chao pointed his finger toward his own shoulder. Xiaolin followed his gesture with her gaze. Only then did she notice a tiny, crimson butterfly perched on Lin Chao's shoulder. After that, she began, based on what Lin Chao had said earlier and his previous introduction of Feng Feng, to piece things together in her mind. Finally, she reached a conclusion, half in doubt, and said, "So this butterfly, is the spirit companion transformed from the summer boss after you defeated it?" "Exactly." After receiving confirmation from Lin Chao, Xiaolin's gaze instantly became filled with curiosity as she began examining the little butterfly. And, while examining it, she also murmured with admiration, "Wow, even though both are spirit companions transformed from boss creatures, their personalities are quite different. This Feng Feng is mostly playful and lively, but this one is completely the opposite. So calm and obedient." "Yes." Lin Chao nodded in agreement. "I didn't expect it to be so well-behaved either. Since we left the volcano island, it's just stayed quietly on my shoulder, motionless and silent. If it weren't for coming back and Feng Feng noticing it, I would have almost forgotten it was there." Haha. After hearing that, Xiaolin chuckled lightly. "But that's actually perfect. Two spirit companions. One lively, one calm. They really complement each other." Hearing this, a meaningful smile suddenly appeared on Lin Chao's face. Then he continued from where Xiaolin left off. "One lively, one calm. They aren't just complementary in that way. There's also big and small." "Big and small," Xiaolin repeated, thinking Lin Chao was referring to their physical size. She looked at Xiao Dai and Feng Feng again, then nodded and said, "Well, that could be said." However, what Lin Chao implied was a subtle jab at how timid Feng Feng was. But in order to save face for Feng Feng, Lin Chao just smiled and didn't explain it further. At this moment, Xiaolin spoke again. "By the way, I've been talking the whole time. You haven't introduced it to me and Feng Feng yet." "True." Accepting Xiaolin's reminder, Lin Chao stretched his hand toward his shoulder, letting Xiao Dai land gently in his palm. Then, he introduced one by one to Xiaolin and Feng Feng. "This is Xiao Dai. This is Xiaolin, my girlfriend. And this is Feng Feng, also a spirit companion transformed from a boss, just like you. Starting today, we are family. All of us must love and care for each other." Got it, got it. Please take care of me in the future." "Xiao Dai." Xiaolin responded cheerfully, but Feng Feng gave Xiao Dai a gloomy glance, and then let out a slight sound of dissatisfaction. Humph. Seeing this, Xiaolin couldn't help frowning. She turned her gaze toward Lin Chao. Lin Chao immediately understood Feng Feng's thoughts. So he simply leaned close to Xiaolin's ear and whispered, "This guy, he must be feeling jealous because his second child came into the family." Ah. At first, Xiaolin was surprised and didn't quite understand. But after thinking carefully about Feng Feng's personality, she thought it made sense. She nodded with a slight smile and said, that actually does sound like Feng Feng. But, back to the topic. What do you plan to do? Ignore Feng Feng. Ah, Lin Chao sighed with a bitter smile. If the first child refuses to act like an older brother and is jealous of the second, then I can only be a bit considerate and try to comfort the jealous older sibling. After speaking, he raised his hand and released Xiao Dai, letting it go near Xiaolin. Then he walked slowly to where Feng Feng was, squatted down, and said, Feng Feng, thank you for helping me today. But as his words fell, Feng Feng still looked sulky. He kept his head down, crossing his little paws in front of his chest, and completely ignored Lin Chao. Seeing this, Lin Chao's eyes twinkled with a clever idea. Then he stood up, pretending to be disappointed, and said in a regretful tone, not even willing to accept my thanks, huh? Fine then. I even caught 2 fresh ramhorn pigfish on the way back as a gift for you. Looks like I don't need them anymore. Saying that, Lin Chao took the 2 ramhorn pigfish out from his material storage space and handed them to Xiaolin. At the same time, he couldn't help shaking his hand a bit, and continued pretending, then I'll have to trouble you to cook it later. Let this be our midnight snack. But before he could finish, Feng Feng immediately summoned a wind-type magic underneath himself. In a blink of an eye, he snatched the 2 ramhorn pigfish from Lin Chao's hands, and began feasting on them joyfully. Seeing this, Lin Chao couldn't help laughing. Well then, if you've eaten my fish, you've accepted my thanks. Chew me. While chewing, Feng Feng responded lazily. Before long, the 2 ramhorn pigfish were completely devoured, leaving only clean white bones. The simple-minded Feng Feng seemed to have completely forgotten about the second child issue, now only focused on burping contentedly, savoring the lingering taste of the fish in his mouth. Watching this, Lin Chao and Xiaolin exchanged glances, both laughing bitterly. They couldn't help but complain together. This Feng Feng, where's the example of an older brother? Humph. Who's the older brother and who's the younger sister is their own business. We, as parents, can only do this much. But I actually have higher hopes for. Halfway through his sentence, Lin Chao intentionally stopped, leaving a trap for Xiaolin. Unexpectedly, Xiaolin didn't even think, falling right into the trap. She immediately turned to Lin Chao and asked, which one are you rooting for? Xiao Dai, right? No. Lin Chao shook his head meaningfully, then teasingly looked towards Xiaolin's stomach. I actually have higher hopes for the one inside your belly. As soon as the words fell, Xiaolin's face instantly turned both embarrassed and annoyed, flushing red. Her mouth stammered out. What are you talking about? I don't have anything inside my belly. Seeing her reaction, Lin Chao's teasing expression deepened further. Then, he bent down, scooped Xiaolin into his arms like a princess, and said, well, right now you don't. But if we work at it hard enough, you will. After saying that, the 2 of them went upstairs like this. Chapter 78, Check-in Node, Reward Explosion. Congratulations. Since you have once again defeated the world's boss, it proves that you can now survive in this world with great ease. Now, while keeping the original check-in system, a new check-in system has been triggered. Please make a divine choice between the following 2 types of check-in reward categories. 1. Receive a rare material every day. 2. Receive a life magic cultivation session every 10 days. After a night of intense effort, Lin Chao was so exhausted he didn't even want to open his eyes. But there was no choice. Lin Chao knew very well that today's check-in was a major milestone. If he missed it, it would be a huge loss. Thus, he gritted his teeth and endured his fatigue and the ache in his waist, slowly rising from the bed and walking downstairs. Just at this moment, the system's prompt voice inside his mind echoed out again. Please make a divine choice between the following 2 types of check-in reward categories. 1. Receive a rare material every day. 2. Receive a life magic cultivation session every 10 days. He shrugged off his drowsiness and began to think carefully. Rare materials. I remember. This was the leftover option from my previous divine selection. Moreover, with Doctor and his village regularly supplying me with rare materials, I'm not exactly lacking in this area anymore. So, that leaves only the second option. Receiving life magic cultivation every 10 days. But up until now, I have only heard of ancient magic, shadow magic, and elemental magic. What exactly is this life magic? And what benefits would come from cultivating it? Thinking this, as if sensing Lin Chao's doubts, the system within his mind spoke up again, beginning to explain to him. Life magic is a type of magic that improves the functions of the body's organs. After cultivating this magic, a practitioner's organ functions can reach levels far beyond normal human standards. Upon hearing this, Lin Chao's heart leapt with joy. He immediately looked down toward his crotch and asked, can that area also be cultivated? Can its function be enhanced as well? If so then, I choose option 2. Grant me life magic cultivation once every 10 days. As his words fell, the system immediately responded to Lin Chao. Choice received. Ding. Divine selection complete. Cultivation check-in system activated. Current day, 20. Current status, not checked in. Would you like to check in now? Check in. Ding. Check-in successful. Now distributing check-in reward. First reward, million-fold activation triggered. Please select an item within your line of sight to be multiplied. Upon hearing this, Lin Chao didn't hesitate, immediately taking out a piece of stellar fragment and giving the system a command. Double the stellar fragments. Ding. Command received. Now doubling the quantity of stellar fragments. The next second, the number of stellar fragments, already in the hundreds of thousands, began multiplying rapidly within Lin Chao's storage space. Soon, it reached the million count. Accordingly, the system announced. Ding. Stellar fragment doubling completed. Next check-in time, 5 days from now. Check-in reward, 10 million fold activation. Please remember to check in by then, or the opportunity will be missed. Now, we will begin distributing the second reward from the cultivation check-in system. Please select one of the following body organs to cultivate. 1. Arms. After cultivation, reaches level 1 divine arm. Can burst once daily, lifting weights of up to 1,000 caddies. General arm strength will also be enhanced. 2. Legs. After cultivation, reaches level 1 divine leg. Can burst for 1 minute daily, greatly enhancing jumping power and running speed during that time. Normal leg strength will also improve. The system stopped speaking there. Lin Xiao sensed something was off, and after a pause, gave the system a somewhat cheated look, questioning it. Just these 2 options? You said earlier that you could cultivate that part, improve that area's function? That's correct. The system replied affirmatively. But cultivation follows a gradual progression, from inside to outside. And that part is the very foundation of a human being. Therefore, only after cultivating all other organs to their peak levels, can that part be trained. Even though Lin Xiao felt like a mute eating bitter gourd, unable to express his suffering, he had already chosen life magic cultivation. It was too late to change now. Eventually, he relented with a muttered, fine, and started to deliberate between the legs and the arms. Whether the arms or legs. The abilities gained after cultivation were both quite useful. But, from his recent repeated trips to the volcanic island and battles against magma-armored moths, he felt that increasing his running ability was somewhat more important. After all, with this ability, both chasing and escaping would be effective. Thinking of this, Lin Xiao simply opened his mouth and responded to the system. I choose to cultivate my legs. The next second, the system immediately issued the corresponding prompt. Ding. Instruction received. Now cultivating life magic for your legs. Then, Lin Xiao began to feel subtle changes in his legs. Warm and hot, as if his legs were soaking in a hot spring. All fatigue instantly vanished, replaced by a surge of filling strength. Like this. Not long after, the sensation gradually faded away. The prompt tone indicating the end of the cultivation resonated in his ears. Ding. Life magic cultivation for the legs is complete. Divine leg level 1 achieved. Immediately afterward, Lin Xiao rose from the sofa, planning to simply move his legs around to feel the effect. Unexpectedly, just a light jump, his head nearly hit the ceiling of the first floor. This is only level 1, and even without bursting, such an effect already exists. It seems, even though it cannot help enhance that area, this was still a good choice. As the words fell, the system prompt for the third reward was issued, now delivering the third daily check-in blueprint reward. Ding. Delivering reward. Reward delivered. See you tomorrow. Upon hearing this, looking at the materialized blueprint before his eyes, Lin Xiao couldn't help but stretch lazily and say, at last, the node check-in is done. Plus the drops from the magma-armored moth yesterday. All these scattered items are quite a lot. Perhaps I should organize and sort them out now. So saying, Lin Xiao picked up the materialized blueprint. The book immediately gave a corresponding prompt. Acquired Ancient Locker Blueprint X1. An ancient locker? Is it a lock for protecting valuable items? But, with the current material storage space, I guess it's not needed anymore. Chapter 79, Ancient Locking Device. As Lin Xiao mumbled to himself, he turned the book in his hands, open to page 2. He began browsing through the material storage interface. Unexpectedly, the function of this ancient locking device was completely different from what he had imagined. It read, Blueprint of the ancient locking device can be learned. Learning it will add the crafting formula of the ancient locking device to universal crafting. Ancient locking device, an ancient magical artifact. Forged using ancient magic, this item possesses strong sealing power. When used on a creature or object, it will induce a brief paralysis effect. The exact duration depends on the capability of the affected target. Paralysis. This ability would be extremely useful in both daily life and combat. Thoughts racing to this point, Lin Xiao wasted no time pondering. He immediately clicked the Learn button inside the item description, adding the crafting formula of the ancient locking device into his universal crafting ability. New item, ancient locking device, Magno Drill 0/10, Soul Sealing Herb 20 tenths, Spirit Subduing Stone 25 tenths. Seeing the crafting requirements, Lin Xiao quietly mused to himself. An ancient magical artifact. Paralysis. Looks like my guess was right. These two ingredients, Soul Sealing Herb and Spirit Subduing Stone, indeed correlate with the effect. But, the current stock of Soul Sealing Herbs and Spirit Subduing Stones are reserved for crafting the Royal Cage. And he didn't have any Magno Drills at all. So, he'd wait until the next couple of days and look for a time to head back to the ancient ruins. After all, it had already been 5 days since his last visit. The royal power of Emperor Ensi should have nearly recovered by now. Thinking along those lines, Lin Xiao stopped focusing on the ancient locking device. He flipped the book back to page 2. Within the material storage, he located the drops obtained yesterday from defeating the magma Wall Heater of the Flame and Wall Heater of the Flame Blueprint. Opening the description, Wall Heater of the Flame Blueprint can be learned. Learning it will add the crafting formula to universal crafting. Wall Heater of the Flame, an elemental magical item, forged using powerful fire element and the boss power of the magma. Once buried underground, it ensures a warm, spring-like climate across 1,000 square meters. Another highly useful item. However, its usefulness didn't lie in the present season, but in winter. Judging from the current heat of early summer, the world would surely plunge into extreme cold at the beginning of winter. With the Wall Heater of the Flame installed, there would be no need for panic before winter arrives, just like there was before summer. If that were the case, it needed to be placed eventually anyway. Better early than late. Thus, carrying this mindset, Lin Xiao stepped out of the small villa. Arriving at the island's center, he retrieved the wall heater of the flame from material storage and inserted it upright into the ground. After that, Lin Xiao felt a wave of thermal energy spread like a barrier across the entire island. Simultaneously, Xiao Dai, sensing this unusual phenomenon, fluttered gracefully out of the villa. Susu. Good morning, Xiao Dai. Susu. After speaking, Xiao Dai perched gently back onto Lin Xiao's shoulder. Calmly, without moving, since it didn't interfere, and could protect itself when needed. Lin Xiao simply let Xiao Dai remain there, as he began his routine inspection and maintenance across the island. When he arrived at the intermediate C minor, a sudden thought flashed through his mind. Immediately, he opened the book to page 1. He opened the universal crafting interface, locating the crafting formula of the Hearth Celestial. Hearth Celestial, Stone 73, 191/10, 000, Hay 541/10, 000, Celestial Fragment 1, 100, 000/1, 000, Celestial Core 0/1. The current amount of celestial fragments, thanks to the doubling, had nearly met the requirement. The next increase would be a 10 million-fold boost, but Hay currently had no fixed source to keep up with such a multiplication. Therefore, according to this plan, to craft the Hearth Celestial faster, he needed to find a celestial core quickly, and also gather enough stones. Perhaps, he might as well upgrade the intermediate C minor to an advanced C minor now. That way, mining speed would increase, allowing more rare diamonds to be harvested. So, with the decision finalized, Lin Xiao immediately laid out all the required materials. Facing the intermediate C minor, he gave the order, upgrade, as soon as the words left his lips. The change that followed was completely different from the previous upgrade from the beginner C minor to the intermediate C minor. Instead of merely absorbing the materials, the intermediate C minor disintegrated into pieces, becoming its own materials again. Then, these original materials blended together with the new ones. 5 or 6 minutes later, the scattered frame of the intermediate C minor was gone. In its place appeared a mining factory-like structure, as if it had been built right on the sea. At this moment, Lin Xiao checked the amount of stone in his material storage. Its growth rate had significantly increased. Making a rough calculation, at this speed, before the next multiplication of 10 million times arrives, the amount of stone could reach the 10 million mark. If he had even a bit more luck, he might spot a celestial body falling from outer space and obtain the celestial core. Then he could relocate to his very own planet. Haha, what are you laughing at? Unknowingly, Xiaolin's voice suddenly came from behind him. Thus, Lin Xiao turned around and began to explain. I just upgraded this intermediate minor, and I didn't expect it to become an advanced C minor. The mining speed is so much faster than before. Is that so? After hearing this, Xiaolin also smiled naturally, just like Lin Xiao did. That really is pretty great. In this way, the development of our home can speed up a bit more. Exactly. After Lin Xiao expressed his feelings, Xiaolin suddenly had a spark in her eyes. Then she spoke to Lin Xiao. By the way, the temperature has dropped recently, and there aren't any bosses around for now. What are you going to do this afternoon? Hearing her question and seeing her expression, Lin Xiao knew Xiaolin had an ulterior motive, so he decided to call her out directly, while playfully teasing. You said that like you want to do something with me? Didn't we already have enough last night? No matter how many times this kind of joke was made, Xiaolin still couldn't help but feel embarrassed. Her face immediately flushed red. While blaming Lin Xiao, she defended herself. What are you talking about? I wasn't even thinking about that. I just noticed that you have nothing planned for this afternoon. And I remember you promised me you'd build a rocket in front of me. So why not just build the rocket this afternoon? That thing. Lin Xiao smiled as he gazed at Xiaolin with narrowed eyes. Yet he pretended to be clueless. Alright then, I'll count the materials this afternoon. And build the rocket. Might as well make your dream come true. Chapter 80. A notification sound that never appeared before. That's how it was. After breakfast was over, Lin Xiao followed through on the agreement, and began sorting through materials with Xiaolin, discussing plans. Do you have any ideas on what kind of rocket you want to build? Xiaolin asked sideways while pointing at the universal crafting list. These two are both very high in hardness and durability. But one is for a single person, the other for two. If we craft the single-person version, we have enough iron ingots, gold blocks, and fully automatic mechanical gears. But if we go for the two-person version, we'll need to acquire more fully automatic gears. After hearing that, Lin Xiao couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and gave Xiaolin a look of admiration. Not bad. It seems like you've done your homework just to witness the rocket construction process. Not really. Xiaolin looked slightly embarrassed, feeling awkward. So she quickly steered the conversation back. So what do you think? Should we build the single seat or the double seat? When he heard this, Lin Xiao studied Xiaolin's expression carefully. And there it was. Her pupils filled with a little anticipation. So, apart from wanting to witness the rocket being made, she probably also hoped to ride on it herself. After all, something like this was extremely difficult to achieve for ordinary people back in their original world. So, Lin Xiao then spoke, Shurtandig asking Xiaolin, well then, do you want to go up with me and take a look? The moment Xiaolin heard this, her eyes instantly lit up with excitement. She even took a step forward eagerly and asked, is that possible? Of course it is. Lin Xiao replied with a smile. It's just a matter of obtaining a few more automatic gears. We can buy some at the trading hall. Search around for some chests. It won't be too hard to resolve. As soon as he finished, Xiaolin immediately raised her hand without hesitation, just like an eager elementary student raising her hand to answer. I want to go. Upon seeing that, Lin Xiao couldn't help but smile affectionately. Then, like petting a child's head, he patted Xiaolin's head and said, Okay. Then here's the plan. I'll give you the materials needed to trade for automatic gears. You'll be in charge of buying them at home. As for me, I'll take the ship out for a round, trying my luck with the chests. Let's work on both fronts. That way, we'll be faster. Alright, after that, Lin Xiao did exactly as he planned. He gave Xiaolin the necessary materials for trading fully automatic gears at the trading post, such as gold blocks, iron ingots, fruits, etc. Then he inspected and repaired the durability of the magic fishing rod, and then set sail on the small battleship to go treasure hunting. Like that, he was gone for nearly half a day. When he returned, he saw Xiaolin waiting for him on the island. Therefore, the first thing Lin Xiao said after stepping onto the island was, How did it go? Any luck buying the gears? However, Xiaolin's expression wasn't too good. She pouted slightly while responding. Not very good. We need 870 mechanical gears for the double rocket, but I only managed to buy 740, which means we're still short by 130. Hearing that, Lin Xiao's expression also stiffened. Sensing this, Xiaolin immediately asked, You didn't have much luck either, did you? Yeah. Lin Xiao nodded in reply. Just like how you struggled to purchase automatic gears, things aren't like the beginning of the world anymore, where people had nothing. Everyone now is using automatic gears, so fewer people are selling them. And on my side, now most people have ships of their own. So, aside from a few chests located in the middle of the sea that no one bothers to take, all the others, as long as they're near islands, once they spawn, someone snatches them immediately. Going around like this, I only managed to fish up 84 chests. Oh, Xiaolin was first taken aback, then frowned in deep thought. 130 minus 84. We're short by 46. And that's assuming each chest gives at least one automatic gear. In reality, it might not work out that way. If a few chests in a row give none, then, sigh. Seeing Xiaolin growing increasingly gloomy, Lin Xiao quickly stepped forward to comfort her. Don't be so pessimistic. With our luck, there's still a chance that a chest might give us a large amount of automatic gears. There is a chance, but the probability is really. Alright, Lin Xiao interrupted Xiaolin's worries with a smile. Roads will always appear when you reach the mountain. Let's open the chests first, one step at a time. Anyway, in the end, I will definitely make your dream come true and let you ride the rocket with me. After saying that, Lin Xiao took Xiaolin's hand and began pulling out the chests one by one from the material storage space, then opening them one after another. Obtained stone X4. Obtained amethyst X1. Obtained fully automatic mechanical gear X1. The first chest contained a fully automatic mechanical gear. Xiaolin's hand in Lin Xiao's grip instantly loosened slightly, and she even let out a long breath from her mouth. After noticing that, Lin Xiao smiled and looked at Xiaolin, saying, This blind box opening experience should be exciting, not nerve-wracking. Relax. Okay. Though Xiaolin answered like that, her actual actions told a different story. Every time a chest gave out a fully automatic mechanical gear, she would relax. Every time a chest gave no fully automatic mechanical gear, she would tense up again. In fact, by the end, Lin Xiao hadn't even noticed the count anymore. Yet Xiaolin still remembered it clearly. There are only 2 chests left, but we still need more than 70 gears. It definitely won't be enough. And besides, we just bought a big batch and scavenged through another round of chests. For the coming period, there probably won't be people uploading fully automatic gears for trading. Who knows how long we'll have to delay building it. Oh, what if we do this instead? At this point, Xiaolin raised her eyes and looked at Lin Xiao. You finish the important task first. Build a single-seat rocket first. Later, when we get the chance, build the 2-seater one, and take me then. Before her words had even finished, Lin Xiao felt a bit of irritation in his heart, and his tone unintentionally became impulsive, interrupting Xiaolin as he spoke. What are you talking about? I said I will definitely take you. Then I will definitely take you. And besides, I, Lin Xiao, simply don't believe in fate. I'll bet everything. The next chest will definitely give me a lot of fully automatic mechanical gears. After saying that, Lin Xiao stretched out his hand Haobiayu and opened the chest right in front of him. Then, a golden light suddenly burst forth, and the book in Lin Xiao's hand also emitted a notification sound that had never appeared before. Chapter 81 The Aviation Plan officially begins. Congratulations. Triggered chest critical hit. Please prepare yourself to receive a large number of automatic mechanical gears. 3, 2. Faced with such a sudden occurrence, it wasn't just Xiaolin. Even Lin Xiao was stunned. The two stared at each other in shock, just as they opened their mouths to ask each other, What huh? But before they could finish, the countdown from the book ended. 1. Immediately afterward, countless automatic mechanical gears poured out. They fell to the ground with a pitter-patter sound. In the blink of an eye, Lin Xiao and Xiaolin found themselves surrounded by an ocean of automatic mechanical gears. Air. This. Xiaolin stiffly turned her head to look at Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao. This isn't a coincidence. It must be something you intentionally controlled, right? After hearing this, Lin Xiao immediately raised both hands instinctively and said honestly, I swear, this definitely wasn't something I controlled. I just said it offhandedly. I didn't expect it to actually work. Air. Then Xiaolin stiffly turned her head back again. Looking at the gears scattered on the ground, she said, So this is the legendary divine mouth that makes things real. I finally got to witness it today. Yeah, Lin Xiao nodded in agreement. Wonder how many automatic mechanical gears there are here in total. Let's count them quickly. Okay. After saying that, the two began collecting the automatic mechanical gears scattered on the ground into their material storage spaces. Then they gathered together and reported. I have 1,170. I have 830. That makes a total of 2,000. Heaven. With this, we have enough for building a rocket. Yeah. Lin Xiao responded with a smile. I'll teleport the other materials to you. You can be the one who builds the rocket. Me? Xiaolin listened, first pointing at herself in surprise. Then she spoke again, hesitantly. But I've never made anything this big before. What if something goes wrong? No way. Without further ado, Lin Xiao didn't give Xiaolin a chance to refuse. He directly handed over the other materials needed to build the high-density alloy two-person rocket, and pointed at an empty area near the island, saying, just choose that location over there. The rest can be built in your usual manufacturing style. Okay. Saying that, Xiaolin shifted her gaze, looking at the sea area Lin Xiao had just pointed at. Then, she inhaled deeply. After adjusting her mindset, she began to issue commands. Add 5,000 iron ingots. Add 5,000 gold blocks. High-density fusion manufacturing. Obtain high-density alloy times 5,000. Add 5,000 high-density alloys. Add 3,000 silicon crystals. Add 3,000 automatic mechanical gears. Select placement location. Manufacture. At the moment the final command was issued, all the materials Xiaolin had mentioned poured out. Among them, 1,000 high-density alloys and 500 silicon crystals along with 500 automatic mechanical gears formed the rocket launcher. The remaining materials fused together above the launcher, as if manipulated by an invisible hand. A rocket was instantly assembled, and the scale of the entire manufacturing process was simply breathtaking. Lin Xiao, who had seen many things before, was somewhat fine. But for someone like Xiaolin who hadn't seen this before, she remained starry-eyed throughout the entire process. Finally, at the moment the rocket was completed, Xiaolin exhaled in admiration. Whoa, it's done. Feels like I just had a vivid and unimaginable dream. Is that so? Lin Xiao smiled faintly. How about we get on and try it out? After hearing that, Xiaolin immediately nodded repeatedly. Okay. Then, the two held hands, climbed onto the rocket launcher, prepared to enter the rocket. However, just at that moment, a prompt came from the book. Please wear a space protective suit before entering the rocket. Otherwise, the rocket hatch will not open. Air. Okay then. Didn't expect this book to be so safety conscious. Saying this, Lin Xiao turned his gaze towards Xiaolin. Then let's go back down and make a set of space protective suits. Okay. In this way, the two climbed back down from the launch pad, returned to the villa to begin browsing the universal manufacturing list. Initially, the two thought making a space protective suit wouldn't be that difficult. But the moment they saw all the related manufacturing recipes for protective suits, they discovered, we were just too careless. The balloon sea monster's air sac. The deep sea dragon turtle's plastron. It seems like all of the protective suits require these two materials. After Lin Xiao said this, Xiaolin double-checked again, finding that it was indeed the case. She simply nodded in response. It really does seem to be like that. But what kind of creatures are these two materials from anyway? As she said this, Xiaolin started operating on the crafting recipe screen, bringing up the data of both the balloon sea monster and the deep sea dragon turtle. Balloon sea monster, a creature without gills, but Xianxia soda yang cheat, uses compressed oxygen in its air sacs to live underwater for about a year and a half without surfacing. Usually feeds on small marine organisms. Deep sea dragon turtle, a creature that can withstand oceanic pressure due to its ultra-hard shell, capable of diving to the ocean's deepest parts, usually feeds on various underwater creatures. Immediately after, once both of them finished reading this information, they understood why all space protective suits required the balloon sea monster's air sac and deep sea dragon turtle's plastron. The balloon sea monster's air sac could provide oxygen supply in outer space. The deep sea dragon turtle's plastron could protect the body's internal pressure in a vacuum. Thus, Lin Xiao looked at Xiaolin with a helpless smile and said, it looks like I'll have to go out to sea again and collect these two materials. But Xiaolin shook her head, glancing at the horizon and said, let's forget about it for today. It's already too late. And these creatures aren't exactly easy to find, especially the deep sea dragon turtle's plastron. The description says they live at the deepest parts of the ocean. It might take half a day just to dive down and come back up. After listening to Xiaolin's suggestion, Lin Xiao felt she made a reasonable point, so he didn't insist further. He simply nodded and responded, all right, you're right. I'll follow your suggestion. I'll head out to sea early tomorrow morning to search for these two creatures. But we can't waste the rest of the day today either. After all, there are still some things we need to manufacture. Chapter 82, Reward with Unexpectedness. There's more? Xiaolin asked. Lin Xiao nodded soon after. Since we have enough materials now, let's try to find the rocket's thruster. After saying that, Lin Xiao gently swiped on the virtual panel of Omnimaker. He soon found the crafting recipe for Elemental Power Unit and began issuing crafting commands according to the formula. Add 50 fire element crystals. Add 50 thunder element crystals. Add 100 fully automatic mechanical gears. Add 300 gold ingots. Add 500 iron ingots. Select placement location. Craft. As the last word dropped, fire element crystals and thunder element crystals flew out from two poles of the material storage space and collided with each other. Soon, under the effect of homogenization, they began to react. Initially, the two elements hadn't completely fused. Across the entire M7021 island, flames roared into the sky and thunderbolts flashed. The two elements were still clearly distinguishable. But gradually, as the fusion process continued, the two elements slowly merged into one. Both the flames and the lightning turned into a cyan color. Intertwining, merging. Against the evening sky, it looked extraordinarily dazzling. At the same time, because of this, the fire element crystals and thunder element crystals produced a synergistic effect greater than the sum of their parts. Facing this mass of energy matter, Lin Xiao could clearly feel a continuous outflow of energy. Therefore, at this moment, iron ingots and gold ingots flew out, merged into an alloy, then molded themselves into a hollow metal sphere, swallowing the energy mass in one go. What remained was just some finishing work. The fully automatic mechanical gears made some modifications to it, making the power source adaptable to the rocket. Thus, the elemental power unit was completed. It was installed in the power area of the high-density alloy double-seater rocket, replacing the original thruster. Rocket thruster ×1 acquired. After hearing this notification, Lin Xiao clapped his hands together and said relaxedly, "Done. Let's go back." But Xiaolin still had shock in both eyes, mumbling to himself, "This? How come it's even more magnificent than building the rocket?" After hearing this, Lin Xiao thought to himself, "This is after all constructing a magical item. How could it be comparable to constructing an ordinary item?" In reality, he simply smiled without answering. Instead, he put his arm around Xiaolin's back, taking her back to the small villa. After having dinner, they both lay down to rest. Current day, 21. Current status, not checked in. Would you like to check in now? As usual, the check-in reminder once again woke Lin Xiao from his sleep. Therefore, Lin Xiao got up accordingly and went downstairs, softly responding to the system. Check-in. Ding. Check-in reward is being distributed. Reward distribution completed. Looking forward to seeing you tomorrow again. After everything returned to calm, Lin Xiao reached out to collect that blueprint into his material storage space and began to view it. Alchemical stove blueprint ×1 acquired. Alchemical stove blueprint can be learned. After learning, Omnimaker will obtain the crafting recipe for the alchemical stove. Alchemical stove, an ancient magical artifact. Dishes cooked on it will generate different alchemical effects according to the ingredients added, the cooking techniques used, and the magic applied. However, please note that there are no fixed recipes. The alchemical effects are unpredictable, and dishes cooked should be consumed cautiously. Yet after reading this description, a slightly troubled expression appeared on Lin Xiao's calm face. This item has such great diversity, which also means many unexpected results. But this unexpected outcome seems uncontrollable. Done right, it's a pleasant surprise. Done wrong, it's an accident. Therefore, should I create it? TSK. Let's learn first and see its crafting recipe before deciding. If the required materials aren't many and I happen to have some left over, I'll just make one. At this thought, Lin Xiao extended his hand and lightly touched the Learn button inside the description window, adding the crafting recipe for the alchemical stove to the Omnimaker list. But the result was, the materials required for construction turned out to be surprisingly few. Alchemical stove, Earth 3274/30, Amethyst 975/1, Sapphire 4921/1, Ruby 852/1, Iron Ingot 103294/1. Since that's the case, not building it would be a waste. There's no need to hesitate anymore and let this blueprint collect dust. Therefore, with such thoughts, Lin Xiao got up and walked to the next room, begun issuing crafting commands based on this string of recipes. Add 30 earth, add 1 amethyst, add 1 sapphire, add 1 ruby, add 1 iron ingot. Select placement location, craft. As soon as he said that, various materials appeared out of thin air, each taking their proper positions. But, unlike the usual dazzling display when crafting magical items, this process could be described as plain and modest. It was as simple as dirt being molded into a stove base. The red, blue, and purple gems embedded into it, supplying ancient magical energy. Finally, the iron ingot was forged into a pot, which was then placed on top of the stove base. The alchemical stove was now completed. Then, Lin Xiao gave it a sidelong glance, and softly murmured to himself, "Done. I'll just leave it here. Wonder when I'll get to use it someday." After saying that, he returned to the small villa, where he found Xiaolin already awake. "You're up. Why didn't you sleep a bit longer today?" "No more sleeping." Xiaolin shook her head while skillfully lighting the stove, beginning to prepare breakfast for Lin Xiao. Seeing this, even though Xiaolin didn't mention the reason for waking up early, Lin Xiao already understood. Apparently, she was still feeling guilty about not waking up early enough to prepare breakfast last time when he went to hunt the magma-armored moths, causing him to go hungry the entire day. Therefore, knowing he was going out again today, chasing after the balloon sea monster and the deep-sea dragon tortoise, she had woken up early to prepare breakfast to avoid repeating what happened last time. Realizing this, a warm feeling rose in Lin Xiao's heart. He stepped forward sincerely, wrapping his arms around Xiaolin's waist from behind, pulling her into his arms. Feeling this, Xiaolin slightly turned her gaze toward Lin Xiao and asked with a gentle tone, "What's wrong?" Lin Xiao leaned his face against her back, softly whispering 3 words. "You're so good." As those words landed, Xiaolin's face lightly flushed red. Then she replied with both shyness and happiness, "All right, I still need to finish making breakfast. Eat quickly, so you can head out early and come back early tonight." After that, Lin Xiao placed a light kiss on the back of Xiaolin's neck, then let go, stepping back. A few moments later, about 5 to 7 minutes passed, Xiaolin carried 2 plates of delicious breakfast and came to the table. Lin Xiao wasted no time and began to enjoy the meal without hesitation. Chapter 83. The Invincible Giant Deep-Sea Dragon Turtle. At the dinner table, Xiao Lin turned to ask Lin Xiao, regarding the balloon sea monster and the deep-sea dragon turtle. Do you know where they are? I sort of know. Lin Xiao replied vaguely. But really, he wasn't exactly lying. Because he had the magic fishing rod, as long as he was diving underwater with the mini exploration submarine. And if either of these creatures was nearby, the magic fishing rod would help him locate them. Besides, this way of answering would prevent Xiao Lin from worrying unnecessarily. After hearing Lin Xiao's words, Xiao Lin's expression did relax slightly. Her tone also became lighter. Okay then. But still, even if this time isn't that dangerous, you must check in with me regularly. Don't make me worry at home. Do you understand? I understand. Smiling, Lin Xiao replied. Then he quickly finished off the remaining food on his plate. After that, he stood up and said to Xiao Lin, I'm done eating. Time to head out. You and Feng Feng and Xiao Dai stay safe at home. Okay, you also be careful on your way. Alright. Thus, after their farewell, Lin Xiao checked the durability of his aero mackerel skin diving suit and attached the wind propeller to the mini exploration submarine. Everything seemed in order, so he boarded the submarine and dove deep beneath the sea. Watching the depth meter on the dashboard steadily increasing, Lin Xiao began thinking, should he go after the balloon sea monster first, or the deep-sea dragon turtle? The balloon sea monster could appear anywhere in the sea, while the deep-sea dragon turtle only showed up on the ocean floor. The latter was more specific. Then it's better to look for the deep-sea dragon turtle first. After finding it, he could look for the balloon sea monster on his way back, avoiding unnecessary detours. With this plan settled, Lin Xiao quickly got to work, controlling the submarine to fill its ballast tanks with water, and set the wind propeller to maximum power. That way, the mini exploration submarine could sink as fast as possible and reach the deep sea region rapidly. Sure enough, not long after, the light pouring in through the windows gradually diminished until it disappeared completely, plunging the cabin into total darkness. Outside was now pitch black, but Lin Xiao didn't turn on the lights because the light might attract attacks from other sea creatures, and he didn't want to waste time on that. Also, he didn't feel the least bit anxious because of the darkness. Instead, he became increasingly excited. After all, the darker the environment, the farther he was from the sea surface, and the closer to his goal, the deep-sea dragon turtle. But there was one downside. After being in the dark for too long, even with excitement, drowsiness would gradually creep in, and his sense of time would vanish. So, little by little, his eyelids grew heavier, and the sleepiness became more and more intense. Without even realizing it, he ended up falling asleep on the cabin floor. Half dreaming, he didn't know how long had passed. Suddenly, he felt a violent tremor from within the cabin, and he immediately woke up. His first thought was, could I have been attacked by another sea creature? But right after, he quickly dismissed the thought with his returning sense. No, if it had been attacked by a sea creature, the shaking wouldn't have stopped after just one impact. Also, he sensed that the submarine had stopped descending. Therefore, that tremor earlier was probably because the sub had touched the bottom. So, to confirm, Lin Xiao got up and checked the dashboard. Sure enough, the needle had reached the lowest mark. The submarine had successfully arrived at the deepest ocean floor. Without surprises, this place should be where the deep-sea dragon turtle lived. At that thought, Lin Xiao got up and activated the control panel, turning on the sub spotlight and scanning the surroundings. What he saw was countless sharp spiky columns outside the window, and their arrangement was quite regular. Not at all what Lin Xiao had expected the seabed to look like. So much so that he couldn't help muttering, could it be that I've somehow entered another ruin again? After speaking, he prepared to restart the mini exploration submarine to thoroughly investigate the surroundings. However, before he even managed to start the submarine, the entire cabin shook violently once again. The sudden jolt threw Lin Xiao back to the floor, as he had just stood up. Even worse, this time, the shaking didn't stop after just one tremor, but continued shaking violently. This startled Lin Xiao once again. Damn it, what the hell is going on? Could it be that instead of not attacking me before, it's attacking now? My mouth's not meant for inviting trouble like this. Saying that, he swayed left and right amidst the shaking, stood up again, and returned to the viewport to observe the surroundings. But the result was, there's absolutely nothing here. There's no sign of an attack from any sea creature at all. Where is this vibration coming from then? This confusion only made Lin Xiao more uneasy. So, he decided to observe again, more carefully this time. Unexpectedly, he actually noticed something this time. Damn it, it seems like the ground itself is moving. After saying that, Lin Xiao immediately made a decision. He quickly activated the mini exploration submarine, lifted it away from the seabed, and ascended to a certain height. At this moment, he looked downward from the viewport. His suspicions were now clarified. It turned out, it wasn't an attack by deep sea creatures, nor was it tectonic activity. He hadn't even entered another ruin. The mini exploration submarine had landed on the back of the deep-sea dragon turtle. Those stone pillars around were actually spiky formations on the turtle shell of the deep-sea dragon turtle. The cabin's vibrations were caused by the deep-sea dragon turtle's movement. Oh my god, this deep-sea dragon turtle is so massive. It's as big as a whole island. After recovering from the shock, Lin Xiao suddenly realized a new problem. With the deep-sea dragon turtle being this large, the Dark Knight orb couldn't even be crafted yet due to missing materials. And the magic fishing rod, with just a single fishing line, was definitely incapable of reeling it in. There was absolutely no way to take it home. Plus, this was deep underwater, where the water pressure was extremely high. He couldn't possibly step outside to cut a piece of its inner shell either. TSK. This had indeed become a real problem. Now what? Just as Lin Xiao was racking his brain and feeling troubled, a book lying on the floor of the cabin suddenly vibrated with a notification. You have received a private message. A private message? At a time like this, who could be sending it? Grumbling slightly, Lin Xiao still picked up the book and flipped to the chatroom page. And to his surprise, the private message was from Xiaolin. Lin Xiao, something happened at home. Where are you? Come back quickly. Chapter 84 Alchemical Dish for Soul Exchange. Something happened at home. After reading this private message, Lin Xiao was immediately alarmed. His mind raced with all sorts of thoughts about what could have happened at home. Was there another disaster on land? Or did someone take the opportunity to attack while I was away? No. Stay calm. Thinking here won't help at all. I should ask Xiaolin directly. With that thought, Lin Xiao, now calmed down, quickly sent a reply. What's going on? Then, not long after, Xiaolin sent another message with the full details. After lunch, I took a nap. Then somehow, when I woke up, I had switched bodies with Feng Feng. Switched bodies. Lunch. When Lin Xiao first saw those two words, he felt completely baffled. After all, those two words normally have nothing to do with each other. But immediately afterward, after careful consideration, he suddenly understood and began typing on the chat screen. Did you use the stove in the small room? Soon after, Xiaolin quickly replied in surprise. Yes. How did you know? Seeing those words, Lin Xiao frowned. He was about to explain something, but he changed his mind. Things related to magic would only confuse Xiaolin further and make her even more anxious. Moreover, even though they had found the deep-sea dragon turtle, they couldn't do anything about it. There was no way to get its inner shell anytime soon. So, it would be better to return first and check on Xiaolin's condition, and think about how to deal with the deep-sea dragon turtle at home. Thus, once he made this decision, Lin Xiao sent a message to Xiaolin through the chat interface. Don't worry, I'll come back right away. Then he piloted his small reconnaissance submarine straight upward, returning to the island M7021. Xiaolin, Xiaolin, Lin Xiao called out several times. Then, he saw Xiaolin on all fours, bouncing and hopping toward him, rubbing affectionately against his legs. As for Feng Feng, she was walking upright with clumsy steps. Her face was filled with sadness, and she cried out mournfully at Lin Xiao. Jimmy, seeing this scene, even though Xiaolin, now in Feng Feng's body, couldn't speak, Lin Xiao could still sense her feelings. And he himself felt a pang of Xingkeng, emotional pain, too. Therefore, after adjusting his mood, he pulled the book from his chest, holding it out to Xiaolin, who was now in Feng Feng's body. He said, if you have anything to say, use the private chat function to tell me. Jimmy, the Xiaolin in Feng Feng's body nodded in response. Then, following Lin Xiao's instruction, she flipped the book open to the chatroom interface and began typing slowly with her two small paws. What should I do? Can I turn back? Will I stay like this forever? No. After reading this, Lin Xiao hurried over quickly. He reached out, rubbed the head of Xiaolin in Feng Feng's appearance, and said soothingly, I will definitely find a way to change you back. Just relax. Let's do this. First, show me what you ate for lunch. Jimmy, Xiaolin in Feng Feng's body responded with one sound. Then, with clumsy steps, she led Lin Xiao back to the small villa. Arriving beside the dining table, Lin Xiao glanced sideways, only to see a plate of unfinished steamed salted fish on the table. Then, the Xiaolin in Feng Feng's body used the book's private messaging function again to explain the entire story to Lin Xiao. I wanted to cook lunch, but found the stove at home was broken, and I didn't have enough materials to repair it. So, I thought I'd go to the warehouse next door to see if there were any materials you hadn't taken with you. Unexpectedly, there was a working stove in that room, so I didn't think much of it. I just used that stove to cook a dish. Then I ate it and went to sleep. After that, when I woke up, I became like this. After reading this, Lin Xiao completely understood. It turned out that Xiaolin had accidentally used the alchemical stove to create a dish capable of switching souls between eaters. After she ate it and went to sleep, the gluttonous Feng Feng stole and ate it too. That's how they ended up in this state. But the alchemical stove has an extremely random effect. It might have created a soul-switching dish by chance, but it might not necessarily create one that reverses the switch. So to return them back to normal, what ingredients should be used? How to reverse it? This was an enormous problem. As this thought crossed his mind, Lin Xiao instinctively clicked his tongue in frustration. But what he said carelessly was taken seriously by someone listening. Xiaolin, now in Feng Feng's body, noticed this sound and immediately became anxious. She sent a message in the chat room asking worriedly, did I cause a huge mistake? Am I never going back to normal? Seeing this, Lin Xiao suddenly realized his frustration had affected Xiaolin. Therefore, he immediately concealed his anxious expression and instead put on a carefully composed, calm look. Then he explained to Xiaolin, who was now in Feng Feng's body. No, I'm just thinking about a solution. I promised you that if I could change you back, I definitely would. Now, first, go back to your room and rest. See if you can calm down and maybe return to normal. As for me, I'll keep working hard to find a way. Alright, after he finished, Xiaolin in Feng Feng's body looked up with teary eyes. She gave Lin Xiao a nod, then let out a little whimper of Jumi, and followed Lin Xiao's suggestion. She once again began climbing the stairs to the second floor of the small villa, with clumsy steps. As for Lin Xiao, without hesitation, he rushed out from the small villa, heading straight to the nearby small room. He began studying in front of the alchemical stove. Flatfish. Steamed. So, should I find the predator of flatfish? Or should I use the cooking method opposite to steaming, frying? But, The description of the alchemical stove says that different added ingredients, different cooking techniques, and different applied magics will result in different alchemical effects. The influencing factors are not only ingredients and methods. Also, even if I fry the predator of flatfish, it would still only produce one dish. It's impossible to know what effect would result. Could it be? I have to catch 2 lab rats to experiment on. Thus, Lin Chao muttered to himself. The more he spoke, the more confused he became. Who knows how long had passed? Feeling extremely tired, he squatted down in front of the alchemical stove. But just then, a scream suddenly came from the small villa nearby. It was Xiaolin, now in Feng Feng's body. Chapter 85. I prefer comfort from others. Jimmy, Jimmy, Jimmy. Upon hearing the sound, Lin Chao thought something must have been wrong with Xiaolin physically. Therefore, without thinking much, he rushed out of the small room and arrived at the second floor of the little villa. Xiaolin, what's wrong with you? However, as soon as his voice fell, Xiaolin, who had transformed into Feng Feng, screamed even louder. Jimmy, 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 Jimmy. And this time, even without privately chatting through the chat room, Lin Chao roughly understood the meaning behind Xiaolin's words. Most likely it was, cover your eyes, don't look, because the current Xiaolin, whose soul was in Feng Feng's body, was squatting over the litter box Lin Chao had prepared for Feng Feng, taking a shit. It was no wonder Xiaolin would let out that kind of scream upon seeing the embarrassing scene. Thus, Lin Chao also raised his hands to cover his eyes. He spoke apologetically to Xiaolin, who had become Feng Feng. I won't look. I won't look. Just wait for you. Wait, no. Let me know once Feng Feng finishes. So, Lin Chao covered his eyes and awkwardly felt time pass second by second. Until about half a minute later, a familiar and embarrassed voice line suddenly reached his ears. Not exactly. Feng Feng is done. Only then did he lower his hands, looking at everything before him in shock. Just then, Xiaolin was tidying up the last bits of pulling up her pants, her face flushed red, avoiding eye contact. Meanwhile, Feng Feng, as usual, curled her body into a ball on the carpet, yawned, and prepared to go to sleep. How did you two switch back? Lin Chao asked Xiaolin incredulously. Xiaolin answered while lowering her head, face flushed. I don't know either. Maybe the time just ran out. Anyway, it's good that everything is back to normal now. I don't need to cook using the stove in that little room anymore. After speaking, she dove into the bed, pulled the blanket over her head. To hide her embarrassment of having witnessed her own body taking a shit in a pet's litter pan together with Lin Chao. As for Lin Chao, he still stood on the spot, his eyes shining with wisdom, his brain quickly thinking about everything that had just happened. Xiaolin and Feng Feng ate the alchemy dish that swapped souls, so their souls were exchanged. Then, Feng Feng expelled the food, causing the two to swap back. So, could it be hypothesized that after the two ate the alchemy dish, some residual ingredients remained in their stomachs, creating an interaction that caused the soul exchange? Once Feng Feng expelled the ingredients, the residual ceased in one person's body, the interaction ended, so the soul swap stopped. If that were the case, then this alchemy dish just so happened to help me with a huge favor. Coming to this realization, Lin Chao excitedly asked Xiaolin, Xiaolin, you didn't throw away the dish from lunch, did you? As the voice fell, Xiaolin was seen lifting up the blanket. While blushing, she started to walk downstairs angrily. And you just reminded me. Such terrible food must be thrown away quickly. Otherwise, something terrible will definitely happen again. Upon hearing this, Lin Chao quickly reached out and grabbed Xiaolin, shaking his head as he said, You can't throw that dish away. I have use for it. Use? After hearing that, Xiaolin frowned and retorted, What kind of use could that thing possibly have? If you eat it again, I might turn into Feng Feng, you might turn into me, and Feng Feng might become you. Do you really want to watch your own body crouching and shitting in a pet's litter box? Unless you want. Upon saying this, Xiaolin first suddenly looked downward, then immediately looked up and met Lin Chao's gaze. Then, in the next second, her face instantly turned blazing red, as she firmly declared, No way, I'm definitely dumping that dish. Seeing Xiaolin's reaction, Lin Chao immediately understood what she was thinking. Therefore, his mischievous nature stirred, and he forcefully pulled Xiaolin back, a slightly teasing look appearing in his eyes and eyebrows as he said, You're afraid that after I become you, I might do something to your body, aren't you? At the moment those words were spoken, Xiaolin's face flushed even deeper, now completely like a ripe apple. Seeing this, Lin Chao realized his words had precisely hit the mark. Taking advantage of this, he became even more shamelessly playful. Don't worry, even if I became you, I wouldn't do anything at all. Because first of all, I already know everything about you too well. There's nowhere left worth exploring. Second, compared to self-comfort, I prefer comfort from others. After hearing Lin Chao's teasing, Xiaolin's face turned red, almost to the point of nosebleed. Then, she lowered her head and muttered, Fine then, I won't bother with that dish anymore. You keep it yourself. I'm going to sleep first. After saying that, she quickly dove back under the blanket like a flash, covering herself completely. As for Lin Chao, after seeing Xiaolin's shyness, he wore a slightly smug expression on his face. Then, he casually walked downstairs to the steamed fish dish that could exchange souls, and placed it into his material storage space. Current day, 21. Current status, not checked in. Would you like to check in? Check in. Ding. Releasing check-in reward. Reward has been successfully received. See you tomorrow. After the system voice ended, Lin Chao placed the obtained blueprint into his material storage space, without even glancing at it. Then, he gently patted the area next to Xiaolin and said, Xiaolin, Xiaolin, wake up for a moment. Still half asleep, Xiaolin mumbled. What's wrong? Oh, that's right. You still need to go look for those two creatures today, right? I'll get up now and prepare breakfast for you. After speaking, Xiaolin pulled off the blanket and got up to prepare breakfast for Lin Xiao. But, just as she was halfway getting up, Lin Xiao pulled her back down. Then he asked her seriously, do you feel like going to the bathroom now? Just go use the toilet first. Upon hearing this, Xiaolin first appeared puzzled, but then, she couldn't help recalling yesterday's awkward scene. Instantly wide awake, she blushed and warily questioned Lin Xiao. What do you want to do? But Lin Xiao responded with a perfectly straight face. Nothing at all. I just want to know if you need to go. If you do, then go quickly. I'm in a hurry. Seeing Lin Xiao's serious expression, Xiaolin realized he wasn't joking around. Therefore, she forced herself to endure the embarrassment and stood up from the bed, saying, well then, I'll go now. Good, hurry back. Chapter 86 Feng actually betrayed. Just like that. It took about 3 to 5 minutes. Xiaolin came back with a red face. Seeing this, Lin Xiao didn't think much and directly asked, done. So was it cleaned thoroughly? Yeah, that's great. At Lin Xiao's words, Xiaolin turned red with embarrassment, wishing she could find a crack in the ground to hide in. Helplessly, she stammered, changing the subject. I'll go cook for you. But immediately after, Lin Xiao replied, no need. I'm leaving right now. You stay here safely. Absolutely don't use the stove in the cabin again. Xiaolin nodded, her face still blushing, then puffed her cheeks slightly, glanced to the left, pouting in a cute way as she said, I won't use that stove even if I starve to death. Ha. If we don't use it, we don't. Lin Xiao smiled lovingly, then stood up and patted Xiaolin's head, continuing, well then, I'm off. All right, then take care on your way. Don't worry. This time I'll have Feng come with me. Saying that, Lin Xiao waved his hand, called out, Feng, let's go. I need your help today. Then, Feng bounced down from the second floor, then left the cottage together with Lin Xiao, entering the miniature exploration submarine, and diving into the deep sea like yesterday. And, because of yesterday's scouting, plus Feng controlling the wind source propeller, today, this dive only took less than half of yesterday's time for Lin Xiao to reach the deepest seabed. The cabin also experienced a tremor again. In the darkness, the timid Feng couldn't help but softly cry. Xiaomi. After hearing that, Lin Xiao wanted to tease, but couldn't. Who told him he ended up with such a cowardly spiritual pet? He could only hold it in his arms in comfort. Good, don't be afraid. If you're scared now, what if I turn on the lights and let you see the deep sea dragon turtle? You'll faint for sure. Be strong. I'm counting on you to help me complete this task. Xiaomi. Feng weakly replied, but visibly nodded in action. Seems like it's still the same as always. For the sake of its master. No matter how frightened it is. Whenever the master needs it, Feng will still step up. Good. As long as it can do that, it's fine. Thus, in the next second, Lin Xiao started operating the miniature exploration submarine and turned on the lights. Through the viewport, the enormous body of the deep-sea dragon turtle appeared, startling Feng once again into crying. Xiaomi. Hearing that, Lin Xiao lowered his head with a meaningful smile, looking at Feng in his arms and said, what? Scared again? However, as soon as the words fell, Feng unusually pretended to be brave and defiantly cried out loudly. Xiaomi, as if protesting. I'm not scared at all. Seeing this, Lin Xiao chuckled again and said, if you're not scared, that's good. If you're not scared, then I'll give you some tasks. Listen carefully. Xiaomi. Feng softly responded once. Then, Lin Xiao took out the steamed fish Xiaolin had made yesterday from the material storage space, the one that allowed souls to swap. Seeing this, Feng thought Lin Xiao was giving it a treat, and immediately became excited, running around Lin Xiao while shouting, Xiaomi. Seeing this, Lin Xiao couldn't help but smile bitterly. Then he squatted down, holding the excited Feng firmly with both hands, and said, this isn't for you to eat. You don't need to look forward to it. In a moment, I'll take a few bites myself, then feed the rest to the deep-sea dragon turtle's mouth, to exchange souls with it. And there are 2 tasks for you to handle. First, after I exchange souls with the dragon turtle, you'll need to use wind magic to control and protect my body. Second, use the wind source propeller to pilot this submarine and closely follow the deep-sea dragon turtle. Understood. Xiaomi. Feng's response sounded somewhat weak. This made Lin Xiao a bit uneasy. After all, his own body would soon be entrusted to Feng, and Feng is a key part of this entire plan. If it messed up, the question of whether to get the dragon turtle's inner shell would be a minor issue. The major one is whether his soul could return smoothly. I really don't want to spend the rest of my life as a deep-sea turtle. Thinking of this, Lin Xiao dropped his playful expression. He then looked seriously into Feng's eyes and warned, Feng, this is a matter concerning my own body. You absolutely mustn't treat it lightly. But the result? Even after Lin Xiao had said this, Feng was still listless. Xiaomi. But this time, despite its usual dejection, Lin Xiao noticed something different. In its eyes, there was a fleeting gleam of cunning. So, everything just now had been an act. It was trying to take advantage of me because I didn't give it the steamed fish. What a guy? A traitor had been right beside me all along. Since that's the case, I'll show you as your master how superior I am to your petty schemes. Thinking this, Lin Xiao suddenly came up with a plan. He didn't confront Feng directly. Instead, he smiled and said, okay then, after we complete this mission, I'll reward you with 10 fish. How about that? Immediately after he spoke, Feng Feng's dejection vanished completely. Without hesitation, it enthusiastically nodded its head. Xiaomi. Seeing this, Lin Xiao watched it with a smile on his face while eating the plate of steamed fish that could enable soul exchange, and secretly cursed Feng in his heart. You rotten Feng. Already learning how to haggle with me. Wait until we finish this mission. Just wait until we get back. I'll make sure to give you a proper scolding. After saying this, Lin Xiao had just about finished eating. He then picked up the remaining steamed fish and stuffed it into an empty torpedo shell. Then he loaded the torpedo into the launcher of the miniature exploration submarine. Once everything was fully prepared, he piloted the miniature exploration submarine to face the deep-sea dragon turtle. However, the dragon turtle appeared to be fast asleep. So, Lin Xiao had no choice but to fire another torpedo from the submarine at the dragon turtle's face to wake it up. After all, the plan could only proceed after it was awake. Only then could it open its mouth and swallow the remaining steamed fish. Then, in the next second, a loud boom echoed underwater. The torpedo accurately struck the dragon turtle's face, and the deep-sea dragon turtle awakened, and from its reaction, it seemed to be noticeably furious. Chapter 87, Transformation, the Titanic Sea Monster. Look, without hesitation, it swung its huge claws, striking toward Lin Xiao. Seeing this, Lin Xiao didn't even think and immediately began maneuvering the submarine to escape. But, even with Feng Feng's assistance, even though the submarine was fast, even though they easily dodged the deep-sea dragon turtle's claws, disaster had not ended. Because this was not on land, but underwater. The Zhou dynasty was surrounded by seawater. Any movement of the massive deep-sea dragon turtle would create tremendous underwater currents, much less such a violent swing. It was like releasing a massive shockwave through the water, hitting Lin Xiao's mini reconnaissance submarine directly, causing it to lose control. The entire cabin spun like a tumble dryer. Inside the cabin, both Lin Xiao and Feng were like clothes in a washer, flipping and tossing endlessly with the violent rotation. Fortunately, Lin Xiao had trained his legs earlier. Relying on the power of the godly legs, he managed to plant his feet firmly during one brief moment of contact with the floor. Then he grabbed hold of a nearby rod, ensuring he wouldn't be thrown about by the cabin's movements. He then reached out to Feng. Feng, grab my hand. Xiaomi. Immediately after, Feng subtly manipulated wind magic, stabilizing himself before passing his small paw to Lin Xiao and diving into Lin Xiao's arms. After that, the two exhaled heavily, one breath after another. Phew, this guy looked so slow and sluggish. Didn't expect him to be so fierce. As he spoke, Lin Xiao glanced out the viewport. His face suddenly tightened and instantly corrected his previous words. He's not just kind of fierce. He's seriously ferocious. Behold, the massive deep-sea dragon turtle had tucked in all its limbs, except for one long tail remaining outside, resembling both a snake and a dragon, slithering skillfully in Lin Xiao's direction. If he got grazed even slightly, today would surely be their end beneath the sea. Thus, right after Lin Xiao spoke, he immediately rushed to the control panel, pushed the throttle lever all the way forward, and said to Feng, increase the speed of the wind source propeller to maximum. As soon as he spoke, Feng also knew this was no time to bargain, immediately pouring out the full strength of his wind magic. Only then did the mini reconnaissance submarine barely begin to pull away from the deep-sea dragon turtle. But the dragon turtle, frustrated at missing, roared furiously with anger. Rule war. The sound shook the water violently, making Feng hurriedly cover his ears. His wind magic consequently weakened a little. The submarine's speed dropped again. However, Lin Xiao, as a human, did not cover his ears. Despite his eardrums vibrating painfully, he did not cover them. Because, after finally waiting for the deep-sea dragon turtle to open its mouth, this opportunity could not be wasted. Therefore, Lin Xiao endured the immense discomfort brought by the deafening sound, stretched out his hand and smacked the control panel, firing the torpedo loaded with alchemical dishes. It flew straight into the throat of the deep-sea dragon turtle. Then, a boom sound rang out. The torpedo exploded within the dragon turtle's throat, and thus, the dragon turtle shut its mouth. Upon seeing this, Lin Xiao knew that it would not be long before his soul would exchange with the dragon turtle. Therefore, he quickly seized this brief moment of peace, while his soul still resided within his body, and shouted to Feng, a bit later, I will switch souls with that deep-sea dragon turtle. You must remember everything I told you earlier. Understood. After saying this, Lin Xiao saw Feng solemnly nod once. Then suddenly, a dizziness overtook him, like the world turned upside down. Hearing, sight, everything disappeared, as if he had fallen into a state of chaos. No one knew how long had passed. When Lin Xiao gradually regained his senses, he found himself in the deep sea. The mini reconnaissance submarine was right before him. Moreover, the heartbeat felt from his chest was much more powerful and intense than before. Looks like the soul exchange had succeeded. He wondered how his human body was doing. Feng should be able to handle it. Forget it. No time to think further. He had no idea how long it would take for this giant dragon turtle body to rise from the deep sea to the surface. There was no time to waste. Thinking thus, Lin Xiao imitated the way the deep-sea dragon turtle had looked earlier from the viewport, and drew in all his limbs. Only its long tail remained behind, swinging from side to side. It began swimming toward the shallower sea area. At the same time, he couldn't help but look back. He saw the mini reconnaissance submarine right behind him. Sticking closely, he felt relieved. and gradually shifted his attention to the strange sensation of transforming into a deep-sea dragon turtle. So, this is what it feels like to be a colossal beast. Haha, actually pretty awesome. The entire journey was smooth. Wherever he went, surrounding marine creatures would naturally make way. Plus, he felt an endless supply of energy within his body. If humans could possess such powerful bodies along with intelligent minds, it would be perfect. After the brief sigh, Lin Xiao stopped thinking further. Focusing his attention straight ahead, he continued steadily upward. Meanwhile, inside the mini reconnaissance submarine, what could be seen was Lin Xiao's physical body, possessed by the enraged dragon turtle's soul. His eyes were wide open in fury. His mouth stretched wide, constantly roaring. Even the veins on his neck bulged outward. Fortunately, before the soul exchange, Lin Xiao had the foresight. Feng Feng had already used wind magic to bind this body in advance. Otherwise, within the tight confines of the submarine cabin, Feng Feng alone might not have been able to handle the insane Lin Xiao. Just that, Lin Xiao's body, controlled by the furious dragon turtle soul, kept howling. The roars hurt Feng Feng's ears. And Feng Feng was merely a magical pet. His temperament not particularly stable. Thus, filled with anger, with a low growl, Kaiomi, he fired an air blast. It struck right onto the forehead of the deep-sea dragon turtle now in Lin Xiao's form, knocking him unconscious. The cabin finally fell silent. Feng Feng let out a long sigh of relief. Kaiomi, but the very next second, he suddenly realized something. That was his master's physical body. When the master's soul returned, he could only hope his master never found out what he did to his own body. Achoo! Lin Xiao, transformed into the deep-sea dragon turtle, sneezed, completely unaware of Feng Feng's actions. He found it oddly amusing. Haha, funny, even a huge sea monster like this sneezes. I must tell Xiaolin about this when I return. Chapter 88, The Cliff Like a Mirror. That's it. As time slowly passed, Lin Xiao, now in the form of a deep-sea dragon turtle, began gradually feeling sunlight reaching his eyes, which meant he was getting closer to the ocean surface. But, for Lin Xiao, this was still far from enough, because the water pressure down here was still extremely high. If he started attacking the deep-sea dragon turtle here to retrieve its inner armor, first, his human body wouldn't be able to withstand it for long. Second, with the dragon turtle's speed underwater, it would likely turn back towards the deep sea the moment their souls swapped. Then, if it truly returned to those ultra-high pressure depths, even with his arrowfish skin diving suit, Lin Xiao still wouldn't be able to follow, and everything would be in vain. Therefore, if he didn't want his plan to fail, he had to play it safe. He needed to keep moving toward shallower waters. So, once this decision was made, Lin Xiao didn't stop swishing his tail. Instead, he accelerated forward even faster. However, despite all his careful calculations, Lin Xiao had overlooked one thing. After swimming a bit longer, he suddenly felt a strange stomach pain. It felt exactly like the urge to excrete. Back when he was in his human body, could it possibly be that this deep-sea dragon turtle's body wanted to? Damn, this whole morning, aside from that one bite of steamed flatfish, he hadn't eaten anything else. How could this creature's digestion be so fast? Suddenly needing to go to the bathroom. If he really let it go, wouldn't my soul exchange in prematurely? Wouldn't my entire plan collapse? No way, absolutely not. At this thought, Lin Xiao desperately tried to hold it in. However, helplessly, this wasn't his body, nor was it human. Despite Lin Xiao using every trick he had to stop it, it was still of no use. He knew himself well. This method definitely wouldn't work anymore. The soul exchange would surely end prematurely here. Therefore, he had to change tactics. He needed to find a way to ensure that once the deep-sea dragon turtle's soul returned to its own body, it couldn't immediately dive back into the deep sea. Thinking this, the dragon turtle possessing Lin Xiao stopped moving upward. Instead, he looked around frantically. While surveying, he quickly brainstormed in his mind. If he could find a spot that could get this giant dragon turtle stuck, preventing it from escaping temporarily, wouldn't that stop it from returning to the deep sea immediately? Exactly. That's what I'll do. Conveniently, there's a sea cliff over there. I'll go check it out first. With his thoughts set, Lin Xiao turned around, fixing his gaze on that nearby cliff. Without hesitation, he darted straight towards it. And, while swimming, he couldn't help but silently pray inside. Please, there must be a spot there that can trap this huge beast. There must be. However, in the end, things didn't go as planned. When he arrived at the cliff's edge, his heart seemed to break along with it. There, the entire undersea cliff was one smooth, unbroken layer, standing upright like a perfectly polished mirror. Not only was there nowhere for such a massive dragon turtle to get stuck, even a small fish wouldn't find a gap to slip into. At this sight, Lin Xiao was completely stunned, internally panicking. My God, what should I do now? But just as the thought echoed in his mind, misfortunes never come singly. Again, that urgent pressure from his stomach returned, even stronger. Lin Xiao understood. This was the final notice of his mission's failure. He was about to switch souls back with the dragon turtle. Then it would immediately dive back into the depths, and there would be nothing he could do but watch it go. Roar. At the thought, his heart filled with frustration. Damn it. Everything was perfectly planned, and now I'm sabotaged by diarrhea. Where can I even complain about this? No, absolutely not. Like this. With growing anger, looking at that mirror-like cliff ahead, suddenly, for some unknown reason, an impulse surged within him. Damn you. You don't have a hole? Fine. I'll make one for you. With his mind made up, Lin Xiao ignored everything, charging forward with full power. Then, with a loud pong sound, His massive dragon turtle body slammed halfway into the cliff face, which had been as smooth as a mirror, now stuck, neither able to fully go in, nor to pull out. Just at this moment, the deep-sea dragon turtle expelled that bite of steamed flatfish. Just like that, the connection between Lin Xiao and the deep-sea dragon turtle's soul was severed. Thus, just like this. After a moment of chaos and upheaval, Lin Xiao and the deep-sea dragon turtle's souls each returned to their own bodies. The dragon turtle returned to the cliffside crater it had created. Lin Xiao returned to the cabin of the mini reconnaissance submersible. Immediately, he gave an order to Feng Feng. Feng Feng, I'm back. Help me undo this wind magic binding me. Jimmy. After Feng Feng responded with a call, it quickly retracted the wind magic, freeing Lin Xiao's hands and feet. Now able to pick up the book, he was preparing to take out the arrowfish skin diving suit from the material storage space. But just then, Lin Xiao suddenly felt a sharp pain in his forehead. He immediately stopped flipping through the book and instinctively held his forehead. Ugh, why does it hurt so much? Is it the aftermath of controlling the dragon turtle crashing into the cliff, or... At this point, Lin Xiao turned his gaze toward Feng Feng. His tone and eyes suddenly became sharp and intense. Or is it because you didn't properly take care of my body? This sentence fell right into Feng Feng's trap. Moreover, with its level of cultivation, it wasn't capable of remaining completely calm and emotionless. Therefore, it could only quickly shake its head and stutter nervously. Jummy. But the facts were already right in front of them. How could Lin Xiao believe its excuses? However, at the moment, he simply didn't have time to deal with it. Thus, Lin Xiao left behind the words, "We'll settle this later." Then put on the arrowfish skin diving suit, grabbed the appropriate tools, exited the cabin of the mini reconnaissance submersible, and entered the vast ocean. At the same time, at that very moment, Lin Xiao instantly felt the intense underwater pressure pressing in from all directions. Even though he was wearing the arrowfish skin diving suit, it was still difficult to maintain steady breathing. It felt like, as if countless hands were grabbing his body, then wringing him out like a towel, as if trying to crush every organ and bone inside him. In just a few short seconds, Lin Xiao felt several times over as if he would pass out. But in the end, he held on. Chapter 89 obtained the deep-sea dragon turtle's inner shell. Because he knew, unless he obtained the inner shell of the deep-sea dragon turtle, no matter how much suffering he endured would all be in vain. Thus, he forced himself upright with sheer willpower, and headed straight toward the deep-sea dragon turtle wedged in the cliffside with the help of his arrowfish skin diving suit. It was clear that the deep-sea dragon turtle, stuck and desperate to escape, was swinging its tail wildly without caution, smashing the surrounding cliffs into a fractured, cracked mess. Just imagine the sheer power behind that tail. If struck even once, death wouldn't be a distant possibility. Disability would be the least of it. Thus, Lin Xiao endured the pain throughout his body, pausing for a moment to observe. After roughly 3 to 5 seconds, he had roughly determined the movement pattern of the dragon turtle's tail. Then, when an opportunity arose, he seized it immediately, activating the maximum speed that the arrowfish skin diving suit could provide. In the blink of an eye, Lin Xiao slipped through, smoothly dodging the sweeping tail of the deep-sea dragon turtle and entering into its shell. Inside, the deep-sea dragon turtle was enormous. Its shell was like a vast cave. The empty space between the inner shell, flesh, and outer shell was even larger than the current M7021 island. However, Lin Xiao had no time to marvel. He had to get out before the dragon turtle broke free of its entrapment. Thus, without hesitation, Lin Xiao pulled out the magnetic drill enchanted alloy shears from his material storage space. This magnetic drill enchanted alloy shears gleamed with a silvery gold hue, and the blade edges, enchanted with magnetic drill, were incredibly sharp, as if they could cut through anything like paper with effortless ease. After all, this was specially prepared by Lin Xiao precisely for the dragon turtle's thick shell, and his efforts did not disappoint. Lin Xiao gripped the handle, pushed both hands together. With one swift cut, a huge tear was made through the inner shell, over a meter thick. However, before Lin Xiao could even feel pleased by the effectiveness of the magnetic drill enchanted alloy shears, the deep-sea dragon turtle, struck with intense pain from the cut to its inner shell, suddenly writhed and broke free from the cliffside. Then, in the next second, the deep-sea dragon turtle, as Lin Xiao had predicted earlier, didn't hesitate for a moment before diving downward headfirst into the abyss of the sea. As for Lin Xiao, though inside the dragon turtle's shell, he didn't feel much of the force from the sudden movement. But the situation was not promising either. As the dragon turtle dove deeper, Lin Xiao could clearly sense the pressure, already unbearable, increasing to an even greater intensity. His body, organs, and bones all ached as if being pierced to the marrow. He was well aware, if things continued like this, he would certainly die. But the inner shell was practically within reach. At that thought, Lin Xiao gritted his teeth, steeled himself, and once again endured the intense pain surging throughout his body. He raised the massive, magnetic drill enchanted alloy shears, and following the previously made slit, made another quick cut, directly severing a piece of the inner shell from the dragon turtle's body. The deep-sea dragon turtle let out a furious roar from the pain. Roar! This sound was unbearable even to Feng Feng at a distance. She quickly covered her ears with both small paws. So just imagine how Lin Xiao felt, who wasn't just close to the turtle, but inside it. As the sound came, Lin Xiao felt his already pain-racked head instantly feel like it was boiling. Then, his consciousness went blank, and then disappeared altogether. He fainted. His entire body lost its strength from fainting, and he fell out of the shell of the deep-sea dragon turtle, drifting in the vast ocean like plankton. At that moment, a saw-toothed octopus monster noticed the unconscious Lin Chao. Without hesitation, it swam over with claws like saw blades, intending to slice Lin Chao into pieces, then devour him slowly. However, just as one of the saw blade claws was about to cut open Lin Chao's abdomen, Feng Feng sensed it. Without thinking, she immediately cast wind magic on the exterior of the mini reconnaissance submarine, generating countless sharp wind blades, howling toward the octopus monster. Before the octopus could react, it was sliced into pieces by several consecutive wind blades and killed instantly, especially the claw that had reached toward Lin Chao. It was smashed beyond recognition, and even the severed limbs fell onto Lin Chao's body. It couldn't possibly harm Lin Chao in any way. Then, Feng Feng, controlling the wind source propeller, maneuvered the mini reconnaissance submarine over to Lin Chao's unconscious body. With the flow of the current, she pulled him back into the cabin. Looking at Lin Chao, his chest was gently rising and falling, clearly breathing. But he showed no signs of waking up anytime soon. This nearly made Feng Feng panic, thinking that Lin Chao might be dying. So, in desperation, Feng Feng threw herself onto Lin Chao, crying softly and whimpering as she began casting gentle wind element magic, trying desperately to heal him. Soon, with the combined effects of the wind magic and the holy water of the source, Lin Chao gradually regained consciousness. He could feel the soft, fuzzy warmth of Feng Feng's fur, hear her gentle and adorable voice. Kaiomi, Kaiomi. His eyes fluttered open, and he was finally awake, seeing her master return from the dead. Feng Feng became ecstatic with joy, expressing her emotions openly and without restraint. She began rubbing her face against Lin Chao's. This left Lin Chao deeply moved, so much so that he completely forgot about all the grievances he had planned to settle with her. So, he wrapped his arms around Feng Feng and gently said, "Thank you, Feng Feng." Kaiomi. After enjoying a brief moment of warm, emotional affection between master and pet, Lin Chao suddenly thought of a more practical matter. So, he tentatively asked Feng Feng with a cautious tone, "By the way, to be honest, you saved me back there. But did you also bring back the deep-sea dragon turtle's inner shell?" The moment the words left his mouth, Feng Feng turned her head and raised her little hand, pointing toward the area beneath the control panel of the mini reconnaissance submarine. Lin Chao followed her direction with his eyes, and indeed saw the piece of deep-sea dragon turtle inner shell he had risked his life to obtain. So, filled with excitement, Lin Chao hugged Feng Feng once again, putting all past grudges aside as he spoke. "Feng Feng, you're truly my best Feng Feng. When we return this time, I'll reward you even more. I'll give you 20 fish at once. And I guarantee each one will be big, fresh fish. How does that sound? Kaiomi, Kaiomi." Chapter 90, The Soul-Captivating Taming Box. Just as Lin Chao and Feng Feng were embracing each other in celebration, Xiao Lin, as if sharing a psychic connection with Lin Chao, sent a private message through the chat room function. "How are things on your end?" Obviously, this was because Lin Chao hadn't reported in all morning. Xiao Lin had become worried. Thus, Lin Chao immediately began typing a message in the chat room, honestly, yet briefly relaying the situation. "Things are going pretty well here. I just obtained the deep-sea dragon turtle's inner shell, and we're celebrating with Feng Feng. After this, I'll just grab the gas sack from the balloon sea monster on the way back, then I can go home." Alright. Knowing that Lin Chao was safe, Xiao Lin's replies became lighter in tone. "Then continue with what you're doing. I won't disturb you. But remember to report in regularly." "Alright, I understand. I promise I won't let you worry like this again." "Okay." With that, Lin Chao closed the book in his hands. Then he turned to Feng Feng and said, "Let's head back. Might as well see if we can run into the balloon sea monster along the way." Jimmy. And so, the two of them once again controlled their respective devices, one maneuvering the mini recon submarine body, the other piloting the wind source propeller, and began heading toward the shallow sea area. But whether it was psychological or real, Lin Chao felt as though a long time had passed without them reaching the shallow waters. Therefore, he glanced sideways at Feng Feng with a frown. "Feng Feng, why does it feel like the return trip is taking longer than the dive-in?" But instead of agreeing, Feng Feng simply shook her head cutely, making soft, jummy sounds. After hearing and seeing this, Lin Chao understood. Fine. If you, who are so pure-minded, didn't notice anything, then it must be my own impatience causing this illusion. Well then, let me find something to do to pass the time." With that, Lin Chao looked around, then opened the book in his hands once more, only to notice he hadn't checked the blueprint he had received upon logging in this morning. So, he simply reached out and clicked open the blueprint description box, starting to read carefully. Taming Box Blueprint. Learnable. Once learned, you can acquire the crafting formula for the Taming Box in the general crafting menu. Taming Box, an ancient magical artifact. It has the power to captivate the soul. Any creature placed inside will be tamed, and upon successful taming, the creature will obey the tamer unconditionally, even sacrificing its life. The size of the box, however, depends on the tamer's magical power. The taming time and success rate are determined by comparing the willpower and magical strength of both tamer and target. If the target's will and magical proficiency far surpass the tamer's, a backlash effect may occur. After finishing the read, Lin Chao nodded thoughtfully. This item would likely be useful for building my homeworld celestial body in the future. After all, besides me, Xiao Lin, Feng Feng, and Xiao Dai, the planet still needed other life forms. Otherwise, it would be too monotonous. But I only have level 1 life magic now. I wonder how large the box will be after crafting. Anyway, it shouldn't be larger than this cabin. Thinking this, his curiosity drove him to try it out immediately. Thus, he reached out and clicked the Learn button within the blueprint description box, adding the crafting recipe for the taming box, and then navigated to the universal crafting interface for inspection. There it read, New, taming box, 39212/24 wood, 1042/6 amethysts, 1947/6 shadow souls, 108482/8 iron ingots. Lin Chao not only had all the materials required, he had plenty of them. So why not build it? Thus, in the next second, he loudly gave the orders into the book as instructed by the crafting formula. Add 24 wood. Add 6 amethysts. Add 6 shadow souls. Add 8 iron ingots. As the words left his mouth, all materials were ready. But Lin Chao did not immediately issue the crafting command. Instead, he thought to himself, although I don't have much magical power now, I can't be certain the taming box built will be smaller than the cabin of the mini recon submarine. If, by any chance, my guess is wrong, and the resulting taming box ends up breaking through the mini recon submarine when created, that would be a self-inflicted disaster indeed. Thus, thinking this, he hesitated. Lin Chao turned his gaze toward the front of the mini recon submarine, visible through the viewport. Then, he spoke out the order again. Select placement location. Craft. The moment the words left his mouth, the prepared materials suddenly appeared out of thin air before the viewport. Then, the amethysts and shadow souls melted into a wisp of black mist, enveloping all the materials within, and swirling like a vortex, churning violently. At the same time, even though Lin Chao was separated by a viewing window, he could clearly feel the soul-seizing power of ancient magic and shadow magic emanating from it. Like this. After about 30 to 50 seconds, the swirling black mist began to dissipate gradually until it completely vanished, revealing the wood and iron ingots that had been wrapped inside. What appeared before them was now fully infused with the power of amethysts and shadow souls. The ordinary yellow wooden box had transformed into a magical black-purple enchanted wood box shimmering with otherworldly light. Just looking at it caused one's mind to feel dizzy and disoriented, as if losing one's senses. Moreover, the size of the taming box they had crafted wasn't particularly large nor small. It was just big enough to contain a fully grown adult male. Regarding this, Lin Chao felt quite satisfied, so he simply retracted the box from outside the viewport into his inventory. Then, while continuing to ascend, he began to imagine how he could use this taming box to enrich his future homeworld celestial body. With such thoughts, Lin Chao's mood became cheerful, and suddenly time seemed to speed up. It felt like not long after thinking about it, the mini recon submarine had already reached the shallow sea area, which was precisely the territory where the balloon sea monster roamed. Thus, Lin Chao stood up. He adjusted the ballast tank of the mini recon submarine to the neutral buoyancy setting. Then he turned to Feng Feng and said, "There's no need to continue ascending. I'm going out for a bit. Just follow me in the submarine. We'll circle around this sea area. Let's see if we can run into the balloon sea monster." After hearing this, Feng Feng responded with an obedient "Jummy." Then, she adjusted her control of the wind source propeller, using wind magic, successfully maintaining the mini recon submarine at a steady horizontal level underwater, just as Lin Chao had instructed. At the same time, Lin Chao took out the aero mackerel leather diving suit and the magic fishing rod. Chapter 91. The Tame Balloon Sea Monster. Exiting from the cabin of the mini submarine. Then, as Lin Chao was thinking about the balloon sea monster, he casually cast out the magic fishing rod. Like this, the hook of the magic fishing rod began searching for the balloon sea monster. Meanwhile, Lin Chao started wandering around the seabed. Like this, approximately 3 to 5 minutes passed. The hook of the magic fishing rod returned, fully loaded. However, Lin Chao furrowed his brows in confusion. Where is the balloon sea monster? Looking at the hook, it was full of fragments resembling broken plastic. Not a single trace of the balloon sea monster remained. Afterwards, Lin Chao couldn't help but lower his gaze and ponder. Could it be that the hook of the magic fishing rod was too sharp? That upon contact with the balloon sea monster, it had punctured it instantly, which caused it to become like this. If that's the case, then using the magic fishing rod to fish it out would not work. He could only catch it himself personally. Thinking of this, Lin Chao turned back and said to Feng Feng inside the mini submarine, "Follow me." Then, he once again focused his thoughts on the balloon sea monster, before swinging out the magic fishing rod in his hand. The next second, the hook of the magic fishing rod flew out once again. But this time, Lin Chao didn't just let it go by itself. Instead, he used the ability of the aero mackerel leather diving suit, and followed quickly at an incredible speed. Soon, Lin Chao saw a cluster of balloon-shaped sea creatures nearby. Surely, they must be the balloon sea monsters. Therefore, Lin Chao immediately retracted the magic fishing rod. In this way, using the magic fishing rod as a guide, he could locate the balloon sea monster as quickly as possible, at the same time, preventing it from being harmed again by the hook of the fishing rod. A perfect solution. I'm such a genius. Feeling smug, Lin Chao twisted his body and swam forward. Then, taking advantage of the monster's lack of alertness, he directly grabbed it with one hand, and said with a grin, "Huh, this was easy. Now I can go home." But as he was speaking, Lin Chao's grin suddenly froze, because he abruptly felt something like a chemical reaction happening inside the balloon sea monster he was holding. It was rapidly inflating. His sixth sense also told him something unpleasant seemed about to happen. Thus, without much thought, out of instinct, He immediately threw away the balloon sea monster in his hand, then fled backward at the fastest speed possible. As a result, in the next second, Lin Xiao heard a series of deafening explosions behind him. At the same time, he felt successive shockwaves sweeping over him. Looking back at this moment, it seemed as if the explosion of that single balloon sea monster had triggered a chain reaction. All of the balloon sea monsters began to explode. The scene was even comparable to the magma rocks explosion caused by magma moths. Seeing this, Lin Xiao couldn't help but feel his legs go weak and heart pound in fear. If he had hesitated even half a second earlier, he would have definitely been blown into pieces. Thinking of this, Lin Xiao couldn't help but take a deep breath, huff, to help regulate his emotions and calm himself down, so he could proceed with analyzing the balloon sea monster. Judging from this, those fragments retrieved by the magic fishing rod earlier were likely not due to being pierced by the hook. Rather, this creature, much like the bees in his original world, would retaliate in a suicidal manner when encountering danger. Therefore, according to this logic, to catch it, he must not startle it. However, this posed a paradox, given the creature's nature. Earlier, even just holding it in his hand had nearly gotten him blown up. What other method did he have that wouldn't alarm it? Unless it mistook him as one of its own. One of its own kind? One of its own kind. Thoughts pausing here. Lin Xiao's eyes flashed with realization. A term immediately surfaced in his mind. Taming box. That's right. Its size is small enough to fit inside the taming box. I can use the taming box to tame it as my pet. It would consider me one of its own. Won't it then no longer easily explode when I touch it? That's exactly it. Definitely. After speaking, Lin Xiao took out the magic fishing rod, using the same old method once again to locate a group of balloon sea monsters. Immediately afterwards, he took out the taming box. Targeting a solitary balloon sea monster, he placed it inside. As the creature was sealed inside the taming box, in that very first moment, it instinctively tried to inflate and self-detonate. However, immediately after, the black smoke released from the purplish-black wood around the taming box entered its body. It then shrank back down. At the same time, it turned its head and looked at Lin Xiao. Seeing this, Lin Xiao believed in his heart that the balloon sea monster had been successfully tamed. However, a cautious man never gets shipwrecked. To prevent another accident, Lin Xiao did not rush over recklessly. Instead, he retrieved the taming box into his material storage space, allowing the balloon sea monster to return to freedom. Then he planned to observe how it would act. Shortly afterward, the balloon sea monster wobbled its puffed-up body and drifted slowly toward Lin Xiao. After seeing this, Lin Xiao still didn't hastily reach out to grab it. Instead, he kept the maximum distance and stretched out a finger to poke it. Unexpectedly, the next second, the balloon sea monster actually rubbed its smooth skin affectionately against Lin Xiao's fingertip. Its manner was exactly the same as Feng Fang's when it was showing affection. At this moment, Lin Xiao could now be absolutely certain. This balloon sea monster was 100% tamed by him. Therefore, he immediately took out the magnetic drill enchanted alloy scissors, preparing to kill it and take its air sac. But, at the very moment when his hand moved to strike, looking at its intimate behavior toward him, Lin Xiao suddenly felt his heart soften. He just couldn't bring himself to do it. After all, it was now regarding him with the utmost loyalty as its master. Could he really destroy such loyalty with his own hands? Thinking of this, Lin Xiao couldn't help but clutch his head in inner conflict. Oh no. If I don't tame it, I cannot obtain its air sac. But if I do tame it, I can't bear to kill it. What should I do? As the words fell, the balloon sea monster swayed and floated in front of Lin Xiao. From the introduction provided by the taming box, Lin Xiao also knew the tamed balloon sea monster would willingly offer its life. But he still couldn't do it. Finally, he simply waved his hand at the monster and said, "You can go. I won't kill you." But just after finishing his words, the balloon sea monster suddenly deflated, and from its rear, it spat out a bag-like object. Seeing this, Lin Xiao was shocked. He immediately asked in a loud voice, "Did you willingly spit out your air sac for me?" Chapter 92 Astronaut Suit Through Magical Craftsmanship. The words had barely settled. The deflated balloon monster simply nodded. When Lin Xiao saw this, though surprised, he continued asking, "Then what are you going to do? You won't have oxygen supply without the air sac." "No way. Hurry up and take back the air sac. I can't let you die like this." After saying this, Lin Xiao pushed the balloon monster's air sac back. But, instead of sucking it in, the balloon monster shook its deflated body and swam upwards. Seeing this, Lin Xiao didn't understand why, so he could only follow, waiting for a chance to help should it encounter danger. Thus, following closely, Lin Xiao and the balloon monster soon reached the sea surface. Then, in the next second, after the balloon monster floated out of the water, it began to inhale the air fiercely. Its entire body inflated again due to taking in excessive air. Witnessing this scene, Lin Xiao suddenly realized, "So you actually have more than one air sac. After giving me one, you can still use the other for oxygen supply." "Shushu." The balloon monster nodded in response. Lin Xiao's sense of guilt lessened a lot. "That's a relief. At least it won't cause you fatal harm." "Shushu." Then, Lin Xiao looked at the balloon monster and continued asking, "Do you want to come with me now, or go back to find your kind?" Right after he spoke, the balloon monster didn't give Lin Xiao a verbal reply. Instead, it demonstrated its choice in action. It let out a little air slightly, then floated quickly to Lin Xiao's side from the water surface. Seeing this, Lin Xiao smiled and spoke, "Fine. Since you've chosen me, I might as well domesticate you as my pet. Then I will take full responsibility for you from now on." "Shushu." After saying this, Lin Xiao, having collected both materials, held the balloon monster and returned to the mini exploration submarine, then headed straight back to Island M7021. Here, this is our home. He placed the balloon monster in the nearby sea and said, "Don't worry. It's absolutely safe here. Just feel free to swim around. If you encounter any problems, just come to the island anytime." Shushu. After saying that, the balloon monster dived down, disappearing from Lin Chao's sight, submerging into the sea. Lin Chao didn't pay more attention to it, and with Feng Feng, returned to the villa, then softly said, "I'm back." However, before the words fully settled, Xiaolin was already rushing down from upstairs, surprised, and immediately asked Lin Chao, "Wait, you just told me not long ago that you had just obtained the deep-sea dragon turtle's inner armor? How come you're back so quickly? Did you get the balloon monster's air sac?" After hearing this, Lin Chao revealed a faint smile, then casually took out the two items and placed them before Xiaolin. "Here, this is the deep-sea dragon turtle's inner armor, and this is the balloon monster's air sac. Both materials are complete, none missing." After he spoke, Xiaolin's eyes immediately shone with excitement. Her gaze at Lin Chao changed from the usual affection to admiration and adoration. "Wow, how did you do this in such a short time?" "Haha, of course, it's all thanks to this." Lin Chao pointed to his head with a smile. "Also, don't you know who your man is? Do you really need to be surprised about this? Basic operation, nothing special." Right. Xiaolin was both amused and exasperated by Lin Chao. Then she looked again at the two materials, softly asked Lin Chao, "Shall we then proceed to make the astronaut suit according to the crafting recipe?" "No." Lin Chao shook his head in reply. "I have other plans for them." "Other plans?" Xiaolin heard this and felt puzzled, so she continued to question. "Does that mean you don't plan to make the astronaut suit anymore?" "No." Lin Chao shook his head again, then explained carefully to Xiaolin, "I definitely will make the astronaut suit, but I won't do it according to the book. I will use a different method. If I'm correct, the astronaut suit made through my method will definitely be better." "Your method?" "Exactly." Lin Chao smiled, reaching out to gently stroke Xiaolin's nose that still looked confused. "Just wait and see." After saying this, he stored the two materials back into his material storage space, then turned around and walked to the imitation leather weaving machine in a nearby room. He respectively placed half of the deep-sea dragon turtle's inner armor and half of the balloon monster's air sac on top of it. The next second, the imitation leather weaving machine began to operate. Crafting with magical craftsmanship, it stitched together the two materials that seemingly had nothing in common. Thus, before long, a seemingly light and thin full-body suit was woven and completed. Lin Chao picked it up and put it on himself. The next second, he revealed a smile filled with pleasant surprise, yet not unexpected, because, once worn, the suit looked exactly as it appeared to the naked eye. It was indeed light and thin, providing absolutely no sense of restriction. You could say the imitation leather weaving machine perfectly captured the balloon monster's lightweight characteristic. But that's not all. Despite its thinness, the suit was also very rigid, just like the shell of the deep-sea dragon turtle, protecting the wearer from any external pressure. Finally, even within this completely sealed outfit, Lin Chao didn't feel the slightest breathlessness, because upon close observation, countless densely packed small air sacs covered the suit. Presumably, it must have been the imitation leather weaving machine, incorporating the characteristics of the balloon monster. These tiny air sacs likely contained highly purified oxygen to supply the wearer's breathing needs. Therefore, Lin Chao's plan was indeed correct. Rather than handing the deep-sea dragon turtle's inner armor and the balloon monster's air sac to the book, and letting the book create an ordinary astronaut suit using standard craftsmanship, it was far better to give the materials to the imitation leather weaving machine, which possessed magical craftsmanship. Letting the imitation leather weaving machine fuse the two materials together, while simultaneously infusing the characteristics of both the deep-sea dragon turtle and the balloon monster. Thus, an astronaut suit crafted with magical craftsmanship was completed. Its performance surpassed that of an ordinary astronaut suit by an immeasurable degree. Therefore, after the first success, Lin Chao pressed forward while the iron was hot. He placed the remaining half of the deep-sea dragon turtle's inner armor and balloon monster's air sac onto the imitation leather weaving machine. Soon enough, the astronaut suit made for Xiaolin was also successfully completed. Lin Chao then took it and returned to the small villa to find Xiaolin. "Xiaolin, come and try on this astronaut suit I made." Chapter 93, A Hard-Earned Ending. "Okay, I'm coming right away." Xiaolin happily responded with delight, and then hurriedly trotted over with a series of de footsteps. However, when she actually arrived and saw this spacesuit in Lin Chao's hand with her own eyes, the joyful expression on her face froze. It even looked somewhat incredulous. Is this a spacesuit? I remember spacesuits being thick and heavy, more like robotic armor. How come yours looks more like a tight-fitting ballet outfit? Can this really withstand the pressure of a vacuum environment? And also, how is the oxygen supply?" Lin Chao had anticipated all of Xiaolin's concerns. After all, she was an ordinary person who had barely been exposed to magic. It was natural for her to be full of questions when encountering things inexplicable by common sense. Besides, explaining these doubts verbally would take quite some time and would not easily clarify everything. Therefore, Lin Chao thought it might be better to simply let her try it on. This way, all her doubts would be immediately resolved. Thus, in the next second, only to be interrupted by Lin Chao cutting in mid-sentence. He then raised the spacesuit and handed it to her, saying, "All right, instead of asking me so many questions, why don't you just try it on?" "Well, okay." After Xiaolin reluctantly agreed, She reached out and accepted the garment, then put it on herself. Then, after she had fully dressed, Lin Xiao saw the change in Xia Lin's facial expression through the semi-transparent suit. That transition from doubt to shock, then to astonishment and joy. Evidently, Lin Xiao's decision had been correct. Practice had already successfully resolved all her doubts. Thus, he smiled and asked her, "How is it? This suit isn't bad, right?" "Not bad at all. Extremely good," Xia Lin answered delightedly. "It feels like entering an entirely different environment. And also, there's absolutely no feeling of restriction when moving. It's countless times better than traditional spacesuits. Absolutely amazing." After she finished speaking, Xia Lin couldn't help looking left and right curiously, clearly expressing her affection and fascination with the spacesuit. Seeing this, Lin Xiao simply smiled and asked, "How is it? Do you want to try taking a rocket ride wearing this suit?" As soon as the words left his mouth, Xia Lin immediately stopped all movements. Not until half a moment later did she slowly lift her head to look at Lin Xiao like a rusty robot, asking stiffly in return, "All right now." "Yes," Lin Xiao replied casually, a stark contrast to Xia Lin's stiffness. "You've always wanted to ride a rocket and take a look around, right? We've already delayed for 2 days." But, while speaking, Xia Lin's expression shifted evasively, as if afraid of something. It's too sudden. I haven't prepared yet. What if you wait a little while longer for me to get used to it?" Seeing Xia Lin's look, Lin Xiao instantly saw through her heart. Therefore, in the next second, Lin Xiao decisively reached out and grabbed Xia Lin's wrist without hesitation, then proceeded to pull her along. And, as he walked, he said, "If I don't push you to take this step, even after 100 days of getting used to it, you still wouldn't dare to come with me." Lin Xiao's words hit the nail on the head, leaving Xia Lin speechless. She had no choice but to follow like a helpless lamb in the mouth of a tiger, being dragged by Lin Xiao toward the rocket launcher. This time, the rocket did not stop Lin Xiao and Xia Lin from approaching. Instead, it began to run pre-launch checks. Ding. Performing safety check. Please wait. Spacesuit quality check. Passed. Power source quality check. Passed. Rocket body quality check. Passed. Ding. All checks completed. All systems are confirmed safe and normal provided no accidents occur. The rocket is ready for use. During this time, Lin Xiao and Xia Lin were both tense and nervous, fearing another malfunction that might prevent the launch. Fortunately, after the final chime sounded, the rocket's cabin door hissed with a PSSSH, then opened to welcome the two aboard. Seeing this, Lin Xiao couldn't help but let out a sigh. Truly a hard-earned success. Finally able to board. "Ladies first. You go ahead." After saying this, Lin Xiao slightly shifted his body, making way for Xia Lin. Upon seeing this, Xia Lin smiled gently and replied, "In that case, I won't be polite." Thus, Xia Lin was the first to enter the rocket cabin. Lin Xiao followed closely behind and walked in as well. Then, they both simultaneously let out a sigh. Heaven. Looking around, they realized this high-density alloy dual-occupant rocket was completely incomparable to the mini-combat ship or the mini-reconnaissance submarine. Inside the cabin, besides 2 seats and a large screen, there was a whole ring of densely packed control panels and small screens. Seeing this, Xia Lin couldn't help but stare in disbelief and said, "So many control panels. Do you even know how to operate them? Maybe we should forget it for tonight. We'd probably need at least 2 days just to figure out how to fly this rocket." But as soon as she finished speaking, Lin Xiao firmly insisted, "No, I said we're flying today, and today we will fly. Just sit still and behave." "Okay then." After saying that, Xia Lin obediently sat down in the seat as instructed by Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao then began wandering around in front of all the control panels, because, based on his previous creations like the mini-combat ship and the mini-reconnaissance submarine, not to mention the already scrapped mini-nuclear reactor, although the underlying principles were complicated, at the end of each manual, there was always a strong effort made to simplify operation and controls. Therefore, Lin Xiao firmly believed that there must be some button in this high-density alloy dual-occupant rocket that could activate one-touch autonomous flight. With that belief, he brushed past the engine chamber temperature gauge, the wiring temperature indicator, external pressure monitor, cabin pressure gauge, radar monitor, navigation route planning display, and numerous other instruments filled with information he didn't understand at all. Time passed steadily. Who knew how long had gone by? Xia Lin suddenly stood up from the seat and said to Lin Xiao, "How about this? You keep studying over here. I'll go back first and cook dinner. We can't both stay here until we starve, right?" Hearing this, Lin Xiao thought that Xia Lin actually had a point. Thus, he nodded in agreement and said, "Fine, you go ahead then. If I figure it out, I'll come find you." Chapter 94, A Journey Beyond the Skies. Xia Lin nodded in agreement. Then he started to leave the rocket cabin. But just at that moment, because Xia Lin had left, Lin Xiao suddenly noticed a red button on the side of Xia Lin's seat. Without thinking twice, he leaned over to examine it. The result was, the nameplate above the button read, "Autopilot Control Button." Isn't this exactly what I was looking for? Amazed and delighted, Lin Xiao immediately shouted loudly toward the cabin door for Xia Lin. "Xia Lin, I found the way to start the rocket." Upon hearing this, Xia Lin immediately returned from outside. Then he looked at Lin Xiao and asked, Really, look here." Saying so, Lin Xiao pointed his finger toward that red button beside the seat. Xia Lin looked in that direction and saw the nameplate next to the red button, Autopilot Control Button. Yet after that, her expression wasn't as happy as Lin Xiao's. Seeing this, Lin Xiao understood she was still uneasy about riding a rocket. Most likely she was already thinking of excuses to back out. Realizing this, Lin Xiao devised a trick in his mind. So, before Xiaolin could speak, he directly and bluntly exposed her thoughts. But, you were going to say that we still can't be sure if this button is the actual start button, right? Caught in the act, Xiaolin's face showed a bit of embarrassment. Then she mumbled, trying to come up with more words to evade. But how could Lin Xiao give her that chance? Just then, before Xiaolin could speak again, Lin Xiao gave her absolutely no opportunity, immediately pressing forward. He continued speaking on his own. Don't worry. This button is definitely right. And even if something goes wrong, I can still bring you safely back here from the sky. Just relax. Now go to the co-pilot seat beside you and fasten your seatbelt. We are about to depart. After Lin Xiao finished speaking, he saw that Xiaolin had not moved. Instead, she stood there, stunned and motionless. It seemed she had been scared stiff. But it didn't matter. It was just because she couldn't accept the situation yet. Once they flew up in the rocket, and let her see the outside scenery, she would return to normal. Thinking this, Lin Xiao stood up and walked over. He placed both hands on Xiaolin's shoulders, forced her to sit in the co-pilot seat, and personally fastened her seatbelt. Next, Lin Xiao did the same when he sat in the main pilot's seat. At this point, everything was ready. He placed his hand on the red button beside the seat. Then he glanced sideways at Xiaolin and asked, "Are you ready?" "No. Let me get used to this for a while, okay?" Xiaolin replied nervously. Lin Xiao smiled playfully and said, "No, because I'm already ready." Having said that, Lin Xiao pressed the red button with a firm push of his hand. Immediately afterward, an electronic voice echoed throughout the cabin. "Autopilot mode is ready. Please." The pilot selects a general destination. As the voice faded, a control stick popped out from the seat between Lin Xiao's legs. Lin Xiao grabbed it and moved it left and right. The cursor on the large screen began to follow its movements accordingly. Seeing this, Lin Xiao immediately understood that this stick was meant for selecting the destination. Thus, he used the joystick to choose a destination that was neither too near nor too far, then confirmed the selection. Subsequently, the electronic voice echoed again within the cabin. "Destination confirmed. Autopilot route has been displayed on the large screen. This trip will take about 50 minutes. Now beginning launch countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. At the exact moment the countdown ended, Lin Xiao, sitting inside the rocket cabin, distinctly felt the elemental power unit beginning to release energy gradually, pushing the rocket to lift slowly into the air. As for Xiaolin, she was so frightened by the sensation that she pressed her back tightly against the chair, eyes tightly closed, lips pressed together, as if even daring not to breathe. However, that sensation was merely the beginning. What followed immediately after was the real highlight. Suddenly, the instrument panel around the power module saw all its pointers swing from one side to the other at once, indicating that the elemental power unit had been fully activated. Then, sufficient power was released from the elemental power unit, directly propelling this high-density alloy two-seater rocket far beyond the clouds and into the heavens. Even though her body was protected by the high-pressure oxygen-rich soft armor, crafted from the dual materials of deep-sea dragon turtles' inner shell and balloon sea monsters' air sacs, she could still feel an irresistible sense of weightlessness. At this moment, Lin Xiao glanced sideways at Xiaolin again. He saw that her nose seemed to have issued a gathering command. All the facial features on her face had bunched together. In fact, because her eyes were shut so tightly, tears had even squeezed out. Lin Xiao felt both amused and helpless. He couldn't help but tease her. "Huh, look at you. What's wrong with me?" Xiaolin responded to Lin Xiao verbally, but still dared not open her eyes. So, Lin Xiao continued laughing as he spoke. "Just my luck not having a camera right now. If I had one, I'd definitely capture this awkward moment of yours." "You." Upon hearing this, Xiaolin became even more flustered. Yet, she was too scared to open her eyes. She could only vent her frustration through words. "You have the nerve to laugh. Isn't all of this your fault?" Even then, Lin Xiao didn't get angry. Instead, he smiled and teased playfully. All right, it's my fault. But, you're only blaming me right now. When things stabilize and you see the vast view outside, you'll be saying, 'Honey, you're so great,' and 'Thank you, honey,' every other word." After hearing Lin Xiao's teasing words, Xiaolin's face couldn't help but blush. Then, after letting out an annoyed snort-like sound, she stopped arguing with Lin Xiao. Thus, they remained silent for about 10 to 15 minutes. The high-density alloy two-seater rocket had already escaped gravity's pull and entered the weightless expanse of space. At this point, Xiaolin had gradually adapted to the feeling of weightlessness. So, she slowly opened her tightly shut eyes and began to look around. Not scared anymore?" Lin Xiao teased Xiaolin with a smile. "If you're not scared, try unbuckling your seatbelt." "Can I? What's there not to it?" Saying that, Lin Xiao unfastened his own seatbelt and moved to unfasten Xiaolin's. Seeing this, Xiaolin quickly waved her hands. No, I'll do it myself." "All right, then you do it yourself." Chapter 95, Anomaly Beyond the Heavens. With that said, Lin Xiao stood there with his arms crossed, watching as Xiaolin carefully unbuckled her seatbelt. Then, he stretched out his hand toward her and said, "Come here, give me your hand. I'll show you something amazing." "Okay." Saying that, Xiaolin cautiously reached her hand out. Lin Xiao took it and gave a light tug. With ease, in the weightless environment, he pulled Xiaolin into his arms, startling her. Caught off guard, she couldn't help but let out a startled gasp. This brought an affectionate smile instinctively to Lin Xiao's lips. He then lowered his head and whispered comfortingly in Xiaolin's ear. Don't be afraid. I'm here. Xiaolin blushed and slightly nodded twice. Then, like a kite, she was pulled along by Lin Chao all the way to the observation window at the rear of the ship's cabin. However, Lin Chao didn't let Xiaolin look outside immediately. Instead, he blocked the view with his body. Smiling mysteriously, he then said, "You need to close your eyes first." Upon hearing this, Xiaolin couldn't help but pout, scoffing slightly as she replied, "Jay, what trick are you up to now?" But just as she said that, Lin Chao maintained his playful stance and shot back. "Just tell me, are you going to close your eyes or not?" This left Xiaolin helpless against Lin Chao's insistence, completely at a loss, so she could only obediently shut her eyes, reluctantly giving in. "Fine, I've closed them. Good, and no peeking halfway through. I know, I'm not as sneaky as you are." As she spoke, Xiaolin, with eyes closed, could feel Lin Chao move behind her. Then, he gently tugged at her hand, pushing her forward slightly by about half a meter. Then, just as Lin Chao stopped applying force, he spoke again. "You can open your eyes now." At this, Xiaolin opened her eyes, and, immediately, the sight beyond the window caught her gaze. "Wow, it's so beautiful. Is that the planet we live on?" Pointing at the shimmering sapphire orb shrouded in darkness outside, Xiaolin turned her head to ask Lin Chao. Then, Lin Chao gave a slight nod and softly replied, "That's right. That's the planet we live on. Unexpected, isn't it? Despite all the disasters we face, it looks so beautiful from afar." "Yeah." Xiaolin nodded with heartfelt agreement. "It's really gorgeous. Especially against that pitch-black backdrop. It looks even more." Her voice trailed off here, as if a sudden thought had struck her. Her words abruptly stopped. Seeing this, Lin Chao couldn't help but frown and ask, "What's wrong?" Then, Xiaolin slowly turned her head, eyes wide as she questioned him back. Don't you think this scene looks a bit strange?" "Strange." Upon hearing this, Lin Chao quickly returned his gaze to the outside view, only to see the dark environment beyond the window, and the blue planet. Everything seemed normal. Nothing looked out of place. So, trying to figure things out, he could only press Xiaolin further. "What's strange about it?" After he said this, Xiaolin extended her finger and pointed outside the window, explaining, "You haven't noticed? The entire field of view contains only our planet and nothing else." As her words landed, Lin Chao suddenly saw the truth, comprehension dawning on him in an instant. Shocked, he looked outside for the third time, murmuring softly to himself, "Yeah. Beyond the window, besides our planet, there really are no other planets." "But that's impossible. Just the other day, I picked up a fragment from an object that came from outer space. And there's day and night on our planet, and other celestial bodies similar to the sun and moon, plus stars. So, maybe we just haven't flown far enough yet, so we can't see the other planets?" After hearing this, Xiaolin was completely baffled. Moreover, based on her understanding of the world and her level of stored knowledge, she could offer no suggestions to Lin Chao at this point. She could only shake her head and answer simply, "I don't know. TCH. After that, Lin Chao couldn't help but furrow his brows even deeper. At the same time, his heart grew more uneasy. There was a persistent thought in his mind, telling him this matter was more complicated than it seemed. Just then, as Xiaolin looked at Lin Chao's expression, she couldn't help but feel guilty, saying, "I'm sorry. My mind is completely blank now. I really can't think of anything else to suggest to you." Hearing this, Lin Chao quickly pulled himself from his own confusion and repeatedly comforted Xiaolin. "You've already done an amazing job just noticing this. I'm still completely blank-minded, even more than you. All right, let's both go back to our seats first. We'll keep flying for a while longer. Let's see if we can spot any other planets." "Okay." Saying that, Lin Chao and Xiaolin held hands and returned to their seats together. Then they continued piloting the high-density alloy dual-occupant rocket, drifting through the vastness beyond the sky. But, after some time had passed, "Have you spotted any celestial bodies or light sources on your side?" After Lin Chao asked Xiaolin this, he saw Xiaolin helplessly nod her head. "No, you probably didn't find anything either." "No." Lin Chao also shook his head in response. Then he lowered his head in thought, softly murmuring, "Perhaps the problem isn't here. So continuing to search like this won't help us. We should give up on this idea for now and think again after returning." Xiaolin nodded in agreement. "I think that's the right call too." Then it settled. And just like that, following the decision they had discussed together, Lin Chao took control of the joystick and set their destination back to the M7021 island, returning there together with Xiaolin. And, after returning to the island, Lin Chao looked up at the sky once more to confirm, only to see the bright white moon, sparkling stars. This only deepened his sense of confusion. What exactly is going on? Why can we see stars and the moon from here? But when we went beyond the sky, not a single celestial body was visible. TCH. When Xiaolin heard Lin Chao's frustration, she quickly walked over to comfort him. "This isn't something we have to solve right now. It's already very late today, and you've been exhausted all day long. Rest early and think about these things tomorrow. Otherwise, it'll take a toll on your health." All right. To avoid worrying Xiaolin, Lin Chao verbally agreed like this, but in his heart, he remained deeply unsettled, almost unable to sleep soundly the entire night. Chapter 96. Introduction to the Shadow Mage. Not until he looked through the window and noticed the pale morning light appearing in the sky did he suddenly realize. It was already this time. Forget it. No point thinking anymore. Since there's no way to figure it all out tonight, he might as well head to the ancient ruins tomorrow morning to ask Emperor Enz about it. That guy has been staying here, whether as a person or a ghost, for such a long time. He must know something. So decided. He stopped his thoughts. Drowsiness came rushing in. Lin Chao laid his head on the pillow and soon fell into a deep sleep. But he hadn't slept for long when the usual sign-in notification sound echoed in his mind, pulling him back from his slumber. Current day, 22. Current status, not checked in. Would you like to check in? Ugh. Upon hearing the voice, Lin Chao rubbed his heavy eyelids and reluctantly uttered, check in. Then, the following voice prompt and a faint image of a blueprint appeared simultaneously. Ding. Reward is being distributed. Reward distribution completed. See you tomorrow. Phew. Looking at that blueprint, Lin Chao exhaled softly. Then, he intended to place this blueprint into his material storage space before catching some more sleep. But as it turned out, the blueprint was successfully stored. However, the next prompt sound, which came from the book upon successfully storing the blueprint, completely woke him up. Obtain Shadow Magic Bracelet Blueprint X1. Shadow Magic. The moment he thought of these 4 words, he couldn't help but think of that Luke mentioned by Emperor Enz. As a shadow mage, the shadow magic he wielded was so impressive that it mesmerized Emperor Enz, powerful enough to rival the royal bloodline for millennia. Moreover, he himself had already experienced the power of shadow magic. The ancient portal could transport between the ancient ruins and the current world. The shadow box could even summon shadows to perform various tasks for him. Therefore, he couldn't help but wonder what capability this shadow magic bracelet had. If it could help me utilize shadow magic, even just 1,000th of Luke's power, then today's sign-in reward was truly a massive gain. At that thought, Lin Chao stopped pondering. With full anticipation, he flipped open the book, found the icon for the shadow magic bracelet blueprint, and touched it to open the description. Then, Lin Chao's eyes widened, because the description he saw was Shadow Magic Bracelet Blueprint, learnable. After learning, you can obtain the crafting recipe for the Shadow Magic Bracelet under Universal Crafting. Shadow Magic Bracelet, ancient magical artifact, created by ancient shadow mages with infused shadow magic. If worn by a shadow mage, the power of shadow magic is enhanced. If worn by an ordinary person, by consuming a shadow fruit, one can temporarily control basic shadow magic. This looks like I guessed right. So it really enables the use of shadow magic. Then what are we waiting for? Of course, crafting it is a must. Upon reaching this thought, Lin Chao, without hesitation, tapped the Learn button in the description box. Then he went to the Universal Crafting list to check, and saw this. New, Shadow Magic Bracelet, Purplish Gem 0 out of 10, Magnetite Diamond 0/5. Another purplish gem. This material is also needed for crafting the Dark Knight spell sphere. It seems like, not only do I need to go to the ancient ruins today, but there's also plenty to get done. If that's the case, I might as well set off earlier. Thus, after making his decision, Lin Chao got up, ready to head to the ancient ruins immediately. But, just as he was about to, he turned around and saw Xia Lin still sleeping. He thought that if Xia Lin woke up and didn't see him, she would definitely get worried. Therefore, he got a brilliant idea. He started typing a message in the chat room within the book. I'm heading out, and probably won't be back until late. Also, I might be unable to send you messages along the way to let you know I'm safe. Don't worry about me. After seeing that this private message had been successfully sent to Xia Lin, Lin Chao nodded and softly said, that should be fine. After that, he closed the book. He looked sideways. But to his surprise, Feng Feng and Xiao Dai were already at his feet, looking up at him expectantly, as if asking, what are you up to? Understanding them immediately, Lin Chao smiled and gently petted them both. I'm going to the ancient ruins. Do you two want to come along? Upon hearing the words, ancient ruins, Feng Feng, disregarding Lin Chao's petting, ran off immediately. It seemed that this one really had low courage. The mental trauma from the last trip to the ruins hadn't faded even after all this time. TSK, how will this one ever handle anything? Lin Chao could only shake his head with a helpless smile. Lin Chao looked down at Xiao Dai. It was still resting on his palm, and, while slightly flapping its wings, it also nodded repeatedly, expressing its desire to go to the ancient ruins with him. This scene brought a warm feeling to Lin Chao, wanting to open his mouth and praise Xiao Dai. But, before he could even speak, Feng Feng, hiding behind the stairs, chirped urgently with jummy jummy sounds. It seemed like it was telling Xiao Dai how terrifying the ancient ruins were. After hearing this, Lin Chao still looked down on Feng Feng's cowardice. But, he also felt that what Feng Feng said wasn't wrong. The ancient ruins weren't a place for games. He needed to let Xiao Dai, who had never been there, understand the situation. So, Lin Chao also lowered his head to persuade Xiao Dai. Xiao Dai, Feng Feng has been there with me before. What it said is true. It's different there. There are many terrifying dangers. Are you really sure you want to come with me? After he spoke, the Xiao Dai in his palm nodded again, not even a bit hesitant. Instead, it turned back with a mocking look at Feng Feng. Su. This made Feng Feng feel like its good intentions were misunderstood. In a furious mood, it shouted Jummy once, then ran upstairs along the stairs. This scene was exactly like siblings arguing, the younger brother throwing a tantrum. Lin Chao couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Never thought having these two spiritual pets at home truly added so much fun. If only Xiao Dai and I come back safely from the ruins. Wouldn't Feng Feng wear a completely different expression? Thinking of this, Lin Chao revealed a meaningful smile. Then he placed Xiao Dai on his shoulder and said, let's go. Su. After he spoke, Lin Chao carried Xiao Dai to the clearing on the island, summoned the ancient portal from his material storage space, then cast away distracting thoughts, focusing on the image of the ancient palace. Thus, the man and the butterfly passed through the ancient portal, successfully arriving at the ancient palace, hearing a voice that had been absent for several days. Chapter 97, Manipulating Shadows with Shadows. You've come. As the voice echoed out, the phantom of Emperor Ens also emerged from the shadows. This was the first time Xiao Dai had seen such a creature. Assuming the being had hostile intentions, she instinctively activated fire element magic all over her body to protect Lin Xiao. Spreading her wings like a mythical phoenix of flames, she positioned herself in front of Lin Xiao and made a warning, sizzling sound. Upon hearing and seeing this, Emperor Ens did not take offense. Instead, he smiled slightly and spoke to Xiao Dai with newfound respect. Unexpectedly, it's only been a few days, yet you've acquired such a loyal spirit companion. This one is far more powerful than the little otter you brought last time. Though he said this, the outward situation indeed appeared that way. However, in Lin Xiao's heart, Feng Feng and Xiao Dai were equal in power and loyalty. It was just that Feng Feng happened to be naturally more timid. So, Lin Xiao responded protectively. They're both good, just that this one happens to be braver. Saying so, Lin Xiao, based on his understanding of Emperor Ens, expected the latter to continue debating the strengths between Feng Feng and Xiao Dai. But Emperor Ens didn't. He simply nodded thoughtfully and softly murmured, "Not bad." And at that moment, as he spoke, Lin Xiao noticed in the Emperor's deep shadowy eyes an emotion flicker, something almost touched. Probably, he was reminded of the past, of a time when he himself had once lived and had a pet willing to give everything for him, just as he would do the same for it. After all, the kind of deep bond formed between a master and their pet could surpass even family and romantic love in intensity. Reflecting on this, Lin Xiao subconsciously bit his lip in thought. Then he spoke to Xiao Dai. "Xiao Dai, that's enough. He's not an enemy." As the words fell, Xiao Dai retracted the fire magic she had released, returning to her usual self. She landed back on Lin Xiao's shoulder. Lin Xiao then raised his gaze again toward Emperor Ens and began discussing the matter at hand. "Has the royal power in your royal blood been restored?" "It has." Emperor Ens nodded. "Just fully restored now. You can now collect the last of the soul-stabilizing stones today. Additionally, I must warn you, this time, the royal blood will still only protect you for 1 hour. You must return here before the time runs out. Otherwise, you remember the consequences I told you about." Saying so, Emperor Ens extended the container holding the royal blood toward Lin Xiao. However, Lin Xiao did not reach out to accept it. Instead, he gazed directly into Emperor Ens' shadowy eyes as he spoke. "Today, I also wish to look for some purplish gemstones. Can you tell me their location and appearance?" "Purplish gemstones?" Emperor Ens, confused at Lin Xiao's request, questioned curiously. "I can tell you, but I don't see the immediate need. Haven't we already discussed? Hunting for Luke isn't urgent, and building the royal prison shouldn't be rushed either. It's better we proceed steadily." But after those words, Lin Xiao shook his head. "This time, I'm not collecting the purplish gemstones for the royal prison or for killing Luke. I'm collecting them for myself." "For yourself?" Emperor Ens couldn't help but furrow his brows briefly, then sank into thought. Only after a moment did he cautiously inquire. "Did you obtain the crafting formula of a magical item that requires purplish gemstones?" Lin Xiao nodded without hesitation, and Emperor Ens once again cautiously asked, "Then could you tell me, what is this magical item that requires purplish gemstones?" "I can." Lin Xiao slightly nodded. Then he revealed one by one the 2 magical items he planned to craft with the purplish gemstones. The first one is the Dark Night Spell Pearl. Upon hearing this, Emperor Ens nodded calmly, even offering a brief explanation of the pearl. "This one is fine. It creates a magical pocket dimension for storing large objects. We used to use them often." "That's right," Lin Xiao affirmed. And Emperor Ens continued to ask about the second item. "And what about the second one?" "The second is the Shadow Magic Bracelet." But this time, as Lin Xiao finished speaking, the expression on Emperor Ens' face instantly changed from composed to serious. And even his tone had risen sharply. "Shadow Magic Bracelet? That item that allows ordinary people to use shadow magic with the help of shadow fruits, correct?" "Yes," Lin Xiao responded. Emperor Ens shook his head in disbelief. Then he pressed further with a question. "Where did you obtain the crafting method for this item?" As for this question, Lin Xiao naturally could not tell him it was his system ability, obtained through daily check-ins. So, he simply changed the subject. "What's wrong? Is there a problem with this item?" "There's nothing wrong with the item itself. But, tisk." At this point, Emperor Ens clicked his tongue, then looked at Lin Xiao with an even deeper frown, continuing to speak. "But you should still remember what I told you about how Luke destroyed my empire." "I remember." Lin Xiao nodded. Then, recalling the story Emperor Ens had told him that day, he stated the answer from memory. "You said, at that time, you were fascinated by Luke's shadow magic, so you ordered the entire nation to learn it. But you never expected Luke to turn the tables. He used shadow magic to control everyone who could use shadow magic, thus turning your empire into what it is today." "You're absolutely right," Emperor Ens responded objectively. Then, in a tone of questioning, he countered. "So, haven't you noticed the underlying problem yet?" "The underlying problem?" Lin Xiao pursed his lips in confusion. Then he repeated the words he had just spoken inside his mind. He used shadow magic to control everyone who used shadow magic. Shadow magic controlling shadow magic. At this thought, Lin Xiao's eyes suddenly lit up, instantly understanding what Emperor Ens was implying. And so, he spoke directly to Emperor Ens. "Do you mean, if I create this shadow magic bracelet and gain control of shadow magic, then Luke would be able to take that opportunity to control me instead? Chapter 98 Crimson Violet Gem and the Violet Gem. That's basically it. After all, with the level of control luck has over shadow magic. Whoever is tainted by the aura of shadow magic will inevitably fall under his control. After listening to Emperor Inces's answer, Lin Xiao couldn't help but fall into a difficult dilemma. If he creates the shadow magic bracelet, he would be eroded and controlled by luck. If he doesn't, the power of the shadow magic bracelet is there, plainly visible. To have such a plump duck right in front of him and not be able to eat it was truly tormenting. So, after a long inner struggle, Lin Xiao ultimately couldn't bring himself to give up on the shadow magic bracelet. So he raised his eyes, furrowing his brows again, and asked Emperor Inces once more. Truly, there's absolutely no room for compromise? The words had barely settled. Emperor Inces still shook his head firmly, decisively denying. No, if there had been, my empire wouldn't have fallen into this state. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao saw that Emperor Inces had even used the sorest wound in his heart as an example. It was easy to imagine. He really had no other way left. Left with no choice, Lin Xiao ultimately gave up completely on the idea of obtaining the shadow magic bracelet within his heart. Then he opened his mouth and, with a feeling of disappointment, said to Emperor Inces, "Fine, I'll give up on crafting the shadow magic bracelet. But I absolutely cannot give up on the Dark Knight spell pearl. So you still have to tell me where to find the crimson violet gems and what they look like." After hearing that, Emperor Inces nodded slightly and simply replied, "All right." Then, he reached out his hand and swept it through the air. Golden stars formed midair, shaping the appearance of the crimson violet gem. Then, he began delivering a long-winded explanation to Lin Xiao. Most violet gems inherently contain a certain degree of shadow energy. Therefore, magical items crafted from them mostly have the ability to bewitch and control shadows. As for this crimson violet gem, it's a special form of violet gem enhanced with concentrated shadow energy. Therefore, magical items crafted from this gem possess even stronger abilities in bewitchment and shadow control, making them even rarer in quantity. You should understand, in our era, the crimson violet gem was a magical material used exclusively by royal mages. Hearing this, Lin Xiao idly picked at his ear out of boredom. Then, half-heartedly, he hummed in agreement. "Oh, then, since it's so rare, will it be hard to find?" "It used to be, but not now." Emperor Inces didn't even pay attention to Lin Xiao's expression. He continued on, as if in a soliloquy. Because, back then, the overall shadow energy in the environment wasn't much, less than 1,000th of what exists today. And, as I just told you, the crimson violet gem is a special form of violet gem enhanced with intensified shadow energy. So, with the increased shadow energy in the environment, the number of crimson violet gems also increased. Especially in the place where luck perished, the Western Qilin's temple battlefield. Undoubtedly, all the violet gems there should have been transformed into crimson violet gems by luck's shadow energy. But, even though there are many crimson violet gems there, I don't recommend you go to that place. Because, given your current abilities and your limited knowledge of ancient ruins, there's no way you can make a round trip to Qilin Temple within an hour. So, you might as well obediently gather spirit-taming stones near the palace while you look for the crimson violet gems. Still the same saying, haste makes waste. We must advance steadily, step by step. Whatever you do, don't give luck any opportunity. Otherwise, all our efforts will be in vain. Alright, I get it. Lin Xiao didn't even wait for Emperor Inces to finish lecturing. Frowning, he preemptively snatched the royal blood from the emperor's hand. Then, he turned around and left on his own. And, along the way, he scratched his ear, which had itched from the constant rambling, muttering complaints all the way. Humph. This old man. When will he ever cure his endless storytelling habit? I really wonder how his ministers from the past tolerated him. You wouldn't know, Xiao Dai. Every time I had to endure one of his lengthy speeches, I wanted to cover his mouth myself. Didn't you feel that urge just now? As he said this, Lin Xiao glanced sideways toward Xiao Dai on his shoulder. However, just at that moment, Xiao Dai suddenly flew up from his shoulder. Without explanation, she released a ball of cyan flame straight ahead. It made Lin Xiao tense up instantly, thinking that they had run into some enemy. But in the end, after looking in the direction accordingly, he saw a shadow mummy, its entire body burning in Xiao Dai's unique cyan flames, clinging to the exterior of the ancient palace and preparing to launch an attack on Lin Xiao. And when Xiao Dai saw the mummy hadn't been burned to death, she was about to release another fire magic attack. But Lin Xiao, seeing this, immediately stopped her in the next second. Then, he explained some things about the ancient ruins to Xiao Dai, who was visiting this place for the first time, to prevent her from acting like this again out of protectiveness. Xiao Dai, stop. These are mummies corrupted by shadow magic. They're already lifeless. It's pointless for you to waste your energy. And also, before we leave from here, I need to tell you a few things about this place. First, everything inside the palace is safe. That shadow figure earlier was actually on our side. Second, once we step outside the palace, everything becomes unsafe. These mummies and that shadow arm in the sky will do everything they can to extinguish the light around us, and then kill us. Third, this item we hold protects us. Even if the light goes out, they won't be able to harm us for an hour. So there's no need to fight with them before that. Got it. After saying all that, Xiao Dai simply nodded, then flew back to Lin Xiao's shoulder. From her behavior, it seemed she understood what Lin Xiao said. So, Lin Xiao took out the starlight staff, creating a celestial light source, planning to head out together with Xiao Dai. But right after, Xiao Dai flew down again from Lin Xiao's shoulder, hovering near the celestial light. Seeing this, Lin Xiao thought Xiao Dai, like a moth, was naturally curious about light. So he simply explained, Xiao Dai, that's just ordinary lightning magic, nothing special. Come back quickly, it's time for us to leave. But as soon as the words settled, Xiao Dai still didn't return. Instead, she remained in place performing a series of actions. And, seeing this, Lin Xiao realized he had misunderstood her. Because, Xiao Dai hovered midair, releasing fire energy to surround her entire body, glowing as dazzlingly as a spotlight. Instantly, her radiance overshadowed the light coming from the celestial light source. Chapter 99, the Qilan Temple in the West. Those shadow mummies and shadow arms lurking nearby immediately retreated several meters. Now, looking around again, one could see the places that couldn't be illuminated by the starlight source before were now as bright as day under Xiaodia's glow. Clearly, Xiao Dai hadn't come simply due to some moth-like instinct. She had done it to help brighten the surroundings. Realizing this, Lin Xiao revealed a faint smile and said, thank you to Xiao Dai. Then he retracted the starlight source and left the ancient palace with Xiao Dai to begin searching for materials, soul-sealing grass, spirit-stabilizing stone, and purplish gemstones. In this manner, after roughly less than 15 minutes, Lin Xiao felt he had gathered quite a lot of materials. So he opened his material storage interface to begin counting. But to his surprise, stabilizing stone, 100 pieces. Soul-sealing grass, 70 pieces. Magnetic drills, 340. Wah! Alright, now I can finally manufacture the ancient locking device. Seeing this, Lin Xiao was overjoyed. Then he turned his gaze toward Xiao Dai and said, however, all of this is thanks to you, Xiao Dai. If it weren't for your wide-reaching light and your help in searching, I definitely wouldn't have collected so much so quickly. Shoo shoo. But the praise Xiao Dai wasn't as excited as Feng Feng would be. She simply fluttered her wings, modestly expressing her happiness. Moreover, it was precisely Xiaodia's calmness that brought Lin Xiao back to himself. He focused again on the material storage interface panel and noticed the quantity of the purplish gemstones. Because of that, his excitement gradually faded into a calmer mood, and he fell into deep thought. After the light expanded, the other materials were manageable, except for the purplish gemstones. They really were quite difficult to find. Currently, he only had one. Not only was there still a long way to go before crafting the royal prison, but even the crafting of the Dark Knight orb remained out of reach. Moreover, the high-density alloy two-person rocket had already been crafted, and the elemental power unit had been installed. However, without the Dark Knight orb, he couldn't collect the celestial core. Without the celestial core, the timeline for the Homeworld Celestial project would once again be postponed indefinitely. TSK. Thinking of all these issues locked up by a single problem, that feeling of something being right in front of him, yet just beyond reach, began to ferment within Lin Xiao, pushing him to gradually forget Emperor Ensi's warning, and prompting such a thought. There's still 45 minutes left. Shouldn't I try heading to the Qilan Temple in the west? After all, I've now practiced the Divine Leg first stage and greatly improved my travel speed. If I happen to be on the right path and find the place quickly, wouldn't I be able to craft the Dark Knight orb when I return this time? Then, everything would be ready. All that would remain is to wait for a prompt from the cursing and observing star platform. By the time he reached this point in his thoughts, Lin Xiao was becoming increasingly excited, and the more excited he felt, the more reliable this plan appeared to him. Therefore, Lin Xiao solidified his decision. After closing the book and closing the material storage interface, he turned to Xiao Dai and said, Xiao Dai, we're leaving. Upon hearing this, Xiao Dai instinctively thought Lin Xiao was going back to the ancient palace to complete his task. So she flapped her wings and began flying toward the ancient palace. But shortly after, she noticed that Lin Xiao wasn't following her. Instead, he was walking westward, opposite from where she was going. At the sight of this, Xiao Dai assumed Lin Xiao had taken the wrong path. So she simply flew behind Lin Xiao and gently tugged at his clothing with her claws, whispering in her voice, shoo shoo. Hearing the sound, Lin Xiao turned around, seeing that Xiao Dai was pointing with her wing toward the direction of the ancient palace. He immediately understood what Xiao Dai was thinking. Thus, he simply began to explain, there's still time. I'm not going back yet. I'm going to take a look at the Qilan Temple in the West Emperor Ensi mentioned. Hearing this, Xiao Dai couldn't help but be surprised. Even her ethereal chirping became sharper, as she questioned Lin Xiao repeatedly. Shoo shoo. Shush shoo shoo shoo. Hearing and seeing this, Lin Xiao tried translating cautiously. You mean Emperor Ensi forbade us from going to that place, right? Shoo shoo. Xiao Dai nodded heavily, affirming the meaning of exactly. But even so, the next second, Lin Xiao still said, it's alright. I know what I'm doing. If we can't reach there within half the time, I'll turn back immediately. If we do arrive, collect enough purplish gemstones but don't have enough time to return, at the very least we can still use the ancient teleportation portal. Shoo. Seeing that Xiaodia's expression wasn't quite right, Lin Xiao understood it wasn't fear or timidity, but rather concern for his safety. Thus, he seized on this very point and reassured her. Don't worry. I've already made a full plan. I would never recklessly gamble with my own life. You know what I mean, right? So quickly follow me now. Having said that, Lin Xiao turned and walked away. Xiao Dai no longer doubted her master, and immediately fluttered her wings to follow behind. Thus, with Xiaodia's light illuminating the way and Lin Xiao's divine leg enhancing his speed, they arrived at a training ground in merely 20 minutes. Moreover, on the broken vertical signpost of the training ground, 3 large characters could vaguely be seen. Qilan Temple. Upon seeing this, Lin Xiao immediately revealed a grin. Then, raising his eyes to look at Xiao Dai in midair, he said, see? Wasn't I right? It only took 20 minutes. If we return in another 20, we'll still have 5 minutes left. So quickly use these 5 minutes to help me find some purplish gemstones. Shoo shoo. After listening, Xiao Dai softly responded in agreement and began searching around the training ground with Lin Xiao for purplish gemstones. Obtained purplish gemstone times 1. Obtained purplish gemstone times 1. Obtained purplish gemstone times 1. Watching gemstone after gemstone appear in his inventory, Lin Xiao couldn't help but think inwardly. It seems this place truly is as Emperor Enzi described. Whenever a purple gemstone is found, it is always a purplish gemstone. In that case, I should keep going. I'll work hard to craft the Dark Knight orb upon our return this time. Thinking this, Lin Xiao became even more motivated. In this way, Lin Xiao and Xiao Dai truly managed to gather 130 purplish gemstones within just 5 short minutes. Therefore, Lin Xiao didn't become greedy. When he saw the time was nearly up, he immediately said to Xiao Dai, that's enough. We need to head back now. Otherwise, we'll run out of time. Hearing this, Xiao Dai quickly flew over, ready to return with Lin Xiao to the ancient palace. Chapter 100, The Emperor Enzi's Miscalculation. Just as Lin Xiao and Xiao Dai were about to leave, a ring of gravestones around the Qilan training ground suddenly shot up like sprouting bamboo shoots, one after another, growing rapidly and uncontrollably to a height that obscured the sky, trapping the two of them firmly within. Seeing this, although startled, Lin Xiao remained calm in his mind. He immediately understood. It must be Luke's trick again, trying to trap us here until the royal power within the royal blood completely fades away. Then he'll take over my body. But, since I've already seen through his plan, how can I let you succeed so easily? As the thought passed through his mind, Lin Xiao shifted his gaze sideways. Looking up at Xiao Dai hovering in the air, he ordered, Xiao Dai, use a magma ball to blast a path out for us. Immediately after speaking, Xiao Dai flapped her wings and started gathering fire magic. At the same time, Lin Xiao used the elemental ring fire to boost Xiaodia's power. In this way, master and pet worked in perfect unison, soon forming a 2-meter diameter magma fireball, and the dense concentration of fire magic within it even dyed almost half of the training ground red hot. Witnessing this, a smirk appeared on Lin Xiao's lips. His mind shouted, Luke, you really underestimated Lin Xiao. Without further ado, Lin Xiao raised his right hand, which bore the elemental ring fire, and decisively swung it eastward. The massive fireball responded in kind, hurtling east toward the stone monoliths. But in the next second, just as the fireball was about to crash into the gravestones, Lin Xiao and Xiao Dai braced themselves for escape. But unexpectedly, the fireball vanished into thin air mid-flight, stunning both Lin Xiao and Xiao Dai into simultaneous gasps of shock. What? Sus, what just happened? How could the fireball just disappear out of nowhere? Puzzled, Lin Xiao tried to figure out why the magma fireball had disappeared. He used the elemental ring fire once more to create a small flame, then casually tossed it toward a nearby gravestone. But again, the flame vanished before it could reach the gravestone. This time, however, Lin Xiao clearly saw the reason behind the flame's disappearance. Right before the flame reached the gravestone, a shadow emerged from the stone, an inky black tendril that devoured the flame completely. So, it's shadow magic, Lin Xiao realized with sudden clarity. Then, a rasping voice echoed directly into his ears, as if whispered from right beside him. That's right. You really are clever. Someone who managed to escape my grasp once before. So smart indeed. This was the first time Lin Xiao had heard Luke's voice. But Lin Xiao wasted no time bantering with him. Instead, he summoned the ancient portal immediately, planning to use it to travel back to the ancient palace. Then, he closed his eyes tightly, focusing in his mind on the ancient palace while stepping through the portal. But in the next second, instead of the familiar voice of the Emperor Enzi, another voice greeted him. Luke's voice again. Save your strength. This place is mine. Even the ancient portal you use was my invention. You really think I'll let you escape my grasp a second time? After hearing that, Lin Xiao's eyes flew open in alarm, and found his physical body had merely moved from one side of the ancient portal to the other. No real travel had occurred. Furthermore, based on what Luke had just said, it was evident that this was all his doing. But how? I clearly have the protection of the royal blood. In theory, Luke shouldn't be able to even get near me. But then, why could he make the gravestones rise up and trap me, absorb my elemental magic, and even control my ancient portal? Could it be that the royal blood no longer worked on him? Just then, as if Luke had read Lin Xiao's thoughts, his rasping voice answered clearly. The royal blood still works on me, of course. But, Emperor Enzi underestimated me. Did he really think just one drop of blood could fully protect you? Such arrogance is laughable. This is the place where I died, the place with the strongest shadow magic concentration. Here, that one drop can only delay my ability to harm you temporarily, but it won't stop me from doing anything else. Besides, speaking of which, boy, that remaining royal power in your royal blood isn't much, is it? Not even 20 minutes worth left. Huh, you should hurry up and use this less than 20 minutes to curse Enzi properly. After all, it's his arrogance that got you killed. Ha ha ha. Listening to Luke's sharp and arrogant laughter, although frustrated in his heart, Lin Xiao knew one thing more clearly. He must use the remaining less than 20 minutes to figure out a way to escape this place. Otherwise, he would surely be killed by Luke. But, right now, even Feng Feng and my elemental ring, fire, couldn't break through the surrounding gravestones. Which meant, the elemental ring, water, and thunderstorm net, other elemental magics, were equally useless. Then, what about life magic? Thinking of this, Lin Xiao raised his head to look at those endless gravestones. and continued plotting in his mind. I now have the first stage of the godly legs. Once activated, it can give me one explosive burst of potential jump. Perhaps I can still jump out from here. With that thought, taking the chance to try, Lin Xiao began to control life magic with his spiritual sense, concentrating all his strength into his legs. Then, he bent his knees slightly, leapt upward, his entire body shooting into the air. But, as his body kept rising, it seemed as if the height of the gravestones was also growing endlessly. No matter what he did, Lin Xiao could always only see the top of the gravestones, but never reach them, until finally, his body reached its highest point and began to fall. Thinking he might as well fight desperately, Lin Xiao tilted his body forward midair, but the result was only his body, protected by royal blood, crashing into a gravestone, where the power of the royal blood met the shadow force of the gravestone in a stalemate. Neither side was injured. Finally, Lin Xiao fell back to the ground, looking around at the circle of gravestones. He gritted his teeth in frustration. Damn it, both elemental magic and life magic were useless. Then, what if I try using technological weapons again? Maybe the tools from a field they aren't familiar with can actually defeat him. With this idea, Lin Xiao retrieved the controller of the thunderstorm net, as well as the previously made remote control missiles from the item storage space. Next, he operated the controller to deploy the thunderstorm net, covering both himself and Xiao Dai in protection. Then, he guided dozens of remote control missiles to explode simultaneously at a single point on the eastern gravestones. Chapter 101, Peril at Every Step. Boom. Suddenly, a deafening explosion erupted, sending out a burst of ash. It was quite terrifying. But the result? Lin Xiao, protected by the storm lightning net, focused his eyes and saw that there was smoke, but no damage. The tombstone remained intact. Not even a single fragment had fallen off. Moreover, at this moment, Luke took the opportunity to mock Lin Xiao repeatedly. Haha, aren't you going to accept your fate yet? Fine. There's less than 10 minutes left now. I'd like to see what else you can do. Hearing these words, and enduring one defeat after another, no matter how strong Lin Xiao's mind was, he couldn't help but begin doubting himself. Yes, what else am I capable of? I've used elemental magic, life magic, even technological weapons. Is there really nothing I can do against Luke's shadow magic? Lin Xiao, his mood getting heavier and heavier, suddenly became alert after thinking of those 4 words, shadow magic. No, I haven't exhausted all my tricks yet. I still have the shadow magic bracelet. I haven't used shadow magic yet. Even though Emperor NC said that if I use shadow magic, Luke would be able to control me. But what if I can use my shadow magic to reactivate the ancient portal and then teleport back to the ancient palace before Luke can react? Wouldn't I have a chance to escape then? Hell, I might as well gamble. There's no difference between waiting here for 10 minutes and death, or being controlled by Luke. So I'll give it a try? After making up his mind, Lin Xiao immediately opened the book and found the crafting recipe for the shadow magic bracelet on the unfolded universal crafting interface. He began issuing commands based on it. Add 10 purplish red gems. Add 5 magnetic diamonds. Craft. After the last command shouted with full strength, the magnetic diamonds were polished into a bracelet, and the purplish red gems were inlaid into it. In the blink of an eye, a shadow magic bracelet appeared on Lin Xiao's wrist. When Luke saw this, he immediately figured out Lin Xiao's plan, but instead of stopping him, he laughed maniacally. Aha! You're trying to undo the bindings of the shadow portal with your feeble shadow magic? Don't tell me Emperor NC didn't tell you. All forms of shadow magic were created by me and are under my control. Ha! If he didn't tell you, then let me do it. As soon as you use or even come into contact with shadow magic, I can instantly ignore the protection of royal blood and directly take over your body. Therefore, do you want to cling to life for 10 more minutes, or be possessed by me right away? Your choice. However, Lin Xiao had already made this choice long ago. Thus, he decisively took out a shadow fruit from his material storage space and put it into his mouth. Instantly, as bitter juice flowed into his stomach, a cold, chilling wave of energy surged into his heart. Meanwhile, on the other side, after saying, "Well done," Luke, in the form of shadow, immediately lunged toward Lin Xiao. Seeing this, Lin Xiao, with a resolute heart, aimed one hand at the ancient portal and released a large amount of shadow energy to activate it. With the other hand, he aimed at Luke, attempting to resist with shadow energy before his body was taken over. But unfortunately, the ancient portal activated slightly slower than Luke's attack. As the ancient portal was almost activated, Luke's shadow was already approaching. No choice. Lin Xiao muttered angrily, "Damn it," and shifted his focus to use shadow magic to resist. But regrettably, one was a novice magician using shadow magic via the shadow magic bracelet. The other was Luke, the grand sorcerer who invented the entire shadow magic system. Lin Xiao's petty tricks were like a grasshopper trying to stop a chariot. Before Lin Xiao could even switch to shadow magic, Luke, swift as lightning, penetrated into Lin Xiao's body. This time, what Lin Xiao felt wasn't merely a chill sinking into his heart. It was a bone-chilling, energy-devouring cold. Lin Xiao clearly felt, under this energy, his consciousness was being devoured piece by piece, his body becoming less and less his own. Damn it, so my plan has still failed? Is this how I die? No, no. Thinking this, Lin Xiao's spiritual awareness trembled violently. All the lost consciousness suddenly returned, and Luke, who had invaded Lin Xiao's body, was forcibly expelled from the flesh. As for that, he stared with an expression and tone of voice that defied comprehension. This is impossible. There's something inside your body. But would Lin Xiao, who had just barely escaped death, even bother responding? He didn't wait for Luke to finish being astonished. Lin Xiao reactivated the ancient portal using shadow magic. Then he grabbed Xiao Dai tightly, thinking of the ancient palace in his heart, and quickly sprinted toward the ancient portal. On the other side, Luke, upon seeing this, snapped out of his confusion. After muttering, "You're not getting away from me," he chased after them once again. But this time, Lin Xiao was slightly faster. 1 second before Luke dove into Lin Xiao's body again, Lin Xiao successfully passed through the ancient portal. Together with Xiao Dai, he returned to the ancient palace. Then, Lin Xiao was seen on one knee, kneeling there. No one knew whether it was from running or from tension. In any case, he was panting heavily. Who? Soon after, Emperor Nc, having heard Lin Xiao's prolonged panting, hurried over. His very first words were, "What happened? Did you encounter danger?" But almost immediately after, before Lin Xiao could even answer, Emperor Nc detected the traces of shadow magic inside Lin Xiao's body. Therefore, he too, surprised, questioned angrily, Didn't you promise me you wouldn't craft this shadow magic bracelet? Do you even understand what would happen if Luke?" But before he could finish, Lin Xiao suddenly raised his bloodshot eyes, glaring furiously at Emperor Nc and roaring, "If your information wasn't incorrect, if I hadn't crafted the shadow magic bracelet, would I still be alive standing in front of you now?" Luke had already attacked. After saying this, Emperor Nc was at a loss, not fully understanding what Lin Xiao meant. But one thing he was certain of, Lin Xiao must have encountered something serious. Thus, he calmed himself and patiently asked Lin Xiao, "What exactly happened? Did the royal blood protection fail?" Immediately, Lin Xiao stood up from the ground. He glared at Emperor Nc and counter-questioned furiously, "Don't you already know that royal blood cannot suppress Luke at Xilan Temple?" Chapter 102, Shadow Mage Ritual. Hearing this, the Emperor Nch's eyes suddenly displayed fear utterly inconsistent with his usual demeanor. Then, he asked again in a tone of utter disbelief, "You're saying, once you brought the royal blood to the Xianxia arena, the royal blood could no longer protect you?" "Not exactly that it can't offer any protection at all. The blood of luck can't directly harm me, but through indirect means, it could be enough to kill me," Lin Xiao answered honestly, and then began recounting in detail everything that had happened at the Xianxia arena to the Emperor Nch. As the Emperor listened, his expression of terror did not diminish, it intensified. "You're saying that under Luck's very nose, you used shadow magic to not only reactivate the silent shadow portals, but also expel Luck from your body even as his shadow magic had already begun invading it?" "That's exactly how it was." Lin Xiao nodded first in confirmation, then shifted tone slightly. "But as to what actually happened, and why and how it happened, I have no idea." Upon hearing this, Emperor Nch looked so confused he was rendered speechless. In his understanding, Luck's control over shadow magic was unmatched. The kind of thing Lin Xiao described simply could not happen. So now that it had happened, it completely defied his comprehension, and he no longer knew how to explain it. Eventually, after thinking for a long time, he could only cautiously say to Lin Xiao, "Okay then, for the sake of caution, let's set aside your uniqueness for now. Because if we assume that you are unique, that you're immune to Luck's corruption or his shadow magic, we might lower our guard and act recklessly. Then, if the reality turns out different from what we thought, meaning your immunity had nothing to do with the failure of Luck's invasion, well, if something like today happens to you again, you may not be as lucky next time. Therefore, for now, let's attribute this incident to Luck himself, whether it was due to his momentary carelessness, or that it's been so long, thousands of years, since he last performed a body invasion through shadow magic that he grew rusty. In any case, until we understand the true situation, we must remain cautious of Luck. We can't go back to the Xianxia arena again. Don't worry." Lin Xiao extended his left hand forward, saying firmly, "I definitely won't go back again. But you, never put me in this situation again. Just like you said, next time, I may not have the luck to escape with my life." Upon hearing this, the Emperor Nch, with a slight sense of apology, said, "I must apologize for what happened today. Although the power of the royal blood hasn't visibly weakened over the past few thousand years, it definitely hasn't grown stronger either. So I assumed Luck's shadow magic would be the same. But I never expected that Luck would use his own deceased body at the Xianxia arena as a shadow mage ritual." "A shadow mage ritual?" Upon hearing this unfamiliar term, Lin Xiao furrowed his brows and asked the Emperor, "What does that mean? If that guy was able to establish a shadow mage ritual in the Xianxia arena, could he have done so in other areas as well? If I accidentally wander into another of his shadow mage rituals while searching for materials, wouldn't I?" "No." Before Lin Xiao could finish, the Emperor immediately interrupted and denied the possibility. Then, he began explaining slowly and clearly. "A shadow mage ritual is a method used by shadow mages to greatly enhance the power of their shadow magic. They inject powerful shadow magic into their own hearts, activating the shadow mage ritual, which spreads shadow energy across a surrounding area. In such a place, they become an incomparable presence." "I see." After listening to Emperor Nch's explanation and recalling what had just happened, Lin Xiao realized that was indeed the case. But immediately after, he became aware of another realization. He then turned back and looked at the Emperor. "But since you already know what a shadow mage ritual is, why didn't you anticipate that Luck might use one?" This brings us back to what I was saying earlier, why this situation won't happen again outside of the Xianxia arena. The Emperor answered softly, "As I just said, to create a shadow mage ritual requires a shadow mage to inject shadow magic into his own heart. Now that you've also come into contact with shadow magic, you should know that shadow magic is a cold and highly corrosive form of magic. Therefore, to perform a shadow mage ritual, one must use the heart of a living person. This is precisely why I never anticipated that Luck, a dead man, could perform the shadow mage ritual. And now that we know Luck was still able to perform the shadow mage ritual even after death, he must have activated the ritual at the very moment before his body died at the Xianxia arena. In this way, already dead and possessing only one heart, there's absolutely no way he could ever activate another shadow mage ritual somewhere else. Thus, your concern is naturally unnecessary. Listening to the Emperor's explanation, Lin Xiao found it logical. Yet at the same time, he couldn't help thinking this guy always seemed to know everything after the fact, but acted clueless before, somewhat unreliable. Therefore, he merely responded with, I understand. But deep in his thoughts, he thought to himself, even though he says that now, in the future when I go out searching for materials, I must never again be blinded by desire. For the sake of my life, I still need to remain careful and cautious. At this moment, Emperor Inch saw the expression in Lin Xiao's eyes and asked directly, what are you thinking about? After hearing that, Lin Xiao shook his head twice and answered, nothing. After saying that, he casually handed the bottle containing the royal blood from his robe to Emperor Inch, then changed the subject. Here, this thing, does it still need another 7 or 8 days to be fully infused with the power of the royal blood? The Emperor responded with a hum. Lin Xiao nodded slightly before saying, then I'll come back in 7 days. Yet as soon as those words left his mouth, he saw Emperor Inch shaking his head side to side. 7 days probably won't be enough. This startled Lin Xiao slightly. He immediately asked in surprise, not enough, but I came exactly 7 days after last time. Did something happen with the royal blood because I encountered Luck this time? The royal blood has no issues, nor can it possibly develop any issues. Chapter 103. The jester was myself, all along. The problem lies with you. Me? Lin Xiao pointed at his own nose in astonishment. What about me? Hearing this, the Emperor Ince assumed Lin Xiao had become upset, so he quickly spoke to explain. I didn't mean to blame you. Ultimately, this was all my fault. I failed to anticipate the anomaly that occurred at Kalinsi training ground, which caused you to be forced into consuming the shadow fruit and using shadow magic to escape danger. And besides, I already told you before, as long as you carry the aura of shadow magic, Luke will be able to bypass the bloodline defense of the royal family and possess your body. Therefore, you must wait until the shadow magic's aura on you fades away, at least to the point I can no longer sense it, before you can go outside again to search for materials. Lin Xiao sighed slightly with a furrowed brow. How long does it take for this shadow magic aura to disappear then? It's not going to take a year or two, is it? Well, I can't really say for sure. The Emperor Ince bitterly shook his head slightly. Each person has a different tolerance towards shadow magic. For some people, once they are tainted by the aura of shadow magic, it might remain with them for life. For life? Seeing Lin Xiao's surprise, the Emperor Ince hurriedly calmed him down with an explanation. However, cases like that are extremely rare. In that case, come back again in 10 days. We'll decide on the details when you return next time. All right then. Lin Xiao slightly helplessly nodded lightly. Then the Emperor Ince asked again. Then, are you heading back now? Lin Xiao instinctively replied in agreement. But almost immediately after, he realized he hadn't done something important yet since arriving at the ancient ruins. So, he quickly corrected himself. No, there's one thing I still need to ask you. Did you notice during the ancient times that the stars in the sky were actually non-existent? The sun and moon as well. Upon finishing his sentence, they saw the Emperor Ince actually nod in response. That's true. Witnessing this scene, Lin Xiao's curiosity only multiplied. Without thinking too much, he immediately followed up. If you all had realized the stars in the sky didn't exist, why did you still build observatories to observe the stars? And where did those celestial bodies from outside our world originate from then? After hearing that, the Emperor Ince furrowed his brows in thought for a moment, before finally responding to Lin Xiao. The second question you asked, I cannot answer, because we had continuously researched it in the past. But we never came to a conclusion before the Empire fell. As for the first question, it was one of our research findings. Our stargazers discovered that by using magic, it was possible to foresee and detect the approach of celestial bodies from beyond. So, they concretized this magic into a spell formation, creating the magical observatory for stargazing. Lin Xiao's eyes turned thoughtful in their sockets. Then, raising his eyes toward the Emperor Ince again, he continued. If you have developed the magical observatory, can you also tell me about other research results you've achieved? I can. The Emperor Ince nodded. However, it's a rather long story starting from the beginning. Are you sure you want to hear it? Of course. Lin Xiao agreed aloud, while inwardly cursing the Emperor Ince. You'd rather spend extra words on this important matter. Why don't you know to just shut up when unimportant nonsense comes up? At this moment, the Emperor Ince pointed towards a nearby broken wall, just as he had done the first time meeting Lin Xiao. Go sit over there. Let's talk while sitting. Thus, Lin Xiao and the Emperor Ince sat side by side, and the Emperor Ince began his tale. This story needs to start from the very beginning. There is a historical record in our nation. It says this world was created by a single person. Everything in this world was created by this person, including our nation itself. Even the magic within our bodies was formed from that person's flesh and blood. But this individual seemingly didn't belong to our world. He often appeared suddenly in our world, and just as suddenly disappeared. But since one disappearance, he never returned again. I've combined this story with the matter of the extraterrestrial celestial bodies. I suspect that this environment contains not just our own world. That person, or being similar to him, must have created other worlds as well. As for those celestial bodies that enter our world without reason, they must be abandoned worlds created and then discarded by them. Faced with so much information suddenly pouring into his mind, Lin Xiao felt like many things had suddenly become clear. But he also felt somewhat hazy, with many doubts swirling in his mind. So when he wanted to ask Emperor Ence more questions, he didn't quite know how to begin. Moreover, Emperor Ence himself had no further knowledge to offer. That's all I know. If you ever figure it out clearly, come back here and explain it to me. It'll be like helping me fulfill a long-standing wish of mine. All right, then I'll head back now. Lin Xiao finished thoughtfully. Then he summoned the ancient portal from his material storage space. Trying to clear his messy thoughts as much as possible, he stepped through the portal while focusing only on the image of island M7021 in his mind. The next second, a gentle sea breeze blew. The ocean waves sang softly. Lin Xiao and Xiao Dai successfully returned to M7021 island. Feng Feng immediately dashed out excitedly, already dreaming of having a taste of Xiaodia's melon. Jummy, I told you so, right? Isn't the ancient ruin terrifying? But upon arrival, he discovered that Xiao Dai looked perfectly calm and peaceful, didn't even acknowledge him. Waving its wings, it flew straight back into the villa. After that, Feng Feng stood there, confused and looking toward Lin Xiao, again trying to find some signs that Xiao Dai had also been scared. Yet once again, he didn't get what he wanted. Instead, he heard Lin Xiao say to Feng Feng, "Our trip to the ancient ruins this time was way more thrilling than the last time we went together. Xiao Dai didn't react to those corpses like you did, just trembling and clinging onto someone's leg. She was actually quite brave." As soon as he finished speaking, Feng Feng's mood immediately dropped, letting out a low, pitiful cry. Jimmy, he had never expected that. Instead of watching Xiao Dai make a fool of herself, he ended up being the jester all along. After seeing this, Lin Xiao couldn't help but think that Feng Feng had indeed brought it upon himself, pitiful yet amusing. So he bent down, picked him up gently, and said with a smile, "All right, you both have your own charms. She has her bold bravery, and you have your timid cuteness too." Jimmy. Chapter 104. This world actually has ancient divine artifacts as well. That night, after having dinner, Lin Xiao and Xiao Lin went to bed early. But Lin Xiao was once again caught in a sleepless night filled with thoughts, replaying in his mind, over and over, the words spoken by Emperor Ence back at the ancient ruins. Not a person of this world, yet created this world. What does that mean exactly? Could it be that gods also exist in this world? And if I manage to break through the heavens someday, would it mean standing side by side with the gods? Although it sounded rather exaggerated, in this world, nothing is truly impossible anymore. Just then, Xiao Lin stirred awake momentarily, noticing that Lin Xiao was still wide awake. So he propped himself up slightly on one elbow and asked with a drowsy, sleepy voice, "Still not asleep? Thinking about something that happened during the day?" After hearing that, Lin Xiao gave a slight nod, his expression deep in thought, as he softly replied, "Yeah, it's about what happened to us the last time we rode the rocket. I learned a bit more yesterday when I went out. But it's still vague, and there are so many mysteries I just can't understand or confirm." If that's the case, then this must be something that can't be resolved in a short time, right? Xiao Lin asked playfully, giving him a sideways glance. Lin Xiao pursed his lips and nodded slightly, murmuring, "That's right." Then, Xiao Lin pulled the blanket gently toward Lin Xiao's chest, and said in an extremely soft voice, "If it's something that can't be solved for now, why not just sleep well tonight? Gather enough energy, and tomorrow morning, I'll think about it with you." "All right," Lin Xiao responded happily, and did as Xiao Lin suggested, closing his eyes. Before long, fatigue from the day and a lack of sleep from the previous night finally pulled him into a peaceful slumber. It wasn't until the usual morning check-in alert rang out. "Current day, 23. Current status, not checked in. Would you like to check in?" "Check in." Lin Xiao gave the command, and a crisp system voice sounded again. "Ding. Issuing check-in reward. Reward successfully issued. Looking forward to seeing you tomorrow again." Immediately afterward, Lin Xiao picked up the blueprint in front of him. While carrying the hopeful thought of what it might be, he placed it into the storage space for materials. In the next moment, the name of the blueprint echoed as a prompt came from within the book. Acquired Terra Creating Blueprint ×1. Upon hearing that, Lin Xiao couldn't help but be surprised. Terra Creating. Wasn't that a legendary type of soil that could grow and expand on its own, indestructible and inexhaustible? If the Terra Creating here in this world also possessed such a capability, then it would be incredible. With these thoughts, Lin Xiao wasted no time. He immediately opened the book, accessed the item list in the material storage space, and started checking. Terra Creating Blueprint can be learned. After learning, the crafting recipe for Terra Creating will be added to Omni Crafting. Terra Creating, elemental magic item. Soil created using powerful elemental energy, which can be expanded limitlessly. Once released, all types of plants can be cultivated upon it, yielding high-quality special crops with certainty. After reading it through, Lin Xiao murmured thoughtfully, "So, this, Terra Creating, is somewhat different from what I originally knew. This, Terra Creating, seems more suited for daily labor and construction. But, that's fine. The previous check-in rewards were mostly combat-related items. Now would be the perfect time to get something for development and improvement of my small island." Thinking of that, Lin Xiao tapped the Learn button inside the description window, adding the Terra Creating crafting recipe into the Omni Crafting interface. Then, he turned back to the first page of the book, ready to start crafting Terra Creating according to the recipe. But what he saw in the crafting ingredients indicated that he didn't have enough resources yet. Terra Creating, Water element crystal 86 tenths. Earth element crystal 0/10. Earth 391882/100. Earth element crystal. This was probably similar to the fire element crystal. Would have to wait for the right time to obtain it. Then there was nothing that could be done. He had no choice but to temporarily put off crafting the terra creating until he obtained an earth element crystal. Then, thinking like this, Lin Xiao was just about to close the book. But just at that moment, he suddenly noticed that below the terra creating recipe, there were two more craftable items he had not yet made. One was the ancient locking device. The other was the Dark Knight magic bead. Although he had obtained the crafting recipes for both items a long time ago, but the crafting materials were only obtained yesterday at the ancient ruins. It was only delayed due to that guy Luke's matter, failing to be crafted immediately. But now that he had discovered it, he might as well not procrastinate anymore. Just make it already. With that decision settled in mind, Lin Xiao got up and went downstairs. Then he began issuing crafting commands through the book, following the recipe. Add 10 magnetic drills. Add 10 soul-sealing herbs. Add 10 spirit-stabilizing stones. Craft. As the words fell, the three materials from the ancient ruins floated into view, blending perfectly into one. Through this process, the sealing ability of the soul-sealing herb and spirit-stabilizing stone was seamlessly infused into the magnetic drills. After that, these now sealed magnetic drills started assembling under an invisible force, fitting together precisely. Just like that, a hollow circular magnetic drill plate appeared in the palm of Lin Xiao's hand. Undoubtedly, this was the completed, ancient locking device. However, this tiny device, how exactly could it cause objects and creatures to be paralyzed for a period of time? After being seized by this curiosity, Lin Xiao really wanted to run a test. So, he casually picked up a woven pillow made by Xia Lin from the sofa and threw it into the air with force. Meanwhile, his other hand wasn't idle either. He quickly aimed the ancient locking device at the pillow midair and muttered, "Lock." Right after he spoke, in the next second, a clear golden chain of light burst out from the hollow center of the ancient locking device, striking the pillow with a crisp ding. Then, before the echo faded, another 6 or 7 golden light chains came from all directions. Ding 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 ding. At the simultaneous clattering sounds, the pillow was completely bound tight, frozen in midair without any movement. Such a sight, even Lin Xiao, with all his experience, couldn't help but gape in astonishment. And deep in his heart, he felt this device would surely produce extraordinary effects if used in combat. Chapter 105, Sandstorm at Sea. After waiting for about half a minute, Lin Xiao noticed that the immobilizing effect of the ancient locking device on the vine pillow hadn't yet been lifted. So he once again raised his hand, aligning the central hole of the ancient locking device toward the vine pillow, and softly commanded, "Release." As soon as he finished speaking, the ancient locking device transformed as if it had become a black hole, sucking back all the golden light chains that had come from all directions, binding the vine pillow tightly. With the external force gone, the vine pillow was freed and dropped to the ground with a dull thud. Witnessing this scene, while a satisfied smile appeared on Lin Xiao's face, he quietly muttered, "Good, good." Then, he retracted the ancient locking device back into the material storage space and faced the next line of the crafting formula. He issued the crafting command. Add 500 shadow souls. Add 100 crimson purple gems. Craft. The moment he finished speaking, the shadow souls and crimson purple gems filled with shadow energy gushed out. Then, the shadow souls gathered together, floating in midair, occasionally emitting strands of black thread, like spiders spinning silk, pulling the crimson purple gems close and attaching them onto themselves. In this way, before long, the crimson purple gems had all been attached to the shadow souls, forming together into the shape of a spell orb. Seeing this, Lin Xiao thought that the crafting process of the Dark Knight orb was probably complete. But the next second, if the ancient locking device absorbing golden chains earlier was just a fake black hole, then this Dark Knight orb was a real black hole. Suddenly, the previously egg-sized Dark Knight orb began frantically absorbing everything nearby. Small objects flew directly toward it, and large objects also started slowly moving in its direction. When Lin Xiao saw this, he thought, if this keeps going, what will happen? Wouldn't it end up tearing apart my house? Thus, he once again pulled out the ancient locking device from the material storage space into his hand, and began immobilizing everything in place on the first floor of the small villa. From this point on, no matter how hard the Dark Knight orb tried to absorb things, it could no longer cause any chaos. Thus, the Dark Knight orb absorbed for about 2 to 3 minutes by itself. It had physically expanded from the size of an egg until it filled the entire space from the ground up to the ceiling of the first floor before it finally stopped growing, fully proving its capacity. However, I'll wait until I actually need to bring back an entire celestial body to display that capacity. Thinking this, Lin Xiao retracted it into the material storage space, then began fixing the small objects that had been displaced by the orb. Once everything was properly restored, Xia Lin happened to come down from upstairs at this moment. Looking at Lin Xiao said, "I've realized that you're really impressive. Why is it that no matter how late you went to bed the day before, you can always wake up early the next morning?" Lin Xiao awkwardly hummed softly. Then, he made up an excuse while saying out loud, "Just a habit, I guess." Meanwhile, he mentally commented, "If you had an alarm that wakes you up punctually every morning and cannot be turned off at will, you would also wake up early." Xia Lin, on the other hand, admired Lin Xiao deeply and said, "That's great. In the future, I also want to get up early like you." "You don't really need to." Lin Xiao stretched out his hand towards Xia Lin as he was about to say it wasn't necessary. But before he could finish his sentence, the loud, grating sound coming from the window interrupted him. Upon hearing the noise, both Lin Xiao and Xiaolin reacted. Xiaolin walked ahead first and tightly shut the window. Lin Xiao stood still, frowning. This must be some kind of strange weather again. As soon as he said this, Xiaolin instantly turned around with a surprised tone and retorted, "You didn't receive the weather forecast yesterday?" Yesterday, Lin Xiao had been inside the ancient ruins all day. In a place like that, books functions such as maps, weather forecasts, or chat rooms were all disabled. Therefore, naturally, Lin Xiao hadn't received the weather forecast or known the weather condition. At the same time, however, he couldn't casually disclose too much about the ancient ruins to Xiaolin. So, he decided again to make an excuse and said, "I did receive it, but I was busy with other things yesterday and didn't really pay attention. So, what's the weather forecast today exactly?" "Sand. Storm." Xiaolin finished word by word. Lin Xiao's face immediately showed an expression of disbelief. "A sandstorm? This is a sea area. How could there be a sandstorm here?" "I don't know." Xiaolin pursed her lips and replied. "At first, I thought exactly like you did. But then," Xiaolin continued, "I thought again about what you once said, that in this world we can't simply rely on common sense to understand things, so I came to understand it." Also, Lin Xiao gradually accepted this idea as well, and he listened as Xiaolin continued speaking. "After all, the weather forecast wouldn't lie to us without reason, right? Look, over there, it's already starting." Having said that, Xiaolin stretched out her finger, pointing outside the window. Lin Xiao followed her direction with his gaze. Sure enough, in the distance over the sea floated a yellow mass, slowly moving toward them. Then, Xiaolin, who had correctly predicted the situation, intentionally put on a serious and mature expression as she said, "See, I told you. So today, we'd better stay indoors and not go anywhere. Also, didn't you mention last night that there was something you couldn't figure out? Let's think about that thing today." But after saying all that, Lin Xiao made no response at all. He remained by the window, looking at the sky full of yellow sand with a deep expression. When Xiaolin saw this, she didn't know what Lin Xiao was thinking. Eventually, she simply reached out and waved her hand in front of his eyes. Lin Xiao finally snapped back to reality. He turned his eyes to look at Xiaolin. Xiaolin then asked him, "What were you thinking about just now?" "I was thinking whether there might be some materials in that yellow sand that I don't currently have." After hearing Xiaolin's voice, her eyes suddenly widened. Her expression changed to one of disbelief as she asked Lin Xiao, "So, you're saying this means you want to go outside and check it out?" "Exactly," Lin Xiao answered with great certainty. Then he explained to Xiaolin, "Because every time there's a weather change, such as the thunderstorm before and the recent magma rain, elemental crystals would form. So I was wondering, could this sandstorm possibly produce earth elemental crystals?" After hearing this, Xiaolin briefly thought to herself. She felt that what Lin Xiao said made some sense, so she finally replied, "What you said is indeed correct. However, considering the weather conditions, she still felt worried that Lin Xiao going out might be dangerous. So she added with concern. Chapter 106. All must be accepted. But the weather forecast yesterday said that in this kind of weather, if one isn't properly protected, it's best not to go out casually. So, Xiaolin's words paused there, interrupted by Lin Xiao's soft chuckle. "So, I will make sure to prepare proper protection. Besides, I'll also report my safety to you at regular intervals today. You don't have to worry too much." Oh, seeing the determined look in Lin Xiao's eyes, Xiaolin understood at once that no matter what else she might say, it wouldn't change Lin Xiao's decision. Therefore, she gave up persuading him and instead asked along with his line of thought, "Then how do you plan to protect yourself from the sandstorm?" The words had just landed when Lin Xiao once again revealed a slight smile. Then, he pulled something from his material storage space and displayed it before Xiaolin's eyes. Seeing it, Xiaolin first murmured thoughtfully, "This is the astronaut suit you made last time." But soon, after a brief moment, she had a sudden realization. "All right, as long as we have this astronaut suit, it provides protection and supplies oxygen. No other protective measures are necessary." "Exactly," Lin Xiao said, with a slight air of pride. He then wore the high-pressure oxygen-rich flexible armor and said to Xiaolin once again, "Well then, I'm heading out. You just wait here at home for good news." Okay. Although Xiaolin knew that the high-pressure oxygen-rich flexible armor was powerful enough to keep Lin Xiao completely safe, still, before Lin Xiao left, she sincerely called after him, "Please be careful with everything." "Got it." With that, Lin Xiao exited the door. Then he turned and looked toward the direction of the storm. Compared to just a while ago, the sandstorm had already advanced much closer. Judging from its speed, it would probably ravage this place soon enough. I wonder how this storm will compare to the lava rain created by the magma moth. Considering this question, Lin Xiao lifted his gaze toward the storm lightning net surrounding M7021 Island, which was currently serving as a protective barrier. He fell into a brief contemplation. The lava rain was created by a seasonal boss, while this sandstorm was merely natural weather. By origin alone, the sandstorm's power probably couldn't match the lava rain. However, if once I go out something goes unexpectedly, if the sandstorm surpasses the lava rain in strength and breaks through the storm lightning net as protection, then I certainly won't be able to return in time. In that case, Xiaolin, Feng Feng, and Xiao Dai would be in danger. Thinking of this, in order not to give even a 1 in 1,000 chance an opening, Lin Xiao decisively pulled out the controller of the storm lightning net. After consuming some thunder element crystals, he reinforced the original layer of the storm lightning net. Now, seeing the reinforced storm lightning net, Lin Xiao felt genuine peace of mind, and he murmured inwardly, "Good. Now, no matter how strong the sandstorm becomes, it won't be able to reach M7021 Island. But still, he couldn't simply feel safe and head toward the sandstorm zone yet. Before that, he still needed to visit the hospital and the doctor's village on another island. After all, they previously had an agreement. They regularly supply rare materials, and I provide them with a safe environment. Can't just easily break that promise. Thinking thus, Lin Xiao boarded his small combat cruiser and set out near M2951 Island. At that moment, the villagers were busy working on their island, but when they saw Lin Xiao arrive, they all immediately put down their work and respectfully and politely greeted him. Benefactor. Hello, benefactor. Hello. Lin Xiao responded as he landed on the island, then asked them, why are you all on the island? Are you working on some construction? No, not really. At that moment, the doctor stepped forward from the crowd to explain. Didn't the weather forecast yesterday say that a sandstorm would come today? So we're currently reinforcing our houses, just to be well prepared in advance. Oh. Lin Xiao nodded understandingly, and secretly thought in his mind. It seems I've underestimated them a little. After all, they've been in this world for quite some time now. Everyone is gradually adapting, learning to survive by the world's rules. Not like the beginning anymore, when even a single storm could send everyone into hardship. His thoughts pausing there, Lin Xiao nodded again, and with a slightly praising tone, said, well done, well done. Hearing this, the doctor and others smiled in response. Thank you, benefactor. Then, the doctor quickly followed up with another question. But what about you, benefactor? In weather like this, coming here to see us, is there something going on? Lin Xiao smiled faintly. Then, he took out the controller of the storm lightning net and said, my thoughts are the same as yours. I'm afraid the sandstorm might be too strong for the storm lightning net to handle, so I came to reinforce it. In Lin Xiao's eyes, this was just a simple, ordinary sentence. Even if someone threatened to kill him, he wouldn't have believed this sentence could cause a wave of emotion. But unexpectedly, the moment these words fell, the villagers on the island one after another turned their gazes toward him full of emotion. Then, they spoke out with heartfelt admiration. Truly, he is our savior. Even in times like these, he still thinks of us constantly. What kind of heart must it take to do something like this? Fellow villagers, let's gather another batch of rare materials that our benefactor loves the most. It's our way of thanking our benefactor and showing our loyalty. No problem. With that said, everyone began to eagerly hand over the rare materials. I opened a treasure chest yesterday and got 3 shadow souls. I've got a sapphire here, 2 rainbow gemstones. I don't really need them anyway, so I'll give them all to our benefactor. Faced with such a painfully embarrassing scene, Lin Xiao inevitably stammered with slight embarrassment. You can give me the materials, but there's really no need for thanks. Didn't I make an agreement with your village? This is just what I should do. Even so, the villagers still insisted to Lin Xiao. The agreement is the agreement. In this world without laws, the fact that you keep your word is already worthy of our gratitude. Not to mention that you, unlike others, not only kept the agreement, but gave far more than required. So, you must accept the materials and also accept our gratitude. After saying that, a large pile of collected materials was transferred into Lin Xiao's material storage space. Gained Shadow Soul times 102. Gained Rainbow Gemstone times 5. Gained Purple Gemstone times 94. Gained Ruby times 104. Although these materials weren't as numerous as the last time at the hospital, they were still a significant amount. Seeing this, Lin Xiao felt a wave of joy in his heart. Chapter 107. Who is better, me or Xiao Dai? Looks like it was truly a wise decision to reach such an agreement with their village. Thinking about this, a slight expression of joy emerged on Lin Xiao's face. Then he spoke to all the villagers on the island. Then, I will take these materials. Next, please return to your own houses. I'm about to reinforce the thunderstorm heaven net. Okay. Because of Lin Xiao's authority in this village, his words instantly drew a collective response. In the next second, all the villagers on the island had returned to their dwellings. Lin Xiao's ears were once again greeted with silence, and he smoothly released the thunderstorm heaven net to reinforce the nearby islands and hospital. In this way, the safety of these 2 places was also ensured. Then, he announced to them, all right, it's done. After he spoke, everyone came out from their houses again, looking up at the now thickened thunderstorm heaven net. A sense of security also arose in their hearts. They expressed gratitude to Lin Xiao again. Whoa, there definitely won't be any problem now. Thank you, Savior. Thank you again, Savior. Hearing their warm invitations, Lin Xiao shook his head and casually made up an excuse to decline. No thanks. I must return before the sandstorm arrives. After hearing this, the people on the scene believed him. They nodded repeatedly in understanding. That's true. You, Savior, should hurry back. Come over and have a meal with us when you're free next time. All right. After saying this, Lin Xiao left under the watching and farewell of the crowd. He then looked forward to the yellow sandstorm in the distance and said, all the things that needed handling are done. The remaining thing is Earth Element Crystal. Here I come. Thus, fueled with excitement, Lin Xiao piloted this small battle cruiser straight into the sandstorm. But once he arrived at the location of the sandstorm, his mood gradually calmed. He not only lost his initial excitement, but even showed a bit of surprise. Is this really a sandstorm? This is practically the entire desert being lifted up. Before Lin Xiao's eyes, everything was veiled in yellow. Moreover, even just standing at the edge of the sandstorm, he could clearly feel resistance as he tried to move forward. And this resistance didn't only come from wind, but also from countless grains of dense sand. Its cushion need not be mentioned. What would the central area of the sandstorm be like? Thinking about this, Lin Xiao couldn't help but exclaim again. Luckily I had the foresight. I reinforced the thunderstorm heaven net at various locations beforehand. Otherwise, the original thunderstorm heaven net would definitely not be able to withstand such a dense sandstorm. After he spoke, for easier advancement, Lin Xiao created a layer of thunderstorm heaven net to protect himself and the small battle cruiser. Thus, in the middle of the yellow sands, Lin Xiao no longer knew how far he had advanced, nor could he tell how much time had passed. He only knew that the resistance around him grew stronger and stronger, until the small battle cruiser under his feet could no longer move forward. Because the environment beneath him was no longer the sea. Rather, one could say, his entire body along with the small battle cruiser was now within a desert. Under these conditions, if this small battle cruiser could still move forward, there would be ghosts. Therefore, Lin Xiao had no choice but to retrieve this small battle cruiser back into his material storage space. But, after doing this, Lin Xiao encountered a new problem. Without this small battle cruiser as a vehicle, how could he proceed further? On foot? That's absolutely impossible. If he were to advance with just his bare body, he wouldn't even manage to advance 1 meter even if he died from exhaustion. Because just in the previous situation, even the small battle cruiser, equipped with the wind source propeller, could barely move. At this thought, an idea suddenly struck Lin Xiao. Wind source propeller. If I were to remove the wind source propeller from the small battle cruiser and use it in my hand as a propulsion device, would I move faster without the small battle cruiser as a huge resistance burden? With such a thought, Lin Xiao wasted no time and flipped his book open to page 2. Then, within the material storage space, he clicked on the icon of the small battle cruiser. Thus, an extended box popped up under the icon of the small battle cruiser. Its contents were information, disassemble, modify. Naturally, Lin Xiao clicked on the modify button. He disassembled the wind source propeller from the small battle cruiser. Then he took it out from the material storage space and held it firmly in his hand. But, staring at the wind source propeller in his palm, Lin Xiao was stuck with a new problem again. How exactly am I supposed to activate it? I don't have an engine on me, nor any machinery. Wind magic. Right. Feng Feng. If Feng Feng transfers wind magic to me like back at the volcano island, won't I be able to activate the wind source propeller through the gap magic again? There's always a way when you reach the mountain. Overcome with excitement, Lin Xiao immediately shut his eyes without hesitation and began calling for Feng Feng in his mind. Feng Feng, can you hear me, Feng Feng? After he said that, Feng Feng quickly replied in his consciousness. I can't hear you, Chummy. Master needs me to transfer the wind magic again to help you activate the wind source propeller, Chummy? Exactly. After Lin Xiao gave a definite reply, he recalled the guidance Feng Feng had given him last time, and at the same time performed the magical technique for transferring wind magic onto his palm. Then he spoke to Feng Feng again. I'm ready now. Please go ahead and do your best on your side. No problem, Chummy. After Feng Feng said that, Lin Xiao could feel the same gentle breeze on his palm as last time. Then, not long after, the wind source propeller began to spin under the power of the wind magic sent by Feng Feng. However, because of the heavy resistance caused by the sand, the rotating speed wasn't as fast as it had been in water. But for Lin Xiao, this was just perfectly slow enough to hold it without hurting himself. Thus, Lin Xiao tightly gripped the wind source propeller with both hands and began steadily advancing forward through the sand. Realizing this, Lin Xiao sincerely praised Feng Feng. Wow, Feng Feng, you're really amazing. Yet, Feng Feng didn't seem to accept the compliment happily. Instead, she acted like a childish child, still holding a grudge from the previous incident, and asked, then, who is better, me or Xiao Dai? After hearing that, Lin Xiao answered deliberately with an exaggerated tone. Chapter 108, The Monster in the Sand. I think Xiao Dai is a bit more powerful, I guess. As soon as these words were spoken, Sha Feng Feng immediately fell into Lin Xiao's trap, blurting out a disbelieving challenge. What did you say? Jiu me? Me? I didn't say anything, did I? Lin Xiao deliberately pretended to be clueless, teasing Feng Feng. Feng Feng thus unknowingly fell into Lin Xiao's trap again. Pouting angrily, she said, Jiu me. I heard you clearly. Jiu me. You said I seemed less powerful than Xiao Dai. Jiu me. If that's the case, Jiu me. Then I'll prove it to you. Jiu me. After saying that, Feng Feng started to increase the intensity of the wind magic she was transmitting in a huff. The wind source propeller also immediately sped up as Lin Xiao had wished, increasing their speed across the desert. At this moment, a voice came from Feng Feng again, and, this time, her voice, in addition to being sulky, had become more panting. Pant, pant. Do I seem more powerful than Xiao Dai now? Jiu me. Hearing this voice, and seeing that the wind source propeller had already allowed him to swim effortlessly through the sandstorm, Lin Xiao couldn't help thinking to himself. This speed should be enough. Feng Feng must be really exhausted. It's time to stop pushing Feng Feng so hard. With that thought, Lin Xiao simply replied to Feng Feng through their shared consciousness. Good, good. I think you are slightly more powerful than Xiao Dai now. Really? Jiu me. Upon hearing this, Feng Feng spoke immediately like a child receiving praise. Her spirits instantly lifted. I knew it. I must be slightly more powerful than Xiao Dai. Jiu me. I am the master's favorite pet. But as she continued speaking, because Feng Feng had used too much energy transmitting the wind magic, her lifted spirits gradually began to fade, and she started yawning nonstop. Jiu meat. Hearing this, Lin Xiao knew she was very tired, and took this opportunity to say, tired huh? Then just close your eyes and go to sleep. When we return later, I'll bring you some fresh fish as a reward. You must keep your word then, Jiumi. After forcing herself to say these words through drowsiness, Lin Xiao then felt Feng Feng's voice completely disappear from his consciousness. Therefore, he couldn't help but shake his head with a smile. This silly kid must have fallen asleep by now. Haha, not sure whether to say something or not. After saying this, Lin Xiao cast a glance at the endless yellow sands around him. At this moment, a thought crossed his mind. Everything is ready. I should start looking for the earth elemental crystals soon. With this thought, Lin Xiao held the wind source propeller in one hand and followed the map displayed in the book with the other, gradually advancing toward the center of the sandstorm, hoping to obtain some earth elemental crystals. However, things never go as planned. A long time had passed without him realizing. The map clearly indicated that Lin Xiao was currently at the epicenter of the sandstorm. Yet, not even a trace of earth elemental crystal had appeared. Seeing this situation, Lin Xiao couldn't help but fall into deep thought. What could be the reason? Could it be that today's sandstorm does not carry any elemental energy? No, that's impossible. My deductions must be correct. There must be elements present in extreme weather conditions. That much is beyond doubt. Therefore, there must be another reason. Just that. The exact cause is still unknown. At this thought, Lin Xiao started to examine his surroundings even more carefully, hoping to find some clue. Thus, his full attention was focused on his vision, completely forgetting that he still needed to control the wind source propeller. As a result, his entire body drifted along with the sandstorm, not regaining awareness until he gave up searching the surroundings for answers. Where am I now? After finishing with a tone of surprise, Lin Xiao quickly glanced at the book in his hand, only to see his current location was already far from the previous spot. But this far wasn't the usual kind of being blown to the edge. Rather, it was an unnatural kind of traveling even deeper toward the center. This, Lin Xiao murmured, strongly feeling there must be a clue behind this abnormality. Then, suddenly inspired, he took out a stone from his material storage space and placed it beside him. Then, the stone started moving through the sand desert. Moreover, the direction in which the stone was moving was exactly the same as the drifting direction Lin Xiao had just experienced. Then, if that's the case, could this suggest that by continuing the search in this direction, he might eventually find the earth elemental crystals? Realizing this, Lin Xiao immediately reignited his hopes. Without further hesitation, Lin Xiao grabbed the wind source propeller and began moving forward, following closely behind the stone. Like this, about 10 minutes later, Lin Xiao was staring intently at the stone, advancing forward while repeatedly thinking in his mind. Earth elemental crystal, earth elemental crystal. But just at this moment, the stone suddenly seemed to be swallowed by something. It disappeared for no apparent reason. Seeing this scene, Lin Xiao's sixth sense warned him that something was terribly wrong. Thus, out of instinct, he instantly shifted the position of the wind source propeller and began moving several meters in the opposite direction. The result? Immediately after, a giant blood-red mouth appeared exactly where Lin Xiao had been standing moments ago, snapping shut with a bite. It sent a chill down Lin Xiao's spine just looking at it. If he had hesitated even half a second earlier, then right now he'd definitely be the same as that mysteriously vanished stone. But, now that he thought about it, what was that giant mouth? A boss? Or an earth elemental spirit? With these thoughts in mind, before Lin Xiao could figure it all out, he sensed a disturbance coming from his left side. Therefore, he couldn't help but inwardly smile. Fine, then take this chance. Let me see exactly what you are. Time seemed slow when it mattered most. In the next second, another giant mouth suddenly appeared on Lin Xiao's left. At this critical moment, Lin Xiao immediately deployed the thunderstorm heaven net around himself from within, wanting to electrocute it to death and finally get a good look. But the result, after the giant mouth collided with the thunderstorm heaven net, Lin Xiao didn't even get a clear glimpse of what it was. The mouth instantly disintegrated, seamlessly blending into the surrounding sandstorm. This, Lin Xiao paused momentarily, because deep in his heart, he knew clearly why he had deployed the thunderstorm heaven net. Therefore, considering the strength of the thunderstorm heaven net, there was absolutely no way it could vaporize anything into ashes that quickly. If that was the case, then the reason behind this outcome must be that the mouth was made entirely of sand. In the design logic, it would instantly disintegrate upon receiving any damage, thereby neutralizing the harm. Then, just as Lin Xiao arrived at this thought, another giant mouth came lunging from directly in front of him. Chapter 109, Willing to Give and Desiring to Take. Just like that, this giant mouth still bit straight onto the stormy heaven net. And then, just like the previous one, it instantly disintegrated and vanished within the sandstorm. This once again confirmed Lin Xiao's suspicion. They were monsters made entirely of sand. Once they suffered any damage, they would disintegrate instantly. If that's the case, the stormy heaven net was definitely useless now. He needed a way to prevent them from disintegrating, then deliver a fatal blow. But, what could stop them from disintegrating? Because of this, Lin Xiao fell into deep thought. He mentally reviewed everything he had, and every item he could craft from the universal crafting list. Like this, not long after, an idea suddenly popped into Lin Xiao's mind. I got it. As he smacked his palm, he glanced sideways. He noticed the few mouth monsters had learned their lesson. They no longer recklessly charged into his stormy heaven net. Instead, they circled patiently like sharks stalking prey, orbiting the stormy heaven net in loops. Seeing this, Lin Xiao immediately understood. They were just waiting for the moment the stormy heaven net vanished. Then they would swallow him in one bite. If that's how it is, then come and eat me. With that, Lin Xiao manipulated the controller of the stormy heaven net and let the barrier around him dissipate. Upon seeing this, the giant mouths instantly became untamed horses, each one opening their gaping bloodied mouths, mercilessly rushing toward Lin Xiao's face. However, facing this horrifying scene, Lin Xiao remained calm and unhurried. Methodically, he pulled out an item from the material storage space and held it in his hand. Then, ding 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 ding, a few sharp sounds rang out. Immediately afterward, the giant mouths were locked in place, bound by golden light. It turned out, the item Lin Xiao held was the ancient lock-on device he had just crafted this morning. Once bound by the ancient lock-on device, these creatures couldn't disintegrate even if they tried. Their true forms were now exposed before Lin Xiao. With a single glance, Lin Xiao determined they weren't bosses at all, just regular earth element sprites. Therefore, with their abilities, there was no way for them to escape the Sufu of the ancient lock-on device in a short time. Thus, Lin Xiao confidently took out his dagger and personally collected the earth element crystals from each one. Acquired earth element crystal X30. With this, since the source of the disturbance was gone, the sandstorm naturally stopped. Looking at the returning blue sky and sea, Lin Xiao smiled and softly praised the ancient lock-on device. This thing really can create surprising effects in battle. Worth going all the way into the ancient ruins for. It looks like I'll have to use this more often in the future. After saying that, Lin Xiao retracted the ancient lock-on device and deployed the small combat ship. After reinstalling the wind source propeller onto it, he headed straight back to island M7021. By that time, the sky hadn't fully darkened yet. When Xiaolin saw Lin Xiao return, without hesitation, she stepped forward and immediately asked, "Did you get the element crystal?" "I did." After retrieving one earth element crystal and showing it to Xiaolin with a smile, Lin Xiao replied. Xiaolin then expressed admiration on her face and said, "Wow, so amazing. You actually got it just like you said. So what are you planning to do with this earth element crystal?" "Shirong. Have you heard of that word before?" After Lin Xiao answered without hesitation, Xiaolin's expression instantly changed from admiration to astonishment. Then, she asked rapidly with disbelief, "You mean, the mythical Shirong from ancient legends that reproduces endlessly and never perishes? Then, does that mean we can expand our island infinitely with this?" No, 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 no. Hearing this, Lin Xiao quickly interrupted Xiaolin's endless imagination. Then he explained the nature of the Shirong in this world. "When I first opened this blueprint from the treasure chest, I thought the same way as you. But after reading the description, I realized, in this world, Shirong isn't as magical as in the legends of our original world. It can only reproduce infinitely on a limited amount of land. The purpose is to allow all plants to grow on it and produce high-quality special crops." After hearing this explanation, Xiaolin nodded understandingly and said, "Oh, I see. But that's still pretty good. At least, our fruit supply will improve. And we can grow other crops too. That way, we won't have to rely on different kinds of sea creatures for food every single day." That's exactly right. Except maybe Foam. I doubt anyone else could eat seafood every day without getting tired of it. While agreeing with her, Lin Xiao glanced sideways, then turned his gaze towards Xiaolin with a slight smile. "Well then, shall I leave this task to the head of M7021 Logistics Division, Xiaolin?" "Of course, no problem at all." Without hesitation, Xiaolin immediately agreed. "You've contributed so much to our home, and yet I've only been taking. I feel a bit uneasy about it. This task is the perfect chance for me to give something back to our home. You can rest assured. I will definitely do this well." After a solemn promise from Xiaolin, Lin Xiao wore a thoughtful expression and said, I trust you can do it well. But, you were saying that you feel bad about taking. How come I didn't notice that? I see you taking pretty openly every single night. And I don't see any guilt there at all." After hearing this, Xiaolin was initially a bit confused by what Lin Xiao was implying. She looked slightly dazed, but soon enough, as she saw Lin Xiao's increasingly teasing expression, she began to understand. That so-called taking was actually referring to what happened every night, and thus, her face instantly flushed red. Then, somehow, she actually started to stammer out a sincere explanation to Lin Xiao. I wasn't really taking openly. It's more like mutual acceptance between two people. If you weren't willing to give, I wouldn't take the initiative to ask for it either." After saying this, Lin Xiao couldn't help but burst into laughter, amused by Xiaolin's cuteness. "Huh, you little fool. Of course I'm willing to give for you. I'm willing to give for you even now. Therefore, you can just keep taking and accepting." Having said that, Lin Xiao bent over, and in one motion, scooped Xiaolin into his arms like a princess. Xiaolin's face turned bright red as she stammered continuously. Chapter 110. The coconut trees bear fruit. "It's not that urgent. How about we lay down the Shirong first? That way, the earlier we plant, the earlier we can harvest." Hearing the hesitant tone in Xiaolin's voice, seeing the shy expression on her face, how could Lin Xiao possibly refuse her? A doting smile naturally surfaced on his face. "All right, I'll listen to you. Anyway, you won't be getting away tonight. Then let's lay down the Shirong first." After speaking, Lin Xiao gently placed Xiaolin, whom he had been carrying in a princess hold, down. He then proceeded to issue orders according to the recipe for creating Shirong. Add 10 earth element crystals. Add 10 water element crystals. Add 100 pieces of soil. Manufacture. As his words fell, the earth element crystals dramatically burst forth, clustering into a cloud of sand hovering over Lin Xiao's right hand. The water element crystals, on the other hand, gracefully flowed and condensed into a clear pool of water resting above his left hand. Although the entire process wasn't exactly breathtaking, it was nonetheless mysteriously amazing. Xiaolin kept blinking in awe, constantly murmuring, "So beautiful." Seeing her reaction, Lin Xiao smiled slightly before extending his crystal-filled hands towards Xiaolin. "Want to give it a try? Me?" Upon speaking, before Xiaolin could even protest, Lin Xiao directly transferred the earth and water element crystals into her hands. At once, Xiaolin felt the surge of elemental power coursing through them. Amazed again, she let out another exclamation. "Wow, they're so powerful, right?" Lin Xiao smoothly continued for Xiaolin, smiling. "Now you can try hitting the soil in front of you with both of them. There might be an even more wonderful reaction." Okay. After excitedly agreeing, Xiaolin followed Lin Xiao's instructions and simultaneously hurled the earth and water element crystals from her hands onto the patch of soil before her. In an instant, the soil reacted under the influence of the combined earth and water elemental magic. It transformed from shimmering faintly with golden light into a dazzlingly radiant glow, sparkling with emerald brilliance. Once again, it deeply amazed Xiaolin. "Whoa, so this is the Shirong?" "That's right," Lin Xiao answered with a nod. "It'll be yours from now on. Now, you can try giving it some commands." After nodding, Xiaolin fixed her gaze on the Shirong. Then, softly, she issued a command. "Go cover the orchard over there and provide nutrients for the fruit trees." Her words barely faded. The Shirong immediately obeyed her order. First, it swiftly flew across the ground into the orchard. Then it exerted its natural characteristics, expanding from a small patch of soil to cover the entire area. Looking at the orchard now, even though dusk had fallen, the moonlight reflecting off the Shirong caused it to sparkle in golden brilliance, as if it had turned into a golden land. At this moment, Lin Xiao slightly turned to Xiaolin and said, "Well then, the Shirong has been laid out. Now we just have to wait for the harvest. Now, aren't you supposed to keep your promise?" After hearing that, Xiaolin blushed deeply, but still nodded slightly and softly replied, Thus, two affectionate lovers, beneath the moonlight and glittering brilliance of the Shirong, began a chapter filled with love. The next morning, current day, 24, current status, not checked in. Would you like to check in? Upon hearing this voice, Lin Xiao slowly awoke from his dream. But since the previous night's activities had exhausted him, he hadn't had enough sleep. Still, he forced himself to open his tired eyes and mumbled, "Check in." As his words fell, the system prompt tone sounded. "Ding. Check-in successful. Issuing check-in rewards. All rewards have been distributed. See you tomorrow." Once the system's prompts ended, Lin Xiao reached out, placing the manifested blueprint into the material storage space. Without bothering to listen to the name of the blueprint read from the book, he closed his eyes again, sinking back into sleep. Thus, he had no idea how much time passed, until Xiaolin's calls reached his ears. "Lin Xiao, Lin Xiao." Only then did he wake up again. He instinctively glanced out the window. Outside, the sun already hung high in the sky. It was definitely past noon. Therefore, Lin Xiao hurriedly sat upright from the bed and turned towards Xiaolin, saying, "I didn't expect to sleep for so long." However, immediately after, Xiaolin revealed a slightly anxious expression and said, "I didn't call you for that. It's the coconut trees outside." Coconut trees? Lin Xiao hadn't quite understood what Xiaolin meant from her vague words. So after frowning slightly, he simply leaned out the window to look for himself. To his surprise, what he saw was the coconut tree that had always looked malnourished since he arrived in this world. Now had 2 coconuts on it, each about the size of a piglet. Regarding this, although Lin Xiao felt somewhat astonished inside, he also clearly realized after the initial surprise, this was all the doing of the Shirong. Shortly after, he smiled gently and reassured Xiaolin, "There's no need to panic. It's just the Shirong's doing. And besides, we're going to have plenty of coconut water and coconut meat to eat today. Aren't you happy?" However, after saying all that, Xiaolin's expression still seemed off. Then, she pointed her finger at the coconuts on the tree and said, "But, it seems like we won't actually be able to eat the coconut water or meat inside." Looking at Xiaolin's face, Lin Xiao began to feel like the situation wasn't as simple as he'd thought. So he once again locked his gaze on the 2 coconuts for a more careful inspection. This time, he noticed something suspicious about the coconuts. Look, there was a string sticking out from the top of each coconut, combined with their blackened appearance. They looked exactly like bombs, if they really were bombs. With such massive size, once they fell and exploded, the entire M7021 island would definitely be destroyed. Realizing this, Lin Xiao immediately said urgently to Xiaolin, "You and Xiao Dai stay at home. I'm going to handle this with Feng right away." "Okay." After replying, Lin Xiao grabbed a piece of clothing and threw it on as he hurried out. Then he called upon Feng and quickly went together to the foot of the coconut tree. There, the 2 coconuts swayed dangerously in the gentle sea breeze, as if they could fall at any moment. Therefore, to prevent any accident, Lin Xiao slightly raised the hand wearing the element ring, water, and manipulated some seawater from around him, spreading it underneath the coconuts. This way, even if the coconuts dropped, the seawater would prevent an overly violent explosion. Chapter 111. The first appearance of the emerald. But, doing that alone wasn't enough. It also had to be carefully brought down beforehand, in a gentle manner. And for that, the power of Feng would be needed. With that thought in mind, Lin Xiao looked down at Feng beside his feet and gave the command. Feng, use the softest, gentlest breeze to carefully bring down those 2 coconuts. Remember, don't let them fall or use too strong of a wind, or they'll be damaged. After hearing this, Feng Feng realized from Lin Xiao's tone that this was a very important matter. Therefore, it stopped its playful attitude, letting out a powerful Chiu Mi to show readiness. It then followed Lin Xiao's order, using the wind magic it released to create a gentle breeze. Watch. The breeze slowly floated upward. It was like a mother's hand caressing her baby. The coconuts were gently removed from the tree. Seeing this, Lin Xiao couldn't help but praise Feng Feng. Good job. Keep it up. Yet shortly after, Feng Feng did not respond with the usual joyous sounds of excitement when praised. Instead, it called out with a slightly trembling voice. Chiu Mi. This immediately stirred a wave of Xintung in Lin Xiao, because he knew, compared to releasing openly with brute force, precise control was much more physically draining. Thus, after the first coconut landed safely onto the water cushion Lin Xiao had made, Lin Xiao quickly said to Feng Feng, "Rest for now, there's no rush." But, even though he said that, Lin Xiao couldn't help feeling a chill down his spine. After all, the coconut still hanging on the tree was teetering precariously. At any moment, it could destroy the entire island M7021. That was why he kept glancing toward the remaining coconut. Feng Feng saw this, and thus understood what Lin Xiao was thinking. So, for its master, no matter how exhausted it was, it forced itself to stand back up from the ground, and began releasing wind magic once again. Seeing this, Lin Xiao couldn't help but ask, "Feng Feng, have you rested enough? Don't force yourself." However, immediately after, Feng Feng firmly responded with, "Chiu Mi." Upon hearing that, Lin Xiao understood Feng Feng's determination. After sincerely saying, "Thank you," he closed his mouth, saying no more, so as not to disturb Feng Feng. Like that, after dozens of seconds passed, Feng Feng gently brought the other coconut hanging on the tree down with its soft breeze. Seeing this, Lin Xiao couldn't help but sigh in relief. That's a relief. As for Feng Feng, it was panting heavily. "Chiu Mi, Chiu Mi." Just then, Xia Lin hurriedly brought a feeding tray full of holy water to Feng Feng's mouth, and immediately said, "Feng Feng, you've worked hard. Hurry and drink some water." Chiu Mi. So on. Zhijian Feng Feng Sun Chu Xiao Shuotou. Kai Shi Tan Shi Qi Shui Pen Li de Sung Sui. Ru Zi Yilat. Tai Yin Kui Sin Mo Fa, Zao Cheng de Hun Sun Pi Tong Gan, Ye Ban Yi Ding Zhanhua Wei Pi Fa Gan. Ran Ho Hojig Soi, Ban Soi Jalat. Ho, Ho. Zhen Shi Doa Kui La Fug Feng Lut. Lin Chao Kanja Fug Feng Su Soi de Yanzik. Yoshia Xin Tung de Min Zoi So Dao. Buran. Wahai Jun de Budri Dao Gai Jimachur Chuli, Zherlang Kura Yezik. Sura. Shaolin Dang La Dento, Fu Herwan. Joner, Yo Kan Shang La Di Man Song de Lang Kura, Yezu So Dao. Buguo Hua So Huilat. Zherlang Kura Yezik, Jiu Jing Shru Samaga. Bu Qingchup. Buguo Shou Dao Tai Lao Chuchen Kong Jian Ho, Cha Kan Yisha, Zhu Zhi Dalat. Soba. Lin Chao Zhang Zherlang Kura Yezu So Ru Jing, Tai Lao, Chuchen Kong Jian. Ran Ho Da Kai Suban, Zhang Kai Wu Ping Lan de Jiaman. Kai Shi Cha Kan Shilad, Shangon Jia Sao. Times 2. Jia Dan Yezik. Shirang Piang, Ercheng de Tosu, Gal Finzhu Zhou. Yongyo Bi Chang Gui Yezik Gung Do de Goro, for Yin Yan. Tongshi, Ye Kurt Zhang Ta Tozhi Guo Ho, Zhou Jia Dan Shiyong. Sweet. Qiji Yao Zai Gua Shui Cheng Su Zhi Chan, Zhang Shi Chi Sha. Bing Xie Shiyong Zhi Chan, Qing Xiao Xin, Chao Kai Yezika. Kanwan Jia Shao Guo Ho. Langer and Gangar de Man Man Shangqir. Zhiwan Yi Jiran, Yo Nung Baojar, Yo Nung Shui. Kushu, Sti Huigan Shui Ta. Chao Kuda Guocheng, Jiu Shi Zai Na, Sung Ming Dua. Ait. Hua Yin Lodi. Shaolin Wan Yao, Zhang Di Shang Hu Hu Da Soi de Fug Feng Bao Qi. Ran Ho Doija Lin Chao So Dao. Jiran Wei Shan Jie Chulat. Washan Hui Chir Ba Fug Feng, Andrulaba. Ni Chirba. Wahai Shang Zai Yanzhou Yanzhou, Chir Jia Dan Yezik. Lin Chao Hua, Sui Germasoa. Dan Shi Jishang, Shi Weilat, Cha Kan Yisha, Jinzao, Chen Dao Zhang Li de Lantu. Shaolin Ye Bang Jiu Germa Xinlat. Okay then. Be careful. Alright. After saying that, Xia Lin took Feng Feng back into the small villa. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao went to a nearby room, opened his book again to page 2, expanded the item menu of the material storage space, found the blueprint, and clicked it open. Greenery Wand Blueprint. Learnable. After learning, you will gain the Greenery Wand crafting recipe under the Omni Crafting feature. Greenery Wand, an ancient magical item. It allows the user to control all plants using the power stored within ancient gems. This was arguably the shortest description of a magical item Lin Xiao had ever seen. Yet, just those few short words filled Lin Xiao with endless imagination. For example, in Naruto, Hashirama Senju had the wood release, wood dragon technique, which summoned trees to shape the battlefield into favorable terrain for combat. Or, in One Piece, Usopp's various types of seeds could produce different effects based on the situation. If this wand could actually achieve those kinds of effects, then this thing would truly be powerful. Thinking thus, Lin Xiao couldn't wait any longer and immediately clicked the Learn button inside the blueprint's description. Then, he hurried over to the Omni Crafting interface, eager to craft the wand and experience what it felt like to be a Hashirama Senju. Thus, upon reaching the crafting menu, Lin Xiao found that the Greenery Wand required only a single material to craft. But he couldn't make it at all, because that one material was something Lin Xiao didn't possess. Namely, Emerald. Greenery Wand, Emerald 0/30. Emerald. Lin Xiao instinctively frowned in surprise. What is that? Weren't there only rubies, sapphires, and amethysts before? What is this emerald about? Having said that, Lin Xiao thought for a moment. A sudden idea came to mind. Thus, he followed through on the thought, flipping through the pages of his book, switching from the Omni-crafting interface to the auction interface. Then, he used the search function of the auction menu to look up the keyword emerald. Yet, what he saw displayed on the screen was the following sentence. Chapter 112, The Ancient Noble Dragon Gung Clan. It does not exist. This instant left Lin Xiao completely stunned. Does not exist. What does that mean, does not exist? Does it mean this item simply does not exist in the auction house? Or is it like the purplish-red gem, something not found in the open world, but only exists in ancient ruins? Forget it. I won't be able to figure this out no matter how hard I think about it here. In any case, this item is a material for crafting ancient magical items. Hence the Emperor should know something about it. After finishing lunch, I'll go to the ancient ruins and ask him about it. With this thought, Lin Xiao closed the book in his hands and slowly walked back into the small villa. Then, roughly after waiting inside for about 10 minutes, Xia Lin finished cooking, placing the meal in front of Lin Xiao. She spoke somewhat regretfully. Except for those 2 coconuts, Shirong hasn't produced any other crops yet. So once again, you'll have to endure eating these fish. It's fine. Lin Xiao smiled and shook his head slightly. As long as it's cooked by you, I like it. After saying that, he picked up a large piece of fish meat with his chopsticks and popped it into his mouth, chewing heartily. Seeing this, Xia Lin hurriedly spoke in embarrassment and urgency. All right, I know you mean it, but eat a smaller bite and slower this time. Don't choke again. Okay, my wife's words are my command. Huh. When Xia Lin's face flushed with shyness, Lin Xiao intentionally cast sidelong glances at her. Yet Xia Lin lowered her head with a red face, taking tiny bites of her food, too shy to meet Lin Xiao's gaze. This scene continued for about 3 to 5 minutes, until Lin Xiao placed his chopsticks down. Xia Lin then asked, "Finished eating? There's still more in the pot. Let me get some more for you." Saying that, she stretched her hand to take Lin Xiao's bowl to serve him more. But right after, Lin Xiao spoke to Xia Lin. "I'm done. I won't eat more. I have something to do later. Eating too much isn't good." Upon hearing this, Xia Lin withdrew her hand and nodded. "Okay then. But still one last thing. Please be careful on your way." "Yeah, I know." Lin Xiao replied softly. "The place I'm going to today isn't dangerous. I'll be back soon, so don't worry too much." "All right." In this way, after some warm chatting, Lin Xiao left the small villa. He found a secluded spot on the island and activated the ancient portal. The next second, he concentrated his mind. Lin Xiao stepped through the ancient portal and arrived at the ancient ruins palace, meeting Emperor Ince. Emperor Ince looked somewhat surprised at Lin Xiao's arrival. He asked immediately, "You? The aura of shadow magic on you hasn't fully faded yet, and my royal power from the royal blood hasn't fully recovered either. Why are you here?" After hearing this, Lin Xiao inwardly cursed bitterly. Ancient dead bastard, saying useless things like this. Unless it's something important, who in their right mind would come here to listen to your lectures? Forget it. No need to bother arguing with him. Back to important matters. Thinking thus, Lin Xiao explained the question he wanted to ask Emperor Ince. "I came here to find out what an emerald is. I've never seen this item, whether in the ordinary world or ancient ruins." "Ah, I see." Emperor Ince then spoke in his usual tone of an aged elder. "But of course, you've never seen it before. Because that item doesn't even exist in this world. Not exist in this world." After hearing this, Lin Xiao revealed a look of disbelief. Then, after pondering briefly, he said to Emperor Ince, "But, I learned about this item from the blueprint. If this item doesn't exist, how can it be used as a material?" When the words landed, Emperor Ince shook his head, still wearing the same elderly expression as before. No, you misunderstood. Just because it doesn't exist in this world doesn't mean it doesn't exist at all." After saying this vague sentence, Lin Xiao, already confused, now became even more puzzled. It made him so flustered that his blood rushed to his head. And with that surge of anger, he rudely said to Emperor Ince, "Can you please stop speaking to me in philosophical terms? Why can't you just tell me the reason directly?" Then, after the words landed, what Lin Xiao heard was Emperor Ince speaking 2 words. "No." After hearing that, Lin Xiao barely kept his cool, and only because of his youth and strong body was he able to prevent himself from collapsing. Then, Emperor Ince began speaking in his usual, leisurely elder tone again. "To know any consequence properly, you must understand its cause. Otherwise, if you only receive the result directly, it may backfire. Just like I was back then. You only saw the benefits brought by shadow magic, without digging deeper into its source. And that's what eventually led to." At this point, Lin Xiao already knew he was about to start another long-winded speech. Rather than staying here listening to his rambling nonsense, Lin Xiao would rather endure his nagging to hear the important stuff. Thus, Lin Xiao quickly interrupted him with words. Okay, I get it already. I've learned my lesson, so please just tell me everything about the emerald." After saying that, Ince the Emperor nodded meaningfully. "Good. It's good that you're showing understanding. Let's sit over here then. I'll tell you the story of the emerald." "All right," Lin Xiao responded with an Wunai tone while wearing an expressionless face, then took heavy steps and followed Emperor Ince, sitting beside him to listen to the entire history of the emerald. In our time, there existed a noble bloodline known as the Gung clan of the dragon lineage. The magic they used was completely different from the magic used by us royal families and other nobles. They relied on the power of plants to attack, defend, and achieve healing effects that were hardly possible with other forms of magic. And the source of this power is the emerald you just mentioned. Through the special nature of their own bloodline, the ancestors of the Gung Dragon clan discovered that rubies and sapphires were actually interconnected. Therefore, they attempted to fuse rubies and sapphires together. As a result, unexpectedly, the emerald was born. And they also discovered that the magic released through emeralds could control plants and achieve extraordinary effects. Okay, Lin Chao responded half-heartedly. I understand the background already. Can you just tell me where I can find an emerald now? Don't be impatient. That's what I'm about to say. Emperor Ents continued to prattle on obliviously. Just as I mentioned earlier, they were a clan devoted solely to their unique type of magic. Chapter 113, The Deceased Empress of Emperor Ents. So, even though I once ordered every citizen in the empire to learn Luke's shadow magic, they, the Dragon's Blood clan, did not learn it. At this point, Lin Chao suddenly seemed to realize something. He immediately asked Emperor Ents, so what you're saying is, they didn't learn shadow magic, which means they weren't controlled by Luke, right? Exactly. After Emperor Ents nodded in confirmation, Lin Chao continued. So then, there should still be survivors among them. As long as we can find the descendants of the Dragon's Blood clan, the problem of the emerald will be resolved, right? Theoretically speaking, yes. Emperor Ents first affirmed confidently, but just a moment later, he shifted his tone. However, even though they were not controlled by Luke, they too have completely vanished after the catastrophe. They might have hidden themselves away, or perhaps something else happened. In any case, their bloodline definitely no longer exists within these ancient ruins. Upon hearing this, Lin Chao's determination did not fade, because he believed such a special and powerful lineage could not have disappeared into oblivion like this without a trace. They must still exist somewhere in the world. With this thought in mind, Lin Chao said to Emperor Ents, it's possible their clan managed to survive the disaster. Perhaps their descendants, like us, moved to the surface to live. That's possible. If that's the case, then I'll go search on the surface. With that, Lin Chao rose from beside Emperor Ents. He immediately summoned the ancient portal and was about to cross it back to Island M7021. Just as he was about to go, Emperor Ents suddenly called out, wait a moment, Lin Chao. Hearing that, Lin Chao turned around, asking somewhat puzzled, what is it? Any other instructions you need to give me? Emperor Ents appeared deep in thought, his expression one of hesitation and recollection. After a brief pause, he spoke again. Are you sure you want to find the descendants of the Dragon's Blood clan? Are you absolutely determined about this? Of course, Lin Chao answered without hesitation. Do you think I came down to the ancient ruins for no reason, just to have a casual chat with you? At this, Emperor Ents nodded again. Then, with a look of sorrow, he answered. Fine. Then wait, don't leave yet. Let me get something. Before Lin Chao could respond and ask what he intended to do, Emperor Ents had already turned and vanished into the shadows, leaving Lin Chao standing there rather bewildered. What is this old man up to now? And so, nearly 10 minutes passed. Lin Chao was already growing impatient when Emperor Ents finally re-emerged from the darkness. Lin Chao immediately asked with a tone of interrogation. Where did you go? As Emperor Ents hesitated to answer, he furrowed his brows and drew forth from his robes a golden flower pot. Inside was a silver bloom matching the color of the pot. It was beautiful to look at, noble and elegant, as if the embodiment of moonlight crystallized. Yet, the flower seemed rather malnourished, its petals nearly wilted. Lin Chao asked again, what is this? This is my deceased wife. Emperor Ents answered with an extremely gloomy tone. Your deceased wife? Yes. Emperor Ents looked at the floating golden pot and silver flower with a complicated expression mixing tenderness and grief. My wife was of the Dragon's Blood clan, but she passed away before the catastrophe occurred, and this flower was a gift she gave me to ease my loneliness. Before she passed, she poured all her magic into it, ensuring it would never wither across thousands of years, so that whenever I looked at it, it would feel as if I were seeing her again. I see. After hearing the story, Lin Chao felt his tone from earlier had been rather inappropriate. He immediately apologized. Sorry, I didn't think about it. It's fine. Emperor Ents gently shook his head as he looked at the flower with tenderness. I think, if she were here now, she wouldn't blame you either. Thank you. As he spoke, Lin Chao's gaze once again fell on the flower pot. With a slightly puzzled tone, he asked, but, if this flower is so precious, why did you bring it out just now? 2. Lin Chao could sense that Emperor Ents' next words were extremely difficult to say, but in the end, he still said it, and it shocked Lin Chao greatly. For you to take. For me. But isn't this the treasured relic of your beloved deceased wife? Why would you give it to me? To help you search for descendants of the Dragon's Blood clan. Emperor Ents explained. As I mentioned earlier, my wife infused all of her magic into it before she passed. This magic will resonate when it encounters the same bloodline as the Dragon's Blood clan. Besides, after all this time, the amount of magic left within it has nearly diminished completely. Therefore, rather than leaving it beside me to wither away entirely, it's better to hand it to you so that its final remnants of power can still serve a purpose. I think she would be more than willing to. As he spoke, Emperor Ents' eyes, floating in the shadows, gazed tenderly at the flower. Then he extended his arm and waved gently, sending it flying into Lin Chao's hands. So, you must make full use of it, and promise me to properly take care of her. In that instant, Lin Chao felt a strong sense of mission pressing down upon him, but he was more than willing to bear it. So after nodding, he replied firmly, I will. Then, you may go. After saying that, Emperor Ents turned his back around. Lin Chao immediately understood. This was the old man's way of not wanting further attachment or longing. So he didn't hesitate any longer. He stored the flower pot into his inventory space, said, "I'm leaving," then crossed the ancient portal and returned to Island M7021. At that moment, Emperor N slowly turned his head, gazing at the fading shadow of the ancient portal. He murmured softly yet sorrowfully, "Tina, farewell." Back on Island M7021, before entering the villa, Lin Xiao, with a sidelong glance, noticed the golden Xianxia, golden soil of vitality, inside the orchard. Just that casual glance sparked a sudden thought in Lin Xiao's mind. Would applying a bit of this Xianxia beneath the silver bloom bring in any benefits? Immediately, Lin Xiao changed his path and headed toward the orchard. He knelt down, scooped up a handful of the sacred soil with both hands. Chapter 114, An Accidental Resurrection. Then, he began spreading the Xianxia into the golden flower pot. At first, Lin Xiao was only trying it out with a casual mindset. He didn't expect the Xianxia to take effect so quickly. However, after the golden Xianxia filled the entire flower pot, to his surprise, some of the withered silver Xian flowers actually began to wither even further. Seeing this, Lin Xiao was so shocked that he couldn't help exclaiming, "What the hell?" While hurriedly trying to scoop the Xianxia out of the golden flower pot, his mind was in turmoil. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? Isn't Xianxia supposed to promote plant growth? Why did the flowers wither after putting it in? Could it be that Empress Insi's magic conflicts with the Xianxia? Just as these thoughts came to mind, Lin Xiao had already scooped most of the Xianxia out of the flower pot. But even so, the silver Xian flower inside still wouldn't stop wilting. This completely panicked Lin Xiao. After all, not finding the descendants of the Longjing tribe was not a big deal. At worst, one magic blueprint would go to waste. But if he accidentally destroyed the Empress, that would be truly life-threatening. How dare he ever venture into the ancient ruins to face Insi again? And without meeting Insi, he couldn't fulfill his task. Then his system mission would. Thinking of this, Lin Xiao frantically hugged his head with both hands, repeatedly ruffling his hair and muttering, "Ugh, this is totally messed up. Why couldn't I control my hand? Why did I even put that Xianxia in there?" But the moment the words left his mouth, a strange and solemn voice suddenly entered Lin Xiao's ears. "This thing is called Xianxia? How amazing!" Lin Xiao immediately raised his head toward the voice. To his astonishment, the silver Xian flower on the golden flower pot was gone. In its place, a woman-shaped figure made entirely of silver powder the same color as the flower stood. Furthermore, this woman had a cape flowing behind her back and wore a crown atop her head. Her overall outfit looked quite similar to that of Emperor Insi. Thus, Lin Xiao cautiously ventured a guess. "Are you Empress of Emperor Insi?" "Yes. I am Empress Tina, Insi's wife." Empress Tina nodded confidently before turning to question Lin Xiao. "But who are you? Where's this place? How did I end up here?" Hearing this, Lin Xiao was just about to answer when he noticed the silver powder form of Empress Tina beginning to scatter slightly. So, he quickly changed what he was going to say and addressed her instead. "Your body." Upon hearing this, Tina looked down at herself. Sure enough, her body was dispersing, just as Lin Xiao described, and the Xianxia inside the golden flower pot was gone. So, she spoke to Lin Xiao. "It was your Xianxia's power that gave me physical form, so I need you to put it back into the flower pot. Otherwise, not long from now, my magic will completely dissipate and I will vanish from this world." All right. Lin Xiao responded quickly. To prevent Empress Tina from vanishing, he hastily put the previously removed Xianxia back into the pot. Subsequently, Tina's scattered form stabilized again. She expressed her gratitude to Lin Xiao. "Thank you." Seeing that he had successfully mended the mistake, Lin Xiao relaxed a little and exhaled deeply. "Phew, never mind. No need to thank me. As long as you don't disappear again. That won't happen." Empress Tina shook her head. "With the power in your Xianxia, I can remain for 1,000,000 years." "That's a relief," Lin Xiao said gratefully. Empress Tina then asked him again. "Now, can you finally answer my previous questions?" "Oh sure." Lin Xiao nodded before answering. "My name is Lin Xiao. This is my home. You can call it Island 7021. Also, the reason you are here is that Emperor Insi entrusted you to me." As he spoke, before the last character had even left his mouth, Empress Tina suddenly waved her arm. Using her family's unique magic to control a high-quality tree from the orchard, its branches twisted into a sharp, cone-shaped point aimed directly at Lin Xiao's throat. Then, she opened her mouth and, with the imposing aura of a royal empress, interrogated him. "Don't let my spirit form deceive you, but if you dare utter one more lie in front of me, I can end your life this instant." The moment her words fell, Xiao Dai suddenly flew out from the small villa. Feng Feng also leaped out from the window. "Su Su, Chiu Mi." Then, without even thinking, the two of them sprang into action. Xiao Dai released a fire elemental magic, using high-purity cyan flames to burn the cone-shaped wooden spike aimed directly at Lin Xiao's throat. Feng Feng, on the other hand, unleashed a wind elemental magic, using the gusts not only to assist the flames, but also to form razor-sharp wind blades meant to sever the spike. All of this was to save Lin Xiao, but unexpectedly, as soon as Xiao Dai's flames made contact with the spike, they immediately went out. No lingering effect whatsoever. And the wind blades Feng Feng had formed with his wind magic left not a single mark on the spike either. This left the two utterly baffled. Just then, Xiaolin also rushed out. Seeing the intense situation before her, she couldn't help but exclaim in alarm. "Lin Xiao, just wait. I'm coming to save you." Immediately after, she summoned from her material storage space an ordinary iron axe. Grasping it tightly, she ran straight toward Lin Xiao. Upon seeing this, Empress Tina couldn't help but display a queen's contempt. She then spoke out with disdain. "Do you even know what the Longjing clan's magic is?" Those two divine pets couldn't burn it or cut it with wind. And you think a simple melee weapon will do the trick? Don't dream on it. After she spoke, Empress Tina raised her other hand, and another high-quality tree behind her came alive. As soon as Lin Xiao saw this, he instantly knew that she was preparing to use the same magic against Xiaolin. Therefore, in this critical moment, Lin Xiao hurriedly shouted at Xiaolin, "Xiaolin, stop. Go back inside with Feng Feng and Xiao Dai." But, holding the axe in her hand, Xiaolin hesitated. Looking at Lin Xiao anxiously, she wanted to speak, but couldn't. Then, Lin Xiao added firmly, "Do as I say, go back." Only then did Xiaolin reluctantly turn around, and led Feng Feng and Xiao Dai back into the villa. At this point, Empress Tina looked down at Lin Xiao and said, "Didn't expect you, a liar, to actually have some sense of command." A liar. Lin Xiao frowned slightly, thinking there must be some misunderstanding. He realized he had to figure out a way to clear it up. He couldn't afford to end up fighting his own people. Thus, he retorted in response, "Which part of what I said was a lie?" As soon as he spoke, Empress Tina increased the pressure from the wooden spike against Lin Xiao's throat and replied with sharp, deliberate words. Chapter 115 The Magic of the Longging Clan. You still won't admit it? Fine, then I'll spell it out for you. Firstly, from what I know of Ins, he would absolutely never hand over this pot of flowers, which symbolizes me, to someone else. Secondly, based on my remaining magical calculations as a spirit, it's already been millions of years since the year I died. How could Ins personally hand me over to you? Hearing this, Lin Xiao, who had calmed down, suddenly understood. The Emperor Ins had said it himself. His queen had died before Luke's betrayal. Therefore, even though she had poured all her magic into the silver chalice flower, preserving her spirit in it for millions of years, she still had no knowledge of what happened after her death, and thus didn't know that Emperor Ins still existed in the form of a shadow soul, opposing Luke to this day. Thinking of this, Lin Xiao, after carefully choosing his words in his mind, carefully posed a question to Queen Tina. "Do you know Luke?" "I do," Tina replied softly. "He was an outstanding shadow mage, and Ins's most trusted aide. But I feel that man's intentions were foul. He was not a good person." Hearing Queen Tina's negative assessment of Luke, it just happened to align with Lin Xiao's own feelings. Taking the opportunity, Lin Xiao went ahead and delivered the prepared follow-up explanation. "That's exactly how it is. That Luke fellow manipulated Emperor Ins into forcing the entire population to learn shadow magic. Then, using his control over the dark magic, turned everyone into his shadow slaves, staging a rebellion against Emperor Ensign. And Emperor Ins, unwilling to let the world be destroyed by him, sacrificed himself, using royal power to kill and seal Luke away." Upon hearing this, Queen Tina's face turned pale with shock. For a moment, she couldn't tell if Lin Xiao's words were true or false, only stammering in a trembling voice. And then, what happened next? Then the empire declined. Emperor Ins transformed into a shadow spirit, relying on the bloodline of the royal family to suppress the shadow Luke, keeping him from wreaking havoc upon the world, up until today. "So, what you're saying is, Emperor Ins still exists as a spirit until now?" Queen Tina asked in disbelief. Lin Xiao nodded in response. "Yes. That's why I said it was him who personally handed you over to me." But, Tina frowned still. Evidently, even after hearing everything, she still had doubts lingering in her heart. Lin Xiao analyzed her thoughts for a second and already understood what her confusion was. Taking the opportunity, he asked directly, "You must be wondering why Emperor Ins would give you, the most precious treasure to him, to a total stranger like me?" "Exactly," Tina replied with affirmation. Lin Xiao continued, "I'm not a stranger to Emperor Ensign. I'm his collaborator. Because Emperor Ins must guard the royal bloodline, and cannot leave the ancient palace, meaning he cannot completely eliminate Luke. While I, able to come and go freely, accidentally broke into the ancient palace, and was selected by him as the person who would help gather resources to oppose Luke. Now, I need the emerald. Emperor Ins said that you're from the Longging clan, and the residual Longging magic in the silver chalice flower could help me find the remaining descendants of the Longging. In that way, he personally handed you over to me. And since I saw you nearly dying, I thought I'd give it a shot by using the Shirong I created to try to bring you back to life. I didn't expect that it would actually work." Now, after hearing so much, Queen Tina's suspicions slowly began to fade away. The sharp thorn hovering at Lin Xiao's throat was naturally retracted and returned to the high-quality tree. Seeing this, Lin Xiao let out a long sigh. "You finally believe me." "Not completely," Tina replied. "The reason I'm letting go is to let you take me to see Ins and confirm whether you're lying or not. So, if during this journey you ever prove yourself to be deceitful or manipulative, I will still kill you without hesitation." Sure, Lin Xiao replied helplessly. "But you have to give me some time at least to explain things to my family, right?" "You can, but remember my warning clearly. Don't presume that just because you have two decent divine pets, you're someone special." "Got it," with a weak voice murmured. Lin Xiao turned around, giving Queen Tina a silent eye roll in his mind. So beautiful in appearance, yet her personality is as stubborn and troublesome as that Ins guy. Truly, if they weren't family, they wouldn't be under the same roof. After venting his complaints, Lin Xiao pushed open the door and entered the small villa. Then, Xiaolin ran towards him immediately. "How is it? Are you hurt?" "No, I'm fine." Lin Xiao smiled and comforted Xiaolin. "It's just that I have to go out again, with her." Hearing this, Xiaolin was startled. "After how she treated you, you're still going somewhere with her?" "Not like that." Lin Xiao gently shook his head. "It was just a misunderstanding. Now we're going to clear it up. I won't be in any danger, so you can and Xin at home and wait for me." But, Before Xiaolin could say more, Lin Chao reached out, gently patted her head, interrupting her. Don't worry. Seriously, I'm fine. Even so, Xiaolin still felt worried. She glanced sideways at Xiaodai. Maybe you should bring Xiaodai with you? No need. I really won't be in any danger. After saying this gently and patiently, Xiaolin didn't press further. Nodding slightly, she said, all right then. Just come back soon. I'll prepare dinner for you. Okay. With that, Lin Chao placed a gentle kiss on Xiaolin's forehead, then left the small villa again, heading toward Queen Tina. You're done explaining? Queen Tina asked. Lin Chao simply nodded, summoning the ancient portal into existence midair. Upon seeing it, Queen Tina immediately recognized it. This is a shadow portal? Exactly, Lin Chao replied indifferently. Don't worry, I won't play any tricks in front of you. I know that. As she spoke, a faint smile of anticipation appeared on Queen Tina's face. Because I understand this shadow portal better than you do. Oh, well then, let's go. Without another word, Lin Chao picked up the golden flower pot, holding Queen Tina, and stepped through the ancient portal. Instantly, he arrived once again at his intended destination, the ancient palace. At that moment, Emperor Enz, sensing Lin Chao's presence, emerging from the shadows. Chapter 116, a meeting beyond 10 million years. Since Emperor Enz had already given the golden flower pot to Lin Chao, he didn't pay much attention when he sensed Queen Tina's aura emanating from Lin Chao. Thus, he directly asked, didn't you just leave? Why are you back already? But Lin Chao did not answer. Instead, he placed the golden flower pot on the ground. This confused Emperor Enz and simultaneously stirred slight irritation in him. So, in the next moment, he questioned Lin Chao with an authoritative and low voice. What are you? However, before he could finish his sentence, Queen Tina's silver-dusted figure gracefully emerged from the golden flower pot. This sight immediately stunned Emperor Enz into silence. Only after Queen Tina's form fully materialized did she gently tease him with tenderness. Why, Enz? Why are you staring at me like that? Don't tell me after all these years, you no longer recognize me? But as her voice faded, to everyone's surprise, Emperor Enz actually took her words seriously. With tears in his eyes, he shook his head repeatedly. How could that be? How could I ever forget your face? You know, over these endless millions of years, your voice and image have appeared before my eyes every single day. There's no way I could forget anyone else before I would forget you. Before he could finish speaking, Queen Tina softly interjected with another gentle tone. There you go again, still the same as ever, too quick to take things too seriously. After saying this, Queen Tina's silver soul body slowly floated in front of Emperor Enz. With loving eyes fixed on him, she longingly reached out her hand, attempting to caress his face and feel the warmth of her long-lost lover. And Emperor Enz shared the same sentiment. Upon seeing Queen Tina's hand reaching towards him, he took one step forward willingly, offering his face to her touch. Yet, the result was not what they had hoped. Emperor Enz and Queen Tina had already been separated by death. One, a shadow spirit. The other, a silver light soul. Neither possessed a real physical body. So, at the very moment they met, there was no contact. Only empty air passing between them. It caused both of them to look up at each other in surprise, disappointment, and some embarrassment. Indeed, two once passionate lovers, meeting again after 10 million years of waiting, filled with longing, only to meet with such an outcome. It was truly a pitiful situation. Then, after a few moments of mutual silence, Queen Tina took the initiative to break the stillness. These years have been hard on you. Well, like a child who had done something wrong, Emperor Enz cast his eyes down with guilt and softly replied. No matter how difficult it was my own doing. I even caused the downfall of the kingdom, and I became this way. Upon seeing Emperor Enz in such a state, Queen Tina naturally felt Xianxia, a pang in her heart. So she quickly played her role as the caring wife, comforting him gently. Don't say that. We were caught off guard by Luke's schemes, and there was little we could do. And besides, for you to contain the situation as well as you did, keeping Luke from spreading further disaster into the world is already more than enough. At this point, Emperor Enz looked up warmly into Queen Tina's eyes. All of this did Lin Chao tell you? Yes. Queen Tina solemnly nodded like a queen should, and then changed tone slightly. But don't blame him. I pressured him to reveal everything to me. And also, it was his unintended action that transformed me from the form of a silver lily into this one, allowing my remaining magic to be sustained, enabling us to see each other again. I wasn't trying to blame him. Emperor Enz gently shook his head left and right. If not for his appearance, his help, I might still be stuck, unable to completely deal with Luke. He truly is our savior. Exactly. At this point, Lin Chao, who had been immersed in the depth of this legendary love story, suddenly snapped out of it. He began thinking to himself, with the way they are talking, and given their royal status, could it be they are about to offer me some sort of reward? At this thought, Lin Chao couldn't help but feel excited, and he fixed his gaze hopefully on them. Even his ears perked up, unwilling to miss a single word from their mouths. That's right, Queen Tina said slowly. In the past, if someone had offered us such significant help, we would at least have granted them a title and bestowed great wealth upon them. But right after her, Emperor Enz responded with, but unfortunately, money is useless in this world now, and we ourselves are nothing more than hollow titles of emperor and queen. Even if we were to grant titles, they wouldn't hold any value anymore. Then how about rewarding him with blueprints from magical artifacts? Lin Chao thought to himself. Queen Tina then voiced a suggestion. This brave one, though not an official mage, seems to understand some magic. How about this? I'll go back with him and continue keeping our promise, helping him find the descendants of our Lunging race. If we do find them, then I can teach him a few spells from the Lunging clan based on emeralds. Is that acceptable? I think that's good. Lunging magic is pure, unlike shadow magic which harms the body. Emperor Ens responded affirmatively, then glanced sideways at Lin Xiao and said, but in the end, it depends on whether Lin Xiao himself is willing. As for Lin Xiao, this was exactly what he had hoped for. How could he possibly refuse? Thus, in the next second, he spoke up and answered, I'm willing. To receive help from Queen Tina is something I'd be extremely honored to accept. Upon hearing this, Queen Tina smiled gently and said, in that case, we've reached an agreement. And then, she turned her gaze toward Emperor Ens again. I'll go to his place with Lin Xiao for a while. I'll return once we've found the descendants of Lung. Go ahead. Emperor Ens nodded. After all, both of us are now immortal spirit forms. We'll have plenty of time to talk and be together in the future. Then we'll be going. Go. Emperor Ens said, somewhat reluctantly. Then, somewhat anxiously, he added to Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao, promise me you'll take good care of Tina. You can rest assured. With that, Lin Xiao summoned the ancient portal again. Then he picked up the golden flower pot on the ground, the one that contained Queen Tina, and stepped across. The next moment, sea breeze blew gently. Lin Xiao and Queen Tina returned together to the M7021 island. Xiaolin, seeing this, quickly ran out. How are you? Chapter 117. Special high-quality crops for hot pot? After he finished speaking, Xiaolin turned his gaze and saw the figure of Queen Tina once again. Therefore, because of their previous unpleasant interaction, her expression darkened slightly, and she said discontentedly, why has she followed us again? Will she harm us again? Lin Xiao and Queen Tina heard this. Before Lin Xiao could speak, Queen Tina immediately answered with her firm, queenly tone. No, what happened before was a misunderstanding. If it brought you any discomfort, I sincerely apologize. Now that the misunderstanding is cleared, I hope you can forget the past grievances and get along with me properly. Upon hearing that, Xiaolin didn't know exactly what had happened between Lin Xiao and the queen during the time she was absent. So he slightly shifted his gaze toward Lin Xiao, trying to get some reaction from him. As for Lin Xiao, he instantly understood the meaning behind Xiaolin's gaze. So he simply nodded, indicating everything was just as Queen Tina had said. Only then did Xiaolin relax slightly and say, all right then, I accept your apology. Thank you. Queen Tina responded with graceful elegance. Then continued, in that case, on one hand to express my apology, and on the other hand, it's not right for me to come uninvited with empty hands. I'll just borrow these as a gift for our meeting. After she finished speaking, Queen Tina, in her silver spiritual form, raised her hands. Then, after reciting a short incantation, all the plants inside the orchard where the Shirong soil was spread wildly began to blossom and bear fruits. In no time, a variety of previously unseen, high-quality fruits appeared before Lin Xiao and Xiaolin, especially Xiaolin, who was completely awestruck. Stammering, he stood rooted in place, not even able to speak. This. In contrast, Queen Tina said generously, a small gift. Please don't take offense. After you finish eating, I can make them grow another batch. All right, Xiaolin responded in a daze, still standing motionless. Seeing this, Lin Xiao gave a gentle smile and lightly took her hand. You silly girl, why are you still standing there? Quickly check what crops are here. With that, Lin Xiao pulled Xiaolin into the orchard. As for Queen Tina, she stood there, gazing meaningfully at their backs. This is obtain tomato with mixed fruit flavor ×1. Haha, we've got drinks for tonight's dinner. So what dishes should we prepare? Hearing Lin Xiao's question, Xiaolin looked at the diverse crops around her garden, struggling to choose and thinking hard. Suddenly struck by inspiration, she turned to Lin Xiao excitedly. Why don't we have hot pot tonight? We can cook a bit of everything, and then we'll know their tastes in the future. After Lin Xiao listened, he also thought it was a great idea. Without hesitation, he immediately agreed. Great, let's pick the vegetables first. You go back to the house and prepare. All right. Thus, Xiaolin returned to the villa to prepare the ingredients and tools for hot pot. Lin Xiao, Feng, and Xiao Dai started harvesting. Soon, under the glow of the setting sun, on the empty space of island M7021, a table was set up. Delicious steam slowly rose, mingling with the sea breeze, spreading the scent of happiness across the island. This tastes great. Really, my piece is delicious too. After saying that, Lin Xiao picked up a bite of unrecognizable vegetable from his bowl and brought it towards Xiaolin's mouth. But Xiaolin's face flushed red, and she didn't open her mouth. Then, she turned to Queen Tina and asked, do you want to join us for dinner? Clearly, Xiaolin was shy because of Tina's presence. However, Tina had also been young once, having gone through such romantic moments with Emperor Ens, so she understood Xiaolin's thoughts. Therefore, in the next second, after saying, I won't eat, you two enjoy yourselves, she scattered her spirit body into glowing silver petals and drifted to the other side of the villa, starting to gaze at the vast sea, accompanied by the sounds of Lin Xiao and Xiaolin echoing by her ears. She recalled the past days she spent with Emperor Ens during her youth. Young. How wonderful. Current day, 25. Current status, not checked in. Would you like to check in now? Since the hot pot dinner last night ended late, the system reminder in the morning found Lin Xiao still groggy with sleepiness. But there was no help for it. Today wasn't like yesterday. Today is the check-in milestone for day 25. Besides the daily blueprint reward, there's also a double bonus, which meant there was no way to go back to sleep immediately after checking in from bed. So, Lin Xiao forced himself to stay awake, got up from the bed, and headed downstairs. Then, he quietly gave the command to the system. Check in. The next second, the subsequent system voice prompt echoed in his mind. Ding. Check-in successful. Issuing check-in rewards now. First reward, 10 million times multiplier activated. Please select one item within your visible range to double. Last time, I doubled the celestial fragment. So, this time, doubling hay will suffice. And the rest, just wait until I gather enough celestial core and figure out how to collect enough stone. Then the homeworld celestial body can finally be constructed. With that in mind, Lin Xiao followed the plan, taking out a piece of hay from the material storage space. Then he looked at the hay and answered the system. Double the hay. As soon as the words fell, the system immediately responded with confirmation. Ding. Command received. Doubling the hay now. As the words were spoken, the hay began to grow wildly inside Lin Xiao's material storage space. Then, not long after, the number of hay reached 10 million times its original amount. Thus, the system also issued the corresponding prompt. Ding. Doubling of hay completed. Next check-in time. In 5 days. Check-in reward. 100 million times multiplier. Please remember to check in, host. No extension will be given. Hearing this, a thought surfaced in Lin Xiao's mind. The number at the 100 million level is huge. At the current pace of life on island M7021, there probably wouldn't be much use for it. Therefore, he needed to think carefully before the next check-in multiplier. What should he double that would help in the development of the homeworld celestial body? Plants? Or animals? Just as he was thinking, the second daily check-in prompt echoed in Lin Xiao's mind, interrupting his thoughts. Now proceeding to issue the second daily check-in blueprint reward. Ding. Issuing rewards now. Rewards issued successfully. See you again tomorrow. Chapter 118 Auspicious Cloud. After the system voice echoed in his mind, Lin Xiao reached out, picked up the fully materialized blueprint, and placed it into the material storage space. The book then emitted a system notification as well. Obtained Auspicious Cloud Blueprint X1. Auspicious Cloud. After hearing it, Lin Xiao, filled with curiosity, opened the book to check. What he saw next was, Auspicious Cloud Blueprint, can be learned. After learning, the crafting recipe for the Auspicious Cloud will be unlocked in the Omni Crafting. Auspicious Cloud, Elemental Magic Item. Clouds created through elemental power. Once released, it allows control over the weather of the area covered by the clouds. Control the weather? Letting out a surprised exclamation, Lin Xiao soon felt excitement building in his heart. Even the ability to control the weather over a limited area was extremely powerful, capable of producing numerous effects. Without further thought, Lin Xiao immediately clicked the Learn button inside the information window, then went straight to the Omni Crafting function to start checking. What he saw was, New, Auspicious Cloud, Water Elemental Crystal 182 out of 100, Wind Elemental Crystal 531/100, Lightning Elemental Crystal 152 out of 100. The amount of materials required for the Auspicious Cloud was substantial. However, thanks to the offerings from the village where Dr. lived, he had sufficient supplies. In that case, crafted directly. Once he made the decision, Lin Xiao confidently gave commands to the system. Add 100 water elemental crystals. Add 100 wind elemental crystals. Add 100 lightning elemental crystals. Begin crafting. As the words fell, the water elemental crystals first materialized out of thin air, fusing together into a pool of aquamarine water. Next, the powerful wind elemental crystals joined in, generating a violent vortex that swirled wildly through the water, like beating egg whites. Before long, the aquamarine water transformed into soft, fluffy clouds, filling nearly half of the first floor space, looking surreal and beautiful, as if this place had become a fairyland high above the clouds. Yet, the breathtaking transformation did not end here. When the final, lightning elemental crystals fused into the clouds, the entire soft and gentle paradise instantly became rigid. Occasional thunderous sounds coming from within made Lin Xiao feel as if lightning might strike down at any moment. Therefore, just to be safe, Lin Xiao manually recalled the Auspicious Cloud back into the material storage space. The environment on the first floor of the villa immediately returned to its original state. At this moment, Queen Tina's silvery phantom drifted over, and she asked Lin Xiao, "What was that just now? It felt like your Shirong. It's something I've never seen before, a kind of magic." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao clearly understood that Queen Tina had witnessed everything that had just happened. Moreover, given Tina's profound understanding of magic, even the slightest fabrication from him would be easily seen through, and she would call him out for lying. Therefore, honesty was the better choice. Thinking thus, Lin Xiao replied to Queen Tina, "That's right. This is the Auspicious Cloud, similar to the Shirong in your flower pot. Both are forms of elemental magic. It is magic released using the powers of nature's elements. Elemental magic. Nature." After listening, Queen Tina murmured thoughtfully and curiously, "It sounds quite magical, and it seems somewhat similar to the magic used by our Longing race, just in a different way." "Really? After firmly nodding her head, Queen Tina then turned to Lin Xiao and requested, "Would you allow me a piece of that auspicious cloud you made just now? I'd like to study it." Of course. Without hesitation, Lin Xiao immediately agreed, and willingly removed a portion of the auspicious cloud to give to Queen Tina. After all, if what Queen Tina said was true, that the magic of the Longing race and elemental magic were somewhat similar, then even if she studied it but discovered nothing new, it would only be a minor loss of auspicious cloud, nothing significant. But if a completely new magical field could be discovered, then that would be a tremendous gain. Such a risk-free investment was definitely something Lin Chao wouldn't pass up. Thus, Queen Tina accepted the piece of auspicious cloud given by Lin Chao. At that moment, Xiao Lin walked downstairs. However, when she saw Lin Chao and Queen Tina, her face turned slightly red as she greeted. Good morning. Morning. From this, it was clear that Xiao Lin had not yet fully adapted to life with Queen Tina around. But this was understandable. After all, suddenly, with an ethereal, ghost-like woman intruding into this intimate two-person world, it wasn't just Xiao Lin. Even Lin Chao dared not make too much noise at night. Therefore, they must quickly find the descendants of the Longjing race. The best strategy was to reunite Queen Tina with Emperor Insi, that doomed romantic pair. Thus, with this thought in mind, Lin Chao turned his gaze toward Queen Tina and said, "We'll set off soon to search for your descendants." After hearing this, Queen Tina glanced sideways at Lin Chao's expression, then at Xiao Lin's. Seeing this, a perceptive woman like her immediately understood the meaning behind Lin Chao's words. She simply replied without objection. All right. As the words fell, Xiao Lin, regaining her composure from her earlier shyness, asked Lin Chao in return, "You two are going out for a bit? Should I prepare breakfast for you now?" That'd be trouble for you then." Just like that, Xiao Lin briskly disappeared into the kitchen. Soon after, she brought out a delicious breakfast for Lin Chao. As for Lin Chao, he ate carefully and then exchanged a few more words with Xiao Lin. Then, as planned, he brought along the golden flower pot containing Queen Tina and boarded the small combat ship, leaving him 7021 Island behind. Furthermore, while on the way, Lin Chao thought they couldn't just wander aimlessly across this vast ocean. So he turned to Queen Tina's silvery spectral form and asked, "Do you sense your people in any particular direction?" But Queen Tina shook her head and replied, "No, not the slightest." This left Lin Chao feeling somewhat troubled. He stopped the ship and continued questioning Queen Tina, expressing his concerns. "So you're saying your people no longer exist in this world at all? But I don't think that's possible. After all, your Longjing race was such a large tribe, and none of your people were controlled by Luke. They couldn't just vanish without a trace." "I feel the same way too." Queen Tina nodded in agreement first. Then she started using her magic again to sense the same type of magic. But the result was the same. "But I truly can't feel anything." Chapter 119 heading to the unusual Thistle Island. But this matter isn't necessarily over yet. It's possible that our descendants masked their magic to live incognito, which is why I cannot sense them. Queen Tina analyzed rationally. Lin Chao quickly followed up with a question. "If that's the case, do we have other ways to locate your kin?" "Yes, but this method is somewhat difficult." As soon as Queen Tina said this, Lin Chao immediately responded without hesitation. "Difficulty doesn't matter. As long as there is a way, I am willing to take action, no matter the final outcome." All right. Hearing Lin Chao's determined reply, Queen Tina had no more Xianxia to offer, so she simply revealed the method directly. "If our descendants have concealed their magic, there must be exceptionally lush plants around them as a cover." Lush plants. After hearing that, Lin Chao lightly murmured with a pensive expression. This condition is indeed quite demanding. After all, there are no shortage of small islands with lush vegetation. If we had to search one by one, it would definitely take a while. However, as he spoke, Queen Tina suddenly interrupted Lin Chao. No. You misunderstood the meaning of lush I just mentioned. The plants powered by our clan's magic are definitely not merely luxuriant in the ordinary sense. They would become unnaturally and abnormally flourishing, just like crops grown from magical 11 wrong soil. So, we only need to go to such unusual places. Once there is a person from our clan within 1,000 feet, I will be able to sense it. Upon hearing this, Lin Chao suddenly felt enlightened. He blurted out, "Oh, that's how it is." Queen Tina nodded slightly in agreement, then continued asking Lin Chao, "Then, have you ever encountered such terrain?" "No." When he said this, Lin Chao's tone was not the slightest bit disheartened. Instead, it carried a hint of subtle confidence. "But it doesn't matter, I'll just ask around." Because the world was vast, there were many places Lin Chao hadn't yet visited. It was understandable that he hadn't seen such special landscapes. However, just because Lin Chao hadn't seen them, didn't mean others hadn't. Given Lin Chao's prestige in this world, asking in the chat room would easily provide clues. And so, in the next moment, Lin Chao opened the book in his arms and typed a line into the chat room. "Has anyone encountered islands with unusually lush or bizarre vegetation? Please send me the map coordinates." Immediately, the chat room stirred like a stone dropping into still water, causing ripples. Countless people began sharing their map coordinates. "Big shot, this island has an unusual amount of flowers. Is it the kind of lush vegetation you're looking for?" The island I marked is also very special, completely covered in thorny vines. It's hard even for ordinary people to enter. I also wanted to mention that thistle-covered island, because it truly is eerie, as if intentionally set up as a barrier to prevent landing. I also came across an island covered entirely with bamboo. I'm not sure if that's the kind you're looking for, but I have posted the coordinates. I hope they can help you. The islands you mentioned definitely can't compare to mine. Mine only has a single tree, but that tree must be 100 meters thick and 1,000 meters tall. Big shot, isn't this considered unusually flourishing? Seeing these responses, Lin Chao locked his attention on two particular coordinates among the many suggestions shared by netizens. He then showed the map with those 2 points marked to Queen Tina. This island is completely covered in thorns, making it extremely difficult for ordinary people to land. This one has a gigantic tree 100 meters thick. Both locations fit what you said, right? Queen Tina nodded firmly and joyfully. This makes things much easier. and I have a feeling our descendants must be in one of these two places. After hearing these words, Lin Xiao's enthusiasm was thus stirred. Thus, he could be heard speaking loudly next. Then that's perfect. If so, let's first head to the closer thistle-covered island, the Jingji Doth. Having said that, Lin Xiao adjusted the sailing direction, and together with Queen Tina, they boarded the small warship, heading towards the Thistle Island. But, although the Thistle Island was relatively closer to Lin Xiao's current location, that was only when compared to the Big Tree Island. In reality, the actual sailing distance wasn't short at all. It had been 2 hours already with the small warship, traveling at full speed. And yet, they hadn't even covered half the distance. Meanwhile, the weather forecast brought bad news. Ding! Approaching near Island M82146. Continuing forward will lead you into a heavy rainstorm. Navigation will be dangerous. Please consider carefully. These words were heard not just by everyone aboard, but also by Queen Tina, who was on the ship. Thus, she turned her gaze toward Lin Xiao with slight concern and asked, "What should we do? Shall we detour around it?" But the moment her voice fell, Lin Xiao's response came with full confidence. "There's no need to waste time detouring. We'll just go straight through." "Are you sure?" Queen Tina softly asked, slightly surprised at his reply. "As someone who's experienced, I'd advise you not to challenge nature." Even so, Lin Xiao still firmly held his stance. Then, he gave a meaningful smile and said, "Is that so? What if I told you I've already mastered the weather itself?" With that, Lin Xiao released the good weather cloud he had created that morning from his item storage space. He then controlled it, transforming the sky above into clear and sunny weather. As a result, no matter how dark the clouds gathered all around, the sky directly above Lin Xiao remained pure and cloudless. The sight of it left even Queen Tina marveling. Who knew elemental magic could be powerful enough to rival nature itself? This is beyond even the Dragon Root clan's magic, which is all about harmonizing with natural forces. It looks like I really need to study this thoroughly when I get the chance. Her voice still lingering in the air, Lin Xiao simply responded with a smile, saying nothing more in return. Soon after, he and Queen Tina sailed the small warship straight into the dark clouds. Not long after, the heavy rain began. However, protected by the good weather cloud, no matter how violently lightning flashed, rain poured, and waves crashed, the area around Lin Xiao remained calm and sunny, completely unaffected. Truly a wonderful item. This good weather cloud was indeed remarkable. Chapter 120, Saving Lives in the Rain. So it was. After sailing for some time again, the heavy rain that should have weakened by now had instead intensified rather than subsided. Although protected by Xiang's cloud, even the strongest rain could not affect Lin Xiao in any way. However, it brought about a new problem. Lin Xiao looked around at the endless storm. The rain poured like a waterfall, forming a curtain of water. His vision was completely obstructed. He had even lost his sense of direction. Thus, Lin Xiao opened the book in his hand, entering the map interface to locate himself and the Thorns Island. But the entire map was pitch black, just like the time he had entered the ancient ruins. Not only was Thorns Island missing, not to mention Big Tree Island, even Lin Xiao's own M7021 Island couldn't be found. Clearly, it was the rainstorm that disrupted the map's positioning. Then, Lin Xiao lowered his gaze, thinking briefly. In the end, he decisively chose to stop the ship in place. Because, under these conditions with no positioning, if they took the right path, everything would be fine. But if they rushed ahead blindly and took a wrong turn, the detour back would take even longer. Therefore, it would be better to wait for the storm to end and for the map to recover before moving forward. However, Queen Tina, unaware of Lin Xiao's reasoning, only saw him stopping the small warship. She asked curiously, "What's going on?" "Not much, neither a big issue nor a small one." Lin Xiao slightly frowned with a hint of bitterness. "I listened to some experienced advice and decided to bypass the storm. But now because of the heavy rain interfering with my map's positioning, I have no choice but to wait until the rain stops before proceeding." After hearing him out, Queen Tina gently shook her head and said, "It's okay. You've already saved us a lot of time by maneuvering through the rain clouds. It doesn't hurt for us to wait here for a while. At the moment, there's really no other choice." With that, the two began to remain aboard the small warship, waiting. Thus, after a while of waiting, the rain hadn't stopped. But Lin Xiao and Queen Tina encountered something unexpected. Suddenly, Queen Tina appeared deep in thought, scanning the surroundings. Then, she spoke to Lin Xiao. "I seem to faintly hear some cries for help from not too far away. Someone might be in trouble amidst this storm. Shall we go check?" Lin Xiao didn't want to get involved in something like this. In this post-apocalyptic world, helping others didn't always bring rewards. Instead, it could bring danger to oneself. But Queen Tina, having been a queen in her past life, had a mother's compassion for the world. She cared a great deal about the matter. Seeing that Lin Xiao hadn't moved yet, she began preaching with a long speech. "Besides, we currently have nothing else to do anyway. We might as well help them. Saving a life is like doing good deeds. There will eventually be a reward. You believe me. This world emphasizes cause and effect, balance. For example, if you save someone today." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao felt Queen Tina was starting to sound just like NC Emperor. So, in pursuit of some peace and quiet, Lin Xiao quickly interrupted Queen Tina with a compromising remark. "All right, I understand. Just tell me where you heard the distress cries. I'll steer the ship over there right now." As soon as the words were out, Queen Tina pointed in a certain direction and softly said, "Over there, about 300 to 500 feet away." "I understand." Then, Lin Xiao reactivated the small warship, steering it toward the direction Queen Tina had indicated. Not long afterward, just as expected, he spotted people clinging onto ship debris scattered across the ocean. When those people noticed Lin Chao and the calm, rain-free zone around him, they looked as if they were seeing a deity, and cried out desperately, "Save me! Master! Save us!" At the sight of this, Queen Tina, already with a compassionate heart, couldn't take it anymore. Urgently, she shouted to them, "I'll save you all now." Then, she began casting the dragonkin magic to manipulate the seaweed beneath the ocean, lifting them up from the water onto the deck of the small warship, saving their lives. Those people, still in shock and fear of their near-death experience, didn't even care how strange Lin Chao's Xiang's cloud and Queen Tina's silver glowing form were. They continuously kowtowed in gratitude. "Thank you, great God. Thank you for saving our lives. Thank you, thank you." Inside, Lin Chao replied, "You're welcome, you're welcome. It was just a small favor." Queen Tina, filled with maternal concern, said gently, "But you all, suddenly encountering such a heavy storm must have terrified you." "Yes. We don't even know how the weather forecast suddenly came in, and then it started raining heavily." It was clear that the group still wore expressions of fear. Surely the horrifying scene of waves crashing and destroying their ship was still playing vividly in their minds. Seeing this, Queen Tina couldn't help but feel empathetic sorrow for them. However, Lin Chao remained rather rational. He turned to Queen Tina and asked in response, "Well then, the rescue is done. Now what do we do next? We certainly can't take them with us to find Thorns Island." After listening to Lin Chao, Queen Tina fell into a brief contemplation. Only after a short pause did she finally respond, "Well, since we can't locate Thorns Island now due to this storm anyway, we might as well wait until the rain stops, send them home first, then continue our journey." At that, those people seemed to have figured out Lin Chao's identity through his words. Then, they cautiously addressed Lin Chao. "Thorns Island, are you the island lord Lin Chao from M7021, the one who asked about the abnormally lush vegetation in the World Channel?" "It's me," Lin Chao answered directly. Upon hearing this, their expressions instantly changed to one of shock. "You're actually Lin Chao. No wonder. Only someone who can defeat a seasonal boss like Lin Chao could possibly rescue us through this storm." If that's the case, at this point, several exchanged glances, communicating briefly with just eye contact. Then they simultaneously turned to look at Lin Chao again and continued, "To repay your great God for saving our lives, we'll guide you to Thorns Island ourselves. We've lived in these waters for quite a while. Even without a map, we know where everything is. In that case, you won't have to wait for the storm to end first." Chapter 121 Arrival at Thorn Island. Can you find Thorn Island without a map?" "Yes." The group nodded together after speaking, then pointed in the same direction. "The small island covered in thorns you're looking for is right over there." "We're absolutely not lying." Lin Chao observed their expressions, each one of them firm and resolute. Most likely, they were telling the truth. But then again, there was one undeniable fact. People's facial expressions could be faked. There was still a 20% chance they were lying, which had to be considered. After all, it is better to be safe than sorry. Therefore, he still planned to wait until the storm passed, then personally search according to the map. This would be more secure. With these thoughts in mind, Lin Chao was about to voice his polite refusal to allow them to lead the way. However, just at that moment, Queen Tina eagerly jumped in first and said with delight, "If you can lead the way for us, that would be wonderful. This way, we can save a lot of time and proceed to the next small island faster." "Thank you so much. You're very welcome. Compared to the small favor we offered, it is we who should be thanking you for saving our lives." After saying this, Queen Tina turned to Lin Chao joyfully and said, "We've met some good people. This must be our reward for doing good deeds." As for Queen Tina's words, Lin Chao neither confirmed nor denied them verbally. He simply thought to himself, since Queen Tina agreed to let them lead the way, then let them do so. Otherwise, a simple refusal might seem like an unkind assumption of kind intentions. At the very least, I can make some prior preparations, in case they have ulterior motives. Thus, under the guidance of those four, Lin Chao steered the light battle cruiser forward. During this time, due to the heavy rain blocking the view and interfering with the map, no one could tell how far they had actually gone. They only knew that a long time had passed. Yet there was still no sign of Thorn Island, which caused Lin Chao's suspicion to grow. Therefore, he opened his mouth to ask the four of them, "Are you sure you didn't lead us the wrong way?" Yet, the moment the words landed, he heard the four of them reply firmly, as before, "No mistake at all. It's definitely this direction. At this ship's speed, we should see it in about 10 more minutes." "All right." After Lin Chao replied, he still chose to believe only halfway. Meanwhile, he had already made some quiet preparations. 5 minutes passed, until Queen Tina's voice spoke up, which somewhat reduced Lin Chao's suspicion. "I can feel it. I can feel my people's magic." "Really?" Lin Chao's eyes lit up suddenly. He immediately countered with a question. "The same direction?" "Yes. Exactly the same. We just need to keep going this way, and we'll see it soon." Hearing this, Lin Chao felt as if the emerald were right ahead already. Therefore, he sped forward even faster in that direction. During this time, the four of them gradually began to feel intrigued about Queen Tina's identity, based on her earlier conversation with Lin Chao. "Excuse me, we're grateful for your rescue, yet we still don't know your name." Upon hearing this, as expected of a benevolent soul, Queen Tina answered straightforwardly, without suspicion or caution, "You may call me Queen Tina." "Queen." The four exchanged glances. Then, they asked further, "And those magic and your people you just mentioned, are they also on Thorn Island?" "If my sensing is correct, yes." Just as she was about to continue, Lin Xiao felt that Queen Tina had revealed too much information. He quickly interrupted her. Have we deviated from our course? No. Queen Tina was successfully distracted and shook her head. We just need to continue heading this way. My sensing grows stronger. All right. And so, before long, within Lin Xiao and Queen Tina's line of sight, truly appeared a vast, crimson-red expanse of thorn-covered land. This excited Queen Tina greatly, and she quickly thanked those people. Thank you all so much. Without you, we would still be waiting in place for the storm to end. There's no way we could have arrived here this quickly. Upon hearing and seeing this, Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow toward Queen Tina. What you're saying is that you sensed your people are on this island? I can't be certain, but I did sense the magic of our people. So let's get closer and see. All right. After Lin Xiao responded, he continued steering the light battle cruiser toward Thorn Island. Soon enough, they saw Thorn Island's true appearance. Before them stood countless thick, red thorn vines, not only growing in a complex, tangled manner, but also strong and sturdy, completely covering the entire island. There wasn't even space to set foot. The sight caused the four people to frown anxiously. This is what the island looks like. Are you really sure you want to land? We've been here before. Even fire can't burn away these thorns. Of course fire won't destroy them. Queen Tina, overjoyed by sensing the familiar magic of her kin, smiled brightly and said, these are magical thorns set by our people precisely to prevent others from entering freely. Therefore, only members of our tribe can remove them. In that case, we're counting on you. After Lin Xiao spoke, he watched as Queen Tina raised both hands. Immediately, all the thorny vines on the island began, as if reversing time, retreating into the ground under Queen Tina's control. This sight filled Lin Xiao with anticipation. He hoped that once everything returned to normal, he would see an underground entrance, or even directly encounter descendants of the Longgong clan. But in the end, after all the vines had sunk into the earth, revealing the island's true appearance, the island was completely empty. This left Lin Xiao somewhat bewildered. He turned to Queen Tina and asked, what is going on? You said you could sense the magic of your people, right? Then why is there absolutely nothing here? Do we now have to dig into the ground to find something? No. Queen Tina shook her head. Then, she stretched her finger toward the island's center and said, there is not truly nothing on this island. Look over there. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao focused his gaze in that direction. Quickly, he noticed a single sword planted right in the center of the island, as if guarding it. So, Lin Xiao cautiously addressed Queen Tina with a tentative question, what is that? That should be. Chapter 122, The Meaning of the Holy Sword. That should be our tribe's holy sword. So, would you mind taking me over to see it? Looking at the Queen Tina, who couldn't wait any longer, Lin Xiao naturally nodded in agreement. Sure. After all, this matter concerned not only Queen Tina herself, but also whether Lin Xiao could successfully obtain the emerald. Thus, after saying that, Lin Xiao bent down and picked up the golden flower pot from the deck of the small battleship, then said to the other four people on the ship, you all wait for us here, don't follow us. We'll be back soon. Okay. Without further ado, Lin Xiao leapt from this small battleship, holding the golden flower pot containing Queen Tina, landing precisely on the Thorn Island, whose thorns had already disappeared. And at the moment Lin Xiao landed, Queen Tina's face lit up even more with excitement. Immediately afterwards, she looked as if she had completely forgotten her status as queen, speaking with immense excitement and absolute certainty. Yes, this is definitely the presence of our people. I'm absolutely right. Her emotion was infectious, and Lin Xiao found himself quickening his steps out of excitement. Before long, they reached the side of the holy sword Queen Tina had described. Looking closely at the sword, it wasn't actually a blade forged from steel and iron in the traditional sense. Rather, it was a wooden sword. Yet this wooden sword wasn't lifeless like other wooden weapons. Instead, it gleamed golden under the sunlight, as if it were a sun-loving tree. Even Lin Xiao, who didn't know the magic of the Longgong tribe, could feel the deep vitality it radiated. Let alone Queen Tina, who was an expert in Longgong magic. Now, when looking at her again, one could clearly see complex emotions written all over her eyes. Joy, emotion, memory, sorrow. Her mouth opened and closed, wanting to say something, yet unable to find the right words to express her feelings. However, Lin Xiao didn't have much time to allow her to indulge in these sentiments. He was thinking of visiting the Big Tree Island again today, to check if there were any descendants of the Longgong tribe there. Therefore, he voiced this thought, purposefully guiding Queen Tina to speak. What do you think? Can you find any clues from this sword? Yes. Queen Tina nodded excitedly. In this world, there must still be people who carry the blood of my Longgong tribe. There are still heroes of our tribe surviving. Because, for our tribe, this holy sword is not a weapon to dominate all rivals, but a symbol representing our very existence and survival. As long as this sword hasn't withered, it proves that our tribe still has hope for survival. Hearing this, Lin Xiao felt his inner hope glow even brighter. Without further thought, he immediately said to Queen Tina, if that's the case, then let's quickly go find your descendants. All right. After saying that, Lin Xiao, carrying Queen Tina inside the golden flower pot, turned around to leave. But just at that moment, he suddenly heard Queen Tina cry out, look out. Then, a guanine leaf rapidly sprouted forth, growing like a shield in front of Lin Xiao, blocking countless bullets. And where those bullets came from was precisely from the four people Queen Tina had just saved from drowning. As for this, Lin Xiao wasn't surprised. Having seen through human nature, he had long anticipated the possibility of betrayal. But Queen Tina was different. She was shocked, incredulous, and then gave out orders with a commanding tone toward them. What are you doing? Put down your weapons. But this was no longer the kingdom ruled by her, an emperor ends 1,000 years ago. These people living in the apocalyptic age wouldn't listen to their preachings respectfully. Thus, the next second, they heard vulgar, abusive words come from the other side. Go to hell. You two better just go get that sword from the island for us quietly. Or else don't blame us for not being polite with our bullets. Hearing their words, Queen Tina understood their intent to covet the holy relic of her beloved Long Gung tribe, and her inner maternal tenderness instantly vanished. Then, her face suddenly turned cold as she said, You people, if I can save you, I can also destroy you. As her voice landed, a huge red thorn vine burst from underground like a python and immediately coiled aggressively toward the 4 people on the small battleship. But those 4 weren't fools either. As soon as they saw the thorns, they immediately activated the small battleship and changed direction. Thus, the not fully recovered Tina's magical power was limited. The red thorns under her control could no longer reach them. Seeing this, the group immediately began to act smugly. Forget it. Just guy, bring that sword down for us. Otherwise, you can just die right there. Queen Tina, on the other hand, was filled with frustration. Damn it, those bastards. I saved their lives, and this is how they treat me. After hearing this, Lin Xiao slightly raised his eyes, glancing at Queen Tina. He spoke in an extremely contrasting calm tone. Isn't this exactly human nature? Millions of years ago, there was Luke. Millions of years later, there are these people. You and your emperor ends just never learn, do you? Queen Tina felt wronged by his words and was about to defend herself when Lin Xiao cut in first. Not everyone repays kindness with gratitude. In your era, even when life was abundant in Wuyo, people still acted like this. Let alone in an apocalyptic age like this. So, until you clearly see who someone is, don't recklessly show kindness again. Otherwise, nobody knows whether good or bad will come first. Alright, Queen Tina, after being lectured by Lin Xiao, accepted it calmly. Then, looking through the guanyin leaf in front of her at the 4 people aboard the small battleship, she frowned and said, Well, what shouldn't have been done has already been done. Now the 2 of us are trapped here by the 4 of them. What do we do next? Do you want to contact Xiaolin? Let her bring your 2 spirit companions to rescue us. No need for that. Lin Xiao slightly shook his head in refusal. I've long been prepared for this kind of situation. I think now it should be about time. Queen Tina had previously no idea that Lin Xiao had a backup plan. Therefore, after hearing these words, she naturally felt surprised, asking hurriedly, Preparation? What preparation? There, that one. As he spoke, Lin Xiao pointed his finger toward the sky. Looking closely, the auspicious cloud, hovering above the small battleship, had, unknown to Wen, changed from white to pitch black. Occasional flashes of lightning crackled within it, as if a lantern had been wrapped in a dark cloth. Chapter 123, The Spectacular Giant Tree. Next moment, a bolt of lightning surged down from the glow inside the black lantern and struck the small combat cruiser. However, the small combat cruiser was made of steel and iron, completely unaffected by the raging thunder. But it was a different story for the people on board. The 4 of them, just a second ago still aiming their Gatling guns and pistols at Lin Xiao and Queen Tina, didn't even have time to react, not even letting out a scream before being turned to ash by a lightning strike descending from the Xiang clouds above, then scattered into the sea breeze. Then, Lin Xiao casually turned his head and said to Queen Tina, Let's go. Queen Tina didn't say much either. Nodding silently, she followed Lin Xiao back onto the small combat cruiser. Afterward, she once again used the magic of the Longging race to cover the entire island with red, thorny vines. And so, as if all of this had never happened, as if Lin Xiao and Queen Tina were simply passing through, merely visitors before vanishing away. At this time, the heavy rain in the sky had stopped. The map within the book also returned to its original function. Seeing Lin Xiao flipping through the book, Queen Tina couldn't help but ask, Are we heading to the Big Tree Island next? Lin Xiao nodded. We still have some time left. Let's go have a look. If there are no descendants of the Longging race there, we'll return. Okay. And so, with the Big Tree Island as their new course, Lin Xiao and Queen Tina set off once more. During this time, although it took quite a while, nothing unpleasant occurred. Smoothly, they arrived near the Big Tree Island. Lin Xiao thought Queen Tina should be able to sense the magic of her own race here, so he asked her, Can you sense anything? However, Queen Tina hesitated slightly before answering. It might be that I used too much magic when summoning the thorny vines earlier, so my perception is a bit off. I'll try sensing again more carefully. Okay. After saying that, Queen Tina gently closed her eyes. She began to focus the magic of the Longging race to enhance her perception. Thus, after some time had passed, Lin Xiao saw Queen Tina open her eyes. So he asked once again, Did you sense anything this time? But the result, Queen Tina once again shook her head at Lin Xiao. I still couldn't sense anything. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao couldn't help but feel a slight surprise in his heart. Frowning, he questioned back, This? How could that be? Earlier when you sensed the magic of the Longging race on the Thorn Island, the distance was about the same as the current distance from this Big Tree Island. How come now you can't sense anything at all? I don't know. Queen Tina was equally perplexed. After thinking it over for a long time, she gave Lin Xiao the following explanation. Maybe we were wrong from the beginning. The Big Tree Island has absolutely nothing to do with our Longging race. Otherwise, I wouldn't possibly be unable to sense our race's presence. Upon hearing that, Lin Xiao continued to press. So you're saying that the tree towering into the clouds formed naturally? There's a possibility. Queen Tina nodded. so there's no need for us to continue on. Perhaps we should head back and figure this out properly tomorrow. When she finished speaking, Lin Xiao did not reply to Queen Tina's words, nor did he turn the ship around to leave. Instead, he turned his gaze toward the giant tree in the distance. And, the more he looked at it, the less likely it seemed to be natural. Therefore, in the next second, he voiced out his thoughts to Queen Tina. I don't think that tree formed naturally. Even if it's not Longbing magic, there must be another external cause. So, since we've come all this way already, we might as well make the final push. Let's go directly to the island. After listening, Queen Tina thought what Lin Xiao said made sense. So, she simply nodded in agreement. Yes, you're right. Then let's go. Maybe we'll find something unexpected. And so, driving the small combat cruiser, Lin Xiao and Queen Tina completed the final leg of their journey to the big tree island and arrived at its side. Looking at the tree up close, it no longer resembled a tree. Rather, it was like a massive wall stretching into the heavens, firmly blocking the way, concealing what lay beyond. But Lin Xiao was precisely the kind of person who would not stop until he got to the bottom of things. Seeing this sight, he turned and said to Queen Tina, Queen Tina, if you say there are no descendants of your Longbing race inside, then I'll just drill through it and see what's inside. All right, Queen Tina nodded. I'm curious too. What kind of power made this tree grow so tall? Having said that, Lin Xiao took out the sharp diamond drill from his material storage space, planning to drill a hole on the surface to investigate. However, the moment the drill bit of the sharp diamond drill touched the surface of the tree trunk, there was absolutely no change on the tree trunk. And it must be known, the drill bit in Lin Xiao's hand was made of indestructible diamond. If this was merely a naturally grown tree, how could it not be damaged by drilling? Therefore, there must be something strange with this tree. Realizing this, Lin Xiao's determination to drill through the tree grew even stronger. He increased the drill's rotational speed and applied more force. But, even after doing so, Lin Xiao continued drilling for quite some time. Yet, the tree trunk in front of him still showed no change whatsoever. This scene piqued Queen Tina's curiosity as well. She spoke to Lin Xiao. This tree is strange. It really seems like you were right. It's definitely not an ordinary tree from natural growth. Yes, Lin Xiao nodded. My diamond drill can't even make a dent on it. How about you use your Longbing race's magic to try? Isn't it said that your magic can control any plant? I can try, but I can't guarantee it will definitely work. After Queen Tina agreed, Lin Xiao put away the sharp diamond drill, stepped back a couple of steps, and gave Queen Tina space. The next second, Queen Tina gathered the magic of the Longbing race in her hands. Then, she pushed forward, injecting the Longbing race's magic into the massive tree. As a result, this time, the tree in front of them didn't just change. It underwent a tremendous transformation. Suddenly, where Queen Tina's Longbing magic-infused hand touched the tree appeared like a black hole. Chapter 124 The Only Descendant. Constantly absorbing the tree tissues from other regions and gathering them into a ball. This kind of anomaly, neither Lin Xiao nor Queen Tina had ever seen before. Therefore, both were startled. Then they piloted the small warship to put some distance between themselves and it, preventing sudden situations where they couldn't dodge. However, this time it seemed like Lin Xiao had worried unnecessarily. The small warship hadn't moved out even 5 meters, when suddenly Queen Tina's eyes widened with a sharp glint. She turned her head and said quickly, "It's the magic of the Longbing clan." After hearing that, Lin Xiao immediately looked over as well. But unexpectedly, the colossal tree that reached the heavens had completely vanished. Instead, a girl-like figure entirely brown in color, resembling a wooden carving, now stood in its place. Seeing this sight, and combined with what Queen Tina just said, Lin Xiao instinctively asked Queen Tina, "Is this girl a descendant of the Longbing clan?" "That must be it." Queen Tina nodded with great excitement. "Although very faint, I can clearly feel the aura of Longbing magic from her. And that aura is gradually strengthening as she awakens." As they were speaking, Lin Xiao looked again, only to find the previously wooden-like girl was gradually shedding the brown hue, revealing smooth, fair skin. Moreover, her gently closed eyes seemed both asleep and awake, as if she had absorbed every word spoken by Lin Xiao and Queen Tina, contemplating with a flutter of her eyelashes. She looked incredibly peaceful, looking as if Lin Xiao stared at the girl's face. That familiar feeling was faint yet lingering, yet he couldn't quite pinpoint it. Only when she fully awakened and opened her eyes did Lin Xiao finally realize the truth. Why does this girl look exactly like Queen Tina? It could be seen. Her eyebrows, nose, eyes, all seemed carved from the same mold as Queen Tina's. It was almost impossible to distinguish them. If one had to point out a difference between the two, it would be their demeanor. The girl's eyes and smiles revealed an innocent purity, like a young version of Queen Tina, whereas Queen Tina exuded poise and elegance, carrying an added charm of a mature woman. Yet regarding this, perhaps it's just being unable to see clearly when being right in the middle of it. Queen Tina didn't seem to notice. Instead, gently and softly addressing the young girl. Child. Upon hearing this, the girl's dazed pupils moved slightly, focusing on Queen Tina and slowly coming back to senses. Finally regaining full awareness and uttering a sentence. "You are Tina the Queen." This caught Queen Tina herself off guard, and instinctively asked in return, "Do you know me?" "Yes." The girl answered affirmatively, then proceeded to give an explanation. "You are the last queen born from the Longbing clan before the Shadow disaster. Your statue has always been carved in our temple, and your stories passed down widely by our elders, so naturally, I recognize you." Upon hearing that, a myriad of questions surged in Queen Tina's mind. Moreover, driven by excitement. She didn't think carefully, nor did she consider how to phrase her words. She opened her mouth and fired off multiple questions all at once. Temple, elders. So the other members of our clan you mentioned? Why haven't I seen anyone else except you? What's more, why were you sleeping here? Was it a plan by the elders of the clan that made you use magic to transform into a tree and sleep here? After listening to that, the girl nodded, then answered in order according to the questions Queen Tina had asked, starting with the first. There are no others left in the Longan clan except for me. At this, Lin Xiao was already surprised. But Queen Tina's emotions plunged dramatically. She transformed from an excited expression to complete disbelief, repeatedly questioning. Only you are left. This can't be true. Didn't our clan have anyone who had learned the shadow magic? Was no one controlled by Luke? Theoretically speaking, our clan shouldn't have suffered any harm at all. What exactly happened during that time? How could such a great clan become so desolate, leaving only you here sleeping? Can you explain it clearly to me? The girl wanted to clear Queen Tina's confusion, but it seemed like she was unable to do so. Looking at how her eyes became increasingly hazy, then her knees buckled, and her body tilted over in one direction. Fortunately, Queen Tina was quick enough to catch her. Queen Tina immediately used the Longan clan's magic to create a soft cotton-like substance from the ground to catch the girl. But that didn't necessarily mean everything was fine. The girl had collapsed for no apparent reason. Something must have been wrong. Thinking this, Lin Xiao turned his head with concern toward Queen Tina and asked, "How is she? There's no danger to her life." Hearing that, Lin Xiao exhaled in relief. After all, she was the last descendant of the Longan clan. If she died suddenly like this, then the matter of the emerald would be completely hopeless. Then, Lin Xiao softened his tone and asked Queen Tina again, "Then why did she faint without any reason?" It seems like it's because she's been asleep for too long, so her body couldn't keep up, causing her to collapse. Now I'm going to try healing her a bit, to see if I can wake her up. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao immediately interrupted Queen Tina. "Don't wake her up. Let her sleep. I know you have a lot of questions to ask her right now. But since her entire clan is gone anyway, there's no reason for her to stay here. We should take her back with us. Once she's rested, regained her strength, and is in good spirits, she'll be able to answer your questions, won't she?" After listening to Lin Xiao's words, Queen Tina finally calmed herself from her anxious state and reflected with self-reproach. "You're right. I was just too hasty earlier and didn't think things through. If that's settled, then let's do as you say. We'll take her back to your place. We can deal with everything after she wakes up." With that, Queen Tina summoned soft vines once more, lifting the girl from the island and gently transferring her onto the deck of the small warship. Then, the vines began wrapping around her body in layers, forming a cocoon-like sleeping bag to cushion her and prevent her from being jolted awake during the return journey. Thus, once all preparations were complete, Lin Xiao piloted the small warship, turning its bow around. Then, carrying both Queen Tina and the young girl, the last descendant of the Longan clan, he headed back all the way to Island M7021. Chapter 125, The Shadow Curse of the Longan Clan. After returning to Island M7021, Xiaolin was the first to come out from the villa. She immediately approached Lin Xiao with a concerned voice. "Why did you take so long? You must be exhausted." But Lin Xiao replied with a question of his own. "Is there anything left to eat at home?" "Eat?" Xiaolin blinked in surprise at the unexpected question. Thinking he was hungry from being out for so long, she gently asked. "There's nothing left. What I cooked for dinner was all eaten by Feng Feng. But if there's something you want, just tell me and I'll make it for you. It won't take long." Yet after her words faded, Lin Xiao did not tell Xiaolin what he wanted to eat. Instead, he stepped aside, revealing the still unconscious girl on the deck. Seeing this scene, Xiaolin was both surprised and confused. She couldn't help but ask Lin Xiao curiously, "Who is this girl? What happened to her?" Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao paused briefly in thought. He realized that, if everything went smoothly, this girl would also live on Island M7021 permanently. Even if he avoided the question for now, sooner or later, she and Xiaolin would talk, and everything would come out. Therefore, it was better to tell Xiaolin directly. With that thought, Lin Xiao spoke. He answered Xiaolin plainly without any evasion. "This is the last descendant of Queen Tina's clan. The queen and I left to find her." Descendant? Xiaolin wore a look of confusion. Clearly, even though Lin Xiao had told the truth straightforwardly, she still didn't fully understand. However, whether she understood or not was not the main issue. What mattered most was that the last survivor of the Longan clan must survive. Thus, right after, Lin Xiao continued to speak to Xiaolin. The relationship is too complicated to explain clearly right now. So, before he could finish, Xiaolin, being an insightful person, understood his meaning. She simply picked up where he left off. "I understand. I'll prepare something to eat for the girl right away. Hurry up and bring her inside. Don't let her stay out in the wind." "Okay." Lin Xiao nodded with satisfaction at Xiaolin's maturity. Then, he and Queen Tina together carried the girl into the villa, gently laying her down on the sofa. Meanwhile, Xiaolin went to the kitchen to start preparing something for the girl to eat. Before long, Xiaolin came over holding a bowl of thick vegetable porridge and said to Lin Xiao, "The food is ready. Should we let her keep sleeping, or wake her up?" Lin Xiao answered, "It's not good for her to sleep on an empty stomach." "Okay." Saying that, Lin Xiao reached out to gently shake the girl's body, while softly calling her, "Hey, wake up, wake up." The girl then opened her drowsy eyes and looked around sleepily, mumbling weakly, "Yuan, where is this?" "Home," Lin Xiao answered. Then, the girl turned her eyes toward Lin Xiao's face. After a brief pause, she muttered, "We met before. you're right. Lin Xiao agreed. It was me and Queen Tina who found you. So we're all friends. There's no need to be afraid. Now, let's drink some porridge first. I'll tell you the rest little by little. Okay. After speaking, Lin Xiao supported the girl as she sat up. Xiaolin also brought over the porridge, personally feeding the girl spoonful by spoonful. By the time the porridge in the bowl was finished, color had returned to the girl's face. Not only did she seem much more energetic, but her voice had become stronger too. Thank you all. Thank you, Queen Tina. You're very welcome. As Xiaolin spoke, she smiled and placed the spoon in the bowl. Then, she turned to the girl and said, My name is Xiaolin. He's Lin Xiao. What about you? What's your name? My name is Mona. I am the last high priestess of the Longjing clan. After hearing Mona's words, Lin Xiao became slightly curious about the role of high priestess. He simply asked Queen Tina curiously, High priestess, is it a position in your clan similar to a priest praying for peace? No. Queen Tina shook her head. If it is to be considered as a position, she is much more noble than a priest. In each generation, the Longjing clan will select one girl from the family as the high priestess. This high priestess is to become the future emperor's wife. At this point, Lin Xiao now understood what the role of high priestess meant. He also understood why Mona looked so much like Queen Tina. After all, in some sense, Queen Tina could be considered Mona's aunt. How could a niece and aunt not resemble each other? Soon after, Queen Tina looked at Mona again and asked, So Mona, do you now have the strength to tell me what I asked before? Why are you the only one from the entire clan left, sealed and asleep for so many years? Yes. Mona first quietly nodded, but then, she slightly frowned and said, However, this story spans a very long time. Just start from the very beginning. Lin Xiao comforted Mona. No matter how long the story is, we will listen. Also, if you feel tired in the middle, just rest. You can continue tomorrow if needed. After hearing that, Mona was slightly moved by Lin Xiao's considerate nature. She turned her gaze toward him with a hint of warmth in her eyes and softly murmured, Thank you for your understanding. Then I shall start from the time when the shadow disaster fell upon us. Go ahead. And so, Lin Xiao, Xiaolin, and Queen Tina sat beside Mona and quietly began listening to her story about the Longjing clan. After the shadow disaster struck, the entire kingdom was destroyed by Luke. Only our Longjing clan, who had exclusively practiced our own clan's magic for generations, remained beyond Luke's control. But that did not mean our clan had completely escaped Luke's clutches. Luke already knew about our clan's uniqueness, so he had placed a shadow curse on us even before the disaster arrived, activating it as soon as the disaster struck. Hearing this, and given that it directly involved her own clan, Queen Tina's face was suddenly overcome with anger and shock. Then, driven by this intense emotion, she spoke to Mona. A curse. Was it placed before the disaster? How come I never knew about this? Mona answered in a tone tinged with regret. It's not just that you didn't know, Queen Tina. Even the holy elders, the most respected elders of the Longjing inner family, had no clue about the curse before it took effect. Could the curse really be that powerful? The shock and disbelief in Queen Tina's eyes were now unmistakable. Chapter 126 The Effect of the Curse. So, what exactly is the effect of this curse? Sterility. The truth revealed in just 2 short words from Mona once again shook Queen Tina's already trembling heart. It even caused the queen's tone of voice to quiver. Luke actually did something like this. Yes. Mona continued as she recalled the past. When the shadow calamity descended, we learned that the kingdom had been destroyed, with no chance of restoration. Therefore, the high priests of the Longjing clan took the entire family to a secluded location, separating themselves from the outside world using magic. We thought this would keep Luke from finding us, and keep us from being dragged into conflicts. But what we didn't expect was, after a period of time, we discovered that none of the women in our clan could become pregnant anymore. And all the women who were already pregnant either suffered stillbirths or gave birth to children who died shortly after birth. At that point, the high priest finally realized something was wrong. After extensive investigation, we found out that it was Luke. To prevent the Longjing family, which he could not control, from interfering with his plans during the shadow calamity, Luke cursed everyone carrying the bloodline of the Longgangs beforehand using the shadows, making it impossible for the Longjing family to bear offspring, leading to their gradual extinction, fulfilling his delusional dream of total dominance over the world. But if things had truly followed Luke's plans, the sacred sword of our clan should have withered the moment the curse took effect. But in reality, it did not. Our sacred sword not only remained intact, but thrived. This indicates that the hope of the Longjing family still remains, and that extinction is not inevitable. So, all the people of the Longjing family, clinging to this hope, began searching for ways to break this shadow curse. But despite years of searching, no progress was made. Some eventually gave up, resigned to their fate. But at that very moment, my mother became pregnant, despite the curse. This miraculous anomaly once again gave hope to the entire Longjing clan. They believed that I, the only heir of the Longjing family, the only holy maiden, was the reason why the sacred sword had not withered. Therefore, on the day my mother gave birth, all members of the clan offered their magic to protect my birth. Then, for the next 16 years, the high priest of the Longjing clan not only informed me of the clan's history, but also passed down all the magical knowledge of the Longjing family. Finally, when I became proficient, the high priest told me I would be sealed away in slumber until the day I met the hero of the Longjing clan, when I would awaken and, together with that hero, continue our bloodline and restore the Longjing clan. At this point, Mona concluded her story. At the same time, The questions of why Mona was the last of the Longan clan and why she slept for hundreds of years were all now answered. Following that, Queen Tina opened her arms wide. Even though she existed in spiritual form and could not truly embrace Mona, she still tearfully pulled Mona into a warm hug. With a voice full of affection, she said, "Child, after going through all that, you must have suffered greatly." "I'm not suffering." Mona shook her head in Queen Tina's arms. "As long as I can find the hero of our clan, fulfill the restoration of the Longangs, I will do whatever it takes." Upon hearing this, Queen Tina rose to her feet, placing both hands gently on Mona's shoulders. Looking at her with resolute eyes, she said sincerely, "I believe you have already found the hero of our clan." Mona, hearing that, was momentarily stunned, unsure of whom the queen was referring to. She responded in astonishment. "I've already found him. That's right. This one." Queen Tina affirmed with a nod, then turned a look of admiration toward Lin Chao. "This young man, brave and intelligent, is currently helping Emperor N's combat Luke. Surely, the day he defeats Luke will also be the day your curse is lifted. And when that time comes, the restoration of the Longan clan will be within reach." Upon hearing that, Mona was naturally overjoyed, but Lin Chao felt a slight doubt in his heart. He then voiced a question. "Hold on a second. Are you certain that defeating Luke will indeed lift the curse upon you? Bear in mind, Luke is already dead. What remains is merely a shadow spirit, already sealed by Emperor N's royal power. He can't even break free from the ancient ruins. How could he possibly still maintain the curse? If what you said were true, that defeating Luke would lift the curse, then the curse on your clan should have been lifted the moment Luke's physical body died. How could it have lasted all the way until you turned 16? As these words were spoken, Queen Tina and Mona exchanged uneasy glances. Deep in their hearts, they both felt that Lin Chao's words were correct. Therefore, the joy on their faces gradually faded, especially Mona, whose eyes had already filled with tears. She nearly broke down as she said, "But then what should I do? All of our clan members back then, including the sacred elder, could not find a way to break the curse. And now I'm all alone. What can I possibly do?" "Who says you're alone now?" Lin Chao interrupted Mona's anxious thoughts. Then he pointed at the group standing beside him and said, "If you're alone, then what are we? Are we not even people?" Mona, hearing his words, thought Lin Chao was angry and hurriedly shook her head to explain. "I didn't mean it like that. You misunderstood." But before she could finish speaking, Lin Chao interrupted her again. "I know exactly what you meant. But what I'm saying is, whether or not we're a family, we're definitely companions. So whatever problems you have, we will help you." "That's right." At that moment, Xiaolin stepped forward and spoke to Mona. "Just like today, Lin Chao and Queen Tina brought you back. I personally cooked the porridge and fed it to you. From today on, we're family, so there's no need to feel like an outsider." I understand." Mona nodded obediently like a next-door little sister. "Actually, I was just too anxious, so—" "All right, no need to explain. We all understand." Lin Chao continued. "How about this? You wake up early tomorrow, and then we'll all go together to the ancient ruins to ask Emperor Ensign. Between the two of them, from life to death, loving and hating each other for so many years, he definitely knows more about Luke than we do." Chapter 127, Xiaolin's Concern. Upon hearing this, Queen Tina immediately chimed in with agreement. "That's right. This is a great idea. NC must know more than all of us combined. And besides, I think he would be really happy if he could see you in person and learn that the Longan clan has an heir." Seeing Mona nod obediently again, without expressing any objection. Thus, Lin Chao continued. "All right, then it's settled. Everyone rest early tonight. We'll head to the ancient ruins first thing tomorrow morning." "Okay." After Queen Tina responded. Being a spirit, she vanished into midair, disappearing who knows where to rest. But Lin Chao, Xiaolin, and Mona were different. The three of them were real, living people. They couldn't just randomly find a place to sleep anywhere. So, after exchanging a few awkward glances among the three of them, Xiaolin finally spoke up, voicing the problem on all their minds. We're three people, but there's only one room. How are we supposed to sleep?" After that, Xiaolin cast his gaze toward Lin Chao. Seeing this, Lin Chao immediately understood what Xiaolin meant, for him to make the decision. But, for this matter, even Lin Chao was a bit hesitant. After all, the two in question were girls, not guys. They couldn't just all pile onto one bed together. TSK, just as Lin Chao was feeling conflicted, Mona voluntarily spoke up. "You two can sleep inside the room. I'll rest in the woods outside." Upon hearing this, Xiaolin couldn't help but startle. "Sleeping out in the woods? How can that be okay? Your body has only just started recovering." "It's all right." Mona smiled gently and shook her head. "The soil in that orchard has a strange kind of energy. I'll recover faster there." Upon hearing this, it suddenly dawned on Lin Chao. Right. Tina had said that elemental magic shared similarities with the magic of Mona's Longan clan. Therefore, Mona was definitely capable of harnessing the elemental energy from the Shirang soil to heal herself. Thinking thus, Lin Chao no longer tried to stop Mona. He nodded and said, "Xiaolin, let's do as Mona suggested. Tonight, let her rest and recover in the orchard. And once we return from the ancient ruins tomorrow, I'll upgrade this house. Then there will be rooms enough for everyone." "Really possible?" Still somewhat awkwardly, Xiaolin, unfamiliar with magic, still felt uneasy, finding it a bit inconsiderate to have the newly arrived Mona sleep outside. But soon, when both Lin Chao and Mona reaffirmed with it really is okay, she also happily accepted. "Well then, it'll be a bit inconvenient for you tonight." "No problem. I'm actually quite curious to experience the magic in that land myself. After saying that, Mona, drawn by the allure of the Shirong, stepped out of the small villa, leaving only Lin Xiao and Xia Lin behind, facing each other with a faint smile. Then, hearing Lin Xiao speak, let's go to sleep and rest too. Okay. Thus, Lin Xiao and Xia Lin went upstairs, and together lay down on the same bed. But, Xia Lin hadn't fallen asleep yet. Every so often, she would cast her gaze toward the window, looking as though she was burdened with thoughts. Sensing this, Lin Xiao spoke softly. Can't sleep? Xia Lin nodded slightly. Lin Xiao then reached out, pulled her gently into his embrace, turned her face to face him, and asked again, is something on your mind? Worried something might happen to Mona outside? Kind of, but not exactly. Xia Lin replied ambiguously, her eyes avoiding his, somewhat evasively. Clearly, the real thoughts in her heart weren't exactly what she said. Therefore, Lin Xiao pressed further. What do you mean? Kind of, but not exactly. But unexpectedly, upon hearing this, Xia Lin didn't want to reply anymore, avoiding his eyes and trying to brush it off with casual words. Nothing much. Let's keep sleeping. You two have to go to some ancient ruins early tomorrow, don't you? But ironically, this offhand attempt to brush it off ended up revealing Xia Lin's true thoughts to Lin Xiao. So, after a moment's thought, Lin Xiao formulated a small trick in his mind and said to Xia Lin, well then, I'll ask just one more question. Once you answer, I'll go to sleep. Okay, ask. After Xia Lin nodded in agreement, Lin Xiao finally voiced the words forming in his mind. Is it because you're afraid Mona might take your place in my heart? No. But seeing the situation before him, how could Lin Xiao possibly believe those words? He simply decided to speak bluntly. You're lying. This left Xia Lin speechless. She could only lower her head, too embarrassed to look Lin Xiao in the eyes. From this, it was obvious that Lin Xiao's guess was spot on. Xia Lin had indeed been overthinking due to Mona's sudden arrival. Still, it was understandable. After all, in the previous world, even with the binding of marriage, many men and women still betrayed each other. What more in the current post-apocalyptic era where no rules restricted them? Thinking of this, Lin Xiao placed both hands on either side of Xia Lin. He then looked at her earnestly and said, Xia Lin, look at me. I'm asking you, do you trust me? Upon hearing this, Xia Lin didn't answer with words, but she nodded sincerely in response. Therefore, Lin Xiao continued, all right then, since you trust me, I can clearly tell you, your position in my heart will never change. No one, absolutely no one, can replace you. So, just go to sleep peacefully. Stay peacefully on island M7021. And no more overthinking, understand? Hearing Lin Xiao's heartfelt words, Xia Lin also found the courage to speak the truth from her heart. But, Mona is so cute, and she's the holy maiden of her clan, and you're helping her restore her clan's glory. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao stared into Xia Lin's eyes and asked, don't you want Mona to join us? If not, I can tell Queen Tina tomorrow to find someone else. As his words fell, Xia Lin quickly shook her head in explanation. No, that's not what I meant. You helping Mona, even if you become her partner, I'm okay with it. It's just that, I just don't feel confident enough to hold a place in your heart beside Mona. Hearing that, Lin Xiao could only laugh bitterly. He gently pinched Xia Lin's nose before playfully scolding. Look at you. What on earth are you thinking in that little head of yours? She is who she is, and you are you. What reason do you have to feel insecure? Now go to sleep. And if I catch you daydreaming again, just you wait and see. Chapter 128 Time Coding. With that said, Lin Xiao gave Xia Lin no chance to defend himself, and immediately turned sideways, pinning him beneath his body. This startled and embarrassed Xia Lin, who began shouting in succession. No, Tina the Queen is here too. Mona is here too. Who else is here? Lin Xiao leaned down and pressed himself closer, cheek to cheek with Xia Lin, teasingly saying, I tell you what, even if the Heavenly Emperor himself were in this room today, I still have to have you. A little punishment, a little lesson. Let's see if you dare to have wild thoughts again. With that said, he proceeded to complete the marital duties with Xia Lin. After experiencing the pleasure and satisfaction, he slowly drifted into a peaceful sleep. It wasn't until the next morning, when the system check-in reminder sound was played. Only then did Lin Xiao gradually wake up. Current day, 26. Current status, not checked in. Would you like to check in? Check in. Ding. Check-in successful. Issuing check-in rewards. Rewards issued successfully. Looking forward to seeing you tomorrow. After all system notifications ended, a brand new blueprint materialized out of nowhere. Then, Lin Xiao picked it up and placed it into the material storage space. Immediately, the book emitted a reminder sound. Obtain time coding blueprint ×1. Time coding. How can time be made into a coding? Lin Xiao muttered thoughtfully. He felt somewhat interested in this name. So, spurred by this curiosity, he opened the material storage space, found the icon for this blueprint inside, then clicked to open its information window. The next moment, information about the time coding blueprint and time coding appeared in front of Lin Xiao's eyes. Time coding blueprint can be learned. After learning, the time coding crafting recipe will be added to the universal crafting. Time coding, ancient magical item. When used to decorate a room, it can significantly resist the effects of time's passage on everything inside. After finishing reading, Lin Xiao was filled with excitement. This thing was so powerful. It could resist the effects of time's passage on everything. Not going too far. Right now, applying this coding to a house would slow down aging and extend lifespan. Applying it to a storage room would make it better than a refrigerator. Food would stay fresh no matter how long it was stored. Just these two functions were already overpowered. Who knew? What kind of materials were required for such a powerful item? Thinking this, Lin Xiao clicked the Learn button on the information window. After successfully learning the time-coding crafting recipe and adding it to Universal Crafting, he turned the book back to the first page and accessed the Universal Crafting interface to check. Displayed before him was the crafting recipe. Some materials were ones he did not yet possess. New. Time coding. Sundial stone 0/1. Moonstone 0/1. Earth 37193/5. Thus, Lin Xiao muttered in his mind. Looks like, today, going to the ancient ruins will have yet another task added. With that said, he closed the book, then rose from the bed and went downstairs to the first floor of the small villa. There, Queen Tina was already downstairs, and when she saw Lin Xiao, she softly greeted. Good morning. Morning. Lin Xiao nodded in response. Then he asked Queen Tina, where is Mona? She should still be in the orchard. Queen Tina pointed toward the golden, Shirong, orchard outside the window. Lin Xiao then responded, okay, I'll go get her, and then we can go find Emperor Nc. So on. Lin Xiao Peng Jug Chung Zai Tina Wang Coded, Na Jin Sir Wapen Li Kaila Xiao Biasu, Zhou Dala, Ng Na Ban. Jiajid Banjian. Meng Na de Xiaoban Sun Hua Sun Chung Su Mu Yang. Jagan Zai Shirong, Da Tu Di Zhong. Ta de Sangban Shun Zhou Wei Ren de Mu Yang. Song Shou Bao Zai Sheng Chan. Zheng Bi Zhe Yanjing Zai Chen Sui. Bing Xie. Kan Ta Lan Song de Qi Se. Yao Bi Zuo Tan Hao Hen Duo. Kajan. Shu Chung Gong de Ji Chir Lug Shi Rong. Zhong de Nong Lang. Lai Zhi Yer Lud Zuji. Jiandao Zhi Yimu. Lin Chal Bujin Yer Lai Yer. Doi Longgong Ju de Mofar. Gandao Hao Chila. Xin Zhong Shangjut. Dong Mong Wan. Zhi Dan Shiching Hook. Yi Ding Yao Hao Hog. He Meng Na. He Tinar Wang Ho Chu Chir Jing. Doi Longgong Ju de Mofa. Zu Shi Lao Jie Yifan. Su Shu Drutsu Drisri. Meng Na Kunung Shi Gan Shou Dala Lin Chao de Dalat. Zhujian Ta de Song Yan Huan Zheng Kai. Ran Ho Poyo Ling Chi de Kan Shang Lin Chao. Yan Chi Man Man de Sodao. Zhao Shan Hao. Jiandao Zhi Yimu. Lin Chao Xin Zhong Salio Chai. From what Meng Na had shown yesterday, Lin Xiao originally thought she was a refined young lady similar to Xia Lin, quiet and gentle by nature. Yet judging from her performance today, that calmness was likely due only to her exhaustion after awakening yesterday. Deep down, she was actually a mischievous and spirited girl. But that wasn't necessarily a bad thing. Different personalities could bring about unexpected sparks and passion into life. So, Lin Xiao responded cheerfully as well. Good morning. How did you rest last night? Very well. Meng Na smiled, full of energy. Thanks to this soil, I've regained all my strength after such a long slumber. I feel fantastic now. That's great. Lin Xiao smiled slightly. Then, since that's the case, shall we head out to find Emperor Nc now? Sure thing. Meng Na nodded her head enthusiastically twice. Then her lower body transformed back from tree form into human legs, and she stepped out of the Shirong orchard. At the same time, Lin Xiao summoned the ancient portal from the material storage space, placed it on the island's open ground, and asked Meng Na, you know how to use this, right? Yes. Keep your mind clear and focus on where you want to go. After confirming Meng Na's correct understanding, Lin Xiao informed her of their destination. Our destination is the ancient palace inside the ancient ruins. We are going to find Emperor Nc. Remember that. Okay. Don't worry. Though I have not formally studied shadow magic, the holy elders taught me some basics about it in case I ever had the chance to break the shadow curse. Good. Upon hearing that, Lin Xiao stopped further explanation, only leaving behind one sentence. I'll go first, you follow. Then he stepped through the ancient portal, successfully arriving at the ancient palace and meeting Emperor Nc. How did it go? Seeing Lin Xiao and Queen Tina returning, Emperor Nc hurriedly asked. Chapter 129, The Concerns of Emperor Nc. The descendant of the Longging clan has come. Emperor Nc hadn't even finished speaking before both Lin Xiao and Queen Tina turned slightly sideways, revealing Mina's figure who had followed them closely into the ancient palace. After seeing her, Emperor Nc felt surprised and yet could not believe it, saying with some disbelief, is this truly her? That's right, Queen Tina said, smiling joyfully. She nodded before turning to Mina and continuing, Mina, hurry up and greet him. Upon hearing this, Mina immediately bowed respectfully. Kneeling before Emperor Nc, she paid homage. Mina, the holy maiden of the Longging clan, greets Emperor Nc. After saying that, it was clear that Emperor Nc now saw the confirmation that she was indeed a descendant of the Longging clan. His smile became more genuine. He couldn't help but say, good. It's great that we found you. However, the kingdom has long perished, and I am no longer king. Therefore, there is no need for such formality or to address me this way. Though that was what Emperor Nc said, Mina didn't quite agree. After all, the Longging clan had produced generations of royal consorts and could be considered an aristocratic family affiliated with the royal line. Therefore, Mina had always been raised and taught from childhood to be loyal to the royal family. Thus, she followed up solemnly and respectfully. No, regardless of whether the kingdom still exists, you are still my king and deserve my bow. Seeing how sincere Mina was, Queen Tina followed Mina's sentiment and urged, since the child sincerely wants to show respect, don't refuse. All right then, after hearing what his niece and niece by marriage had said, Emperor Nc finally agreed. Soon after, he adopted a regal demeanor from his earlier days, placed his hand on Mina's head, and said with great dignity, Holy Maiden of Longging, please rise. Only then did Mina straighten up, and with great reverence, she said, Thank you, Your Majesty. After Emperor Nc responded, He didn't know what had happened to the Longan clan over the years and assumed that Mina was simply an envoy sent by the Longan clan to see him. So, with a kind, royal tone, he compassionately asked, "Have all of you in the Longan clan been living well all these years?" As soon as the question was asked, contrary to Emperor N's expectation that Mina would speak freely about what had happened to the Longan clan in recent years, Mina's eyes fell silent, and sadness appeared on her face. Witnessing this, Emperor N's immediately guessed something might have happened to the Longan clan. His heart tightened, and he hurriedly asked her in return. The Longan clan was taught shadow magic, wasn't it? Didn't they manage to escape Luke's grasp successfully after the disaster? Could it be they have faced other hardships all these years? Or, as Emperor N spoke, Lin Xiao looked sideways at Mina's face. What he saw was Mina's expression growing more sorrowful. It seemed that already in her mind, the misfortunes of the Longan clan were flooding back. So, to stop Mina from sinking further into sadness and pain, Lin Xiao interrupted Emperor N's, and on behalf of Mina said, "Emperor N's, please don't ask anymore. These are things Mina does not wish to remember. We don't need to torment her further. Here's what we'll do. Let Queen Tina stay here and keep Mina company while she regains her composure. As for me, I will go over there with you and explain the entire story." Upon hearing this, Emperor N's nodded. Meanwhile, Mina looked at Lin Xiao with her sorrowful eyes, showing a glimmer of gratitude and comfort. She then said, thanking him. "Thank you." "You're welcome," Lin Xiao replied gently. "You just take some time to calm yourself. After all, I can only retell the story for you. There are still some things later that you must personally explain to Emperor Ensign. Okay, I will control my emotions as soon as possible." After Mina finished speaking, thus, Lin Xiao led Emperor Ens to their usual spot near a small pile of stones, and began recounting everything that had happened to the Longan clan over the years. As for Emperor Ens, his expression during the retelling was almost identical to Queen Tina's the previous day. In particular, when Lin Xiao had finished everything, all Emperor Ens could say disbelievingly was, "Luke actually went this far. I thought the Longan clan had survived precisely because they hadn't learned shadow magic. Never thought. Alright, what's done is done, and talking about it again won't help." Lin Xiao interrupted Emperor N's surge of hatred and anger, returning the discussion back to the main topic. "The reason we came to see you today is to ask whether the sterilization curse on Mina will disappear once we completely eliminate Luke. If it will, then we can just focus on dealing with Luke and not worry about this matter. But if not, then we'll have to seriously think about how to break the curse on Mina." After hearing this, Emperor Ens fell into deep thought while letting out a clicking sound from his tongue. "Tisk, this. I can't really say for sure. How about this? Let's go back and find the two of them first. Let me sense Mina's body, and then we can discuss the next steps." Alright, after saying that, Lin Xiao and Emperor Ens stood up and began walking back along the same path they had come. But during this process, Emperor Ens appeared visibly melancholic. Lin Xiao assumed it was because he was reminiscing about the Longan clan, so he didn't ask any further questions. When they finally saw Mina and Queen Tina again, they saw that Mina had already stopped feeling sad and returned to her usual mischievous self. Therefore, Lin Xiao felt relieved enough to speak the prepared words. "Mina, I've already told Emperor Ens everything about your clan. So what did Emperor Ens say?" Mina turned her hopeful eyes toward Emperor Ens and asked, "Will this curse disappear once Luke is gone?" "I'm not sure about that yet. I'll need to sense your body first before I can possibly know." After Emperor Ens answered the same way as before, Mina immediately stepped forward without hesitation and said, "In that case, I'll leave myself in Emperor Ens' hands." Alright, after agreeing, Emperor Ens did not immediately begin sensing Mina's condition. Instead, once again, he wore the same melancholic expression as when he was walking back earlier. Seeing this, Lin Xiao no longer believed that Emperor Ens was simply being melancholic out of nostalgia for the Longan clan. There must be something ominous. So, he spoke up and asked, "Emperor Ens, is there something ominous about Mina?" "There's nothing ominous." After shaking his head and answering, Emperor Ens began voicing the concerns on his mind. "It's just, I was thinking." Chapter 130 Life-Risking Perception. Can Mina endure this perception? After Emperor Ens said that, the other three people present all showed puzzled expressions. Lin Xiao immediately followed up and asked, "What do you mean by endure this perception? Surely an ordinary perception wouldn't be dangerous?" As his words fell, Emperor Ens shook his head and began to explain. "This isn't just an ordinary perception. This is a perception of a curse. It requires the curse to take effect again. And remember, originally, Luke cast the curse upon the entire Longan clan, and when the curse took effect, the burden was shared among all members of the Longan clan. But now, within the Longan clan, there's only Mina. If she undergoes perception to reactivate the curse, Mina alone must bear it all. That's why I just said, I don't know if Mina can withstand this perception." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao understood the severity of the situation. His gaze shifted toward Mina, only to see Mina's eyes were shocked into a daze. Apparently, she hadn't expected such a perilous situation either. Thus, in the next second, Lin Xiao spoke up and asked Emperor Ens further on behalf of Mina. "So, what are the consequences after the perception?" "Consequences." Emperor Ens repeated the word slightly and sighed gently before speaking again. "The good consequence is obvious. I successfully perceive the curse, and Mina's body remains unharmed. As for the bad consequence, whether I perceive the curse successfully or not, Mina will be dead anyway. And also, the possibility of a bad outcome is far greater than that of a good one." Upon hearing this, without even thinking, Lin Xiao immediately said to Emperor Ens and Mina, then we won't proceed with the perception. Otherwise, even if the perception succeeds, what's the point if Mina, the last of the Longan clan, dies? We'll just take one step at a time. I believe there's always a way when you reach the mountain. After he spoke, Lin Xiao pulled Mina's hand, preparing to take her back to the M7021 island. But at that moment, Lin Xiao felt a force pulling back from his hand. He turned around and saw Mina had broken free from his grasp, looking straight at Lin Xiao with a determined expression, and said, "I want to give it a try." After hearing this, Lin Xiao immediately felt surprise and confusion rising in his heart. He directly asked Mina in response, "Are you insane? You should know. If your life is gone, the entire Longan clan is truly gone. Have you forgotten the promise you made to your holy elders?" "I haven't forgotten." After Mina spoke, Lin Xiao quickly nodded and said, "All right, then since you haven't forgotten, listen to me. Better to preserve strength for the future. There will always be opportunities to uncover the secrets of this curse." Having said that, Lin Xiao stepped forward again, attempting to grab Mina's arm. But Mina stepped back, dodging Lin Xiao's hand, leaving him quite perplexed. "What are you?" "I'm sorry, Lin Xiao. I cannot go back with you like this," Mina said, full of emotion. I know you're afraid that I'll die here, and I also appreciate your concern for me. But if I give up this opportunity today, and in the future there are no other ways to break this curse imposed on the Longan clan, then I would regret it for the rest of my life, living every day in torment. And I would rather risk my life now than live with regret afterward." As she spoke, Mina raised her eyes, looking at Lin Xiao with deep affection. Her lips formed into a crescent-shaped smile, softly continuing, "Do you understand how I feel?" "I understand." Lin Xiao nodded. Despite his unwillingness to let go of Longan magic and of Mina herself, he chose not to dissuade her again, choosing instead to respect Mina's decision. At this moment, Mina took 2 soft steps forward, coming to stand before Lin Xiao, hearing her whisper, "Thank you," then gently kissed Lin Xiao's forehead. This kiss was both a confession and a jitoa. Note, unclear word choice here, maybe a hope? "Lin Xiao, if I die today, please bury me in that golden orchard. It's beautiful there. I really like it." After hearing this, Lin Xiao didn't want to accept it directly, so he dodged the topic slightly and said, "This is all for later. Now, let Emperor Ens proceed with perceiving the curse on you first." Upon hearing this, Mina also understood Lin Xiao's feelings, so she didn't say much, leaving only a soft "HN." Then he turned to Emperor Ens. "Emperor Ens, begin now. Are you truly ready?" Emperor Ens reminded once more. Mina firmly nodded. "Yes, I am ready." Witnessing this, Emperor Ens no longer hesitated emotionally. Suddenly, a determined rationality appeared in his eyes. He said to Mina, "All right, you will experience unbearable pain shortly, but you must not succumb to it. You have to remain conscious until the perception ends, otherwise all effort will be in vain. Do you understand?" "I understand." Mina's voice remained resolute. "I won't lose consciousness no matter what." "HN. Now step aside, Tina and Lin Xiao. I'm beginning the perception." After Emperor Ens spoke, Lin Xiao and Queen Tina immediately moved aside. Then, Emperor Ens reached into his own shadowy body and pulled out a mass of pitch-black substance, slowly feeding it into Mina's body. Looking at Mina now, despite the cold and ancient ruins around her, sweat beads as large as soybeans appeared on her forehead, sliding down from her tightly knitted brows to her clenched jaws. Clearly, the pain Emperor Ens had warned about had already begun. Yet Mina endured in complete silence. It made Lin Xiao's heart ache. He couldn't help but clench his fists, sincerely wanting to do something for Mina. But he was powerless, only able to watch from the side. Like this, 3 to 5 minutes passed. Most of the black mass had already entered Mina's body. Still, she hadn't made a sound. But that didn't mean the process wasn't agonizing. It could only mean how incredibly strong Mina was. For on her face, sweat covered her like she had just washed her face, and her complexion was frighteningly pale. At this moment, Emperor N suddenly called out, "Mina, hold on. I'm increasing the intensity. This is the most difficult stage. Once you get through this, everything will be over." Chapter 131, Falling into Critical Condition. As the words faded away, Mona used all her strength to give the smallest nod possible. Seeing this, the Emperor Ens knew that Mona was ready. So, he increased the force in his hand, beginning to push the final part of the black substance into Mona's body. But as a result, just this single action caused Mona, who had endured the pain in silence until now, to suddenly let out a heart-wrenching scream. "Ah! Ugh!" The scream sent shivers through the hearts of Tina, the queen, and Lin Xiao, who stood nearby. They both wished desperately for the pain to end for Mona, yet feared that if she faltered for even a second, everything would be in vain. Finally, in the midst of this conflicting desperation, the only thing they could do was offer encouragement from the side. "Mona, hang in there. Keep going." Mona, however, had neither the strength nor the focus to respond verbally to Lin Xiao or Queen Tina. The only sign that she remained conscious and hadn't lost awareness was her screaming. "Ah!" And so, this condition continued until the entire mass of black substance had entered Mona's body. At this point, Mona was already drained beyond measure, her eyes showing only exhaustion, and her face utterly pale. Lin Xiao couldn't bear to watch. In a panic, he asked Emperor Ens, "Is it not over yet? I've already begun sensing it. Just a little more." Emperor Ens replied through gritted teeth, then encouraged Mona, "Just a little left, and the pain now should be much less than before. Can you hold on?" After he finished speaking, Mona's weak yet determined response came in just one word. "Yes." Emperor Ins then resumed focusing intently. Such a situation lasted roughly 5 or 6 minutes. Then, with a sudden hook of Emperor Ins' arm, the mass of black substance that had entered Mona's body flew out from her body and returned to him. It appeared that Ins had exhausted himself greatly, and his body wavered unsteadily. Queen Tina immediately rushed over in concern, asking, "Are you alright?" "I'm fine, just need to rest a bit." "Okay." Without another word, Emperor Ins closed his eyes and vanished into the shadows. Lin Xiao and Queen Tina, in turn, quickly focused on Mona, whose condition had worsened. Right now, Mona seemed completely drained. She had no strength left to support any physical activity, not even enough to stand, or to keep her eyes open. Then, her legs buckled and her eyelids drooped. Realizing she was about to collapse, Lin Xiao rushed forward in one swift step, catching her into his arms. Yet to his surprise, what he had expected to be a simple faint felt different. The body that he held was ice cold. His heart clenched in fear. Without hesitation, he grabbed her wrist to check her pulse. At first, for the first couple of seconds, her heart still beat, thudding faintly. But immediately after, the pulse weakened rapidly. Thud, 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 irregular and fading. Lin Xiao's expression froze. Seeing this, Queen Tina also sensed something had gone terribly wrong. Without a word, she immediately activated the Dragonkin magic and began scanning Mona. But Mona's condition needed no thorough examination. In an instant, Queen Tina realized the severity of the situation. She immediately began using Dragonkin magic to assist Mona, and, disregarding Emperor Enz's rest, shouted repeatedly, "Enz, Mona's in bad shape. Do you think we should?" Before she finished, Emperor Enz, who had just entered the shadows a moment ago, reappeared. And in just a moment, he had already understood Mona's situation. Then, his voice choked with emotion. He said, "Tina, stop your Dragonkin magic." Mona, she, couldn't hold on anymore. His voice broke off. Queen Tina, overwhelmed with disbelief and grief, began to cry in torrents. Even as a spirit, tears poured from her eyes. Lin Xiao, on the other hand, firmly refused to believe that Mona was gone just like that. His mind raced, thinking desperately of a way to save her. Just then, an image from this morning flashed through his mind. Mona buried in Shirong, filled with vibrant energy. Thus, he suddenly speculated, would elemental magic, similar to the Dragonkin magic, be able to save Mona? The moment he thought of this, Lin Xiao immediately summoned the ancient portal. When Emperor Enz and Queen Tina saw this, they were puzzled and didn't understand what Lin Xiao was about to do. So they asked in unison, "Lin Xiao, what are you doing?" "I'm going to try to save Mona," Lin Xiao replied as he quickly stood up while carrying Mona in a princess hold. "You, Queen Tina, don't need to come with me anymore. You stay here and take good care of Emperor Enz." With that, Lin Xiao stepped through the ancient portal with one foot, and the next moment found himself back on the island M7021. At this time, Shirong, who had just woken up, was tending the crops in the Shirong orchard. Upon seeing Lin Xiao return, she had just begun to rise to ask why he had left without waiting for her to cook for everyone. But then she saw Mona in Lin Xiao's arms, barely alive, fragile as if her bones had lost all strength. Shirong's eyes widened in horror. She immediately cried out, "What happened to Mona?" However, the situation was urgent. Lin Xiao simply had no time to explain everything to Shirong. So he said bluntly, "I don't have time to explain now. You quickly clear out a space in the Shirong orchard. Then we'll bury Mona into it together." Burying a person into an orchard. This concept was extremely hard for an ordinary person like Shirong to understand. But seeing how urgent Lin Xiao looked, Shirong wisely chose not to ask further questions, nodding and saying only, "All right." She quickly fetched a sickle and shovel from her storage space. Together with Lin Xiao, they cleared a spot, then dug a deep hole, and buried the barely breathing Mona into it. But it didn't end there. After Lin Xiao threw the shovel to the ground, he turned to Shirong again and said, "Shirong, we'll take buckets to get water from the shrine in the cottage. Then we need to completely soak the part where Mona is buried." "What? Oh, right. Okay." Shirong still didn't understand Lin Xiao's intentions. But still, she fetched wooden buckets and followed Lin Xiao obediently. So together, they continuously carried bucket after bucket of sacred water from the water shrine, and poured them onto the Shirong soil covering Mona. It wasn't long before the area was completely soaked. Chapter 132, The Holy Water Takes Effect. Lin Xiao and Xiao Lin were both drenched in sweat. They stood beside the patch of soaked huashi soil where Mona had been buried, staring intently at it. At this moment, Xiao Lin noticed that Lin Xiao hadn't issued any further instructions. Thinking that the emergency must have been dealt with, she voiced the question that had been on her mind ever since Lin Xiao had returned to the island. "What's wrong with Mona? Did you guys get attacked or something?" "No, we weren't attacked." Lin Xiao shook his head first. Then he thought to himself that if he used terms like the Longjing tribe, shadow curse, perception, etc., to explain things to Xiao Lin, she probably wouldn't understand. So, Lin Xiao quickly shifted gears, thinking of a way to explain that Xiao Lin could understand, and started to elaborate. "It's like when you had cancer. There's something inside Mona's body that needs to be figured out. But, during the process, something went slightly wrong, putting Mona in life-threatening danger." Hearing this, Xiao Lin's confusion began to clear a bit. However, there were still some issues she couldn't quite wrap her head around. So she hesitated and asked further questions. "Then, if Mona was in such danger, why did we bury her in the soil instead of calling a doctor?" "A doctor would help you, but not her." Lin Xiao shook his head again and explained. "Because Mona's physical condition is special compared to yours or mine. Don't you remember Mona asked to stay in the orchard voluntarily last night? That's because she can absorb nutrients from the Huoshi soil, just like plants do. And the reason I did this is because I hoped that the unique nutrients in the Huoshi soil might help bring her back from the brink of death. Oh, although Xiaolin still found it unbelievable, her confusion was now resolved. Soon after, she simply nodded and said, "Oh, then, let's do something more for Mona. For example, we can bury some of the fruits from the orchard around her. Perhaps, she could also absorb their nutrients?" As the words left her mouth, Lin Xiao's eyes lit up, and he looked at Xiaolin in realization. He immediately exclaimed, "Right, how come I didn't think of that? This might just be a feasible method. Xiaolin, you're truly brilliant." After he finished speaking, Lin Xiao opened his arms as if to hug her, but Xiaolin pushed him away with both hands. "Thank me later isn't urgent. We should focus on saving Mona first." After hearing Xiaolin's words, Lin Xiao realized how reasonable her words were, so he nodded repeatedly. That's right, that's right. Then let's go pick some fruits together and bury them beside Mona." Okay. And just like that, Lin Xiao and Xiaolin set out again, working together to gather some fruits from the Huoshi orchard, crushing them, and burying them around Mona, as the fertilizer for Mona's recovery. After everything was done, the sun had already set. Then, Lin Xiao said to Xiaolin, "You've had a long day. Go back to the villa and rest first." "What about you?" Xiaolin countered. "Aren't you tired too? Aren't you going to rest?" "I'll be fine." Lin Xiao shook his head, then turned his gaze back toward the patch of Huoshi soil where Mona was buried, and said, "I need to keep an eye on Mona's condition. I'll replenish her with holy water from the altar tonight, so I won't sleep." Hearing this, Xiaolin, out of concern for Lin Xiao, instinctively disagreed. "That won't do. If you stay up all night like this, you'll ruin your health. Besides, didn't you say we're family? When something happens, how can you shoulder it all alone? How about this? You go and rest first. I'll watch over Mona for the first half of the night. When it gets to the second half, I'll go rest, and you can take over. We can work in shifts. That way, neither of us will overexert ourselves, and we won't end up making Mona feel guilty." As her words faded, seeing that Lin Xiao had not replied, Xiaolin, in the next second, adopted a rare firm tone with him. "There's no room for negotiation on this. You must go back and rest." Witnessing this scene, Lin Xiao, who had been anxious about Mona's condition, was moved or perhaps even amused by Xiaolin's attitude. In any case, a sincere and warm smile appeared on his face. Then he solemnly said to Xiaolin, "Xiaolin, thank you. All right, you go rest now. I'll take care of Mona. You don't have to worry." "Okay." After saying that, Lin Xiao turned around and walked back into the small villa to rest. However, Lin Xiao didn't sleep well this time. His mind kept thinking about Mona. He was afraid that this girl who had just revived might fall into eternal sleep again. So, while looking at the full moon hanging high in the sky, he felt it was about time to switch shifts with Xiaolin. Then he got up from the bed and returned once again to the Huoshi orchard. When Xiaolin heard footsteps from behind, she knew it was Lin Xiao who had arrived. She turned around and smiled as she said, "You've woken up." Looking closely, although there was a smile on Xiaolin's face, the tiredness in her eyes couldn't be hidden. Moreover, in the Huoshi orchard, the spot where Mona had been buried was still wet, probably just watered not long ago. It seemed that, during the first half of the night, Xiaolin had endured quite a lot while keeping watch. That made Lin Xiao feel a twinge of guilt and sympathy. He immediately said to Xiaolin with concern, "Yes, you must go back and rest now. The second half of the night is my responsibility." All right. Xiaolin nodded as she responded, but she still reminded him before leaving. "If Mona wakes up during the second half of the night, promise me you'll wake me up." "Okay." After saying that, Lin Xiao helped Xiaolin get up from the ground. Then he watched her closely, until he saw her enter the small villa with his own eyes. Only then did he turn his attention back toward Mona. Looking at the spot now, the place where the golden Huoshi soil was moistened seemed to be gradually drying up, as if something was absorbing the moisture. Most likely, it was because Mona was still alive, absorbing the holy water from the water source altar. The situation was turning for the better. Seeing this, Lin Xiao felt much more at ease. Therefore, in order to let Mona absorb more holy water, he took out a wooden bucket from his material storage space, went to the small house again to fill the bucket with holy water, then poured it onto the spot in the Huoshi orchard where Mona was buried. Meanwhile, as he was watering the soil, Lin Xiao murmured softly, "Mona, you must come back to life, do you understand? Even if it's not for us, your new friends who care about you, then do it for your Longing tribe, for the mission of your people." Chapter 133, Resurrection. The words had barely faded. Lin Xiao had already poured all the holy water from the bucket in his hands. So, he simply bent down and placed the bucket on the ground. Then, he turned his gaze once again to the patch of Shirong soil where Mina was buried. Unexpectedly, just a glance, what met Lin Xiao's eyes was astonishingly dry golden Shirong. After all, he had just poured the holy water onto it moments ago. How could it have dried up so quickly? Could it be? Was Mina about to come back to life? At this thought, Lin Xiao wasted no time. He grabbed the bucket beside his feet again, then rushed back into the small room, refilled it with holy water, and poured it over the dry patch of golden Shirong. But the result? Exactly the same as before. As soon as the holy water touched the Shirong, it dampened briefly for less than half a second, before the moisture was once again sucked away, leaving cracks and dry patches spreading across the soil. Seeing this, Lin Xiao didn't hesitate. He immediately repeated the action again, and started replenishing the moisture for this patch of Shirong. Thus, Lin Xiao ran back and forth for about 6 or 7 trips. By the time the last bucket was poured, The shirong no longer dried as quickly. Still, Lin Chao didn't set the wooden bucket down, because he couldn't be certain what might happen next. At this moment, the only thing he could do was to stand quietly and observing the tiniest changes within the patch of shirong where Mina was buried. So it went. For about 5 or 6 minutes more, the damp soil's moisture had dried up again. Therefore, Lin Chao, bucket in hand, turned to head back to the small house for more holy water. However, just as he was about to turn, a slight movement on the shirong soil made Lin Chao stop mid-step. It looked like something was about to burst forth from the earth. A small mound rose up from the ground. For a moment, Lin Chao thought Mina was finally reviving. He immediately spoke up excitedly. "Mina, is that you?" After he spoke, he saw a green vine spring out from the soil like a coiled spring, twisting its way upward. Looking at this scene, for some reason, Lin Chao instinctively believed that this vine was indeed Mina. From then on, holding this belief, he continued to draw water and pour it. And this green vine didn't disappoint Lin Chao. In just a few short minutes, it sprouted, bloomed, and even produced a soapberry pod about as tall as a human. Upon seeing this, Lin Chao firmly believed that Mina was inside. So, he called out once more with anticipation. "Mina, is that really you?" No sooner had the words left his mouth, when the soapberry pod swayed slightly from side to side, making a schwa-schwa sound. It was as if Mina was responding to Lin Chao. This only made Lin Chao even more excited. He reached out both hands and touched the pod, saying, "Mina, you're inside, right? You've come back, haven't you?" Right after he spoke, the green pod and vine together began to wither and turn yellow. Then, a pair of slender, delicate arms stretched out from inside the now brittle pod, breaking through its shell, revealing Mina's graceful body. Seeing her, Lin Chao no longer cared about the difference between man and woman. He pulled Mina tightly into his embrace and wrapped his own clothes around her upper body. Then, in a deep voice mixed with tenderness and a hint of nervousness, he asked, "How do you feel? Are you okay?" "I'm fine." Mina leaned gently against Lin Chao's shoulder, replying softly, "Thanks to your and Xiaoling's care, I came back from the edge of death. So, thank you." As she finished speaking, before Lin Chao could even scold her for such a distant remark, Mina rose up on her tiptoes and placed her soft lips gently over his. At once, whatever complaints or nervousness Lin Chao had felt disappeared. All he knew was to kiss her back, and slowly laid Mina down onto the shirong soil, using the shirong as a bed, and the broad leaves of the fruit trees as a cover. They began to feel each other's love, and give their own in return. The next day, the sun rose as usual from the sea, and since it was still summertime, the rays it emitted made Lin Chao feel warm and relaxed, eventually waking him up from his sleep. Unexpectedly, Mina had already awakened before him. Moreover, unlike the first time with Xiaolin, Mina did not blush or become shy upon seeing Lin Chao, reminded of the previous night's events. Instead, she blinked innocently, smiling softly, and said, "You're awake." Confronted with such a completely different attitude from Mina, Lin Chao found himself slightly at a loss. Then, he only responded with a belated before asking Mina in return, "Aren't you tired? Wouldn't you like to rest a bit longer?" "I'm not tired." "Does that mean you're the one who's tired? If you're tired, why don't you go back inside and rest some more?" Facing Mina's slightly provocative questioning, as a man, Lin Chao could only answer with certainty, "I'm not tired. I don't need any more rest." So, after Xiaolin heard that, she rose from the ground, and while using Longing magic to manipulate the leaves into making herself a piece of clothing, she said to Lin Chao, "Great. Let's go tell Xiaolin first, and then head to the ancient ruins again. I don't even know the results from yesterday's sensing yet. Besides, Emperor Ainz and Queen Tina must still be worried about my safety." After Lin Chao listened, he nodded, and stood up from the ground to reply, "You're right. We'll do it your way." Having said that, Lin Chao and Mina set off and returned to the small villa, softly calling out to Xiaolin, who was still asleep. "Xiaolin, Xiaolin." And since Xiaolin had been unable to sleep soundly due to worrying about Lin Chao and Mina, as soon as she heard the sound of her name being called, she immediately woke up startled and asked, "What's wrong? Did something happen to Mina?" No, don't worry." Lin Chao quickly reassured Xiaolin. Then Mina herself stepped forward and said, "Big sister Xiaolin, thanks to your care, I've come back from the brink of death and awakened." After hearing these words, and seeing Mina herself, only then did Xiaolin breathe a sigh of relief, reached out to hug Mina tightly, and exclaimed happily, "Huh, that's such good news. I'm so glad you're safe." When she got this far, Xiaolin let go of Mina, and suddenly seemed to just realize something else, then said, "Oh right, you've just revived, and Lin Chao also stayed up the whole night. You too must be hungry. I'll get up right now and cook for you." After saying that, Xiaolin began to get up from the bed, but the very next moment, Mina pushed her back down gently. "No need, big sister Xiaolin. I've just revived from the shirong, and feel like I've been reborn. I'm in perfect health." Chapter 134 The True Power of Magic. But, Lin Chao noticed Xiaolin hesitated slightly. He knew that if he didn't let Xiaolin help today, she would definitely feel guilty. Therefore, in the next moment, he heard Lin Chao speaking to Xiaolin. "This way, we won't be gone long this time. You just stay here and wait. We'll eat together when we get back." Hearing this, Xiaolin, now certain that she could help, displayed the same look of relief on her face as Lin Chao had expected. A bright smile formed. "All right, then you two go first." "Perfect. I can use this time to prepare the ingredients ahead, so I won't end up in a rush later." After Mona nodded in agreement, the three of them left together from the second floor of the small villa. Xiaolin immediately dove into the kitchen by herself and started getting busy. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao and Mona headed to the open ground on the island and summoned the ancient portal. Instantly, inside the magnetic drilling frame of the portal, dark shadows formed as it absorbed the shadow soul, signifying that the portal was ready for passage. Therefore, Lin Xiao glanced sideways at Mona and asked, "Ready?" After Mona nodded, both of them stepped forward and passed through the ancient portal. They successfully arrived at the ancient palace. At the same time, Ensi the Emperor and Queen Tina, who were stationed in the palace, sensed someone's arrival. Moreover, out of concern for their niece, Lin Xiao hadn't even seen their spirits yet before he heard their voices. "It's Lin Xiao, right? How is Mona?" As the voice faded, Lin Xiao, head held high, responded into the empty space. "Can't you come out and see for yourselves?" After he spoke, both Ensi the Emperor and Queen Tina appeared. Mona, out of courtesy, bowed deeply to them and said, "Greetings to Emperor Ensi, greetings to Queen Tina." As for the two of them, they forgot about royal etiquette and stared at Mona in shock without responding. However, this was understandable. After all, they didn't understand elemental magic. In their minds, Mona should have been as good as dead yesterday. Thus, the next moment, Lin Xiao decided to speak up first and awaken them. "Mona is bowing to you too. Why aren't you responding at all? Do you intend to keep Mona in that kneeling position forever?" No. After hearing that, Emperor Ensi quickly shook his head in denial. Then, he extended his hand toward Mona and said, Please rise. "Thank you, Emperor Ensi." Mona stood up, but Emperor Ensi and Queen Tina still wore expressions of astonishment. At this moment, perhaps out of playfulness, Mona wore a completely different smile from theirs and asked in mock surprise, "What's the matter?" "And nothing. And not much." Queen Tina stammered. "I just want to confirm. Is my spirit experiencing hallucinations for the first time ever?" Are you really, Mona?" "Of course." Mona smiled again in reply. Ensi Emperor also stammered as he spoke. "But, you were already half dead yesterday. Even if you somehow survived, from what I know about dragon healing magic, there's no way you could recover so quickly. So, here." Ensi turned his gaze to Lin Xiao and asked, "What exactly did you do to Mona after taking her away yesterday?" "Not much," Lin Xiao answered. Then his mind quickly shifted. He thought, elemental magic was no longer a secret to Queen Tina. Besides, he wanted her to study the relationship between dragon healing magic and elemental magic. Therefore, he frankly continued, "I buried her in Xianxia." Xianxia. Both Ensi Emperor and Queen Tina asked in surprise at the same time. Only, Ensi hadn't heard the name before. It was a question of confusion, while Queen Tina expressed shock instead. "Just Xianxia. I know Xianxia helps recover energy when combined with dragon magic, but I never expected its effect to be this good." "Not just Xianxia," Lin Xiao continued. "I also poured sacred water created through elemental magic over her. That's what brought Mona back to life." "Oh." As realization dawned, Queen Tina spoke with an astonished and appreciative tone. "This elemental magic is truly amazing." "Yes." Lin Xiao immediately echoed in agreement. "So far, I've encountered elemental magic, ancient shadow magic, regular ancient magic, and longing magic. At first, I Pingman Ly categorized them based on strength. I once believed shadow magic was the strongest and elemental magic was the weakest. But now it seems, these types of magic are actually equal. If you want to make them stronger, you need to combine them." "Exactly." After Queen Tina nodded in agreement, Emperor Ensi, who had been listening with a puzzled expression, finally spoke up. "So what exactly is this elemental magic you're talking about? Can you let me understand it too?" After Lin Xiao and Queen Tina heard this, they both paused for a moment of thought, thinking to themselves, if explained with words alone, it might be too one-sided and difficult to make clear. Therefore, in the next second, Lin Xiao spoke up, "Like this. I'll show it to you, and once you see it, you'll understand." Exactly. Queen Tina also agreed enthusiastically. Then Lin Xiao immediately summoned the Xianxia and the Lucky Cloud. After that, he released the Thunderstorm Skynet. In an instant, the Thunderstorm Skynet covered above the four of them. The Xianxia stood beneath their feet, and the rainwater from the Lucky Cloud drizzled over their bodies. Emperor Ensi thus began to sense the environment in this state. Like this. Before long, they saw his eyes suddenly open with realization. He turned to Lin Xiao and said, "This is a magic that controls the elements of nature." "Right." "Exactly." Lin Xiao and Queen Tina replied in unison. Then Queen Tina continued explaining. "That's why I said earlier that Xianxia, when combined with the healing magic of the Longing race, can restore Mona from the brink of death. Because the magic of the Longing race also follows the principles of natural forces, correct?" After Emperor Ensi asked in realization, Queen Tina only nodded again. "Exactly." Chapter 135 The Truth of the Curse. That's exactly the reason why the Longgen magic can resonate with elemental magic. And I'm currently conducting research on this matter, trying to see if these two types of magic can be merged into a brand new magical school. It might be of some help when you all confront Luke. Upon hearing this, Ensi the Emperor nodded thoughtfully, and with a contemplative expression, he sincerely exclaimed, "Truly amazing. This is truly unbelievable. It keeps sushing my understanding again and again. At the beginning, I thought that once your magic weakened, the silver lily that bore your soul would wither, and you would disappear from this world forever. But I never expected that a handful of Xianxia soil not only stopped your weakening, but greatly enhanced your powers, even giving birth to a spirit body. Then, when I finished sensing Muna, I also thought that Muna was surely doomed to death, that there was absolutely no way to save her in this world. But again, it was Shirong's soil combined with holy water, directly bringing her back to life, and his voice trailed off. Hence the emperor's hands joined his eyes in a sweeping gaze over Muna's form before finally speaking the last half of his sentence. And recovering so well too. Really, Tina, Lin Chao, Muna. You three must work together and research these two types of magic thoroughly. If you can figure it out completely, it will surely play an extraordinary role in confronting Luke. I'll definitely make it happen, Lin Chao replied in a calm tone. Then he turned toward the emperor again. But right now, the shadow energy within me hasn't dispersed yet, and the royal prison hasn't been completed either. Any talk about facing Luke will have to come later. The most urgent matter now is to tell us the results you sensed yesterday. Regarding the Longzhen curse carried by Muna, will it disappear completely when Luke is completely erased? Upon hearing this, the thoughts of the emperor and Queen Tina shifted from the wonders of elemental and Longzhen magic back to the original subject at hand. Thus, the two of them shifted their expressions from fascination and anticipation toward the magics to a more subdued tone. Lin Chao therefore realized immediately that the shadow curse on Muna was absolutely not as simple as the two female relatives had originally believed. However, to fully understand the extent of this shadow curse, Lin Chao still asked deliberately, is the curse on Muna really that bad? The emperor mumbled softly while looking down. Then he glanced sideways at his wife, Queen Tina. Judging from his expression, he didn't know how to bring up this subject, hoping to have Queen Tina, being of the same race as Muna, take over for him. That way, it might be easier for Muna to accept. After that, Queen Tina understood its meaning and drifted to stand before Muna. Her intangible hands gently placed upon Muna's shoulders, she spoke solemnly. My child, there are some things that, as long as you have done your best, we can be without regret. Therefore, don't carry it like a burden anymore. Alright, after hearing this, Muna did not directly answer yes or no. Instead, she fixed a determined gaze on Queen Tina and asked back, Your Majesty, please just tell me straightly, what exactly is this Longzhen curse afflicting me? I've already endured the threshold of death and life. There is nothing I cannot bear anymore. Her voice trailed off. Queen Tina turned her eyes toward Emperor again, silently seeking his approval. Then, Emperor nodded helplessly, as if yielding to Muna's wishes. Only then did Queen Tina begin to speak further. The dark curse upon you is etched into your blood. It has absolutely nothing to do with Luke's energy. In other words, even if Luke's body and soul completely vanish from this world, this curse will not disappear. Upon hearing this, Muna's expression didn't change much. After all, Lin Chao had already considered this result beforehand, informing Muna, mentally preparing her for it. She was emotionally ready. However, even so, Muna had not given up. She still firmly stared back at Emperor and Queen Tina and questioned again. Then, Emperor, Queen Tina, our clan's holy sword has not withered away yet. Doesn't that mean there is still a way to lift this curse? After these words were spoken, Emperor, who had been silent all along, finally spoke at this moment. But the answer he gave was perplexing. Yes, but also no. It caused both Muna and Lin Chao to look on in confusion. Then, Lin Chao frowned, clearly annoyed, and countered back at Emperor. What kind of answer is that? Yes and no. Is that even answering the question? The Emperor didn't get angry upon hearing this. He simply nodded and said, Indeed, my answer does sound a bit strange. But that's simply how things are. Because, to untie the bell, one must find the one who tied it. The only one capable of lifting the shadow curse on Muna is none other than the one who cast it, Luke himself. And as for us, we're sworn enemies with Luke. Either he lives, or we do. How could he possibly help us lift this curse? That's why I say, this curse has a way to be lifted, yet also has no way to be lifted. Upon hearing this, Lin Chao didn't press further. He merely replied with a single sentence. Alright, I understand. Then, he changed the subject, bringing up the final matter regarding this visit to the ancient ruins. Also, I want to ask, what exactly are the sundial stone and the moon disk stone? And where should I look for them? Facing Lin Chao's sudden shift in topic, the Emperor, Queen Tina, and even Muna were all momentarily stunned. But, after a slightly puzzled sound from the Emperor, he still answered Lin Chao's question. The sundial stone and the moon disk stone are magical materials created through ancient magic, allowing ordinary stones to absorb the essence of the sun and moon, thus gaining time-based magical power. After hearing this, Lin Chao murmured thoughtfully as he repeated the words, created using ancient magic. Then, he raised his gaze again toward the Emperor and asked, So according to what you're saying, these sundial stone and moon disk stone aren't naturally existing materials in the environment, right? Seeing the Emperor nod slightly, Lin Chao continued, Then, does anyone among you know the method to create these two types of stones? Upon this, the Emperor's expression turned uneasy as he shook his head slightly. This is actually another obscure branch of ancient magic, time magic. As for me, I only know a little, but definitely not enough to create either the sundial stone or the moon disk stone. Upon hearing this, Lin Chao immediately gave up on this avenue through the Emperor. He planned to simply wait and see, hoping for a lucky day when he could obtain an ancient magical item containing the method to create the sundial and moon disk stones. Only then could he create the time coding. Chapter 136, Gifted Materials. However, just as this thought arose, Emperor suddenly took a big breath and added hastily, By the way, I happen to have a pair of sundial stone and lunar wheel stone. I don't have much use for them. If you want them, I'll just give them to you. 1 sundial stone and 1 lunar wheel stone. That was exactly enough for Lin Xiao to create the time coding. But Lin Xiao didn't appear to be very happy. He simply nodded blandly and said, "Then thank you. I'll accept them without hesitation." But inside, he grumbled. This old bastard. Every time he speaks or acts, he takes such dramatic breaths. If he wasn't in a ghostly state already, I would have kicked him flying long ago. Shortly after, Emperor In summoned both the sundial stone and the lunar wheel stone and handed them to Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao then placed them into his material storage space. Seeing this, Emperor In turned to Lin Xiao and Mona and asked, "Do you two have any other questions?" Mona still had doubts regarding the curse, but she had just opened her mouth with the first syllable when Lin Xiao summoned the ancient portal and said to Mona, "Mona, let's go back." After hearing this, Mona looked somewhat puzzled and stammered in response, "But I haven't figured everything out yet." Yet Lin Xiao immediately followed up by saying, "No need to ask anymore. Let's go." With that, Mona was pulled by the wrist by Lin Xiao through the ancient portal back to the fragrant M7021 island. So fragrant. Xiaolin must have finished cooking. Let's go have breakfast. After sniffing the air, Lin Xiao said, and continued pulling Mona toward the direction of the small villa. At this moment, however, Mona pulled her wrist free from Lin Xiao's grip, staring directly at him as she asked, "There's something I want to ask you." "Go ahead." Lin Xiao nodded, folding his arms across his chest in an attentive stance. Then, Mona spoke with a tone of disappointment and reproach. "You didn't allow me to continue questioning Emperor Ins because you think Luke can't help me remove this curse, so you want me to give up." Upon finishing, Lin Xiao couldn't help but laugh out loud. Haha. He pointed at Mona's forehead, half laughing, half sorrowfully saying, "What in the world is going on in that little head of yours? I asked you to come back with me because if you kept questioning Emperor Ins, he wouldn't be able to help you at all. He would only blankly tell you, 'Luke is our enemy and won't help remove your curse.' You've heard that so many times that even the slightest determination you had left would be worn away. Rather than that, come back with me and I'll tell you what to do." Upon hearing this, the reproach in Mona's eyes instantly transformed into a glimmer of hope. Then, she couldn't wait to press Lin Xiao further. "Do you have a way to get Luke to remove the curse for me? Then tell me quickly." I don't have a specific plan yet. But, Lin Xiao replied mysteriously, "I already have a general idea. However, I can't tell you yet. Otherwise, it won't work." After his words, disappointment returned to Mona's eyes and she groaned dejectedly. Hearing this, Lin Xiao smiled slightly. Then, he reached out and gently ruffled her flowing long hair, consolingly saying in a firm tone, "Don't worry. Just trust me." After listening to Emperor In's explanation, "I'm now fully confident that I can jiu the curse on you." "Really?" After asking the question, Lin Xiao confidently replied, "Of course. Don't you trust my abilities now?" No. Mona shook her head quickly, afraid of being misunderstood by Lin Xiao. "I do trust you. I don't know how you're going to handle this, so I feel worried." "Don't worry." Lin Xiao once again gently patted Mona's head affectionately. "If I say I can jiu it, I certainly can. Just be obedient and cooperate with me." "Okay, I will definitely be obedient and cooperate." Mona made a serious promise to Lin Xiao like a child. Then, she asked Lin Xiao, "What should we do now?" "Time to eat. I got up early this morning and haven't eaten anything till now. I'm starving. Aren't you hungry?" In response to Lin Xiao's lighthearted remark, Mona gradually eased her tension and smiled. "I'm a bit. Then what are we waiting for? Let's hurry up and go." After saying that, the two of them began walking side by side toward the direction of the small villa. However, just as they were about to step up to the door, a sudden ethereal system prompt rang out in Lin Xiao's mind. "Ding. Current day, 27. Current status, not checked in. Would you like to check in?" This check-in came at quite a time. But, he couldn't just ignore it either. What if today's blueprint was one for crafting an ancient magical item that could produce sundial stones and lunar wheel stones? Yet this system could not be revealed in front of Xiaolin and Mona. TSK. Thinking of this, Lin Xiao's brain rapidly spun up a reason, and then simply made up an excuse to Mona. "Right, I suddenly remembered something. You go ahead and eat first. I need to check on the holy water altar you used for watering yesterday." Then can I go with you?" After Mona asked this, Lin Xiao politely declined by shaking his head. "No need. Just a small matter. You go back first. I'll be right back." Hearing this from Lin Xiao, Mona said nothing more. She simply nodded, then took a step forward and pushed the door open with her hands, saying, "Then I'll go find Sister Xiaolin first." And just like that, Lin Xiao watched Mona enter the house. Then he turned back and walked into the small side house. Quietly, he responded to the system. "Check in." Once he said that, a faint blueprint appeared alongside the next system notification. "Ding. Check-in successful. Releasing check-in reward. Reward has been issued. Looking forward to seeing you tomorrow." Immediately after, Lin Xiao grabbed the blueprint and placed it into his material storage space. But because he feared Xiaolin and Mona might grow impatient waiting, he didn't pay attention to the related notifications that came along with the book, and simply left the small room in a rush, returning to the small villa. Meanwhile, Xiaolin and Mona had already taken their seats, and the table was now filled with delicious dishes. When Lin Xiao walked back in, Mona was the first to speak up and asked, "Is everything fixed?" Chapter 137, Expanding the House. "It's done," Lin Xiao casually replied as he walked over and sat down, stuffing a piece of vegetable soaked in meat juice into his mouth. While chewing, he praised, "Tastes great. Now that we have good ingredients, Xiaolin's cooking skills seem to have improved even more." No, not really. Xiaolin was still as shy as ever. After hearing Lin Xiao's compliment, her face slightly turned red, and she immediately humbly replied, "It's probably just because you went out early this morning and got extremely hungry. To you, anything would taste good when you're that hungry. Is that so?" As he spoke, Lin Xiao stuffed another piece into his mouth. Then, turning his gaze toward Mona, he asked, "Don't you think Xiaolin's cooking is great?" Of course, Mona willingly played along with Lin Xiao's line of conversation. "From the first bite I had of Xiaolin's cooking, I thought it was amazing. It's just like how pretty Xiaolin looks." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao's eyebrows immediately rose with interest. Then, while glancing at Xiaolin, he teased with obvious intent. "Oh, after hearing you say that, I just remembered we have an idiom called Xiaosi cooking, literally, beautiful enough to eat. Looks like that really is the case." As the last word left his mouth, Xiaolin's face turned an even deeper shade of red out of embarrassment. Soon after, trying to relieve her awkwardness, she quickly changed the subject. "It tastes good because the ingredients are fresh. It's not really about me. But there is one thing I need to talk to you about, Lin Xiao. Ever since we used the Shirong soil to rebuild the orchard, it's produced a lot of fruits. And these fruits will definitely rot before we can finish eating them all. So you have to come up with a reasonable solution. After all, no matter how rich we may become, we are still in an apocalyptic world. Even if we don't plan for the present, we need to prepare for future contingencies and not let them go to waste." Her words made complete sense. However, Lin Xiao had already planned for these very concerns. Thus, in the next moment, without hesitation, Lin Xiao shared the idea already in his mind with Xiaolin by replying, "Okay, I get it. So let's start taking action after breakfast. You and Mona can go check the island's facilities for me. As for me, I'll upgrade the small villa we currently live in, add a new room for Mona, and also construct an additional warehouse for storing ingredients. Then I'll use the sundial stone and the moonstone I picked up from the ancient ruins just now to create a time coating, which I'll then paint onto the warehouse and room." A time coating? Upon hearing this unfamiliar term, Xiaolin couldn't help but ask Lin Xiao curiously, "What's that?" "Oh, it's something new I obtained through a blueprint I just picked up," Lin Xiao explained. "This thing has some level of control over time. When it's painted onto a room, it can drastically reduce the effects time has on objects inside. In that case, with the combined effects of the refrigerator and the time coating, we'll be able to preserve the ingredients indefinitely. And by doing so, it may also help prolong our lifespans." After listening, Xiaolin let out a surprised and admiring exclamation. "So amazing. If that's the case, then, let's hurry up and finish eating, so we can get started. That way, we can preserve the ingredients sooner." As soon as she finished speaking, Lin Xiao and Mona simultaneously replied with a soft hum, and then the three of them simultaneously entered a feast mode, eating every dish on the table until nothing remained. Then, after quickly washing the bowls and chopsticks, Lin Xiao led the two women and their two pets out of the small villa. They began executing the plan they discussed at the breakfast table. Xiaolin and Mona, together with Feng Feng and Xiao Dai, would inspect the island's equipment, while Lin Xiao remained at the villa site to start its upgrade. Looking at the book in his hand, Lin Xiao first flipped to the first page and opened the Universal Construction Interface. Then, he softly issued a command to the book. "Select the current small villa and view the available upgrade modules." The next moment, through the expanded Universal Construction Interface, Lin Xiao watched as a green light surrounded the small villa in front of him. At the same time, various red outlines of differing sizes highlighted sections that could be upgraded and offered detailed explanations. Foundation, by consuming 1,000 stones and 1,000 units of dirt, expand area by 100 square meters. First floor, after upgrading the foundation by consuming 500 wood units, 500 iron ingots, and 500 units of dirt, an additional room can be built. Second floor, after upgrading the foundation by consuming 500 wood units, 500 iron ingots, and 500 units of dirt, an additional room can be built. After reading this information, Lin Xiao lowered his gaze, beginning calculations in his mind. Upgrading all of these would just barely meet the requirements, but it still feels a bit underwhelming. Yet, if we were to tear down this small villa and rebuild it into a larger one, the open space on the island would shrink, making the island feel cramped. Besides, the home planet plan is already in sight. Once the home planet is completed, M7021 Island will become the bridge connecting the home planet and this world. So there's no need to upgrade M7021 Island anymore. If that's the case, then there's no need to construct additional buildings. We'll just upgrade this old house for now and live in it temporarily. Then, once the home planet is completed, we can build a house as big as we want. That's settled then. After making up his mind, Lin Xiao issued a command to the book. Consume 1,000 stones and 1,000 units of dirt to upgrade the foundation. Consume 500 wood units, 500 iron ingots, and 500 units of dirt to add an additional room on the first floor. Consume 500 wood units, 500 iron ingots, and 500 units of dirt to add an additional room on the second floor. After he spoke, countless materials poured out from the storage space in response. Some materials expanded the foundation. Others built the additional rooms. Everything seemed chaotic at first glance, but in reality, everything was well organized. In this way, just a few short minutes later, Lin Xiao heard a system notification sound coming from the book. Ding! Foundation upgrade completed. The villa's foundation area has expanded to 300 square meters. Ding! First floor additional room has been completed. Second floor additional room has been completed. Then, Lin Xiao raised his eyes to look. Indeed, apart from the size, the house's appearance and color hadn't changed much. At this moment, Xiaolin and Mona had also finished inspecting the island's facilities and walked over. As they stood together looking at the house, Mona asked, "Is the upgrade done already?" Lin Chao nodded. Then, glancing sideways at the two girls, he asked, "It feels a bit underwhelming, doesn't it?" However, the two girls shook their heads and replied, "No, I think it's really great." Chapter 138. Were ancient humans this open-minded? Lin Chao thought the two of them were just being polite. He decided to press further. "So, don't you two think the house is a bit small?" But the result was, Mona and Xiaolin still maintained their earlier attitudes. Mona spoke first. "A smaller house is actually better. It's just the three of us living here. It lets us be closer. It feels more like home." Then Xiaolin added, "Also, if you think it feels too plain, you can just make some better furniture to put inside. Isn't there an old saying? Light on renovation, heavy on decoration." Hearing this, Lin Chao finally understood. He had projected his own assumptions onto the two girls' thinking. In reality, they hadn't thought the house was bad at all. Thus, in the next moment, Lin Chao felt at ease. He pushed open the door and said, "If that's the case, let's go inside and take a look, see which parts need redecorating." With that, the three entered the small villa one after another, taking a fresh look around. They saw that the layout just past the entrance wasn't much different from before, except there was now an additional door on the left. Going inside, it opened into an empty, spacious room covering nearly 100 square meters. After taking a general look around, Lin Chao then spoke to Xiaolin and Mona, saying, "This place will be our food storage area from now on. After applying the time coding, there probably won't be much need for decoration." However, Xiaolin immediately expressed her disagreement. "How can you say there's no need for decoration at all? Are we just going to pile all the food directly on the floor after bringing it in?" "What else?" Lin Chao asked blankly. Xiaolin gave a helpless look. "Of course we can't just pile it directly on the ground. We need to divide the storage space according to the type of ingredients, classify, and store them accordingly. Otherwise, how am I supposed to find specific ingredients buried in a mountain of food?" Lin Chao made a responding sound with his mouth. But in his heart, he still didn't understand exactly what effect Xiaolin wanted. However, that wasn't important. Since Xiaolin had objections, and this room would be primarily under her management afterward, he could simply hand the materials over to her, allowing her to decorate it according to her own ideas. After all, what Lin Chao lacked wasn't much. Except materials, he had plenty. Thinking this, Lin Chao transferred a large amount of basic materials into Xiaolin's storage space. He then summoned the shadow box and handed it to her. But as a result, Xiaolin now became the one wearing a confused expression. She asked, puzzled, "What exactly are you doing? This storage room will be under your management mostly from now on, so you should definitely decorate it however suits you best." Lin Chao explained his previous thoughts. "And once you've completed the categorization, you can use this shadow box to release shadows. Just command them to carry the ingredients in." After hearing this, Xiaolin finally understood, nodding suddenly with realization. She rolled up her sleeves and said, "All right, then I'll take care of this room. You can trust me." Then I'll go upstairs with Mona. Let her take a look at her own room." "You go ahead." Having said that, Lin Chao and Mona pushed open the door and left. They followed the staircase together and went up to the second floor of the small villa. As soon as they stepped onto the second floor, what greeted their eyes was a hallway wide enough for three people walking side by side. On the left side of the corridor, spaced about 30 to 50 meters apart, were two doors. After Lin Chao and Mona pushed open the first door, they saw the original layout of the second floor. After walking through the hallway and opening the second door, they entered a completely new room they had never seen before. Upon seeing it, Mona looked very pleased and ran inside, spinning around while observing everything. Together with the white curtains fluttering gently in the breeze from the window, it looked like a graceful duet. A faint smile unknowingly appeared on Lin Chao's face. "Do you like it?" "Like it," Mona answered, unable to hide her delight. But immediately after, Lin Chao added with a slight frown, "But I don't like it very much." As soon as he spoke, Mona's feet abruptly stopped turning. Her smile also faded. She turned her gaze sideways to look at Lin Chao, asking in a questioning tone, "What don't you like about it?" "This." Lin Chao pointed his finger. Mona naturally followed his gesture with her eyes, but she didn't understand what Lin Chao meant. Soon after, she turned back and asked him, "What's wrong with it?" Lin Chao listened, and responded with a faint teasing smile. "It's a single bed. How could I like it? If I were to sleep with you, am I supposed to sleep on it, and have you sleeping on me?" As his words landed, Lin Chao originally expected Mona to be shy and pout slightly, and he had already prepared himself to see Mona react the way he expected. But Mona didn't react the way Lin Chao had anticipated at all. Instead, her response made Lin Chao feel embarrassed. "If you think it's too small sleeping with me here, then why don't we just sleep in the orchard again, like last time? There's plenty of space there, and we even have the Shirong soil. How great is that?" Lin Chao was momentarily speechless. Seeing this, Mona, with her unique thought process, didn't realize Lin Chao was blushing. She thought instead that Lin Chao didn't want to sleep in the Shirong orchard with her. So, in the next moment, she asked and encouraged him, saying, "Is it that you don't want to sleep in the orchard with me? That place is really nice. Don't you remember how happy we were there last night?" "I haven't forgotten," Lin Chao replied, almost blushing. "But, compared to the orchard, I still prefer sleeping indoors." After saying that, Lin Chao opened his book, and after deconstructing the single bed, he created a double bed. And, during the process of making it, Mona mumbled somewhat unwillingly, "I still prefer being in the Shirong orchard." Meanwhile, inside his heart, Lin Chao could only sigh and think, So the people of ancient times were really this open-minded? Now I've truly learned something new. Now I've truly seen something. Like that. After some time passed. After Lin Xiao helped Mona decorate this new room a little, the two of them went downstairs from the second floor to the first, only to see Xiaolin had just finished renovating the storage room. She stood there with a slight air of pride and invited Lin Xiao and Mona. You're downstairs already? I was just about to go upstairs to call you. Perfect. Come take a look at the storage room I set up. Sure. After saying that, Lin Xiao and Mona followed Xiaolin back into the warehouse again, only to see that, compared to earlier, the warehouse now looked completely different. The 100 square meter space had been divided into 2 levels and many small rooms by Xiaolin using extremely thin partitions. And on each room, there was a small plaque clearly labeled what kind of ingredients were stored inside. This way, the clearly marked layout avoided the very problem Xiaolin had mentioned earlier, digging through piles of ingredients to find one specific item. Chapter 139 Expansion completed. Thus, Lin Xiao then praised Xiaolin, saying, well done. Very well indeed. Hehe. After Xiaolin let out a soft giggle, Lin Xiao continued, as expected. You used the shadow box I gave you to bring the crops inside and pack them properly. As for me, during this time I'll create the time coding. This way we don't waste any time. Okay. Xiaolin nodded in agreement. Then, following Lin Xiao's instructions, she activated the shadow box and released several shadow clones identical in appearance to herself. Following this, these shadow clones, like black ants seeking food outdoors, neatly left the small villa and headed to the Xianxia orchard, bringing the ingredients back to the warehouse. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao went into the small house. He opened the first page of his book and began issuing instructions in full vigor according to the recipe for time coding from the omnipotent manufacturing list. Add 1 sundial stone. Add 1 moon disc stone. Add 5 dirt. Select the placement location. Manufacture. As the words dropped, 5 units of dirt were released first, and with the help of water, mixed into cement, spreading across the bottom of the wooden barrel chosen by Lin Xiao. Following this, the pair of sundial stone and moon disc stone, gifted by Emperor Ens, appeared next, floating in midair. It looked as if they were small artificial versions of the sun and moon, continuously emitting the power of solar and lunar essence within this small room. However, this state didn't last long. Then, the sundial stone and moon disc stone seemed to attract each other and flew toward one another. Finally, with a bang, sun hits moon. Mutual destruction. Both the sundial stone and moon disc stone shattered into fragments. Like raindrops, they scattered and fell into the wooden barrel filled with cement. Looking down now into the barrel, the cement, under the influence of the fragments of the sundial and moon disc stones, transformed into a milky, white gel-like substance. Moreover, on the surface of this gel, without Lin Xiao even stirring, waves similar to ocean waves were clearly visible, mysterious and strange to behold. Clearly, the time coding was complete. However, Lin Xiao frowned thoughtfully, calculating inwardly. 1 sundial stone and 1 moon disc stone yielded a rather small amount of time coding. Judging from this, it was clearly impossible to coat both the warehouse and the 2 bedrooms. A selection must be made. In that case, better to coat the warehouse first. After all, food could start to rot in 10 to 15 days, whereas Lin Xiao, Xiaolin, and Mona were still young. A little time wouldn't make them age significantly. Yes, he decided to go with that. Thinking thus, Lin Xiao lifted the wooden barrel containing the time coding and pushed open the door of the small house, preparing to return to the villa. However, at the moment he just pushed the door open, what lay before his eyes stopped Lin Xiao's steps in shock. He saw, besides Xiaolin's shadow clones generated by the shadow box, moving back and forth between the Xianxia orchard and the small villa, transporting crops in an orderly manner. The crops themselves had sprouted root-like feet at their base and were autonomously walking toward the house. This scene resembled something from a fairy tale animation, making Lin Xiao earnestly eager to create the green plant wand. Subsequently, driven by this desire, Lin Xiao carried the bucket and changed direction, walking toward Mona, who was nearby, performing Longjing clan magic and commanding everything. Seeing this, Mona, while manipulating the magic with both hands, also turned her eyes slightly and smiled at Lin Xiao, asking, "Did you finish the time coding?" Lin Xiao nodded. Mona continued, "Good, then I'll speed up a little. After Xiaolin and I finish moving the crops, you can paint the warehouse and use the time coding to preserve the crops." No need. While shaking his head slightly, Lin Xiao walked to Xiaolin's side and said, "This isn't urgent. I'm not here to urge you. I just found the Longjing magic fascinating and came over to take a look. Don't mind me. Proceed at your own pace." All right. Thus, Lin Xiao silently watched from the side until all the crops were moved, and Mona ceased casting her magic. Only then did Lin Xiao speak up. "By the way, Mona, I've wanted to ask you something for a while." "Speak." Mona finished turning her head. Then Lin Xiao asked the question he had been holding on to. "Do you know how to manufacture emeralds?" The words had just landed. Then, at this, Mona immediately responded without hesitation. "Of course. Creating emeralds is the basic magic of our Longjing clan. Anybody with the blood of the Longjing clan is generally capable of this spell." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao instantly became inspired. He immediately made a request to Mona. "After we finish everything, if you're not too tired, could you help me create some emeralds?" "Sure thing." Mona answered just as quickly. "It doesn't consume much energy anyway." "Great, that's great." After saying this, Lin Xiao and Mona headed back into the small villa together. Back inside the warehouse, they saw that the once empty shelves of the warehouse were now completely filled with various kinds of ingredients. After Xiaolin took a satisfying glance around the room and nodded in satisfaction, she handed the shadow box back to Lin Xiao and said to him, "Well, I'm done here. The rest is up to you. Then I'm going to start preparing lunch." "All right. Thank you for your hard work." Lin Xiao nodded in agreement. Then, he used the shadow soul to replenish the shadow box. Afterwards, he ordered this shadow box to create 2 shadow clones of himself and assigned them to begin painting the warehouse with the time coding. After confirming the shadow clones were working normally, Lin Xiao glanced sideways at Mona and said, "So, shall we start making emeralds now?" "Why not?" Mona nodded and said, "Just tell me how many emeralds you need, and give me that many rubies and beryl stones." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao's first thought was obviously the more the better. 80 or 100 wouldn't be too many. But, then he paused to think. Considering Mona was a person, not a machine. Even though she said creating emeralds wasn't physically draining, he shouldn't push too hard. Better to create the emeralds needed for the green plant wand first, and the rest could be created bit by bit each day by Mona, eventually accumulating a large number. With this in mind, Lin Xiao tentatively voiced his thoughts to Mona. "Could we start with 30? "Of course." Mona replied without hesitation. "As long as you give me 30 rubies and 30 sapphires. I have them." After speaking, Lin Xiao immediately retrieved 30 rubies and 30 sapphires from his material storage space, placing them on the ground in 2 neat piles. Then, he lifted his gaze toward Mona and asked cautiously, "Won't this take too much from you?" Unexpectedly, Mona didn't even bother to answer. She immediately began casting a dragonkin magic, using her left hand to activate the rubies and her right to activate the sapphires. She transformed them into red and blue beams of light, floating midair. Then, she clapped both hands together, merging the 2 beams into one glowing green mass. Finally, this green glow slowly returned to the ground and gradually materialized into 30 emeralds sparkling with green starlight. The entire process took less than half a minute. Lin Xiao was visibly astonished. He crouched down, picked up one of the emeralds, and asked Mona, "That's it?" "Yeah." Mona replied casually. "Didn't I already tell you? Making emeralds is the most basic magic of the dragonkin. So it was really simple." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao nodded in satisfaction, understanding that what Mona had said before wasn't just politeness. Well then, whenever he needed more emeralds in the future, he could confidently ask Mona to help without causing her much burden. As this thought formed, Mona spoke again to Lin Xiao. "But come to think of it, you don't even know dragonkin magic. Why do you need me to make emeralds? I need them to make a verdant wand." However, the moment Lin Xiao finished speaking, Mona gave a surprised expression and said to him, "A verdant wand." This left Lin Xiao slightly bewildered, nervously stammering as he nodded. "Yeah, could it be? Is there a problem with the verdant wand?" "There's no problem with it." Mona shook her head. "I'm just surprised. Why you would be making a verdant wand? This is an artifact crafted only by the head of our dragonkin bloodline. It's specifically reserved for the king, so even the Saint Elders don't know how to make it. Plus, this craftsmanship was lost when our last blood leader and Emperor Ens perished together. Could it be that Emperor Ens taught you?" Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao's mind raced. First of all, he absolutely couldn't confirm what Mona had said, that the verdant wand was taught to him by Emperor Ens. After all, the two would definitely meet again. If such a topic came up, wouldn't that expose the lie? Second, he couldn't reveal his system and abilities to Mona either. Therefore, he decided to use the old method to deflect the question. Thinking this, Lin Xiao began speaking. "I learned the way to make a verdant wand from a blueprint I found while I was out at sea." "A blueprint?" Seeing Mona's expression turning bewildered, Lin Xiao quickly followed up, explaining further. "It's a type of magical recording on a scroll. So, if we go by what you said just now, that your last blood leader and Emperor Ens perished together, then maybe this blueprint was intentionally left behind by your last blood leader to prevent the verdant wand crafting method from being lost forever. It's just that in the end, it never reached the hands of your dragonkin people before the disaster struck." Hearing this, Mona's puzzled expression began to soften. She even nodded in sudden realization, going along with what Lin Xiao had said. "And it somehow ended up in your hands by chance. That's one way to see it," Lin Xiao quietly replied. Then, suddenly, Mona became emotional and exclaimed, "If that's the case, then this means you are the one chosen by our blood leader. You are the savior of our dragonkin race." Maybe. No, not maybe. It's definite." Mona took a step forward, her eyes locked firmly onto Lin Xiao's. "Queen Tina said it too. And you yourself have already promised me. Therefore, you must be our savior. You must be able to lift the shadow curse from our entire race." Listening to her firm words, seeing her determined eyes, Lin Xiao thought silently. Since he had already promised Mona he would help lift the shadow curse anyway, he might as well go along with her story to protect her feelings. And so, with this thought in mind, Lin Xiao stretched out his hands, gently placing them on her shoulders as he replied, "Then since you've said so much, I'll gladly accept this role as the savior, and also the last will of the dragonkin. I promise to lift the shadow curse together with you. Yes." At this point, Mona's emotions reached an ecstatic peak. Seeing this, Lin Xiao couldn't help but smile faintly too. "All right, all that comes later. Before that, I should make the verdant wand while the emeralds are still fresh." "Okay." Mona nodded first, then turned her eyes toward Lin Xiao and asked with a hopeful gaze, "Then, may I stay and watch?" After hearing this, Lin Xiao thought to himself, by the time Mona was born, the last blood leader of their dragonkin lineage had already perished. Therefore, Even though Mona was the last remaining dragon kin bloodline carrier, she had only heard descriptions of the verdant wand from the Saint Elders. She had never seen it in person. Most likely, her request to stay was simply because she wanted to witness this legendary dragon kin magical artifact with her own eyes. If that was the case, there was absolutely no reason to refuse. So Lin Chao nodded in agreement. Of course you can. Then watch closely. I'm about to begin. After saying that, Lin Chao flipped open the book in his hands. Then, following the verdant wand, crafting recipe from the omnipotent crafting list, he commanded with firm resolve. Add 30 emeralds. Craft. The moment he spoke, those 30 emeralds on the ground leaped into the air like cheerful green sprites, hopping one after another until they connected end to end, forming a chain. Then, after a brief flicker of light, the chain of emeralds suddenly transformed into a branch. Plain looking, indistinguishable from an ordinary twig plucked randomly from a tree. After that, the twig remained completely unchanged. This left not only Lin Chao astonished, but also Mona of the Dragonkin race, who wore a look of shock on her face. Is this really the verdant wand that only the head of the Dragonkin bloodline can create? Isn't this a bit too hasty? This is nothing but an ordinary twig, right? Chapter 141 The True Usage of the Green Plant Wand. With that said, Mona turned her gaze sharply toward Lin Chao, casting a doubtful glance as she questioned him skeptically. Lin Chao, could this possibly not be the Green Plant Wand? Or, is it a counterfeit? Hearing that, Lin Chao hurriedly shook his head to defend his credibility. Impossible. This is definitely the Green Plant Wand. If you don't believe me, we can go outside and test it. Fine. Thus, the two of them left the villa together and arrived beside the Xianxia orchard, which had been completely emptied. Then, Lin Chao turned to Mona and said, I'm about to cast a spell. Watch closely and properly identify whether this is really the Green Plant Wand. With that said, Lin Chao began attempting to channel his power into the Green Plant Wand. Then, while waving the wand, he simultaneously focused his thoughts on controlling the plants before him. As a result, in the next second, the plants started growing branches exactly as envisioned in Lin Chao's mind. Moreover, during the growth, the branches entwined with each other, so that in a blink of an eye, a large bed constructed entirely of branches appeared within the vision of Lin Chao and Mona. Lin Chao then looked sideways at Mona and asked, What do you think? This bed is exactly as I imagined it to be. Shouldn't that be proof enough that this is indeed the Green Plant Wand? But as his words fell, Mona's expression was completely opposite to Lin Chao's confidence. Then, she glanced at him with slight disdain in her eyes and said, What proof? This only proves that it's a magical artifact of our Longan clan. It absolutely cannot prove it's the Green Plant Wand. Upon hearing this, Lin Chao couldn't help but feel surprised. He pointed at the branch-made bed and said, If it can create such a detailed piece, how can it not prove this wand is the Green Plant Wand? It doesn't prove anything. Mona shrugged again and shook her head. After all, any magical artifact from our Longan clan crafted with emeralds can produce such an effect. After a moment of being rendered speechless, Lin Chao fell silent. Then, he began entering a moment of deep thought. He was thinking about how he could prove to Mona that this indeed was the Green Plant Wand. But eventually, after thinking for a while, he came up with no good ideas. After all, he had only just obtained the Green Plant Wand, and had not yet fully understood its capabilities. So then, an idea suddenly struck Lin Chao. He turned his head toward Mona and asked, Then tell me, how can I prove it's the Green Plant Wand? Let me think. After hearing that, Mona also fell into a brief contemplation, and, while she was thinking, she looked around the Xianxia orchard. Then, suddenly inspired, she said, I know. With that, she bent down and picked up a wilted crop that had been pulled out yesterday and handed it to Lin Chao. Here, our Longan magic can manipulate plants, but according to the elders, only the Green Plant Wand can revive a dead plant. So, I understand. You just watch. Saying so, Lin Chao extended his hand and accepted the withered crop. Then he tapped it once with the Green Plant Wand. But, nothing happened. It remained as dry and yellow as before. Seeing this, Mona couldn't help but purse her lips slightly and shook her head at Lin Chao. See, I told you, this is not the Green Plant Wand. How could the Green Plant Wand possibly just be a little twig? I'll just go back and see how Chef Xiaolan is doing with lunch. Saying that, Mona turned around and walked back toward the villa. Meanwhile, Lin Chao remained on the spot, staring at the wilted crop with a confused expression. That's not right. How is this even possible? Then, Lin Chao refused to give up and tapped the withered crop a couple more times with the Green Plant Wand. Yet again, the crop remained unchanged. At this moment, Mona turned back and advised Lin Chao to give up. Forget it. Lin Chao, stop struggling. Why don't you come back and wait for lunch with us? However, Lin Chao remained unmoved, still continuing his efforts to discover how to revive the plant using the Green Plant Wand. Seeing this, Mona realized Lin Chao most likely wouldn't easily give up, so she stopped trying to convince him, and simply pushed open the door and returned to the villa. As for Lin Chao, he stood there, lost in his thoughts. No way. Why can't this plant be revived? Could it be that even the blueprint of the reward could be fake? Is this truly not the Green Plant Wand? No. Impossible. This is definitely not a fake Green Plant Wand. Yi Ding Shu what a Cao Zong Fang Fa, Zai Nali, Chula Wenti. Shang Dao Zhili. Lin Chao, Ban Bu Zai Ji Shi Chi Yong, Luzher, Mojong, De Na Zouo. Ari Shi Jiang, Luzher Mojong, Fang Zai Shou Zhong, Zuju Shi Shi de Gon Chao La Chi Lat. How can I possibly revive this crop? How can I do it? Jiguo. 就在林超自知道出处，只是之间手中的日志魔杖突然伸出一根木粗钻入到了林超的右手手腕之中，而这一次虽然不疼，但着实是吓到了林超。随后，他便急忙下意识地抬起左手，想要去把那根刺，可没想到那刺往里钻的速度飞快，等到林超左手达到右手之时，一切为时已晚。那根木刺连带着整根日志魔杖已经彻底埋入到了林超的身体里，弄得林超一阵冷汗，张口便想要呼唤蒙娜求救。但下一秒，林超的理智却让林超将嘴重新闭起，并且把话咽回肚子里，因为他后知后觉地发现，日志魔杖进入到自己的身体里后，自己的身体不仅没有不适感，反而有一种力量增进感，就好像自己的身体变成了日志魔杖一般，可以操纵一切之物。随后，抱着这样的感觉，林超弯腰重新捡起那枯萎的作物捧在掌心，并且在脑中诉说着将作物复苏。结果，奇迹就这样发生了。下一秒，只见那只枯萎作物泛黄的根开始一点点飞成变绿，直到最后，整根作物彻底变成了生机人的绿色，完成了复苏。见到这一幕，林超的冷汗也没了，烦愁也消失了，想都没想便对着小别墅呼唤道：“蒙娜，你看，我将枯萎作物复苏了。” What？ 蒙娜听后，有些不敢相信地推开房门，远远地看着林超手中的那根重获生机的作物。可是，即便亲眼看见了，他还是有点不敢相信，于是便踱步来到林超的身边说道：“你这个是从地里新摘的吧？” Chapter 142. Can Xiaolin become a teacher too? It's actually fine, Lin Chao. Even if this isn't the verdant wand, I've already decided you're our race's savior. So come back with me. Xiaolin will have dinner ready soon. As the words faded, Lin Chao realized Mina thought he was lying to save face. So no matter what he said now, Mina wouldn't believe him. Then, since it's like that, talk less, do more. Prove it with action. Thinking thus, Lin Chao turned opposite to Mina, heading toward the Shirong orchard, picking up a wilted plant, and then turning back to face Mina as he said, "Just watch." Then, he placed the wilted plant in his palm, and following the same method as before, began repeating the process. Just like that, within only several seconds, when Lin Chao removed his hands, the wilted plant had regained life before Mina's eyes. Mina was left speechless in shock, stammering for a while before finally forming a full sentence. "You? How did you do this?" "The verdant wand." Lin Chao replied slightly fully. Mina remained puzzled as she scrutinized Lin Chao, then voiced her doubt. "But, I didn't even see you using the verdant wand just now." Upon hearing this, Lin Chao glanced at Mina's cute expression, his pride increasing further as he replied, "Haha, that's because the verdant wand and I have merged into one." Merged into one? Yes. Lin Chao nodded. "Just watch." After saying this, in his mind, Lin Chao summoned the verdant wand to emerge from his body. Then, as Lin Chao envisioned, the verdant wand slowly emerged from his wrist until finally, the entire wand rested in his hand. Then, Lin Chao didn't forget to swing it around in front of Mina, showing off. At this scene, Mina was extremely surprised, her mouth wide open as she exclaimed, "This really is the verdant wand. Wow, how did you figure out it confused with the human body?" Upon hearing this, an idea to tease Mina flashed in Lin Chao's mind. He thought, this morning, Mina caught him off guard. Now he definitely must revenge this. Thus, in the next second, holding this idea in mind, Lin Chao responded to Mina mysteriously. "This matter?" Well, seeing Mina fully intrigued, eyes sparkling as she gazed at him, Lin Chao finally said the rest. "It's a secret of mine." The word settled. Mina's expectant face instantly fell. "A secret? How can it just be a secret?" Lin Chao narrowed his eyes slightly, with a teasing tone. "It's a secret to you. As for whether I'll tell you this secret, it depends on whether you behave tonight." Behaving tonight? Naive Mina didn't understand Lin Chao's implication. So, upon hearing her question, Lin Chao replied, "Ask your senior sister Xiaolin for advice." After saying this, Lin Chao didn't say anything else. He merely smiled faintly, leaving a puzzled Mina behind exactly as she had left him before. Lin Chao himself then strolled back to the small villa. By then, Xiaolin had already set the lunch table full. Seeing Lin Chao return alone, she couldn't help but ask, "Where's Mina? Just now she returned before you didn't. Now you're back and she isn't." Lin Chao listened, then with meaningful gaze, looked outside at Mina through the window, and said, "She's now deeply in thought about humanity. Maybe later she will come find you to discuss further. You must teach her well then." Confused by Lin Chao's vague words, Xiaolin was at a loss. Therefore, she immediately questioned him in response. "Teacher, what exactly do you want me to teach her?" But Lin Chao still didn't give a clear reply. Still vaguely, "When she comes asking you, you'll naturally know what to teach her." After saying this, Lin Chao took a seat at the table. Just then, Mina entered from outside. She didn't even care about the feast laid out on the table. She directly turned to Xiaolin and asked, "Senior sister Xiaolin, Lin Chao said to ask you how to behave well at night. Can you teach me?" "At night? Behave well?" Xiaolin didn't understand at first. She naively repeated the words. But immediately after repeating them, she suddenly understood. Her face instantly flushed red. When Mina saw this, not knowing what was wrong with Xiaolin, naively and eagerly continued begging. Please, senior sister Xiaolin, you must teach me. Okay, cough, cough. Xiaolin, both shy and embarrassed, coughed slightly before lowering her head and pointing at the dinner table as she responded to Mina. Let's eat first. I'll teach you separately after dinner. Upon hearing this, Mina no longer clung to Xiaolin. Nodding, she sat by the table and said, All right, I'll ask you after dinner then. Having said that, Mina grabbed her bowl and chopsticks and began eating. Meanwhile, Xiaolin, face still red with shyness, ate absent-mindedly while repeatedly shooting Lin Chao accusing glances. But, though well aware of this, Lin Chao pretended nothing was happening. After finishing his meal alone, he stood up and said to the two girls, I'm done. You two continue. I'll go check the small house next door. Thus, Lin Chao left Xiaolin and Mina alone in the villa. As he himself headed to the nearby small house, he flipped to the second page of the book in his hand, opened the material storage space, and found the blueprint reward from his morning check-in. The magnetic drill house blueprint. Lin Chao mumbled the name of the blueprint before gaining a rough understanding of the magnetic drill house. He now knew it should be an ancient magical artifact. However, he still didn't clearly understand the item's exact functions. So, Lin Chao reached out and lightly touched the blueprint's icon, expanding its details. Magnetic drill house blueprint can be learned. After learning, you will gain the crafting recipe for the magnetic drill house within the universal crafting menu. Magnetic drill house, an ancient magical artifact. A house built by combining magnetic drills with ancient magic. Therefore, this house can be freely transformed at any time and place. In ancient times, nobles and aristocrats lived in such houses. Chapter 143, What You Think of Comes True. A house made of magnetic drills. After finishing reading the introduction of Magnetic Drill House, Lin Chao couldn't help but form a plan in his mind. Once the home celestial was completed, he could build a versatile and adaptable mansion using magnetic drills, just like the castles depicted in science fiction novels. Wouldn't that be awesome? Thinking of this, Lin Chao clicked the Learn button beneath the introduction box. Then flipped the book forward one page, switching the material storage interface to the universal manufacturing interface. With this, the crafting recipe for Magnetic Drill House appeared before Lin Chao. New, Magnetic Drill House. Magnetic drills 0/100000. Rubies 428 out of 100. Sapphires 591 out of 100. Amethyst 392 out of 100. 100,000 magnetic drills. Although it's a lot, it's understandable. After all, the house it builds is both large and highly functional. Besides, magnetic drills aren't rare in ancient ruins. Even without the duplication ability, they can be easily mined. So, he just needed to wait quietly for the shadowy aura on him to dissipate. Wait for the ancient observatory to inform him of a celestial body's fall. Then obtain this celestial core and craft the home celestial. Thinking of this, Lin Chao couldn't help but cast a glance toward the ancient observatory. However, the next second, a semi-transparent panel actually popped up above the ancient observatory, displaying a line of text on it. A celestial body will fall tonight. Seeing this, Lin Chao was stunned beyond belief. He even thought he was so eager for a response from the ancient observatory that he hallucinated. Thus, he instinctively rubbed his eyes, then stared again at the ancient observatory. But, the interface was still there, and even under the original line of text appeared an image resembling a treasure map. Seeing this, Lin Chao didn't think twice, closed the book, then quickly walked to the front of the ancient observatory for a closer look. Falling time of the celestial body, 9 p.m. tonight. Falling location of the celestial body, as shown on the map. After reading these, Lin Chao was so happy that he stood there motionless, completely frozen in shock, only muttering two words. Oh my, he had never expected that it would be so coincidental. Just after he thought that the ancient observatory would give a prompt, the ancient observatory truly gave a prompt. In that case, if he successfully obtained the celestial core tonight, wouldn't he be able to craft the home celestial tomorrow? As these thoughts came to an end, Lin Chao quickly snapped out of it, then shook his head and said to himself, No, it's not about whether I can successfully obtain the celestial core tonight, but I must successfully obtain the celestial core tonight. As the word settled, Lin Chao, filled with determination, threw himself into planning, began arranging his plan for tonight according to the clue provided by the ancient observatory, to ensure he could absolutely obtain the complete extraterrestrial body and then extract the celestial core. Meanwhile, as Lin Chao was making meticulous plans, at the small villa, the one-on-one mini-class, forcibly arranged by Meng Na for Xiaolin, had also begun. The two were sitting side by side on the large bed in Meng Na's room. Meng Na was advancing aggressively. Xiaolin was retreating step by step. Do you think I'm not well behaved, Xiaolin? Why did Lin Chao ask me to behave better tonight? How should I behave better? All right. Xiaolin blushed and quickly interrupted Meng Na, saying, You sit back first and calm down a bit. Okay. After Xiaolin replied, she physically moved back slightly, but her eyes still shone brightly, and her mouth never stopped talking for even a moment. Is this okay now? Now can you teach me? Xiaolin nodded shyly with a reply. Then, Dito no ni dud continued. Actually, I don't really have anything much to teach about that. Huh. Hearing this, Meng Na showed a surprised expression, then asked Xiaolin in return. Then why did Lin Chao tell you to teach me to behave better tonight? Moreover, Besides the fact that I don't cook as well as you, and I'm a bit more energetic than you, I don't think there's anywhere else I'm not behaving well. You tell me, did Lin Xiao say this about me because he dislikes my noisiness and wants me to be as quiet as you? No, no, no. Seeing that Meng Na misunderstood Lin Xiao's meaning, Xiaolin quickly waved her hands in denial. Lin Xiao definitely didn't mean that, nor is he the kind of person like that. He said you should be more obedient at night, he means. Hearing this, Xiaolin hesitated again in her tone. This left Meng Na so anxious that, in desperation, she forgot what Xiaolin had just said, and suddenly leaned in close to her once more, hurriedly asking again and again. Ugh, why won't you speak again? What exactly does he mean by being obedient at night? But the more Meng Na asked, the redder and more shy Xiaolin became. Again and again, she could only let out hesitant, sounds, without giving a single answer. And Meng Na? The more Xiaolin refused to answer, the more anxious and insistent she became. Thus, in this vicious cycle, Meng Na was finally pushed to her limit. She let out a complaint towards Xiaolin. Just tell me what it is already. And Xiaolin, cornered as well, finally opened her mouth and blurted out. It's about the things that happen on the bed at night. On the bed. Yes, on the bed. Xiaolin, now realizing what she had said, kept her head down like a red-hot stove. Her face was flushed red, while Meng Na, having finally gotten the answer, began to reflect inward. At night. On the bed. I never misbehaved. Unless, this morning when Lin Xiao was making this double bed for me, I said we didn't need to build a double bed, and sleeping in the orchard like before was also fine. As a result, Xiaolin, hearing such a bold statement, turned even redder. And she finally understood why Lin Xiao had said Meng Na wasn't obedient. Thus, she stammered out an explanation and passed her advice to Meng Na. This is exactly the way you were disobedient. Lin Xiao, this person, he can let you have your way in every other matter. But alone, when you're on the bed, you must obey him. You must not go against his wishes. This is what he means by being obedient at night. Oh, after hearing that, Meng Na suddenly understood. Oh, so that's how it is. Now I get it. After saying this, she stood up. Smiling, she thanked Xiaolin. Thank you so much. Then, with a cheerful mood, she left her own room alone, leaving Xiaolin sitting on the bed, her face still flushed red. She neither could rise nor continue sitting properly, feeling awkward and at a loss. She sat there blankly thinking, so Meng Na is actually this bold. Chapter 144, Going Up to the Sky Again. Just like that, Xiaolin sat in Meng Na's room, blushing and imagining everything Meng Na had said, remaining lost in thought until it was already dark outside without even realizing it. And what about Lin Xiao? He was the same, except that he had been researching the plan for collecting extraterrestrial cores inside the small house, also unaware of how late it had become. It wasn't until Meng Na came over, knocked on the door of the small house and shouted that he finally snapped out of it. Lin Xiao, you've been inside for half a day already. What are you doing in there? Lin Xiao finally regained his senses, glanced outside at the pitch-black sky, and muttered to himself belatedly. It's already this late, huh? But good thing. The plan is nearly complete. After saying that, Lin Xiao stood up, stretched lazily, and said to Meng Na outside the door, I'm coming out now. Then, he slowly walked to the door. At the same time, Meng Na opened the door as well, meeting him face to face and asking again, what were you doing inside all afternoon? Oh, the ancient observatory said there would be a meteor falling tonight. I wanted to take this chance to see if I could obtain the core of the celestial body. Lin Xiao said this in a casual tone. Then he turned to Meng Na and asked, and what about you? How was your afternoon learning from Xiaolin? Have you learned how to behave a bit better at night? Of course I have. After hearing this, Meng Na said proudly, Xiaolin taught me everything. She said that from now on, I should be 100% compliant with you in bed and stop talking about sleeping in the orchard, and that would be being good. Hearing this, Lin Xiao couldn't help but smile slightly and said, ha. It seems Xiaolin really understands me. She got exactly what I meant right away. After saying that, he looked at Meng Na with a smile again and asked, then where is Xiaolin now? Where is she? She's sitting upstairs. Meng Na pointed toward the second floor of the villa as she answered. Ever since she finished teaching me, she's been sitting motionless in my room just like you did, and hasn't come out till now. Are you looking for her? If you are, I can go call her for you. As soon as she finished speaking, Meng Na turned to go and fetch Xiaolin for Lin Xiao. But the result, before she had even taken half a step forward, she was abruptly pulled back by Lin Xiao. Then, Lin Xiao shook his head and said to Meng Na, I'm not going to look for her. Just let her be by herself for a while. With her personality, after hearing the story about the two of us from you, plus the things between her and me that you learned, she definitely needs some time to process. Alright then. After saying that, Meng Na stopped her steps, then turned around again and looked at Lin Xiao, asking, so what should we do with the rest of tonight? Go look for the meteors. After Lin Xiao answered, Meng Na frowned and countered with confusion. Now, when Meng Na saw Lin Xiao nod affirmatively, she was even more puzzled. After all, she had only been here for a few days, not like Xiaolin, who already knew well about Lin Xiao's plans. Therefore, she furrowed her brows and continued asking, but didn't you say just now that the ancient observatory predicted a celestial object would fall tonight? If it's tonight, we wouldn't find the meteor on the ground until tomorrow morning at the earliest. Do you plan to go straight up to the sky tonight to retrieve the celestial body yourself? What Meng Na didn't expect was, after her jokingly sarcastic remark, she saw Lin Xiao nodding seriously in response. That's exactly right. That's exactly what I plan to do. Instantly, this answer, which completely defied Meng Na's understanding, thoroughly shocked her. She stared at him incredulously and questioned. Go up to the sky to retrieve the celestial body? How is that even possible? You must be making this up to me. Upon hearing this, a sudden idea formed in Lin Xiao's mind. Perhaps he could take Meng Na along with him. Thinking, if something unexpected happened in the sky, Meng Na's Longying clan magic might come in handy. But bringing her along for free seemed too boring. Perhaps he should add something. With this thought, Lin Xiao's eyes glimmered, his eyebrows lifting slightly as he looked at Meng Na and shot back. What? Don't believe me. What if I take you up to see for yourself? Then we can make a bet. If I successfully bring the celestial body back from the sky, you have to agree to one thing I ask. Otherwise, I'll agree to one thing you ask. Does that sound good to you? After speaking, Lin Xiao looked at Meng Na meaningfully, thinking to himself, with Meng Na's naturally curious personality, she would surely love something like this, something she had never seen before, and involving a wager. As it turned out, Lin Xiao's thoughts had just reached this point. What happened next was exactly as he had expected. Right in front of him, Meng Na responded to your ly with a crisp and decisive single word. Fine. So, Lin Xiao also pressed his lips together, revealing a slight mischievous smile, then nodded with him, before he began walking toward the high-density alloy diamond rocket, together with Meng Na. Meanwhile, thinking to himself in his mind, Xiao Meng Na, you've definitely lost this bet. Soon after, the two arrived at the entry hatch of the high-density alloy diamond rocket. However, because neither of them had protective gear, the rocket system emitted a prompt. Protection level insufficient. Please wear proper astronaut suits. Upon hearing that, Lin Xiao took out two high-pressure oxygen-rich flexible armor suits. He handed one to Meng Na and said to her, put it on. We'll leave as soon as we're dressed. Okay. Meng Na didn't ask why. She only wanted to see the magnificent sight of flying up to the sky and grabbing the celestial body as quickly as possible. Thus, obediently and without question, she put on the high-pressure oxygen-rich flexible armor suit, together with Lin Xiao. With that, the rocket system issued another prompt. Protection level sufficient. Hatch opening shortly. Then, the entry hatch of the high-density alloy diamond rocket opened accordingly, revealing the complex array of equipment inside. Looking at it, Meng Na, who had revived from ancient times and had never seen modern technology even once, was left astonished again and again. What is this? It looks so amazing. But Lin Xiao was eager to obtain the celestial body, afraid of missing the moment it fell. So he didn't bother to explain, instead urging Meng Na, just get in first. No time to explain. I'll tell you all about it when we come back. All right, Meng Na replied decisively. Then she climbed together with Lin Xiao into the high-density alloy diamond rocket, taking the co-pilot's seat. After that, Lin Xiao fastened her seatbelt for her. Then he himself sat down in the pilot's seat and got everything ready. Meng Na, get ready. After I count down 3 seconds, we're leaving. Chapter 145, The Appearance of a Celestial Body. Okay, Meng Na responded affirmatively. Then, she leaned back in her chair and sat upright, remaining still. After seeing that, Lin Xiao began the countdown as he had said earlier. 3, 2, 1. After saying that, Lin Xiao pushed downward with his arm and pressed the red button under the chair that started the rocket. The rocket was then activated. Due to the propulsion system engaging, the entire craft started vibrating violently. This naturally caused Meng Na, who had never seen modern technology before, to feel a little frightened. So, she asked Lin Xiao timidly, what is happening now? After hearing that, Lin Xiao immediately comforted her in the next second. Don't worry, this is normal. Don't be afraid. Don't move around either. Keep sitting like this, understand? After hearing Lin Xiao's reassurance, Meng Na's heart was still somewhat fearful, but it had significantly lessened compared to the beginning. At the very least, Meng Na could now sit quietly there, and stiffly nodded to give Lin Xiao a response. Okay, I understand. As her words landed, the elemental power unit equipped on the high-density alloy dual-person rocket had fully activated. Then, a stream of elemental power, a fusion of fire and lightning, surged forth. In an instant, it successfully propelled the rocket carrying Lin Xiao and Meng Na into the sky. However, at the same time the rocket lifted off, the intense recoil and weightlessness caused Meng Na to let out an uncontrollable scream. Only after the rocket escaped the gravity of this celestial body and things gradually stabilized did Meng Na finally close her mouth. Then, realizing her own loss of composure, Shijie Daidig turned her head toward Lin Xiao, who was in the pilot's seat. She saw Lin Xiao looking at her with a teasing expression. Thus, Meng Na felt shy. For the first time in front of Lin Xiao, she felt shy. Blushes gradually rose on both of her cheeks, followed by an embarrassed, low groan. Ugh, you done screaming? Lin Xiao asked teasingly in return. Meng Na instinctively felt she was looked down upon in her heart, and hurriedly began to explain. I'm just a bit scared because it's my first time on this. Can it be unreasonable to scream a little? However, Lin Xiao was only trying to mock and amuse himself at Meng Na's expense. How would he go along with Meng Na's explanation? Therefore, right in the next second after Meng Na finished speaking, Lin Xiao began speaking. You didn't stop screaming at all throughout the entire process. Where's that just screaming a little? And besides, what's there to be afraid of? When Xiaolin first rode this, she didn't utter a sound at all. So you're nothing but a brave front with a timid heart. Before he could finish speaking, with Meng Na's personality, of course, she wasn't willing to accept it. She immediately opened her mouth to argue with Lin Xiao. But the result was, she had only managed to say the first character before Lin Xiao cut her off with a counter. Really wonder what expression Xiaolin will have once she knows about this. Ugh. Meng Na became both furious and anxious. She sputtered for quite a while. But what could she do? To save face, She ultimately had to suppress her temper and obediently surrendered to Lin Xiao. I was wrong. Please don't tell Xiaolin about this, okay? Even so, Lin Xiao still had no intention of letting Meng Na off the hook. After all, he hadn't completely tamed this disobedient little deer yet. Therefore, in the next second, he raised his eyebrows and retorted at Meng Na. Oh, are you teaching me how to do things? But apparently, I haven't lost our bet yet, have I? You, Meng Na, after hearing Lin Xiao's words, became somewhat unable to hold her composure. So she gave up on flattering and submitting to Lin Xiao any further. With a huff, she simply replied angrily. Fine, I'll wait for you to lose to me then. I don't believe it. That huge celestial body falling at such a high speed. You expect me to believe you can take it away completely intact. When Lin Xiao saw that Meng Na was sinking deeper into his trap, he smiled slightly and added fuel to the fire with a single sentence. Great, that's exactly what makes it feel like a real bet. Now let's go find that celestial body. Let's see who wins, you or me. After saying that, Lin Xiao drove the high-density alloy dual-person rocket to the location where the celestial body would pass, following the plan made earlier that afternoon. Then, he raised his head and glanced at the clock above. He noticed the displayed time was 8:20 p.m. Lin Xiao then muttered to himself. Another 40 minutes. We might as well hover here and wait for a while. Okay. Meng Na responded affirmatively, and then cast a sidelong glance at the Lin Xiao beside her. She noticed the confidence clearly shown in his expression, and couldn't help but feel a strange sense of unease. Then, in this uneasy emotion, she asked Lin Xiao, Lin Xiao, I've got nothing better to do anyway during this time. Why don't you tell me about your plan? As her words fell, Meng Na waited with full expectation for Lin Xiao's response. But, when it came to cunning, how could Meng Na ever outwit Lin Xiao? Lin Xiao only needed a single glance at her to understand exactly what she was plotting. Thus, in the next second, he responded accordingly. Why would I tell you about the plan? If you knew that I could definitely retrieve the celestial body intact, wouldn't you just back out of the bet? Therefore, just sit quietly and watch. You. Upon hearing that, Meng Na first pointed her finger at Lin Xiao, but in the next second, she realized she had already gotten aboard the day's ship and couldn't change anything now. So she simply crossed her arms and gave an annoyed huff. Che. In the next 40 minutes, Meng Na sulked quietly. Lin Xiao kept glancing outside, one eye on the situation, until the final minute arrived. Meng Na's anger finally cooled off, and Lin Xiao became serious as well. Both fixed their eyes firmly on the outside, silently counting down in their hearts. 50, 30, 10, 3, 2, 1. Then, as the final number was spoken, they witnessed a bright spark suddenly appear from the pitch-black sky and come hurtling toward them. Heavens! That! Meng Na exclaimed with her eyes wide open like copper bells. Lin Xiao replied calmly and carefully, yes, that's the celestial body. After saying that, Lin Xiao immediately released the darkness spell sphere, spreading a wide net of shadow across the path where the celestial body was falling. Seeing this, Meng Na instantly realized she had truly fallen into Lin Xiao's trap. The darkness spell sphere. You actually have that. Heavens, if I had known you had this, I wouldn't have even made the bet with you since the moment I got on this thing. But as Lin Xiao listened to this, it barely registered in his mind, because his thoughts were focused solely on capturing that celestial body. Chapter 146, A Desperate Gamble. At first, Lin Xiao didn't see any problem with the falling extraterrestrial object. It was just gradually approaching their direction. However, when the extraterrestrial object came close enough, Lin Xiao suddenly realized something. He hurriedly manipulated the Dark Night orb in his hand, shifting the deployed Dark Night net slightly. But, unfortunately, Lin Xiao had realized it a bit too late. Therefore, all of his actions were slightly delayed. Right before his eyes, the falling trajectory of the extraterrestrial object had a slight deviation from what Lin Xiao had previously predicted. Hence, just a second before Lin Xiao adjusted the Dark Night net, the extraterrestrial object slipped past its edge and dropped away. Seeing this scene, although Mina now had a chance to win the bet, she showed not even a trace of joy. Instead, she inhaled sharply and set an alarm. Goodness gracious! As for Lin Xiao, due to missing the extraterrestrial object, his nerves immediately tensed up. However, he didn't panic like Mina did. Rather, he calmly retracted the Dark Night net. Then he said to Mina, no worries, there's still a chance. You quickly return to your seat and fasten your seatbelt. We'll chase after it right away. Okay, with that, Lin Xiao and Mina hurried back to their respective seats without wasting a second. Then, with Lin Xiao piloting the high-density alloy dual-person rocket, they sharply dove down to pursue the falling extraterrestrial object. Because of this, it didn't take long for the extraterrestrial object to appear once again within the sight of Lin, Xiao, and Mina. However, it was only visible within their field of vision, because the extraterrestrial object's falling acceleration was extraordinarily fast, making its downward speed increase more and more. Faced with this situation, even with Lin Xiao pushing the elemental power unit to full throttle, they merely stayed directly behind the extraterrestrial object without being able to overtake it. And if unable to catch up, there was no question of obtaining the intact extraterrestrial object. It was even possible that during its fall, the object would completely burn up, leaving Lin Xiao empty-handed, not even obtaining a single stellar fragment. Thinking about this, even the usually calm Lin Xiao couldn't help but feel worried. His hands continuously tapping the acceleration button on the control panel, muttering grittily between clenched teeth. Faster, just a little faster. Witnessing this scene, Mina deeply felt Lin Xiao's frustration, thus wanting to relieve his worries. She started to think how she could assist Lin Chao. Was there any way to accelerate the rocket? TSK. I remember the Holy Elders taught me a Dragon Root Clan spell called Bud Blast. It's said to have an extremely powerful impact. Perhaps it can give the rocket a helpful push. With this thought, Mina started to attempt casting the Bud Blast. But the next second, she suddenly realized there wasn't a single trace of plant material on the rocket to activate the Dragon Root magic. How could she possibly release Bud Blast? If only I had brought a plant aboard before entering here. Otherwise, we wouldn't be stuck in the vast outer space without a single plant available for my use. Mina's thoughts paused here momentarily, when she suddenly realized something. Could there be plants on that extraterrestrial object ahead that I could use? Although the probability was not high. However, she had no other choice. Might as well give it a try. With that thought, Mina, sitting in the co-pilot seat, closed her eyes and started using the Dragon Root magic to sense the extraterrestrial object ahead. The first 10 seconds passed. No response at all. Then, as the second 10 seconds passed, still no response at all. This began to make Mina feel anxious. No way. Was there no chance left with this last method? Then, just 10 more seconds. If there's something, then there's something. If nothing, then I will give up. Subsequently, as the sensing period reached 30 seconds, Mina was about to give up. Just at this moment, a faint response suddenly appeared in her consciousness, causing her to open her eyes wide. This, indeed, perseverance paid off. Deep beneath the surface of that extraterrestrial object, there was actually a single, still dormant seed. And although just one seed, it was enough. After swiftly planning her actions mentally, Mina explained her plan to Lin Chao. Lin Chao, I sensed a seed deep within that extraterrestrial object. I'm going to cast Dragon Root magic now to make that seed grow into a massive tree, in an attempt to slow down the object's speed. Then, during this time, I will need you to keep the rocket at full speed, while also using the plant one to help me control the growth of the seed. Otherwise, with just my own strength, I won't be able to control it. After hearing this, Lin Chao felt this plan was actually feasible. Thus, his perpetually worried expression finally lightened up slightly. Then, facing Mina, he agreed. All right, whatever you need me to do, I will fulfill. Okay, then I'll begin. With that, Mina started releasing Dragon Root Clan magic to control the seed. But, the seed was far too small, and the extraterrestrial object was continuously moving at high speed. Seeing that the extraterrestrial object showed no noticeable change in a short time, Mina let out a loud scream. Almost pouring all the Dragon Root magic she could summon into controlling the seed. This time, Lin Chao finally saw a large, lush tree suddenly sprout and grow on the falling extraterrestrial object. Moreover, even though the celestial body was plummeting at extreme speed, the tree was not destroyed or burned away. But, even so, it was still not enough. Therefore, following Mina's instructions, Lin Chao continued operating the elemental power unit of the high-density alloy dual-person rocket, nonstop, with one hand. With the other hand, he summoned the plant wand from his material storage space. Then he used the plant wand to assist Mina in controlling the massive tree, which caused the tree to instantly grow several times larger. At this point, Mina's plan finally took full effect. Look, the extraterrestrial object's falling speed had indeed slowed down, and the rocket they were on was gradually catching up to the extraterrestrial object. Simultaneously, thanks to the protection of this plant, the extraterrestrial object no longer burned as it fell. In other words, unless the object was damaged upon impact when it hit the ground. Otherwise, the stellar core would not be damaged at all. Therefore, at this point, all that was needed was to catch up to the extraterrestrial object, then use the Dark Knight Orb to capture it, and finally obtain the long-coveted stellar core, without fail. Chapter 147, The Bet is Paid. Just like that, after chasing for a while longer, the high-density alloy tandem rocket finally drew level with the celestial body from outer space. When Lin Chao saw this, he immediately and decisively took out the Dark Knight Orb again, while silently chanting in his mind, "This time it must succeed. This time it must succeed." He started manipulating the Dark Knight Orb, spreading its shadows outward in the form of a wide net, precisely positioning it directly beneath the celestial body. Thus, in the next second, the celestial body finally made contact with the net of darkness. Then it was as if the enormous, sky-darkening celestial body had fallen into a swamp like an elephant, powerless to resist, sinking bit by bit into the shadows, until the entire celestial body completely vanished from both Lin Chao's and Mona's vision, disappearing from the vast expanse of space. Only then did Mona stop casting the loaning spell. Lin Chao also retrieved the shadow net back into the Dark Knight Orb, and then he let out a long breath. Finally got it. Otherwise, if we missed this chance, who knows when we'd get another? Maybe not until who knows which monkey year or horse month. Hearing this, Mona, who had just finished regulating her breathing, turned her head, lips pursed, and looked at Lin Chao. Then, although her expression showed bufu, her tone was clearly bufu as she spoke. "I know, you don't need to remind me with those words. I admit I lost, and I won't back out. Speak up, what is it that you want me to do for you?" As her voice fell, after hearing Mona's resentful yet bufu words, a strange sense of male dominance over a woman surged within Lin Chao. Moreover, driven by this desire, Lin Chao came up with another idea in his mind. He devised a way to tease Mona a bit more. Therefore, in the next second, as per his plan, Lin Chao deliberately didn't answer Mona. Instead, he gave her a mischievous smile. This move made Mona feel uneasy inside. The muscles on her face couldn't help but tense up. Her expression turned puzzled. as she warily and cautiously asked Lin Chao, "What are you going to do? If you make me do something weird, I definitely won't agree." Weird thing. After hearing this, Lin Chao continued teasing Mona with a mocking tone. "Then tell me, what counts as a weird thing?" After he finished speaking, Lin Chao's eyes flickered slightly as he studied Mona's expression, unconsciously comparing it with Xiaolin's. If that question had been asked to Xiaolin just now, she would have blushed, too shy to say anything, stammering and speechless. But, as for Mona now, she behaved like a loyal and resolute woman. She wasn't shy at all, nor did she hesitate, as she replied, "Things that are strange and odd. You know exactly what I mean." "Oh ho." Lin Chao raised his eyebrows. Then silently, in his heart, he summarized. When dealing with obedient girls like Xiaolin, he had to act a little like a ruffian to make progress. But apparently, with a girl like Mona, who was herself somewhat of a ruffian, playing that kind of trick again might create a repulsive effect, like same charges repelling each other, and might not work. So, he needed to treat her according to her nature. Thinking this, Lin Chao shifted his thinking, then continued speaking to Mona. "Then, what if I asked you to close your eyes? Would that count as a strange thing?" "Close my eyes." At first, Mona was still somewhat cautious, but then she thought again, believing that Lin Chao wouldn't possibly harm her. So she said, "Fine then," and obediently closed her eyes. Meanwhile, Lin Chao, after seeing Mona close her eyes, quickly undid the seatbelt across his chest. Then, in the weightless conditions of space, silently drifted over to Mona's side. He leaned forward and gently kissed her forehead. This kiss made Mona instinctively open her eyes. She raised her gaze to look at Lin Chao. This is what I wanted you to do." Lin Chao straightened up while responding, a gentle smile on his face. It caused Mona, in that moment of confusion, to experience a strange illusion, that the Lin Chao in front of her now was completely a different person from the one grinning slyly just a moment ago. "So," Mona looked at Lin Chao with unease and asked, "So that's it?" "Yeah." Lin Chao continued smiling gently. "Did you expect something else from me? But I lost. Didn't we make a deal?" Before Mona could finish, Lin Chao covered her mouth with his hand. Looking deeply into her eyes, he said, "You didn't lose, and you will never lose in my eyes. Do you understand?" At this moment, Mona's cheeks displayed a shyness she had never shown before, but she still stubbornly insisted, "I clearly lost to you. You can't deny that." Hearing this, Lin Chao's mind quickly shifted gears. Then, he began reasoning with Mona again. "If that's what you're going to say, then I really need to help you recall some details." "Recall? Recall what?" "Of course, the bet we made." Lin Chao crossed his arms in front of his chest, staring at Mona. And as for Mona, she began recalling based on Lin Chao's question. "The bet? Wasn't it about whether you could obtain the complete celestial body from outer space or not? And now, haven't you obtained it? So didn't you win? Is that so?" Lin Chao raised his eyebrows slightly as he spoke. "Didn't our bet revolve around whether I could retrieve the complete celestial body? Right now, at least 1/3 of its mass was lost during the descent. I didn't get the complete celestial body. Therefore, by that logic, it should be you who won, and I who lost." After he finished speaking, Mona suddenly lifted her gaze, meeting eyes with Lin Chao. Then thoughtfully she said, "So according to your logic, shouldn't I be the one asking you to do something for me?" Hearing this, Lin Chao had originally expected Mona to simply be moved by his generosity. He never expected her to turn the tables like that. So, he couldn't help but give a slight bitter smile. "Ahaha, yeah. Then now, what would you like me to do for you?" Mona lifted her gaze slightly. After making a thoughtful expression, she responded to Lin Chao, "I want you to close your eyes too." Hearing this, without hesitation, Lin Chao immediately said, "Okay," and obediently closed his eyes. After all, he could see right through Mona's intentions. Then, just as Lin Chao had anticipated, a familiar, warm sensation brushed against his lips. It was Mona's lips gently pressing against his own. So, Lin Chao didn't hesitate to wrap his arms around Mona's waist, pulling her tightly into his embrace. Chapter 148: The Power Plan of Elements. Thus, these movements were like sparks igniting a flame. Not only easily lit the dry firewood in both their hearts, but also quickly became uncontrollable, allowing the two to perform one impossible movement after another that could never be achieved on solid ground, driven by primal desire and the condition of weightlessness. And the pleasure they gained was naturally something that could not be obtained on Earth. Like this, under the influence of such emotions, they began to lose themselves, even forgetting the existence of time, blurring their sense of time. They themselves didn't know how long had passed. In their minds, only aware that one had become completely drained, the other had gained full satisfaction. Each had fulfilled their own needs. Only then did they stop, parting from each other. Then returning to their seats, back to the island M7021. They met Xiaolin. "You too. Did you go to outer space? Is outer space fun?" From Xiaolin's tone, clearly, she had broken free from the awkward atmosphere. But unexpectedly, because of all the actions taken in outer space, Mona quickly jumped in after them, hearing her give a hasty response. "Yeah, it was fun, but I'm a bit tired now. I'll go back and rest first. I won't talk to you anymore." Afterwards, she left in a rush with steps that seemed almost like escape. This scene caused Xiaolin, who didn't know the truth, to feel somewhat confused. So she turned to Lin Chao and asked, "What's wrong with Mona? I've never seen her like this. Was she frightened by some danger while you were in outer space?" "There wasn't really any danger." Lin Chao shook his head. Then looking meaningfully at Xiaolin, he continued, "And as for exactly what happened, I think for your own sake, it's better you don't know. Otherwise, you might lock yourself in your room and shut everyone out for half a day again." After Lin Xiao said this, even though Xiao Lin didn't know what had happened in detail, she could still guess roughly. So, she obediently closed her mouth, wisely choosing to say no more, silently followed behind Lin Xiao back into the villa, and fell into peaceful slumber. Ding. Current day, 28. Current status, not checked in. Would you like to check in? The system notification, which came every morning as routine, woke Lin Xiao from his sleep. Afterwards, Lin Xiao rubbed his sleepy eyes. In a slightly hoarse voice, he responded to the system. Check in. Immediately, he saw a faint image of a blueprint vaguely appear before his eyes. And in his ears, once again came the rest of the system prompt. Ding. Check-in successful. Issuing check-in rewards. Rewards successfully issued. Looking forward to tomorrow. After everything had settled, the blueprint appeared in tangible form before Lin Xiao. So, he reached out to pick it up and naturally placed it into his material storage space. With that, a prompt came from the book by his bedside. Obtain the blueprint of Thunder Elemental Prison ×1. Thunder Elemental Prison. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao muttered the name of the blueprint. His mind was already calculating what it could possibly be. Thunder Elemental Prison. Judging by the name, unless something unexpected had happened, it must definitely be an elemental magical item. But, why would one imprison thunder elementals? And what was the purpose of imprisoning them? Well, if I can't figure it out, why not go check the material storage space? Thinking this, puzzled but determined, Lin Xiao casually picked up the book and flipped to the second page. After finding the icon for Thunder Elemental Prison Blueprint, he reached out and opened the information box, then began to read. Thunder Elemental Prison Blueprint. Learnable, once learned, will grant the Thunder Elemental Prison crafting recipe through the universal crafting function. Thunder Elemental Prison. Elemental magic item. This prison uses powerful magic to tame and imprison thunder elementals, making them continuously release elemental power and thunder crystals for the creator's use. Oh, I see. After reading, Lin Xiao nodded with realization. Looks like the name, Thunder Elemental Prison, just sounds fancy. But in reality, it's simply an elemental power plant. But this is exactly what is needed now. After all, the amount of electricity stored in the current, lightning rod with storage function, is only sufficient for this single island. Once arriving at the celestial home, it would prove insufficient. And this, Thunder Elemental Prison, will perfectly fill that gap. Thinking of this, Lin Xiao extended his hand and clicked the Learn button in the information box, adding the crafting recipe of Thunder Elemental Prison to the universal crafting function. Right away, new, Thunder Elemental Prison, Thunder Elemental Spirit 0/10, Earth Element Crystal 0/60. He didn't have either of the two materials required for crafting. However, Lin Xiao wasn't particularly worried. Firstly, he had obtained Earth Element Crystals before and knew where to get more. Secondly, this, Thunder Elemental Spirit, though something he had never seen or encountered before. Judging from the name, it probably wasn't too far removed from thunder elementals. And in this world, whenever there was thunder and rain in natural weather, thunder elementals would appear. So obtaining them could be considered quite easy. Then, in that case, there was no need to prioritize the Thunder Elemental Prison at the top of the agenda. He could just focus on building the celestial home first and think about it later. Therefore, the most urgent matter today was to figure out how to extract the stellar core from the celestial body in outer space. With these thoughts, Lin Xiao flipped through the book in his hand again, switching the universal crafting interface to the world map interface. Then he started searching carefully across the vast map, deep in thought. I remember. There was a region where the sea area was particularly vast, and there were absolutely no small islands around it. Where was it again? Oh, found it. As the thought settled, Lin Xiao's eyes locked onto a spot immediately, fixing his gaze on a cerulean region on the map. After that, he double-checked repeatedly that this was the exact area he was looking for. Eventually, he simply placed a coordinate marker at the center of this region, then cast a sidelong glance at Xiao Lin beside him. Looking, Xiao Lin was still deeply asleep, and the neighboring Meng Na, after the indulgence of last night, must still be asleep as well. Thus, Lin Xiao carefully stood up from the bed, tiptoeing out of the room, fearful of disturbing the sweet dreams of Xiao Lin and Meng Na. However, when Lin Xiao arrived downstairs, he was surprised to discover. Chapter 149, Dissecting the Celestial Body. Mona was sitting gracefully on the first-floor sofa, watching herself. This was something Lin Xiao never expected. Thus, Lin Xiao asked, slightly surprised, "Why are you up so early? Why not sleep a bit longer?" "I'm fine." Mona shook her head as she responded. At the same time, Lin Xiao could faintly notice a slight blush on her cheeks. Presumably, it was because of what he had said and done yesterday, truly touching the softest part of Mona's heart. However, she, who had just begun to experience the first bloom of love, didn't know how to express her feelings yet. So she hesitated slightly before asking, "What about you? Don't you want to sleep longer?" "I don't either," Lin Xiao replied with the same gentle tone matching his expression. "I'm going out now to extract the core of the celestial body from the extraterrestrial object we obtained yesterday." After hearing this, Mona thought for a moment before speaking. I see. It seemed as if there were still words left unsaid. But, even without her speaking, Lin Xiao could guess what she was thinking. Because, a cheerful and carefree girl like her would only act this way when truly in love. And Lin Xiao liked seeing her being hesitant. Thus, the next moment, without further ado, Lin Xiao simply used his mouth to speak the words Mona had hesitated to say. "Do you want to come with me?" The moment the words fell, Mona's eyes instantly lit up. Without hesitation, she opened her mouth and answered with a smile. "Okay." Witnessing this, Lin Xiao, couldn't help reaching out his hand and gently rubbed her nose affectionately. My silly girl. In the future, if you want to do something with me, just say it directly. Understood? Okay. Mona answered with a vague nod, then continued adding, what if I want to do something you don't wish to do? But before she could finish her added words, Lin Xiao used his finger to stop her lips and interrupted gently. That if has a 0 probability of happening. As long as you want it, I'll be with you unconditionally. Upon hearing this, Mona's blushing cheeks deepened even more, because she, as the holy maiden of the Longbing race, had been taught from a young age to obey her future husband, to take care of him, and center her life around him to become an excellent princess. She had never known, nor ever imagined, that there could be a man who centered his world around her, a man who would find ways to ensure her victory when she was defeated, and a man who would spare no effort to satisfy her desires. At this moment, Mona's feelings toward Lin Xiao transformed completely from fondness to love. No words could better express this than complete silence. Therefore, after softly saying, okay, Mona, stepped aboard the small combat warship behind Lin Xiao. They flew all the way to the predetermined coordinates before stopping. However, this place was surrounded entirely by an endless expanse of blue ocean. Mona couldn't imagine this being their destination. Thus, she asked Lin Xiao curiously, why did we stop here? Is something broken on the ship? But the next second, Lin Xiao replied, no, our destination is exactly here. As the words settled, Mona felt utterly baffled. Surprised, she uttered in awe, and turned her gaze around trying to find some clues. Yet, besides the vast ocean, she saw nothing. Now she truly couldn't guess what Lin Xiao wanted to do here. So she asked once again, you said you wanted to extract the core of the celestial body, but all I see is the ocean. How is this related to the extraction? This is where you're mistaken. Lin Xiao smiled as he glanced at Mona and said, I came here for this ocean. Just wait until I release the celestial body, then you'll understand. After saying this, he raised his hand wearing the ring of elements, water, and snapped his fingers. At once, the entire ocean beneath them seemed to fall into a frozen moment of time. Even the tireless, crashing waves became still. Then, he summoned the Dark Night Orb. After telling Mona, watch closely, he used his divine consciousness to manipulate the Dark Night Orb, letting it release the celestial body. As a result, in the next instant, a colossal spherical object abruptly appeared on the frozen sea surface, so vast it darkened the skies. Suddenly, the endless ocean view was completely blocked. Startled, Mona couldn't help but exclaim, when I saw it from space yesterday, I didn't think it was this big. How come? Haha. Lin Xiao chuckled twice after watching Mona's expression. Then he turned to ask her, now you know why I came here, right? Mona nodded slightly with her lips pursed. There's really no other place that can fit something this huge. Then in that case, let's quickly dismantle this extraterrestrial object. Otherwise, leaving something this big here might scare anyone who passes by. Okay. Having said that, Lin Xiao took out the shadow box and this sharp diamond drill from his storage space. Just as he was about to send out a shadow clone to start the dissection, Mona suddenly stopped him the next second. Are you sure you want to use this drill bit to dissect the extraterrestrial object? Yeah. Without thinking much, Lin Xiao replied directly. But then he listened as Mona continued. With that method, wouldn't it take more than a whole day just to finish? Why not let me do it? You have a better way. Absolutely better than yours. After Mona confidently said this, she extended her hand, aiming her palm at the extraterrestrial object and released her Longbing magic. And in that very instant, Lin Xiao suddenly realized, alright, with Longbing magic, we can simply control the plant growth inside, making it easy to dismantle this extraterrestrial object. It seems I just haven't mastered the Longbing race's magic long enough to apply it creatively. It's okay. While channeling her magic, Mona glanced sideways at Lin Xiao and suddenly spoke sincerely. There's plenty of time ahead. I can teach you step by step. After replying, Lin Xiao also took out the green vine wand and began helping Mona control the plant growth inside the extraterrestrial object. Thus, within merely half a minute, countless fine cracks appeared densely across the surface of the celestial body. It now looked extremely unstable. Then, riding this momentum, Mona suddenly spread her hands wide. Instantly, those fine cracks widened into gaping fissures. Chapter 150. The star core is finally obtained. Piece by piece, the star fragments clattered down. However, fortunately, Lin Xiao had anticipated this. He had already used his ring of water element to take control of this area of the ocean, ensuring that even as the star fragments fell, they wouldn't sink into the sea and vanish without a trace. At this moment, Mona opened her mouth and spoke to Lin Xiao. These star fragments are all precious materials. You should go collect them. But after hearing her words, Lin Xiao didn't immediately leave to retrieve the star fragments, as Mona had suggested. Instead, he asked with concern, you're going to stay here and control these plants by yourself? Won't you find it a bit difficult? No. Mona gently smiled and shook her head. You've already helped me through the hardest part. I'm more than capable of handling things here now. You can go without worries. At her words, Lin Xiao finally felt reassured and nodded in agreement. Alright then, I'll go and retrieve those star fragments. If you need anything during that time, just call me. I'll come right away. After saying this, Lin Xiao instinctively took out the shadow casket, planning to have both himself and a shadow clone collect the star fragments together. However, with the previous lesson still fresh in mind, the next moment, an idea flashed through Lin Xiao's mind. Would using the green wand to manipulate the seaweed in the water to help collect them be more efficient? Following that thought, Lin Xiao began injecting energy into the green wand in his hand, activating its power to control the underwater seaweed and cause it to grow wildly. In an instant, countless ink-green seaweed tendrils shot out of the calm sea surface, wrapping around each star fragment and dragging them back to Lin Xiao's side. As for Lin Xiao, he simply had to sit back and leisurely place all the delivered star fragments into his material storage space. Obtain star fragment X1. Obtain star fragment X1. Obtain star fragment X1. Like this. Within just a few short minutes, all the star fragments were completely retrieved by Lin Xiao. Meanwhile, Mona had also finished decomposing the extraterrestrial celestial body. What had originally been a colossal celestial body that blocked out the sky now lay quietly in the soft branches Mona had conjured. A single star core, about the size of a human head. However, as the star core was an incredibly precious and rare object. Even the ancient Emperor Ainz hadn't seen many of them, so it was no surprise that Mona, as a tribal high priestess, had never encountered one either. Thus, in the next moment, Mona cautiously asked Lin Xiao with some uncertainty. This should be the star core, right? It should be. You wait a moment while I bring it over. After saying this, knowing the value and fragility of the star core, Mona carefully and precisely manipulated her released dragon root magic to the finest degree. With it, the branches coiled gently around the star core, ensuring it wouldn't fall or get squeezed. Thus, the star core was slowly brought over. When Lin Xiao saw this, he immediately extended both hands to receive it. And at the very moment the star core settled into Lin Xiao's palms, a vast and boundless feeling instantly surged within his heart. Even Mona's eyes were involuntarily drawn to the star core as well. Both of them began staring at it intently. This star core had a colorful and seemingly chaotic surface. At first glance, the patterns seemed random and chaotic, but upon closer inspection, they actually followed a hidden pattern. Emerald blue was bordered by undulating brown earth, like a winding river flanked by endless mountains. And in the center of the brown were small specks of snow white, scattered with patches of green along the outer edges, like frost-atop mountain peaks and evergreen pines at their base. Together, they formed a perfectly natural, miniature new earth. The sight of this single fragment alone was enough to make both Lin Xiao and Mona completely mesmerized. This is the star core. Heaven, I can barely believe we actually got it. There's no need to doubt. Lin Xiao pursed his lips slightly and replied, all the effort we've put in, getting it was only natural. MMHM. Mona nodded in agreement. Then she continued, asking Lin Xiao, so what do you plan to make with this star core next? A new planet. Lin Xiao answered without hesitation, filled with longing. A planet where only you, me, Xiaolin, Feng, and Xiaodai live. Hearing this, although Mona also found herself imagining such a beautiful scene, she then hesitated and said with some reluctance, but, constructing a planet's worth of work must be huge, right? Seeing Mona's hopeful yet hesitant expression, Lin Xiao thought of teasing her a little. Thus, he first nodded at her in agreement. You're absolutely right. But right after, he turned the conversation around, giving Mona a pleasant surprise. However, I've already prepared everything needed even before obtaining this star core. At this point, whenever I want, I can create a planet instantly. After Lin Xiao finished speaking, Mona's expression shifted from hope to hesitation to shock and finally to joy. Really? Of course. When have I, Lin Xiao, ever lied to you? Lin Xiao said proudly, giving Mona a confident glance. Then in a more rational tone, he added, still, even if we can create the planet right now, we shouldn't do it yet. You can't eat hot tofu fast. This matter must not be rushed. Therefore, we should return to Island M7021 first and make proper plans. Mona nodded slightly, without objection. Then Lin Xiao once again raised the hand wearing the ring of water element and snapped his fingers lightly. The next second, the previously motionless sea beneath them sprang back into motion, as though none of what had just occurred had ever happened. The waves continued striking one after another, creating an endless symphony of oceanic sounds. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao and Mona, accompanied by the pleasant oceanic melody, steered their light combat ship back to M7021 Island. By the time they arrived, Xiaolin had also awakened. Upon seeing Lin Xiao and Mona, she slightly frowned and asked with mild disapproval, where did the two of you go so early in the morning? You didn't even wake me up to prepare breakfast for you. Sorry. Lin Xiao diffused Xiaolin's displeasure with a smile and explained, I urgently needed to extract the star core from the celestial body we received yesterday, so I left in a hurry and didn't get a chance to tell you. Chapter 151 Moving Preparations. After hearing Lin Xiao's explanation, especially when he heard the term planetary core, Xiaolin's anger immediately disappeared. There was even a hint of excitement on his face as he turned to Lin Xiao and asked, you mean, you've obtained the planetary core? When did that happen? Just yesterday. You didn't see me and Mona coming down from the rocket yesterday? Lin Xiao replied in a very casual tone. Xiaolin quickly followed up with a surprised expression and said, you went to outer space yesterday to look for the planetary core. I thought you were just taking Mona up there. But as soon as he said that, Xiaolin suddenly realized that if he continued speaking, he would reveal something he shouldn't. Therefore, in the next second, he flushed a bit and quickly changed the topic. Well then, since we've obtained the planetary core, can we now start constructing the celestial homeland? Lin Xiao first gave a non-committal nod, then turned his gaze to the entire island and added, however, before we begin building the celestial homeland, we need to clean up M7021 Island. Decide what to take with us and what to decompose. After all, things over there are completely undeveloped. All of these materials were hard-earned. We can't just leave them here. That's right. After hearing Xia Lin's agreement, Lin Xiao then turned to Xia Lin and Mona and said, in that case, let's do this. First, use 1 hour to pack up your personal belongings. Then we'll discuss together how to handle the rest of the island's contents. How about that? As soon as he finished speaking, both Xia Lin and Mona nodded at the same time. Thus, Lin Xiao then decisively said, then let's get started. After that, the two girls each returned to their own rooms in the small villa and began packing. Lin Xiao, on the other hand, darted into the nearby small house. After all the magical items inside this little house were painstakingly crafted by Lin Xiao piece by piece. There wasn't anything else on the island more important than them. Then, Lin Xiao opened the book, flipped to the second page, activated the material storage interface, and selected the water source altar. Immediately afterwards, the book made a prompt sound. Ding! Water source altar has been selected. Please issue a command. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao promptly issued a command to the book. Recall the water source altar. After that, he simply stood there and waited for the water source altar to be returned into the material storage space. However, the water source altar remained completely stationary at its original place. The book also emitted another prompt. Ding! Command execution failed. Unable to recall the water source altar. After hearing this, Lin Xiao couldn't help but feel confused. Thus, he stared at the water source altar while muttering, unable to recall. What does that even mean? Just as he threw the question out, silence answered like a stone dropped into deep water. The book offered no response. With no other options, Lin Xiao could only try to figure it out by changing his thinking patterns. Could it be because the water source altar continuously produces holy water, which makes it unrecallable? If that was the case, maybe he should try with the ancient observatory next. With that thought, Lin Xiao first gave a command to the book. Deselect the water source altar. After speaking, he watched as the glowing halo surrounding the water source altar disappeared from the semi-transparent panel. Seeing that, Lin Xiao then turned to the ancient observatory and said, select the ancient observatory. So, the book once again emitted a system prompt similar to earlier, asking for Lin Xiao's command. Ding! Ancient observatory has been selected. Please issue a command. Lin Xiao naturally followed up with, recall the ancient observatory. After saying that, he stared intently at the ancient observatory, secretly hoping it would be recalled successfully. Yet, things once again didn't go as hoped. The book's voice just sounded. Ding! Command execution failed. Unable to recall the ancient observatory. At this, Lin Xiao was completely stunned. He couldn't stop thinking in his mind. My goodness. So, these kinds of large facility-type magical items can only be moved within the same area, but cannot be decomposed and transferred? If that's really the case, how am I going to bring them to the celestial homeland? Disassemble and remake them? Though quite troublesome, at least for now, he couldn't think of any better solutions. After reaching this thought, Lin Xiao cautiously issued another command to the book. Dismantle the ancient observatory. Then, the book emitted a prompt sound accordingly. Ding! After dismantling the ancient observatory, only half of the materials used for construction can be obtained. Please confirm again whether you wish to dismantle the ancient observatory. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao didn't think much and immediately rejected. No, after all, some of these magical items were crafted using precious materials that Lin Xiao had painstakingly searched for during their construction. For instance, the magnetic drill used in building the ruby crystal forge. Right now, he didn't have even a single piece left. If he really dismantled the ruby crystal forge, even on the celestial homeland, he wouldn't be able to reconstruct it again. Therefore, this approach was absolutely unacceptable. He needed to think of another method. Then, Lin Xiao crossed his arms over his chest, deep in thought as he looked at the magical items filling the room. Soon, half an hour passed. At that moment, Mona, since she had just awoken from a long hibernation and arrived on M7021 Island relatively late, with little to her name, came over to find Lin Xiao early, joyfully calling out, Lin Xiao. But Lin Xiao, full of worries, simply responded with a hum and asked in return, already done packing? Yep. As Mona replied, she noticed Lin Xiao's expression and also noticed that nothing in the room had been touched. So she casually asked in return, what about you? Why haven't you started packing at all? Did something come up? Lin Xiao nodded in agreement without denying it. Then Mona continued asking, what's wrong? You can tell me. Maybe I can help you figure something out. Hearing this, Lin Xiao lifted his gaze toward Mona. At the same time, he thought inwardly, right, I can ask Mona about this. After all, she was from ancient times and surely had a more comprehensive understanding of magic than he did. Like yesterday when tracking the extraterrestrial body, perhaps today, she could also offer unexpected solutions. Holding on to that thought, Lin Xiao voiced his dilemma to Mona. These magical facilities can't be taken away except by dismantling, and I don't want to dismantle them. Chapter 152. A person proficient in ancient magic. After Lin Xiao finished speaking, Mona, just as he had anticipated, truly responded accordingly, immediately offering an answer based on all the magical items Lin Xiao possessed. This isn't complicated, right? Don't you have a dark night orb? Just bring this house into it as well. When we arrive at the new place, just release it again. After Mona finished speaking, Lin Xiao suddenly saw the light. He immediately clapped his hands and said, right, the dark night orb. I was only thinking about using it to contain celestial bodies from beyond the sky. I completely forgot that it could hold other things too. Upon saying this, Lin Xiao turned his gaze toward Mona and, with admiration showing clearly in his eyes and eyebrows, said, "Sure enough, you really are the holy maiden of the Longjing race, truly knowledgeable and talented. It seems that in the future, I must often seek your advice to make flexible and effective use of these magical items." Not really. Hearing these praises, Mona's face showed both joy and shyness. Then, she raised one hand to scratch the back of her head, lowered her head somewhat bashfully, and smiled as she said, "I'm not as capable as you say. I just understand the Longjing magic fairly well, and also listened to some shadow magic teachings from the holy elders before. So I just happened to think of the Dark Night Orb. That's all." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao took a step closer to Mona, curved his index finger back and lovingly tapped her nose. Then he continued to praise. "What you just did is already incredibly impressive. If it wasn't for you, I don't know how much longer I would have been stuck in deep thought here." Upon saying this, Lin Xiao's hand naturally slid from Mona's nose tip downwards, then gently took her hand and said, "Come on, let's go outside and use the Dark Night Orb to bring this house into it." Okay. Having said that, the two of them left the small hut hand in hand, stepping onto the open space of the island. Soon after, Lin Xiao, following Mona's suggestion, summoned the Dark Night Orb from his item storage space. Seeing this, Mona instinctively took several steps back, watching as Lin Xiao released a bottomless dark void, which he then gathered back in. In an instant, the entire hut was swallowed completely, as though the building had never existed on the island at all. This caused Lin Xiao to happily turn around and say, "All done. Now one of my big problems is solved. The rest depends on Xiaolin. I wonder how her part of the packing is coming along." After Lin Xiao finished speaking, Mona immediately suggested, "Then why don't we go take a look and find out?" "That's true." So saying, Lin Xiao and Mona were about to return to the villa, but just at that moment, Xiaolin suddenly walked out of the villa, meeting face to face with both Lin Xiao and Mona. Thus, taking this opportunity, Lin Xiao asked Xiaolin, "Have you finished packing all your things?" Xiaolin nodded, though her nodding was somewhat hesitant. Then, she turned her eyes toward the Shirong orchard and said, "I've packed all my personal belongings. But what about all the crops in the orchard? Should I store them in the item storage space first, then replant them one by one in the celestial home?" Hearing this, Lin Xiao understood immediately why Xiaolin, who was usually so quick and efficient, had taken so long to come out of the villa. It turned out she, like himself, had also been troubled over how to move everything. However, for this particular problem of Xiaolin's, there was no need for Mona to come up with solutions. Lin Xiao himself could resolve it. Thus, without hesitation, Lin Xiao spoke the next moment. "You making it that complicated is too troublesome. I've got a more convenient idea." At this point, Lin Xiao turned to Mona and continued, "Mona, would you mind if I gave the plant magic wand to Xiaolin?" "Of course not." Mona answered without hesitation. "As long as you have rubies and sapphires, this item isn't anything particularly rare. After we finish this busy period, I'll make you an emerald, and then you can make another one for yourself." "Fine." Lin Xiao gave a slight nod. "Then with your approval, I'll go ahead and give the plant magic wand to Xiaolin." So saying, Lin Xiao retrieved the plant magic wand from his item storage space and handed it to Xiaolin. But Xiaolin, neither being a member of the Longjing race nor having seen the plant magic wand before, when she first received the stick resembling a dry branch, instinctively turned to Lin Xiao and asked, "What is this?" Before her voice had even fully faded, Lin Xiao began instructing Xiaolin, "Just hold it. Think about how you want to deal with the plants in the orchard, then give it a wave and try." "Okay." Xiaolin responded and complied as Lin Xiao instructed. While thinking in her mind how to pack these crops, Xiaolin began waving the plant magic wand in her hand. Just like that, in the next second, the plants, under the control of the plant magic wand, began lifting into the air one by one, their roots grasping onto the Shirong. Seeing this scene, Xiaolin felt amazed, and immediately exclaimed, "This wand is so powerful. With this, there's no need to painstakingly dig each one up, nor the need to replant them one by one again." Of course, Mona, slightly showing pride on her face, quickly followed up. This wand was something only the king of the Longjing bloodline could use back in ancient times. Hearing Mona say such a mighty item in her hand had such a grand origin, Xiaolin's expression instantly shifted from surprise to astonishment. "Oh, so that's how it is. But using such a powerful item just for farming, isn't that a bit of a waste?" "Not at all." Mona quickly stepped forward to reassure Xiaolin. "Right now, I'm the only Longjing Jew left. It's already a miracle the Longjing magic wasn't lost. So, as long as it serves a purpose, it's not a waste." "That's right." Lin Xiao also chimed in following Mona. "You should just keep it. Otherwise, when we move to the celestial home in the future, there'll be a whole country-sized land waiting for you to take care of. If you try to do it all yourself, not only won't you finish, but you might end up exhausting yourself, and then I'd be heartbroken. Don't you agree, Mona?" Hearing this, Mona turned to look at Lin Xiao's face. Seeing the teasing look on his face, she then joined in on the joke with Xiaolin as well. "Don't worry, I'll help Xiaolin too. I'll make sure your dear Xiaolin doesn't suffer from fatigue, and also prevent you from worrying." After saying this, Xiaolin's face immediately flushed red, then shyly changing the subject. "We can't chat anymore. Although the plant's roots have already grabbed onto the Shirong for protection, we still can't delay for too long." Chapter 153, Constructing a Celestial Habitat. "I'll put them into the material storage space first." After saying that, Mona also picked up her own book and opened it. She began recycling the already self-packed crops and the golden Shirong soil spread on the ground, one after another. In this way, Before long, the Shirong orchard, once lush with crops, became an empty lot once again. As a result, the entire M7021 island returned to the spacious condition it had right after Lin Chao's last expansion. Except for various facilities and small villas built near the seashore, there was nothing else left. This sight inadvertently plunged Lin Chao into a brief moment of nostalgia. He recalled the days from his very first arrival into this world, empty-handed, system unawakened, to the awakening of the system, followed by 2 expansions of the island. Then came the encounters with Xiaolin, Mona, Emperor Ensi, and Queen Tina. Finally, now they were leaving this island for a new planet. Everything seemed like a dream, so real, yet so illusory. At this moment, Xiaolin cast a sidelong glance at Lin Chao, who was lost in thought and nostalgia. She noticed the contemplative expression on his face. Thus, she gently asked, tentatively, "What are you thinking about? Is it about the remaining facilities on the island?" Her words brought Lin Chao back from his recollection. Looking down at Xiaolin, he shook his head slightly and replied, "No, I don't plan to take the remaining facilities." Xiaolin reacted immediately, her tone and expression betraying her surprise. Accordingly, she quickly followed up by asking him, "But there are quite a few facilities left. Truly, just leave them behind like this?" As the last word fell, Lin Chao shook his head again, explaining to Xiaolin, "This isn't called leaving them behind. It's called leaving them here. After all, this island will serve as a bridge between this world and our celestial habitat. We'll occasionally need to come back here. Therefore, leaving these facilities behind here will act as a supply station." After listening, Xiaolin nodded understandingly. But then, right afterward, she pointed toward the small villa and said, "So, the small villa should also be left here as a resting station? This one, huh?" Upon hearing this, Lin Chao's face briefly displayed a bitter expression. Because his shadow veil aura had yet to fully dissipate. Even with the blueprint for the magnetite dwelling in hand, he lacked the magnetite needed to create it, let alone venturing to ancient ruins to collect magnetite. Therefore, in order to have a home on the other side, he had to take the small villa with him. However, this meant breaking the promise he made earlier to Xiaolin and Mona. Thus, a second later, Lin Chao responded, slightly embarrassed. "Perhaps, after getting over there, you two will still have to endure staying in this villa for a while." Fortunately, neither Xiaolin nor Mona were materialistic girls. Once the words fell, both of them shook their heads simultaneously. Then Mona spoke up first. "I don't feel burdened living here at all." Then Xiaolin quickly followed. "Yeah, we've already lived here for quite some time. If I suddenly move to another place, I might not get used to it at all." Hearing this, Lin Chao felt slightly relieved. Thus, he resolutely made another promise in the next moment. "Don't worry. In our next home, I will definitely make sure you feel perfectly comfortable and fully satisfied. You have my word." As soon as he finished speaking, both girls nodded in agreement. With those words from you, we can rest assured. Now hurry up and collect the villa so we can build our celestial habitat. My storage space still has crops to plant." "All right." With that said, Lin Chao quickly took out the book and came to the material storage space. Then he gave the order to the book in his hand. "Select the 2-story villa in front." Instantly, the book returned a prompt tone. "Ding. The 2-story villa has been selected. Please give the next instruction." Upon hearing this, Lin Chao responded without hesitation. Recall, right after he spoke, the entire 2-story small villa before them resembled a dismantled Lego toy, disintegrating into individual components that entered one of the little square compartments in the material storage space. Before long, the place where the small villa stood had become flat ground, and that particular compartment in the storage space inside Lin Chao's book was now full. Now, the M7021 island was restored entirely to its original, primitive state. Now, it was time for Lin Chao to create the celestial habitat. But, after all, this was the first time Lin Chao had ever created something on such a massive scale. He wasn't entirely sure what kind of situation might arise during the creation process. Thus, out of concern for Xiaolin's and Mona's safety, Lin Chao turned his head and said to them, "You two go wait at the edge of the island. I'm about to construct the celestial habitat." Upon hearing that, the two immediately nodded understandingly and responded in unison. "All right." Then, they walked side by side toward the island's edge. Seeing that they had already gone a considerable distance, Lin Chao believed it should now be safe. So he flipped a page of the book forward, switching the interface from the material storage space to the universal crafting interface. Then he located the crafting recipe for extraterrestrial celestial body. With confidence, he began issuing commands according to the recipe. Add 10 million stone blocks. Add 10 million hay bundles. Add 1 million celestial fragments. Add 1 celestial core. Select placement location. Craft. The moment the words fell, the scene before him was entirely different from when crafting other items. From the material storage space, a massive amount of materials did not surge out immediately. Instead, a formation resembling a teleportation barrier suddenly appeared at the center of the M7021 island. Moreover, once the teleportation circle, shimmering with bright blue light, had finished forming, the colorful, celestial core, the first item from the material storage space, flew out. With a whoosh sound, it dove straight into the teleportation array. Then, materials measured in the millions and millions began to spew out one after another. Following the celestial core, closely behind, they all vanished into the teleportation array. In a blink of an eye, everything had disappeared without a trace, leaving Lin Chao stunned again and again. Then, as if something interesting had appeared inside a well, he leaned forward and looked down into the teleportation array. Seeing Lin Chao's reaction, The distant Xiaolin and Mona exchanged glances. Not very familiar with magic, Xiaolin was the first to speak. The entire process didn't cause even the slightest tremor on M7021 Island. It should be safe now, right? It should be safe. After Mona nodded in agreement, Xiaolin continued to ask curiously. Then tell me, what do you think the process of creating a celestial body will look like? Chapter 154. Successful landing on the celestial homeland. I've never seen it either, so I'm not really sure either. At this point, a sudden spark of curiosity ignited in Minna's heart. She became curious about what it would look like to create a planet. Thus, in the next second, driven by this curiosity, she playfully raised her eyebrows and then turned towards Xiaolin with a tentative question. What if we go take a look too? And with this question, she just happened to hit upon Xiaolin's hidden wish. Xiaolin also wanted to find out what exactly was happening inside the formation that had captivated Lin Xiao's attention. Therefore, after Minna's words faded away, Xiaolin immediately and without hesitation replied, "Sure." With that settled, the two were in perfect agreement. So side by side, once again shoulder to shoulder, they walked back to where Lin Xiao was and softly called out, "Lin Xiao." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao pulled his attention away from the teleportation formation. He turned his gaze toward Xiaolin and Minna and asked, "What about you two? We thought there wasn't much danger, and we were curious about how the celestial homeland was created, so we came over." While scratching her head, Minna honestly expressed her thoughts directly. After hearing this, Lin Xiao did not immediately respond to the two of them. Instead, he glanced back at the inside of the teleportation formation. He saw that the extraterrestrial celestial body inside was generally stable. Thinking that there shouldn't be any danger now, he finally agreed and said to Xiaolin and Minna, "All right, let's watch it together. But we must not stray too far apart. Otherwise, in case of danger, we won't be able to protect each other." Okay. After Xiaolin and Minna responded. This time, the three of them together peeked their heads forward and looked into the teleportation formation. At this moment, the celestial core had already completed its absorption of the celestial fragments. Therefore, the originally head-sized spherical object had now grown to the size of the moon. But, even so, it was still only in the initial stage of becoming a celestial homeland. The entire creation process had not yet ended. They saw that the half-formed celestial homeland, under the influence of the celestial core, was still continuously attracting countless rocks and grasses. And this absorption was different from when it absorbed the celestial fragments. It did not spread these rocks and grasses evenly across the surface. Rather, it did so in an intricate manner. Where rocks piled up, mountains formed. Where rocks were sparse, lakes and oceans formed. Where grasses clustered, rainforests emerged. Where grass was sparse, meadows spread. All these scenes appeared before the eyes of Lin Xiao, Xiaolin, and Minna, as though it were a vivid science exhibition, perfectly displaying how a living planet is formed. The three of them watched with complete absorption. In fact, even after the creation of the celestial homeland was completed and everything quieted down, revealing a brand new planet before them, they still felt as if they hadn't had enough. They continued staring blankly into it, until a prompt sound suddenly came from the book inside Xiaolin's arms. "The unsown crops in the material storage space will wither soon. Please replant them as soon as possible." Only then did the three snap back to reality. Then Xiaolin muttered blankly, "Shouldn't we go to the celestial homeland now, and move our things over?" Lin Xiao nodded and agreed. But Xiaolin continued to ask, "But how are we supposed to get there? Through this teleportation formation?" As he said this, Xiaolin looked down at the formation instinctively and gulped unconsciously. After all, to the naked eye, the teleportation formation looked like a deep well. Jumping in to activate the teleportation required some courage for Xiaolin, an ordinary human. Therefore, when he thought about this, Lin Xiao stretched out both hands toward Xiaolin and Minna, and he said, "This way, we hold hands. Step onto the teleportation formation together. That way, we won't be teleported to different places and separated." As soon as he finished speaking, Minna, who was cheerful by nature and served as the saintess of Longing, naturally and without hesitation took Lin Xiao's right hand. But Xiaolin still hesitated and felt fear. He did not reach for Lin Xiao's hand. Seeing this, Lin Xiao did not become angry or impatient. Instead, he gave a gentle smile. He wiggled the fingers of his left hand at Xiaolin and said, "Don't worry, I've got you." As the words fell, immediately, all the fear in Xiaolin's heart vanished without a trace. As if those 6 short words were a spell with infinite power. From start to finish, they had filled him with energy again. Xiaolin also reached out his hand and tightly gripped Lin Xiao's. Seeing this, Lin Xiao glanced at Xiaolin, then at Minna, and said, "All right, then I'll count to 3 now. When I finish saying the last number, all 3 of us step forward together onto the teleportation formation." "Got it. Okay, got it." After hearing both Xiaolin and Minna reply in unison, Lin Xiao then proceeded exactly as he had said, starting the countdown. 3, 2, 1, step forward. The moment the words were spoken, the 3 of them stepped forward in unison, and simultaneously stepped onto the teleportation formation, glowing with brilliant blue light. Instantly, a roaring sound filled their ears. Their vision blurred into a colorful haze, causing a dizzying sensation. But fortunately, this dizziness didn't last long. When both their hearing and vision recovered, they heard the whisper of a gentle breeze, and saw hills and grasslands before them. All of this was something they had not experienced in the post-apocalyptic world for a long time. Then, Xiaolin asked in a dreamlike, disbelieving tone, Is this really the celestial homeland already?" "Exactly." Lin Xiao looked around, nodding with obvious satisfaction. And also, the teleportation worked really well. There are mountains here and wide open spaces. Why don't we skip looking for other places and just settle here to build our home? I agree, Minna chimed in enthusiastically. But Xiaolin didn't respond. Instead, he once again looked around, with an expression that seemed hesitant, as if he wanted to say something. Seeing this, Lin Xiao spoke up and asked, "Do you have any questions? Just say it out loud. We don't necessarily have to go with the majority on matters like this." Hearing these words from Lin Xiao, Xiaolin no longer hesitated. He straightforwardly expressed his thoughts to both Lin Xiao and Minna. This place is vast, with mountains and forests. That's indeed great. But, if we are going to grow crops, wouldn't it be better to find a place closer to a water source? Chapter 155, The New Use of the Water Source Altar. You're right. Planting does require a water source. But, we don't need to go searching for water. At this point, the voice trailed off. Xiaolin listened with a slightly puzzled expression. Then he turned to Lin Xiao and asked, "Do you mean we don't need to search for a water source, but instead to create one? I'm a bit confused. Are you using your elemental ring, water, to do this? But, isn't your elemental ring, water, used to manipulate water elements rather than produce them?" As for that, Lin Xiao smiled faintly, intentionally teasing as he spoke. "Just watch quietly, and you'll understand." With that, Lin Xiao summoned the Night Sphere from his material storage space. Then, using his mind's intent to control it, he softly uttered one word. "Release." The moment the words were spoken, the Night Sphere suddenly emitted strange light. Following that, at the point where the light shone into empty space, a jet-black round hole that didn't seem to fit the surrounding environment abruptly appeared. Moreover, looking closely, one could see a faint starlight shining within that dark hole. As Xiaolin and Minna were both trying to figure out what that starlight was, suddenly, a white altar-shaped water source altar descended from the sky and landed on an empty space near the mountain. Startling the two of them, they turned their heads to look at Lin Xiao and asked in confusion, "What was that?" As for Lin Xiao, still keeping his teasing air, with a slight upward twitch of his lips, he said to them, "Just look carefully again." Upon which, Xiaolin and Minna both followed his gaze. Then they saw, the white altar that stood on the open space beside the mountain began to spill an endless flow of gentle, gurgling water. Thus, both Xiaolin and Minna understood now, and Minna, in particular, wore a slightly disdainful expression as she spoke. "Ah, I thought it was something. This big secret. Isn't it just the water source altar? So uninteresting." Having said that, Minna turned her head away and started to admire the other spectacular views on the cosmic home. While Xiaolin looked at the water source altar, immediately after Minna, he stuttered as he asked Lin Xiao, Is this the water source you meant?" Although the altar does continuously release water. But, for so many crops we have, won't the amount of water coming out be a little inadequate?" "Inadequate?" Lin Xiao grinned, as if he already knew, then retorted with a question. Xiaolin replied earnestly and truthfully, "I think it might be a bit." After speaking, Lin Xiao gave a heavy nod, then solemnly continued, "Good, if you think it might be a bit insufficient, then I'll make the water source more than enough." Having said that, Lin Xiao raised the hand wearing the elemental ring, water, gazed directly at the water source altar, then sharply snapped his fingers. Then, in the next second, the water source altar came under the control of the elemental ring, water, causing the volume of the holy water to surge dramatically. Instantly, the gentle flow transformed into an unceasing surge. This scene even made Minna, whose gaze had been wandering elsewhere, draw her attention back, staring over with wide-eyed surprise. They saw the holy water spouting from the water source altar in great torrents. Unlike usual, where it would dissipate upon hitting the ground. Instead, it remained on the surface, gathering together to form a small pond. When they saw this scene, not only was Xiaolin astonished, even Minna, who was proficient in magic, was somewhat confused. Therefore, she questioned Lin Xiao directly. Why didn't the holy water dissipate after falling to the ground? Is it because of the cosmic home's ability? No. At the same time, Lin Xiao shook his head, then used his other hand to point at the elemental ring, water, on his finger, and said, "It's this. I specifically used the elemental ring, water's control over water elements to alter the holy water's state, so that it doesn't vanish upon landing." In this way, at this point, Lin Xiao did not continue. Instead, he sharply snapped his fingers once more, using the elemental ring, water's ability to further increase the flow from the water source altar. Instantly, the edges of the small pond began to expand. Quickly, it had soon reached the massive scale of the mountain surrounding lake that seemed impossible to see the edges of. Moreover, the water source altar was submerged within it, yet still spouting holy water as high as several meters, just like a fountain within the lake, never ceasing. However, thanks to Lin Xiao's control with the elemental ring, water, the edge of the lake had stopped expanding. At this moment, Lin Xiao turned his head, smiling as he looked at Xiaolin and asked, "Is the water source still inadequate this time?" No. Xiaolin shook his head repeatedly, his eyes filled with starlight as he gazed at the lake. Then, even Minna chimed in with excitement. "This is so beautiful, so amazing. Lin Xiao, can I go down and play in the water?" "Of course you can." After Lin Xiao answered, he originally thought Minna would just dip her feet in, but he never expected. After Minna reached the water's edge, without a word, she stripped off all her clothes, revealing her fair, tender skin and shapely, graceful figure. Seeing this scene, Lin Xiao couldn't help but blush furiously, his heart pounding rapidly. Xiaolin also couldn't help swallowing hard, secretly admiring how bold Minna was. But fortunately, Minna, eager to enter the water, didn't linger by the shore for long. The next second, like a mermaid diving into the sea, she dove headfirst into the water source Holy Lake, then began joyfully splashing around in the water, Fachu a tinkling laugh, like silver bells. It was as if all the worries, including the shadow curse, had vanished completely. Ha, ha ha ha. This water is so clear and cool, and besides, I can draw lots of natural elemental energy from it. I feel like my energy is instantly restored. Xiaolin, Lin Chao, come down here too. I'll pass. Xiaolin shyly shook her head. After all, she couldn't be as bold as Minna was. So, she made up an excuse and said, I still need to plant the crops. Upon hearing this, Minna didn't insist on persuading Xiaolin. Instead, she turned her eyes toward Lin Chao again and asked, what about you then? I'll pass too. Lin Chao shook his head with a bitter smile. You just play by yourself in there. You won't come down either? Minna showed a slightly disappointed expression after being rejected by Lin Chao. If I had known beforehand, I would have captured some marine creatures from that world to accompany me. There's no point in having such a large lake feeling so empty. Hearing this, although it was just a casual complaint from Minna, it struck a chord with Lin Chao, reminding him of something. Chapter 156, Preparing to Raise Fish. Shortly after, Lin Chao turned around and quickened his pace, walking toward the direction of the transmission formation. Witnessing this scene, Xiaolin and Mona both found it puzzling. In fact, Mona even thought she had said something wrong to upset Lin Chao. Therefore, she hurriedly swam back to the shore first, then called out to Lin Chao. Lin Chao, I won't nag you to accompany me underwater anymore. Please come back. Hearing this, although Lin Chao's heart was still filled with urgency to handle his own matters, he turned around briefly to face the two of them, saying, it's not related to whether I go underwater or not. I just need to go back for a while. I'm going to pick up Feng Feng and Xiao Dai on the way. You two just keep playing. Oh, and Mona, don't play too much. Remember, help Xiaolin when he starts planting crops. All right, Just then, Mona had barely spoken 2 words of her reply. However, since Lin Chao had already stepped into the transmission formation and begun the process of teleportation from one world to another, his vision and hearing were temporarily lost. Therefore, the rest of her words went unheard. However, after a short while, Lin Chao suddenly felt a warm sensation on his cheek. Thus, he instinctively opened his eyes. Then, as his vision and hearing gradually returned, he saw the scene in front of him clearly. It turned out that Xiao Dai and Feng Feng had noticed his return. Xiao Dai circled around him joyfully, while Feng Feng licked his cheek with its small tongue. It looked just like a dog that had thought it was abandoned, desperately trying to please its owner. Seeing this, Lin Chao extended his hand and gently patted Feng Feng's head. Then, he got up and let Xiao Dai land on his shoulder. He spoke, sorry to have made you both worry. After saying this, he saw them both return to their cheerful selves and chirp and flutter joyfully. Chumi, Su. Relieved, he then asked them, but I'm not heading back just yet. I plan to go somewhere else. So, do you two want to stay here and wait for me, or come along? As soon as he finished speaking, Feng Feng and Xiao Dai simultaneously made their choice in their own ways. Feng Feng arched its body and jumped forward, hugging Lin Chao's leg tightly. Xiao Dai lightly flapped its wings on Lin Chao's shoulder, indicating clearly its decision to accompany him. Seeing this, Lin Chao nodded with a smile. All right then, since that's the case, the 3 of us will set out together. Saying this, Lin Chao boarded the mini exploration submarine with Feng Feng and Xiao Dai and steered away from M7021 Island. However, this time, Lin Chao, who usually acted decisively and swiftly, was driving rather slowly. Moreover, his course seemed aimless, as if he were just sightseeing. Therefore, seeing this, Feng Feng couldn't help but let out a few questioning chirps. Chumi. After hearing this, Lin Chao looked down at Feng Feng beside his feet and asked, are you wondering why I'm sailing so leisurely and aimlessly, asking about the purpose of going out? Chumi. Feng Feng chirped loudly while nodding affirmatively. Thus, Lin Chao revealed his reason for returning shortly afterward. I plan to bring some creatures from this world to that side first. Therefore, I'm looking for marine life. Upon hearing this, Feng Feng seemed to understand instantly. While nodding and chirping cutely, it started flailing its limbs excitedly. Chumi. Recognizing the intent behind Feng Feng's gestures and sounds, Lin Chao observed Feng Feng's movements for a while, before making a rough guess in his mind. Then, he asked tentatively, you're telling me, where there are marine creatures, right? As soon as Lin Chao finished speaking, Feng Feng nodded vigorously. Chumi. Evidently, his guess had been correct. Feng Feng really did know where marine creatures could be found. Besides, Feng Feng was a little glutton who loved to eat fish. If it said it knew, then it certainly did. Realizing this, Lin Chao simply said to Feng Feng, since you can control the wind spiral propeller, why don't you take the submarine and lead me to those marine creatures? Chumi. After responding with a powerful chirp, Feng Feng immediately began releasing wind elemental magic from around its body, controlling the wind spiral propeller installed on the mini exploration submarine. Thus, the journey began. Even without Lin Chao reaching out to control the mini exploration submarine, the vessel could still glide smoothly and freely beneath the ocean's surface. Soon, true to Feng Feng's gluttonous effort, within just a few minutes, the mini exploration submarine had entered a vast school of fish. And not just any fish. They were none other than Feng Feng's favorite, the pig-stomach chicken fish. But this worked out perfectly. The pig-stomach chicken fish were an excellent source of food and would make a great addition to raise within the celestial home. Thinking of this, Lin Xiao reached into his material storage space and summoned the taming cage, using it to enclose the entire school of pig-stomach chicken fish within. Thus, these pig-stomach chicken fish now became loyal to Lin Xiao. Even if Lin Xiao activated the night net through the dark orb without actively casting it, these fish would willingly throw themselves into the net on their own. Just like that, in the blink of an eye, what was once a vast school of pig-stomach chicken fish in the sea was now completely emptied. Not a single fish remained. Seeing this, Lin Xiao was extremely satisfied. However, Feng Feng seemed slightly discontent, still craving more. It quickly resumed control of the wind spiral propeller, steering the mini exploration submarine forward once again. Seeing this, Lin Xiao stopped Feng Feng and asked it curiously, "Where are you going now?" "Chiumi, Chiumi, Chiumi. So you're saying there's another gathering spot for pig-stomach chicken fish over there?" "Chiumi, Chiumi." Feng Feng's eyes sparkled with greedy delight as it nodded furiously. But, the next moment, Lin Xiao splashed a bucket of cold water directly onto Feng Feng's head. "How big is your stomach exactly? These fish weren't enough for you to eat." "Chiumi." Feng Feng neither shook nor nodded its head, only letting out a pitiful chirp. But, Lin Xiao was not a soft-hearted person. He continued firmly, speaking directly to Feng Feng. "That's enough pig-stomach chicken fish for today. If we take too many, it'll only become a hassle to raise them. Right now, this mini exploration submarine is under my control again." After saying this, even though Feng Feng clearly wasn't happy about it, it obediently withdrew its wind elemental magic from the wind spiral propeller. Chapter 157, Feng Feng's Greedy Appetite. Shortly after, Lin Xiao reclaimed the control of the mini submarine scout. Together with Feng Feng and Xiao Dai, they made their way back to island M7021 and stood upon the turquoise transmission formation. The next second, the one human and two beasts were instantly transported together onto the heavenly abode. And at this moment, the location Lin Xiao had selected for building their home looked different from when they had left. Before them, a two-story villa was now situated by the shore of the sacred water lake, its shadow cast by the sunlight and reflected in the lake, complementing the high mountains behind, creating a particularly poetic and picturesque view. Looking further away, Xia Lin was manipulating the Shirong to expand the fertile land across a wide area, causing it to glow golden in patches. However, despite this glowing light, it was not dazzling or blinding. This was because Meng Na had already joined with Xia Lin to replant all the crops that had been previously harvested from M7021 Island. At this moment, Feng Feng, greedy for the pig-stomach chicken fish within the darkness orb, let out a soft chirping sound. And this very sound caught the attention of both Xia Lin and Meng Na. Upon spotting Lin Xiao, the two quickly walked toward him while calling out, "You're back. You've brought Feng Feng and Xiao Dai back too." Lin Xiao nodded in response. Then he extended his finger and pointed toward the crops they had planted in the distance. "But honestly, you two sure are quick. In such a short time, the villa is already in place and the crops are all planted. Not too bad, I guess." Xia Lin replied with a polite remark. "Thanks mostly to your greenery wand and Meng Na's magic. But just that, since we're now on the celestial abode, which is vast and sparsely populated, nothing like our previous situation back on M7021 Island, where we only had 100 square meters of space. Therefore, planting so many crops still feels like too little, lacking the density we had before." "That's fine." Lin Xiao shook his hand from side to side. "We can just gradually add more as we harvest fruits later. Sooner or later, we'll own a vast orchard." Xia Lin nodded in agreement. Then, Meng Na quickly followed up with a question to Lin Xiao. "By the way, Lin Xiao, where exactly did you go earlier? Was it just to bring Feng Feng and Xiao Dai back?" "Of course not." Lin Xiao shook his head as he replied. "If it were only about bringing Feng Feng and Xiao Dai back, why would I take so long? I've brought back something nice for you. A gift." At this, Meng Na's eyes immediately sparkled with excitement. Her expression no different from Feng Feng, who was also eyeing the pig-stomach chicken fish greedily. Almost immediately, she started scanning Lin Xiao up and down, anxiously asking him, "Where is it? Where is it?" Seeing this, Lin Xiao couldn't help but give a faint smile. "Don't be in a hurry. I'll show it to you right away." Having said that, Lin Xiao once again summoned forth the darkness orb, remembering the previous incident with the sacred water altar, the old wine in a new bottle experience. Meng Na couldn't help but frown slightly. In a suspicious tone, she questioned Lin Xiao. "You're not trying to trick us again with some old magical item, are you?" As her words landed, Lin Xiao didn't speak to explain to Meng Na. Instead, he simply commanded the darkness orb. "Release." With that, just like last time, a deep, abyss-like black hole suddenly appeared in the air, drawing everyone's attention. Still doubtful, Meng Na muttered, "I'd like to see what's so special this time." Just then, as soon as Meng Na had spoken, Feng Feng began to sniff furiously, suddenly growing visibly excited. Meng Na's skepticism began to waver. Looking up at the interior of the black hole, she mumbled, "What exactly is it?" "You'll see," Lin Xiao replied. As soon as he said that, the veil was lifted. Countless pig-stomach chicken fish poured down like rain from the heavens, splashing into this sacred water lake, one after another with loud plops. This sight had Feng Feng's appetite instantly aroused, and both Meng Na and Xia Lin were astonished beyond words. "Fish? How come you thought to bring these fish back?" "It's not much of a thought, really," Lin Xiao answered with a smile. "Just when you mentioned earlier that the lake was quiet and empty without anything to accompany you, I suddenly thought to bring some fry back from that other world for us to raise. In this way, we won't need to eat salted fish or struggle to return to that other world to go fishing whenever we want fresh fish meat. Exactly, we'll have food and fun together. That's truly great. Meng Na, emboldened once more, boldly took off her clothes. She then leaped into the sacred water lake, diving in headfirst to play with the group of pig-stomach chicken fish. Seeing this, Feng Feng also prepared to jump in and join them, but unfortunately, was intercepted midway by Lin Chao. You cannot go in. After Lin Chao sternly stopped her, Feng Feng blinked her big eyes and let out a pitiful chirping sound. Chiumi, Chiumi, as if saying, please let me. But Lin Chao remained firm. He flatly refused. If you want to swim, I can build you a new pool. But I advise you not to even think about going into this lake. Hearing this, Feng Feng's face immediately fell. She chirped Chiumi, Chiumi, twice in disappointment. After all, her purpose was different from Ming Na's. She didn't come here to swim. She came to eat fish. At this moment, seeing Feng Feng's expression was truly pitiful. Xia Lin decided to step in and pleaded on Feng Feng's behalf to Lin Chao. Look, Feng Feng's expression is so pitiful. How about this? You bring out a few fish for her to eat. That way, she won't suffer watching food she can't have. Upon hearing this, Lin Chao glanced down at Feng Feng. Feng Feng, sensing someone was advocating for her, naturally wanted to put on a more persuasive performance. Thus, a particularly dazed and pitiful expression appeared in Feng Feng's eyes. She stared at Lin Chao with nothing but pleading in her eyes. Luckily, all efforts did not go to waste. With Xia Lin's advocacy and Feng Feng's sincere acting, Lin Chao finally nodded at Feng Feng and said, all right then, Xia Lin's right. I'll let you eat 2 fish. But only 2, understood? Feng Feng, upon hearing this, immediately nodded vigorously like a chicken pecking rice. Chiumi, Chiumi, Chiumi. Witnessing this, Lin Chao couldn't help but offer a faint, bitter smile. Then he said to Feng Feng, then go ahead and dive in, grab 2, and bring them up. Just as his words landed, Feng Feng instantly became a wild horse breaking free from its reins. She dove straight into the sacred water lake. Then, in just 10 seconds, Feng Feng's head appeared above the water surface again, carrying in her beak. Chapter 158, the first day on the new planet. Its mouth already held 2 fish as trophies, and these 2 fish were no small catch. After Feng Feng dragged them onto the shore, one of them was about the same size as Feng Feng, the other even larger than Feng Feng. Probably, Feng Feng must have picked out the 2 fattest fish from the lake. Thinking about this, Lin Chao glanced at Feng Feng and shook his head, saying, when it comes to eating, if you take the first place, no one else dares to claim second. However, at this moment, Feng Feng had already achieved its goal. No matter what Lin Chao said, it wouldn't listen to a single word, completely focused on enjoying the feast before it. Realizing this, Lin Chao stopped trying to talk to Feng Feng. Instead, he turned to Meng Na and said, Meng Na, keep an eye on Feng Feng for me. Once it finishes eating these 2 fish, don't let it go into the sacred lake anymore. No problem. This task is all on me. I'll help you keep watch over it. Meng Na promised confidently. Then Lin Chao turned his gaze to Xia Lin and said, let Meng Na and Feng Feng play here. We'll go tidy up the cottage. I imagine you 2 haven't had time to organize things yet in such a short time. At his words, Xia Lin, caught exactly as Lin Chao suggested, scratched her head slightly and revealed a faint, awkward smile. Then, she responded to Lin Chao with that expression. That's indeed the case. We 2 just roughly stuffed the stuff into the house. We didn't really arrange anything. So it's really messy inside. How about this? You must be tired after going out. Why don't you rest by the lake first? I'll call you back once I finish tidying up the cottage. That's not necessary. I like tidying up with you. It feels like home this way. After saying this, Lin Chao, ignoring the blush on Xia Lin's face, directly took her hand, pushed open the door to the small cottage, and began tidying it up together with her. And as the saying goes, man and woman working together don't feel the labor. Exactly like this, they seemed to forget about time and fatigue, carrying out their tasks in an orderly manner, until they had neatly arranged everything inside the cottage. Xia Lin looked outside through the window. Only then did she realize that the sun had already set behind the mountains. My goodness, it's already this late. You and Ming Na must be hungry by now, right? How about this? I'll go prepare dinner now. Something simple. It should be ready soon. After saying that, Xia Lin was about to head toward the kitchen, but, in the next second, she was stopped by Lin Chao's hand. Then she heard him say, you've been tired today too. No need for you to cook. We'll catch a few fish from the lake, and take some crops from the warehouse. We'll roast them over fire, make a barbecue. It'll be convenient and quick. Hearing this, Xia Lin found Lin Chao's suggestion quite reasonable, so she no longer insisted on her own idea, instead agreeing with him by saying, all right, then since that's the case, I'll go prepare the ingredients, and starting the fire is entrusted to you. No problem. After that, Lin Chao and Xia Lin each went to fulfill their roles as agreed. One went to the warehouse to fetch ingredients. The other headed to the open space outdoors, retrieved some wood from the material storage space, then called out to Xiaodia's name. Xiaodia, come over here. Hearing the voice, Xiaodai immediately fa chu kongling de su su, sung, bing hu shan jug zuji de chubong, chong hu ban, fei dala, lin chal de jin shun sura, lin chal janjong, ye bang ji shir, duri Xiaodia so dao. Bai toa ni bong wa ba man chan de jur duri, mutai, deran. So on. Lin chal hua yer de yuyin, hai mei churdi, chong jura fujin, san chir. Zhujian yan chan de jur duri mutai, ju yi jing ran chi le, shong shong liu hua. Dan shir doitsu, Lin Chao, Bing Mayo Gandao Run Hui de Jingya. Beijing. Xiao Dia de Jinsun Shi Boss Ji Bia de Yan Jiang Jiao. Danran Junger Shi Jia, Do Nung Zuodao. He Kong Shi Danran, Zhi Chu Chu, Yi Duri Mutai. Sli Ho. Lin Chao Yo Doi Jug, Stan Sung Hu, Uzhong de Mengna Sodao. Mengna. Wang Wo Buji Tao Yu Sanglat. Ran Ho Ni Bia Wanlut. Woman Jun Bai Tri Fanlut. How. Mengna, Yingla Yi Sheng Hok. Ban Cao Zong Jug, Long Gung Mofa. Rong Si Sha Suzher, Jiang Ji Tao Yu Chan Cheng Yi Chan. Ran Ho Dajug Taman Sangan Bing Chan Dai Hao Yifug, Lai Dao Le Lin Chao de Sun Ban. Zhishi. Shalin Yijing Sri Chi Ho de Cong Xiao Bia Su Nui, Ban Le Xie, Zhou Chulai Fong Zai Le Dishan. Bing Xie Hai Sun So Zhujug, Zhixie, Zhou So Dao. Wakan Zhixie Do Shu Dai Jian Ying Wai Kredut. Shangbi Kaoja Yinggai Nung Hao Chur, Jiu Nabla Chulat. You guys try roasting two first. If they don't taste good, I can go back and bring out something else. How could barbecue ever taste bad? Just roast and eat them. After saying that, Lin Chao infused a portion of his inner power into the fire elemental ring. Then, using the fire elemental ring's precise control over fire elements, in an instant, he roasted all the food thoroughly, inside and out. And the cooking level was surprisingly good. No undercooked spots, not even a trace of burning. Meng Na and Xia Lin looked on in amazement and exclaimed, "This is already done roasting?" Of course. Lin Chao revealed a faint confident smile, then raised both hands toward the roasted food and said, "Don't believe me? Then taste it yourselves." All right. Without hesitation, the two each reached out and took a skewer of pig stomach chicken fish and gently bit into it. In an instant, the unique aroma of grilled pig stomach chicken fish filled their mouths, making the two immediately exclaim praises. So delicious. Honestly, compared to this, my own cooking feels inferior. If you like it, then keep eating. Lin Chao affectionately looked at the two girls and responded, "If it's good, eat more. After all, everyone worked hard today." MMHM. And with that, the three of them happily started feasting together, chatting and laughing. Then, after finishing the meal, they lay down right there under the gentle breeze and beautiful scenery of the cosmic home. Without even realizing it, they one by one gradually fell into deep slumber. Until the next morning, a system reminder of check-in sounded inside Lin Chao's mind. Only then did he slowly open his eyes groggily. Ding. Current day, 29. Current status, not checked in. Would you like to check in? Check in. A hoarse voice came out from Lin Chao's throat. Immediately afterward, the system continued with its notification. Ding. Check-in successful. Releasing check-in rewards. And, at the same time as the notification, a faint, blurry blueprint appeared before Lin Chao's eyes. When the blueprint completely materialized, the system finally announced the conclusion. Rewards have been fully distributed. Chapter 159, Ancient Patrol Vehicle. Looking forward to seeing you again tomorrow. The voice faded. After Lin Chao picked up the blueprint that had already materialized beside him and placed it into the material storage space, the book emitted a system notification. Obtained 1X blueprint. Ancient Patrol Vehicle. However, at this point, Lin Chao didn't pay much attention to the name of this blueprint. Therefore, he didn't specially open the material storage space interface to examine it closely. Instead, he softly called out to Xiao Lin and Meng Na beside him. Meng Na, Xiao Lin. As for the two of them, upon hearing Lin Chao's call, they instinctively opened their sleepy eyes and mumbled drowsily as they asked, What is it? I was thinking about waking you two up to go sleep inside the house." After Lin Chao softly expressed his thought, Meng Na, however, refused with a childish pout. "No, I was sleeping just fine right here. If I move over, I'll be wide awake. I'm going to keep sleeping here." After finishing her words, to continue dreaming peacefully, Meng Na even turned her head and twisted her body to face away from Lin Chao with her back. Witnessing this scene, Xiao Lin assumed Lin Chao would get angry because Meng Na didn't appreciate his thought. Thus, she looked sideways at Lin Chao and observed his expression. Unexpectedly, Lin Chao not only didn't get angry, but even showed a trace of indulgence on his face. Then he added in a slightly amused tone, "All right then, if you want to keep sleeping here, go ahead, I won't stop you. However, last night's gentle breeze doesn't mean this morning will be the same. Currently, it's still summertime. Once the sun comes up, don't blame me if you end up sunburned." As the words settled, Meng Na instantly lost all her sleepiness and immediately sat up in horror, repeatedly patting her face with her hands, as if already imagining herself with a dark sunburned face. Seeing this, Lin Chao continued in the same amused tone. "So, are you still going to lie here and sleep?" No, I won't." While shaking her head, Meng Na ran back into the villa looking like a fleeing criminal. Behind her, Lin Chao couldn't help but smile. He spoke affectionately. This Meng Na, at the end of the day, she still has the nature of a little kid. After saying this, Lin Chao turned his gaze towards Xiao Lin next to him and softly asked, "What about you? Do you want to go back to the villa and get a little more sleep?" "No." Xiao Lin shook her head slightly with a soft smile. Then Lin Chao glanced at the nearby surroundings and continued, "All right then. So what are we going to do today?" Hearing this, Xiao Lin raised her eyes slightly and smiled, briefly thinking before replying to Lin Chao's question. "Let's find a place to set up the other magical facilities we originally had in the hut." However, after saying this, Lin Chao did not immediately express agreement. Instead, after a short pause, he shook his head. Today should indeed be the day we take out those magical facilities. But this time, I'm not planning to place them all together in one place." Hearing this, Although Xiao Lin felt puzzled and confused inside, she did not directly refute it, instead asking Lin Chao in return. Not all in one place. What do you mean by that? It's simple. I'll give you an example, and you'll understand. At this point, Lin Chao pointed at the water source Holy Lake, constructed yesterday, and began explaining to Xiao Lin. Look at the water source Holy Lake. If I hadn't had a sudden idea yesterday, and had placed the water source altar inside a hut as usual, the water source altar would never be able to achieve its current ability. Therefore, in order for other magical facilities to also demonstrate their best effects, I need to find the appropriate geographical environments suitable for those magical facilities, thus achieving optimal utilization according to local conditions. Before Lin Chao finished, Xiao Lin suddenly understood and completed the explanation ahead of him. Lin Chao nodded immediately in agreement. That's exactly it. After finishing, Xiao Lin continued with a thoughtful tone. In that case, let's go take a look around other parts of the celestial homeland today. However, before we depart, we need to build a vehicle, and also bring the small combat ship along, in case we encounter a waterway and can't proceed forward. After saying this, Xiao Lin opened the universal crafting interface of the book in her hand and performed a search. In the next second, crafting recipes for various vehicles appeared. In response, Xiao Lin analyzed each vehicle's pros and cons while reading. As for Lin Chao, meanwhile, Lin Chao wasn't focusing on that at all, having completely immersed himself in his own thoughts. Driving a vehicle while also carrying a small ship. That does seem a bit troublesome. It would be better if there was a vehicle that could operate both on land and water. Wait, didn't the blueprint for a magical item I received this morning relate to a vehicle? If that's the case, then why should I even bother building an ordinary technological vehicle? With that realization, Lin Chao immediately turned sideways to Xiao Lin and spoke. Xiao Lin, you don't need to keep searching anymore. I have a much better vehicle to use. After saying this, he immediately flipped his book open to the second page. Then he quickly located the item box for the blueprint, Ancient Patrol Vehicle, and opened its description. The screen displayed. Blueprint, Ancient Patrol Vehicle, can be learned. After learning, the crafting recipe for the Ancient Patrol Vehicle will become available in Universal Crafting. Ancient Patrol Vehicle, an ancient magical artifact. During ancient times, it served as a means of transportation for the royal family. Under the effects of ancient magic, even though the entire vehicle was constructed from metal, it could still achieve high-speed movement on land and travel unimpeded on water. After reading the description together, Lin Chao and Xiao Lin exchanged glances filled with excitement. It can move on land and also sail on water. This is exactly what we need right now. Quickly learn the blueprint and check the materials needed for crafting. If we have enough, let's definitely use this vehicle. Alright, after agreeing, Lin Chao immediately reached out and clicked the Learn button inside the description window. Then, he quickly navigated to the Universal Crafting interface to examine the crafting requirements. There, among the required materials, sapphires, Lin Chao already had them. Rubies, he also had those. But once again, there was the issue of magnetite crystals. Lin Chao lacked this particular resource. Seeing this outcome, Xiao Lin displayed a hint of disappointment and said, "It looks like we got excited for nothing. We'll have to build a regular vehicle then." However, unlike Xiao Lin who accepted the situation calmly, Lin Chao was silently determined inside. No, this isn't the first time we've failed because of lacking magnetite crystals. Today, I'm determined to build this ancient patrol vehicle no matter what. Chapter 160, A Person Without Shadow Aura. That being said, before Xiao Lin could even open his mouth to ask Lin Chao where to find magnetic drills, Lin Chao had already left behind one sentence. You go back and rest for a while first. Let me finish manufacturing this ancient patrol vehicle, and then we'll proceed together. Then, he summoned the ancient portal, stepping through it alone, successfully arriving at the location he had in mind, the ancient palace. At the ancient palace side, Emperor Enz and Queen Tina also sensed Lin Chao's arrival. Thus, the two of them also appeared from the shadows. Then they spoke to Lin Chao, asking, "You haven't completely gotten rid of your shadow aura yet, and it's not even 10 days yet, making it impossible for you to go out and look for materials. Why have you suddenly come here?" At the sound of their voices, Lin Chao looked coldly at Emperor N's expression and listened to his tone. It seemed as if the word displeasure was practically engraved onto the old man's forehead. Thus, Lin Chao couldn't help but feel a surge of anger, mentally cursing. This damned old bastard, used to begging me to come over and chat with him, now that his wife is resurrected, no longer needs me, and considers me a nuisance disturbing their couple's private world. Damn it, if it weren't for his abilities, do you think I'd willingly come find you? After finishing his mental cursing, Lin Chao felt much better inside. But, when he responded to Emperor Enz, his tone was as disrespectful as ever. You said, if I didn't have anything important, why would I come here all of a sudden? Am I here on vacation or something? Fine. Emperor Enz responded with a sigh. The displeasure on his face somewhat lessened. Then, he continued to ask Lin Chao, "So what do you need then?" "Magnetic drill." Lin Chao answered bluntly. "The ones I have aren't enough anymore. So I came here to ask you, how can I get more magnetic drills without falling under Luke's control?" As his voice trailed off, Emperor Enz showed some difficulty on his face, then fell into deep thought. Clearly, this question also stumped him. It was a problem he couldn't solve. Thus, after some deep thinking, he replied to Lin Chao with a slightly gloomy tone. It seems like there's no way. Because, as long as your shadow aura hasn't dissipated, my royal blood cannot protect you from Luke's interference. And you will not be able to leave the ancient palace within these ancient ruins. After hearing Emperor N's detailed explanation, Lin Xiao knew that there was indeed no other way, but still unwilling to give up. He asked stubbornly, "Is there absolutely no other way then?" "No, I don't have any. If I could find a way to break shadow magic, I wouldn't still be unable to remove the curse on Mona, nor would I have been pushed into this situation by Luke." After Emperor N's answered with some melancholy, he slightly adjusted his emotions, then turned his gaze toward Queen Tina and asked, "What about you? Do you have any good suggestions?" "Me?" The suddenly addressed Queen Tina was first taken aback. Then, she shook her hands left and right while slightly turning her body to face Lin Xiao, apologetically saying, "I don't have any good suggestions. After all, as you know, my clan has never studied shadow magic for generations. Moreover, we don't understand it deeply at all. Therefore, I'm truly sorry for being unable to offer you any advice." Before Queen Tina could finish her apologetic words, they were interrupted by Lin Xiao, whose tone had suddenly become vibrant and energetic. "No." At this, both Emperor N's and Queen Tina couldn't understand the meaning behind Lin Xiao's words and expression. Thus, in the next second, they cautiously asked in return, "What do you mean?" "My meaning is," Lin Xiao replied. "Queen Tina needn't apologize, because her words just now gave me a significant suggestion." As soon as these words were spoken, both Emperor N's and Queen Tina, already puzzled, now felt even more confused. Especially Queen Tina, looking at Lin Xiao with utter bewilderment. She opened her mouth and asked, "I don't quite get it. I clearly said nothing at all. How could that possibly have given you a big idea? How could you have said nothing? Didn't you remind me that the people of the Longan clan have never learned shadow magic for generations?" After Lin Xiao replied, Queen Tina was still somewhat at a loss. She mumbled hesitantly, "Well, that's true, I did say that. But how can that help you?" At this point, Emperor N's face, previously clouded with confusion, now began to clear. Then he took the initiative to explain to Queen Tina before Lin Xiao could speak. "I understand what Lin Xiao means now. What he means is, thank you for reminding him, that right now besides himself, there's someone else who can replace him and step out of the ancient palace to mine the magnetic drills." At this point, Queen Tina also began to understand somewhat. She cautiously questioned Lin Xiao and Emperor N's in return. "You mean, Mona?" "Exactly." Lin Xiao and Emperor N's both nodded in unison. After that, Lin Xiao then asked Emperor N's, "So, do you think my idea of having Mona go to the outskirts of the ancient palace with the royal blood to mine for magnetic drills is feasible?" "Feasible." Emperor N's nodded again in reply. But, right after he nodded this time, he added, "However, you also need to consider one point. Allowing Mona to leave the ancient palace with the royal blood equals giving Luke the opportunity to see Mona, making him aware that the Longan clan still has descendants left. I've already considered that." As soon as Emperor N's finished speaking, Lin Xiao immediately answered without hesitation. "Besides, it's not a bad thing for that bastard Luke to know that Mona is still alive. After all, we'll eventually have to face him to remove the shadow curse on Mona anyway. So why not meet ahead of time?" After saying this, Emperor N simply thought for a moment. He felt that Lin Xiao's words weren't wrong, so he finally nodded and said, "Fine. Since you've thought it all through, I won't say anything else. You can go now and bring Mona here. I'll also go check how much the royal power within the royal blood has recovered." "Great." After saying that, Lin Xiao summoned the ancient portal. Then he focused his thoughts on the water source sacred lake at the celestial homeland and stepped forward. The next second, his physical body left the ancient ruins, successfully teleporting back to the new home in the celestial homeland. Meanwhile, Xiaolin was still waiting on the open ground by the lake for Lin Xiao. When she saw him return, she walked over and immediately asked, "Did you bring back the magnetic drills?" "No. But, before tonight's sunset, they will definitely be brought back." Chapter 161, A Small Sleeping Habit. Listening to what Lin Xiao said, watching the confident expression on his face, Xiaolin was already certain that there would be no problem with the magnetic diamond. However, aside from that, Xiaolin also wanted to see if she could do anything else for Lin Xiao. Thus, in the next moment, she spoke up and volunteered. "Since that's the case, this afternoon I'll go with you to collect the magnetic diamonds." But the moment Xiaolin finished speaking, Lin Xiao immediately declined. I'm afraid that won't work." After hearing this, because Xiaolin didn't know that the collection of magnetic diamonds required venturing into the perilous ancient ruins, she questioned Lin Xiao in response. "Why not?" As for Lin Xiao, who had been asked, not wanting Xiaolin to know that he was heading to a dangerous place, he simply made up an excuse. "Using Longan magic to collect magnetic diamonds will be quicker, so I definitely have to bring Meng Na with me. With that in mind, if you come with us as well, there will be no one at home, and Feng Feng and Xiao Dai won't have anyone to look after them. Xiao Dai isn't much of a problem, she won't do much mischief. But Feng Feng is different. If no one's at home watching him, by the time we return, all the fish in the sacred lake would probably be eaten by him." After Lin Xiao finished speaking, Xiaolin listened, quite convinced. Then, she nodded in agreement. "That's true. Feng Feng is definitely capable of something like that. So, for the sake of our food supply and Feng Feng's health, I'll stay behind. You and Meng Na go ahead." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao let out a breath of relief and smiled appreciatively at Xiaolin. "In that case, I'll have to trouble you this time." "No trouble, no trouble." While shaking her head repeatedly, Xiaolin expressed her genuine thoughts. "I only wanted to come along because I thought I could help you. If staying behind and watching Feng Feng is such a big help to you, then, in essence, it's the same thing. It's great that you think this way." After Lin Xiao finished speaking with a nod, Xiaolin lifted her gaze toward the second floor of the little villa and added, I'll go call Meng Na down for you. Saying that, she began to step forward in the direction of the small villa, but the next moment, Lin Chao stopped her with his hand and said to her, she hasn't come down even after all the talking we've just done, probably still sleeping lazily in bed. And given your abilities, waking her up might be a bit difficult. So I'll go instead. Okay then. After Xiaolin nodded in agreement, Lin Chao replaced Xiaolin and went to the second floor of the small villa, arriving at Meng Na's room. Sure enough, just as Lin Chao had expected, Meng Na was lying face down on the bed, the quilt half covering her body, revealing half of her peach-like curves, snoring loudly, asleep more soundly than anyone else. Seeing this scene, Lin Chao's eyes rolled in his sockets, and a wicked thought suddenly came into his mind. Then, driven by this mischievous idea, he lightly cleared his throat. Then, he summoned his energy to his dantian, gathered all his strength, and shouted, the Emperor of Ends has arrived. Immediately, due to Meng Na's deep-rooted respect for the royal family engraved into her bones, without even considering the truth of the words, she instinctively and reflexively threw off the quilt, jumped off the bed, and squatted on the floor saying, greetings to Emperor Ends. As for the Emperor Ends before her, was now looking at her pinkish bare body with obvious amusement. Then he said with a mischievous grin, quickly rise. But I must say, I didn't expect my dear subject to have this particular habit. You like sleeping naked, and then not even locking the door after. Upon hearing this, Meng Na, beginning to wake from her sleep, finally looked up and noticed Lin Chao. Then, slightly furious and flustered, she said, You actually tricked me. Humph, I just happened to like sleeping naked without closing the door, so what? That's quite alright. Lin Chao said while picking up a t-shirt from the side. Then he walked toward Meng Na, and casually used it to cover her exposed curves. Then he continued, after all, you're mine, so it doesn't matter how I look at you. And besides, this way, I can always and conveniently visit you anytime. Such a reply made Meng Na's indignant response feel like it had hit a pile of cotton, leaving her unable to maintain her fierceness. Thus, in the next moment, her cheeks turned slightly red, her eyes revealed a faint blush, and her tone softened as she said, fine, so you woke me up for this, without any real reason? Not exactly. After shaking his head sideways in response, the teasing expression in Lin Chao's eyes gradually turned serious. I'm here to bring you along for a trip to the ancient ruins. Upon seeing Lin Chao's sudden change in expression, Meng Na understood that it must be something important. So, she quickly wiped the blush from her face, and calmly countered with a question. Now, alright, then go get the shadow portal ready. I'll come right after I get dressed. Hearing this, Lin Chao didn't turn to leave as Meng Na had expected. Instead, he shifted his gaze toward her and asked, aren't you going to ask what exactly we're going for? You'll tell me when we get there. And besides, given our relationship, I'll follow you no matter what you ask me to do. Hearing her words, Lin Chao felt a warm sense of familial trust in his heart. He then slightly smiled and said, all right then, I'll head to the open space outside now. Come over once you're ready. Okay. With that said, Lin Chao turned around, left Meng Na's room, and walked out of the small villa. As per Meng Na's instructions, he summoned the ancient portal and placed it on the open space outside. Then, not long after, Meng Na arrived, fully dressed. Seeing that, Lin Chao spoke up. Then let's head off. Destination, the ancient palace. Got it. With that, Lin Chao took Meng Na's hand, and together they crossed the dark shadow of the ancient portal. In the next instant, both of them sensed a change in their surroundings. They instinctively opened their eyes, and saw Emperor Ends and Queen Tina standing there. You're here. After Emperor Ends spoke, Lin Chao simply gave a slight nod with a soft As usual, Meng Na bent one knee and performed a respectful bow. Greetings to Emperor Ensign. Please rise. Thank you, Emperor Ensign. After Meng Na stood back up, Emperor Ends shifted his gaze toward Lin Chao and asked, did you inform Meng Na about our plan and the situation around the ancient palace? Not yet. Chapter 162, Meng Na's first step into the periphery of the ancient world. After all, you're more familiar with these matters than I am, and your explanations are clearer. And besides, how could I possibly steal such an important task as telling a story from you? Therefore, it's better for you to do it. Lin Chao bowed respectfully to Emperor Ends. Emperor Ends readily accepted the assignment and responded accordingly. Very well, Meng Na, you must listen carefully to what I'm about to tell you. Yes. Go ahead, Your Majesty. Meng Na replied. Then, Emperor Ends began to reveal, one by one, the matters he had previously discussed with Lin Chao. We've called you here today because we want you to replace Lin Chao and collect some magnet drills. This isn't a problem, I can do that. Meng Na agreed readily, but afterward, she belatedly felt a bit confused. Thus, the very next moment, she asked Emperor Ends and Lin Chao in return. However, I've never done this before, so my efficiency is certainly going to be quite slow. Therefore, why not let Lin Chao accompany me, rather than having me act alone in his place? After Meng Na finished speaking, Emperor Ends immediately responded with words. This is the second point I wanted to mention. Because magnet drills can only be obtained in the outer regions of the ancient palace occupied by Luke. And currently, due to our last confrontation with Luke, the shadow energy within Lin Chao has yet to fully fade away. In this case, even if I were to give Lin Chao royal blood to protect himself, he would still be killed and his body possessed by Luke once he stepped outside. At this point, though Emperor Ends had not yet fully finished speaking, Meng Na, who had come from the ancient world, already understood the meaning behind his words. Thus, she nodded in response. I understand. Because I have not studied shadow magic, I have no shadow energy within me, so I won't be controlled by Luke. Furthermore, I also possess the magic of the Longan clan. Should danger arise, I can protect myself immediately. Therefore, collecting the magnet drills in place of Lin Xiao is something only I am the best suited for. That's exactly it. Lin Xiao nodded in agreement. Then, Meng Na turned her gaze toward Emperor Inz and stretched out her hand. Then please give me the royal blood, your majesty, and tell me where the magnet drills are located, and I'll set off right away. That way, I can leave and return as quickly as possible. However, as soon as her words fell, Emperor Inz did not hand over the royal blood and the location of the magnet drills to Meng Na as she had expected. Instead, he spoke to her with grave words. This matter cannot be rushed. There is still one more thing I must explain to you. Upon hearing this, Meng Na also calmed herself and responded steadily. All right, your majesty, please speak. After a soft murmur, Emperor In's eyes suddenly became unusually determined. Hoping this would ensure Meng Na would heed the words he was about to say. Meng Na, after you leave the ancient palace, you will certainly encounter Luke's shadow presence. And you must absolutely remember this. No matter what Luke says to you, never engage with him. You must return here within an hour. Otherwise, you will be killed and possessed by Luke. At that point, your Queen Tina, Lin Xiao, I, and all your friends above us will be doomed. Do you understand? I understand. Meng Na replied, her gaze and tone equally resolute. Only then did Emperor Inz relax slightly and handed over the royal blood and told Meng Na the location of the magnet drills. This is the royal blood. Carry it on your person, and Luke will not dare to come near you. As for the magnet drills, you'll find them once you leave the ancient palace. As for the quantity you need, ask Lin Xiao. At that moment, Meng Na turned her gaze sideways toward Lin Xiao, waiting for him to respond. But then, she heard Lin Xiao say the following. Within an hour, take as many as you can. It doesn't need to be a lot. In reality, Lin Xiao's requirement for magnet drills was actually quite high. But the reason Lin Xiao had not expressed his true thoughts was precisely because this was Meng Na's first time leaving the ancient palace and heading into the ancient ruins to mine magnet drills. She was unfamiliar with the route and environment. In this situation, if Lin Xiao told her that he needed a great deal of magnet drills, specifying exact quantities, it would only add pressure upon her and potentially put her in greater danger. But with the way things were said now, Meng Na's mind would remain lighter. And so, in the next moment, they heard Meng Na respond to Lin Xiao. All right then, I'll just mine as much as I can within that hour. Fine. Lin Xiao nodded in response. Meng Na cast her gaze toward Lin Xiao, Emperor Inz, and Queen Tina, and said, then I'll be off now. All right, be careful. Remember exactly what Emperor Inz has said. Each of the three gave her a brief warning in turn, and they watched as Meng Na disappeared from their sight. I suppose I should be outside once I pass through this gate. Muttering softly to herself while staring at a hallway before her, Meng Na walked forward without the slightest caution or suspicion. But what she never expected was, the very moment she stepped out of the hallway, she was startled so greatly by the scene before her that she cried out. Ah! Then she quickly focused her eyes, and what she saw was, in the pitch darkness, hundreds upon hundreds of mummies standing densely packed. Instantly frightened, just like Xiao Dai had been the first time she saw these shadow mummies, Meng Na without hesitation activated her Longan magic, summoned a vine, and skewered all those shadow mummies together, like candied hawthorns on a stick. However, there were simply too many shadow mummies. Just as one batch was skewered and pushed aside, before Meng Na could launch another attack, a fresh wave was already rushing at her. Seeing this, Meng Na's mind went blank. Cold sweat poured from her back like ivy climbing in all directions. Her feet instinctively took several steps back, desperately trying to create some distance between herself and the mummies before launching another wave of Longan magic. Yet just as Meng Na prepared for another attack, she suddenly noticed. Those shadow mummies stopped moving forward once they reached the edge of the hallway, as if blocked by some invisible barrier. At this sight, she finally realized what had happened. Then, with a hand in regret, she slapped her own forehead and said, I really let fear get to me. The ancient palace is protected by Emperor Inz's royal power, and I myself carry the royal blood. Why should I be afraid of these creatures? I should hurry outside and help Lin Xiao collect the magnet drills. With that, Meng Na retracted her half-formed Longan magic, and she took another step forward again. Chapter 163, Encountering the Longan clan again. As Meng Na stepped forward through the doorway into the outer chambers of the ancient palace controlled by Luke, she cautiously glanced around. The shadowy mummies were still staring at her like fierce wolves and tigers, yet none dared to come near. They only dared to surround her from a distance. Witnessing this, Meng Na murmured in her mind, it seems the royal blood on me is already taking effect, which means the 1-hour validity of royal blood has begun to count down. In that case, I must act quickly and collect the magnetic drills. Otherwise, after going through all this trouble to come here once, if I can't even fulfill this small task entrusted to me by Xiaolin the first time, it's not just embarrassing, it would be far worse to disappoint Xiaolin. Thinking thus, Meng Na summoned her courage and no longer hesitated. After stepping completely out of the safety zone of the ancient palace, she kept her eyes alert for magnetic drills while swiftly maneuvering her body. Thus, and given how common magnetic drill fragments were in ancient ruins, it wasn't long before Meng Na discovered the remains of a building constructed entirely from magnetic drill. As she carefully examined it up and down, she simultaneously began calculating in her mind. The size of this block is quite substantial. I suppose, after dismantling and breaking it apart, The number of magnetic drills obtained should be enough for what Xiaolin requested. With this thought in mind, Meng Na wasted no more time. She once again unleashed the Longing magic, intending to use the resilience of plants to force apart this entire magnetic drill structure for fragmentation. However, because of her intense focus, she completely failed to notice that, at this very moment, a shadow was quietly approaching her from behind. Meanwhile, inside the ancient palace, although Meng Na had successfully exited the ancient palace with the royal blood, Lin Xiao, Emperor Enz, and Queen Tina were still far from relaxed. On the contrary, they each wore grim expressions. After all, given Lin Xiao's previous near-fatal incident, even though Meng Na is protected by the royal blood, Luke, that terrifying Bawang, is no easy opponent. No one could predict what might happen, and none of them could step outside this place either, leaving them only to guess and speculate vaguely. At this time, Meng Na should have found the magnetic drill and begun excavating by now. After saying this with evident concern while gazing at the sky, Tina Queen turned to Lin Xiao for a response. Lin Xiao faintly nodded in agreement. It should be. Then Queen Tina turned her gaze to Emperor Enz and continued in the same tone of worry. Then, what do you think? Would Meng Na encounter someone like Luke? This is definitely going to happen. Emperor Enz replied decisively, without hesitation. Lin Xiao followed immediately, confirming. It's certain. Because Luke's shadow has spread everywhere, except within the ancient palace itself. He can sense even the slightest commotion. How much more so Meng Na, who not only bears the shadow curse, but also carries the Longing bloodline. Upon hearing this, Queen Tina couldn't help but bite her lip tightly. Although she possessed the radiant spirit form, it was evident from her expression how much concern she held for Meng Na. Then she continued to ask Emperor Enz and Lin Xiao. But, is Meng Na in danger? Right after her voice faded, Emperor Enz was the first to answer. Under normal circumstances, no. But if Meng Na falls for Luke's words and goes somewhere she shouldn't. At this point, before Emperor Enz could finish his sentence, Lin Xiao interrupted decisively with firm certainty. Meng Na won't be in any danger, because we have warned her. And besides, I believe in her. She will definitely abide by our warnings and will not get involved with Luke. Therefore, we just need to wait here patiently. In an hour, Meng Na will return safely before us with the magnetic drill. After Lin Xiao finished his words, his resolute tone was like a calming pill, instantly soothing Queen Tina's anxiety. Therefore, in the next second, Queen Tina nodded, saying, all right, I also believe in Meng Na. So, let's wait together here for her to come back. After saying this, Lin Xiao, Emperor Enz, and Queen Tina all gazed silently in the direction Meng Na had left. Without a single word more, they shared a mutual understanding in their hearts and silently began praying for Meng Na. Back with Meng Na, the plants conjured by her Longing magic had already grown leaves atop the huge, magnetic drill ruins. Seeing this scene, Meng Na knew that this magnetic drill block was already at the final stage before being shattered. Thus, a faint smile appeared on the corner of her lips. But just at this moment, a voice suddenly sounded from not far behind her. What a surprise meeting indeed. Moreover, this voice, hollow and lifeless, once it pierced into Meng Na's ears, it made her feel as if a bucket of icy water had been poured over her, chilling her to the bone. Instantly, cold sweat broke out all over her body. She no longer focused on channeling the Longing magic in her hands. She abruptly turned around and looked back, only to see a dark human-shaped shadow appear within her field of vision. Upon seeing this, Meng Na didn't hesitate for a moment before instantly confirming. You are Luke? Exactly. After Luke replied without denying it, he narrowed the two glowing orbs that served as his eyes on the shadow and stared at Meng Na, speaking in a sarcastic tone. There's no need for you to feel so shocked over my identity. On the contrary, it's me who should be shocked about your identity. If I'm not mistaken, you must be from the Longing clan, right? After hearing this, Meng Na, remembering the warning from Lin Xiao and Emperor Enz not to get involved with Luke, thus, merely stood there motionlessly with vigilance, giving no reply whatsoever to Luke's words. However, even so, Luke continued to speak toward Meng Na. Never thought I'd live long enough to see a member of the Longing clan again. I thought your entire Longing clan had long been wiped out, gone extinct. As he spoke, these words of Luke's contained deep insults against the Longing clan. Meng Na could no longer hold back her anger. She immediately shouted furiously at Luke. You still have the face to say that? All the suffering we Longing clan have endured, isn't it all because of you? After Luke heard this, far from feeling any guilt, he immediately burst into a loud, mocking laugh. Ha ha, honored priestess of Longing. You flatter me. You flatter me too much. Chapter 164 Luke's interrogation. No matter how capable I am, I still let you stay and see me, didn't I? Luke said, although Morna was still furious, because Lin Xiao's words about not getting too involved with Luke were hanging in her heart. She simply turned around, left Luke hanging there, and continued to decompose the large, magnetic diamond in front of her with the Longing magic, not saying another word to him. But, Luke, who had finally seen this descendant holy daughter of the Longing clan, how could he give up so easily and obediently be left aside? Then, he opened his mouth again and continued to speak to Morna. To be honest, I'm quite curious how the Longing clan managed to leave you behind. Did you find a way to coexist with the curse I cast? As he finished speaking, Luke stole a glance at Morna's expression, seeing that Morna showed no reaction, still concentrating on mining the huge, magnetic diamond with her Longing magic. He thought that he was probably wrong. So, he continued to talk to himself. However, that should be unlikely. Your Longing people don't have that much ability, and I can smell an ancient scent from you. Therefore, If I'm not mistaken, your entire Longgung clan must have sacrificed their lives to preserve your bloodline until now. When he finished, the mention of Morna carrying the fate of her entire clan caused Morna's emotions to tense. Her arms also suddenly exerted great force. The Longgung magic she released not only shattered the weak top of the huge, magnetic diamond, but also caused veins to bulge from her elbows. Such an exaggerated situation was easily noticed by Luke. Therefore, he immediately let out a satisfied laugh in the next second and said, "Ha, judging from your reaction, I must be correct, right?" As the words fell, such remarks that treated the lives of Morna's entire clan as a joke were absolutely intolerable for Morna's impetuous nature. Immediately afterward, Morna was seen to suddenly turn her head, glaring fiercely and roaring, "Shut your mouth." Moreover, as she shouted, Morna swung her arm and pointed her fingers at Luke's shadowy body, controlling thousands of dry branches and vines to shoot toward Luke's body like lightning. But unfortunately, Luke had already become a shadow without a physical body. No matter what kind of attack was launched, no matter how strong it was, as long as it was a physical attack, it couldn't hurt Luke at all. Thus, Morna's attack only resulted in numerous vines piercing through Luke's shadowy body as if passing through thin mist. When the vines retracted, Luke still stood intact in front of Morna, letting out arrogant laughter and making contemptuous remarks. However, come to think of it, your entire clan was really stupid. How could you not understand such a simple matter? Even if your entire clan sacrificed their lives to keep you asleep until now and protect you, still, the shadow curse on you cannot be removed. When you pass the age of childbearing, won't your Longgung clan still become extinct and face extinction? As the words fell, Morna trembled with rage all over her body, but her tone was unusually calm, even a bit cold. "I've already said it. Shut your mouth." "Oh." Luke raised his eyes and questioned Morna. "You're sure you want me to shut up and stop talking? I was originally planning to discuss something with you, and then tell you the method to remove your curse." But Morna firmly replied, "I don't need it. Don't need it." Luke continued to ask with the same mocking tone, "Judging from your confident attitude, I guess that Emperor Enz must have promised you that he could remove your shadow curse. And you actually believed him? Ha. If you really believe that, then you're as stupid as your dead compatriots. And it would also be a shame that your compatriots sacrificed their lives to leave you, a fool, to save your entire Longgung clan." As he finished speaking, Morna's cold voice followed up, "Emperor Enz made no promises to me, and you should also be more respectful towards my compatriots." Hearing this, Luke immediately withdrew the mocking expression on his face, and carefully examined Morna's face up and down. Then, in a suspicious tone, he asked, "Emperor Enz made no promises to you? That's impossible. Otherwise, why would you say you don't need it when you heard I could remove the shadow curse? Could it be you really are willing to betray the sacrifice of your people like I said? You're telling me you don't care about the shadow curse at all? That's even more impossible." Morna firmly replied, "I will definitely remove the curse you placed upon me, and revive the Longgung clan." After saying that, Morna turned back around and resumed finishing the second half of the magnetic diamond extraction. Luke, however, remained in place, still filled with doubt as he continued to speculate. "Oh, Emperor Enz never made you any promises. And yet you still confidently tell me that even without my help, you can definitely remove the shadow curse I cast. This is quite strange. Could it be you've got help from someone else?" As the words left his mouth, Luke seemed to have just reminded himself of something. In the next second, he suddenly appeared to realize the truth and said to Morna, "Could it be? Was it that boy who promised you he'd help remove your shadow curse?" "That's right." Morna, still with her back turned to Luke, gave a firm and immediate confirmation. Upon hearing that, Luke's eyes immediately darkened. He murmured softly, lost in thought, "If it's that boy, he's managed to escape from my grasp twice already. He does have some talent." But, at this point, Luke lifted his gaze once again, and returned to his original cunning expression as he asked Morna, "Do you really think he's capable of removing the shadow curse on you?" "I'm telling you, it's impossible. Nothing's impossible. I believe in him." The moment the words were spoken, Lin Xiao, the subject of the conversation, suddenly felt a strange sense of unease from within the ancient palace. He turned to Emperor Enz and asked, "It's been about half an hour since Morna left, right?" Emperor Enz nodded in confirmation and added, "And not just half an hour. Some time has passed since then as well." Chapter 165, Mona's Negotiation. If things were progressing normally, Mona should have already started heading back. So, it won't be long now, until she returns. This was originally a sentence full of hope, but Emperor Enz spoke hesitantly. After all, as time passed, the situation grew increasingly dire. If Mona hadn't returned within the designated 1 hour, then no one would be able to change the outcome anymore. Therefore, after the words fell, both Queen Tina and Lin Xiao instinctively clenched their fists tightly, holding their breaths anxiously for Mona. Meanwhile, at the outskirts of the ancient ruins, after Mona finished saying, "I believe in him," Luke immediately burst into arrogant laughter. "You believe in him? Ha. All right then. Even if that kid has a little more skill than Emperor Enz, enough to lift your shadow curse, how many difficulties lie ahead? I think you know better than me. And now, ask yourself honestly, how old are you? And how much time remains until your Longing clan's childbearing age passes? As far as I understand, though your Longing people live longer than regular humans, they develop faster too. Especially Longing women generally can't bear children past 30. If, before you turn 30, the person you believe in fails to find a way to lift the shadow curse, then it won't just be you placing trust in the wrong person, it will be your entire clan putting faith in the wrong individual. At this moment, Mona was still motionless, her back facing Luke as she used longing magic to decompose the giant, magnetite diamond before her. But as Luke subtly shifted position and caught a glimpse of Mona's profile, he realized the truth was not at all as it seemed. Although Mona stood as steady as a mountain, her eyes betrayed fluctuating emotions. It was obvious. Mona had believed Luke's words and her heart had already wavered slightly. Thus, taking advantage of this momentum, Luke continued to urge from behind Mona with redoubled effort. Therefore, believing in him is nowhere near as good as placing your trust in me. After all, it was I who cast this shadow curse on your clan. If you want it lifted, all it takes is a snap of my fingers. That's something I can handle right now. Why would you wait 10 or 20 years? At these words, Mona also finished decomposing the large, magnetite diamond. However, she didn't immediately turn and head back toward the ancient palace. Instead, with a troubled mind, she glanced at Luke and questioned him sharply. And you're really being sincere? Though this sentence came from Mona as disdain and mockery, still, Luke was unperturbed, because he clearly knew that, as long as Mona didn't just turn and walk away directly, and was willing to speak even a single word to him, then whatever she said could still lead somewhere. Thus, in the next moment, Luke quickly responded, why wouldn't I be sincere? The moment the words fell, a cold mocking smile immediately appeared on Mona's face. You ask why you're not sincere? If you were sincere, why would you have cast such a heavy curse upon our Longing clan? Forget it. It's pointless talking to you. Besides, this score can't be settled right now. You can just wait for the right time in the future. As she finished speaking, Mona, protected by the royal bloodline, turned her head away without hesitation to prepare to leave. But, just like letting a duck already in your grasp fly off, Luke would never let Mona leave so easily. Therefore, even though the protection of the royal bloodline prevented him from hurting Mona at all, he still summoned shadow magic and created towering walls of darkness encircling Mona from a distance, blocking her escape path. However, when Mona witnessed this, she felt not the slightest tension or fear. Instead, she shot a sideways glance at Luke and scoffed contemptuously. Luke, do you still think you are the shadow archmage you were in life? Do you really believe magic of this level can confine me? You're seriously underestimating the Longing clan. Having said that, she waved her arm and cast a burst of Longing magic. Immediately, a huge hole tore through the wall of shadows Luke had created, right before Mona's eyes. Then, Mona still threw a provocative glance back at Luke. What now? Have you underestimated me? I haven't underestimated you. I never truly intended to trap you with this shadow wall. Luke answered with a rare tone of humility as he shook his head. Promptly, Mona followed up with another sharp question. Then, what was your purpose in raising these shadow walls? In order to make you stay and listen to me explain the whole truth clearly. With these words, Mona didn't stay in place or take a single step forward, but she didn't completely ignore Luke either. Because deep down, she truly wanted to find out how exactly Luke had cast the shadow curse and what other schemes he might still be hiding. Therefore, in the next moment, she turned back while walking and retorted at Luke. Explanation? What could you possibly explain? Hearing this, Luke immediately drifted along behind Mona's returning steps and began speaking. At the same time, he started explaining to Mona. At that time, I cast such a vicious and sterilizing shadow curse upon your Longing clan because your clan was the greatest threat to my plan. I had no choice but to act as I did. But now, my plan has failed, and Emperor Enz and I have both been gravely weakened. To me now, your Longing clan poses no threat at all. It actually could be of great benefit. Therefore, if you agree to help me destroy the royal blood pool inside the ancient palace, I will agree to lift the shadow curse from you. The revival of your entire clan will then be complete. With those final words, Mona's advancing steps came to an abrupt halt. She turned to gaze at Luke, and Luke stared into Mona's eyes. He then opened his mouth and asked again, how about it? As Mona hesitated with her words, she began calculating within her mind. There's absolutely no way I'd betray Emperor Enz. But, since Luke has offered this chance to lift my curse, perhaps I should take this opportunity to use Luke for my own benefit. With this thought in mind, Mona acted as though she were both believing and doubtful and looked at Luke, asking, you're really telling the truth? Absolutely true. After seeing Luke's firm reply, Mona figured that Luke must be too eager. She immediately seized upon this mindset and continued. What if you deceive me then? What if I help you destroy the royal blood pool, and you turn your back on me, refusing to lift the curse? I'd be completely helpless against you. Wouldn't I suffer a great loss? Then what do you want to do? Chapter 166 Luke's Lie. Upon hearing Luke say those words, Mona began to believe that the situation was now shifting to be under her control. Thus, with this thought in mind, she said the next second, stating her conditions to Luke. Fine. You first help me remove this shadow curse from my body. Then I will help you destroy the royal blood pool at the ancient palace. Otherwise, forget everything. After speaking, Mona glared at Luke with a domineering attitude, intending to reinforce the idea that it was Luke who was begging her for help, and thereby prompting Luke to accept her conditions. However, no matter how dominant she appeared on the surface, it was nothing but bravado concealing cowardice. Deep in her heart, she was still anxious, still had concerns. She was worried that if Luke refused her condition, or tried to negotiate further, questioning what would happen. What if after the shadow curse was removed, she didn't help destroy the royal blood pool? Then how would she continue to trick Luke? But, just as these chaotic thoughts swirled in Mona's mind, Luke's reply made all her concerns turn into unnecessary worries. Okay, I agree to your terms. Upon hearing that, Mona was first astonished, but soon after, that astonishment was replaced by a wave of delight. After all, whether it was expected or not, fortunately the current situation was proceeding exactly as she had envisioned. From here on out, as long as Luke began removing the shadow curse, once her goal was achieved. As for the rest, promises or destroying the royal blood pool could all go to hell. At this thought, since only one last step remained, Mana felt somewhat impatient. However, in order not to let Luke sense her secret plan, no matter how eager she felt inside, she did not reveal it on her face. Still maintaining a cold expression, she told Luke, "Since that's the case, then begin removing the shadow curse from me now. After the curse is lifted, I will naturally keep my promise." Having said this, Mana stood rooted in place without moving, awaiting Luke's curse removal spell upon her body. Yet in the end, the very next moment, Luke spoke again, saying, "Not right now." This made Mana momentarily puzzled. She immediately responded to Luke with a threatening and questioning tone. "What do you mean, not now? I'm warning you, don't try any little tricks on me. If my shadow curse isn't removed, at worst my entire clan will be childless. But if you destroy the royal blood pool, you're stuck in this cursed form forever, eventually being crushed into oblivion by Emperor Innis. You must consider which is more important." After she finished speaking, Luke immediately displayed a slightly apologetic and head-shaking manner. No, how dare I play any tricks on you? After all, it's me who's begging you for help." Hearing this, Mana's suspicions faded somewhat, while pride swelled within her. At this moment, she was already certain that Luke had fallen into her trap. Therefore, she became even more domineering toward him. "You know that already. Then why can't you remove the shadow curse from me now?" "Because I don't have enough power in my current state to cast a curse removal spell on you," Luke respectfully explained. "You must come with me to the XuanHuan battlefield. I can only help you remove the shadow curse once I get there and replenish my strength." XuanHuan battlefield? As Mana repeated the place name with her lips, her mind was searching for any related information about it. After doing so, she soon came to realization. The XuanHuan battlefield had been mentioned by the Holy Elder, Lin Chao, and Emperor Innis. The Holy Elder said that Emperor Innis had beheaded Luke at the XuanHuan battlefield back then, while Lin Chao and Emperor Innis claimed that the last time Lin Chao mistakenly entered that place, he nearly got trapped by an empowered Luke and couldn't return. Therefore, it was evident that Luke wasn't lying when he said returning to the XuanHuan battlefield could increase his power. But, then she paused and asked Luke with a sudden thought. "You won't do to me what you did to Lin Chao last time, right?" "This is impossible." Luke immediately denied it. "First of all, if I were to trap you, how could you then help me destroy the royal blood pool? Second, you are not Lin Chao. You carry the pure blood of the Longan clan. How could I possibly trap or possess your body easily?" Upon hearing that, Mana thought Luke made a fair point. She had nothing else to worry about. Thus, she simply nodded in agreement and said, "Fine. If that's the case, then take me to this XuanHuan battlefield. However, you better be careful not to pull any tricks, otherwise." I know. I definitely won't." After Luke earnestly assured her with great conviction, Mana started to follow Luke to head toward the XuanHuan battlefield. But, just at this moment, suddenly a voice shouted, stopping Mana. "As I expected, my guess was right. You've indeed fallen for Luke's trick. Back to 10 minutes earlier. That was when the deadline for the royal blood to lose effect was less than 20 minutes away. Yet Mana still had not returned. This made Lin Chao so anxious that he couldn't stand still even for a second, pacing back and forth restlessly. Seeing this scene, Queen Tina kindly offered words of comfort to Lin Chao, saying, "Lin Chao, calm down. As you said yourself, Mana will definitely return." But, right after these words, Lin Chao's mindset still showed no improvement. Instead, he replied to Queen Tina, "No. From my previous trips to the ancient palace, just for collecting magnetic crystals, she should have already returned by now. But now, Mana hasn't even left a shadow. My guess is she might have believed some nonsense from Luke. That can't be." After hearing Lin Chao's words, Tina shook her head from side to side and said, "After all, didn't you and Emperor Innis specifically instructed her before she left? She should not ignore both of your warnings." "Well, not necessarily." Lin Chao responded with hesitation in his eyes. "Because Luke is the one who cast the shadow curse upon the Longan clan, and he's also the only person in this world who can easily lift that curse. If he promised Mana that he would help her remove the shadow curse, considering Mana's sense of responsibility for her own clan, she might actually believe it." Upon hearing this, Queen Tina's heart also became anxious, stirred up by Lin Chao. She immediately turned to Emperor Innis and Lin Chao and asked, "What if Mana really believed Luke?" "That is hard to say," Emperor Innis answered, his face filled with worry. Chapter 167. The Power of the Dragon Gung Bloodline King. But, no matter what, there can be only one final outcome. That is, Morna will die and Luke will be revived. And then, our days are numbered as well. After the Emperor Inns spoke these words, he saw Queen Tina's face instantly filled with anxiety. She retorted toward Emperor Inns, "What should we do then?" As the words fell, before Emperor Inns could respond, Lin Chao's voice, firm and decisive, cut in first. "I'll go out and find Morna. After all, it was me who brought Morna into this danger." After saying that, Lin Chao took wide steps. With determined strides, he walked toward the outskirts of the ancient palace. However, he had not walked a few steps before Emperor Inns blocked him with magic and called him to stop. "Wait. This is not about who pushed Morna into danger. We must save Morna for sure. But we can't just go in without a plan and lose another life pointlessly. You are currently surrounded by shadow energy. If you recklessly enter Luke's domain without any preparation, before Luke even kills Morna, he will first take over your physical body." Upon hearing that, Lin Chao turned his head violently. Looking at Emperor Ins with a face full of anxiety and anger, he replied, "Then what do you suggest? Do you have any plans? Can you remove this shadow energy from me, or give me some protection so I can go out and bring Morna back?" As the words ended, Emperor Ins was completely silenced by Lin Xiao. For a moment, he gave no response to Lin Xiao at all, leaving the surrounding atmosphere to fall into a brief silence. Finally, it was Lin Xiao who spoke first, breaking the silence. "If you have no way, then don't stop me. I absolutely cannot stand by and watch Morna die in the shadows because of me." After saying that, Emperor Ins gave no reply at all, only with a conflicted expression, reluctantly and hesitantly removed the immobilization spell on Lin Xiao's feet. Meanwhile, Queen Tina, who had been silent all along, then asked Lin Xiao, "Are you sure you want to do this? Wouldn't you reconsider for a moment?" "There's nothing left to reconsider," Lin Xiao answered without hesitation. "If I delay, Morna will surely be dead." Upon hearing that, Queen Tina sighed sadly. "Oh, how did things come to this? If only the leader of the Dragon Gung vampire clan were still alive, we wouldn't have reached this point." As her words fell, the binding spell on Lin Xiao's feet was completely removed. However, Lin Xiao did not hurry to leave immediately. Instead, he turned his gaze to Queen Tina and thoughtfully asked, "What do you mean when you say that if the leader of the Dragon Gung bloodline were still here, we wouldn't have reached this point? Are you saying the leader of the Dragon Gung bloodline has the power to dispel the shadow energy, or?" Before he could finish speaking, Queen Tina immediately responded, picking up where Lin Xiao left off. "The leader of the Dragon Gung bloodline may not be able to remove the shadow energy, but what I mean is, the Dragon Gung magic has always been known for life and protective powers, and the protection power of the Dragon Gung magic possessed by the leader of the bloodline is impenetrable in the short term. So, if our Dragon Gung bloodline leader were here, none of these current issues would matter." After Queen Tina finished speaking, Lin Xiao fell into a brief moment of contemplation. "Impenetrable in the short term? You're telling the truth about all of this?" "Absolutely," Queen Tina answered with utmost certainty, then turned to Emperor Ins and said, "Don't believe me? Ask Emperor Ins yourself." "That's right." Emperor Ins also nodded in agreement. The vampire king of the Dragon Gung bloodline truly can achieve such a level. It was precisely because of the vampire king of Dragon Gung protecting me that I was able to slay Luke inside the Kizilin arena. After hearing this, Lin Xiao couldn't help but feel a glimmer of hope. His mind began to rapidly turn, and he shared the idea in his mind with Emperor Ins and Queen Tina. "I think, if the vampire king of the Dragon Gung has such power, then perhaps the green plant magic staff used by the vampire king of the Dragon Gung also possesses such power?" "Well," Queen Tina looked at Emperor Ins before answering, "the green plant magic staff should have such power. But whether the person using it can bring out such power, that remains unknown." Upon hearing that, Lin Xiao felt completely reassured that there was still hope for Morna, because, when he had once fused with the green plant magic staff, even Morna found it unbelievable. So, then it should prove that I am the one who can unleash the full power of the green plant magic staff. With that thought, Lin Xiao didn't hesitate any further. After activating his material storage space, he once again summoned the ancient portal. Seeing this, Emperor Ins and Queen Tina both spoke up in unison, asking, "What are you planning to do now? Aren't you going to save Morna?" "No," Lin Xiao answered firmly while stepping through the ancient portal. "I'm going back to retrieve the green plant magic staff. This is the last possible way to save Morna and come out alive. I must try it no matter what." As his words fell, Lin Xiao's physical body also passed through the ancient portal. He vanished from the ancient palace, returning to his home on the celestial body. Just then, Xiaolin was resting leisurely by the holy lake. Upon seeing Lin Xiao return, she smiled and was about to step forward, planning to ask why he had come back alone and where Morna was. However, before she could even speak, Lin Xiao cut in urgently. "Xiaolin, hand me the green plant magic staff." Seeing Lin Xiao's anxious expression, Xiaolin immediately sensed that something serious had happened. So, she retracted the smile from her face, then quickly pulled out the green plant magic staff from the material storage space. While handing it over, she asked, "What happened?" Morna is in mortal danger. I have to use the green plant magic staff to save her right away." After Lin Xiao said that, Xiaolin's eyes widened in shock. She immediately asked in surprise, "Morna is in danger? What exactly happened?" But the situation was too urgent. Lin Xiao simply had no time to explain. Therefore, he quickly snatched the green plant magic staff from Xiaolin's hands, then said to her, "I don't have time to explain the details. If I return, I'll explain everything to you." "If you return," Xiaolin repeated the words Lin Xiao had just said, contemplating them. She increasingly felt a sense of foreboding. Chapter 168, a talent rarely seen throughout history. Immediately, Xiaolin quickly stepped forward, blocking Lin Xiao's path, and questioned him the moment he opened his mouth. "What do you mean by if you can come back? Are you saying you might not be able to return?" As the words fell, Lin Xiao didn't give Xiaolin an immediate response. Instead, he silently looked down into her eyes. Before him, her eyes overflowed with anxious concern. This softened Lin Xiao's heart. Then, thinking to himself, if he were to lie, tricking Xiaolin into believing he could return when he actually couldn't, then he would utterly wound her heart, deeply betray this desperate affection she offered, and truly commit a grave sin. Thinking this far, Lin Xiao spoke to Xiaolin. Without lies, without concealment, he directly and firmly told her the truth. "That's right. This time is different from before. I really might not return. So, if I don't come back, promise me you'll take good care of yourself." After speaking, Lin Xiao decisively turned to leave. but Xiao Lin tightly embraced him from behind, crying out with all her heart. No, listen to me. Lin Xiao, while trying to loosen Xiao Lin's arms wrapped around him, spoke to her in a conciliatory tone. I'm just saying I might not return. If my plan works, not only will I come back, I can also bring Miona back, safe and sound. However, given what he'd said earlier, even though Lin Xiao said this, Xiao Lin still believed Lin Xiao was in grave danger. So, in the next second, Xiao Lin, still clinging tightly around Lin Xiao's waist, said, Then take me with you. Even if we never return, at least we won't return together. But Lin Xiao immediately refused. This won't work. Moreover, as he spoke these words, Lin Xiao finally managed to free himself from Xiao Lin's arms. Then, he turned and used the vine magic wand to create a soft mass of vines, binding Xiao Lin firmly in place. Seeing this, Xiao Lin first struggled fiercely. After finding her attempt useless, she looked at Lin Xiao in shock and asked, What are you doing? Lin Xiao, however, answered irrelevantly, Xiao Lin, I'm leaving. After speaking, Xiao Lin helplessly watched Lin Xiao walk in the direction of the ancient portal, and she screamed desperately, Lin Xiao, no, Lin Xiao. But no matter how Xiao Lin called out, no matter how hoarse her voice became, Lin Xiao seemed not to hear at all. He still resolutely approached the ancient portal. Just as Lin Xiao lifted his front foot and stepped over the ancient portal, ready to pass through. Suddenly, Xiao Lin had a sudden idea. She quickly turned her gaze and shouted to Feng Feng and Xiao Dai. Feng Feng, Xiao Dai, I beg you to, go with Lin Xiao, protect him. Hurry. Upon hearing this, Xiao Dai immediately flew through the ancient portal without hesitation. As for Feng Feng, although it was timid, fearful of the ancient ruins, since the matter concerned the life and death of its master, after a half-second hesitation, it quickly released its wind magic. Braving a gust of wind, it crossed through the ancient portal just a moment before it vanished. Thus, beside the holy water lake, Lin Xiao, Feng Feng, Xiao Dai, and the ancient portal disappeared together. The vines around Xiao Lin withered and fell, leaving her alone, collapsed on the ground, looking up at the sky, with a faint hope in her voice. Lin Xiao, you must return alive. On the other side, after passing through the ancient portal, Lin Xiao successfully arrived at the ruins of the ancient palace. But he didn't know that Feng Feng and Xiao Dai had followed him. So, upon seeing the figures of Feng Feng and Xiao Dai, he couldn't help but be surprised and ask, How did you two? Before Feng Feng and Xiao Dai could answer, Emperor Enz and Queen Tina appeared together, quickly asking Lin Xiao ahead of him, Did you get the vine magic wand? Got it, Lin Xiao responded, holding up the vine magic wand to show them. Then Queen Tina asked again, Then are you planning to use the vine magic wand now to save Miona? But, are you really sure about this? If you can't fully utilize the vine magic wand's power, even if you take it with you, you'll only be sending yourself to your death at Luke's hands. I know this, Lin Xiao replied, but I'm confident that I can fully utilize the power of the vine magic wand. At this point, Queen Tina was quite worried about Lin Xiao's confidence. Thus, she quickly responded, Lin Xiao, it's not as simple as you imagine to unleash the full power of the vine magic wand. Throughout history, those who have achieved this can be counted on one hand. But, before she could finish her sentence, Queen Tina was abruptly stopped by what she saw before her eyes. Right in front of her, Lin Xiao, based on his previous experience, began integrating the vine magic wand into his body from his wrist. Then, Queen Tina sensed an unprecedented longing magical power emanating from Lin Xiao's body. She was so shocked that she couldn't speak. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao, having just completed the fusion with the vine magic wand, turned and asked Queen Tina, Queen Tina, would you say I'm one of those rare people throughout history? Yes, definitely yes. After Queen Tina nodded and replied, she turned excitedly to Emperor Enz and exclaimed, Enz, now Miona can be saved. Miona can be saved. However, Emperor Enz was completely dumbfounded. He didn't answer Queen Tina, but just stood there muttering, This is truly a chosen child of heaven. As the words fell, Lin Xiao, the only one who remained clear-headed at this moment, reminded Queen Tina, Queen Tina, we don't have time for this now. Hurry and teach me how to use longing magic to create powerful protection. I must save Miona first. Alright. After Queen Tina agreed immediately, she began teaching Lin Xiao right away. First, try to summon the longing magic from the vine magic wand. And following Queen Tina's words, Lin Xiao immediately acted. He gathered the longing magic into a vivid green energy sphere in the palm of his left hand. Then he pressed her further. What next? Next, you must think with all your heart and wholeheartedly wish to protect someone. When your determination is strong enough, the longing magic will be activated by this mysterious force, transforming into an impenetrable protective power. After Queen Tina answered, Lin Xiao immediately closed his eyes. Inside his mind arose the image of Miona, the one he so desperately wished to protect. Chapter 169, Emotional Metamorphosis. Lin Xiao envisioned Mona beside the sacred lake of origin. Her figure was so agile. Her smile was so radiant, harmonizing perfectly with the lake and the blue sky above. Everything seemed so perfect. Yet, despite all that, as time passed second by second, and the effectiveness of the royal blood in Mona's arms was slowly fading away, Lin Xiao still did not unleash the powerful dragon's guardian magic hidden within the vine magic wand. This caused Lin Xiao to hastily stop imagining and open his eyes, staring at Queen Tina in confusion and asking, What's going on? Why couldn't I unleash the vine magic wand's true power even though I followed everything you told me to do? Is it because I'm not the chosen one after all? No, it's not that. Queen Tina quickly denied Lin Xiao's words, then reassured him. That you could merge the divine magic wand with your physical body already proves that you are the one destined to unleash its true power. However, hearing this didn't encourage Lin Xiao in the least. Instead, he helplessly stretched out his arms and lowered his head, examining his own body as he muttered. Then why can't I? Why? Moreover, the more he said, the more frustrated he became. Soon, in the next moment, he hugged his head in confusion and anxiety. Damn it, if I keep this up, Mona will lose her life. No way. I don't care if I can fully unleash the power of the divine magic wand or not. I must save Mona first. Having said that, Lin Xiao, without any hesitation, rushed toward the exit of the ancient palace. But how could King En's and Queen Tina allow Lin Xiao to run straight to his death? Thus, right after him, King En's hurriedly trapped Lin Xiao once again with magic. Queen Tina, on the other hand, called out to Lin Xiao, trying to calm and reason with him. Lin Xiao, wait a moment. I already told you, you're definitely the chosen one capable of wielding the divine magic wand's full power. But I also said that this powerful dragon's guardian magic only activates through strong emotional resonance. So, the reason you failed to release it before might be due to the wrong emotional state. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao, who had been anxious about saving Mona, roared furiously. What kind of emotion is the correct one then? In response, Queen Tina didn't get angry at Lin Xiao's impoliteness, but instead guided him with a calm voice. This emotion you have now is exactly right. You need this kind of intense emotion to unleash the dragon's guardian magic. Upon hearing her words, Lin Xiao, with a look of disbelief and anger, asked, My emotion is right now, then why am I still? But his sentence was abruptly interrupted by Queen Tina. Lin Xiao, just trust me. Next, keep this emotion and close your eyes. As I speak, visualize the scenes in your mind and immerse yourself in these feelings. I promise you, this time, you will definitely unleash the dragon's guardian magic hidden within the divine magic wand in your body. After listening, Lin Xiao glanced at Queen Tina's expression. Seeing how sincere she was, he finally made up his mind and agreed. Fine, I'll do it. But I'll only give you 30 seconds. If I still haven't released the dragon's guardian magic after that, no matter what happens, I'll rush straight into the ancient ruins to save Mona. All right. After Queen Tina replied decisively, Lin Xiao followed her instructions, closing his eyes while maintaining the urgent and furious emotions of wanting to save Mona. Once she saw Lin Xiao had shut his eyes tight, Queen Tina began narrating the imagery he needed to visualize. Right now, Mona is inside the dark ancient ruins. Her surroundings are filled with countless shadowy mummies. Then, the power of the eye royal blood ends. The shadows rush toward Mona in an attack. Mona desperately uses Dragon's guardian magic to fight back. But despite that, she eventually gets slowly overtaken and possessed by Luke. As these words came out, Lin Xiao vividly imagined these scenes in his mind, pouring real emotions into them. The next moment, Lin Xiao, eyes still closed, let out a heart-wrenching scream. Stay away from her. Stay away from her. Far away. And, at the very moment Lin Xiao screamed out, a mass of emerald green energy, like a swollen bubble, enveloped Lin Xiao, King En's, and Queen Tina. Witnessing this scene, Queen Tina couldn't contain her excitement and shouted, Lin Xiao, you did it. Lin Xiao, however, looked at the fragile-looking bubble surrounding them and asked Queen Tina in doubt, can it really protect against all harm? Absolutely true. After saying that, King En's held Queen Tina's hand, and together they left the emerald green bubble, simultaneously pouring all their strength into launching magical attacks at it. The next second, a deafening sound echoed in their ears. The tremendous wave shook Lin Xiao's body. But such a powerful attack didn't injure Lin Xiao in the least. Nor did it leave even the slightest damage on the emerald green bubble. Seeing this, Lin Xiao finally believed in the true defensive power of this seemingly fragile bubble. Then, he turned his gaze to King En's and Queen Tina and said, King En's, Queen Tina, I must go now and save Mona. Little Dai and Feng Feng will temporarily stay here. But if I don't return this time, I'll have to ask you two to take care of Little Dai and Feng Feng. However, the moment the words left his mouth, King En's rejected him. No, with the protection of this dragon's guardian magic, you will definitely return. Moreover, both Little Dai and Feng Feng are exceptionally capable spirit companions. Therefore, I suggest you bring them with you. In this way, if something unexpected happens, you'll have each other for support. After King En's finished, Little Dai and Feng Feng also nodded together in agreement, pleading with Lin Xiao to bring them along into the ancient ruins. Seeing this, Lin Xiao didn't have time to refuse or negotiate anymore. He simply spoke directly to Little Dai and Feng Feng. Fine, then we'll go together. Having said that, Lin Xiao turned and walked toward the direction of the ancient ruins with his two spirit companions. Behind him, King En's and Queen Tina shouted after him. Remember, Chapter 170, Wind and Fire Magic Supporting Each Other. The Dragon Gung protective magic has limited duration. You must go and return quickly. I will. As the words ended, Lin Xiao, together with Feng Feng and Xiao Dai under the protection of Dragon Gung's magic, had already moved out of Empress Ensi and Queen Tina's sight, heading toward the outer perimeter of the ancient palace. Moreover, during this journey, Lin Xiao wasn't simply rushing forward. While doing his best to move forward, his mind continuously pondered. I must pinpoint Mona's exact current location as precisely as possible. Otherwise, since the duration of the Dragon Gung protective magic is limited, spending too much time searching for the way won't just prevent us from rescuing Mona. I myself might not even be able to escape unscathed. Thinking about this, Lin Xiao tried to calm himself down, attempting to recall everything in the ancient ruins. Magnetic drues. I remember there was a considerable chunk of magnetic drues not far from the southeast corner of the ancient palace. But when Mona left back then, she exited from the west side of the palace. So it's very unlikely she would take such a long detour to reach that magnetic drues. But in the west, wait, about 2 kilometers directly westward, there was also a huge chunk of magnetic drues. Mona is very likely right there. With that thought, Lin Xiao settled his mind and arrived at the furthest outer rim of the ancient palace. At this moment, the lone human and his 2 companions, standing at the extreme periphery of the ancient palace, could already clearly see the shadowy mummified guards posted outside the palace, fierce and predatory like wolves and tigers. This scene made Lin Xiao retrospectively feel relieved that Xiaolin had, in the final second before the ancient portal shut, allowed Feng Feng and Xiao Dai to follow him. Relieved that Emperor Ensi had not kept Feng Feng and Xiao Dai for himself, but instead sent them to assist. Because, right now, Lin Xiao clearly realized, without the royal blood's protection, only shielded by the dragon gong magic, these shadow mummies would show no fear or restraint. Therefore, the moment he stepped out of the ancient palace, they would pounce like hungry wolves, desperately attacking the dragon gong protective barrier. And if he were alone, he definitely couldn't withstand their assault, causing the strength of the dragon gong protection to weaken. Before even finding Mona, this protective layer might collapse. But now with Feng Feng and Xiao Dai alongside, such a scenario could be prevented. Thus, Lin Xiao first glanced downward at Feng Feng beside his feet, then turned to Xiao Dai perched on his shoulder, and said, Feng Feng, Xiao Dai, both of you have entered the ancient ruins with me before. So, I won't bother to describe how terrifying and insane these shadow mummies are. What I want to say now is, ahead of us lies the task of facing these shadow mummies in search of Mona. Your job will be to ensure that the dragon gong protective barrier remains intact until I find Mona. Understood, Jimmy, Shu Shu. Upon hearing their simultaneous affirmative responses, Lin Xiao powerfully issued the command. All right, prepare yourselves. We are setting off now. Jimmy, Shu Shu. With the words echoing, Lin Xiao boldly stepped out of the boundary of the ancient palace, protected by the dragon gong protective barrier. Thus, they officially entered Luke's domain. Immediately afterwards, as Lin Xiao had predicted, just as their front foot left the palace grounds, from behind, those shadow mummies charged forward like wolves and leopards. Seeing this, Lin Xiao immediately shouted to Feng Feng and Xiao Dai. Feng Feng, Xiao Dai, hurry up and cast your spells. Don't let them get close to us. Shu Shu. No sooner had the words fallen than Xiao Dai radiated a fiery glow as it manipulated its internal energy. Then, it unleashed a fire elemental spell ahead of Feng Feng, immediately transforming the area around the dragon gong protective barrier into an eerie sea of greenish-blue flames. This completely incinerated the shadow mummies clustered around the barrier, not even giving them the chance to touch the dragon gong protective field. However, even though Xiaodia's attack had been this devastating, Lin Xiao still could not advance through Luke's domain unhindered, because there were simply too many shadow mummies in Luke's domain. After Xiao Dai burned away one batch, another quickly surged forward. Therefore, it was now Feng Feng's turn to assist. Thinking thus, Lin Xiao pointed forward with a sweep of his finger, issuing an order to Feng Feng. Feng Feng, use wind elemental magic to enhance Xiaodia's blue flame ring. Immediately after he spoke, Feng Feng swiftly followed Xiaodia's spellcasting. Feng Feng immediately began casting wind elemental magic, swirling around the blue flame ring created by Xiao Dai. In this way, Xiaodia's fire elemental magic, supported by Feng Feng's wind elemental magic, instantly became exponentially more powerful. The original blue flames that had only surrounded the dragon gong protective barrier now spread like wildfire, consuming everything in their path. At the same time, all the shadow mummies surrounding them were burned to ash, not a single one left. Witnessing this, Lin Xiao's heart filled with excitement. Yet, he suppressed the surge of emotion with reason. Calmly turning to Feng Feng and Xiao Dai, and saying, outstanding work. There'll still be some time before the other shadow mummies gather here. We must quickly take this opportunity to find Mona. Jimmy, Shu Shu. After speaking, Lin Xiao, together with Feng Feng and Xiao Dai, dashed swiftly westward. While advancing rapidly with wind elemental magic, they simultaneously searched for any sign of Mona. In this manner, the human and his 2 companions had traveled for roughly 3 minutes when Feng Feng suddenly pointed straight westward and cried out anxiously, Jimmy, Jimmy. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao first followed Feng Feng's gaze in that direction. However, he saw absolutely nothing but darkness. So, he looked down at Feng Feng and asked, did you sense something over there? Jimmy, Jimmy. While answering anxiously, Feng Feng simultaneously pointed to its own ears. And this very action made Lin Xiao suddenly understand. You mean, you heard a sound coming from that direction, right? As he spoke, Xiao Dai gave a shoo-shoo chirp and vigorously nodded in agreement. Then, Lin Xiao, following Feng Feng's example, focused his hearing intently toward the west. Sure enough, a fragment of dialogue reached Lin Xiao's ears from the distance. You already know this. Then why can't you remove the shadow curse from me right now? Because in my current condition, I don't possess enough strength to cast the spell to remove the shadow curse from you. You must take me to the XuanHuan arena. Only when I arrive there and regain my full strength will I be able to help remove the shadow curse from your body. The XuanHuan arena? Chapter 171, Rescue Mingna. The voice reached this point. Lin Xiao's pupils suddenly constricted, and instinctively, he exclaimed in alarm. Damn it, Meng Na is in danger. Having said that, Lin Xiao suddenly turned to Feng Feng. In an anxious tone, he continued. Feng Feng, carry me there at your maximum speed. Hurry. Right after he spoke, Feng Feng answered with a chumi. Then, Lin Xiao was propelled forward by the wind magic released by Feng Feng, at a speed like a gale, rushing toward Meng Na and Luke. During this process, Meng Na and Luke hadn't stopped talking either. Listen, Meng Na first questioned Luke skeptically. You won't take me to the XuanHuan training ground just to betray me like you did to Lin Xiao last time, would you? Luke firmly denied it. That's impossible. Hearing this, Lin Xiao prayed desperately in his heart, praying that Meng Na wouldn't believe Luke's lies. But things didn't go as he wished. His prayers hadn't even finished when he heard Meng Na respond to Luke. Fine. If that's the case, then take me to that XuanHuan training ground. But you better watch yourself and don't pull any tricks, otherwise. Just as she spoke, Luke, without waiting for Meng Na to finish her sentence, eagerly assured her, I know. I definitely won't. It was clear how transparent his intentions were. But, despite this, Meng Na still believed him. The next second, Lin Xiao saw from afar as Meng Na turned around, preparing to go with Luke toward the XuanHuan training ground. Witnessing this scene, a rush of anger surged within Lin Xiao, as he shouted toward Meng Na. Just as I thought. My guess was right. You've definitely fallen for Luke's trap. As this voice sounded, both Meng Na and Luke turned around in surprise. Upon recognizing Lin Xiao, they both exclaimed in surprise. Lin Xiao, it's actually you? That's right. It's me. While answering, Lin Xiao reached Meng Na's side, and immediately took her hand, saying, Let's go. We're leaving. Hearing this, Meng Na was just about to open her mouth to say something to Lin Xiao, but the next second, Luke interrupted her. Leaving? Ha ha ha. Absolutely ridiculous. What do you take me for? Think you can come and go as you please after setting up just a protective barrier? Stop dreaming. I'll tell you this. Not one of you two is getting away today. Especially you, kid. You dare to come out without wearing the royal blood while the shadow aura on you hasn't completely worn off. I'll take your body for sure, to avenge the 2 times you escaped from my grasp. After Luke's furious outburst, his shadow body began expanding with dark magic. Then, almost in the blink of an eye, Luke's body formed a towering, sky-obscuring presence within this ancient ruin. Seeing this, Meng Na was horrified. Then, she took a step forward, placing herself between Luke and Lin Xiao. Glancing back as she spoke, Lin Xiao, you must escape now. I'll hold him off. I have the blood of Longging's kin in me. He won't be able to harm me for a while. After she said that, before Lin Xiao could even respond, Luke, while lowering his massive shadow form toward them, sneered. Escape? Where could he possibly run to? Ahaha. Today this body is mine. As he finished, though Meng Na's body bravely stood in front of Lin Xiao, before Luke's immense pressure, she still closed her eyes tightly in fear, bracing herself for Luke's attack. However, Luke's attack never came. Instead, a resounding clang echoed from above. This sparked Meng Na's curiosity, wondering what had caused such a loud noise. Had Lin Xiao and Luke started fighting? That seemed unlikely. Though Lin Xiao knew many kinds of magic, he wasn't powerful enough to confront Luke directly. But, if it wasn't Lin Xiao, then who could it be? Driven by her curiosity, Meng Na opened her eyes and looked up, unexpectedly seeing Luke's body completely blocked by that protective barrier. Moreover, his face, due to crashing forward too hard, had flattened into a pancake shape, looking extremely comical. Under normal circumstances, Meng Na would have burst into laughter at the sight, but under the current circumstances, she didn't. Instead, she suddenly turned around and looked at Lin Xiao, asking, What's going on with this barrier? It actually blocked Luke's attack. And for Meng Na to ask Lin Xiao such a question, Lin Xiao didn't find it strange at all. After all, by the time Meng Na was born, the last king of the Longging bloodline had already died alongside Emperor Insi. She had never even seen the green plant wand. How could she possibly have seen the Longging protection magic barrier, a spell that only the king of the Longging bloodline could unleash? Thus, in the next second, Lin Xiao slightly lifted the corner of his mouth, revealing a meaningful smile as he said, This is your Longging magic. It's the Longging protection magic barrier. As the words fell, Meng Na and Luke both exclaimed in surprise, once again speaking in unison. The Longging protection magic barrier? Exactly. You didn't expect that, did you? Lin Xiao lifted his head proudly toward Luke, saying with evident pride, I bet you didn't expect it either. Even though this barrier resembles the Longging protection magic barrier, you still don't believe I could actually cast it. Otherwise, how could you have recklessly rushed headlong into a barrier you knew you couldn't break, flattening your face like a damn pancake? After finishing this mocking speech, Luke was so angry that his face turned red. Once again, he activated his shadow magic, furiously hurling attacks at the Longging protection magic barrier. Meanwhile, he screamed out in a rage. Impossible. This absolutely can't be the Longging protection magic barrier. The Longging protection magic barrier can only be released by the king of the Longging bloodline, right? Even the sole descendant who carries the blood of Longging can't release it. How could a mediocre fool with mortal flesh like you possibly manage it? Mediocre fool. Lin Xiao lifted the corner of his mouth. He repeated the words Luke used to describe him, speaking with mockery, then sarcastically continued. That's right. I'm indeed a mere mediocre fool. A fool who has escaped from your grasp 3 times. As for how this mediocre fool managed to unleash the Longging protection magic barrier, you're going to be stuck in this gloomy, ancient ruin forever without seeing the light of day. Why not consider it a topic to keep you entertained through countless boring days? Chapter 172, The Last Dragon King. With that said, Lin Xiao grabbed Mina's hand and turned to leave, leaving only Luke behind at the spot, unable to understand, unable to comprehend, until he spiraled into breakdown, until he roared out in agony. No, no one can recreate the protective magic of the Dragon King, and absolutely no one can escape from my grasp 3 times. No one. The instant those words rang out, Lin Xiao and Mina both sensed a surge of extremely powerful shadow force bursting forth. So powerful that even though they had already walked several meters away, both subconsciously halted and turned their heads to look back. What they saw was Luke's figure, which had previously grown vast enough to shroud the sky and block the sun when he first released his shadow force, had now grown even larger by several degrees. But that wasn't all. Around his body had appeared several swirls of pitch-black mist that hadn't been there before. It appeared especially mysterious and formidable. Seeing this, Mina couldn't help but nervously ask Lin Xiao, what is he preparing now? Is he planning to break through both our Dragon Guardian protection and the Royal Blood's power? And then attack us? He's just dreaming. Lin Xiao immediately denied her thought. Even back when he was alive, breaking through a single layer of protection nearly cost him half his life. Now he's merely a weak shadow spirit, and we still have dual protections. Whatever he tries is nothing but a desperate, furious tantrum. He can't harm us at all. We don't need to pay him any attention. We should just head back. As he finished speaking, Luke, who had been silently casting spells midair the entire time, suddenly spoke, and his tone was oddly sarcastic and extremely sly. Head back. Fine, I'll let you go back. But before that, you'd better turn around and take a good look. See if you even have the ability to go back. As those words landed, Lin Xiao and Mina simultaneously turned their heads. What came into view was a complete reversal of the scene they had seen the last time they looked back. For, somewhere along the line, countless shadow mummies had gathered on either side, and, from afar, more shadow mummies were slowly approaching. Upon witnessing this scene, Lin Xiao immediately understood. So it turned out that Luke's earlier actions weren't, as Mina had thought, an attempt to attack them using the shadow power he had released, but rather, he had summoned every mobile shadow mummy within the vast ancient ruins. Even so, Lin Xiao didn't feel even slightly threatened. Instead, he gave a mocking laugh, his back facing Luke. Luke, have you stayed in this ancient ruin too long and gone mad? I was able to walk past your swarm of shadow mummies before, so I can walk past them again. And besides, the power from Mina's royal blood has yet to fade. What good will it do even if you summon every shadow mummy in this ruin? Can you even stop me for a second? As his words fell, Luke didn't, as expected, become furious from Lin Xiao's mockery. Instead, he responded smugly. Just look at Mina beside you. Can you really say she hasn't already been stopped by me? Upon hearing that, Lin Xiao's heart sank sharply. He turned his gaze immediately to Mina, only to see that, somehow, Mina seemed frightened. Her eyes were fixed on the distant shadow mummies, standing frozen on the spot, her expression full of terror. No matter how hard Lin Xiao pulled, she wouldn't budge. Faced with this, Lin Xiao inevitably felt a tinge of panic. He turned to glare at Luke and demanded, what have you done to Mina? As for Luke, would he actually answer Lin Xiao truthfully? Of course not. Thus, the very next moment came Luke's sarcastic voice. You're asking what I've done to her? Huh, you two still have double protection, don't you? Still full of confidence. So, what could I possibly do to her? But, since we're old friends, I should warn you one thing. The power of the royal blood within Mina is weakening more and more. The remaining effective time must be nearly up now. Soon, once the power of her royal blood vanishes entirely, I'll be able to do whatever I please to the two of you. Ahaha. Lin Xiao knew full well Luke's kind warning was nothing more than mockery. As time ticked away, second by second, if they truly couldn't manage to return to the ancient palace in time, it wouldn't merely mean losing everything they'd worked for. They would lose both their lives as well. Thinking this, Lin Xiao placed his hands firmly on Mina's shoulders, shaking her vigorously while desperately calling her name, trying to wake her up. Mina, snap out of it. We don't have time. Hurry and come with me. Yet, no matter how hard Lin Xiao shook and called her name, Mina remained rooted to the spot, her face frozen in terror, not moving an inch. Faced with this, Lin Xiao was completely at a loss. He could only guess that the effect of the royal blood on Mina had not yet worn off, and that the Dragon Guardian protection magic he had created still remained intact. Therefore, there was absolutely no way that Luke could have cast any spell or curse on Mina. So, only one possibility remained. This had to be something within Mina herself. Could it be that she had simply been terrified by these shadow mummies? Though this seemed unlikely, he had no choice but to take desperate measures, drive away some of the shadow mummies, and see whether Mina could recover from it. With that thought, Lin Xiao quickly glanced toward Feng Feng and Xiaodai and issued an order. Feng Feng, Xiaodai, once again, just like when we came, use your wind and fire to burn this entire group of shadow mummies to ashes. Shumi, Susu, his two spirit companions responded with crisp cries each. Before beginning to channel elemental magic from within their bodies, they began preparing to do exactly as Lin Xiao commanded, incinerating this entire group of shadow mummies with wind and fire. However, just at that moment, Mina, who had been silent in terror all along, suddenly broke her silence for the first time. Don't. Feng Feng and Xiaodai immediately stopped casting their magic. Lin Xiao also turned to look at Mina. Mina, what happened just now? Did something occur? Nothing happened. It's just. As she spoke, Mina slowly lifted her left arm, pointing toward one specific shadow mummy within the crowd. She continued speaking, clearly still in fear. That one. is our Dragon Guardian clan's last vampire king. Hearing that, Lin Xiao followed Mina's direction of pointing with his gaze. And what he saw was a mummy that appeared no different from the others. Also emaciated, desiccated, and jet black in appearance. Yet there was one exception. Only on its chest could a feature be seen clearly distinguishing it from all the other shadow mummies. Chapter 173, The Curse Within. There it was. A mysterious totem mark faintly glowing with a dim light. And that totem mark, Lin Xiao had once seen on the Longbing Holy Sword. Considering this, and recalling what the Emperor Enzi had once said, during his final life-or-death battle with Luke, the last vampire king of Longbing sacrificed himself to protect Emperor Enzi. Therefore, from this, it could be deduced. That was indeed the true Longbing king, no imitation. Not a fake fabricated by Luke. That was why Mona was so deeply moved. However, no matter how much Mona mourned her former royal leader, she couldn't just stand here and wait to die. Realizing this, Lin Xiao quickly grabbed Mona's hands, tightly holding them as he comforted her. Mona, the dead are gone. I know you still hold reverence and nostalgia for your former king, but it's more important for the living to keep living. The words fell. Mona slowly turned her gaze from the corpse of the Longbing king onto Lin Xiao. Then she spoke. I know all of this, and I really wish to escape from here too. But I can't. Hearing this, Lin Xiao couldn't help but frown in confusion as he asked, what do you mean can't? After saying that, Mona answered with visible difficulty, word by word. Because any who carry the blood of Longbing are destined to revere the Longbing king. When standing before the Longbing king, one must look upon him, show no extreme joy nor sorrow, cannot step forward, nor turn one's gaze. That is the rule. And more importantly, it is a curse laid by the first Longbing king upon all his people. This. After listening, Lin Xiao revealed a troubled expression. He asked again, then, what negative effects would occur if you didn't follow this curse? None. Mona shook her head. This curse merely binds the hearts of our people to the Longbing king. Nothing more, so it's not as cruel or malicious as Luke's curses. However, it has become very difficult for our people to break free from this curse. When I see the Longbing king, I am forcibly compelled to look at him, to stop moving, and even if he is attacked, I am forced to jump in front of him to block it. Her voice trembled. Mona could barely hold herself together anymore. The next moment, she moved her gaze away from Lin Xiao and returned it to the shadowy corpse of the Longbing king. With deep emotion, she said, I never thought our Longbing king would end up like this. Nor did I expect Luke would one day use him to restrain me. Lin Xiao, you should go back. Perhaps fate has arranged for me to die beside the Longbing king in the end. This disaster is simply the debt I must repay to my clan. Don't talk like that. After saying that, Lin Xiao bent down and lifted Mona onto his shoulder. This made Mona gasp in surprise. What are you doing? You just do as I say. Lin Xiao replied. Close your eyes and think. Imagine as hard as you can that the Longbing king isn't even near you. And also, there's no such thing as fate in this world. My destiny is mine, not heaven's. After finishing, Lin Xiao lowered his gaze and immediately ordered Feng Feng. Feng Feng, transfer some of your wind magic to me. Let the wind carry us away from here. Upon hearing his words, Feng Feng chirped, show me, in response. Then, Lin Xiao felt a surge of wind magic pour into his body. Instantly, with a flick of his mind, a whirlwind formed beneath Lin Xiao's feet, like a flaming wheel, enabling him to leap several miles with each step. They sprinted rapidly through the ancient ruins. At the same time, though her eyes were closed, Mona on Lin Xiao's shoulder could still feel the movement. She spoke up. Are you planning to charge straight through this crowd of mummies? No, Lin Xiao replied as he ran. If I were to charge through directly, I might end up hurting the Longbing king. If that happens and you can't suppress the curse in your blood, you might uncontrollably throw yourself in front to protect him with your body, and that would be disastrous. So, I plan to carry you and avoid this horde of shadow mummies as much as possible. Avoid them. Upon hearing Lin Xiao's plan, Mona repeated it subconsciously, surprised, because she had personally seen the number of shadow mummies summoned by Luke, their sheer size and quantity. Trying to bypass them all to return to the ancient palace was no different from crossing the entire ruins itself. Thus, in the next second, Mona asked Lin Xiao, do we have enough time? Maybe. You should just leave me here. You shut up. Lin Xiao harshly cut off the rest of Mona's sentence with a commanding tone. Then, he changed his attitude and spoke with a determined air. Believe me, I will definitely get both of us out of this alive and unharmed. After he finished, Mona silently remained on Lin Xiao's shoulder, not uttering another word. Lin Xiao, in the meantime, fully focused on maintaining the fastest wind magic he could channel, continuing to move at high speed. However, these shadow mummies were not immobile structures, and Luke was no fool who would simply watch as his prey escaped again and again. As Lin Xiao ran, Luke frantically used shadow magic to control the shadow mummies, surrounding and blocking Lin Xiao at every turn. Even though Mona carried the royal blood and these creatures could not approach her directly, they still posed a significant hindrance to Lin Xiao's escape. Moreover, Lin Xiao, Mona, eyes still closed, felt the royal blood inside the bottle she carried. Then she called his name. The royal power within the royal blood is almost depleted. It probably only has less than a minute left. And, how far are we from the ancient palace now? Hearing this, Lin Xiao's heart sank. How? Had 10 minutes really passed that quickly? Only 1 minute remained. At their current distance from the ancient palace, and with Luke controlling the mummies to block their path, there was no way they could make it back within that minute. But even though Lin Xiao thought this in his heart, he did not speak the truth aloud to Mona. Instead, he lied to her. A minute is just enough. We're not far from the ancient palace anymore. Because, once the truth was revealed, Mona would become even more anxious and fearful, which would make it harder for her to concentrate on suppressing the curse from the Longing King. By calming her with a falsehood, Mona could remain composed, and Lin Chao wouldn't need to worry about her condition. Only then could he fully focus on dealing with the current crisis. Chapter 174 Returning to Reality. Following this, within this short span of 1 minute, Lin Chao had been brainstorming nonstop, thinking of ways to return to the ancient palace and escape Luke's pursuit. But unfortunately, 1 minute was simply too short for the distance they still had to cover. And so, as the minute was about to end, Lin Chao could no longer maintain his lie. Then, Mona, who had been clinging to Lin Chao's back, opened her eyes and said to him, "Lin Chao, where is this? Have we not arrived at the ancient palace yet? I can already sense the royal power within the royal blood starting to flicker faintly. So, it shouldn't take more than 10 seconds before the royal power completely disappears." Upon hearing this, Lin Chao knew that continuing to lie to Mona would be irresponsible toward her, so he chose to come clean. "Yes, Mona, we're still quite a distance away from the ancient palace. I lied to you just now. I'm sorry, but I will keep the promise I made to you. I will definitely bring you back to the ancient palace safely. Please believe me." As the words fell, before Mona could even respond, the royal power hidden inside the royal blood on her body vanished completely. At the same time, Luke, who was approaching from behind, let out a ruthless and arrogant laugh. "Ha ha ha, believe you. I'd rather believe me than believe you. Now, one of your 2 layers of protection has already vanished. How much longer can the remaining layer last?" Then, since the restriction of the royal power was gone, Luke waved his arm, and with a sudden motion, unleashed a wave of shadow force, sending it hurtling toward Lin Chao and Mona. As for those shadow mummies, they seemed to be guided by the shadow force and charged madly and recklessly toward Lin Chao and Mona as well. Among them, the first one charging in was Longing, the vampire king. Seeing this scene, countless thoughts surged through Lin Chao's mind. If the shadow force and those shadow mummies were allowed to strike unchecked, the protective magical barrier of Longing would certainly be destroyed. At that point, he and Mona would be left completely unprotected, and Luke would be free to do as he pleased. Realizing this, Lin Chao immediately issued an order to Foam without hesitation. Foam, use your wind magic to create wind whip ropes and bind Mona tightly." Upon hearing this, Foam also sensed the urgency of the situation. So, he converted his wind magic into wind whip ropes at the fastest speed possible. Then, he tightly bound Mona's body to Lin Chao's own body, ensuring that no matter what, they couldn't be separated. Then, Lin Chao turned to Mona and continued issuing orders. "Then, Mona, I'm sorry, but you must keep full control of your body. Remember, no matter what happens, do not struggle free from Feng Feng's bindings." "Got it. Okay." Seeing Mona nodding in agreement, and as the shadow mummies approached closer, Lin Chao gave the final command to Xiaodai. "Finally, Xiaodai, use your fire magic to surround the outer edges of the protective barrier and set fire to this group of shadow mummies until nothing is left." Shoo shoo, with a sharp whistling sound. Once again, flames erupted around the edge of Longing's protective magical barrier, completely incinerating all the shadow mummies, including Longing, the vampire king. Witnessing this, while running, Lin Chao turned his head and looked back at Mona, then softly asked, "How are you feeling?" I'm fine." Though those were the words coming out of Mona's mouth, from her tone of voice, she obviously didn't sound fine. However, there was nothing else Lin Chao could do. The only thing he could do was stop talking to Mona, so she wouldn't lose concentration. In addition, Lin Chao himself had something else to take care of, because, although the shadow mummies had been burnt to ashes by Xiaodia's fire, the shadow force that was attacking had yet to be dealt with. Boom! Just as these thoughts passed through his mind, a loud explosion came from directly behind Lin Chao. Looking back, it was Luke's shadow force slamming into Longing's protective magical barrier. Although this blow did not completely shatter the barrier, it had clearly caused intense ripples across it, visible to the naked eye. Therefore, if hit 2 or 3 more times by Luke's shadow force, this protective barrier would surely collapse. But then, what could he do to reinforce this barrier? As this thought arose, suddenly, from behind, Mona struggled to speak up and gave Lin Chao a very helpful suggestion. "You can try first using Longing's magic to resist Luke's shadow force. This way, the shadow force that hits the protective barrier will be greatly weakened." "Good." After Lin Chao responded in agreement, without hesitation, he immediately unleashed the Longing magic from his plant wand to block Luke's second wave of shadow force. Then it was seen, as the Longing magic met the shadow force, the shadow magic was indeed greatly weakened. Both in color and scale, it was much weaker. "It's effective," Lin Chao shouted with excitement first. Then he turned his gaze to the Longing protective barrier and said, "But, the attack still caused quite a bit of damage to the Longing protective magical barrier." Just as his words ended, Luke behind them spoke again. "Trying to resist me. Don't dream. Just accept your fate." After saying that, this time, Luke launched 2 consecutive waves of shadow force straight at them. The first one directly shattered the Longing protective magic, and the second one, Lin Chao. Seeing this, Mona let out a heart-wrenching scream. But even so, it couldn't stop the second wave of shadow force from directly hitting Lin Chao's body. Yet strangely, after being hit, Lin Chao didn't feel even the slightest bit of pain. Instead, it felt as if he had just woken up. He slowly opened his eyes. Everything around him, the familiar wallpaper, the familiar desk, The familiar screen displaying the survival game Lin Xiao had been playing last night before entering the ocean world. Faced with this scene, Lin Xiao remained stunned for a moment before belatedly putting a hand to his forehead and murmuring. So it turns out that all of this was just a dream. After he finished speaking, Lin Xiao stood up and returned to his seat in front of the computer desk, continuing the survival game he hadn't finished playing the night before. As for whether Mona, Xiaolin, Luke, Emperor Eitz, Queen Tina, and everything else from Lin Xiao's dream was real, this was something Lin Xiao would have to investigate further. But as for now, this story shall end here for now. The end.